rarely seen in the deep mountains, a steel fortress suddenly appeared, with people inside not only well-equipped, but even the weapons they used were unseen by anyone. Just because I got the portal to cross the Republic of China, and I directly handed it over to the country. It turned out that this Republic of China was a modified world. The first time I crossed, I was almost killed by bandits. And the second time I almost got eaten by zombies. Looking at the zombies jumping around outside the door, Bai Yi was completely dumbfounded. 2 crossings, almost died both times. Who can bear this? Just then, subtitles appeared in the double-crossing door in my mind. You triggered a divine-level choice. Option 1, travel alone through the heavens. Master the Maoshan Taoist skills. Receive 10,000 ocean dollars. And be recognized by the double piercing gate. Option 2, point to the same country. Reward physical fitness increase. Bind national luck. Pay attention when wearing double layers. The sudden appearance of subtitles made Bai Yi confused, but he immediately understood the meaning of the 2 options. He was very self-aware. If the other side of the double doors was a prosperous world, he might choose the first option. But this Republican plane unexpectedly had zombies and evil spirits. He made his choice without hesitation. I choose 2. Congratulations on choosing the second option. Receiving a reward of increased physique, binding the national luck, double wearing recognition, and your physique is being enhanced. You have the permission to let anyone enter the double wear door. You are already bound to the Dragon Country's air transport. As long as the Dragon Country's air transport increases, you will receive rewards. Recognizing your choice, you will be rewarded with a special number 138***0001. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly felt that his body was undergoing some changes. His strength seemed to have increased, and his hearing and sense of smell also seemed sharper. I wonder if his reaction speed has also increased. Could this be a physical enhancement? Bai Yi felt that he could even take on 10 opponents now. Of course, the most important thing is that he is no longer fighting alone. Looking at that special number, he probably knew who the owner of the number was. Bai Yi did not hesitate, picked up the phone and dialed the number. At the same time, in a secret office in the capital city, an old man answered a strange phone call. Hello, who is this? Why are you able to dial this phone number? This sound is also very familiar to Bai Yi, because he often watches the news broadcast. He took a deep breath and said, Hello, my name is Bai Yi. This phone call lasted for almost half an hour. Bai Yi knew that in another hour at most, someone would probably come to pick him up. He knew that he, who had bound the Dragon Country's luck, would not become a tool, and his future development was completely tied to the Dragon Country. At the same time, in the capital of the Dragon Country, following the style of discussing small matters together and discussing major matters with a few people, the official Dragon Country initiated a meeting with several people. If the double-layered door really exists, can we carry out a series of resource development in another world? Some things have been too tightly controlled by foreign countries. The person who owns this double-edged door can actually resist the temptation to hand it over to the country. Who said that the post-90s generation is a lost generation? This is a comrade. It seems that we need to develop a series of detailed plans and not disappoint that young comrade. This is an opportunity for our Dragon Country, an opportunity that we haven't encountered in tens of thousands of years. So, does everyone agree to develop that Republic of China plane? Agreed. In a secret military base in the Dragon Country, Bai Yi skillfully held a rifle, and a precise burst of shots actually hit the bullseye 100 meters away. If it were a sharpshooter trained in the military, perhaps it could achieve this level. But the problem is that Bai Yi has only been here for a month. How long has it been since he mastered all tactical movements and became familiar with the use of all individual weapons, even being able to take on 10 opponents in close combat? I have lived for more than 30 years, but this is the first time I have seen such a monster. The person who talks to himself is a captain. He is the leader of a squad in a special forces brigade. He feels that this Bai Yi is not human at all. His learning ability is like cheating, and his physical fitness is outrageously strong. Captain Lin, is this considered passing? Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Lei's thoughts. White E, wearing a black combat uniform, walked over this way. Lin Lei nodded complexly. Major Bai, you are not just passing the test. I'm afraid no one in the special forces of the major military regions of Longwei is more powerful than you. Bai Yi needs to undergo a month of military special training because if he is not in the Republic of China plane, the double-wearing door cannot bring people in. So he also needs to learn some skills to ensure his own safety. I have to say, the effect of physical fitness enhancement is very exaggerated, and 1 month of study has even startled myself. Looking at Lin Lei in front of him, Bai Yi suddenly spoke. Captain Lin, are you interested in making contributions to the development of the country? Lin Lei was stunned for a moment. He was surprised. After we become soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, aren't we in the process of building up our country? Bai Yi shook his head. This time, it's a bit different. After a pause, He continued. This time, it is accompanied by unknown dangers, and it is possible to lose one's life at any time. Bai revealed just a little bit of the message. Just then Lindley's face suddenly turned solemn. He realized that the young Major White in front of him seemed to be about to spill some secret. Perhaps, it's no longer confidential. Otherwise it was unlikely that Major White would have said something like that to himself. I only heard Bai continue. I was once granted permission from above to have a special operations detachment appointed to protect my safety closely. Bai laughed. I think Captain Lin's special operations detachment of yours is a good choice. However, the danger involved is not low. Lindley knew that the young major in front of him was preparing to give himself a classified mission, and a very dangerous mission at that. Taking a deep breath, not bothering to think too much, Lindley's expression was serious as he earnestly said, as long as it's for the future of the Dragon Nation, the first detachment of the Dragon Eagle Special Warfare Brigade, it's incumbent upon us. Then inform your special operations teammates. Bai paused and said, tomorrow, it's time to leave. Yes, the next day, early morning, the first detachment of the Central Theater, Dragon Eagle Special Warfare Brigade, a total of 12 people, with Lindley as the detachment leader, was already in position. When Lindley led those members of his team to the location Bai had mentioned yesterday, he was shocked to find that the place seemed heavily guarded. This military base is already very strict, and there's actually a location within the base that's so strict? It was almost as if there was a man standing guard a few steps away. Captain, when was this walled off? A member of the Special Operations Detachment said with a surprised look on his face. I remember more than a month ago. This place wasn't walled up, right? Lindley shook his head. I don't know. Just as they were amazed, an engine roar suddenly came from behind them. Heck, a troop carrier was approaching. Lindley looked at the number of troop carriers and thought that it had to be at least 500 people. It's a standard battalion complement, right? Eyes on a military vehicle fishtailing in. Then look at the tight defense of the place. Lindley was still a bit frazzled in his heart, but walked in stiffly. Surprisingly, no one stopped it. Could it be that Major Bai has already greeted us in advance? Lindley had absolutely no idea what to do next. Actually, the battalion of soldiers that had fishtailed in earlier had no idea what they were doing here. Everything is confidential. It wasn't until someone led them to a place that Lindley met Bai once more. This time Whitey wasn't alone. Beside Bai stood several white-haired old men, who were either dressed in suits or military uniforms, while there were also quite a few middle-aged men clustered around them, each with an extraordinary demeanor. It was conceivable that their identities were not simple, otherwise it wouldn't be standing there. Lindley's Special Operations Detachment, as well as that one battalion of soldiers, all of them were silently arranged in a square formation, although there were hundreds of people present, but it was very quiet. Gentlemen, suddenly, a voice rang out. All of you are our Dragon Kingdom, the best soldiers, the best generals. The reason why we mobilized you all in secret and didn't reveal too much to you is because this concerns the future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of more than 1 billion children of the Dragon Kingdom. So, it is absolutely important to keep it a secret until you arrive. What I'm about to say, you may find it shocking, you may find it unbelievable, but it's all true. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of more than 1 billion children of the Dragon Kingdom, is tightly bound in your hands. Chapter for the Young Family. The chaotic and disorganized old days. The Civil War realm. The Young Family home. Located within a forest valley at the back of the Young Family's mountain, a huge doorway appeared out of nowhere in the open field. Heck, it's a double-through door. A mysterious and subtle energy fluctuation lingered around the doorway. The location where the double-through door opens is very well hidden, while the open space around it is quite wide. A hard-styled, dark green painted military vehicle poured out of the double penetration gate in droves. Huge, thick tires crushed dirt and gravel. On the military vehicles, the soldiers with nervous, excited, and very serious expressions couldn't help but stare. After all, strictly speaking, they all crossed over, came to a special magically altered version of the Republic of China realm that wasn't quite the same as the Republic of China era in reality, and with an important mission given to them by the state. Although this was the back of the Young Family's mountain, it was probably because of the Young Family. There weren't too many people, so this location is relatively hidden. There wasn't a single outsider around. The arrival of this army, from modern times, in this world did not cause much of a stir. At best, it was the sound of a car's engine that startled a number of forest birds, scared away a lot of forest beasts. The surrounding open space was still relatively wide, and so many armored vehicles and troop carriers parked here didn't feel crowded. Plus the terrain here was relatively hidden, which made it perfect for using it as a temporary base of operations. And Whitey thought the same thing. Although he was in Yangjiazhuang, chased by bandits and chased by zombies, it means it's definitely an ominous place. But he's not what he used to be now. Don't say bandits. Don't say zombies. Even if an entire warlord was put in front of Bai Yi, he didn't need to wimp out at all nowadays. That's the bottom line of having a country on your back. Not to mention, this country is also a major military power. Get off! Rally! Bai Yi was the first to step out from the passenger side of the armored vehicle and looked up at the overcast sky overhead. The magically altered version of the Republican realm has the same time as the real world. He glanced at the watch he wore on his wrist. It was 10:39 a.m. at this point. The 500 soldiers of the advance battalion, along with the 12 special warrior soldiers, began to assemble as fast as they could. Bai Yi swept his eyes over the crowd in front of him. He could clearly see the shocked point of view on the faces of each and every one of them. Apparently, traveling to another world. This kind of thing takes enough time for them to digest. Of course, these are the elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. All are talented in all aspects of the military. Their receptivity. It's not expected to be weak. Everyone, our mission this time in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm is to explore all useful information within a 50 kilometers radius, using the location of Yangjiazhuang as the center. This world is currently a chaotic world. Chaotic, and without much order. And the bandits, the chaotic army, are numerous. If, during the exploration, you encounter bandits or chaotic troops and are in danger, you can shoot the enemy. Caution, try not to move during the night, as there is a mystery side phenomenon in this world. Bai Yi's tone lurched, and he said solemnly, in this world, there are zombies, stern ghosts, and elves and monsters. The neighborhood of Yangjiazhuang will even be infested with zombies. At night, be sure to be vigilant. If there's a chance, try to capture each other. Bai Yi's memory of the zombie that had chased him was still fresh, and the other party had casually jumped several meters away. A creepy, chilling aura emanated from his body, and it's accompanied by a distinctive foul odor. The person I was a month ago would never have made a death wish, but I'm a different person now, backed by an entire dragon country. Bai Yi, there was no fear of a small zombie, although he didn't have the appropriate means to deal with zombies and wouldn't be able to what Mashan or Longhu Mountains Taoist techniques, but a battalion of the modern army is not a meal. Not to mention a heavily armed battalion, even armored cars. Next, I'll assign you your tasks. Bai Yi began to assign tasks to these 512 people. He needed a portion of them in this place, to establish a simple base, the kind that could serve as a temporary base, set up temporary shelters, fortifications, communications equipment, and so on. He also needed enough men to explore the surrounding area, at least map out this area around Yangjiazhuang. The team of 512 people was split into 3 parts by him, of which 12 special warriors were naturally close to protect him. Another 400 are building temporary bases here. The other 100 men mapped out the Yang family home. He only had to do some general commanding, leaving the remaining detailed steps to the officers below. He just needs to point out a general direction. More than 500 people immediately kicked off. All of them were elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and their efficiency was naturally very high. To build a temporary base, Bai Yi even moved some engineering machines from modern times, all together. Luckily the brass gave him these guys. Each one is a talent. Bulldozers, hooks and other engineering carriers. These soldiers can actually pound them a few times, doing a hot job. As the commander of the advance battalion, Bai Yi himself was not idle, and he was going to make a trip into the Yang family's house this time in a bright and honorable way. Bai Yi remembers that when he encountered the zombies, the Yang family home also made a lot of noise because of the zombies. Major White, isn't this too dangerous? As the leader of Bai Yi's Close Guard Special Operations Unit, Linley reminded with some hesitation, the importance of Bai Yi cannot be questioned. In case something goes wrong. Hiss. Nothing. Bai Yi shook his head and laughed. There won't be any zombies or ghosts popping up in the middle of the day, right? At most, it's just some bandits in the mountains who come down to exploit the common people. We may not be good at dealing with that kind of psychic chirography, but these scum that plague the common people, don't we have any way to deal with them? Linley thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, them modernized special forces, against the magic modified version of the Republican bandits. It's not a downgrade crush? Chapter 5, A Desolate Village. Soldiers like bandits, and a martial bull. Bai Yi led a squad of 12 Dragon Kingdom special forces towards the direction where the Yang family was located. The temperature was very hot and dry at this time of year. In the middle of summer, the hot sun overhead shone through the dense foliage and reflected on everyone. Breathe in the fresh air without too much pollution. I don't know if it's the crowd's fault. It always felt like the air quality in this world was much better than the air quality in Blue Star. It's not just because of the lack of pollution. It was an unusually wonderful feeling. A lanky member inside the Special Operations Squad was holding an engineer's shovel and driving the road ahead. A group of 13 people, after walking for about half an hour, finally came out of this dense forest area. What came into view was a field of houses. The houses at first glance were very humble. All of them were earthen houses built of stone and mud. Most of the roofs were covered with some thatch, and only a few of them were tiled. Looking further out is a patch of farmland, and you can see a stream running slowly through it. The wind blows the grass low. No cows or sheep. These villages of this period are naturally no better than the modern countryside. Even the rural areas of the most remote places in the Dragon Kingdom were much better in appearance than this young family. Those dirt houses don't look sturdy. I guess it just collapsed when the car hit it. It was the middle of the morning, which by all rights should be the busiest time for farmers, because the sun isn't as hot as it is in the afternoon at this time of year. It's perfect for getting the heavy lifting out of the way. But the young family in front of us. But it was unusually cold. You can probably guess why it is cold. After all, 2 months ago there were bandits down to loot a wave. And a month ago there was a zombie. The former is fine. The bandits are just coming down to fight the fall. They won't kill anyone. Usually kill a few people and then deter the people. But a month ago, the zombie thing? I'm afraid to let the whole young family panic. Bandits keep people alive. Zombies don't. This situation. I'm afraid the people who have some conditions have moved away. The ones that remain inside the young family home today. Either that or an old man. Either that or too poor. Walking on the countryside dirt road of Yangjiazhuang, Bai saw a few small hairy children with sunburned brown skin and thin and weak physique not far ahead of him, who were gathered around to have fun. As he walked past, naturally, he was seen by the kids. The kid froze, eyes wide. Unbelievable. The next moment, the unthinkable in his eyes turned into panic, and he let out a shriek that resounded for 100 meters around. Soldier! Soldiers! Soldiers are coming! Marshal Nyo's big head soldiers are here. The big head soldiers came to rob the grain again. Immediately afterward, they scattered and ran as fast as they could. I can't wait for my parents to have 2 more legs. As he watched a few brats scatter in all directions, the corners of Bai's mouth twitched slightly. Actually, on second thought, just kinda understand the reaction of these kids. After all, in this day and age, there is no difference between soldiers and bandits. It's chaos. There were even times when those who were soldiers and the warlords were more bandits than those who were bandits in the mountains. Forcible looting of food and forcible conscription of young men and women were commonplace. In the extreme, they may even kill a good man. It's about defaming a village as a bandit den and then killing all the people in a village to slaughter them all. Think of it as banditry. Bai still did his homework in this month's time. He was more or less understanding of some of the various social patterns of the period. However, these Dragon Kingdom special forces beside them were in a daze. They'd been in the military for so many years. For the first time, I knew I could actually scare the people away. Their sons and daughters. This is normal in this period. Officials and bandits, generally speaking, are equated. It will be fine when we get familiar with it later. Bai explained. On the contrary, it's the Marshal Nyo in the mouths of those children. You can pay attention to it. This might be a warlord with military power in his hands. Linley nodded in realization and said with a bit of gnashing of teeth, those soldier boys and the warlords aren't considered soldiers at all. Linley looked left and right for a moment and asked, Major, now that the people in the village run away when they see us, how are we going to get information? Bai laughed. Don't worry, they'll find us. Bai wasn't in a hurry at all and continued. If they really think of us as those goose-stepping soldier boys, then they're probably very scared right now. Being overly scared will make them want to come over and talk to us, because they're afraid we'll mess up. So we'll just wait. Sometimes Bai had to lament. When he first chose to cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom, after obtaining the reward of the physique increase, the entire person had undergone a radical change. The brain has also become resourceful and very efficient in extracting knowledge. Only through a month, he then becomes capable of figuring out the psychology of the next person. Have to say, this is a contemporary miracle. Sure enough, just as Bai expected, it didn't take long. A group of bravely gathered people of the young family home, clustered around a white-haired old man, vigilantly walked over. The number of people is about 20 to 30 people. Most of them are thin and weak, darker skin. The old man was so gray-haired that he had to be assisted in walking. The age looked to be at least 80 years old. In an age where it's hard to get enough to eat and you can starve to death if you're not careful. Older people who can live into their 80s. Definitely the ominous of ominous. A few soldiers. Ahem. The old man respectfully arched his hand. So old but with a humble attitude. His tone of voice carefully inquired, I don't know a few soldier masters. What is the purpose of coming to Yangjiazhuang? Old man, I'm the village head of Yangjiazhuang. I have a son who also works as an officer in the hands of Marshal Nyo. Perhaps we are all family. The old man spoke with a strong local accent. But okay. Barely audible. Bai Yi didn't know whether to say that this era was too pathetic or that Niu de Shui was too hateful. An old man over 70 or 80 years old is so humble. It's just that I'm worried that the young family will be in trouble with the army. Bai Yi shook his head and spoke. Old village chief, we're not soldiers of that Marshal Niu that you're talking about. And we didn't come over here to rob the grain. We're not the same as those soldier gangsters. We came over here to Yangjiazhuan just to inquire about something. And, don't you remember me? A month ago, it was you who reminded me that the village was haunted by zombies. Chapter 6 Message. The night of the magically altered Republic of China. In Qi filled the air. Bai Yi's words in turn caused the old man to freeze, and the old man opened his cloudy eyes wide, gathering the courage to gaze locked on this face of Bai Yi. It took several seconds of gawking before he suddenly reacted. You are. He finally did recall. You're Mr. White. Yes. Bai Yi had met with the old village chief before. Even if you don't count this one now, you've already met twice. The first time was when he first crossed over and encountered bandits when he happened to catch a glimpse of the old village chief. The second time was when he was poking around in Yangjiazhuan. And then the old village chief reminded him of the zombie haunting. The impression that Bai Yi gave the old village chief was profound. After all, Yangjiazhuan wasn't a big village, and very few outsiders would usually come. Not to mention freshly dressed people. People like Bai Yi, who have received modern education. In the eyes of people in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. Properly intellectual. It's the rich grand old man. Mr. Big. Can't take the word Mr. Bai Yi laughed. Everyone can stop being so nervous. We don't have any malicious intent. The old village chief was relieved. A month ago, he had come into contact with Bai Yi, an outsider, and had talked some. For Whitey, he felt very much that this was a cultured reader. One of the more humble and courteous types. Never a brash soldier boy. Although the old village chief was shocked that Bai Yi was still a soldier. It wasn't really surprising these days. Soldiering on. If you don't have a few guns in your hand to protect yourself, how can you afford to study in peace? Old village chief. I remember the last time I came to Yangjiazhuan. It wasn't particularly lively, but it was still crowded, right? How is it that after only a month's time, it's so cold? Bai Yi asked. When I look at those farmlands in the distance, some of them don't even have anyone to take care of them. Alas. The old village chief sighed. It's not that zombie that's causing trouble. Mr. Bai, you don't know. Ever since the Yangjiazhuan was haunted by zombies, there have been several people in a row that have been bitten by zombies. Some of them were even sucked into dried human bodies, and they simply can't live. Some, even if they were not sucked dry, were infected with the zombie's corpse poison, and could only be tied up outside for them to be exposed to the sun. And as a result of this sunbathing, the people died. Even if you get bitten by a zombie and don't die by a fluke, you'll become a zombie that bites people on sight. Ugh. The old village was sighing in helplessness one after another. A bitter expression filled his face first. Most people have moved away now, and those left behind are either poor and unable to feed themselves, or those like the old and decrepit who know their fate and have no regrets even when they die. Originally, there was a family of over 400 in Yangjiazhuan, but now less than half of it is left. Either they moved to the county or they went to distant relatives to join them. Those of us who stayed in Yangjiazhuan were only able to scatter glutinous rice in front of the doors and windows. The Taoist priest inside the county said that glutinous rice has a restraining effect on zombies. We don't know the truth. We can only figure it out. These words of the old village chief caused Linley and the other special forces soldiers, their expressions to suddenly become solemn. This magically altered version of the Republic realm actually has zombies. And this one zombie in the young family home has actually harmed quite a few people already. It's got a whole village on edge. Bai Yi's expression was also serious. Even though the current him possessed an advance battalion with a behemoth like the Dragon Kingdom at his back, but the existence of zombies like this, ultimately the mysterious side of the creepy existence, it must be treated with caution. Can't afford to be careless, not to be taken lightly. In the next conversation, Bai Yi from the mouth of these villagers of the young family home, set out a lot of useful information. Learn that the young family home is located in the south of this stormy country, belonging as a coastal province. The man in charge today is a warlord who is president. As for the old village square before the mouth of the cattle marshal, actually, only the head of the security corps in a nearby county, a head of a security regiment can be called a marshal. These days, it's true that having a gun is a big deal. This magically altered version of the Republic of China realm had a great degree of similarity to that era inside the real world. Let's say there was a feudal dynasty all those years ago, and it's been invaded as well. Signed treaties, loss of power over. It's all been debunked too. But, even after that feudal dynasty was overthrown, the lives of the common people did not become much better. As usual, they are all at the bottom. Not enough to eat as usual. As usual, they will be exploited. Looking at the kind of vegetable color on the faces of these villagers and people in front of us, and looking at their very thin and weak bodies, they were able to know how bitter their days had been. You know, this is the South. Crops generally rise better in the South. The harvest is also more plentiful. After all, there's a lot of rain, but even the South is like this. What will happen to those drought-stricken areas? After getting some useful messages, Bai Yi then returned to the back of the young family's mountain. After a morning plus an afternoon of hard work, the temporary base that had been won earlier was pretty much done, and at least there was a place where he could shelter from the wind and rain, and didn't need to burrow inside the car to sleep. It was evening now. Dusk. The outside of Yang's house was already empty, and every family had taken refuge inside their homes. Sticky rice is sprinkled at the entrance of every house as well as in front of the windows, to keep the zombies out. As for being able to defend, God knows, the advance battalion's camp had been surrounded by a large amount of barbed wire, and every soldier of the advance battalion was heavily armed, with fire gear armed almost to the teeth, because Yangjiazhuang is not safe at night at all, and zombies are on every soldier's mind. This eerie presence is panic-inducing. It's worrisome. It's best not to blast the zombie to pieces if you can tackle it. Bai Yi cautioned the soldiers. However, don't be too rigid. Once the situation is not right, shoot freely. Actually, Bai Yi is more inclined to capture zombies alive. Yes, he wanted to take that zombie alive. What a great material for research. It's a creature that doesn't exist in the real world. On the occasion of such a reflection, nightshade, advent. The last glimmer of sunlight in the sky was swallowed up by the darkness. The earth fell into a dimness. However, the advance battalion's camp was brightly lit, and Bai Yi and the others had brought a lot of power-generating equipment with them. The night in Yangjiazhuang is very quiet, so quiet that you can only faintly hear the sporadic chirping of insects. The temperature was clearly not low, but it sent shivers down your spine. A creepy feeling came over me. It's summer. It's not right. Chapter 7, Zombies. Green Stiff. Zombie Capture Operation. It wasn't known if it was because of the increase in his physique, but Bai Yi's senses in this area were very keen. It was obvious to him that there was a driving chill around him. This is obviously not due to the cold temperatures. Even though it was nightfall, it was a summer evening, and that's still the southern belt. How low can the temperature go? Under the night. Quiet and unusual. At this time, not only did Bai Yi feel that the atmosphere was wrong, the soldiers in the advance camp also felt that something was wrong. Fortunately, the advance battalion's camp was well lit, and this bright light sort of dispelled a lot of the panic. Anyone who is an individual will have panic as an emotion, even very elite soldiers, especially with the unknown danger of being about to face a legendary zombie, though it wasn't clear that the zombies would come to the door. But it's time to be vigilant. Be sure to keep it up. Suddenly, a soldier standing high above the camp, overlooking the surrounding area with a night vision device, looked steeply tense and immediately shouted into the intercom. Searchlight, shine it in the 8 o'clock direction, about 300 meters away. There seems to be some large animals over there. No, that's not an animal. I just switched to thermal imaging mode and realized it has little heat. It's, hiss. The soldier with the night vision device sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had thought of something. It's a zombie. It was clear from the view in the night vision camera. In the distance, a very faint figure loomed. That creepy feeling. It's starting to become more and more real. It's getting more and more compelling. The soldier's voice traveled everywhere from inside the intercom, and all of a sudden the entire advance camp was startled. Zombie. This kind of existence is usually only seen inside movies and TV shows, and that's all played by people. Real zombies. None of them have seen it. And nowadays, a zombie, suspected to be a real zombie, appeared near their camp. Shocked. It is excitement. Yes, excitement. Zombies. A psychic species. How rare. The searchlights in the camp were immediately purchased and turned on, and the piercing white light shone directly at 8 o'clock. And wherever the light of the searchlights passed, it was as bright as day. All the things in the place covered by the light all fell into the eyes of every single person. Soon, the soldiers then found themselves 200 to 300 meters away. There was indeed a blurry figure. And the blurry figure seemed to be approaching in this direction. Bai Yi picked up his binoculars and looked that way. The expression was slightly frozen. Zombie. Just zombies. And a very familiar-looking zombie at that. That was obviously the zombie that had chased him a month ago, and the tattered clothes that zombie wore. Bai Yi remembered very clearly. But how come the form looks different than it did a month ago? Bai Yi frowned. I remember this zombie's skin was very bleak before. Why does it feel as if the skin color has changed now? It seems. Look like the skin is showing a little bit of green color? Bai Yi suddenly remembered that a book written by a novelist in the Qing dynasty, Zibu Bu Jing. The book fabricates a hierarchy of zombies. Purple stiff, white stiffs, green stiffs, grossly stiff, flying stiffs, swimming corpses, floating corpse, no bones are melted. It's not possible that the zombies in this world would have this kind of rank, right? That is to say, this zombie evolved? Bai Yi recalled what the old village chief had said during the day. This zombie that had been causing trouble in Yangjiazhuang had already harmed more than a dozen people, and 8 of them had been directly sucked into dried human bodies. Add to that the fact that zombies also devour the beasts of the mountains, and God knows how much of the surrounding wildlife has been scourged. The reason why this zombie had come over must be that it had sensed the scent of a large number of living people here. It's an absolute feast for zombies. Suddenly, Bai Yi saw the zombie, which was suspected to be a green zombie, jumping violently in the direction where the barracks were. One jump was a full 2 or 3 meters. The distance was even 5 or 6 meters away. Extremely fast. It's definitely evolved. A month ago, it definitely didn't have this speed. Bai Yi took a deep breath. Settle your thoughts, he ordered in a deep voice. The entire army is on alert. Everyone get ready. Prepare non-lethal weapons and try to capture it alive. For a zombie that had long been dead for an unknown period of time, using the words captured alive was obviously not appropriate. But for a moment Bai Yi couldn't think of any other words. In fact, he had already prepared himself to deal with this zombie, because this zombie was in the neighborhood of the double penetration door. As soon as you cross over to the magically altered version of the Republic realm, you have to deal with this zombie. When it gets close, use the blast net gun and see if you can catch it. If the struggle is too violent, take an electric shock. If electroshock doesn't work, ultraviolet light. If none of it works, free shot. Bai Yi didn't have any experience in dealing with zombies, much less a way to deal with them, so only the seemingly most normal method could be used. UV, electrocution. Zombies, this kind of spiritual species, is absolutely afraid of sunlight. Otherwise it is impossible not to come out during the day. As for which kind of light in the sunlight is afraid of, it is not clear. As for the electric shock, it is because lightning, in all psychic works, is the most masculine energy. If neither of these work, then just smash it to pieces. Zombies are impervious to knives and guns. But, there's a limit to how far a knife or gun can go. When Bai Yi dropped order after order, the soldiers inside the advance camp all began to move. It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous. Even if the enemy was a normal human would be nervous, let alone if the enemy was a zombie. 200 or 300 meters away. Not particularly far for a zombie's jumping speed. A short moment later, that zombie, nearby. At this time, even without the use of binoculars, they were able to judge the other party's appearance clearly. It was a corpse with pale green skin. The body looked incredibly stiff. Wisps of yin qi filled the perimeter of the body. The face was beyond terrifying. Green-faced and fanged. Eyes dark. Clothes are tattered. And it was accompanied by a necrotic odor that made you want to vomit. Bai Yi shouted in a deep voice. Do it! Boo! 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 As Bai Yi's words fell decisively, the dozen or so soldiers with the blast-proof net guns immediately pulled the triggers. A large net spread out to cover the front. Cage the zombie. Chapter 8. Capturing the Green Stiff alive. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune was raised for the first time. One after another large, sturdy and incomparable net was spread out and flew in the direction where the zombies were. In an instant, it enveloped the air above the zombie's head. When all of these large nets came down, the zombies that were still hopping from one jump to the next, it was directly covered by these dozen large nets. It's like being a fish in a fishnet. This zombie, it seemed, did not have any intelligence or reason. Even when enveloped in so many nets, it's still bouncing around, attempted to get into the camp of the advance battalion. It's just a shame that no matter how much it bounces around now, there's no way it's going to be able to pop out of the net. Giggle. Ho! The zombie's throat cavity let out a strange hiss of unknown significance. It was constantly struggling within a dozen large nets. The stiff joints as well as the torso made it difficult to break free from the grip of the large net. However, its sharp nails that were as black as ink were as sharp as metal. When the nails and the large net come into contact with each other and tear, the very tough burglar catch net was actually torn open. If it wasn't for the fact that there were a full dozen large nets, I'm afraid it's just going to have to break free. And it was accompanied by zombies struggling like maddened beasts. Surprisingly, one of the nets was broken. What kind of weird power is this? It was hard to imagine that a stiff, greenish corpse could have such terrifying power, able to hold up right through the blast netting. Sure enough, trying to capture a zombie alive, it's not that easy. Take the taser. The soldiers in the advance battalion weren't vegetarians either. Immediately someone aimed their stun guns at the struggling zombies. These stun guns were similar to the tasers used by the police in the pretty country, but with even more power. After all of these stun guns had been modified by the people at the specialized arsenal that Bai Yi had asked. The strength of the electric current is very exaggerated, And if it is used on ordinary people, they will definitely die if they touch it. This is out of the realm of non-lethal weapons. But since the object used was a zombie, the power must be cranked up several degrees. As the soldier pulls the stun gun electric switch, the 2 electrodes instantly shot out, falling on the zombie's body. Deadly sticky. The next moment, terrifying high-voltage currents erupted. The zombies that were still struggling frantically within the dozen or so large nets, steeply and frantically convulsed. An arc of electricity floated on the surface of its body. Rolls of green smoke drifted out, and it was accompanied by a hiss like that of a wild beast. It was more like a miserable howl. The voice, like a night lord in the dark night, sounded very creepy, sweat-inducing. Looks useful. Bai was very curious about this species of zombie. It was obvious that it was already a corpse, but it was still able to act, and it was also able to have feeding instincts like that of a wild beast. You can tell by the way the zombies are twitching wildly, and howling in agony in response. It's supposed to have pain. Trying to make it feel pain, though, may require a special approach. Electric shock. It's one of those ways. Zombies are really afraid of lightning. Uncle Nine is true to his word. Electric current in the zombie's body crazy chaotic. Naked eye visible arc is very eye-catching. The zombie's body is like being poured with sulfuric acid. Also seems to be a red-hot iron placed in the water. Wild smoke. And this kind of green smoke, also accompanied by a kind of very malodorous corpse stench. It was a sickening smell. Makes you smell straight up. Although the current of the stun gun had been consumed in an instant, the zombie that had been electrocuted had been convulsing for half a minute, and that creepy, miserable howl had gradually weakened. Burning ulcers began to appear on the miserable green skin. The smoke was still coming straight up. Apparently, it is in a weakened state today. Several soldiers immediately held it down with blasting forks, and then another soldier would stand it up with a long iron bar, and immediately bind it to death. Consider that it has a strange force. It was also specially tied with steel rope. Break the rope if you can. After seeing this zombie being completely subdued and captured alive, everyone couldn't help but let out a huge sigh of relief, immediately followed by unbridled excitement. I didn't expect that. Zombies that look so scary are actually not so good. TSK. Still struggling? The advance battalion soldier in charge of tying up the zombie with steel ropes looked at the zombie that was still struggling weakly and shook his head. You'll be a good little mouse. What is the purpose of capturing zombies alive? It goes without saying. Definitely to do some research. That is to say, the next fate of this green stiff was to lie inside the lab as a guinea pig. Zombies aren't people anyway. It's up to those scientists inside the Dragon Kingdom to work out what's going on. And by E, who led this zombie capture operation. Looking at the weak appearance of this very zombie, he also couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. A month ago, 1 month later, 30 short days, both sides encountered. Flip it. Send it back to the Dragon Kingdom through the double piercing gate. Remember, don't get hurt by its nails or teeth. Bai Yi gave an order once again. Although there were some military researchers inside the camp earlier, but their primary purpose is to explore, not research. Just leave the researching of such things to the scientists up on the blue planet. Soon, the poor zombie was then sent away, in front of a modernized army. A tiny green stiff, can't make any waves. Suddenly, right at the moment that the zombie was transported by the soldiers to the blue planet, a few lines of screen suddenly appeared in front of Bai Yi's eyes. Mysterious side creature, zombie appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune has increased by a small amount. You get the bronze treasure chest +1. Bai Yi, who was bound to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, would be rewarded whenever the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom rose. But what he didn't expect was taking a zombie from a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm and sending it to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom as an experimental guinea pig can actually raise the luck of the nation? Bronze treasure chest. Are the rewards also graded? Chapter 9 Bronze treasure chest. Shocked researchers. I wonder if the bronze treasure chest is the lowest reward. Bai Yi guessed that it was most likely the lowest level of rewards. He didn't think a small zombie in a district could add much to the nation's fortune. And the zombie was so much wonkier. Bai Yi wasn't quite sure in what way the growth of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune was manifesting itself. It's not like there are instructions for this double-through door. It takes time to figure out. Keep on the alert. Since there is a first zombie, there could be a second, a third, and even more. Bai Yi shook off the thoughts in his head. Speaking to the soldiers around him, he said, if there are still zombies appearing, it's best to capture them alive if you can. If you can't, smash them into pieces. Although the zombies' research value is high, your lives are more important, and I hope that each and every one of you can return to Blue Star safely. Yes, the soldiers of the advance battalion immediately resumed their vigilance, keeping an eye on the movements around the camp, and the other soldiers continued to work feverishly. Although the camp had taken a shape, there was just some shelter from the wind and rain. Trying to really be a base that works, it would take at least 3 days to get it done. And that's already going by maximum efficiency. Have to say, dragons are infrastructure freaks by nature. Building things is just fast. Looking at a brightly lit military tent and an assembled bungalow being assembled, Bai Yi walked inside his tent. It's empty inside. Open the treasure chest, he mumbled in his mind. You have successfully opened one bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward. Introductory dragon and tiger embracing chi nurturing technique. Is it withdrawn? Yes. No. This is Kung Fu? Bai Yi froze for a moment and then released. This weird magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. There are already zombies such as evil things. Then there are cultivation techniques that's normal. Dragon and tiger embrace Qigong. Lung Fu Shan? Extraction. Next moment, a large amount of information appeared in Bai Yi's mind, and a metaphysical qi arose out of thin air. Qi is as if it were invisible and untouchable energy. It runs along the body's meridians on its own. It gave Bai Yi a feeling of physical relief. A feeling that was very comfortable. He could even feel with a subtle qi energy. It was nourishing his flesh, muscles, bones, vessels, blood, visceral. All of them were being scrubbed and nourished by this subtle qi. And it was as if they were having an all-around massage all over their bodies. This is true qi. Everything about the dragon and tiger embracing Qigong had already been made known to Bai Yi. He also knew what the chakra was. It's real energy. Not only can it nourish and strengthen your body, it can also work with some seals, recitations, and techniques to perform Taoist techniques that can subdue demons and subdue devils. But Bai Yi only had one set of qi nurturing kung fu. Nothing else. Normally, even a young Taoist child with excellent talent and roots would need 10 years of starting time before he could cultivate qi cultivation. But Bai Yi is different. His Qigong, direct entry, and as a result, a true qi was embedded. Unfortunately, even if we copied it out, but it's useless to the people of Blue Star. This kind of cultivation technique required the exhalation of heaven and earth aura. The magically altered version of the Republic of China realm has the aura of heaven and earth, which is why there are zombies as such, though thin, but it's just there. And Blue Star, nothing. If the dragon and tiger embracing Qigong were to be placed above the Blue Star, it would be, at best, a stinky and long literary text. Still, Bai Yi wanted to copy it down. In case, can you raise the luck of the nation? In the meantime, Blue Star, the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, secret military district. When a zombie, bound into a dumpling, was transported inside the Dragon Kingdom, the entire Dragon Kingdom hierarchy was alarmed. It's a zombie, on the Blue Star. An existence like zombies only appears inside movies, TV shows, and novels. And now, a living, breathing zombie appeared, and it was also tied up and sent back to the Dragon Kingdom. The official hierarchy hadn't expected that the advance battalion had just done a great job of capturing a zombie on the first day of their arrival in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Meanwhile, this is also a side note to the danger of the magically altered version of the Republican realm. And the zombies that were sent to the Blue Planet were immediately transferred by the military, secretly, to a research institute. This is the highest level of research institute in the Dragon Kingdom, specializes in biological research. It stands to reason that, at this hour, it was time to eat, but everyone in the institute couldn't eat a thing, for all of them were dumbfounded, looking at a zombie that was tied up. Hiss! This meow! Zombies! After the old director of the research institute was shocked, he revealed a look of incomparable excitement, and even ignored the soldiers who brought the zombies in, hurriedly getting closer to the past and carefully examining them. As the director of the institute, he was aware of the development program of the magically modified Republic of Korea. When I first learned of this program, his whole body was confused. When he saw a living, breathing zombie, his entire body became even more confused. Come on, come on, come on. The old dean was flushed with excitement, and the zombie with the ugly face and overflowing inchi was as if it was some kind of big treasure in his eyes. He looked at the zombie with a look of treasure. Anxiously, he cried, carry it inside. An old academician specializing in biology sees species he has never seen before. How can you be calm? As for the other researchers at the institute, they were unaware of the magic-altered Republic development program. They were dumbfounded. Years of perception. A disintegration occurred. Worldview. Taking a hit. Chapter 10 Initial Trust. A sick world. Take a zombie from a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm and give it to the Dragon Kingdom's researchers to study. Bai Yi could guess the mood of those researchers. I'm sure they are very confused now. And after being confused, they are very excited. It's like a man suddenly seeing a mountain of gold. How can you not be excited? Night. pass quickly. As the first glimmer of morning dawn ripped through the darkness of the next day, symbolizing the arrival of the second day of the magically altered version of the Republican realm, Bai Yi woke up early. This month's special training in the military had allowed him to develop good habits. Waking up, he was accompanied by a special ops squad. Once again, I came to the young family home. At this time, the sun hadn't fully risen yet, and the villagers of Yangjiazhuang seemed to be afraid of zombies. Every house, every family, at this time of the year, remains closed, afraid that the few pairs of flesh on his body will feed the zombies. It wasn't until after the sun had risen completely and utterly that this would be when someone would carefully open the door. As the old village head of Yangjiazhuang, he was the first to lead the way in opening the door. Predictable. How much of a deterrent do evil things like zombies give to ordinary people like them anymore? Muramasa. Hello again. Bai Yi greeted the old village chief with a smile after seeing him. Mr. White. The old Muramasa froze. The old village gentleman knew that Bai Yi didn't live in Yangjiazhuang. As to where he lived he didn't know. Now that the sun has just risen, this Mr. Bai has come to the young family home? Doesn't that mean that? Think of it here. Old Muramasa couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, hurriedly reminding, Mr. Bai, you are rushing here at night, right? Aren't you afraid of zombies? I'm not fooling you. The Yang village is really haunted by zombies. That zombie has already harmed many people. Even the locals of our Yangjiazhuang family usually don't dare to go out at night. Even when they sleep, they have to tug a handful of glutinous rice in their hands to be able to sleep. That zombie is fierce. It's very scary. The Taoist priests in the county don't dare to come over to catch it. The old village chief's words were all in the spirit of a well-intentioned reminder. Bai Yi smiled and said, that zombie? We did encounter it last night. Under the shocked face of the old village chief, Bai Yi spoke without surprise, but that zombie's ferocity is just that. But it's just a green stiff that has just become a bit of a climate. We've already subdued it. Bai Yi didn't say that he had captured the zombie alive because it sounded too unbelievable. Not many people believe it when they say it. But, spare a thought. The old village chief's face still wore a slight look of disbelief. In the midst of cloudy eyes, with a heavy dose of shock, zombie, subdued? The old village chief's first reaction was disbelief. But, this Mr. Bai in front of his own eyes was able to become an officer at a young age, although he did not know to which unit he belonged, or under which marshal's command. But looking at the essence of these soldiers around Mr. Bai, it was clear that this was a group of elite soldiers, definitely very elite generals. This explains. Mr. White is a big man, such a great guy. Is it necessary to come here personally to deceive yourself? A little old man with half a foot inside the coffin? Hiss. Put it this way, have the zombies really been subdued? The old Muramasa shivered steeply. He didn't say a word, just try to kneel down. Fortunately, Bai Yi's quick eyes and hands went forward to hold the other party. After all, Bai Yi thought that he could not afford this kneeling. An old man in his 80s who may have been running towards 90. Kneeling down to a young one of his own in his 20s. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Who can stand that? Capturing that zombie alive was nothing more than a show of hands for Bai Yi. Old village Zhen was grateful. Many thanks to Mr. Bai. Many thanks to all the military masters. Many thanks. Many thanks. Perhaps it is limited by a low level of literacy and education. The old Muramasa was eager to utter some cultured words of gratitude, but when it came to his mouth all that was left was the word thank you. It made his heart very penitent. Mr. White. Benefactor White. Please allow me to excuse myself for a moment. I have to tell this news to everyone in the village. Our Yang village has already lost 17 people to this vampire. 17 people. One of them is my nephew. He was sucked to death like that. Speaking in an agitated tone, the old Muramasa couldn't help but shed muddy tears. This caused Bai Yi to sigh slightly in his heart. A zombie. A green stiff. It was able to turn a village of several hundred families into the miserable state it is in now. What kind of world is this? Demons and monsters. Spirits and demons. Warlords and soldiers. Bandits and bandits. Eventually, the only ones who suffer are the people. Hing. Hundreds of people suffer. Death. Hundreds of people suffer. Those members of the Special Operations Squad behind Bai Yi also revealed an expression of intolerance. They are all sons and daughters of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the People's Army. Naturally, he could not bear to see an old man shedding tears of pain before his eyes. After seeing off the old village square on his crutches, he scurried off to notify the village. Bai Yi sighed softly. It is also considered to be with the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, the initial establishment of a kind of trust, sort of a better place to start. And at the notice of the old village chief, villagers of Yangjiazhuang, it soon became known that the one zombie in the young family home was subdued. Their first reaction was disbelief, same as the old Muramasa. I can't believe this is real. The zombie that plagued the Young family for a full month and killed 17 people. It's just gone? Subdued? But when they realized that it was Bai Yi who led the people and subdued the zombies. Also think, the credibility is very high. They were thinking the same thing as the old village square. In their eyes, Bai Yi was the kind of big shot that was too high up to reach. How can a big man have a heart? Lying to them, the common people? No. In their own eyes, them poor peasants. Even not worthy to be called old people. They feel that only the townspeople inside the county can qualify themselves to call themselves commoners. Too low self-esteem. Chapter 11 Warlord? Bandits. Received 100 years after the tax. As the old village chief spread these news throughout the Yangjiazhuang, all the villagers and people in the entire Yangjiazhuang were naturally grateful and immensely respectful to Bai Yi and the others. Put Bai Yi these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Think of it as a life-saving favor. There was actually nothing wrong with such logic, as Bai Yi and the others were, indeed, their saviors. If it wasn't for Bai Yi and the others capturing the zombies, I'm afraid, this zombie will still be in the vicinity of the Young family's home, and will still continue to plague the people here. If this zombie wreaks havoc on the entire Yang family altogether, it's hard to imagine what kind of ferocious thing it will evolve into. So, said to be a lifesaver, indeed not too much. The villagers of Yangjiazhuang are very simple and at the same time very grateful. Under the leadership of the old village chief, every household, surprisingly, I was able to harden up a few 100 pounds of grain, all of which was of relatively good quality being good rice. To know, the rice they eat on a regular basis is the aged kind. The kind where every bite of rice is probably laced with a lot of rice worms and crushed sand. Predictable. These hundreds of pounds of good rice. It's definitely all the good rice in the Young family. And it's absolutely everything that's been put together. A couple of skinny farmhands carried several bags of good rice, under the guidance of the old village Zhang, found by Yi, who was wandering around the Young family home. Mr. White, Mr. White, the old village chief, who was walking on his crutches, hurriedly called out to Bai Yi and the others in front of him. Mr. Bai, this is a small token of appreciation for you from our village. You've helped us solve the big problem of zombies. You are saving us from ourselves. Bai Yi didn't expect it, caught a zombie that was causing trouble in the Young family's house, and was able to get a thank you gift from the villagers, but he didn't take it, because he knew very well how important this food, really, was to the villagers. The villagers had probably gone through a lot of trouble to come up with these several 100 pounds of grain. It may have pretty much gutted the family. It was only then that we were able to get this food together. In this case, how could Bai Yi possibly want all this grain? He shook his head, turning to the old village chief, as well as the few peasant men carrying rice. He spoke. Village chief, we don't lack food. I've already told you before, we're not like those warlords. We won't ask for a single needle or thread from the common people. That's our principle. Bai Yi politely declined. Look at the thin-bodied farmhands and the stunned expressions on their faces. He changed the topic and asked, Village chief, how is the harvest of food? In general, in your Yangjiazhuang? I see that there is still quite a lot of farmland in Yangjiazhuang. But why are the villagers so skinny? The grain grown from these farmlands is generally enough for the people of Yangjiazhuang to consume on a daily basis, right? The old Moramesa was stunned. Although the old village chief hadn't read many books, after living for so long, he was still able to read people's words. He could see that the Mr. White in front of me, when he said those words, was not intermingled with any lies, and those soldiers behind Mr. I also had a righteous look on their faces. It seems that it's really not like those warlord guys, and it's all been mentioned as a principle. Then this thank you gift is probably not going to be delivered. The old Muramesa shook his head with mixed emotions and a complicated expression. He had never seen such an army, never seen a soldier like this before. So principled, so disciplined. Say it's the Sky Soldiers, nor is it too much. The old village chief smiled bitterly and replied, Mr. Bai, you're a foreigner. You don't know that we, the village people, have to pay a grain tax to Marshal Nyo for the grain we grow. If a piece of farmland can't grow the corresponding amount of grain, you still have to pay a lazy tax to Marshal Nyo. If oxen are to be used in plowing the land, you still have to pay an animal tax to Marshal Bull. If new farmland is to be reclaimed, one again has to pay a field tax to the cattle marshal. If you want to divert water for irrigation, you have to pay a water tax. These taxes can be ocean, cloth, or grain. We, Yangjiazhuang, don't have any oceans or cloth. We can only pay grain. In a year, 70% of the grain grown will have to go to Marshal Nyo. It's good enough that we can take 30%, and 30% still depends on Marshal Bull. The old village chief's tone was bitter and moody. If I didn't have a son who was a minor officer under Marshal Nyo's hand, It would be questionable if I could keep my second degree. How can you get enough to eat under these circumstances? Every 3 months, Marshal Nyo's men come over to collect taxes. If anyone dares not to pay their taxes, they will be shot. Taxes in this period. It's all collected indiscriminately by warlords. This, Bai Yi has some understanding, but he didn't expect that bull marshal actually collects taxes so heartlessly. You have to pay a tax for plowing with oxen. There is a tax on all water used for irrigation. I'm afraid it's almost as bad as breathing, walking, eating, and going to the bathroom, which are also taxed. How do they calculate how much tax you need to pay? Bai Yi asked with a frown. The old village chief laughed bitterly. Those soldier lords still need to do the math? They all just blurt out a number. And if we can't come up with that number of taxes, we'll have to arrest a few people for target shooting. Hear this. Not only did Bai Yi frown, even Linley and the other special forces could not help themselves a bit. This is the warlord? Bandit bar this is. Even more like bandits than bandits. These assholes. That's how you squeeze the people? Bai Yi began to ask the old village chief for some information about that Marshal Nyo. But the old village chief actually didn't know much about Marshal Nyo. The content of the answer is not very useful. But one thing is for sure. That bull marshal. Not a good person is all. Bai Yi has seen a news before. Said that this period of time some local taxes have received the year 2012. Directly ahead of the tax. Received 100 years later. Yes. It's that outrageous. Now that he had seen such an odd tax system with his own eyes, Bai Yi still felt that it was very outrageous. Right about this time, the wireless communicator hanging from Bai Yi's ear, came the sound. Major, our scouts have found something, please come back. Chapter 12, Bandits in the Mountains. The first bandit suppression program. Bai Yi returned inside the advance battalion's camp and walked into the middle of a huge tent. This is the temporary command headquarters of the advance battalion. Major, after a soldier saluted Bai Yi, he handed a few photos to Bai Yi. Immediately afterward, he opened his mouth to explain. Our advance battalion's drone team, in the course of surveying the surrounding situation, discovered a gathering place similar to bandits and mountain thieves about 15 kilometers to the north of our camp. Here's a high-definition photo taken by a drone, and you can see that the number of people in this bandit den is somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 or 60. Bandit's den? Bai Yi looked down at the few photos in his hands. All very clear photos. It was even possible to clearly see the faces of those inside that suspected Bandit's den, being able to clearly see their expressions. After all, it was an advanced drone from the Dragon Kingdom, and this kind of detection technology was considered relatively common. Presented inside the photo is a collection of cottage-like buildings. You can see there are quite a few people inside. Most were armed, but the weapons just looked very outdated, and most of them were crude clay guns. Some even carried large swords, or carrying a red rifle. The men were very skimpily dressed, and each looked better. Unlike the common people inside the young family home who can't get enough to eat, everyone has a sense of pithiness. And Bai Yi also saw a few horses, but they were short, skinny horses. Indeed, this looks very much like a bandit's den, and those in it do look like bandits. I didn't realize that there was a bandit den in the vicinity of the advance camp. This made Bai Yi a little surprised. Some more clarity, because when he first crossed over to the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, he encountered bandits coming over to loot the young family home. I even saw a bandit with his own eyes use a gun and beat a young family's people to death. At that time, he came close to being discovered by these bandits. Luckily he slipped away quickly at the time. Since Yangjiazhuan was able to be plundered by bandits, it means that these bandits were not particularly far away from Yangjiazhuan. For bandits, there's no such thing as the concept of a rabbit that doesn't do what it's supposed to do, as long as there's grass, and they eat. A bandit's nest was close at hand, so Bai Yi naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Not to mention that these bandits have killed people. I don't know how many people I've killed. Yangjiazhuan may just be one of the locations these bandits plundered. Bai Yi spoke in a deep voice. Go and poke around. For information on this bandit den, if it's really established that they are bandits, then they are our enemies, and are allowed to eliminate them directly. Who's a good guy these days if he's a bandit? In 100 bandits, 99 are vicious, and one is more vicious than vicious. There is no injustice in killing all of them. It's a messy world. If it doesn't come down hard, how can we stand? The soldier's expression flinched slightly as he nodded and responded. Yes, our advance battalion's main mission, though, is to explore the information within a 50-kilometer radius centered around the young family village. But if we come across something like this, we definitely can't just sit back and do nothing. And I don't think this is the only bandit den within 50 kilometers of here. Bai Yi continued. We need to get within a 50-kilometer radius of all the bandits and mountain thieves, all of them cleaned up. Don't feel any guilt. There's no injustice in killing all the bandits in this day and age. Whether it was Bai Yi or these soldiers inside the advance camp, they all have the right three views from the modern Dragon Kingdom. Naturally, there is no room in his eyes for these bandits and mountain thieves. Not to mention, the Dragon Kingdom was in need of a base for a magically altered version of the Republic realm in this place. How can a bandit den appear near a base? It must be exterminated. Especially since the scene from 2 months ago is fresh in my mind. Seeing the people of Yangjiazhuang killed with my own eyes, that kind of image is hard to forget. Revenge that the people are not capable of avenging. Bai Yi helped them to report. As Bai Yi's orders fell one by one, the entire advance battalion was mobilized as if it was a war machine. Suppression of bandits means there will be danger. Even if the bandits are weak, gotta be careful too. After all, no one can guarantee that it will not turn out to be a gutter. Every soldier's life is precious. That's why this plan to combat the bandits all needs to be worked out in detail, making sure that not a single soldier is lost. Immediately there were scouts in the advance battalion, who went forward to get information. Bai Yi, on the other hand, was working on this plan to eliminate the bandits, together with some soldiers. Make sure to do it with a thunderbolt. No loss of a general, only by removing all uncertainties within a 50-kilometer radius. It was only in this place that the Dragon Kingdom was able to establish a truly large base. A complete nail in the coffin in the magically altered Republican realm. It's also part of the development program for the magically altered Republic of Korea. An hour passed, and after the bandit eradication plan was made, in front of everyone, Bai Yi said this: if it is confirmed that the other party is indeed a bandit, in the next bandit eradication operation, I'm going to participate in it. Whitey knows. One needs to hone and experience, bound to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. The more rewards he will receive in the future when the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom rises, the stronger the self will be. At that time, if something came up, he might need to deal with the solution personally. So, Whitey has to hone himself early. At least, not so much that you can't even get down to killing bandits. Linley hesitated and reminded, Major, isn't this too dangerous? The bandits of the magically altered version of the Republic of China were weak, but they were also armed with lethal thermal weapons. For the Dragon Kingdom, nothing can happen to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, however, shook his head and said, there are some things that one must experience in the future, so why not experience them in advance? You can't, in the future, hesitate to kill an evil person, right? Chapter 13 3 Nests of Bandits. Suppress the bandits. Suppress the bandits. The advance battalion scouts were very efficient, and soon scouted out the realities of that nest of bandits. It was indeed a bandit den, numbering around 50 or so, possesses a small number of relatively outdated thermal weapons, has a large number of cold weapons, and there were a couple of horses, a dozen donkeys. The place where the bandits' den is located is an easily defensible halfway up the mountain. There was only one path that led there, and that path was also covered with traps. There was a high probability that those bandits had set them up. It's a nest of bandits after all. They were also afraid that they would be approached by the officials. It's just not very probable. Expecting the warlords who raided the people to fight the bandits is like expecting the sun to rise in the west. Is impractical. Meanwhile, the advance battalion is also poking around in Yangjiazhuang to find out the appropriate information. After all, the bandit den isn't particularly far from Yangjiazhuang, and the Yang family home has been looted by those bandits. I'm sure the villagers of Yangjiazhuang are still familiar with those bandits. Sure enough, got quite a bit of useful information from inside the Yang family home as well. Bai Yi learned that the nest of bandits was called the Heavenly King's Walled City, and the leader of that nest of bandits called himself the Great Heavenly King. This group of bandits has been entrenched here for years. They had guns in their hands, often make a fool of themselves in this part of the country, robbing the countryside. And Bai Yi also learned from the old village chief that there is not only this nest of bandits near Yangjiazhuang, there is another nest of bandits farther away from Yangjiazhuang, and there is another nest close to the county town, within a 50-kilometer radius. 3 nests of bandits. This sounds very exaggerated. After all, the area of 50 kilometers in a circle is equivalent to just 2 small counties in the Dragon Kingdom, and some of the larger counties in the Dragon Kingdom even exceed this area. It's amazing that there can be 3 nests of bandits in such a small area, and there's also a warlord, Marshal Nyo, who is not a bandit, but better than a bandit. The nest of bandits closest to Yangjiazhuang is located to the north of Yangjiazhuang, only 15 kilometers away. It's the weakest of the 3 nests of bandits, numbering more than 50 people, with hot weapons but not many, and very backward. There's also a nest of bandits to the west of Yangjiazhuang, but it's kinda far away, about 40 or so kilometers away. It's at the edge of our advance battalion's scouting zone. The last nest of bandits is the most powerful of the 3 nests. numbering more than 200 people, and it has an unspoken relationship with that Marshal Nyo. Inside a military tent of the advance camp, there was a table in front of Bai Yi. A simple map lay on the table. This map was produced by the surveyors inside the advance camp. Due to the rushed production time, it looks rather sketchy. But enough of that. Holding a small stick in his hand, Bai Yi tapped a location on top of the map, looked around at the 3 company commanders of the advance battalion in front of him, and opened his mouth to say, "For this bandit eradication program, our primary target is this nest of bandits in the north, the so-called Heavenly King's walled city. As long as we get rid of this nest of bandits, there won't be much uncertainty within a 20-kilometer radius. I will personally go on this bandit eradication operation. I'll be leading a special operations team, and a platoon of advance battalion soldiers. Give these bandits a sinking blow. Crush them with one blow." When he said this, Bai Yi's tone gave a slight pause before continuing to speak. "While I carry out my plan to eliminate the bandits, the advance battalion's camp will be under your care. Your tasks will continue to be building the base, as well as exploring and surveying the surrounding area. At the same time, do a good job of communicating with the people of Yangjiazhuang, and if the people have any needs, try to fulfill them as much as possible when conditions allow. If any unknown forces, or evil creatures similar to zombies, attack the Yang family home or camp, they can destroy each other. The military doctors in the battalion can treat villagers for free to increase trust. We have to have a good relationship with the people." Hearing this, the commander of Company I of the advance battalion asked, "If the people are short of food, can we provide it?" Bai Yi nodded. Yes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were originally the people's sons and daughters, and their existence was to carry the weight of the people. Although the common people of the magically altered version of the Republic realm are not residents of the Dragon Kingdom, but they are just as much the people. Just as much the people. It's the oppressed, the exploited, facing such a group of old people. Being a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, it's natural to protect them. Nightshade. Advent. About 60 heavily armed soldiers left the advance battalion's camp in the hazy, dim night. Bai Yi, then, was among them. The special operations squad that was responsible for protecting Bai Yi closely was also within this group of soldiers. Bai Yi looked at Lin Li next to him. "I didn't expect you, an experienced special forces soldier, to be nervous." Lin Li laughed bitterly. "There are different kinds of special forces." Lin Li and the rest of this special operations squad had always operated within the Dragon Kingdom. At best, they were involved in arresting some vicious criminals. The weekdays were basically spent training hard or maneuvering with other squads. There's not really a lot of real-life combat actually. Killing. For them, it's also a challenge. Now their mission tonight was to eliminate a nest of bandits, and the word eliminate already indicated the content of the mission. As Bai Yi said, this magically altered version of the bandits of the Republican era. All killed, all have been wronged. Being able to be a bandit, there are lives on the line. When they were poking around in the Yangjiazhuang for news of the bandits before, they already knew something about this group of bandits. 2 months ago the bandits from the Heavenly King's fortress came down the mountain to plunder the Yang family home, killed a full 3 people on the spot. It also injured a dozen people. Among the dozen or so who were injured, one was seriously injured and couldn't hold out for a week. And the villagers of Yangjiazhuang also said that the bandits of Tianwangzhai, this is not the first time to plunder Yangjiazhuang. Even other villages in the vicinity have been plundered. These bandits, one by one, blood is on the line. Chapter 14, Heavenly King's Walled City. Modern army versus Republican bandits. The bandit den named Tianwangzhai is only 15 kilometers away from the advance battalion's camp. A distance of 15 kilometers was not considered too far for Bai Yi and the others, and you can also drive down a dirt road to get there. But the car was only able to drive up to 10 kilometers because the bandit den was put halfway up the mountain. You can't climb up a mountain in a military vehicle, can you? That's obviously impractical. 2 dark green military vehicles traveled down the not-so-spacious dirt road. This dirt road is the road that the villagers of Yangjiazhuang walk on weekdays. It's a road to the county seat. The 2 military vehicles stood out very well in the night, especially with the bright lights from the headlights. But due to the zombies that haunted this neighborhood a while back, no one dares to go out at night. Even the people of the Yang family knew that the zombie had been subdued, but it's still a little scary. So much so that no one saw the military vehicles. Drove about 10 kilometers the whole way. The military vehicle stopped. Bai Yi had a squad of soldiers stay here and then led the others to feel their way into the mountains. The darkness of the night perfectly hid their forms, coupled with the fact that Bai Yi and the others were wearing minks that were camouflage uniforms. It was even more difficult for them to be discovered in the darkness of the mountains and forests. Climbing mountains for every soldier. It's all part of the training routine. The group, under full armor and as sensitive as mountain wildcats, kept weaving in and out of the woods. Soon, just found a mountain road leading to a bandit den. The mountain road showed obvious signs of human reclamation, presumably by these bandits. And, at the bottom of the trail, the bandits had actually sent someone, in the shadows, to keep a close eye on this road up the mountain. These bandits are really cunning. Surprisingly, they sent 2 people to squat nearby. If it wasn't for the fact that we have a thermal imager, it's estimated that as soon as we get close to that mountain road, these 2 bandits who were looking out for us, would have discovered us, and then run to the top to report it. Bai was roughly a few dozen meters away from that mountain road, and he spoke as if he were talking to himself, very softly. A little farther away you can't hear what he's saying. Bai had a very complete set of equipment on him, and the thermal imager thing was pretty good, especially in the midst of this darkness. It's almost as if the perspective is on. He could clearly see 2 sneaky figures not far away, crouching in a very hidden place. That heck is the lookout bandit. Bai gestured a few tactical gestures to the few soldiers around him. These soldiers around him, all special forces. After seeing these gestures he had made, Linley, who was the leader of the Special Operations Squad, nodded. Linley immediately took one of his team members and began to go around behind the 2 bandits. The action was very swift, very little movement, have to say. To be able to become a Special Forces soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, one's hands are all first-rate. The 2 bandits hiding in the shadows had no idea what was going on. They didn't know that there were already dozens of Dragon Kingdom soldiers that had silently arrived close to them. 2 of them are Special Forces. It's already close to them. Distance from these 2 bandits, only a few meters away. Hiss. It's a chilly night. We won't meet the vampire from Yang's house, right? If we meet it, we too are not finished? The 2 clay guns in our hands. Want to kill people are difficult. Can beat the dead zombies? Alas. Big Boss is really something too. Is it not overly cautious to have people guarding the path up the mountain every time? It's not like anyone knows that our Heavenly King's walled city is in a place like this anyway. Now we have to keep an eye on the mountain road in the middle of the night. If we meet a zombie then we're screwed. One of the bandits shrunk his neck and whispered in a trembling voice. The matter of Yang Jiazhuang being haunted by zombies had spread long ago, and even they, the bandits, knew about it, and that's exactly why. It's only during this period of time when Yang Jiazhuang is haunted by zombies that no bandit dares to go and fight the autumn wind. After all, the bandits are afraid too. Who's not afraid of something like a zombie? This damn thing. Legend has it that it's invulnerable to swords, guns, water and fire, so it's very fierce. Shut up. No one will take you for a dummy if you don't speak. The other bandit gave his companion a hard stare. If I really encountered that zombie, it would definitely be your guy's crow's mouth. Mother *******. There wasn't anything wrong in the first place, but as a result of what you said, Oldney is starting to panic a bit. The 2 bandits who were talking did not realize that in the darkness, 2 pairs of eyes, already on them. The dagger, coated with a special coating, was already in Linley's hands. Whoosh! Linley and the other Special Forces soldier were like ferocious cheetahs, quickly lunging towards the back of the 2 bandits. Cover their mouths with one hand. With the dagger in one hand, he quickly moved towards the bandit's neck, and wiped it viciously. Pust. Blood splatters. The 2 bandits' eyes widened abruptly. Instinctively, he wanted to struggle, but it didn't work. As the blood continued to splash out, the life was rapidly passing away. In the meantime, Bai immediately led a platoon of soldiers and touched up towards a mountain road. Linley and the other Special Forces soldier quickly followed suit. The process is thunderous. There's no dragging. The Heavenly King's cottage is located halfway up this treacherous mountain, probably with an elevation of about 200 to 300 meters. This peak is geologically unique and rocky, and there are a lot of bluffs. It is a naturally defensible place. There was only one artificially reclaimed mountain road that could lead to the bandit cottage halfway up the mountain. That's why these bandits, they set up their mountain strongholds here. If it was in the Cold War era, this place only needs a few dozen troops to be able to stop hundreds of all enemy troops. Even in this period, can do this too. Unfortunately, the group of bandits didn't realize that they were facing, from the modern day, the Dragon Kingdom's army. It didn't take long. Bai and the others had then touched halfway up the mountain, saw that bandit den, see the bandits inside. A platoon of soldiers immediately split into 5 action squads and began preparing to surround these bandits. In the darkness, Bai was holding a rifle, adjusted the collimator, then immediately aimed at a bandit who was not far away. A gatekeeper inside the bandit's den, 100 meters or so away. His face was calm. Pull the trigger. Bang. Chapter 15. Capture the Great King of Heaven alive. Delivered to the people for judgment. Although Bai had only been inside the Dragon Kingdom's capital city military region for a mere month of special training, but due to his increased physique he was able to learn and adapt very quickly. able to become proficient in a wide variety of single weapons in just 1 month. The concept of proficiency is someone who has been immersed in this path for quite a few years. Bai Yi's shot was very accurate. Moving targets at a distance of roughly 100 meters or so were completely trivial for him, as he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! In the dark, the shots were loud. It's crisp. The gun in Bai Yi's hand was not equipped with a silencer. In fact, the silencer's silencing effect was not particularly good, especially in such a quiet and dark night. The silencer was even less useful. Instead, a muzzle flamethrower is fitted for suppressing the muzzle flame a bit. The Heavenly King's cottage is a very modest piece of architecture. Bandits aren't expected to have much talent for infrastructure. After all, a wall built of stone protects the bandit den. Sort of a very suggested mini-wall. There's only one door to get through, and there are 4 other bandits guarding this door. That shot from Bai Yi, it's very precise. The moment the gunshot rang out, a bandit, suddenly without a word, fell to the ground in response. Apparently, the shot was a direct hit to his vitals. Let the other side react without reacting. The sudden gunshot and the fall of his companion caused the other 3 bandits watching the door to panic. Before they could call out, Whitey lands a series of point-blank shots. Bang! 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 4 shots. 3 shots hit. 1 shot blank. The remaining 3 bandits also fell to the ground in response. The body burst into blood. These gunshots from Bai Yi were like a signal to attack. Immediately after, it was the continuous sound of gunfire, and the panicked shrieks of the bandits, like firecrackers on a holiday. What's going on? What's going on? Who the hell is shooting? The big boss of the Heavenly King walled city, Big Heavenly King, was a big man with a height of 1 meter 9, and his face was full of ferociousness, but a bit panicked. This kind of body type is really among the millions of people who are rare in this day and age. Big dog, big boss, the soldiers are coming. The bandit minions at the bottom hurriedly shouted in terror, but the next moment they were struck in the abdomen by several bullets that came from nowhere. 5 or 6 scarlet blood flowers emerged, opened his mouth, straight down. This scene, looking at the Big Heavenly King, his scalp went numb, and the incessant gunfire all around him made him wonder just how many enemies there were. Hundreds? Thousands? The gunfire was too intense. After, left, right, it's all gunshots. The ones who attacked the Heavenly King's walled city were all elite soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and among them, there were more than a dozen experienced special forces, and the weapons in the hands of these soldiers are all modern and advanced, though few people in combat will have their rifles on full auto. But even with semi-automatic point-and-shoot, dozens of rounds in a magazine, that's still a lot of point-and-shoot. It made the bandits of this period feel like they had 1,000 armies. It feels like there are people everywhere, and every soldier is equipped with a thermal imager. Even if it is now a very modest night, there is still no way to hide the movements of these bandits, which are as conspicuous as fireflies in front of the eyes of the soldiers. Dozens of soldiers formed an encirclement that surrounded the bandit den, and step by step, it eats away at the center. The encircling circle slowly closed, and each soldier's gun line is very well defined, creating crossfire after crossfire that can kill the enemy very quickly and effectively, as well as support teammates very quickly. It does not create opposing fire that could accidentally injure friendly forces. That's the specialty. One unprepared bandit after another had no resistance at all. Even if these bandits are prepared, their end will not be the same. Bandit after bandit fell to the ground, and all they heard was a variety of gunshots. Beat them up and make them cry. Mother asterisk. How many people are there? Against a bandit. That asshole Nyo. Do you need this kind of battle? No. How come that bull has time to fight bandits? Didn't I remember that he took a concubine just a few days ago? Could it be that because the laborer didn't send anyone to deliver the gift, that bull surnamed thinks I'm disrespecting him? Mother asterisk. This asshole. If I survive this day, I'll definitely remember this revenge. The great Heavenly King hid behind a stone wall, not daring to raise his head in curses. He treated Bai Yi and the other Dragon Kingdom soldiers as if they were Marshal Nyo's men. After all, who would have thought? It's amazing that the offense is not from this world. Gradual. Gunshots. Gradually stopping. The Dato heard the diminishing gunfire, and instead of feeling grateful, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, his scalp was numb. Cold sweat. Because it represents those of his own men. Possibly. It's almost gone. Although the soldiers under the hands of Marshal Nyo were all wastes. But how could the bandits in the hands of his great Heavenly King not be a bunch of wastes? Done. The big picture is gone. Just as he was grieving in his heart, suddenly he felt, as if something, against the back of his head. Then, his hands were immediately brought under control, and a Mauser barge in his hand was violently kicked off the floor. Handcuff like cuffs, cuffed his hands up and quickly tackled him. Major, caught a big fish. I just saw a bandit call this one big dog, so I took it upon myself to keep him alive. I think this fellow has some other use. The person who spoke was Linley. How he had set his sights on the great heavenly king. It was really those bandits from before that shouted too loudly. Gives the big sky away. Oh, the bandits' leader? An unhurried footstep approached. The person walking over was obviously Bai Yi. Bai Yi took out a tactical flashlight in his hand, and the piercing white light shone on the big heavenly king's face. The light was so bright that the great celestial king couldn't open his eyes. A big fish indeed. Bai Yi nodded. Indeed. It's also a bit useful. Bring him to the Yang family home. I think the people of the Yang family home must have been harboring resentment towards this group of bandits for a long time now. The rest of you clean up the place and clean up any dead bandits before there's any plague. Those who aren't dead are also given control and brought to the Yang family home together. They have plagued the people for so long, so let the people deal with them. Public trial for them. Chapter 16 Heavy-hearted. The mental work that must be done. This time the operation against the bandits was completed very quickly, because these bandits were nothing more than a rabble, though the bandits numbered as many as 50 or 60. Unfortunately, there were only about a dozen of them with hot weapons in their hands, and these so-called heat weapons are very outdated. The most advanced weapon is probably the Mauser pistol in the hands of that big boss, Big Sky, also known as the very familiar barge gun. Against such a group of bandits who are backwardly equipped, backwardly minded, and extremely wary, it simply couldn't have been easier. There is no difficulty. The battle was only 10 minutes from start to finish. This is still because these bandits are too able to run. When the bandits are in disarray, there is a count one all crazy like running around, want to escape. Plus they were more familiar with the surrounding terrain, giving the dragon soldiers quite a bit of difficulty in killing them. But okay, not much of a problem. In the end, after a few soldiers counted, there were a total of 57 bandits in this so-called Heavenly King's walled city. 39 of them were killed on the spot. There are only 18 alive. Inside these 18 survivors, 13 of them were seriously injured, looking like they had less breath in and more breath out, and obviously couldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. That is to say, the real sort of captive. There are only 5. Among them were the big leader of the Heavenly King's walled city, as well as the second leader of the Heavenly King's walled city. The remaining 3 are bandit minions, for being more resourceful, escaped death. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also got some unexpected gains. This Heavenly King's walled city has been entrenched here for 8 long years, and they come down to the mountains every month to fight the autumn winds, either looting villages, either looting caravans. 8 years of plundering vast quantities of supplies. This included a wide variety of food, oceans, jewelry, antiques, and more. What surprised Bai Yi the most was, this group of bandits actually had a collection of what appeared to be very complete tiger skins. Nice guy, so rich. The riches of this bandit den exceeded Bai Yi's expectations, not to mention the valuable stuff, the large amount of grain hoarded inside the bandit's den alone, as well as the more than 1,000 coins of ocean. All of these are enough to make the 2 Yangjiazhuang a whole year without worrying about food and drink. Major, we found a dungeon in the bandit den with civilians imprisoned by the bandits. A soldier rushed over and reported to Bai Yi. Dungeon? Bai Yi frowned. Take me to see. Soon, the soldier led Bai Yi to the interior of the Heavenly King's walled city and inside a dungeon. It was an underground cell with a very narrow space. Inside, it was divided into a dozen cubicles. One in. Bai Yi then smelled a strange odor. That smell was somewhat similar to heather flowers. Inside each compartment of the dungeon, there was actually a female locked up in all of them. Their clothes were tattered and disheveled, and their bodies showed more or less signs of having been beaten. It looked yellow and thin, obviously hungry for a long time. The eyes were hollow. Ming is still alive, but it's like death. Release them, move gently and don't let their emotions get the better of them. Then take good clothes and put them on. Give them something to eat to fill their stomachs, and take them down the mountain. Bai Yi had mixed feelings. Anger is natural. But the bandits in the bandit den are already dead and wounded. The rest are prisoners ready for public trial. This anger flourished again. It's also hard to vent. Sure enough, none of these bandits, all of them killed, were wrongly accused. Bai Yi took a deep breath as he stepped out of this dim and depressing dungeon, breathing in the air outside that smelled of smoke and blood. In a bad mood. It was all too values challenging for him, a man from the Dragon Kingdom. Likewise, the other soldiers felt the same way, even angrier than Bai Yi. The soldiers are also young. Some are even aughts. They're trippy, thought positive. The sight of this all-consuming evil made them almost unable to hold back their anger and slaughter the remaining 5 captives as well. Luckily, The military discipline of the Dragon Kingdom's army is strict. All this anger can only be suppressed, because they also know that these 5 captives actually won't live long, and they will only end up in hell. The entire bandit nest was turned upside down by the Dragon Kingdom's army. Everything of value was taken away, and the bodies of the bandits were buried on the spot. Consider that there are such things as ghosts and monsters in this world. During the burying process, Bai Yi had the soldiers rally together and put up a loud and clear military song. With the help of the army's fury, it shattered all the dead grudges of these bandits, so that they can't go and do evil even after they're dead. The dozen or so yellow-faced women in the dungeon were well taken care of by the soldiers, who put them on military vehicles. 2 military vehicles came in a hurry. Back in a hurry. This battle. 0 casualties in the Dragon Kingdom, although the bandit eradication operation was victorious, and the process was perfect, without any mistakes. But not many people were happy. Everyone was in a very heavy mood. One size, a small bandit den of only a few dozen people, has done so much evil. What about those large bandit dens that are hundreds in size? What about even warlords with thousands and thousands of troops? The evil things they do. I'm afraid the list is endless. With very mixed feelings, the 2 military vehicles returned inside the advance battalion's camp. Bai Yi asked for the few soldiers inside the advance battalion who had studied psychology. Psychological work is done accordingly for those involved in banditry operations. After all, most of them had killed someone tonight, basically for the first time in their lives. Bai Yi didn't want these soldiers to have psychological problems. Psychological work is a must. Even he himself is no exception. For the dozen or so women who were imprisoned by the bandits, Bai Yi arranged for them to temporarily stay in the advance camp and vacated a few tents for them. By the way, let someone heat hot water so that they can take a good bath and get some rest. And they have to be psychologized as well. After all, the experiences they had suffered would definitely affect them for the rest of their lives, and some of them might already be heartbroken. These are innocent civilians. It's a living human life. Can save. Just try to save. Whitey had a busy night. Pre-busy. After the hustle. Chapter 17 Removing the Yoke. Fight the man who rides on the neck. The next day. A.M. Bai Yi, this time, made an unprecedented move by having someone drive a military vehicle to the young family home not far away. In addition to the soldiers of the advance battalion, there are 5 bandits captured last night in the car. All 5 of these bandits were tied up. Every bandit's face was written with panic, as well as disheveled looks. They never dreamed. It's amazing that there could be such an unheard of army in this part of the world. They had already determined that this was definitely not that Marshal Nyo's army. How can someone like Marshal Nyo have such an iron army? And these soldiers had guns on them that they had never seen before. What's even more exaggerated is that these soldiers actually have trucks. Trucks are a rare thing these days. Plus every soldier spoke a very proper Mandarin accent. This caused these bandits to resist speculating in horror. They didn't need a big warlord, did they? Have the warlords from the north hit yet? Hiss. Big leader. Second leader. A few of us. We should be fine, right? A tied-up bandit minion. The words were spoken in a very shaky voice. You could hear that he sounded very panicked, and the bumps of the military vehicle had made him a little seasick and want to throw up. Both feet are weak. 2 strands warring. How the does Rao Tetsuo know? The big boss, big heavenly king, gritted his teeth and glared at this little minion. Then the next moment, the soldier in the car frowned and chided. Don't talk. Several bandits immediately shut up. Scared, not afraid of not working. In their eyes, all of these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were like heavenly soldiers. It didn't take a single soldier to wipe out their bandit den. Isn't this a heavenly soldier or what? But, this heavenly king's walled city's big boss and second boss, on the contrary, had 2 very sneaky eyes wandering around. They certainly don't want to sit around and wait. They had been bandits for so many years and gotten away with it for so long. They surely didn't want to be accounted for here just like this. Suddenly, the skinnier-looking second-in-command, winking a pair of thieving triangular eyes at the few Dragon Kingdom soldiers watching them from inside the car. I only heard him suddenly whisper, "Several military masters, do you want to make a fortune?" The little one knows where some valuable things are hidden. If a few army masters can release the little ones, I will immediately take a few of them to make a fortune. However, the few Dragon Kingdom soldiers in the car just glanced at them, a sneer, and then it was indifferent. Make a fortune? Not interested. They are all aware of these bandits and just how much evil they do, especially the dozen or so women housed inside the advance camp. Their looks are simply heartbreaking. The experience is even sadder to hear. The listener falls to tears. In the presence of the soldiers of the advance battalion, these bandits had long ago been labeled with a death sentence in their minds, the kind that can never be forgiven. Being a good soldier in the 21st century, as an elite soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, They weren't interested in bribes in the slightest, and they could see that the bandits were merely bluffing. The entire bandit den had been turned upside down, and everything that should have been captured had been seized. Even if these bandits, they are still hiding something, at best, it's just a few, so that they can eke out a living and be able to make a comeback with their belongings. The value probably holds up to a couple hundred dimes. The whole days is thousands of yen. Anything that can be hidden for so long is jewelry, or antiques, in addition to oceans. This, a lot? Tell the truth. A random dragon soldier inside the advance camp takes the wristwatch in his hand and goes out to sell it. In this day and age they all go for thousands of dollars at random. After all, the wristwatches in their hands are high-tech products of the 21st century. Even in the 21st century, it's something that's not available on the market. It's all military tech. It didn't take long. Follow the very bumpy road. The military vehicle arrived at Yangjiazhuang. It made quite a stir. The truck. Such a big truck. These villagers, people of Yangjiazhuang. In fact, there are many people, have never been to the county town. They had only heard of such things as cars inside the county. I've only heard its appearance described. Knowing that this is a type of carrier that, without the need for oxen or horses to pull it, is able to walk on its own. It came in from the foreign side, but they've never seen it with their own eyes. Now see for yourself. It was as if he was facing a huge steel beast straight on. Some of the younger children in the village were so frightened that they rushed away. Even some of the adults, even if it's a farmhand, listening to the engine noise from the military vehicle and looking at the exaggerated exterior styling, still heartbroken, scalp numbness. It's Mr. Bai. When Bai Yi stepped down from the passenger seat of a military vehicle, the villagers of the Yang family immediately recognized Bai Yi as a familiar face, and then they heaved a sigh of relief. In their eyes Bai Yi was their great benefactor. These days were able to prove that the zombie that had plagued the Yang family home for so long had indeed been subdued. Moreover, Bai Yi ordered the military doctors of the advance battalion to give free medical treatment to the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. If the villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang have any needs, help where you can when conditions allow. Inside a few short days, the relationship between the advance battalion and the Youngs became very good. That's how the Youngs realized. Turns out the world. There is also an army that works for the people and for the people. This led to the advance battalion being at the Young. There is already an initial reputation. Even an ordinary soldier. All can be honored. The first thing Bai Yi did when he came to Yangjiazhuang was to find the old village head of Yangjiazhuang. Then ask the old village headman to gather all the villagers together. This confused the old Moramesa. And when Bai Yi carried out the few bandits that were tied up, the old Moramesa was confused, shocked beyond belief, because he recognized one of these bandits. That's the big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city. Hiss! The old Muramesa sucked in a breath of cold air. Now there was no need for Bai Yi to explain. He was able to know what was going on. Mr. White in front of me. I can't believe I've swept away the bandits of the Heavenly King's walled city. Even the bandits' big boss has been captured. Facing the shocked old village chief, Bai Yi said, I want to hold a public trial for these bandits in Yangjiazhuang, where the village people, who will criticize them, will decide whether they live or die. Such behavior, it's considered a traditional art skill in the Dragon Kingdom. Doing so can really make the people of Yangjiazhuang recognize the Longhua army, because the army of the Dragon Kingdom is helping them to remove the shackles from their necks. In helping them fight the man who rides the neck, the old village chief hurriedly went to notify the villagers in a hurry and fire. And soon the whole Yangjiazhuang shook. The bandits of the Heavenly King's fortress, Grand Master of the Heavenly King's walled city, busted to have a public trial. The life and death of a bandit, held in the hands of them, the villagers. Mr. White, a saint. Chapter 18, gunned down. The news flowed, and the clueless Marshal Niu. Half of the villagers in Yangjiazhuang have already left Yangjiazhuang because of the haunted zombies. But there were still more than 200 families who remained in the Yang family home. The population of the entire Yang family is still close to 1,000 people today. It's not really a big village in the magically altered Republican era. Magic Revision Republican era clan concepts are very heavy. Most of the same clan will pile up to survive. So much so that a family village will get bigger and bigger, until it grew into a large village with a population of several thousand, or even close to tens of thousands. That's the kind of village that can be called a big village. The Yang family is medium-sized at best. Old Murakami was very prestigious in the village and he called everyone over. All the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, young and old, all gathered in the village square. A spot came out over the square. There were 5 men kneeling there, 5 bandits. Upon seeing those 5 bandits from the Heavenly King's walled city, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang were immediately mobilized in anger. One by one, they glared angrily towards these 5 bandits. Gnashing of teeth, eyes on fire. Bastard! 2 months ago, the bandits from Tianwangsai came to Yangjiazhuang and killed several people. One of them was my second uncle. A young farmer with a stretcher said in an angry and hateful tone. I watched as my second uncle was shot in the chest by a bandit with a birdshot, and all the bullets were densely packed with round bullets. A woman in the village broke down in tears. 3 years ago, my child was taken by bandits. She was only 12 years old. Mother asterisk. This group have finally made retribution. Even the heavens can't look at it anymore. Benefactor Mr. Bai is a benefactor of our Yang family. The soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand are all good soldiers. That's what a real soldier is. That's what being a soldier is all about. Those soldiers in the county town. What are they? I recognize that guy. That's the big boss of the Heavenly King's walled city, with a gag name of Big Heavenly King. The bandit lords, all captured? Heavenly soldiers. Heavenly soldiers. All sorts of murmurings went on and on at this moment. There is righteous indignation. There's gratefulness. There were tears of pain. There is shock inexplicably. The faces are different. Emotions galore. There should be everything. Some villagers even treated the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as heavenly soldiers, blowing the soldiers of the advanced battalion to be embarrassed. Also, I lament the simplicity of the common people these days. I can also empathize with the kind of oppression that the common people suffer on a regular basis. Gentlemen, facing the nearly 1,000 villagers of Yangjiazhuang, facing young and old, Bai's expression was very composed and calm, and his voice increased by a few points. Folks of Yangjiazhuang, as you can see, these 5 people kneeling on the ground are the bandits of the Heavenly King walled city. The first one on the left is the big boss of Tianwangsai. The second one on the left is the second boss of Tianwangsai. I'm sure you all know very well what the Heavenly King's walled city is. It's a bandit den. It's full of unforgivable bandits. Every bandit has the lives of innocent people in his hands. They are sinners. They have committed crimes that are too numerous to mention. Bai Yi's tone paused slightly. Next moment, he continued. I know that you are very angry. Also know what you guys have been through. More than that, I know that these bandits deserve to die. These bandits have been riding on your heads and reigning supreme for I don't know how many years. I'll ask you to name the crimes these bandits have committed. Public trial. As the name suggests, it is to judge these bandits with the people. It is important to give the people a sense of participation, to make them feel like they are themselves and unshackle themselves. Let them feel that they have contributed to the effort when they beat the enemy riding on their necks. This will mobilize them, unlock their inherent thoughts. The villagers of Yangjiazhuang did not expect that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would not only help them to eliminate the bandits, but actually want to judge the bandits of Tianwangsai together with them, the common people. This caused many of the younger villagers, one by one, to scramble to tell of the bandits' crimes. There's a person to tell. There'll be a second one. The third. Until all of them. The mouths of the 5 bandits had already been gagged long ago, and they looked at the righteously indignant villagers of the Yang family. The 5 bandits' faces were ashen. As dumb as they are, they know. Yourself. It's over. This situation. It was clear that they would not be spared. Dead. As a crime fell on the bandit's head, the minutes ticked away. Until noon, when the sun is hot, as the sea and the tide tell, finally stopped. So many crimes, enough to shoot hundreds of times. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, following the wishes of the people of Yangjiazhuang, under the orders of Bai Yi, raising his gun at the 5 kneeling bandits, pulled the trigger, shooting, as the bandit's head sputtered with scarlet blood and fell limply to the ground in a helpless heap. Deafening cheers and shouts of approval erupted. The original numbness of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, in everyone's eyes. A little something extra. More light. The Grand Master and Second Master of the Heavenly King's walled city were killed on the spot by an army, in front of all the villagers. In Yangjiazhuang, it's impossible to keep news like this from the public. After all, the people who saw the bandits being shot down amounted to nearly 1,000 villagers of Yangjiazhuang. They're sure to get the word out, passing off the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom as heavenly soldiers. Message. Inevitable. The word got out to the county. It reached the ears of that martial bull. The Yang family? That zombie-haunted Yangjiazhuang? When informed of this news, Marshal Nyo, who had a more obese physique, a ring of beard around his lips, and a jade Buddhist tablet hanging around his neck, froze for a moment. When did that place have an army, and actually took out that group of bandits from the Heavenly King's walled city straight away? Not. This Yangjiazhuang is not the territory of the laborers? Where did this mother asterisk her come from? Trespassing on labor's territory, killing the bandits of labor's territory, and harvesting the hearts of the people of labor's territory? This mother asterisk Isn't it provoking labor? Chapter 19 Building Deployment. Crippled Kidney Weakness Taoist. As the double penetration door opened, more than 4,000 soldiers, medical personnel, and scientific researchers, with a large number of equipment and facilities, entered inside the double penetration door one after another with a slightly apprehensive mood. Such emotions were justifiable, after all. This was the first time in their lives they had ever traveled. How could they have thought in the past that they would encounter such a thing in their lives? Crossing over for what is now the Dragon Kingdom. That's something you can feel just by listening to it. That glorious sense of purpose in it. It made them apprehensive and slightly excited at the same time. As soldier after soldier, carrier after carrier, disappeared inside the double-through door, the other world they appeared in. Here the war is raging in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. Of course, the advanced battalion base inside the magically altered Republic realm was still a relatively safe place. At least for the time being there was no war. The people are still having a very hard time, but they are still able to get by. And unlike some other places, this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm of the Divine Kingdom, but there were many provinces that were at war at this time. It's not an exaggeration to say that the people are dying. A lot of people are dying every day. These people did not die because of an accident or because of end of life. Rather, they were implicated by the ripple effects of the war. The defenseless people were only able to try to survive between the cracks of one warlord after another. Can live for a day. It's one day. Today's wish may be to be alive tomorrow. It's that simple. Disorganized. Brutal. Describes a time like this. The 500 or so soldiers inside the advance camp had long awaited the arrival of these fellow soldiers. Soldiers from the advance battalion will lead these new arrivals and familiarize them with the area. Take them through the current situation. Be aware of the current situation. After understanding the surrounding situation as well as the condition of the area, these newly arrived soldiers began to clear the surrounding woods to make a larger wide space in which to set up camp. Especially the soldiers of the 2 regiments of the construction corps, who had brought a large number of engineering instruments, as well as bringing in large quantities of building materials, enough to build this temporary base into a real base. Newly built this according to the base, it has to be even bigger. It can accommodate tens of thousands of people at least. Minimum. There's room for a division. These soldiers of the construction corps who had just arrived at the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm from the Dragon Kingdom had only familiarized themselves with the place for half a day before they began to carry out engineering construction in a bold manner. Survey geology. Hit the ground running. Churning cement. Everything was in order. Of course the main thing was to cut down the trees because the place was just too small to accommodate a couple of battalions. The problem was that now they had several regiments. That makes it very crowded. Each tent is now next to each other. And you may have to worry about walking and accidentally stepping on someone's foot. That's why the surrounding woods had to be cut down to make the wide flat area even bigger. There are plenty of trees out there in the magically altered Republic anyway. Don't worry about damaging the environment. The trees that were cut down because of the construction based on the base were not wasted, but were transported back inside the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there was no lack of trees that were decades, or even hundreds of years old, and were very economically valuable. The trees were of little use to them anyway. You can't use wood for military infrastructure, can you? Wouldn't that be able to be destroyed by just a few shells? Send it to the Dragon Kingdom to have real value. Once again the camp became hot and everyone had tons of work to do. Even the newly arrived soldiers of the main combat regiment, all have to help with engineering. Everyone has to be busy. Bai Yi wasn't surprised. However, Bai Yi didn't know much about engineering and construction. He was busy assigning each soldier's tasks, which was a great test of one's management skills. Fortunately, Bai Yi was very good at learning, and was able to get started very quickly, and with the assistance of several staff officers arranged by the Dragon Kingdom, as well as several captains, Bai Yi managed a large force of over 5,000 people, surprisingly well managed. There's no confusion. This made the several staff officers sent by the Dragon Kingdom to assist Bai Yi, as well as the several regimental commanders, stagger, calling out in their hearts that Bai Yi did not look like a normal human at all. It's amazing that a man who was never even a class president when he was a student can manage a force of several thousand men so quickly. Demon bar this is. This ability that Bai Yi had displayed had kind of convinced them. No wonder the old general wanted them to follow Bai Yi's orders completely. Whitey has more than just a brush. He's got a million of them. While the camp is in full swing. Late afternoon. On the muddy dirt road at the entrance of the village of Yangjiazhuang, a middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest, limping with a walking stick, walked towards the inside of Yangjiazhuang. Unhurriedly, a small brass bell was attached to the walking stick, making a crisp sound with each step. The Taoist robes on his body were a little white from washing. A long head of hair was coiled into a classic Taoist hairstyle and secured with a simple mahogany hairpin. It's just that his likeness is really creepy to look at. A face that looked pale and overall thin, as if it were skin and bones. The eyes are deeply concave and dark circles are evident. At first glance it looks like a kidney deficiency. Again, it's like smoking crack. The moment this crippled Taoist priest had just stepped into the Yang family's house, he suddenly came to an abrupt halt in his footsteps, frowning in confusion. His voice sounded slightly hoarse and breathless. Ahem. How come the Yang family home has such a strong Yang qi? He coughed heavily and spoke in a tone that was thick with confusion. The last time I came to Yangjiazhuan was half a year ago. At that time Yangjiazhuan more than 500 households. All did not have such a strong Yang qi. Now after night's zombie cholera for so long, it is reasonable to say that the village's Yang qi, it should be shaky. Suddenly, his expression changed abruptly. Could something have changed that I don't know about? Something couldn't have happened to the zombie that was harboring it, could it? No, not likely. Just a few waste Taoist priests and nuns inside the county. Dealing with wandering ghosts they are barely okay, but definitely not capable of dealing with zombies. Such ferocious evil things. Probably overthinking it. Cough cough cough. Chapter 20, Uncommon Vengeance. Half-red clothed night ghost. The crippled Taoist priest, who looked creepier in overall appearance, limped slowly inside the Yang family home. Along the way he noticed that there were a lot fewer people in the Yang family home than before. But the whole atmosphere of the Yang family is very joyful, completely without the slightest hint of panic in the face of zombies and such ferocious things. It's as if zombies are as if they don't exist. It's just that it's already late in the evening. It was reasonable to expect it to be dark in another half hour's time at the most. Once it gets dark, it's time for the zombies to come out of their holes. Aren't the villagers here worried that they'll encounter a zombie attack at night? The night was almost over, and there were still people working in the farmland. Some of the small children in the village were still running around playing. No sense of crisis? The crippled Taoist priest felt more and more that something was very wrong. In his perception, if an ordinary village is haunted by zombies, the village will definitely be thrown into endless panic. It may not even be evening yet and people are hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. But the situation in Yangjiazhuan was different from what he had imagined. There was also no glutinous rice sprinkled in front of every house. No spiritual talisman was put on it either. Something's not right. With a not-so-good feeling, the crippled Taoist priest came to a farmland, found a farmer of Yangjiazhuan, couldn't help but open his mouth to dare to ask this priest. Poor Taoist heard from afar that Yangjiazhuan is haunted by zombies, deeply affected by the zombies, and came over to take a look. However, I found that all the people in Yangjiazhuan are living peacefully and happily, and now that the sky is almost dark, zombies are ferocious things that travel by day and night. Resident, why don't you hurry back to your home to avoid the zombies that travel at night? This farmer from Yangjiazhuan didn't expect it. I can't believe I'm meeting a crippled Taoist priest, and how this Taoist priest looks a bit scary. That face is as thin as a skeleton. The face was as pale as a paper man. How long has it been since you've had enough to eat? It's weirdly creepy to look at. The farmer's man didn't doubt this Taoist priest, but honestly replied, Taoist master, our village, indeed, was haunted by a zombie before. That zombie killed a lot of people, but that zombie has long since been subdued by Mr. Bai with his men. There was no zombie cholera for these 10 days, so we are naturally not afraid of zombies. He didn't notice that after he said the zombie was subdued, the expression of the crippled Taoist priest in front of him instantly stiffened. Disbelief was written all over his eyes. Taoist master? Are you alright, Taoist master? The peasant man looked at the dumbfounded crippled Taoist priest in front of him and asked kindly in a puzzled manner, if you are not feeling well, you can come to our Yangjiazhuan's military medical clinic to take a look at it, and the doctors there don't charge any money to see the doctor. Nope, nothing. The crippled Taoist priest squeezed out an ugly smile. Without looking back, he twisted his head and walked away. He obviously lived on crutches, but now he was walking faster than any normal person. When he turned around, the expression was unusually grim, unusually ugly. Mr. White, never heard of this character before. Ha! The crippled Taoist gritted his teeth, his gaze shadowy and resentful. Damn it! The layout was a full 5 years long, just to cultivate a green stiff. As a result, it turned out to be a guy who came out of nowhere and ruined Poverty Road's layout for many years. Cough cough, cough cough cough. In the heat of the moment, he coughed repeatedly, even coughed up blood. After he coughed up a mouthful of blood foam, his expression became even more ugly and his face became even paler. It looked like a middle-aged man, but now it was like a candle in the wind, as if they were dying centenarians. It's as if life is going to come to an end at any moment. I don't have much longer to live in Yang, and all these years, I've been relying on the yin chi of the 5 elements of the brats to renew my life. Every night, I have to be careful, for fear of being apprehended by the underworlders and taken to hell. It was not easy to find a place to raise a corpse, ready to harbor a zombie and use the art of reversing life. Cough, cough. It's too late to re-embrace a new zombie, and I don't have a second 5 years left. Damn, it's all ruined. Mr. White, Mr. White. Who cares what Mr. White or Mr. Black you are? You've ruined 30 years of poverty's cultivation, ruining the Poverty Road's 5-year layout. The poor Taoist does not share the same fate as you. I want you dead. The crippled Taoist priest's face was extremely resentful, gritting his teeth, wishing to tear that Mr. White into pieces, even if he didn't know what that Mr. White really was, not even sure if the other person is actually a man or a woman. All he knows is, his own days were numbered and his only chance to renew his life was gone. Years of layouts have been forcibly destroyed. In that case, before you die, be sure to pull a backstabber. 2. The crippled Taoist priest did not leave the Young family home. He began to inquire inside the Young family home. The farmer said Mr. White. Only the news he inquired about was all very broken. All just words. He only knew that Mr. Bai was named Bai Yi. It's an army man. The other party is a rare and great benefactor in the world in the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. And a great benefactor. This one. The cripple did finally understand why his zombie was subdued. The zombie he contained was a new zombie after all. Insufficient strength. Physical damage is capable of hurting zombies. That Mr. White is a soldier and seems to be in charge of quite a few people. They had foreign guns in their hands. There are foreign guns. Utilizing the powerful foreign guns and cannons, it is still possible to kill a teacher with a messy fist. This would be a bad idea. The crippled Taoist's brow furrowed. He had wanted to harness the little ghosts and slaughter that Mr. White in the night, draining that bastard's young energy. But the other side is from the military. Think. The place where you live is also a military barracks. It's extremely fury there. Ordinary little ghosts are probably going to be shaken to the core by that monstrous aura before they even get close. Humph. The crippled Taoist let out a cold snort. It just so happens, poor Taoist, I have in my hand a stern ghost that was persecuted and died by a warlord. This stern ghost, already half red, is only one step away from being red. It definitely has the ability to break into the middle of the military camp. I didn't want to let it out. Letting it out killed more people than zombies, and it's hard to control. When the time comes, it will definitely attract the attention of Ma Shan and Longhu Mountain in them, and it will lead to tons of trouble for me. But the poor Taoist already has a short life ahead of him, so what's the point of being afraid of him? Tonight, the poor Taoist will open the altar and set up a formation. Execute the man. The crippled Taoist priest uttered these words. Its gritted teeth. Hate to sink my teeth into it. Eyes clouded. Contains hate. Chapter 21 Opening the Altar. Creepy red embroidered shoes. A crippled Taoist priest? Bai Yi's face was slightly surprised when he heard the news coming from the scouts. There's a Taoist priest in Yangjiazhuang? If this was the blue planet, Bai Yi wouldn't be overly surprised even if he encountered a Taoist priest. After all, the Taoist priests of the Blue Star were just ordinary people, at best. Because of the many years of cultivation, his state of mind was quite a bit better than ordinary people. Not so with the magically altered version of the Republican Realm's Dawnguard. Though, this is a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm where ghosts and monsters exist, and naturally a being like a Taoist priest possesses mystical side powers. After all, one of the duties of a Taoist priest is to catch ghosts. Bai Yi's take on the Taoist priests in the magically altered Republic of China realm. Still quite interested. Yes, that crippled Taoist priest had been noticed by the Dragon Kingdom scouts when he arrived at the Young family home. Meanwhile detectives took photos from a distance. Bai Yi looked at a photo in his hand, which looked very clear. Just got a shot of the crippled Taoist priest right in the face. Looking at this face that was suspected to be smoking too many large cigarettes, Bai Yi's expression couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. The serious Taoist. It is absolutely impossible to be poor. Usually catch ghosts, draw talismans, tell fortunes, check feng shui. It's enough to keep the Taoist priests well fed. Not to say great wealth. At least it doesn't look like this. That is to say, what kind of disease could this Taoist priest be suffering from? Or, not a proper Taoist priest at all? Bai Yi never thought that all Taoist priests were good people, and there was good and evil in any profession. Of course he also knew that he couldn't judge a person by his appearance and assert the character of the other person by his looks. Undoubtedly rogue behavior. Have someone keep an eye on him and see what he's doing here in the Yang village. Bai Yi commanded, because he thought of that zombie in Yangjiazhuang. Why did the zombies appear and how exactly did they form? Bai Yi still has no clue. The arrival of this crippled Taoist priest. It struck him as fishy. If this Taoist priest There is something wrong with him. Immediately take him down and subdue him. It's best to directly stun the opponent with a single blow, and don't let them have the power to resist. The Taoist monks in this world. It's impossible to guarantee that they have any strange and weird ability means. Bai Yi continued. Yes. The soldier who received the order immediately nodded and saluted. The minutes ticked by. Soon, nightfall. The construction of the camp at night was still in full swing, and it had to be said that the 2 construction corps sent over by the Dragon Kingdom were definitely a good hand in the area of building infrastructure, and their efficiency was also very high. At such a rate of construction, it was estimated that it would only take a month. It will be able to pound out a base of bases that holds tens of thousands of people. This is the terrifying strength of the infrastructure fiend. Engage in infrastructure. Professional. Of course, not everyone was building. There were quite a few soldiers, too, patrolling the perimeter of the camp in case any danger approached. If there were any zombies or other beings approaching, they would be the first to respond. Meanwhile, 100 researchers sent by the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, these researchers are now working on a variety of things. They are curious about every blade of grass in the world. And they were actually near the campground. A plant was found that was not found in Blue Star, and seemed to be unique to the magically altered version of the Republic plane. It's a big find. This means, this magically modified version of the Republic realm has a large number of unknown plant resources for the Dragon Kingdom to study. If these plants can be used for medicine, or something can be extracted, definitely great news for the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi is very good looking to these researchers. He felt that if the researchers research useful things, then the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune definitely going up. In contrast to the heated scene of the camp, the young family home at night is relatively cold and quiet. Although the scourge of zombies had already been solved by Bai Yi's men, but it was still not safe to be outside at night. And this era of God's land was ultimately a chaotic one. And there's not much entertainment at night these days. Might as well stay home and do business. At this point, the night is in full swing. A very simple Taoist altar was situated at the foot of one of the more remote mountains in Yangjiazhuan. It took the crippled Taoist priest 2 hours to put up a simple Taoist altar. The Taoist altar was set up with incense burners, talisman paper, and incense lit. The incense is especially conspicuous in the dark night, and the curling smoke is slowly drifting up. But the most striking thing, or a pair of red embroidered shoes. The small, delicate red embroidered shoes were placed in the middle of the Taoist altar, and it was clearly a summer evening. But the temperature around them was eerily chilly. This Taoist altar didn't look the least bit decent, but instead gave off a creepy vibe. The crippled Taoist priest had an unusually gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with a shadowy look. He held a soul bell to his left and right. In his right hand he holds a duster. 3 soul streamers were carried on his back. He sneered. Begin the practice. Only his duster was seen sweeping towards the Taoist altar, and several red candles on the Taoist altar instantly flared up. But the fire that flared up from those candles was an eerie flame of a ghostly green color. The green light reflected on the crippled Taoist priest's face, making his appearance even more creepy. Break my layout and destroy my foundation. Tonight it will be your life. The crippled Taoist priest began to slowly circle around the Taoist altar. Although he was lame on one foot, his pace was very subtle and preachy. He struggled to keep his balance. His feet stepped in arcane steps, and he recited words under his breath. Suddenly, a cold, chilly wind blew around them, causing the crippled Taoist priest, who was in the middle of performing the spell, to give a lurch. His expression was joyful instead of shocked. This stern ghost is so fierce. After being suppressed for so long, its resentment has risen rather than diminished. Very good. Just what I wanted. The crippled Taoist immediately pulled out a spirit talisman, showing a rare expression of heartache. He bit through his middle finger and smeared the blood on top of the spirit talisman. Immediately, he stuffed the spirit talisman within the red embroidered shoes. The moment the spirit talisman came into contact with the red embroidered shoes, a thick white mist appeared out of nowhere, enveloping the Taoist altar with the crippled Taoist priest. White mist filled the air, makes it hard to see what's real. Go! One could only hear the crippled Taoist priest's stern cry, and the red embroidered shoes on the Taoist altar flew away towards the distance at an extremely fast speed as if they were being harnessed by an invisible hand. And the spirit talisman stuffed inside the red embroidered shoes was burning at an extremely fast speed. The white mist dispersed. Put! The crippled Taoist stumbled and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Almost didn't fall straight to the ground. Ha ha, Bai Yi. Tonight, I will definitely call for your death. Even if Poverty Road's lifespan is coming to an end, he still has a few months to live. You, on the other hand, have to die a few months earlier than Poverty Road. Ha ha ha. He no longer suppressed his voice and opened his mouth to let out a loud laugh. However, it didn't take long for his words to sink in. Boo! A hand strike to his neck made the crippled Taoist double over, straighten up and pass out. A scout from the Dragon Kingdom appeared from behind him, and with an ugly expression. This Taoist priest is actually trying to harm Major Bai. Ultimately, it is because of the lack of any relevant experience in understanding the purpose of this Taoist priest's practice of opening the altar. If the other party hadn't been laughing uncontrollably, the devil knew that this crippled Taoist priest, whom he didn't know, was trying to inflict harm on Major Bai. It made the soldier very self-conscious. He hastily utilized the contact the campsite. He had to hurry up and tell this news to Major Bai. The Major is in danger now. Major White is too important to the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing can happen. Chapter 22, National Fortune Protecting the Body. The demons and monsters all retreated. In the Dragon Kingdom's military camp in the magically altered version of the Republic realm, a pair of red embroidered shoes that flew away. The moment it was about to enter the interior of the barracks, it was as if it was blocked by a layer of invisible film, blocking it down. The movement of the red embroidered shoes flying away gave a start, and at the same time, a large amount of yin qi began to overflow out in all directions. The yin qi was so thick that it had turned into curls of cold white mist. It was the military fury in the barracks that was blocking its entry, and the red embroidered shoes bubbling up a lot of yin qi white mist. Instead, they were doing battle with the military fury. Both sides scorched each other, cancel each other out. Suddenly, the spiritual talisman that was stuffed inside the red embroidered shoes by the crippled Taoist priest, which had already burned almost to the ground, emerged at this moment with a touch of mysterious golden light that was elusive. When this flash of arcane golden light passed by, it was as if the red embroidered shoes were sheltered by something. Surprisingly, he no longer suffered from the effects of that army's panging fury. It didn't go straight inside the barracks, and, flying straight in one direction, a military tent over there. It's where Bai Yi has his office. Inside the tent, Bai Yi has just reallocated the tasks of each of the two construction corps, and suddenly he felt a very cold breath coming. This breath, and when he encountered the zombies, he felt the yin qi on the zombie body has the same flavor. Bai Yi's expression instantly became serious. He knew that something dirty had entered the barracks. In the meantime, an anxious and self-condemning voice came from one of the communicators he kept aside. Major White, that crippled Taoist priest wants to harm you. I don't know what he did. The Taoist priest set up an altar there and then was chanting one after the other. And right after that it was like something flew out. I didn't know he was trying to hurt you at first, and this guy money has knocked him out. The sound of the communicator was interspersed with a ripping, tearing murmur that seemed to be interfered with by something. Still, Whitey heard the scout's words, and it was no longer necessary for the scouts to explain what that thing was that was flying over, because Bai Yi had seen it. He saw a pair of red embroidered shoes. It was placed in front of the curtained door of the tent. The small, red embroidered shoes revealed a bit of weirdness, and Bai Yi didn't know how it appeared. In the moment it appeared, air in the tent, it all clouded over, and it's getting colder and colder. The scout's voice coming over the comm was beginning to be less and less audible as to what he was saying. There is really too much inexplicable noise, and it seems to be interfered with by some kind of magnetic field. It's not a zombie, it's a ghost. Night ghost. Vaguely Bai Yi seems to hear. There are green clothes and the leisurely singing a quiet tune. That Peking opera accent in the voice was authentic, but for some reason listening to call people straight cold shiver. Seems to be able to hear endless resentment. That kind of hate. That kind of resentment. It seemed to materialize. This is the south of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm of God's land. But the owner of the red embroidered shoes is a Peking opera green dress. Either that or these red embroidered shoes were brought out of the capital. Either that or Peking opera is pretty popular in the south too. Only, I wonder who owns the red embroidered shoes. It's something that came up. How dare you have this kind of resentment? Bai Yi wasn't actually the slightest bit flustered, and the morose cold yin qi emanating from the red embroidered shoes actually had a minimal effect on him. It was because the true qi in his body was flowing on its own, dispelling that gloomy aura, and it can effectively block yin qi from entering the body. And even if he didn't have the means to deal with the night ghost, he was still able to walk away unscathed. He just needs to open the double-through door, head inside. It'll be fine, because he has the authority to let anyone into the double penetration door. And he has the authority to keep anyone from entering the double penetration door. It looks like there really is a connection between that zombie and that crippled Taoist priest. Otherwise, there's no need to hate me so much, and only want to put me to death. That avatar is something that is probably very important to that crippled Taoist priest, right? Bai Yi frowned as he looked at the pair of red embroidered shoes, and suddenly his eyebrows gently raised, for he saw the red embroidered shoes as if they had been worn. One step, there's no rush, not too fast. Not too slow, toward the direction he was heading. Every step, a scarlet, blood-colored shoe print would appear on the ground, and the soles of the red embroidered shoes were dripping with thick blood. The kind of bloody smell Bai Yi could even smell already. I don't know if it was just him. Bai Yi felt that he saw a languid silhouette, and the other party was wearing an exquisite Peking opera costume. The physical appearance is dignified and courteous. The tiny face was a blur. Couldn't tell what it looked like. Bai Yi seemed to see the other party stretching out his hand, and from the fruit-exposed wrist and palm, he could see that the other party's skin was incomparably pale, whiter than the A4 paper on which the document was printed. That's a sick white. The 5 fingers that were as white as green onions suddenly turned into claws, as if they wanted to capture Bai Yi's neck. However, when this hand was still a meter away from Bai Yi, suddenly, a vast and overbearing aura violently erupted, sweeping out with a destructive momentum. The onion-white 5 fingers instantly collapsed. A woman's scream seemed to come from the air. The silhouette flew out backwards. The pair of red embroidered shoes followed and flew out backwards, smashing straight on top of the wall cloth of the tent, and then slowly fell to the ground, never moving again. The temperature inside the tent returned to normal, and the yin qi, which was able to turn into a substantial white mist, was gone. It seems that nothing happened. Bai Yi froze for a moment. He was all ready to open the double-through door and bolt, and the situation just now took him a bit by surprise. What's going on here? That drop of true qi inside himself? Impossible. This bit of true qi he didn't even know how to utilize. And even if it worked, with that little bit of true energy, how could it possibly deal with the night ghost? And so on. Bai Yi remembered. He himself was bound to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. Although he was now in a magically modified version of the Republic realm, his body definitely carried the aura of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune, even if it was only tainted by a little bit of it. With the magnitude of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortunes, this little bit of breath was enough to deter most demons and monsters. That's the only explanation, right? Bai Yi stood up and walked forward, picking up the pair of red embroidered shoes on the ground. He can feel it. These shoes are very grim. That is to say, the stern ghost. It didn't dissipate? Chapter 23, Peking Opera Ching-yi. The source of evil. Marshal Nyo. The gloomy aura emanating from the red embroidered shoes told Bai Yi that the owner of the red embroidered shoes, that is, the stern ghost, had not been shaken to death by the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune on his body. Perhaps it was because there was only so much of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune that was tainted in his body. This tiny bit of national breath may not be able to destroy the other side. It's also possible that there's not just a tiny bit of national fortune in yourself that you're imagining. Rather, there is a very large amount of national fortune to add to their own. It's just that he doesn't know how to use the national fortune to quell these demons and monsters. So the national luck is just autonomously shielding the body for a bit after. There was no other movement. Bai Yi felt that the former was more likely. After all, he was now in the magically altered version of the Republic realm. The Dragon Kingdom is ultimately in another world. Even if the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes are as huge as they are, it's not possible to travel here either. Is it? You can get a drop of it on yourself. Maybe it's already a miracle. Rather a poor man. Bai Yi could just now feel the monstrous resentment of the owner of the red embroidered shoes. And that resentment contained endless grievances as well as hatred, causing Bai Yi to be slightly touched. Based on the size of the red embroidered shoes, he could deduce that the height of the costume silhouette just now was about 1 meter 6 or so. In this era of grossly inadequate per capita nutritional intake, it was rare for a woman to be this tall, and it also showed that she had grown up with no worries about food. Either that or a great lady, either that or a theater family. A great lady is unlikely. What great lady would sing in an opera? The magically altered Republican era is not the modern world. In the modern era, anyone who learns opera like this is respected because they are passing on the culture. But there was no such preoccupation in the magically altered Republic. Whether it's a Peking opera singer, or a Yu opera singer, or a Huangmei opera singer, all belong to the theater. The social status is not very high. It needs to wait until Master Mei visits the pretty country and engages in cultural exchanges with the pretty country, so that opera becomes popular in the pretty country as well. Then the status of the opera may improve. I don't know if it was his own illusion, but when he picked up this pair of red embroidered shoes, he felt the red embroidered shoes in his hand tremble. Bai Yi vaguely felt an emotion of fear. It seemed like the aura of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune that was tainted on Bai Yi's body had frightened the other party. Scared to death, but don't dare to run away. Have to say, a ghost, night ghost, very well researched. Of course, the danger factor of a night ghost is also much higher than that of a zombie. The main reason is that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have the ability to deal with the night ghosts. Zombies are okay. At least physical attacks are useful against zombies. The same can't be said for the night ghosts. Ghosts know about physical attacks. Do they work on them? Taking the risk of sending the night ghost to the Dragon Kingdom and letting the scientists drill on it could be a misstep. It's going to get people killed. You can understand what I'm saying, right? Bai Yi felt that this stern ghost was intelligent. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to find himself so precisely in the barracks. So he asked, "There should be a reason why you've taken on this appearance, right?" "It's because I felt that resentment and aggression when you showed up in your form. I'm a soldier different from the others. Not the same as those warlords who run around all day, or the magistrates who eat and wait for death. If you have any grievances, you can tell me about them." Bai Yi thought that he could try and see if he could remove the resentment of this stern ghost, keep the other person from entertaining the idea of indiscriminate victimization. As for how to remove resentment, Bai Yi was also only able to use the most earthy method, which was to understand why the other party died. Was it actually killed? Or how did you die? If the other guy was killed by an evil person, then he has room to maneuver. Bai Yi spoke with the same kind of awe-inspiring righteousness. It's not pretend. If the owner of the red embroidered shoes was really killed, under the conditions, Bai Yi will do her justice. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. It's all about serving the people. Nightly ghosts before they were born. Also the people. The tent was suddenly quiet, leaving only the sound of Bai Yi's slight breathing, and the sound of a small fan squeaking and turning. "I was originally the daughter of an opera master in the capital." Suddenly, the tent, which was empty except for Bai Yi, rang with the voice of a second person. The voice was clearly that of a woman. The voice was thick with resentment, the kind of resentment that seemed to be turning into substance. Again, it seemed to be in the way of the national fortune on Bai Yi. The other party obviously didn't dare to continue to make a scene. Moreover, Bai Yi could hear that the voice was very weak, and it seemed to have been injured by the shock of the national fortune. It was also shaken by the luck of the nation. Maybe the right one didn't even know about such things as national luck. Maybe this night ghost thought of himself as the kind of ghost hunter heavenly master who could subdue demons and vanquish devils at the drop of a hat. Sure enough, strength. That's the truth. As long as you have a hard fist, all of the night ghosts will sit down obediently and talk to you carefully, not daring to offend you for fear of being beaten to death. Bai Yi could probably guess what the other party was thinking. But, such a misunderstanding is good. At least, it would allow this night ghost to temporarily suppress its monstrous resentment, allowing the night ghost to regain a bit of normal sanity, so that night can be a little calmer and tell what happened to her in life. The knight's careful voice continued. Bai Yi was like a listener. He didn't have a single perfunctory expression. Instead, he listened attentively. Even, Bai Yi also took out a pen and paper. Record what you hear. Time. Streaming. After about 10 minutes had passed, the woman's voice disappeared. The piece of A4 paper in Bai Yi's hand had been filled with all sorts of content. He also kind of knew what happened to the stern ghost in his life. He knew the other man wouldn't dare to deceive himself, because the night ghost would be afraid too. Would be afraid that he would beat her to dust, and then she won't be able to get her revenge. The ghost was named Zhao Qingyi, a person from the capital city. Born in the capital city opera family, his father was barely considered a major opera master in the capital city, and was quite famous in the capital city of God's country. When she was 17, her father took her to perform, and this performance was special, because the audience was all in uniform. These people came from all over the world. All of them were not angry. All of them brought their respective personal guards. All of them were big shots. It was the Niu de Shui that Bai Yi was familiar with. Why would a small warlord from the south go to the capital? Bai Yi wasn't particularly clear. Perhaps it is the fact that although each of these warlords is competitive, there are cooperative ties among them. The opera was performed with great success and the seats were full of applause. But just as well, Zhao Qingyi was looked at. Look into her. Hurricane. It's Marshal Bull. It seems that because people are in the capital, a small southern warlord like Marshal Niu does not dare to mess around. He chose to spend a lot of money to buy out Zhao Qingyi's father's handler. These opera families also have upper families, and the upper families are equivalent to their bosses. The upper house collects the money and asks Zhao Qingyi's family to perform in the far south. Zhao Qingyi's father didn't think there was anything fishy, because it's normal. It's normal to travel all over the world as a playwright. Thus, the family follows the bull marshal. Come to the south. Chapter 24 Old Green Clothes. Justice for Ghosts. Zhao Qingyi's family came to the south along with Niu de Shui, who didn't show excessive demeanor along the way. But when they got to Marshal Bull's territory, the other party's sinister face was instantly exposed, going so far as to force Zhao Qingyi to become a concubine. Becoming the concubine of a fat-headed warlord. Anyone with a little bit of thought wouldn't agree, let alone Zhao Qingyi being from the capital. She was just 17 years old though. And yet, I've seen a lot of great people. And Zhao Qingyi's father is also not agreeing. He has no son in his life, just a daughter. Always treated my daughter like a treasure in the palm of my hand. How can you let your daughter be someone else's concubine? Marshal Nyo's marriage proposal was rejected by them. Moreover, the father and daughter knew that Marshal Nyo was a local landlord warlord, and rejecting someone on someone else's turf, especially when the person who rejected him was also the head of a warlord, the kind with thousands of soldiers in his hands. There is absolutely no good in sweeping a groundhog warlord off his feet. Zhao Qingyi's father, overnight, tried to leave with the troop and his daughter, but I don't think the people in the troop have been bribed by Marshal Nyo. Someone went to tip off Marshal Bull. Before the father and daughter could escape a step out of the county, they were controlled by Marshal Nyo's soldiers, because father and daughter have repeatedly refused Marshal Nyo's marriage proposals. One of them was even in front of many people, so much so that it made that Marshal Bull lose face, so much so that the father and daughter, who were under control, were directly placed under house arrest by Marshal Nyo, was confined in the middle of a county mansion. It was guarded day and night by soldiers with guns. No outsiders can enter. No one inside can get out either. The father and daughter had been under house arrest for a full month, and Nyo de Shui thought that the two would definitely agree to themselves this time. But I didn't expect it. Rejected again. Two father and daughter from an opera family in the capital, with surprisingly tough bones. No folding. No compromises. But what they didn't expect was that Nyo de Shui, who had been somewhat restrained before, no longer had any way to restrain himself this time. It seemed to be because the repeated refusals had infuriated him. How could Marshal Nyo, who had spent his entire day as an Earth Emperor in an acre of land, possibly stand someone repeatedly bucking his own needs? He had restrained himself many times before simply because he was really looking at Zhao Qingyi. Want to make a good impression so you can have a good time later, but since soft doesn't work, just do it the hard way. He put the gun directly against Zhao Qingyi's father's head. In broad daylight, he coerced Zhao Qingyi and roomed with him in daylight, or her father will be shot. To coerce Zhao Qingyi, he even fired a shot. Trying to punch through one of Zhao Qingyi's father's arms exposed the true face of the local warlord, but even Marshal Bull didn't expect the shot to accidentally miss. It hit Zhao Qingyi's father's chest. The blood is flowing. Died violently on the spot. Zhao Qingyi's mother had died of an illness when she was a child, and the father and daughter had been living together in the capital. How could I have imagined that a trip to the south would be met with such coercion? Even father and daughter are separated by yin and yang, and kill the bull marshal, and not in the mood for coitus. A big cry of bad luck. Have someone carry Zhao Qingyi's father's body away and find a random mass grave to throw it away. Continuing to keep the 17-year-old Zhao Qingyi under house arrest. The Zhao Qingyi people at that time were stupid. She never imagined that her father would be killed on the spot in front of her. She still remembers her father on his deathbed. The disenchantment contained in those eyes. The day Zhao Qingyi didn't eat a single bite of her meal, she froze like a demented nerd for the better part of a day. By midnight, she put on a big red costume of her own and put on the red embroidered shoes her mother had embroidered for her when she was a child. She was 8 years old when her mother was alive. Her mother embroidered red embroidered shoes for her to wear when she grew up and got married. The 17-year-old is wearing these embroidered shoes. It actually kind of doesn't quite fit. Shoes run slightly small. She felt that it was her face that had caused the trouble, as it was too long and really pretty. So he ruthlessly found a pair of scissors and cut a hideous gash in his face. Blood and flesh turned out as hideous as it can be. Finally a red ribbon was found and hung above the beams of the mansion. Hanged himself. As for how on earth did she turn out to be a nightmare? She said she didn't know herself. I only remember that the soul was very muddled, and when the ghost became slightly more conscious, she recalled what had happened to her in her life, and at once the monstrous resentment and grievances suppressed the remaining tiny bit of sanity. The first night she became a ghost, she murdered several warlords and soldiers from the marshal's residence. Even one of Marshal Bull's lieutenants was killed by her. She had been engulfed by resentment, in undifferentiated vengeance. It made the marshal's house panic, and that Marshal Nyo was even too scared to go home, until a Taoist priest was invited by Marshal Bull. But at that time, Zhao Qingyi had already become a climate and turned into a very vicious and severe ghost. That Taoist priest wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to fight with Zhao Qingyi in the marshal's mansion. Both sides fought for a full 2 hours. In the end, the Taoist priest was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi in his red embroidered shoes at the cost of losing a leg. After that, Zhao Qingyi wouldn't know. She's been subdued. There's no consciousness. There's no memory. When she was released, her monstrous resentment once again engulfed her sanity, and coupled with a bizarre spirit talisman from the crippled Taoist priest, she unknowingly flew away into the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's military camp. Immediately after that, Not Baiyi's body's national fortune shook, hardening and dispersing a lot of her resentment. It also restored a little bit of her sanity, not so much as to allow resentment to dominate. By the looks of it, that crippled Taoist priest from Yangjiazhuang is the same Taoist priest who fought with Zhao Qingyi in the marshal's mansion back then. A ghost-hunting Taoist priest was reduced to harboring zombies and releasing ghosts to harm people. Bai Yi shook his head. Sure enough, there is good and evil in any profession. Even a Taoist priest who catches ghosts. And so it is. And he also knew a bit about ghosts from Zhao Qingyi's narration. Ghosts are muddled at birth. Sanity is very much lacking. If it's a ghost that's been killed, the resentment will be so strong that these resentments will overpower the lack of sanity. Thus, the ghosts are turned into harmful ghosts, even because of the depth of resentment. Knights will victimize people without discrimination. This is why Taoist priests catch ghosts. If the night ghost only kills people who die their own deaths and then dutifully reports to hell, then the Taoist priest didn't bother. But, once undifferentiated harm is done, it would have to be managed. Don't worry, knowing your deeds, we will definitely give you justice. But you must also promise me that from now on you shall not victimize anyone without discrimination, and keep your grievances under control. Bai Yi said to Zhao Qingyi in the red embroidered shoes. Didn't realize. It's amazing that one day there will be justice for ghosts. As for the few soldiers killed by Zhao Qingyi and one of Marshal Niu's lieutenants, Bai Yi didn't think that was any good. Soldiers and lieutenants in the warlords. They are, at times, more than bandits. Worse. Chapter 25 Captives to be utilized. Interrogating the Taoist priest. The red embroidered shoes were placed by Bai Yi inside his tent. This kind of evil thing in the whole military camp nowadays. I'm afraid he is the only one who has the ability to suppress it. The reason why he was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi was still because he was tainted with the national fortune. If it had been an ordinary soldier in a different barracks, I'm afraid it's very likely that they will be victimized by Zhao Qingyi. A severe ghost of a life suppressor formed by hanging herself in a big red costume is not something to be messed with. That Marshal Niu was so scared that he didn't even dare to return home at first. Still, it took a Taoist priest to suppress Zhao Qingyi, and only just barely, because Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, was just too fierce. The crippled Taoist priest wasn't sure he could put her to death, and was only able to carefully suppress her. It's not safe to keep such a ferocious thing anywhere. The only thing that is safest is to be by your side, because Zhao Qingyi feared him. He could use it to strangle her. Time. Streaming. It didn't take long for the scouting soldiers who were responsible for following the crippled Taoist outside to return carrying the unconscious and tied up, even with cloth stuffed in his mouth. Yes, the crippled Taoist priest was knocked unconscious after the spell was completed, and then the whole thing was carried inside the barracks. Bai Yi also knew the news. He walked out of the tent. Come outside. When the scout, whose face was full of self-condemnation, realized that Bai Yi was unharmed, couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. Before, Bai Yi instructed him to keep a close eye on the crippled Taoist priest. In the event that the crippled Taoist priest acts out of character, or tries to do something bad to the people, just step in and subdue the other person immediately. It could even be a straight shot. But, the scouts didn't realize that this crippled Taoist priest was actually trying to harm people by opening an altar and doing a spell. Originally, it was a very normal thing for Taoist priests to open their altars and practice. Who would have thought that the other side could harm people? And it was Major White who did the harm. If anything happened to Major Bai, he himself would never forgive himself. But now it seems, the Major is fine. Phew. Okay, Major. The scout placed the crippled Taoist priest, who had passed out, on the ground, then hastily saluted Bai Yi. It was all my negligence that caused such an accident. It's fine. The problems are solved. Bai Yi shook his head. He didn't blame the other man. There was nothing to blame. After all, they didn't know what the crippled Taoist was up to. After all, who would have thought that a strange Taoist priest would come to the Yang family home to do harm? And it's still here to harm him. Bai Yi, is this the crippled Taoist priest? Bai Yi had seen the photos taken by the scouts before, knowing that crippled Taoist priests are creepy looking. Take a look now. This is even creepier than the photo. The opponent's entire body was as if it had been hollowed out by something. The body was very thin and weak, all in a state of skin and bones. It was as if the wind was able to blow it away with just a little bit of wind. The skin on his body was also very pale. It was also second only to Zhao Qingyi, the ghost. Give Bai Yi a kind of the illusion that the opponent will burp at any moment. Get him to the interrogation room and wake him up. Pry some useful information out of his mouth. Bai Yi was never polite to those who wanted to get themselves killed, and since the other party had already been captured alive, it was natural to show the greatest use of a captive. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the barracks were also very efficient and immediately took the crippled Taoist away. Many of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom only now realized that Major Bai had gone through a death crisis. The culprit was this crippled Taoist priest with a weak kidney. This made everyone in the barracks furious because they knew exactly what Bai Yi stood for. If anything happens to Bai Yi, the future of the Dragon Kingdom would be ruined. And so, the crippled Taoist priest then became the public enemy of everyone inside the entire Dragon Kingdom military camp. He was stripped clean of all his Dao robes and magic weapons, sent to a temporary institute in the barracks, and the crippled Taoist himself was sent to the interrogation room. The so-called interrogation room in the barracks is really just a military tent. Interrogators are psychologically savvy. They don't need to use violence. It's just a lot of information that can be trotted out. In the interrogation room, the crippled Taoist priest woke up leisurely, and he felt a great soreness in his neck, as if he had been punched hard. He was already very skinny, so if he got hit hard enough, he'd probably break his neck. And so on. The crippled Taoist snapped his eyes wide open. He was shocked to realize that he was somehow sitting in a cold chair. On his own, out came a pair of profane pants and no clothes. The cold chair sent a chill down his spine. A shiver ran through his body. He tried to stand up, but then realized that his hands were tied to the arms of the chair. The fingers were also entangled and unable to move, as if they were worried that he would pinch the seal. The crippled Taoist man was confused. What's wrong with yourself? Robbed by robbers? And it was just too dark around him for him to see anything. However, he could also feel that the yang energy of this place was very strong. It's so thick that an ordinary lone spirit might not even dare to approach. What kind of place can be so rich in yang energy? Suddenly, a piercingly bright light shone in his face, stinging the crippled Taoist priest to hastily close his eyes. Wait until you're well acquainted with this brightness. Trying hard to squint, then he realized that he was followed, at some point, by two people sitting in front of him. Those were two men from the army. The uniform on them. Haven't seen it myself. The crippled Taoist woke up to the fact that he had not been looted by some bandits, but had been captured by a group of soldiers. A heart sank in him, not realizing that he had just made a spell to try to kill. I can't believe that the right person came straight to my door. Is there someone high up here on the other side? Name? One of the two men sitting directly in front of the crippled Taoist priest asked two words with an expressionless face. The crippled Taoist let out a sneer. Keep your mouth shut. No answer. However, his refusal to answer didn't make it difficult for the interrogators. They didn't know how many people like this they had encountered when interrogating criminals in the Dragon Kingdom. Interrogators have ways of getting people to talk. It just takes a little time. The two interrogators looked at each other for a moment, smiled at each other. Using advanced interrogation methods of the 21st century to interrogate a magically altered version of a Republican-era Taoist priest. This has to be said. A bit of a bully. Chapter 26, Crippled Taoist's Criminal Past. Lushan Sect. The interrogation process lasted for 3 days, and the two interrogators, during these 3 days, did not use any violent means, merely by verbal words and with the aid of a portion of small means that contain no violence, just pry the mouth of the crippled Taoist who had tried to keep quiet. The crippled Taoist priest's real secular name is Wu Jiansong. He is a teacher of the Lushan school of the Jingyi Pure Brightness sect of Taoism, but because he repeatedly broke taboos, even another big one, he killed an innocent man, so much so that the Lushan sect wanted to abolish his cultivation and expel him from the sect. But the crippled Taoist priest was very wary. He escaped from the Lushan sect in the night. He hides from his master's pursuers in all parts of the divine kingdom and disguises himself as a folk ghost-catching Taoist, using his identity as a ghost-catching Taoist to hide his whereabouts. This hiding was for more than 10 years. Period. His cultivation was even more refined than when he was young, but due to his incorrect mind, he had frequent heart demons while practicing, and because in the course of hiding from the division, he did a lot of things that hurt the world, lost a lot of longevity, so much so that the middle-aged crippled Taoist alone was already in the wind. Longevity is approaching. He doesn't want to die, reluctant to die, learning that he didn't have many years to live. The crippled Taoist went crazy, seeking all sorts of ways to renew his life. He has eaten the ashes of the recently dead and raised little ghosts for renewal. He has drunk the filthy blood of ghost babies and swallowed the young energy of infants. For renewal, to live, he pretty much does everything. Hurtful things. Did pile after pile. Later, he had found a true life renewal method in an ancestor's grave, and as long as he could successfully perform this life renewal method, it would allow him to live for at least one more aeon of time. The crippled Taoist did not know the authenticity of this life renewal method, but in order to live has gone crazy he could not care less. A dead horse has to be a living horse. He killed a man born on a cloudy day in a cloudy year in a cloudy month, as described in the renewal of life method. Spinning around, he killed another child who was born on the sunny day of the sunny year and the sunny month. The blood of a child is used as a guide to draw a large number of talismanic writings on the corpses of people born in the Yin year, the Yin month and the Yin day. Then came to the south to find a corpse-raising Jedi. But this one corpse-raising Jedi wasn't ownerless, that land had an owner. To get this corpse-raising Jedi, he came into contact with the biggest local landlord, the head of the warlords, Marshal Nyo. It coincided with the fact that Marshal Nyo was frightened by a stern ghost. The crippled Taoist then promises to help Marshal Nyo exorcise the ghosts. and Marshal Neo is going to gift him the corpse-raising Jedi. Marshal Bull agreed. But the crippled Taoist at the time didn't think that the severe ghosts that Marshal Neo had provoked would be so ferocious. The other party had just become a night ghost not long ago and was so difficult to deal with. Almost had him in the gutter. Eventually paying the price of a wasted leg, he finally managed to barely suppress the night ghost. To this point, he got the corpse-raising Jedi, and he buried the corpses, which had been prepared long ago, in the corpse-raising Jedi, and opened the altar, embracing zombies, because in that door by chance to get inside the renewal method, described the renewal of the most critical part of the steps, is the need to contain a special zombie, and then with the zombie is not in the 5 elements of the characteristics of the Book of Life and Death of the Netherworld, to achieve the effect of renewal of life. Just when Bai Yi came to the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm and cleaned up this zombie, the crippled Taoist's layout would be a complete bust. Renewal failed. Life is not long. In this situation he had fallen into a rage that was hard to describe. He was going to put to death the person who had ruined his layout. Then the altar was opened for the performance of the Dharma. Release the night ghost, because he knows that although he knows Taoism, but Bai Yi's side has foreign guns and cannons, and to use flesh and blood to deal with foreign guns and cannons, that is obviously an act of death. That's why he wanted to use Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, to kill Bai Yi, who had spoiled his layout. Pity. Crippler's wishful thinking went out the window. Whitey ain't got. He's been arrested too. Renew your life? Reading one of the interrogation reports sent by the 2 interrogators, Bai Yi shook his head slightly. It was true that some people would put down all their morals as well as their 3 views in order to live a little longer. This crippled Taoist named Wu Jiansong was already in a state of madness. This guy is trying to renew his life. These years, directly as well as indirectly, as many as nearly 100 people have been killed. What kind of killer? Evil ways. In addition to getting the crippled Taoist's criminal past, Bai Yi also got an unexpected reward. That's the Taoist heritage from the Lushan school. The Lushan sect was a branch of the Pure Brightness sect, which was one of the 5 major sects of Taoism in the Divine Kingdom. You can imagine the importance of this legacy. To know, the Taoist arts in this world are real, and if these Taoist arts are combined with true Qi mana, they are able to be used for real. The crippled Taoist belonged to the inner disciples in the Lushan sect, though he was kicked out of the division early because of his heart's wrongdoing and even committing a major taboo, but he still knows a lot of Taoist techniques. The Lushan school of Taoism that had been organized was as many as dozens of different kinds of Taoist techniques, and those spells on him, all decent stuff too, the kind that can subdue demons and catch ghosts. Have to say, compared to the crippled Taoist's former criminal past, these Taoist techniques as well as his magic weapons were the most important things, at least to Bai Yi. The Taoist techniques of the Lushan school coupled with Bai Yi's Longhu Mountain Qigong, these 2 together were enough to produce a number of talents for dealing with ghosts and monsters, a class of evil things that were not subject to physical damage. Though one is the Lucha school, one is Lungfu Shan, but since it's all Taoism, it should be able to connect. As for the crippled Taoist's magic weapon, it would also allow the researchers to study its mysteries. If the principle could be worked out, would it be possible for the Dragon Kingdom to mass-produce it? A crippled Taoist man gave Bai Yi quite a surprise. At the same time, Bai Yi also knew where that corpse-raising land was located, and he decided to destroy it. After all, what if someone accidentally dies there one day and turns into a zombie in a few years? One zombie could have casually killed so many people. Bai Yi didn't want to see that piece of land where the zombies were raised continue to harbor a second zombie out. After getting all this information, Wu Jiansong, the crippled Taoist, was no longer of any use to Bai Yi, already just a murderer. List all the crimes he has committed and drag them over to the Young family home for a public trial. Taoist priests who know Taoism are indeed talents, and very rare ones at that. Not one of the more than 1 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom has such a talent. But when such a person falls into evil ways and kills so many innocent people, he wouldn't be in Bai Yi's eyes. Remember, after you shoot him, cremate him immediately, then pull a battalion of generals and sing a military song for half an hour in front of his ashes. A one-stop service is arranged for him, so that he can do no evil even in death. This kind of crooked person who knows Taoist Daojutsu will surely have a means of turning himself into a ghost, and cannot be careless. Bai Yi gave an order. Yes. Chapter 27 Shooting the Evil Way. Funeral one-stop service. The crippled Taoist priest who no longer had any value to speak of was a useless garbage man in Bai Yi's eyes, especially when the other side has done so many things that are bad behavior. Then it would be even more impossible for Bai Yi to let this guy go. According to the crippled Taoist priest's confession over the past 3 days, the number of innocent people he directly killed was 26. 10 of them were minor children. There were even infants under the age of 3 among them. The gods and the people are angry. Their crimes are punishable. Such scum would simply pollute the air of this world if they remained in it. with Bai Yi's own kind of morality, is looking down on people like that. There's no room in the eyes for people like that either. The next day, noon, the crippled Taoist priest was then dragged, by soldiers from the camp, to the square of the Yang family home. Due to the special nature of the crippled Taoist priest, the soldiers tied him into a dumpling. There wasn't a single spot on his body that could move substantially. Fingers are taped to death. The mouth was also taped shut. Even the soldiers escorting the crippled Taoist priests numbered as much as a platoon, to make sure the other side doesn't use insidious Taoist techniques, like harnessing ghosts to attack soldiers. The point in time specially chosen was midday, when the sun was at its fiercest for the escort. Great southern summer sun. Poisonous no-no. When ordinary lonely ghosts encountered this kind of poisonous sunlight, they couldn't even hold out for a few seconds before their souls flew away. Even a stern ghost wouldn't dare to bathe in the sunlight. In a nutshell, in a world like this with mysterious side powers, you have to be careful in everything you do. When the crippled Taoist priest was escorted to the square of Yangjiazhuang, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang have long heard the wind, have put down their hands of agricultural work. One by one all rushed over, because they heard from the soldiers. The crippled Taoist priest is the one who contains the zombies. Yangjiazhuang more than a month ago. The reason why the zombies suffered from the cholera. The reason why the zombie harms so many villagers, so that the entire village is terrified. So much so that fully half of the villagers of the people have been forced to leave the Yangjiazhuang. All because of this crippled Taoist priest. This is the guy who created this zombie. This is the guy who has victimized so many people. The people of Yangjiazhuang are suffering. Before long a public trial of those Tianwangsai bandits, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, because they have little experience, heard the announcement of the crimes of those bandits 10. They cannot do anything more than anger. And this time they've had experience, and have brought over rotten leaves and rotten eggs that they don't want at home. You're going to get an upset stomach from eating this stuff anyway, and it could seriously kill you. Might as well waste it while it lasts. As expected, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang were all furious as the soldiers read out the crimes confessed by the crippled Taoist priest. Where have they, the hard-working villagers, ever seen such a murderous fiend? Even babies are killed. What kind of Taoist priest is this? This is the evil way. It's demonic. My father was scratched by the zombie. The corpse poison into the body too deep glutinous rice has no effect at all, only to be able to tie him up in the sun. As a result, I did not expect him to turn into a zombie. The son died. It's all you this evil way. You also my father. Mother asterisk. This demonic Taoist look is so creepy to look at. Even uglier than that douchebag at the end of the village. This small body. This guy should. It's not a big smoker, right? Asterisk. Ah, just born dolls. This asshole are poisoned. Ah. Luckily, there is Mr. Bai to do justice to our people. Shoot him. Shoot him. Especially those young teenagers, even more easily angered by the words hot blood. Carrying rotten eggs on the kneeling crippled Taoist priest threw over. A time as if the dominoes. Egg after earthy egg and rotten vegetable leaf after rotten vegetable leaf fluttered about. The crippled Taoist priest's eyes widened, and those eyes seemed to be able to spit out fire. He had traveled the land of God for so many years in the clouds. Even a small warlord head like Marshal Neo had to be polite to him. Where have I ever been so humiliated? Getting rotten eggs thrown at you, being thrown vegetable leaves, being abused, being beaten and killed. This anger under the heart, unexpectedly sweet throat, a mouthful of old blood just about to spit out, was sealed on the mouth of the tape to block. For a moment, the blood refluxed, backed up into the nasal passages, and flowed out with the snot. His mind was reeling a bit under the anger. At the same time there is a sadness in the heart. Stealing a chicken is not an option. Eclipse. He had thought that with his Taoist skills, he would be enough to deal with a military chowderhead. But it turned out that he didn't expect that the stern ghost would be of any use. Moreover, the people on the other side had already set their sights on them, and they were so weak when they finished the spell that they didn't have the time or energy to escape. Then it was a straight-up bust by the other guy. Till death do us part. It was only then that the crippled Taoist sadly realized that he didn't even seem to know what that Mr. White actually looked like. He wouldn't have seen the other side in person. Then, and that's where it ended up. Bang! As one of the soldiers pulled the trigger of his firearm, a golden yellow-orange bullet accurately hit the crippled Taoist priest's head. The bullet drilled through the back of the opponent's head and took away large chunks of flesh and blood. It entered with only a small, blood-colored hole and came out as a bull-sized wound. All thoughts of the crippled Taoist priest went up in smoke. The whole thing collapsed helplessly to the ground. The blood flowed horizontally. Yes, instead of frightening people, such a scene caused the villagers of Yangjiazhuang to shout. After all, who hasn't seen a dead person these days? So who hasn't seen someone killed? Get used to it. And the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had killed the crippled Taoist priest were not idle. They immediately dragged the crippled Taoist priest's body away for cremation. It must be burned down to nothing but ash. Then you also have to pull a group of bloodthirsty dragon soldiers to sing a military song in front of his ashes. Preferably the kind that has no girlfriend Yuan Yang unbroken. This effect is estimated to be the best. After all, the yang gas is the most sufficient. You also have to divide the other person's ashes into 3 parts and deposit one inside a Buddhist temple. 1 copy is deposited inside the Taoist roadhouse in the county. 1 copy is deposited at the Yankee church in the county. Give the monks, Taoist priests, and missionaries there a little bit of modern craftsmanship high-fashion oceans to read and preach to the ashes every day. Read a full 7 days and 7 nights so that the crippled Taoist priest could not return from the 7th day of his life. Finally have the ashes completely raised. One-stop shop. Very well thought out. Chapter 28 The Place of Corpse Keeping. Real artillery coverage. The news that the crippled Taoist priest had been shot and cremated reached Bai Yi at the first opportunity. Instead of being idle, Bai Yi had a full battalion of soldiers with him. Travel to the place where the crippled Taoist priest described raising corpses during his lifetime. He wanted to destroy this place that could harbor zombies, a place that was a hard-to-find piece of absolute treasure for the evil sect, but for the common people who have problems getting enough to eat. A place like this is a place of extreme evil. Bai Yi didn't want this piece of zombie-raising land to harbor a second zombie. Though zombies of a low level were not something he was worried about, nor would he go out of his way to fear them. But a zombie of even a lower level is still a zombie to an ordinary person. It is difficult for ordinary people to go against. Besides, the existence of zombies is so special that the main scratch or bite from it will be infected with necrotic poison. Once the corpse poison enters the body too deeply, there is no way it can be cured. There is no cure, at least not with the current level of medical care. The only solution to corpse poison entering the body is to use glutinous rice to sprinkle on top of the wound. There's no other way to do it. Like a steel beast-like engineering vehicles in front of the road. Encountered a stone directly to smash the stone to get away. Encountered a tree directly to saw the tree to get away. It was just hard enough to make a dirt road through the mountains that would allow a vehicle to pass. This dirt road is definitely not passable by a sedan, but for military vehicles in the military, it's still easy to get over there. One by one, the dark green military vehicles followed closely behind the engineering vehicles, form a huge convoy. In order to destroy this land of corpse raising, this battalion that Bai Yi had brought with him was an artillery battalion. So many military vehicles carrying the except for people. It's the cannon. The piece of land where the crippled Taoist priest had explained to raise the corpses was actually not particularly far from the Yang family home. Otherwise, that zombie wouldn't have come to Yangjiazhuang and caused chaos for so long. It's probably only a few kilometers away from Yangjiazhuang. A few kilometers in the middle of a dense mountain forest seems like a very long way. But the army of the Dragon Kingdom, inside this mountain forest, directly forced their way, actually for artillery range. It was entirely possible to set up artillery inside the camp and directly bombard the several kilometers of corpse-raising land, but just to be on the safe side, still need to get closer. The convoy stopped roughly nearly a kilometer away from the place where the corpses were kept. It was the top of a low hill from which you could look down on everything around you. Bai Yi calmly looked at the scene 1,000 meters ahead. It was a valley in the mountains. But, very weird that is, that piece of the mountain valley unexpectedly did not have any grass and trees. Looks very desolate and dilapidated. Only a small stream in the flow through, and the surrounding green rush, full of vitality is very different. Quite an out-of-place sense of vision. Looking down from this direction, it was as if there was a bald patch in the middle of the entire mountain forest. The most crucial thing was that there was clearly a stream flowing through that piece of mountain valley where not an inch of grass grew. No water shortage, no lack of earth, but there just wasn't a blade of grass, not a bit of green that could be seen. Bai Yi even noticed some birds flying through the same air. All deliberately avoided that area. A piece of terracotta, not an inch of grass. Thinking back to the account of the place where the corpse was raised that was mentioned in the crippled Taoist priest's interrogation record, Bai Yi murmured to himself, such a bizarre place, harboring zombies. It looks like logic can make sense. He'd never seen a place like this on Blue Star without any element of human intervention. Nature's ghostly work, hardwired to create this kind of bizarre place. This might be what feng shui masters call a murderous place. If a living person lived in such a place, I'm afraid that 100 years of longevity would have to decay to 50 years, and the corpses of dead people buried here will inevitably turn into corpses within a few years. If someone died unjustly or was killed here, it will definitely harbor the most ferocious ghosts, the kind that's no less than Zhao Qingyi. Moreover, Bai Yi realized that this land of corpse raising seemed to be affecting the surrounding zones. He bent down and pulled up a small blade of grass. Upon closer inspection, you will be able to see that the grass is actually a bit yellowish. There is a feeling of malnutrition. The birds and beasts in this neighborhood, too, were very few, only able to see one or two occasionally. Even the bugs are very few. The insect chirping was very sparse. Actually, this piece of land for raising corpses was recorded by the advance battalion of the Dragon Kingdom at the beginning when they were scouting for information within a 50-kilometer radius. At the time, I just marveled at nature's ingenuity, and then I didn't pay much attention to it. Who would have thought that this was actually a corpse-raising Jedi? Who would have thought that the zombie, which has been terrorizing the surrounding area for a long time, was actually bred from here? That's what happens when you don't have the basic knowledge about it. Spotting spooky stuff without even realizing it. It was clearly right under his nose. At this time, the artillery battalion had already placed an assortment of guns, all in the area. A door of artillery had already calibrated its orientation long ago, and all of them were aimed at the place where the corpses were raised. One after another, the blackened muzzles of the guns were hideous. There was no shortage of incredibly powerful heavy artillery. The austere feeling that gradually permeated the air dissipated a lot of the eerie feeling of the place where the corpses were raised. Destroy it! With Bai Yi's light-hearted command, the men of the artillery battalion sprang into action, operating the guns as fast as they could. Next moment, deafening, violent booms emanated from the muzzles of every gun. In unison, boo, boo, boo. The earth beneath his feet was shaking violently. The base of one of the cannons shook violently, and the dirt and gravel beneath his feet were shaken and raised high. Every gun was roaring violently, and the roaring continued. A shell landed precisely on top of the corpse-raising Jedi. There was very little need for test firing at such a close range, and these elite artillerymen of the army, easily able to hit that Jedi cannonball, falling, a split second. It is the real shaking of the earth and the real roaring of the mountains. The deafening sound shook everyone's eardrums. Smoke and dust rose high in the sky at the place of the corpse-raising Jedi. A shell covered that place, hardening and blasting a deep crater. The earth trembles. Birds and animals flee in terror. The smell of smoke in the air as well as the smell of mud irritated one's nasal passages at all times. The apocalyptic, frenzied scene in front of us was non-intimidating, however, as makes for quite a blood-curdling experience. The shell-washing frenzy went on for 10 minutes. Only gradually did it stop. The smoke in the sky slowly dispersed. The bizarre corpse-raising Jedi no longer existed, leaving only the mountain valley where the ground had been cut down. There are craters all over the place, full of holes. Chapter 29, Granting a Man a Fish. Marshal Nyo's army. The land where the corpses were raised was only a few kilometers away from the young family home, and the villagers naturally felt the loud roar of the artillery. The earth-shattering noise scared them out of their wits. Fortunately, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom came over in time to pacify the villagers, and after explaining the reasons, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang calmed down. Yes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had begun to move about the young family home bright and early. They placed a large number of sentry booths in Yangjiazhuang to observe the various movements in the neighborhood. The villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang were also used to the presence of these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, mainly in the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang. These soldiers were their benefactors. It was these elite soldiers who helped them subdue the zombies. It was these uniformed soldiers who helped them gun down the evil ways that harbor the zombies. It was also these soldiers who helped them fight the bandits in the neighborhood. You can't repay a favor like that in a lifetime. So, when the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were active in the young family home, the villagers of the young family home were very enthusiastic. When the weather was too hot, the villagers would also bring in well water to quench the soldiers' thirst. Some villagers also wanted to introduce a daughter-in-law to the soldiers. After all, in their eyes, these character and morality, physical quality, are all first-class soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Definitely a quality male for this era. If they could get the maid of the family to marry a soldier, then they would be satisfied as parents. This bothered the soldiers a lot. No way. Most of them are young men in their early 20s with girlfriends they haven't even talked to yet, and someone wants them to get married? Who can stand up to this? At the same time, it was also because the base of the Dragon Kingdom's military camp was located in the back of Yangjiazhuang's mountain. The two are very close to each other, with people from two different worlds coming into contact with each other. So much so that the young family has changed a great deal. The medical personnel of Longhua help the villagers of Yangjiazhuang to have medical checkups and visits for free every day. Occasionally, the construction corps, which is idle, helps the villagers build for free, help repair some of the dilapidated houses in the village, or helping to reclaim new farmland. The villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang also actively supported the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. Once Bai Yi's side requested something, the villagers would actively cooperate. Truly the military and the people are one family. One of the biggest changes is the spirit of the villagers in Yangjiazhuang. These villagers people did not have enough to eat before. Each one has a yellow face. Now with the financial support of the Dragon Kingdom, they are all living better. Not to say that life has changed radically, but at least it's better than other places. Of course the Dragon State is not a brainstorm for funding. After all, it is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. This is a truth that anyone understands. If one goes on subsidizing the people and villagers without compensation, then even the most simple villagers may become insatiable, and will take the Dragon Kingdom's subsidies for them as a matter of course. Once one day the Dragon Kingdom's funding for them is reduced, or simply cancelled, they might just hate the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, in the aspect of teaching a man to fish, the Dragon Kingdom must deal with it properly. Avoid this kind of thing. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye. It was a week later. Now it is still the summer season. The high temperature in the south is irritating. Walking a few steps outside in the sun is like killing yourself. Add to that the fact that it rained last night and it was very hot and humid all around. At this point, a tall horse was struggling to walk on a muddy dirt road. When the horse's hooves hit the muddy pavement, they were all dented for at least several centimeters. This caused the tall horse to snort in displeasure. On the back of the high horse sat a man, dressed in a light gray uniform. And it's still the same kind of uniform from this period. Very much an old-timey sort of model. The high horse was followed by a group of men, which numbered about 100, and all of them were carrying firearms. Of course they were not as brightly and cleanly dressed as those on horseback. These hundreds of people were also wearing light gray uniforms though, but their uniforms were of very poor quality and they wore them crooked. Even the hat he wore on top of his head was slanted. Walking in formation is very disorganized. Military discipline that can be described as no. They were talking to each other as they walked. Most of the conversation was spent complaining. Mother *********, why is this dirt road so hard to walk on? A foot stepping down the mud is going into the shoes. It feels like there is at least a pound of yellow mud on the bottom of the shoes. Walking so hard that both of the laborers' legs are out of control. Someone couldn't help but open his mouth to complain and mutter. Obviously, the marshal has so many people under his command. Why did he let us go to that young village? Harm. It's not that some ungrateful fellow dared to move the marshal's soil in the marshal's territory? I heard that that strange group of troops wiped out the Heavenly King's walled city, and I don't know which warlords people have their hands on it. Humph. It looks like they don't know that this is Marshal Nyo's territory. So what if it's a great warlord? A strong dragon can't suppress a snake on the ground. Are we sure it's okay with the 100 or so of US? What's the problem? This time, the marshal has given us a mortar in order to drive away that group of troops. We do have a cannon. From the content of their conversation, it could be heard that they were all under the command of Marshal Nyo. Those riding high horses must be officers under Marshal Nyo's command. And these bitter ones who walk on 2 feet are the lowest ranked soldiers. Have to say, most of the warlords in the magically altered Republic realm aren't very good. That includes this Marshal Nyo. You can tell by the military discipline of those under his command. Doesn't look like a soldier at all. The militia don't even look like that. Even middle schoolers in military training are a lot neater than they are in formation. More like gangsta, like a bunch of punks. Apparently, that in the county town of the cattle marshal, by E and other people is what other warlords think it is. The other warlords of the hand stretched too far, want to give a lesson to the hand of the people. Let the group of troops fighting the bandits know that this is his territory. Marshal Nyo, the bandits in his territory can't be eliminated by anyone who wants to. It's about his face. It's also about profit. Chapter 30, The Arrival of Unwelcome Guests. The second young master of the Wang family. The vast, 100-sized, magically altered version of the Republican army marched so openly and with such a strut, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were coming over. It was simply impossible for the opponent to hide such a march from the Dragon Kingdom's scouts. Back when they were a few kilometers closer to the young family home, the Dragon Kingdom's scouts then spotted them and immediately passed on the information. This is the intelligence crush from modernization. The Dragon Kingdom had specialized in unlimited communication technology, and delivering a message was as simple as tapping a button. Then the command at the barracks gets the intel. Then, based on the contents of the information, we will formulate a policy to deal with the contents of the information. Modernization is naturally very efficient. A magically modified version of a Republic of China era troop of 150 people? By E, who had gotten this intelligence message, looked slightly surprised, and it's even heavily armed. Everyone has a long gun on their back. It looks like they're coming from a bad place. 150 men are close to a reinforced company. Plus everyone is carrying a gun. Such a troop can definitely walk sideways in this acreage. Troops that can casually gather 150 men in this area. I'm afraid it's only the one inside the county. Marshal Nyo. Kind of interesting. By E projected several high-definition photos, transmitted by the scouts, onto the curtain, and he was surrounded by the senior officers in the barracks, either the head of the regiment or the deputy regiment. Bai spoke to everyone, This troop coming towards Yangjiazhuang is most likely that Marshal Niu's troop. It looks like he already knows about us. All 150 of these soldiers are armed. Especially since they have this thing. Bai Yi pointed to an improvised human-powered trailer in the photo. Only a few warlord soldiers were seen struggling to drag the trailer, which appeared to have something on it, but covered it with a thick cloth. Bai Yi continued. Although it's covered with a cloth, analyzing from this silhouette, it's most likely a mortar. Heavily armed with mortars, their purpose should be obvious. They're just running at us, even trying to repel us. When he said those words, Bai Yi's expression slightly looked a bit strange. A 150-strong army of warlords comes looking for trouble? That cow marshal. Are you overconfident in your own strength? Perhaps. The other party simply didn't know the reality of the Dragon Kingdom's army, and he might have naively thought that the troops stationed near Yangjiazhuang were the same magically altered version of the Republic of China realm as his warlords. He probably couldn't have possibly thought that this was an army from another world, and this other world is known as the strongest army in the Blue Planet. Ahead of a construction corps, spoke calmly, soldiers come to stop, water comes to cover. Although from these pictures, the other side's equipment is backward and their military appearance and discipline are not too good. We can't be too light-hearted. Bullets don't have eyes. It's true that even the most backward guns and less powerful mortars can kill. The life of every soldier in the Dragon Kingdom is precious and irreplaceable. They, the senior commanders, are responsible for the lives of their soldiers? Well, when we can defy others in terms of proper big-picture strategy, never can we despise others in the detail layout. If the other side really wants to make a move against us, we have to give them a headache. Crush them while safeguarding the lives of the soldiers. The leader of the main regiment nodded approvingly. A staff officer stroked his chin. Is this considered a localized war? I think we can let them into Yangjiazhuang, and then we'll catch them in a jar. The head of the construction corps frowned. Letting a group of soldiers and ruffians into Yangjiazhuang. What if they make a move on the people? The staff officer said. I don't think they're cuties, or their officers are not cuties. Either must know very well that even if they were to strike at the people, they would have to destroy us first. Doing other things that affect the military's morale without eliminating us as a major problem. That's nothing less than suicide. At the same time, we can also let the people of Yangjiazhuang know that we, the Dragon Kingdom, have the power to crush the local warlords, and in this way, the local people will have more confidence in us. In the future when we tear ourselves away from the local warlords, the people won't be too alarmed. On the occasion of the discussion, everyone turned their gazes to Bai Yi on the main seat. Because inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, Bai Yi was the supreme commander. Even though there were several people present whose ranks were quite a bit higher than Bai Yi, the seniority in the army is even higher for everyone than Bai Yi. But they still had to listen to Bai Yi's orders. Obey orders. Military vocation. Let's follow Staff Sergeant Li's plan, and let the people of Yangjiazhuang see that we have the strength to shelter them in a chaotic world, as well as the strength to tear ourselves apart from the local warlords, Bai Yi said. Shortly thereafter, the Young family home. A group of uninvited guests entered within the Young family home, and it was clearly the group of troops sent by Marshal Niu. The officer at the head of the army rode a high horse. Eyes glanced around the Young family home in front of him, frowning. Go, find someone and ask where that unit stationed in this neighborhood is. Remember, be polite and don't make any trouble. The unknown army must be stationed nearby. Anyone who dares to cause trouble at this time, I'll just shoot him. The officer gave a cold shout. His likeness looked very young. It's also in his early 20s. Yes. A couple of unkempt soldier boys down below answered airily and trailed off. Obviously for this young officer, they don't have much respect. Still, orders have to be obeyed, no matter what. Sir, a few soldiers and gangsters walked towards the inside of the Young family's house. Prepare to find a villager and ask for information. After walking a little farther, an old soldier spat and whispered with disdain. Che, studying abroad from foreigners is not a big deal, is it? A brat who hasn't even grown his hair yet can become an officer just after studying abroad. I don't know what's so rare about it. Shoo, keep your voice down. He's the second youngest master of the Wang family in the county. Marshal Niu would have to be polite to Master Wang when he sees him. Harm. He's rich, he's powerful, he's young. Let's let him go. TCH, just a little white boy. Chapter 31 KAM. This place, something's not right. TSK, just a little white boy. At the beginning, the old soldier gangster who was full of disdain let out a cold laugh and shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. We're so far away. What can we do if we say a few words about him? Even if he hears us, what can we do? We are already giving him face by honoring him with a word of respect as chief or officer and listening to a little order from him. Oh no, this face is not his, it's his father's, and his father is already in his 70s, and that Master Wang is afraid he won't live for many years. Once Master Wang is gone, How dare the little white boy get high and mighty? After the old soldier gangster's words fell, a few other soldier gangsters around him couldn't help but snort a few times. One of these warlords' soldier boys counts. And all of them are no slouches. A young officer parachuted into their heads. There's no way to keep these old soldier boys down for a while. At least until the prestige was established. These soldier boys wouldn't give a damn about him. So the young officer said earlier about the warning. All of it fell on deaf ears. A few soldiers and gangsters came to the interior of the young family's house, and they saw a number of young family villagers, but they didn't bother to ask the ordinary villagers. What could the ordinary mudbloods ask in their eyes? The key thing is that they are approaching the villagers. Those villagers of the young family home then hurried far away. In the eyes of the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were their great benefactors, and Marshal Bull's men are the big bad, although they were not sure what these traitors under Marshal Bull's hand were doing here. But certainly nothing good. Many villagers even sneaked off to tip off the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. That's the benefit of having a popular vote. This makes a few soldier gangsters very puzzled. Their own brothers, although as brutal a little, in the county is also belongs to the existence of a hegemony, but also does not look scary, right? How to get everywhere? Everyone's gone? Suddenly, at this very moment, one of the several soldier boys suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked in one direction incredulously. Eyes couldn't help but glaze over. Stop for what? The companion next to him asked in wonder. And following the direction this soldier boy was looking, he couldn't help but cast his gaze as well. This look. Eyes are straight. Hiss. Successive sounds of sucking in cool air came out from their mouths. The 5 warlords and soldiers moved in surprising unison. See only. Not far. Several dark green military tents were erected, with red crosses on them. This is a temporary clinic for the medical personnel of the Dragon Kingdom to give free medical treatment to the people of Yangjiazhuang villagers. These medical personnel are actually considered half soldiers, and they have received rigorous military training. Sort of a profession that falls within the scope of military medicine. Whether it's a doctor or a nurse, they all carry guns on them. After all, these are chaotic times. The reason why the 5 soldier boys looked straight in the eyes was because they saw the female nurse. So many svelte female nurses, especially in the middle of summer. The female nurse was wearing a short-sleeved nurse's uniform, revealing her white lotus root arms, which made her eyes even more unable to move. Although their face value was not considered to be a great beauty in the modern era of Blue Star, but it's long and white. The figure is also appropriate. In this day and age, long white plus good figure plus good temperament is already a rare beauty. Even in the eyes of these 5 warlords and soldiers, this was definitely a woman of heaven. Gobble. A soldier boy secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He licked his dry lips. His mouth felt a little dry when he spoke. When did this place, Yangjiazhuang, have so many women? And this kind of dressing shouldn't be all female doctors, right? Go see. No. Go ask around and find out where that army is hiding, he said righteously. Next moment, the smiles on the faces of the 5 soldiers and gangsters were as wide as chrysanthemums in full bloom. They trotted over in small, farty steps. Hey, the lady doctor, one of the old soldiers, bluntly said, we suspect that you Yangjiazhuang hiding bandit army. You'd better honestly explain where the bandit army hidden. Otherwise we will not be polite. Do you know who we are? Look at the tiger skin of our brothers. We are the people of Marshal Nyo. The threatening intent in his words was naturally self-evident, though his eyes were very unfaithful as he spoke. Glancing around, his mouth was watering. And the 5 soldier gangsters stood in a very deliberate position, vaguely surrounding several female nurses, and continued sternly, do you know what crime it is to harbor a bandit army? It's a big crime that requires killing your head. That group of bandits offended Marshal Nyo, and Marshal Nyo ordered us to come here to exterminate them. And those who know the whereabouts of the bandits but don't report it, will also have to be beheaded. But well, the soldier gangster's tone turned. He smiled heatedly. Our brothers are all reasonable people. It's not like we can't speak a little bit about human feelings. He rubbed his hands together and smiled obscenely suave. Meaning, it goes without saying. But what the 5 soldiers and gangsters gained was a look of contemptuous disgust as they looked at the idiot pervert. A female nurse frowned. Sit down if you want to see a doctor, and leave immediately if you want to make trouble. You who? You're a tough little. Ha? A soldier boy raised his eyebrows and sneered, instantly trying to remove the gun he was carrying. It's just a shame. The nursemaid moved faster than he did. A pitch-black pistol was already pointing at the soldier gangster's head at this time. The pistol's safety was on. The dark muzzle of the gun took on a distinctive metallic luster when the sun shone on it. The faint odor of gun oil flooded his nostrils. Several of the other female nurses also moved very quickly, immediately pulling out pistols from their backs. A cold gun, pointed at them. A few of the soldier boys were in a cold sweat. Scalp numbness. Mother asterisk 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 her. Why does this young family's female doctor even have a gun? They recognize it. It's a real gun. If the female doctors in front of them shook their little hands, their lives would be accounted for here. And look at their skillful movements. And their used to it expressions. Definitely military trained. This mother asterisk 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 her. What's going on? Cam. Something's not right about this place. It's not what they thought it would be. Chapter 32, The Urn. Dragon Kingdom's helicopter formation. Though they weren't quite sure what foreign country built the pistols in the hands of several of the nurses, as they had never seen such uniquely shaped pistols before, but they were able to tell it was all real guns by that faint smell of gun oil. All it takes is the slightest pull of the trigger by the other guy and it's all over. It was naturally obvious what was going to happen to these 5 soldier boys, and from the moment they tried to take that gun off their backs, their next fate was decided. All of them were captured. It was important to realize that the people sent by the Dragon Kingdom to the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, even if they were medical personnel, had all received military training. Even they are able to become a qualified soldier with just a change of clothes. Even the camp's researchers. It's also military trained. The 5 soldier gangsters could only be obediently disarmed. And then one by one, they were handcuffed. All of them honestly squatting in a corner, full of confusion and disheveled. They know they are kicking the bucket. Who would have thought that the tender feeling can pinch out the water of the little pussy? I can't believe they wouldn't hesitate to pull out their guns. And all of them have guns. Guns aren't cheap these days. Not to mention a handgun. A few. Several aunts and grandmothers. You can be merciful. Let our little ones go. We have eyes but we don't recognize MT. Tai. We have offended several aunts and grandmothers. Several aunts and grandmothers can beat or scold. But don't handcuff us here ah. A soldier gangster cried tearlessly and begged for mercy. He came to Yang Jiazhuang this time with a mission from Marshal Niu. If you delay the task of the cattle marshal, with the kind of temperament of the cattle marshal, hiss. I'm afraid I'm going to have to go into a rage and try to shoot myself. Even your own family inside the county, all have to be implicated. After 5 or 6 years of being a big head soldier under the hands of Marshal Niu, he knew very well that Marshal Niu's style of behavior, if he delayed anything, or annoyed him, then basically can be pronounced his own death sentence. That's why these soldier boys look down on that young king officer of theirs though. But still, the reason for honestly listening to each other's orders. After all, that Officer Wang represented Marshal Niu, and it wasn't Officer Wang they feared. Rather, it's Marshal Niu behind Officer Wang. However, these female nurses didn't even bother with these soldier boys who saw color. They actually knew the identities of these soldiers and ruffians, because when Bai Yi's order was given, all the dragons of the entire magically altered version of the Republic realm all know that there's a magically altered version of a Republican-era warlord unit that's about to enter the boundaries of the Yang family's land. And the other side is still coming. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom is going to perform in front of the common people of Yang Jiazhuang what it means to be truly powerful. What does it mean to be able to crush the might of all warlords? Thus, the common people inside the Yang family home have a clear perception of the power of the Dragon Kingdom. So much for later in the day, the Dragon Kingdom flips out with the local warlords, the people of Yang Jiazhuang, and not too terrified, will have faith in the Dragon Kingdom. Those guys, why aren't they back yet? Not far. The young officer who was riding a high horse and had been hovering near the entrance of Yang Jiazhuang's village couldn't help but frown. Those guys couldn't have failed to listen to my orders and cause trouble inside Yang Jiazhuang, provoking Yang Jiazhuang's villagers, could they? The young officer, the second youngest son of the Wang family in the county, was named Wang Ringji. Years ago his father, or Master Wang as the soldier boys called him, sent him to study abroad. Let him see the real world on the Yankee side. Now after he had returned from his years of study, he was directly in the sights of Marshal Niu. Or perhaps what Marshal Niu was looking at was the power of the Wang family. The reason why he was given a young man who had just returned home as an officer. He can put him, Wang Ringji, in charge of 100 or so people. The reason for this is just to befriend the Wang family. And Wang Ringji had a not so good premonition. This Yang Jiazhuang, isn't it too weird to be quiet? As a matter of course, he represents Marshal Bull, and this is also the territory of Marshal Bull. The people of Yang Jiazhuang met them, the soldiers under the hands of Marshal Niu. Surely they would have come over to greet it, for fear of offending Marshal Bull. However, it was as if one by one, two by two, the people of the Yang family had disappeared into thin air. Don't say come and greet, not a single bird, and so on. Wang Ringji's expression changed slightly. It couldn't be that his action of coming to Yang Jiazhuang had already been discovered by the unknown group of troops stationed near Yang Jiazhuang, right? And then the other party notified the villagers of Yang's house in advance to keep the villagers away from these people of theirs? But, why didn't they run away if their whereabouts were known? Is the other party confident that in the territory of Marshal Bull, defeat Marshal Bull's army? If the other party really dares to do it, then it is not really with the cattle marshal. Tearing the face? Hiss. Not good. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Wang Rinji's scalp tingled. The things he learned in the country of the foreigners were not military-related knowledge. He studied to be a doctor. As soon as the results are back in the country, he became an officer under Marshal Nio's hand. He didn't know anything about how to lead an army into battle, though he'd crammed his knowledge over the past 2 months, but still a rookie. He thinks. Yourself seems to. A little slow to come back to his senses. Fruity. Just when he felt very bad, the entire warlord's troop of over 100 men suddenly rioted. One warlord soldier tilted his head and looked at the sky not far away. They vaguely saw so many big birds, and they also heard a banging noise, which was a very strange noise. Sources of noise. It seems to be those big birds in the air. Those big birds. It seems that, on the fly, of all the people present, only Wang Rinji, who had stayed in the ocean, was dumbfounded. How can that be a bird? That's an airplane. Why are there so many airplanes in God's country? But, why does this airplane look so strange? Doesn't it have wings? What's the principle of this? Chapter 33 Limitations of Time. Rifles fighting helicopter gunships? As the strange bird in the sky not far away approached, the strange roaring noise began to get louder and louder. All the warlord soldiers couldn't help but look up into the sky. Their faces carried a strong look of shock, as well as horror, because as those strange birds are getting closer and closer to here, the more they would be able to see what the strange bird looked like. That's not a bird at all. It doesn't even look like a creature of any kind. What the hell is that? A warlord soldier was incredibly dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sky above. Why is it able to fly in the sky without wings? Could it be a god? A soldier next to him immediately retorted. Those gods in the sky. Which of them looks this strange? Someone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Is it hard to believe that this is some kind of demon? Obviously none of these warlord soldiers have much insight. Or, there aren't many people in the whole world with insight these days, because it hasn't been that long since airplanes were invented and used in transportation and warfare. Many people don't know, and rightfully so. Not to mention, Longguas is still a helicopter gunship. This was no longer just challenging the perceptions of these warlord soldiers. Even Wang Rinji, a foreign student who had returned from his studies, had a look of disbelief on his face. Dumbstruck. Unbelievable. Soon, fully 10 helicopter gunships of huge size hovered over the entrance of Yangjiazhuan village. The propellers churned the air and made a loud noise like a ferocious beast hissing. The shock was so great that all the warlord soldiers did not dare to utter a word. They watched as helicopter gunship after helicopter gunship circled overhead. The heart chills, scalp numbness. There were even already warlord soldiers who were so frightened that the rifles they were carrying fell to the ground. Troops below, you have broken into a military stronghold. Suddenly, a loud voice came down from overhead. Please drop your weapons immediately. Please abandon resistance immediately. Repeat, please drop your weapons immediately. Abandon resistance at once. This is human voice. Strange bird in. Someone. Most fear comes from the unknown. And earlier these warlord soldiers didn't know what the things in the sky were, and thought they were some kind of demon or ghost or something like that. Now that they heard the voice of a person coming, that meant that it shouldn't be any demons or ghosts. I remember. I read it in the paper. Suddenly, a warlord soldier exclaimed, "This is an airplane made on the foreigner's side. I've seen it in the newspaper." But, his voice was a little more suspicious. Why doesn't it look quite the same as in the papers? He remembers the newspapers with all those airplanes invented by foreigners. They all have propellers in the nose and 2 pairs of huge wings. But, headed for these planes, and Yankee airplanes, why isn't it the same? Airplanes? Hiss. Could this be the group of bandits that Marshal Nio asked us to eliminate? They even have foreigners' airplanes? I think I've also heard of airplanes. And it's said that the commander-in-chief in the capital has bought airplanes from foreigners. The officer came back from studying with the foreigners. Surely he's seen this kind of airplane before. Not a demon? Scared the laborer to death. Thought it was a demon. Since it's a human-operated thing like a car, wouldn't you just have to shoot it down? How can this one Yankee airplane be worth dozens of oceans? I think it could be worth hundreds. After the initial fear had dissipated, these normally bold soldier boys, the idea of shooting the helicopter gunships down even rose. But Wang Rinji didn't have that idea. Even though he didn't study military, he knew that the height of the other party was just too high and fast. Where could it be shot down by the few broken guns in their hands? If the opposite side drops in altitude, that's fine. Instead, you can try it. At the same time, again, he was very puzzled. What kind of channel did this group use to buy from the foreigners this weird airplane? And, Things like airplanes. How do you attack infantry? Actually, air forces in this day and age, all national militaries, are in the figuring out stage. The most typical is the beginning of World War I. The airmen fought by pilots with small pistols, shooting each other in the air, or even take a brick and throw it at the opposing propeller. Wait until World War I is pretty much over. It's only then that someone discovers the wonders of airplanes, started inventing all kinds of air combat weapons. A lot of people in this day and age thought that things like airplanes were very limited in their usefulness for the military. Even those foreigners think so, not to mention the warlords in those places. No way. It's too passive to go on like this. Wang Renji frowned his eyebrows too through looking at the sky. The air currents stirred by the helicopter gunship propellers made the horses under his seat a little restless, and even more so, it blew his eyes vaguely painful, though he couldn't figure out what it would take for something flying in the sky to attack soldiers on the ground. But he also knew it wasn't good to stall here. What if the people on the other side have taken advantage of this time and have surrounded them? In a hurry. Evil is born out of fear. Shoot it down. Wang Renji ignored the warnings from the helicopter gunships, but gritted his teeth and ordered the warlord soldiers. I've seen airplanes abroad, and although these airplanes aren't quite the same as the ones I've seen, theoretically they should be pretty much the same. They can't stop bullets. Even though these helicopter gunships were flying high, he had over 100 men with over 100 guns in his hands, firing unison into the air. There's gotta be a few down, right? And the warlord soldiers were so bold that they actually raised their guns in preparation for firing. They even had excitement written all over some of their faces. It seemed as if they were preparing for bird hunting, as if as soon as they fired their guns, just shoot the plane down. Shoot. Bang. 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 The warlord soldiers didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. A round of bullets, straight to the clouds. Ultimately, it is the limitations of the eyes of a different era that give them a childish idea. This kind of childish thinking is not an exception, even for those who have stayed in school. The limitations of the times can't be eliminated by studying abroad. Chapter 34 Thoroughly Scared Silly. The strong muscles of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Dragon Kingdom's helicopter gunship pilots didn't think that someone could actually be so brave, shooting toward them with these World War I caliber rifles. Leaving aside whether these warlord soldiers can hit or not, this kind of courage alone is astonishing. These guys are not normally brave. You know that Major White has given orders that if the enemy troops are not willing to surrender their weapons, then force can be used to force their surrender. If the enemy dares to shoot and attack, they can make unlimited counterattacks. From the moment these warlord soldiers received the order from that Marshal Nyo, they were already enemies of the Dragon Kingdom because their mission was to annihilate and crush the Dragon Kingdom's army. The Dragon Kingdom army had already been considered very humanitarian by first making them surrender their weapons immediately. Now attacked by warlord soldiers, the 10 armed helicopters hovering in the sky immediately responded with countermeasures. A helicopter gunship took up position, forming a huge encirclement, and the helicopter gunships are loaded with weapons. It has been aimed at this warlord unit. The large, dark barrel was black and long, with a long chain of bullets hanging from it, each of which was of a very large caliber, a little thicker than a man's finger. A bullet of this caliber would be enough to destroy most fortifications, and that's just on the helicopter gunships, the most humane kind of weapon. Shasta, fire away. The large barrel of the gun spat out a cloud of fiery flames, and bullet after bullet was shot out, flying towards the warlord soldiers below. The ear-piercing gunfire was almost continuous, as if countless firecrackers had been lit. The bullets hit the ground instantly splattering several meters of mud. The terrifying firepower made all the warlord soldiers, all of them, give a dumbfounded look. The rifles they hold in their hands at this moment, as if it were a burning stick. Suddenly, a warlord soldier was struck by a bullet, which carried a terrifying kinetic energy and penetrated his chest in an instant, so terrifyingly powerful that it even broke his entire body into two. Flesh and blood are flying. Blood rains down. The huge commotion scared the high horse under Wang Renji's ass. It threw him right off the excited blazing horse. He fell to the ground ignoring the pain in his body as his brain had gone down from the shock. Is this an airplane? Why are there machine guns on top of airplanes? A single bullet cuts a man in two. What kind of machine gun is this? Is this a cannon? It's a cannon, right? The thoughts in his head, though very numerous, were only in a flash. In an instant, one by one, the warlord soldiers were like harvested wheat. Body after body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Being hit in the body by a heavy machine gun from a helicopter gunship, the whole person was directly cut in two. If a bullet hits a torso, such as an arm or leg, the entire hand will be gone. Even if it's just a light scrape from a bullet, that would also take away large chunks of flesh and blood. Mother! The skyrocketing transformation made these warlord soldiers, each one of them, cry out in fear. Don't even want the rifle in your hand. Throw it straight to the ground. scramble around holding your head. Where had they, the soldiers of the warlords, except for a small number of older veterans who had fought a few battles and seen big scenes of bloodshed, seen such scenes? Eyes wide open, he watched his companion, who instantly turned into a mist of blood. That kind of viewing definitely evokes the greatest fears within. The heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships had only been strafing for 10 seconds. Just completely demoralize all the warlord's soldiers. Scared them to death. Panic. Cry baby. The fear that kept spreading even made some of the warlord soldiers, directly kneeling on the ground, their mouths constantly chanting something like Jade Emperor Ru Lai Buddha's blessing, and from their faces, it could be seen that they had been completely scared silly. Even those veterans of warlords who had fought in wars had never seen this kind of one-sided crushing. Everyone. Crash. A troop of more than 100 and heavily armed warlords was enough to walk sideways in this part of the country, but in this moment, they were as fragile as a soft-shelled egg. One touch. I.e. broken. At the same time they paid dearly for the childish ideas they had before. It's only a matter of 10 seconds. There were already dozens of warlord soldiers who were killed on the spot by heavy machine gun fire. Didn't even have a chance to react. Straight up violent death. The remaining soldiers of those warlords were either completely stunned, missing arms and legs, or running away with their heads in their hands. Among them, Wang Rinji, an officer who had returned from his studies, was already gray. He slumped to the ground with his hands on his head and both eyes, full of horror. He had been lucky not to be hit by a bullet, but his horse had been shot through a sieve, and whoever had made that horse was just too conspicuous to be the most attention-grabbing target on the field. A horse was broken into pieces. The moment. The Dragon Kingdom is truly in front of the warlords as well as the people of this era, showing off that unparalleled strength of muscle. It was a desperate power. It was crushing from the future. It wasn't just these warlord soldiers who were stupid. Far away, the villagers of Yangjiazhuang, who had long ago gotten the news given by the Dragon Kingdom and were hiding in a faraway place, wanting to watch the show, all of them also looked dumbfounded. The original, an army in the hands of Mr. White. So scary. The Marshal Nyo's army, which had been entrenched in an acre of land for many years, was no match for Mr. Bai's army, and that Marshal Nyo didn't even deserve to be treated as Mr. Bai's opponent. This state of affairs can be seen by anyone with a discerning eye. Anyone who is not blind can see that. The Dragon Kingdom is powerful. Not that so-called bull marshal, able to rival. Yang Jiazhuan's old village was looking at the scene in the distance. Although his eyes weren't very good at his age, he was able to barely see it. That crushing battle. Both sides, as if they were ancient chivalrous warriors, were separated at the touch of a button. Then, the troops sent over by Marshal Bull collapsed. There was no resistance. Mr. White, a dragon who has crossed the river. The old village was murmuring in shock. Chapter 35, a man under the roof has to bow his head. At this moment, the people of Yangjiazhuang possessed a brand new perception of the powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom. It also finally became clear to them what a powerful army was stationed in the neighborhood. Yet they were not frightened by the power of the army, because the villagers of Yangjiazhuang knew very well that this army was different from those warlords. This is the army that will really work for the people. Just as every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, when refusing the gifts from the villagers, said the sentence, "We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the people's sons and daughters, and we can't receive a single needle or thread from you." All these days are in contact with each other, so that the people of Yangjiazhuang have an understanding of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They've lived so long. It's the first time I've seen this kind of army, but such an army. Instead, it puts them at ease, because these villagers of Yangjiazhuang knew that if the common people were in distress, such an army would absolutely not hesitate to lend a helping hand to them. The people. They were even worried that Bai Yi and the others might be liquidated by Marshal Nyo in his territory. After all, that Marshal Nyo was not a good person. But, after the events of today, perhaps the villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang are not so worried. It was because of the strong power displayed by Bai Yi and the others. The horrific military power on display told all the villagers, "You need not worry. A little warlord. Not enough to worry about." In the meantime, the young family home, village entrance. The soldiers of the warlords who had already fallen into endless panic. Each one of them was like a headless fly. They were already filled with fear as well as disorientation towards this mysterious and powerful army. And so, all of these warlord soldiers who were alive became prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. The living warlord soldiers were all disarmed and then all put in silver handcuffs. As for those injured warlord soldiers, they were sent to the military doctors for treatment. Save what you can. If you can't save it, forget it. Wang Rinji, an officer who had returned from his studies, had also become one of the prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. When full of bewilderment and confusion, he was handcuffed by the cold handcuffs. That just came back to me. Yourself. Caught. He began to cast his eyes on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom army. Wang Renji swore he had never seen this kind of uniform before. This style of military attire was by no means any of the southern warlords, but this didn't seem to be a warlord from the northern side either. And this uniform looked very heroic. Wearing it seems to elevate the whole person's energy and vitality by several notches. And Wang Renji realized that the soldiers of this strange army, one counts as a very good essence, and 1 or 2 are full of heaven. 1 and 2 are very strong and powerful. Everyone's backs were straight and their faces were full of rigidity. What surprised him most was the discipline. The never-before-seen army in front of us doesn't mistreat prisoners? As a matter of fact, having captured so many enemy troops, the mistreatment of prisoners would surely have been discovered. No more. You're also going to beat up your captors a little bit, aren't you? Yet these men did not mistreat their captives, and they certainly could not talk about being polite to them. This was unbelievable to Wang Renji. Unbelievable. Is this the army? Hiss. Where in the land of God did you get such an iron army? Never heard of it. And those guns on those soldiers, why are they so oddly shaped? A very different gun than one remembered. And he found that every soldier was wearing a pair of black military boots. That pair of military boots polished clanking, put Wang Renji's eyes almost looked straight. This. So many soldiers are wearing these boots? How much is this going to cost? Everything that the Dragon Kingdom's army displayed was beyond his knowledge. Wang Renji suddenly realized. Study abroad on your own. Left alone. Sir, shouldn't we be shot by these big-headed soldiers, right? Just like those bandits in the Heavenly King's walled city? The captured warlord soldiers were all gathered together. They had all been disarmed and were squatting on the ground. A younger warlord soldier, beside Wang Renji, asked in a trembling voice and a low voice, I heard that Heavenly King's walled city was killed with no chickens or dogs left behind. Hearing the trembling words of this subordinate, Wang Renji also secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Guns? Shouldn't. Wang Renji whispered consolingly. They didn't mistreat the captives, so they must be reasonable people. Shooting shouldn't be a problem. Not really. God knows what kind of mood he was in when he said those words. Even he didn't know if he had guessed right with those words, because he had no contact with this army at all. Oh no. The two sides were in contact. Only, just after contact, he, Wang Renji, failed miserably. Not even a chance to get to know each other. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice. Pass it on. Are you their officer? The unfamiliar voice, which seemed to be very close to him, only continued. Only your dress is different from the others. Wang Renji raised his head in astonishment to look forward, and saw a young man of a similar age to himself, except that the other party was wearing an unfamiliar military uniform. The young man was accompanied by many loaded close guards. These close guards were keeping a wary eye on the warlord soldiers. Should any of them dare to make a move, it could be sifted by countless bullets the next moment. The young man was obviously Bai Yi. Wang Renji froze and looked at Bai Yi. After all, it is the second youngest master of the county Wang Jieduan, as well as a person who has studied. The psychological quality is still quite a bit better than those warlord soldiers. He secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded, honestly admitting, yes, I am their officer. My name is Wang Renji. People under the roof had to bow down. Captured. Just have to concede. Chapter 36 Laying Captives. Can you report Marshal Niu? Wang Renji? Bai Yi looked at Wang Renji in front of him. He could tell that this magically altered version of the Republic of China era officer had a very young and childish appearance, and was estimated to have just joined for how long? He had just joined the army not long ago and was able to command hundreds of men while still being sent on missions by that Grand Marshal Niu. I'm afraid it belongs to the kind of relationship that exists, doesn't it? I remember that there is a Wang family inside the county, and I heard that the Wang family's family background is very thick and can be traced back 200 or 300 years ago. Bai Yi pondered. You and this Wang family, are you related? Wang Renji was taken aback. He had merely spoken his name, and the other party was actually able to know so much. He was even able to accurately guess that he was related to the Wang family in the county. Hiss. The mind was horrified. He nodded honestly. Wang Renji was hesitant about whether this unfamiliar army would let him live or just shoot him. He figured he'd better hold out for the worst. He doesn't want to die. Wang Renji thinks he's too young to have talked to a girl. He thinks he has a big future ahead of him. Don't want to die. Can't die. Without saying a word, Wang Renji shook out all the information about himself. All of it. Include your identity, birth date, and general experience. All of it in a nutshell. This made Bai Yi slightly surprised and at the same time somewhat amused. Such a desire for survival is really rare. I don't know whether to say that he's afraid of death or that he knows what's right. Through Wang Renji's narration, Bai Yi knew a lot. Unexpectedly, this young warlord officer was actually a foreign student. sent to study in the French stick country a few years ago, and only returned to the country 2 months ago. As a result, as soon as he returned to China, he was solicited by that Marshal Niu and became an officer under Marshal Niu's hand. Of course that Marshal Niu certainly wasn't looking at Wang Renji's talent. Rather, he looked at the Wang family behind Wang Renji. Speaking up, Bai Yi felt that this magically altered version of the Republican era still had something to offer in terms of names. Not to say it's amazing. At least it's pretty normal. Not like Blue Star Modern. The name is always something like Z. Something like Tatsu. Something like Xin. Something like Xian. Keep him under good guard, and get more things out of him. Preferably things related to that Niu de Shui. If you can, set out information from inside the county, from all the big families as well, including the Wang family where this guy is from. Bai Yi had someone take Wang Renji away. This guy, even though he had only recently returned to the Divine Kingdom, but since he's the second youngest master of the Wang family in the county, must know a lot of things. As for the others, interrogate them briefly, determine each person's guilt, and play by the rules. Don't recognize death. Give them a chance. If you denounce someone else and take credit for their crimes, they can be dealt with lightly. What Bai Yi said about following the rules was naturally to judge them. These soldier boys from the warlords are no good. Especially the old soldier boys. I'm afraid the evil done by those warlord old soldiers and gangsters is even worse than that of bandits. Bullying the people is just their normal operation. Adultery abounds. Bai Yi could never let a soldier gangster with the lives of innocent people in his hands live in peace. Such people don't deserve to live. As for the crime that doesn't pay, Bai Yi was thinking about what he was going to arrange for them to do. After all, he wasn't some kind of murderous maniac, and there was no need for him to have to kill a lot of people whose sins didn't end in death. That didn't fit with his own morals. Bai Yi hadn't lowered his voice in these words just now, and quite a few people present had heard them. This includes the captured soldiers of the warlords. Each and every one of these captives had their eyes wide open. It was impossible for them not to be clear about what Bai Yi meant by the words he had just said, and it was precisely because they were clear about what it meant that they panicked. How many soldiers under the hand of a warlord in the magically altered version of the Republican realm are able to come out of the muck and not be tainted? How many people can hold on to their inner morality? 1 in 100 is not bad, not even 1 in 100. What if they are really interrogated and found to have done something? Then what should they do? You won't be shot, will you? The same as those Tian Shy bandits the other day? Many of the captives secretly swallowed their saliva. Cold sweat. But, turning each other in? Misdemeanor? Bai Yi's last few sentences were also heard by them, which made all of these captives start to have small thoughts. How can they not know what the person next to them has done when they've done evil together a lot of the time? Being able to keep yourself alive if you turn someone in, then they must be happy to do it. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Seeing that Bai Yi was about to turn around and leave, suddenly there was a warlord soldier who hurriedly shouted, "Sir! This sir! Me! I want to denounce Air Paki. I want to report him for defiling a woman in a brothel 2 years ago and not paying her." The other person wanted money, and as a result, this Air Paki stabbed the person to death. 6 dogs, a captive soldier next to him, obviously the so-called Air Mazi, immediately broke the defense rage and shouted, "6 dogs you! Labor gave you a piece of ocean in the first place, so that you swallowed this matter into your stomach. Humph, that's because I was interested at first, but I've repented now." The denouncing captive had a righteous face. The bickering between the two was as much dominoes as anything. The other stupid captives finally relented. "Sir, can we really get a lighter sentence? I don't want to be shot." "Third brother, I'm sorry. I'll have to stab out the fact that you beat a beggar to death back then. Lu Wu Tian, I've put up with you for a long time. You took advantage of my drunkenness and stole my Dayang. I haven't settled the score with you." "Sir, little, if I denounce Marshal Niu, can I spare my life?" Suddenly, a word appeared and the scene quieted. Bai Yi stopped dead in his tracks and looked back at one of the captives. A smile appeared. Could be, obviously. All of the things Bai Yi had said earlier had been a setup for these captives. Now, the fish are all hooked. Chapter 37, Marshal Niu's Secret. An ancient tomb. Bai Yi's purpose of uttering those words had already been achieved, regardless of whether these captives saw his intentions or not. Even if they did now, it was already too late, because their mutual trust had already disintegrated. Everyone scrambled to be the first to try to denounce those around them, telling all the crimes they knew others were guilty of. For the sake of trying to make the crime you put down a little bit less serious. All in all, it can be summarized in 2 words. Fear of death. There was almost no one who wasn't afraid of death. Not even Bai Yi. Not to mention the prisoners of these warlords. These captives are used to enjoying themselves in their usual way, and have been riding on the necks of the common people for a long time. How can you possibly want to die? Good times abound. They just can't afford to give it up. Moreover, Bai Yi didn't expect that he actually had an unexpected gain, that there would be someone who wanted to denounce Marshal Niu because he wanted to save his life and mitigate the guilt on his body. Bai Yi naturally allowed the other party to denounce the cattle marshal. He would like to know about the Marshal Niu who has been entrenched inside this acreage for so long. What exactly has been done? Although Bai Yi had heard a little about what that Marshal Niu had done before. After all, the other side is so famous. The ones that I've heard a little bit about are all rumors, more or less with a little bit of false meaning. But it is the soldiers of these warlords who now want to speak out about Marshal Niu's crimes. The soldiers of these warlords surely know Marshal Niu best. Also for that Marshal Bull, he has done an unknown number of evil deeds, been the dirtiest blade in the hands of Marshal Bull. This time, the warlord captives who wanted to denounce Marshal Niu immediately showed ecstatic looks on their faces when they heard that they would also be able to mitigate their own criminal antecedents after simply revealing Marshal Niu's crimes. He didn't even care about the shocked gaze of his companions watching. What did he care about the marshal in order to be able to survive? His own little life might be about to be saved. Who else is going to work for that marshal? As for the fact that he had given an account of Marshal Niu's crimes in order to stay alive, would he be known to Marshal Niu and take revenge later on? Whatever. Thinking there's a good chance you'll be shot. Who cares? This officer. I say. Marshal Niu was about a few years ago when he tried to force a woman from the capital who sang opera to become one of his concubines, but the woman and her old man refused. And in the end Marshal Niu shot her old man dead, and the woman couldn't take it and hanged herself. This captured warlord soldier uttered anxiously, cranking up the speed of his speech to the max in order to try and stay alive. I remember the woman who sang the opera. I think her name was Zhao. Zhao what? Zhao what clothes? Suddenly he couldn't remember the victim's name, making him sweat in a hurry. Warlord soldiers who could know about it. I'm afraid they're all veterans from years ago. After all, it was some years ago when this happened. At this time, the other warlord captives were shocked though at the audacity of this soldier to denounce Marshal Niu. Was this guy not afraid of retaliation from Marshal Niu? But once that opening was made, other people's minds came alive. Horizontal is also death. Vertical is also dead. Late death. Early death. That's definitely an option to die later. One time, another warlord captive spoke up. I know that Marshal Niu, in order to collect all sorts of taxes, forced an unknown number of people to die. Once there was a village that killed dozens of people because they couldn't afford to pay the taxes, and Marshal Niu personally led the men and made an example of them. Sir, I also know something about Marshal Niu. I know that he works with a gang of bandits. That gang of bandits is equivalent to being able to legally rob in his territory, but they have to pay protection fees. I know that Marshal Niu has opened a big smokehouse and made a lot of people in the county big smokers. Marshal Niu also forcibly requisitioned the people's houses without paying for them. Soon, all sorts of sounds began to ring out. Some have denounced each other, and others have revealed the crimes of that Marshal Bull. The whole scene was good. Look at Wang Renji's hands and feet. Scalp numbness. At least Wang Renji has also read a lot of books, but also went abroad to contact the foreigners' thoughts. This era of foreign ideas, or more advanced. He saw this current situation more clearly than many people in the room. Wang Renji knew that this was all the word art of the man in front of him. It's all a ruse. A few very brief words made the psychological defense of all the captives crumble. A random setup to get them to turn each other in. Let them reveal each other's crimes. Hiss. What kind of tactic is this? Unheard of. Never seen before. On Bai Yi's side, there were also people who took out pen and paper to record. But these warlord captives, one by one, were talking and revealing all sorts of crimes of different sizes, which were just too many. So much so that Bai Yi's side simply opened the recording and directly recorded the voice first. Have to say, compared to this kind of warlord who had been entrenched in the area for many years, the crippled Taoist priest who had already been shot, the heinous crimes that the other side had handed down, actually made it a bit of an unsurprising situation, because the crimes of these warlords are even more exhaustive and unbelievable, probably able to immediately come up with hundreds of offenses without repeating them. Now it is amazing that there is only one of these 63 captives who has not been denounced for his crimes. That would be Wang Renji, who has just returned from studying abroad for only 2 months. The guy hadn't had time to do much of anything before Marshal Bull pulled him in as an officer. To be able to become an officer, Wang Renji seldom went out for 2 months. Read all kinds of books every day. A good dose of military knowledge. Temporary embrace of the Buddha's leg. As for the others, all criminals. Especially that Niu de Shui who was far away in the county. That was even more of an existence belonging to the dregs of the earth. And in the land of God. I don't know how many warlords will be the same as this Marshal Niu. Suddenly, Wang Renji, who hadn't said anything, suddenly gritting his teeth, he said, "This officer, I don't think I've committed any great crime, and the only thing that could be considered a crime might be taking orders and trying to attack you. If I tell the reason why Marshal Niu can become a warlord, can this crime of mine be erased? Bai Yi turned his gaze to Wang Renji and nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Wang Renji gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Niu has an ancient tomb. He made his fortune by virtue of the treasures in the ancient tomb, and he still holds that tomb in high regard and still sends heavy troops to guard it, most likely because there are still a lot of treasures in the ancient tomb that he can't take out for the time being. Ancient tomb? Treasure? Wang Renji revealed this news. It made Bai Yi slightly surprised. Chapter 38, Former Dynasty Burial. Another bronze treasure chest. Next Wang Renji told everything he knew about his location, one by one. Although he had been studying overseas for many years, he was still the second youngest master of the Wang family anyhow, and the Wang family is also a very large family in this part of the world. That Marshal Niu's every move hadn't actually left within the Wang family's line of sight. The Wang family also knows a little bit about the history of Niu Deshuai's fortune. Marshal Niu used to be a guard for a certain warlord in the south, and then there was an internal conflict within that warlord, so much so that within a few years, that warlord had disintegrated in droves. Marshal Niu led a few brothers to run away. He had wanted to take over the mountain with a few guns, but suddenly, for some reason, he found an ancient tomb from the previous dynasty, and it was said that the owner of this tomb seemed to be of great importance. No matter how uneducated Niu Deshuai is, he knows that there must be something good inside the ancient tombs of the ancients, but he doesn't know how to rob a grave, so he invited someone, hired a number of grave robbers. Unexpectedly, he had really been able to find out quite a few good things from inside that ancient tomb. Let's get Martial Bull developed straight away. Gun in hand, surrounded by brothers. There's money again. After the three conditions were combined into one, it made the ambition of this ox marshal start to gradually expand. With the treasures unearthed inside the tomb, a large amount of money was sold. Marshal Niu began recruiting and collecting his inner circle, coupled with the fact that this is a time of war and chaos. As long as you have a gun and money in your hand, you are the master. And Marshal Niu not only has guns and money, he also has an ambition. It also has a ruthless heart. It took him over a decade to go from being a guard for a disintegrating warlord to a local warlord with thousands of soldiers. From a bottom-feeding soldier boy, he became a grand marshal. One of the main reasons for this was the ancient tomb he had discovered. An ancient tomb supports a local warlord, made a soldier boy, from nothing, into a local marshal. Honestly, Bai Yi was intrigued. Although he didn't have any feelings about things like money, he was very attached to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. There must be a lot of good stuff inside the ancient tomb. What if we move these things to the Dragon Kingdom? Then the Dragon Kingdom's national fortunes, will it go up a little bit with it? Is this grave robbing? No, it's archaeology. At the same time, there are also a lot of good things waiting to be developed by the Dragon Kingdom inside this acre of Marshal Niu's land. The construction of the camp is now at an end, and the whole camp is large enough to accommodate a division of troops. Once the construction is completed, the development program for the magically modified Republic of Korea is going to start completely. The first step in the plan is to develop the minerals of the magically modified Republican realm. Iron ore, coal mines, rare earths, and so on. These are resources that are very much needed in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, various precious metals, a historical treasure from a long time ago. It's also worth getting. A whole world was placed directly in front of a rabbit, and there was no one to divide it with this rabbit, so that this rabbit's eyes were directly red, and it wanted everything and anything. Bai Yi had someone organize Wang Renji's statement. He wanted to know the exact information about this ancient tomb. Then he went back inside the camp. He needed to discuss with the several chiefs and staff officers inside the camp what to do with that Marshal Niu. Yes, Bai Yi wants to make a move on Marshal Niu. Inside the development program of the magically modified Republic of Korea, the initial idea was to not interfere in the internal affairs of this world if you can. But plans can never catch up with change, and the Stormy God's country can't afford not to intervene. Those warlords would still be standing over the people if they didn't intervene. The common people will be oppressed for hundreds of years. Whether the last feudal dynasty fell or not, the people still don't have enough to eat. Still can't wear it warm. Rokoku, who has also experienced such hard times, is not going to stand by and watch this happen. So, if the warlord encountered was the kind that oppressed the people, then the Dragon Kingdom would intervene. If it was a warlord who was looking out for the people, then the Dragon Kingdom would choose to cooperate. Obviously, Marshal Niu, a local warlord, belonged to the former. And just as Bai Yi was about to walk to the command post, suddenly a few lines of text flashed before his eyes. The Dragon Kingdom has acquired a large amount of precious wood with a tree age of 20 to 500 years. The Dragon Kingdom's research on the green stiff has yielded a little result. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune slightly improves. You have obtained the bronze treasure chest +1. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have risen. Bai Yi, who was bound to the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune with each other, was naturally rewarded as well. Bai Yi didn't realize that the trees that the camp had cut down in order to expand. Surprisingly, it was also able to make the country of Dragon also able to rise slightly. Also right. Wood is also a precious resource for the Dragon Kingdom, especially this kind of trees that are hundreds of years old. That is very rare. At the same time, the research on greenstiffs actually came to fruition. This was something Bai Yi hadn't anticipated. He thought it would take years at least to get a little research done. It looks like it was myself who underestimated the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. Open the treasure chest, Bai Yi mumbled in his mind. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward, the distribution map of all mineral resources within a radius of 50 kilometers. Centered on Yangji Azhuang. Receiving or not? Yes. No. Bai Yi's eyebrows gently raised. A distribution map of all the mineral resources within a 50-kilometer radius? It would have saved a lot of time and effort to have this. After all, surveying for mineral resources has to be time-consuming. It also takes a lot of energy. Now it seems like all that time and energy, there's no point in wasting it. Bai Yi had an extra drawing in his hand. He spread it out and looked at it. This is. His eyes held some surprise. Here, there is actually a copper mine with a reserve of 8.6 million tons? Copper. There is a shortage of copper in the Dragon Kingdom. As of this year, the proven copper reserves of the Dragon Kingdom are just over 11.000 million tons. There is now an unclaimed copper mine with reserves of 8.6 million tons. It's equivalent to a dozen or so of the copper reserves of the Dragon Kingdom. This is just a map of the distribution of resources within a 50-kilometer radius. Bai Yi also saw other veins of non-ferrous metals from this map. It's the other non-ferrous metals that aren't very large. Some are so small that development isn't even necessary. But the same frame has to be developed. Because on the drawings, the difficulty of the development is also indicated. And the difficulty is of a very low grade. It's almost the equivalent of an open pit mine. If this copper mine could be reasonably developed, then the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom would definitely go up a notch. Instead of just slowly going up a little bit like it is now, it looks like that Marshal Bull won't be able to escape this calamity. After all, God is going to kill him. Zhao Qingyi, poor people, ancient tombs, mineral veins, all of these are related to Marshal Niu. Bai Yi narrowed his eyes. Walk into the command post. Chapter 39 Making Plans. Make sure to get it all in one place. After Bai Yi shared the information he received from Wang Renji to everyone in the command center, everyone in the command couldn't help but freeze. They seemed to have guessed what Bai Yi wanted to do. Bai Yi was going to take a shot at Marshal Niu, taking on the local warlords? Isn't that too soon? The head of the main regiment, surprised, said, the construction of our camp is just coming to an end, and we're going to take on the local warlords of the magically modified version of the Republic Plain? To start an early war with the other side for an ancient tomb? There was something in his tone of mere surprise. There wasn't the slightest objection. Because, in the eyes of everyone present at the command, warlords like Marshal Niu had to be liquidated. It's just that you need to wait for a good time to liquidate exactly when. It's not fast. Bai Yi shook his head and spoke. In reality, the other party has long been unable to hold back and wants to make a move against us. They sent over 100 people over today, and they'll likely send over more than a day tomorrow. Such a small place is simply unable to accommodate two military organizations. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Just because we can tolerate it does not mean that the other side can tolerate it. The tone has been allowing local warlords to take the initiative. It would be better for us, the Dragon Kingdom, to take the initiative. We've got the time, the place, and the people. Bai Yi's tone paused as he continued. The main thing is that amongst the local warlords' territory, there is a copper mine that has not been mined, with a reserve of roughly 8.6 million tons or so. After his words fell, everyone in the entire command headquarters couldn't calm down. A copper mine? Over 8.6 million tons? Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They know exactly what that means. The Dragon Kingdom has always been short of copper from ancient times to the present day. And if this copper mine can be reasonably exploited, it will definitely be able to bring a great deal of benefits to the Dragon Kingdom, and will be able to solve the employment problem of many people. At the same time, the mining of copper can also promote the local development of the magically modified version of the Republican realm. There are tons of benefits for people in two different worlds. It's a win-win. But, if you want to mine this one copper mine with amazing reserves, you have to take care of that Marshal Niu, because this is his territory, and the copper mine is on his property. You can never get around each other if you want to mine. As for cooperating with each other in mining, The Dragon Kingdom has a bottom line. Never work with scum. Once the local warlords were taken care of, then this acre of land would become the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, because only the Dragon Kingdom was qualified to take over this acre of land. That is to say, win-win. It's the same as Dragon Nation winning twice. I agree with Major Bai's decision. That one surnamed Nyo has oppressed the people for so many years of time. The number of people who have died directly, or indirectly, at his hands over these years of time must be 4 digits at least, right? If such scum of the earth is allowed to live one more day, the common people will be bullied one more day. We are the people's sons and daughters. How can we bear to see the common people being bullied by warlords? A leader of the construction corps immediately slapped the table and shouted. There was no one present who understood the importance of copper mines to the Dragon Kingdom better than the people of the construction corps. The Dragon Kingdom definitely wants this copper mine. Jesus couldn't stop it either. We can't blindly strike at the local warlords. We need to formulate a plan that can kill the enemy in a single blow. It's best to be able to wipe out all of that Marshal Nyo's direct troops, including himself, in a short period of time. We can't let them jump over the wall in a hurry. A staff officer held up his glasses and said seriously, a magically altered version of the local warlords of the Republican era, dogged and desperate, though of little use to us, they may harm the people. Soon, lured by the lure of a copper mine with incredible reserves, everyone is very excited to make plans together. Bai Yi, the Supreme Commander, formulated the plan's general course of action. The other chiefs and staff officers worked out the details of the plan. Eventually, the crowd discussed the matter for half an hour, decided to do it a week later, because, in a week's time, that's when whichever bull marshal is going to send his men to collect taxes in various places. When the time comes, the other side will take his troops and divide them into many squads. These squads then acted as tax collection officers, go to various villages and collect taxes. This is the perfect opportunity. The Dragon Kingdom could have taken advantage of the opportunity to wipe them out and still be able to harvest the hearts and minds of the local people. Because the local area has been by the cattle marshal's tax. The whole sky angry people. The whole people do not want to live. That Marshal Neo collects all kinds of strange taxes. If anyone could not pay, they were arrested, and the men were sold to work as longshoremen and the women to local brothels. In the case of heavy, just hit and kill. Take on the warlords at this point in time when the conflict between the warlords and the people is at its most intense. It was able to gain the approval of a large number of people and harvest a large number of hearts. In that case, even if the Dragon Army belonged to the outsiders, it could also take over the territory. This time, the Main Force Regiment, the 1st Construction Regiment, and also the Advance Battalion, are involved in the operation together. Among them, the main task of the Main Force Regiment, as well as the 1st Construction Regiment, is to combat the tax collection teams of the local warlords and gain the popular support of the common people. And the Advance Battalion went out en masse to attack the county town, blocking that Marshal Nyo inside the county town. For this operation, the Special Warfare Squad is also involved in decapitating Marshal Nyo. Our goal is to take control of the local warlords' forces and decapitate the other side's head commander. Also allow the armed forces to move out with the armored units. Together, immediately after the battle, take control of the local interest groups centered on Marshal Nyo. Whether they are merchants, landowners, or relatives, they must be controlled. Then they are examined and liquidated one by one. Clear this area of bugbears. When these words of Bai Yi fell, Mao fixed their next action. This was also since the Dragon Kingdom's troops entered the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, one of the largest combat operations ever conducted. The number of people mobilized inside the camp alone was upwards of 3,000. Bai Yi demanded the highest efficiency, as well as the fastest combat speed, to deliver a thunderous death blow to the other side. He's not only going after Marshal Bull, he's going after Marshal Bull's interest groups. These interest groups dependent on Marshal Nyo. They have done no less evil than Marshal Nyo, since it's going to be a shot at the local forces. That needs to be resolved once and for all. Leave no stone unturned. Getting your friends more than you can handle only applies when your own strength, compared to your enemy, is too weak. Nowadays, with the powerful force of the Dragon Kingdom, there was no need to give these people a face. The truth of it all. Within range, gentlemen, our mission is to scientifically and effectively draw on the resources of the magically altered version of the Republic realm for the development of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't be overburdened or have too many distractions. Bai Yi finally added, sooner or later, it will all be hostile to these warlords, and this time it's sort of us turning into the active party. Exterminate them. Chapter 40 Lushan Taoism. A visit from the old village chief. Night came quickly. Bai Yi returned to his residence in the magically reformed Republic of China world, which is a small building built by the construction corps. The furniture inside can be said to be complete. Each suite has an area of 30 square feet. The area is not very large, but it is definitely enough for one person. It's kind of like not having to continue living inside a military tent. Bai washed up a little and started to study those Taoist techniques of the Lushan school. All of this Taoism was obtained from the crippled Taoist priest. Almost all of them were the orthodox Taoist arts of the Lushan school, and only a few of them were the arts of the 3 paths and the 9 streams. Bai Yi was very interested in the Taoist arts of this world. He was trying to see if he could perform these dowsing techniques himself. After all, how to say that Bai Yi had true qi in his body, and his dragon tiger qi nurturing technique was running all the time, allowing the strand of true qi in his body to grow stronger all the time. All of these Taoist techniques obtained from the crippled Taoist priest were printed in several copies by Bai Yi. He left one copy and sent the rest to the Dragon Kingdom. It's also a way to add to the Dragon Kingdom's collection of dowsing techniques. Soul awakening art. Bai Yi murmured to himself, this is a very basic Taoist art. In the Lushan sect it also belongs to the introductory Taoist art. As long as the body contains the true qi, then the soul awakening art is the Lushan sect's Taoist priests. The first Taoist art to learn. Soul awakening technique is also very simple. Only need to use the body's true qi. Lead the 3 ding fire, gathered in the fingertips. Then you bite your fingertip to force out the blood and point it at the forehead of the demon-possessed person. It basically forces the lone spirit out of a person's body. At the same time, if a person's yin is so deep in their body that they remain unconscious, you can also use this very basic dowsing technique. One can be forcibly awakened. However, if you want to try this Taoist art, then you need someone to be possessed by yin qi, or someone to be possessed by a ghost. That's why Bai Yi set his sights on the second Dao technique. This Taoist art is likewise one of the basic Taoist arts for Lushan sect disciples. The name is 3 Flowers Clear Mind Mantra. When encountering evil spirits using illusions, you can recite this spell to break the illusion. If you are going to a place where the yin energy is extremely strong, you can also recite this mantra to dispel the surrounding yin energy, so as to prevent the yin energy from entering your body and causing illness. That's good to try. Bai Yi's gaze went to the pair of red embroidered shoes placed on a side table. Yes, Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, was still by his side and was temporarily placed inside his residence, because inside the entire military camp, he was the only one who could suppress Zhao Qingyi. Zhao Qingyi was also only afraid of him alone. Zhao Qingyi is a night ghost with notable strength. Plus, her resentment is very strong. Then she can also produce a lot of yin qi. Bai Yi said to the red embroidered shoes, you can try and release some yin qi out. The amount doesn't need to be too big. Just release a little bit out. Bai Yi's words just fell. Shasta. The temperature inside the room was as if it had dropped several degrees out of nowhere, giving people a creepy sense of immediacy. Obviously, Zhao Qingyi was cooperative, and it also sidestepped the fact that Zhao Qingyi now still had enough sense to stay awake. Most of the grievances that had been dispersed by the national fortune before hadn't been able to be restored for a while, but once you get her resentment back, I'm afraid that monstrous resentment is going to have to overpower what's left of her sanity. Again, perhaps, only by solving her heart disease, Zhao Qingyi and other grievances would completely dissipate. Her grudge is that cow marshal. After all, cattle marshal must die. Right now, inside the room of Bai Yi's residence, there was already a sense of immediacy that gave people goosebumps. If it's a person who is not in good health, inside the room of the White Easy, I'm afraid I'll have to take a cold and a fever the next day, because it's not just a change in temperature, it's the yin qi at work. Under this gloomy environment surrounded by yin qi, Bai Yi began to experimentally mobilize the true qi that was constantly flowing through the meridians in his body in the manner described by the Lushan Taoist art. The most young and rigid true qi began to be slowly mobilized by him, while Bai Yi's mouth was silently reciting the 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra. When he had read for 10 seconds or so, the feeling of gloom surrounding the shadowy air, surprisingly, it really did gradually dissipate quite a bit. In its place was a warm feeling, as if his body was being sheltered by true qi. As Bai Yi's 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra continued to be recited silently, the yin qi released by Zhao Qingyi, it actually began to erode, disintegrated. After all the yin qi within the entire residence chamber had been dissipated and disintegrated, Bai Yi then exhaled slightly, revealing a smile. Even though the Dragon Tiger Mountain and the Lushan sect are 2 different sects, they both belong to Taoism in the end. Using the true qi practiced by the Longhu Mountain's Gong methods as the foundation to perform the Lushan school's Taoist techniques, the results are quite good, and it was successfully performed. To be able to cast a Lushan school Taoist art like the 3 Flowers Clear Heart mantra, that meant that other Taoist arts could be cast as well. Bai Yi's desire to learn came up once more, and he wanted to learn all of the known Tao arts. That would make him barely a Taoist priest, wouldn't it? And it's still the real deal kind. At the same time, Bai Yi also put himself as some insights and experiences. all of which were recorded. These insights are recorded and could well be compiled into a book for others to view later. After all, these feats and Dao techniques were definitely going to be passed on. The Dragon Kingdom needs professional means to deal with zombie ghosts. And with the strong national power of the Dragon Kingdom's vast landmass, it is entirely possible to attempt to train ghost-catching Taoist priests in bulk. Maybe even get a vocational school out of it. Of course, the Dragon Kingdom people who were qualified to learn the magically altered version of the Republic of China's dimensional Daojutsu would definitely have to have an official status in the Dragon Kingdom, because that's the only way to ensure loyalty. It is only by ensuring confidentiality in this regard. The next day, early morning, on this side of the camp, there was an unexpected guest, the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang. Actually, the location of the camp is not a secret in the Yang family. After all, it was impossible to hide the camp from the Yang family when it had been building in a big way before. Only the villagers of Yangjiazhuang were respecting the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, so even though they knew where the campsite was, no one came by to peek or disturb. But today, the old village head of Yangjiazhuang came over to pay a visit in person. This made Bai Yi a bit surprised, also a little curious. He simply ate a piece of bread and went to meet the old village chief. After all, someone in their 80s is considered a local omen in this day and age. A visit from such a respected old man. We can't keep each other waiting, can we? Chapter 41. Inside the Marshal's Palace. Zhao Qingyi's request. Mr. White. When Bai Yi met with the old village head of Yangjia village, the old village head greeted him in a very respectful tone. Even though he was several rounds older than Bai Yi, he was just respectful to Bai Yi. Or rather, he treated everyone from the Dragon Kingdom with respect. It was because the old village proper knew very well that the people of the Dragon Kingdom could bring peace and stability to Yangjiazhuang. The strong strength of the Dragon Kingdom forces could shelter the Yang family. Plus he thinks he's just plain ordinary, despite his age. And what about Bai Yi and the others from the Dragon Kingdom? All with guns in their hands. Even if Bai Yi tried to correct him, this completely unnecessary respectful attitude of the other party, the old village chief still couldn't change it. Because they have been oppressed for so long that they can no longer stand up and speak. That yoke of oppression, though unraveled by Bai Yi, but the brand of the yoke, it still burned into their hearts. Bai Yi could not help but sigh in his heart. He could only eliminate the shackles on these people's necks. There was no way to eliminate the shackles in these people's hearts, and that kind of shackle could not be eliminated overnight. It takes time. The old village chief was precisely looking shocked at that moment, because he was led by the soldiers into the barracks, and of the barracks saw a lot of things. These were things he had never seen before. He saw engineering vehicles of very exaggerated size, huge, capable of easily opening mountains and cracking rocks. See also military vehicles of various shapes and sizes. More than that, we saw all kinds of technological products from modern times. Everything overwhelmed him, everything shocked his three senses. Let this 80-something-year-old village swear. It feels like I've come to the immortal world. So far, heads are still all buzzing. The shock hasn't worn off. Old village chief. What does your old man want with me? Bai Yi's tone was very polite. It was out of an attitude of politeness. It was then that the old village chief came back to his senses. He organized his thoughts a little. Not having read much, he would not show off his kind of ink, but he would just point to the subject and open the door. Mr. Bai, you defeated Marshal Niu's men, killing dozens and taking dozens of captives as well. It means that you guys have already torn your faces with the bull marshal, and that bull marshal is no lightweight. There's absolutely no way that he won't retaliate. That guy is notorious for being vindictive. When he said this, the old village chief's tone paused. Then in a hoarse voice, he continued, although I haven't read much, I know that the kindness of saving a life should be repaid from the spring. I have previously disclosed to you, Mr. Bai, that my eldest son serves under Marshal Niu, and that he is the junior head of the Marshal's house watch. If Mr. White wants to antagonize Marshal Bull, perhaps the old, untalented eldest son of the old man can be Mr. Bai's inside man. When the old village chief's words came to an end, Bai Yi then understood the purpose of the other party coming over. The old village chief was actually worried about his eldest son, who might die in the fight between Bai Yi and Marshal Niu. Without saying a word, he wanted his oldest son to draw a line in the sand with that cow marshal. You can also see it here. Old Muramasa felt that between Marshal Niu and Bai Yi's side was more strengthened militarily. That is to say, a previous urn. Fruity, it had a positive effect. Let the villagers and people of Yangjiazhuang, all of them have confidence in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi nodded slightly and said, you can rest assured, old village chief, our people will make some contact with your son, and if he is willing to cooperate with us, then he will be able to make amends. But, Bai Yi's tone was full of determination. If your eldest son has done great evil, then I will definitely not harbor him either. This is my bottom line. If he had only made some minor mistakes, I would only have him undergo a few years of reform through labor. And after the labor is completed, he can regain his freedom." The old village chief heaved a sigh of relief. The old immortal's oldest son who is no good. Even though he has been a soldier for a few years, the old immortal still knows him well. He may have done things like stealing chickens and dogs, but things like killing people and crossing the border, he would never do. If it does turn out that he did this kind of thing, the old village chief gritted his teeth. Then, Mr. Bai, then, could have him shot at any time. Bai nodded and smiled. Old village chief, want to stay for lunch? In the end, the old Muramasa didn't stay for a lunch. He left with the excuse that he had something to do at home. Bai, on the other hand, proceeded to instruct the scouts lurking in the county to check a little on the old village chief's eldest son. The old village chief's eldest son was a janitor at the marshal's house, and a janitorial junior chief at that. If only this guy could be utilized, then the beheading of Marshal Nyo will become much smoother. But if the other guy wants to be a double agent, Bai wouldn't be able to give the old village chief any more face. Bai returned to his residence in the barracks, and as soon as he opened the door, he felt the compelling yin-chi. But since it was now in broad daylight, this gloomy aura wasn't particularly chilly. Rather, it gave the impression that the air conditioning was on. Bai's brows frowned slightly. The only one inside his residence that could emit a yin-chi was Zhao Qingyi, a stern ghost. Could it be that Zhao Qingyi's sanity was, once again, suppressed by resentment? And then you turn into a ghost that kills people indiscriminately? Actually trying to manifest in broad daylight. You can see how fierce it really is. Mr. White. Mr. White. However, right about this time, a gentle and soft, with a little fear, with a little weak appealing voice, weakly sounded, "Little woman, can I call you Mr. Bai?" The direction the voice came from was the direction where the red embroidered shoes were. After all, the Tao was not quite enough. Zhao Qingyi was in the daytime, and there was no way to manifest himself. However, from the sound of her voice as she spoke, it could be heard that she appeared to be maintaining her sanity. And this was also the first time she had taken the initiative to talk to Bai. "Can Mr. Bai promise my daughter a request? If Mr. Bai agrees to this request, my daughter is willing to make a poisonous oath to always be loyal to Mr. Bai and become your ghost servant." Once again, the red embroidered shoes came out, with a beguiling tone. Chapter 42, Revenge of the Ghosts. The Dragon Kingdom turns ghosts into people. The concept of ghost servant Bai had heard of it slightly. He had seen the concept of ghost servant on the crippled Taoist priest, on top of those few Taoist books. When a stern ghost voluntarily makes a vow to become a ghost servant of a person, then that stern ghost will be loyal to that person forever. Once the night ghost rebels or tries to harm its master, it will be burned to death by underworld fire. At the same time, not all ghosts are capable of becoming ghost servants. Nightly ghosts that could afford to take an oath to become a ghost servant were among the very rare ghosts. Like one of those ordinary lowly ghosts, there is no qualification to take an oath to become a ghost at all. Or maybe it's because they don't have enough Tao to make this particular vow. But there is a characteristic of such ferocious creatures as the night ghost, and that is that they often use words to deceive people. In the proverbial parlance, it's a ghost story. Once you take a chance on the word of a ghost and don't leave much to chance, it would have to be a ghost for sure. Bai narrowed his eyes and didn't agree so hastily, but instead asked rhetorically, "What request do you suggest to say? And under the conditions, I can help you fulfill your request. At the same time your request cannot cross my bottom line. Otherwise I won't agree to that kind of outrageous request even if you really want to become a ghost servant. If the other party requests for 10 virgins and children, and then draws on their yang energy to assist in their cultivation, could it be that Bai is also going to agree and do as he's told? How is that possible?" When Bai's voice fell, Zhao Qingyi seemed to be slightly relieved, and inside the residence that was empty except for Bai, her kind of unique voice resounded once again. "My daughter will not make an excessive request. My daughter has seen the plan that Mr. Bai has formulated, and knows that Mr. Bai wants to make a move against Nyo Dashin. Nyo Dashin is the name of Marshal Nyo, only because he is now in a high position, and he has been a local bully for more than a decade. Few people mention his name anymore because not many people dare to call him by his first name. They all call him Marshal Bull. I don't know if it was Bai's illusion, but he felt that the resentment that Zhao Qingyi had vaguely revealed when she said the name of Nyo Dashui was very strong and huge. It even gave a vague sign of some uncontrollable resentment. Zhao Qingyi suddenly fell silent for a moment. It was as if she was trying to forcefully suppress her grievances by utilizing the remnants of her pre-birth sanity as a stern ghost, trying to force himself to stay awake while communicating with Bai. There was a moment of silence. She overcame resentment. Zhao Qingyi's voice sounded once more. "Can Mr. Bai give my daughter A chance to kill Nyo Dashin handily? Yes, that was her wish and her request. This request, Bai Yi didn't refuse on the spot. Instead, he was lost in thought. The reason why Zhao Qingyi turned into a stern ghost was definitely inseparable from Nyo Dashui. And it could even be said that Nyo Dashui belonged to the yoke that was cuffed to Zhao Qingyi's head. And this yoke would stimulate Zhao Qingyi's soul all the time, making her full of grievances all the time. If she was given the chance to kill her father's killer, would she be able to dissipate the grievances? A stern ghost with no grievances becomes a ghost servant. Isn't this equivalent to raising a ghost? And the loyalty of this ghost can definitely be guaranteed. And very useful too. The use of being able to assist in battle alone made Bai Yi a bit tempted. Bai Yi didn't think every night ghost deserved to die. And Zhao Qingyi had indeed killed people. But she kills people who deserve to die. Which of the officers who can hold a high position inside the Grand Marshal's office would be an innocent? Only Wang Renji, who had just returned from studying abroad not long ago, was in a special situation. Even that eldest son of the old village chief can't do it out of the mud either. Some sneaky little things. I'm afraid I didn't do much. Even though Zhao Qingyi was unable to manifest himself because of the daylight, Bai Yi was still able to feel a pair of expectant eyes that were looking at him bitterly with a begging expression. After all, it is also a poor person. Zhao Qingyi hanged himself when he was only 17 years old. If this age was in the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, it would probably just be a high school sophomore, or a high school junior. Yes, Bai Yi nodded. However, he kept a heart. I will only give you one chance to kill Marshal Nyo handily, and without my permission. You can't strike at anyone else, even if the other party is a relative of Marshal Nyo. This is my condition. You have to agree. Zhao Qingyi said with a joyful tone. My youngest daughter will definitely keep Mr. Bai's words in mind. If Zhao Qingyi hesitated for a moment and continued. If the young woman is unable to control herself at that time, please also ask Mr. Bai to use black dog blood and male chicken blood, mixed together and splashed on top of the embroidered shoes. This was able to do a little damage to the little lady, and will keep her awake for a while. It looked like this night ghost was so sincere that he even spilled out his weaknesses. As for whether she's telling the truth, or not, it would be difficult for Bai Yi to judge. Because Zhao Qingyi hadn't manifested herself, Bai Yi couldn't watch the other party's micro-expressions. But, Whitey thought, can be trusted. But if Zhao Qingyi is allowed to handily kill Marshal Nyo, then for the beheading of Marshal Nyo, he must still bring a stern ghost along. But what person in the entire barracks other than himself can hold Zhao Qingyi down? Dare I say that at that time, I still have to go out myself, accompanying the special warfare squad with Zhao Qingyi, to the Grand Marshal of the Bulls, located in the county's Grand Marshal's mansion, conduct a decapitation. Bai Yi rubbed his brow with a headache. The plan that had been formulated with great difficulty would now have to be changed slightly. But okay. It's just that there's one more person inside the operatives, as well as a nightmare. That night, Bai Yi summoned all the people in command of the barracks, and narrating Zhao Qingyi's request left everyone a little confused. In fact, they all knew that Bai Yi was suppressing a stern ghost, but no one expected. In the midst of upcoming operations against local warlords, they, the great living from the Dragon Kingdom, were going to act together with a stern ghost? Hiss. No experience. Linley, who was the leader of the Special Operations Squad, was also present, and when he learned that the decapitation operation Bai Yi and the Night Ghost were going to be involved in it as well, his brain was buzzing, but after seeing Bai Yi's resolute gaze, he was silent again. No way. The highest command of the entire barracks was in Bai Yi's hands, so what could he, a Special Operations Squad leader, say? At the same time, Linley had a strange feeling again. Is this their way of helping a stern ghost to avenge his death? This realm turns people into ghosts. The Blue Star Dragon Kingdom turns ghosts into people? He scratched his head. Eventually, under Bai Yi's mandatory order, the candidates for the battle plan had an additional person, and a ghost. The other chiefs and staff officers were filled with helplessness. Can't argue with Bai Yi. It can only be promised. Chapter 43, The Old Master of the Wang Family. The Unlucky Marshal Nyo. Marshal Nyo, the local warlord under the rule of a total of one small two counties, where the larger county named East River, the smaller county is named West River. As the name implies, one of the two counties is to the east and the other to the west. Both counties are bordered by rivers, and one river runs through both counties. Marshal Nyo, the highest-ranking head of the local warlord. Naturally, they reside in East River County, the largest and most prosperous, with the largest population base. At this point, inside the Grand Marshal's mansion in East River County, Marshal Nyo was sitting across the table from an old man. Judging from where both sides were sitting, one would be able to see that the identity of that old man was extraordinary. Otherwise it would not have been able to be on par with Marshal Bull. Master Wang, that young son of yours, I did give him a mission. Let him lead more than 100 brothers to eliminate the army station near Yangjiazhuang. He's only been gone for a few days. Master Wang, you don't need to be in such a hurry, do you? Marshal Niu was full of disdain. It's just a group of turtled-up bandits. Is it hard to believe that more than 100 brothers can't eliminate them? Niu Deshui reached out and patted his chest, his fat body stumbling between him. He said confidently, "Don't worry. I gave your youngest son a mortar in order to be able to eliminate that gang of bandits. There are guns and then there are cannons to deal with a bunch of bandits. Gee, isn't that a handful?" The same ox-marshal's words can be heard, and he sat face to face with him. Is the County Wang family's head of the family. It's a respected local king. Master Wang's temples were white. His complexion didn't look too good, and his face was full of worry. I could tell from Master Wang's facial features that there was a slight resemblance to Wang Renji. He coughed softly. Sigh. Worriedly, he said, "Marshal, Inuyasha was with the foreigners and studied medicine. He doesn't know how to lead soldiers in battle at all. How can you let him lead people to fight against the bandit army? That's too dangerous." Master Wang only had 2 sons, and his eldest son was helping the family with their affairs, sort of preparing to take over the Wang family foundation. But I don't know if it's the king's own problem. After having an older son, he inexplicably has no children. No matter how hard he tries, it's just not there. His second son was still in his 40s and 50s, when he went to a famous temple overseas to spend a lot of money to pray to the gods and Buddha, and begged for a very magical talisman seal, so that it was not easy for him to get a concubine pregnant. He only had these 2 sons, each of whom he prized to the hilt. But now, the fact that the youngest, the second son, was going to lead an army into battle scared him so much that he couldn't sleep. I'm afraid that bullets don't have eyes on the battlefield. Don't worry, at most 3 more days, just 3 more days. This Grand Marshal assures you that in just 3 days' time, he will absolutely bring your little son back, in one piece. Marshal Niu smiled brightly as he continued. Master Wang, have some faith in your own son. I see that Boy Renji is quite good at being a soldier. If he succeeds in eliminating the bandit army this time, I'll just promote him to another rank, and put him in charge of 300 people. No, let him be in charge of 500 people. In order to pull in the County Wang family, Marshal Niu has also made a bloody effort. He had just a few thousand soldiers of the warlord under his hand. Now an outsider is directly put in charge of 500 people, and he's only smiling on the surface. In fact, the heart was hurting so much that it was spitting blood. But, if this could be used to gain the support of the Wang family, then it would be worth all the effort. The Wang family has farmed the area for centuries. A great deal of wealth has been accumulated over hundreds of years, and all it takes is a little bit of that. It'll give him Niu Dashan's money back. There is even something left over. It was easy to use various words to send away the old Master Wang. To see the old Master Wang with a worried face under the support of the family servants, step by step to leave the marshal's house, after sitting on a carriage. The enthusiastic smile on Marshal Niu's face converged and was replaced by a face full of gloom and incomprehension, because he also couldn't figure out why could Wang Renji hadn't come back yet. The 100 or so men he had given him himself were heavily armed. He was even given a mortar and a large number of mortar shells. It stands to reason that we should have returned from the bandit army yesterday. The mother something's not going to happen, is it? Mother If that Wang Renji has an accident, then damn, this old thing from the Wang family will absolutely do whatever it takes to turn against the laborers. Mother It shouldn't be. How could there be an accident? Even if that Wang Renji doesn't know how to lead an army and fight, he shouldn't be able to defeat a bunch of rats in hiding with such good equipment. Niu Deshui thought more and more, feel the fire up. How that young family homes so much broken things. First you have some bull zombie haunt, then you run out a gang of bandits. Now send your own men to exterminate that band of bandits. The results, people didn't come back. Can it be that witch Wang Renji took a bunch of people and just ran off by himself to take over the mountain? That's impossible. That guy is the second youngest master of the Wang family. Although it is unlikely that the second in line will take over the family, but at least he will be able to share a third of the family fortune, right? There's absolutely no need to take over the mountain and be a bandit with his brain hanging from his belt. Mother something's not really wrong, is it? Marshal Niu gritted his teeth. There were still a few days to go before it was time to collect taxes. One should never fall out with the Wang family at such a juncture. Master! After Marshal Niu held back his anger and shouted a few times, a man dressed as a division master hurriedly ran over. The other party wiped the non-existent sweat stains on his forehead and asked with a pleasing and flattering face, "Do you have any orders, Marshal?" Marshal Niu grimly said, "Find a few resourceful people and have them ride a fast horse to the young family home to take a look." That Wangrenji hasn't even come back yet. I'm worried that something might have happened to him. What? Master Shifu was alarmed. Something might have happened to the Wang family's second young master? Hiss. Wouldn't that be breaking up with the Wang family? Although Marshal Niu is in charge of a few thousand troops in his hands, but that Wang family is not a vegetarian. Yes. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, the master nodded his head in a hurry, and then farted off to find someone. Niu de Shui spat, sank his face, and cursed, Mother asterisk 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 her. How come none of the recent things can let the laborers save their mind? Those losers over at the ancient tomb. Yesterday they accidentally touched the mechanism again and several people died. Now this Wangrenji is having problems again. And that gang of bandits who don't know where they came from. Damn it. What's with the bad luck? Shouldn't be haunted by something dirty, right? Speaking of which, Marshal Bull shivered. He remembers the life-suppressing female ghost from a few years ago very well. That time, he didn't dare to live in the Grand Marshal's house for most of the entire year. He touched the Buddha pendant hanging around his neck and swallowed darkly, scowling. Chapter 44 Intelligence from the Inside. Missing Master Teacher. It didn't take long for the master to leave the marshal's mansion in a hurry with a few people. What they didn't notice was a junior officer who was watching the door at the Grand Marshal's residence. A very perverse sense of nervousness appeared in his expression. Chief, are you okay? Why are you sweating? Suddenly, a straggling soldier boy beside him asked the junior officer curiously. The young officer's expression stiffened for a moment, coughing, shook his head. Nothing. Where could he tell the reason why he was out of sorts? I'm afraid that if he said it, he would have to be shot by Marshal Niu, for he was the eldest son of the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang, who watched the gates of the marshal's house under the hand of Marshal Niu. With little background, he was already in his 40s and only a minor officer. He also knew he had no future in this condition. But, yesterday someone gave him 2 ways to go. Each of these 2 paths would get him out of the predicament he was in now. The first way, it is to confess to Marshal Niu inside the marshal's mansion, saying that the army hidden in the vicinity of Yangjiazhuang. Some people come over to persuade against themselves as an insider, and also move out of their own old father to press themselves. If he confessed to Marshal Niu, he would be able to act as a double agent and deceive that mysterious group of troops. Then let Marshal Niu take advantage of this difference in information to deliver a thunderous blow to that army. That would make himself a big redneck on Marshal Niu's side, flying high, sooner or later. Second road, it is to listen to the advice of his own father, the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang, to honestly be an insider and betray Marshal Niu. That way, when that mysterious army called, he would be able to escape death. Also might get credit for being an insider, so the other party may be able to forget all the thievery that he or she has ever done. 2 ways. It's hard to choose. In fact, he was more inclined to the first path, as he could use it to soar, but the risk factor is very high. In case Marshal Niu is not an opponent. Want money? Want to die? And he was also considered a rather dutiful person who listened to his father after all. His dad said the old village chief of Yangjiazhuang, old Muramasa, is on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's camp. He's a son of a to turn against your own father for the supposed chance to fly the coop? Eventually, he still decided not to tell Marshal Bull. He gritted his teeth, decided to spell it out. Now he could only pray silently in his heart that the mysterious army station near Yangjiazhuang would be able to defeat Marshal Niu, the local warlord, praying that the other party was a fierce dragon that had crossed the river. The kind that was so fierce that there was no way to be able to stop even the groundbreaking snakes like Niu de Shui. He decided. The information that Master Shifu had taken the men out and might be going to Yangjiazhuang to spy on the news had to be told to the Dragon Kingdom scouts lurking in the county. You guys keep watching the gate, don't let any ungrateful guys break into the marshal's house. I'm going to take a. He made up a lie and pretended he had an internal emergency, then walk away quickly, trying to find scouts lurking in the county to deliver this information. It's kind of a pitch for him. Actually, the Dragon Kingdom scouts had been keeping an eye on him, and after realizing that this old village chief's eldest son seemed to want to betray Marshal Niu, the scouts pretended to be found by the old village chief's eldest son. Then after getting a piece of information from the other side and encouraging the old village chief's eldest son for a few moments, then this information was submitted to the campsite. With this information, with a few resourceful warlords and soldiers, the master of the division who ran to the young family to spy on the news, naturally became a few fish in the net. The Dragon Kingdom has sent men to hijack the road halfway, so the master of the division with his men just ran fast and furious over there, only to be robbed halfway. The hijackers were obviously soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fired a few shots, killing 2 horses and a man afterward. These warlord soldiers simply cried and surrendered. There was no desire to put up a fight. The combat is catching. That division master tried to escape, but was captured on the spot by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, who directly smashed a rifle but to the ground. 7 or 8 more became prisoners, one of them a big fish. That's Marshal Nyo's master. To be able to be Marshal Nyo's division master, this guy is bound to be Marshal Nyo's inner circle. Also must have done a lot of dirty work for Marshal Bull. The main thing is, he sure knows a lot of useful stuff. So, after capturing this master teacher alive, Bai Yi had people interrogate him. Sure enough, pry out quite a bit of useful intel. Where? For Bai Yi, the most useful information was the location of the ancient tomb that had made Marshal Nyo rich. Small people, by the looks of it, have their uses. Bai Yi gave a slight sigh of relief. That old village chief's eldest son was successfully turned, and the information he revealed netted Longboy a big fish. More useful things were culled from this big fish. It's all too smooth. At the same time, it also shows that warlords in this era are really no different from bandits. Most of them don't have any skills, no military literacy. The combat operations in the Dragon Kingdom are already in a smooth flow before they even officially begin. The next day, night, East River County, Grand Marshal's mansion. What? Master Shifu is missing? Marshal Nyo stared incredulously with a pair of eyes wide open, his gaze fixed dead center on a warlord soldier in front of him, gritting his teeth and questioning, how did it disappear? The warlord soldier was shocked and replied with a trembling voice, back to the marshal. Our men saw a large amount of blood halfway to Yangjiazhuan. The ground. There are also bullet casings on the ground, and the body of one of our brethren. Nyo Deshuai's eyelids fluttered and his scalp tingled. He himself had sent his master and a few resourceful soldiers to the young family home to spy on the news. The main thing is to see what that Wang Renji guy is up to. Resulting back foot. The division that was sent out was attacked? That is to say, his every move is being watched by the enemy? What do you do that the other person knows? Since the other party knew what he did, then the other party also knew when he sent out Wang Renji in the first place? Doesn't that mean that Wang Renji, the second young master of the Wang family, has also most likely met an untimely end? Hiss. Marshal Nyo realized the seriousness of the problem. The master knows a lot of his secrets, and if those secrets are unearthed, Marshal Bull could hardly imagine what would happen. At the same time, if something really happened to Wang Renji, then there was no way to account for it on the Wang family side. No way. News of the master's disappearance. It can't be leaked. Otherwise, once the people of the Wang family knew that the master teacher had been robbed, they would definitely associate it with a problem on their side, and also that the second young master of the Wang family, who might have met an untimely end. In time, it'll be trouble. *******ing hell. Marshal Nyo had never been so suffocated. Exasperated. He kicked over a stool, his gaze as sinister as well as annoyed. When I get my taxes up in a few days, I'll directly bring people there myself to exterminate your bandit army that dares to provoke me. Damn it, how dare you pull out a tiger's beard? I'm looking for death. Thousands of men, thousands of guns, millions of rounds of ammunition, and a dozen or so cannons under my hand. Are I afraid of you? Marshal Bull took a few sharp, deep breaths. The eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 45 Tax Collection Day. Warlords' Oppression and Exploitation. Time. Streaming. A few days passed quickly, and today is the day of tax collection. Every now and then, Marshal Bull dispatches his men. Go to various parts of your territory to collect taxes and collect a variety of types of taxes. What kind of taxes are there? Commercial tax, food tax, land taxes. That's just the basics. What really makes it odd are the weird and wacky tax categories. For example, taxes on cropland, water, firewood, transportation, all sorts of miscellaneous and odd taxes. It makes the people under their rule miserable. Whenever there is a need to pay various taxes, it is the time when there is the most public discontent. Pity. No amount of seething public discontent will help because no one has a sense of resistance. With no sense of resistance, no amount of resentment will help. It's only going to piss yourself off. If there was a sense of resistance, they would have already turned against Marshal Nyo. In fact, it was mainly the common people who were virtually unarmed. No gun in hand. How to resist? Relying on a kitchen knife or a hoe to fight with other people's rifles? There was no difference between that and sending them to their deaths, so they could only endure and swallow their anger. And it turned out to be more than 10 years of endurance. Alas, inside a village not far from Yangjiazhuan, a peasant man sighed at home. On the table in front of him were 2 large pieces of ocean, his savings from months of labor. What kind of money can you make simply farming and plowing a field these days, apart from daily expenses? To be left with a few dollars of ocean is already very frugal, and can even be said to be tightening one's belt to get by. And nowadays, the 2 large dollars still have to be used to pay taxes. Not even sure it's enough. If it's not enough, then the family will be in deep. He has seen what happens to those who can't afford to pay the tax. The lighter punishment is that young women in the family are taken away and sold to brothels, and young men in the family are sold to the landlords as long-labored laborers. This is actually a better punishment. At least it will save a life. Heavier triggers are even capable of killing people, and will get you shot by those in the military. All those who are soldiers and the warlords are soldiers. On weekdays, committing crimes, these guys definitely didn't do much killing. For those warlords and soldiers, it's the same as eating and drinking, and they had guns in their hands. Who dares to resist? Anyone who dared to resist would, presumably, have to be shot several times. The baby's father. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside, and it was clearly the wife of the farmer's man, my child's father. Those big-headed soldiers of Marshal Nyo are coming. After hearing this anxious remark from his wife, the farmer's man immediately opened the door and hurriedly said, Quickly take the children and hide inside the cellar. He didn't want his kids and wife to be taken by these guys. Wait until the wife hides with the kids. Only then did the farmer's man grab the 2 large pieces of ocean sitting on the table. With great trepidation, he walked out the door. At this time, the villagers of the village had already gathered in the village square. Everyone wore a strong look of sadness, and everyone was very apprehensive. And with the sound of hooves hitting the ground came, more so, the villagers' uneasy apprehension has reached a peak state. It's the sound of a mule walking. Marshal Bull's men have arrived. See only, a dozen or so warlord soldiers pulling a couple of mules, wearing a crooked uniform and carrying a rifle on their backs, strutted along in a languid, lazy manner. The villagers who had gathered in the village square were instantly silent at this moment. Everyone dared not say a word. All silent. A dozen heavily armed warlord soldiers quickly arrived at the center of the square. One of the warlord soldiers took a tin horn. Ahem! He coughed slightly and shouted, Fellow townsfolk and fathers, today is the day for taxes. Marshal Nyo knows that this year's harvest in the ground is not good, and all of you folks are having a hard time. So, this time for the tax, Marshal Nyo was merciful and specially suppressed the amount of the tax. This time each household will only have to pay $4 large. Listen carefully, $4 a household. After the voice of the warlord soldier with the tin horn fell, the villagers within the square couldn't help but stare with wide eyes, their faces filled with a look of disbelief. Four pieces? A family has to turn in $4? Didn't you say that Marshal Bull was going to be merciful this time and keep the amount down? The last time we paid taxes, it was only $2 per family. What kind of depressing is this? That's jacking it up. Army, Master June, isn't 4 pieces of ocean too much? Not many people in our village can afford to pay it. An old man from the village said with a trembling voice, Can't afford to give? The warlord soldier raised one eyebrow and said with a sneer, I think you guys, you're just pretending that you can't afford to give it. A village farmhand gritted his teeth and said, Last time it was clear that you only had to pay 2 pieces to hit the field. Why do you have to pay so much this time? The warlord soldier shrugged. Then you must have misremembered. Master Army, I remember the last time it was 5 large pieces of ocean. Having said that, he suddenly took down one of the rifles he was carrying and pretended to draw the bolt. Laughing coldly, he said, But don't try to be slick with me, military master. $4 a household, not a single ocean. Or else. Humph. Watch it. It was obvious that this was already a blatant threat, which made many villagers furious. One gritted his teeth and glared at the warlord soldiers. But these warlord soldiers have guns in their hands, and they can't be killed by the eyes of these villagers. The question is, for large dollars is really too much. They were at the limit of being able to shell out 2 or 3 large pieces of ocean for a family. For big oceans, I'm afraid I'll have to sell some of my family's valuables to be able to afford it. But where do they peasants get anything of value? If you can't afford 4 pieces of ocean, I'm afraid that the children of the family, as well as the women's families, may have to be taken away by all of these traders of Marshal Nyo. This is blatant exploitation. Barely squeezed. Many of the villagers looked as if the sky was falling, feeling that what they saw before them was all gray. For big oceans. How do I pay? Army, the military master. Can you pass a favor? The oldest man in the village, trembling, walked up to beg for mercy. 4 pieces of ocean is really too much. Our village is poor. Not many families can afford to give up. Master June, can you lower it a bit? You old undead old thing. Do you not understand human language? A soldier boy was full of impatience, his eyes showing a vicious color. Raising his rifle to the senile old man in front of him, he directly slammed the butt of his rifle hard. Boo! The solid wood butt of the gun smashed right on top of the old man's head. Only a slight click was heard. The old man's brain unexpectedly dented a shallow crater, and he directly tumbled to the ground with a howl of pain. The head is bleeding. The body doesn't move at all. The soldier gangster frowned, kicked the fallen old man, and spat disdainfully. But bad luck. So damn unforgiving. smashed to death in one go. Spin. With a ferocious smile, he looked ahead at the villagers who were either filled with anger or fear, and laughed harshly. See, this is what happens when you defy martial Nyo. All of you, give me a ing speed bump. Hurry up and bring out the oceans. If you don't have oceans, pay for those you raise. If you don't have them, pay for the women and children in your family. And if you don't have the women and children, get the deeds. Hear that. Chapter 46, Sudden Gunfire. The Dragon Kingdom is on the move. Uncle Wong, watching the already aged old man, who was smashed to the ground by a rifle butt and no longer moving. One of the villagers hurriedly shouted out, but the next moment it was aimed at him by several guns, blackened muzzles strewn with murderous intent. It was as if a single bullet would end life if he made any more moves. This made the villager stare blankly, but he didn't dare to do anything rash, because he has not only a wife but 2 children at home. What would happen to his wife and 2 children if he, the pillar of the family, died? These days once you lose your husband you become an orphan. It would only turn out to be a lamb to the slaughter, become a plate of food in someone else's eyes. Under this kind of coercion from the warlord soldiers, the villagers were only able to grit their teeth and shell out more Daiyang. But the villagers who couldn't shell out $4 of ocean were in the majority. They're tugging on 2 large pieces of ocean in their hands. Face to face, dry eyes. They don't know what to do. The warlord soldiers suddenly felt that this was too inefficient. They still had to go to the next village to collect the taxes next. If they didn't collect all these taxes in one day, when they returned to the county town, they would definitely have no good fruit to eat. Marshal Nyo was not only ruthless to the people in his territory, he was also very ruthless to the people under his hand. So they took the initiative to go over and take the villagers, all the oceans in their hands. As for not having enough oceans, take something as collateral. Items, livestock, deeds, even people, all can be mortgaged. Hey, are you kidding me? I said that each household should pay 4 pieces of ocean, and you, my ass, gave me 2 pieces of ocean? The soldier boy viciously kicked a farmer and said, I remember you, I recognize you, I remember you have a daughter-in-law at home, don't you? She's only in her 20s, isn't she? The soldier's face showed levity and ferocity. Since you can't afford to pay the ocean, then hand over your daughter-in-law. Let her work as a prostitute in a brothel for 2 years to pay off this tax. This one sentence made the farmer's man's eyes go red, a streak of blood all over them. Don't even think about it. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily at the soldier boy in front of his eyes, saying word for word, You who? The soldier boy didn't expect anyone to dare talk back to him at this point in time. Stinking mudbloods who can't afford to pay their taxes and won't let their daughters-in-law out to be prostitutes? The soldier boy raised his rifle without saying a word. It was only a drawbolt rifle, but it was adequate for killing people. You mother ******* say that again for labor? The soldier boy said, narrowing his eyes. Don't even think about it. Although the farmer's man was afraid of the dark muzzle of the gun, the other party's actions were already touching his bottom line, and he would never allow anyone to harm his family. Mother **********, Brainiac, in that case, go to hell. The soldier boy's words fell. A gunshot. Loud. But, what stunned everyone present was the sudden sound of gunfire, not coming from the guns in the hands of the soldier boys, but from another direction. The moment the sudden shot fell, dazedness flashed in the eyes of the originally still stern soldier boy, and he straightened up and smashed his head back on the ground. See only, a bloody gash appeared on his forehead. Got shot in the head. 1 hit kills. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, especially the soldiers of the warlords who were busy collecting taxes. Their nerves immediately tightened, and one by one they hastily brought up their rifles. Next moment, firecracker-like gunfire then followed. Again, it wasn't the guns in the hands of the warlord soldiers that made the shots. One by one, the warlord soldiers were like harvested wheat, completely unaware of what's going on, and it came crashing down. Some of it was a sudden shot in the head. Some were shot several times in the body. A blood flower bloomed, and each blood flower represented a life. Turning moments. A dozen or so warlord soldiers, who didn't even have a chance to resist, didn't even know what was happening, don't even know who the shooter was. He died on the spot. Crossbody square. This unimaginable scene made all the villagers unable to stop their eyes from widening. This is, what the hell? The peasant man, who had been pointed at by the gun earlier, sat down even more sweaty and paralyzed. He stared straight at a body in front of him. The soldier boy who was still in front of him and even tried to kill him. It's a corpse now. Dead can't be dead. As all the villagers were confused and bewildered, an engine sound came from far away. See only, a military vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom barged in down the village road. The military vehicles were loaded dragon soldiers, each with a very serious expression. Many of the villagers in the village were seeing something like an automobile for the first time. Frightened, he hurriedly made a path. After the military vehicle pulled into the square, the soldiers in the vehicle with loaded guns came out in a line. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom immediately examined the bodies on the ground. It was a slight relief to realize that they had indeed all been killed. Yes, it was the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who fired the shots from a distance earlier. They had just come over and wanted to observe first, only to see these warlord soldiers trying to kill people here. And it's the innocent people who want to be killed. It made the dragon soldiers unable to resist. Straight shot, killed them all. This old man is still saved. The two accompanying military doctors immediately lifted the old man, who had already fallen to the ground and was not moving, onto a stretcher, and then began to take emergency rescue measures. The villagers looked at these loaded dragon soldiers and knew what was going on even if they were bewildered. It was these soldiers who had saved them. It was these soldiers before them who had struck down the traitors of Marshal Bull. They could tell the difference between the Dragon Kingdom soldiers and these soldier boys, because the uniforms worn by the two sides are very different, and the two sides have different essences. Folks, you don't need to be alarmed. We are not Neo-Dashan's men. We are Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Our purpose is to overthrow Neo-Dashan's tyranny in the area, and return this area a clear sky. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom shouted towards the panicked villagers. These oceans are all your belongings, right? Fellow villagers can come over here and claim what belongs to you. We, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, do not take a pinch of the people, while the future safety of your village, all of them are placed under the shelter of our Dragon Kingdom's military. At a time when the people were at their most desperate and grouped together, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom arrived as if they were divine soldiers from heaven, undoubtedly with a savior-like gesture. Meanwhile, it also meant that the Dragon Kingdom's combat operations against the local warlords had completely kicked off. War. Here we go. Chapter 47, the beginning of a full-scale battle. Attack on East River County. The army of the Dragon Kingdom was divided into small squads, with the aim of striking the tax collection teams of the local warlords, thus gaining the hearts and minds of the local people, while also carrying out a series of support work for the people. The Dragon Kingdom has come from that path through thick and thin, and no one knows the importance of the common people better than the Dragon Kingdom. The entire Dragon Kingdom military camp was like a war machine. The order given by Bai Yi this time was if the lives of the people were threatened, the lives of the people could be protected unconditionally and without limitations. This means that once a warlord soldier tries to harm the people, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers are able to shoot without limit. In the face of these and modern Fey continental warlords, almost magic modified version of the Republic of China period warlords, the combat operations in the Dragon Kingdom are simply going well. In particular, Marshal Bull took the tax collection team and divided it into squad after squad in groups of a dozen or so. That's what gives the dragon a chance to break it down gradually. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had a large number of carriers, and their mobility was naturally needless to say, can reach any location very quickly. Precision strikes against tax collection teams, after capturing, or simply killing, the local warlord's tax collection team. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to conduct ideological guidance work on the local people, who had suffered a great deal of oppression. Some supplies will also be given to the local populace in order to portray an image of the Dragon Kingdom's army as different from the local warlords, though the people's perception cannot be changed in a day's time. But the Dragon Kingdom has plenty of time. For example, the villagers in Yangjiazhuang. Is not the concept has been changed? Just give the Dragon Kingdom a month or two. It would change most people's perceptions. Let the local people know once and for all that the Dragon Kingdom is truly different from these warlords. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are true sons and daughters. One time, the tax collection teams of the local warlords began to suffer an unprecedented blow. These devil-may-care versions of Republican warlord soldiers with only bolt-action rifles in their hands. It was simply no match for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is the equipment backward, military literacy is also low. Sometimes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom just fired warning shots with their guns pointed toward the sky, and some of the warlord soldiers were so frightened that they hurriedly threw their guns away and then knelt on the ground, making a standard baguette military salute. Oh no, the current era is not the later days of World War II, and the current baguette state is not to be insulted. In a nutshell, these warlord soldiers on a regular basis, you can only bully the old people, or a wrench in the arm with other warlords of the same era. But once faced with an army unit like the Dragon Army, which is known as the #1 army unit in the world, and they're in their original form, the entire territory of Marshal Niu was thrown into chaos, and the piercing sound of gunfire could be heard everywhere. One Longhua military vehicle after another sped past on the muddy dirt road, roll up a buttload of smoke. Meanwhile, in addition to precision strikes against the tax collection teams of warlords located in various places, The advance battalion of the Rokkoku also joined the armored and helicopter gunship units, prepared to attack the county. The advance battalion was divided into 2 combat units, one of which, along with the armored units, laid siege to East River County. The other combat unit, along with the helicopter gunship unit, laid siege to West River County. Their mission was to control the county's military strongholds, and to combat the armed forces of local warlords inside the 2 counties. At the same time control the interest groups of the Bull Marshal. Time. Streaming. Evening, East River County. This damn weather is damn hot. But we still have to continue to stay in this hellish place for an hour before we can change shifts. A warlord soldier guarding the city on the short city wall of Dongha County muttered irritably. According to reason, those tax collectors should have come back. Right. How come it's almost dark, and no one has come back? A warlord soldier next to him shrugged his shoulders and said back, TCH, maybe he's having some fun again. He's really envious. While we people can only guard the gates. If we were talking about the gates of the Marshal's palace that would be fine. But this guarding the city gates is unbearable. Alas, who let our brothers and sisters do not have relations? If we had relations would have long been an officer. In the hands of dozens of people in charge. Did you guys hear anything? Just as these warlord soldiers guarding the county town were chatting idly, suddenly one of the soldiers seemed to have heard something. Voices? What sound? Hey, not to mention, it seems like there really is some kind of strange sound. It seems to be coming from outside the county. Quick, look over there. Suddenly, a warlord soldier pointed far ahead and shouted with a face full of shock. The gazes of the others looked, and their pupils shrunk between them all of a sudden. Suck in a breath of cold air. A face full of wonder. Just see. Far away. Smoke was rolling in, accompanied by the sound of an engine, and there were tons of tiny black dots in the smoke, as if there were some huge beast hiding in it. That's the car. It's a truck. Someone shrieked and yelled. That's not one of ours. Quickly, go report to the marshal. They are even more stupid to know that the situation is very wrong. That one angular military vehicle, that scene full of solemn killing, all indicative of a bad comer. These warlord soldiers were aware that there was another army hidden in Marshal Nyo's territory. This can't be the same army, can it? Hiss. They actually came over. How dare you take the initiative to come over to see Marshal Nyo? No, this is not looking for Marshal Nyo. He's here to beat up Marshal Nyo. What kind of person looks for someone who is heavily armed and carries so many trucks? The warlord soldiers only recognized the trucks. What does the truck stand for? Carrying troops. Someone is going to attack the county. Chapter 48 shocked Marshal Nyo. Longbo called, Marshal, something's wrong. Something big has happened. A soldier gangster panted and ran to the marshal's mansion, tired and already out of breath. But he still held on and shouted, quickly let me in. I have something important to report to the marshal. The few warlord soldiers guarding the gate of the marshal's palace looked at each other for a moment. They couldn't figure out what the big deal was that they were in such a hurry, but one of them was vaguely guessing something. That person was clearly the eldest son of the old village head of Yangjiazhuang. It's also about guessing what. It was only then that his mind was overwhelmed with shock. Hiss. Something big is happening so soon. Doesn't that mean that the Dragon Kingdom's army is already coming over? Sure is a strong dragon. He was very glad that he had listened to his father and chose to defect to the Dragon Kingdom. Although he didn't know what country the Dragon Kingdom was. But those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. He was tempted to cut off the soldier who was trying to report the news, not letting Marshal Nyo inside the marshal's mansion know that the people from the Dragon Kingdom had arrived. But it can be more than just yourself. If he really did this, he would definitely be suspected, and then he might be finished. He could only put people in hard. The soldier boy, who was running out of breath, rushed in when he saw the door open, then yelled inside the Grand Marshal's house. Marshal! Bandits! The bandits are here. The bandits are bringing a lot of trucks, and a lot of cars I can't recognize. They're all heavily armed. They're attacking East River County. In the garden of the marshal's mansion, Marshal Nyo, who was about to take a sip of tea, suddenly heard voices coming from outside, a shiver in his hand. The hot tea inside the tea quilt spilled directly onto his palm, scalding him with a yelp. Then he saw a soldier boy, running for his life. Marshal! Something big has happened. Marshal! The soldier boy shouted. Marshal Nyo held back his killing intent and frowned. What big deal? What bandit army? You mother asterisk. Can you straighten your tongue and speak? The soldier boy hurriedly straightened out his confused thoughts and told what he had seen and heard. All of it. This for a moment. It was the cow's turn to be confused. What the hell? Someone wants to attack the county? It's very likely that it's the same group of bandits that's hiding inside the Young family home, and coming with a lot of people, even trucks. This Yankee stuff? Is the visitor bad? The shock within his heart made Neo de Shui forget even the burns on his hands. This was followed by endless anger as well as irritation. Yeah, what a gang of bandits. These bastards have actually been scheming for a long time, right? This kind of wolfishness has been there for a long time, right? They've been aiming at the laborers for a long time, right? They've been planning this for a long time. Marshal Neo angrily gritted his teeth, taking advantage of the time when the laborers were collecting taxes. They thought that the defenses inside the county were weak, and then brought their soldiers over to attack the county? Delusional attempt to break down the county town? Mother asterisk 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 Bastard, do you really think I, Neo Dashin, am not made of clay? Labor's East River County is guarded by 1,000 men. Marshal Neo is very precious to his own life. A small East River County has a full 2,000 defenders. Only the 2,000 defenders. He split half of them running to collect taxes, but there are still 1,000 defenders left. Meanwhile, he also has a number of 100 people of close guards. These close guards and those soldiers are not the same. This is a really can fight a hard battle of the close guards of the army. All the equipment on the body is he bought from the foreigners, and he has a dozen mortars inside the county. There were also a large number of rifles and a large number of bullets, and a large number of grenades. Plus, Dongha County is still protected by a city wall. Such a troop strength. And the terrain. Marshal Neo couldn't figure out just how much bear heart and leopard gall the other side had eaten before they dared to come over and attack East River County. Very well. Originally, the laborers were planning to go and settle to you guys after the tax collection is over. Marshal Neo said sinisterly. Then since you've come to the door, we'll annihilate you all in one fell swoop tonight. So what if it's a strong dragon? I'm not made of clay. Do you really think that laborers have not fought in wars if they can stand on their heels in this acreage? Incoming. Mobilize all men at once. Asterisk 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 them up for labor. If this can kill one of the enemy troops, the laborer will reward him with a piece of ocean. If you kill an officer on the other side, labor will reward him with 5 pieces of ocean. If we kill the leader of the other side, labor made him my son-in-law. The warlord defenders inside Dongha County were mobilized under one of Marshal Neo's orders. Especially the rewards promised by Marshal Neo made these soldiers of the warlords, who were still somewhat afraid. One by one, their eyes were almost red between moments. $1 for killing a man, $5 for an officer. If you can slaughter the leader of the enemy army, you can even be Marshal Bull's son-in-law. Although Neo de Shui's daughter was not good-looking, and her body types was even more incomparably exaggerated. But, that's a son-in-law too. Flying high, fish out of water. Damn it, daring to attack our Dongha County. Those bastards on the other side don't want to die. A soldier gangster shouted excitedly. I've hunted before. I'm a good shot. I must earn a few $dozen on this trip. This way, I don't have to worry for the rest of my life. Look at you, Grandpa. I'm going to be the son-in-law of Marshal Neo. From now on, you'll all have to call me Grandpa. Roll your ass. Marshal Bull's son-in-law can only be me. Don't argue. If anyone dares to run away from the battle later on, don't blame me, the war inspector, for holding this pistol in my hand. How did these guys dare to attack the county? Just with those Yankee trucks of theirs? Do they think they can storm in on a truck? One time, the warlord soldiers were beyond excited, fueled by massive rewards. They don't know what fear is, just want to get rich, kill the enemy, make a fortune. Chapter 49, Cannonballing East River County. The absolute crushing of modern weapons. The entire East River County is now in chaos, because when Marshal Neo mobilized his troops, it was absolutely impossible to hide from the people inside East River County. When the people saw the soldiers and ruffians, who were usually in power, swarming towards the city walls with their guns on their shoulders, I knew that the Marshal Neo, who had been rampaging for many years, might be in trouble today. But what has the local people a bit stunned is, what kind of person dares to mess with this Marshal Neo? You have to know that Marshal Neo is notorious for his bad temper. And once he is offended, plagiarizing his family is light. Serious cases may even have to involve 3 clans. And just what kind of character could make Marshal Neo make such a big deal out of it? I can't believe they mobilized so many troops. I'm afraid this has mobilized all the existing troops in East River County. Something big is about to happen. Some of the more resourceful people in the county hurriedly shut the doors of their homes for good. The merchants and businessmen in the county, on the other hand, closed their doors and all of them temporarily stopped doing business. Some of the big families or large landowners in the county. Instead, he hurriedly sent someone to the marshal's house to inquire about the news. They are basically the interest groups of Marshal Neo. And once something happens to Marshal Neo, these interest groups will definitely be the first to suffer great misfortune. And when they inquired, there was a force that wanted to attack East River County. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Brains are buzzing. Someone to hit the county? Going to war? I can't. This place, East River County, is not a place to stay. At least not for the time being. When the engagement is over, after the two sides have been divided into a winner and a loser, it's not too late to look at the current situation before returning to Eastward Ho County. There were quite a few people with some family money who pondered that they would have to leave East River Town overnight. However, after they had packed most of their bags, they then got the bad news: the entire East River County, all the exits that could go out, were surrounded. Even the waterways are blocked. Hiss. This is going to be a dumpling. What a horrible number of troops does the other side have? How dare they surround the entire county? Not afraid of spreading yourself too thin? Will you accidentally pull the wool over your eyes? If there were, at this time, people looking down on the entire scene from among the heights, they would have noticed a dark green Dragon Kingdom military vehicle, forming an encircling formation in the midst of the evening dusk. Every road that could leave East River County was all blocked by military vehicles. For every military truck, there were a dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers crammed inside. Each of them all had very serious expressions. Everyone was armed to the teeth, so to speak. A wide variety of light and heavy weapons are available. It is necessary to be armed to the teeth. After all, dragons rival on the blue planet, the pretty country, once because of a moment of carelessness, over there in the FEI continent overturned, crashed the then very advanced Black Hawk helicopter gunships, but also killed more than a dozen pretty country soldiers, wounded soldiers up to 70 people. That was also one of the rare times that pretty country tried to do something good in the eyes of the world, only to flip right over if they weren't careful. You know, that was a backward warlord on the FEI side, and it was still only 1993. The pretty country was still truly number one in the world during that period. So, the Dragon Kingdom must never make the same mistake as the pretty kingdom. Even if it's hitting mosquitoes, you have to use anti-aircraft guns, because every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom is not to be lost. Losing one is an unacceptable casualty. Major, we have blocked all entrances and exits in East River County, and even the waterways. We have sent men to set up 4 heavy machine guns on both sides of the river to completely block them. Please give me further instructions. Major, an officer trotted up to Bai Yi and opened his mouth with a military salute. Bai Yi was holding a telescope and looking ahead at Dongha County, East River County. There is a short city wall. The height of the wall is probably only about 3 meters to 4 meters. He could see above the walls the soldiers of the warlord standing. He could even see the excited expressions of the warlord soldiers. Bai Yi put down the binoculars and looked again at the sun that was about to set. He spoke. Go and tell them to open the county gates and surrender. After a slight pause, he continued. If, however, they choose to resist to the end, there's no need to worry about anything. Just blast this section of the city wall down and give them the greatest forceful deterrent. Rites of passage. This is what the Dragon Kingdom has always done. As this order from Bai Yi was passed down, there were immediately people on the side of the Dragon Kingdom who went to persuade them to surrender under the city walls. Of course, in order to ensure the safety of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it was a direct drive in an armored car. The incomparably thick armor of the armored car was strong enough to withstand enemy bullets. The persuasive voices of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom also came out from the amplified speakers of the armored vehicles. The loud sound coming out of the megaphone took the men on the walls by surprise. Brothers of the garrison in Dongha County, there is absolutely no need for you to sell your lives for a warlord head like Nyodashin. You treat him as a human being, but does he treat you as human beings? If you choose to open the walls and surrender, we will not use forceful measures against you either. Brothers of the garrison, you have no need to sell your lives for the likes of Nyodashin. Is he worth your lives? The news that the Dragon countryside had come over to persuade them to surrender quickly reached Marshal Nyo's ears. Exasperated, this Marshal Nyo's eyes glowed red. He gritted his teeth and couldn't help but rage. This group of not only want to attack Dongha County, but also want labor to surrender directly without resistance? Put the mother ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* family. And all of you mother asterisk 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 heirs are losers? That group of came over to persuade to surrender. You do not shoot? You mother asterisk 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 heirs think this is ancient times. Two countries at war do not cut off envoys? Give the laborers a shot at their positions. Tell them, you want me to surrender? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't be delusional here. Marshal Nyo felt that he had been humiliated. Although he had sent most of his troops to collect taxes, he still had a full 1,000 troops inside Dongha County. Add to that his own 100 or so man close security guard force, and that adds up to over 100 men. And he or she has the advantage of the ground, fighting against a wall. Plus now it is about to be nightfall. City defense battle is originally the defending side to dominate. The big night to fight the city defense battle, then the defending side advantage is even greater. Timeless, Ground Lee, people and all three were on his side. Nyo Dashin's side. What reason did he have to surrender? What makes one surrender? After Marshal Nyo's order was conveyed, the warlords and defenders on the city walls knew that their own marshal's desire to fight was already unshakable. Instead of alarming these warlord soldiers, it made them even more excited, because they remembered Marshal Nyo, promising them a reward after the war, promotion and wealth. Flying yellow. These 8 words washed away their fear of war as well as death. One by one, the drawbolt rifles in their hands were raised with gusto, to the positions of the Dragon Kingdom in the distance. Shots fired. Bang, bang, bang. Like firecrackers, the sound of gunshots rang out continuously. Round after round of bullets tore through the air and flew straight away. Not to mention whether or not this wave of flurry of fire could hit anyone, but at least it was able to pull up the momentum. In the meantime, Longhua position, listening to round after round, whizzing past overhead. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were a little nervous, but only a little, because they found those warlord defenders on the city walls. It was completely random shooting, and they even suspected that the other party might not even be able to aim at all. This bullet is going nowhere. Most of them hit the sky, I think. And the very fact that these warlord soldiers were actively firing was already considered provocative and threatening. By the dragon side, the Dragon Kingdom had already given them a chance, but they didn't cherish it. It even opened fire on the dragon position. This is unacceptable. It is also unforgivable. At this time, the sun had already completely set, and the dark night descended on the earth, devouring the last bright spot in the sky. And it was between this same time that one artillery after another had been set up within the Longhua position, and the dark barrels of the guns had been aimed at the city walls of Donghua County. That one large barrel after another was littered with killing machines, and the air was filled with the faint odor of motor oil. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were given the order that they were free to counterattack. They immediately began loading the guns with ammunition. Then calibrate the orientation of the barrage. Poor is tactically interspersed. Rich then gives labor a bomb. Obviously, the present-day Dragon Kingdom had long since ceased to be the same Dragon Kingdom of the past. The equipment of today's Dragon Army can already be described as surplus. As it is, then blow it up. Warlord soldiers' intransigence will eventually take its toll. Boo, boo, boo. In this not particularly dark night, gun after gun in the position made a deafening sound. The hulls of the guns were trembling heavily, and even shook out a ring of shockwaves hardly visible to the naked eye, raising the sand and gravel on the ground high. It made the ground beneath his feet shake slightly. Immediately following, a shell then whistled out along the track, rip the air, make a sharp noise. What sound? On the wall of Donghua County, a warlord soldier who was clumsily loading bullets raised his head in a bit of confusion as if he had heard some strange sound. He vaguely seemed to see something that was flying this way. What's that? Thoughts flashed through his mind, just for a split second. This moment is simply not enough to react. Next moment, a shell landed precisely on a corner of the East River County wall. Boom! The violent roar almost deafened one's eardrums, and the powerful and terrifying impact tore everything apart. All the defenders on the city walls only felt their brains dazed, and an exaggerated vibration came from the soles of their feet. Some even fell straight to the ground by accident. More than that, there were quite a few warlord soldiers staring daggers at the corner of the city wall. A huge gaping hole has been blown there. That piece of the wall had even half collapsed. The people who had been standing around there had all disappeared. Perhaps it had been torn to pieces by the shells, or perhaps buried in the rubble. General, the man is gone. Cannon. It's cannon. It's a cannon. Many of these warlord soldiers were veterans who had fought before. These veterans immediately reacted and hastily hissed at the top of their lungs. The enemy has a cannon. There are cannons. But, late. An assortment of artillery shells crashed down all over the place in the direction where the city walls were located. The shells sliced through the air with a shrill whistling sound that was like a trumpet of death. It made every warlord soldier, all scalp numb, all cold sweat. Boom, boom, boom. The walls of East River County seemed to be transformed into a giant artillery target. Almost every shell, with unerring accuracy, landed on the walls. The defenders on the walls didn't even have a chance to react. All they could do was watch the shells fall, and they had no means of countering them. Shoo! A grenade landed right in the center of the wall. This is where the largest number of defenders are. Boom! However, the defenders standing here didn't even have a chance to react before they felt a wave of heat that hit their faces, followed by a destructive force. There was no way that the human body would be able to withstand the power of such a shell. Flesh and blood are flying. Broken limbs all over the place. Mother! As luck would have it, under the bombardment of artillery fire, the surviving soldiers of the warlords, crying out as if they wanted to get out of this place of wrongdoing, no longer had any thoughts of flying high in their minds. The smoke was thick as well as the soot that filled the sky, and the shells that were ready to fall around them, and all sorts of deafening booms around it. It destroys their will all the time. These warlord soldiers, already poor in military literacy, have little will to speak of. And now, they've been even worse. How can there be so many guns? And all of them are heavy cannons. This kind of heavy artillery can only be owned by the kind of warlords that have tens of thousands of soldiers, right? A warlord veteran had been completely stunned, his ears buzzing, gray-headed, his whole body was frozen. It was because he was a veteran who had fought in wars that he knew what kind of terrifying existence an army with so many artillery pieces was, not to mention the fact that all of the other side's guns were heavy. How is that possible? How is that possible? Suddenly, he heard a very sharp whistling sound, which caused his slightly dumbfounded expression to change instantly. Not good. It was just a pity that he couldn't have been faster than the speed of the shells coming in. A shell landed 10 meters in front of him. Boom! 10 meters is not a safe distance at all. This warlord veteran couldn't even send out a miserable scream, and his entire body was lifted backward like a ragbag and flew out, smashing down heavily several meters away from the rear. His eyes were glazed over, bloodshot and filled with a look of fear. Blood from his nostrils, ears, mouth, slowly flow out in these places, twitching. There's no more life. The entire city wall was a mess at this point, with every warlord soldier crying out and looking around for cover, but they soon realized that the cover they found was no. When the shells come down, even the bunkers, they just blow you flat. This is even more frightening as they scurry around. Some of the warlord soldiers even leapt right off the top of the 4-meter-high wall. Not caring if he limped on his leg, he limped to get out of this place. The weapons in their hands had been thrown away. There was nothing but horror in their eyes. There was nothing but fear on their faces. What a ocean! What a son-in-law! Which is not as important as a little life. Mother! They have so many guns. Dozens of them at least. No! There are at least hundreds of cannons. Run! Some people tore their hearts out and cried out in pain. Grandpa June! Stop fighting! Stop firing! We surrender! We surrender! Someone clutched his broken arm and screamed in agony and despair. Labor's hand! Somebody help the laborer! Asterisk 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 you know de shui. Labor Day your mother! The shells are coming! The shells are coming again! Blessed be the Buddha! On the walls were all sorts of shrieks and screams, but they were all muffled by the sounds of the roaring artillery. It's a modern weapon. A strong crush for the magically altered version of the ROC. Tonight, cannonballing East River County. Chapter 50 Beheading Operation. The Revenge of the Nightly Ghost Zhaochingi. The continuous sound of shell explosions in East River County could be heard by almost half of the county. Not to mention Marshal Nyo who resided inside the marshal's mansion. The expression on Nyo de Shui's face at this time had changed for an unknown number of times. From the faint sound of the cannon he could hear, it's definitely the other side's artillery. Because he didn't have that many artillery pieces in his hands. He just had a dozen mortars in his hands. The dozen or so mortars still took him a lot of effort to get them. Damn! Marshal Nyo took steps back and forth inside the marshal's mansion. His face was full of annoyance. One could even make out the hint of an uneasy expression. What kind of a scene a flurry of fire from so many artillery pieces would be, he knew very well. What is happening now is all beyond expectation. He thought that the other side was just a group of more powerful bandits, but he didn't realize that the other side was overpowered. With the loser soldier boys under your own hands, are you sure you can carry this kind of offense? Marshal Bull wasn't sure. At this moment he had no confidence left, except for the angst. It's just disturbing. Where in the world did this group of special mother asterisk 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 ing bandits get so many artillery pieces from? Which manpower are they anyway? The other warlords in the neighborhood don't have anyone this fierce. Even if all the warlords in the neighborhood were added together, they wouldn't be able to come up with this many artillery pieces. Marshal Nyo's forehead had already overflowed with cold sweat at some point, and he was curious to know how the battle was going on the other side of the city wall. But the battle had lasted so far without anyone running back to give him the news. There have actually been telephones for a long time these days, but Marshal Nyo had held the phone for so long without anyone contacting him. He was concerned about the state of the battle on the other side of the wall. Right now it's a washout, so to speak, totally grasping at straws. He was only able to listen to the exaggerated movement over there and guess what kind of a picture it was. Of course, those images that Nyo de Shui guessed to brainstorm were actually not optimistic. The enemy had artillery in such large numbers. How can you be optimistic? He was even tempted, personally, to run over there and see what was going on. But the strong desire to survive made him not even dare to go out of the door of the marshal's house. He was afraid that as soon as he left the house, then, out of the blue, An unseen shell fell from the sky. Then he was gone. Phew. Calm down. Marshal Neo forced himself to calm down a little bit. His current marshal's mansion had to be protected by more than 100 guards. He felt that he was still relatively safe now. But what if the battle is lost on the other side of the wall and the enemy is allowed to break into the county? Is it possible to fight a large number of enemy troops with a guard of more than 100 men? You'll be caught in a trap. He knew that he had underestimated the other side. After all, who could have imagined that a bandit army hiding in the countryside would have such horrifying equipment? That it would have so many artillery pieces? In hell! Why are these so powerful? Why are they hiding so much tightly? Could it be a setup for him? Neo Dashin? Let him think that his opponent is not strong and then take the initiative to attack him. Then the other side has an excuse to send troops? Cam! Marshal Neo was now speculating in his mind with the worst ideas about the actions of the Dragon Kingdom. He thinks it's all a conspiracy. That's right. It's the conspiracy. Come on, man. Marshal Neo called out to a guard, took a deep breath, grimaced, and opened his mouth to command. Go over there and poke around to see what's going on over there at the city wall. Then come back and report to me. All of these guards of his were hand-picked by him to be the most loyal. The guard nodded decisively without much hesitation. Marshal. Watching this one guard leave, instead of having any comfort, Neo Dashai is getting more and more restless. He always had a bad feeling about it. And this premonition, it's getting more and more prevalent. What he didn't realize was that a decapitation operation against him had already been underway before the battle broke out on the other side of the wall. This battle first action plan, it was formulated a week before. There were 13 people involved in the decapitation operation, 12 of whom were Dragon Kingdom Special Forces. The other person was Bai Yi. Yes, Bai Yi was also involved in this beheading operation against Marshal Neo, because he had promised Zhao Qingyi's request for her to kill Marshal Neo with her own hands. And inside the entire military camp, he was the only one who was able to suppress Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost. So, he has to be present, just in case Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, would get out of control and would carry out indiscriminate victimization. Nowadays, the Special Operations Team for Operation Decapitation has long since infiltrated East River County. It has even taken over all the favorable spots near the Grand Marshal's house. Meanwhile, a secret blockade has been placed on the Marshal's residence. As soon as someone leaves the Grand Marshal's house, then it will be attacked. The guard that Marshal Neo had sent out had just mounted a high horse and left the Marshal's mansion. Just as he rode his horse and turned inside a small alley, suddenly in the darkness of the night, there was a very slight sound of gunfire. It was the sound of gunfire from a gun fitted with a silencer. Although silencers don't completely muffle the sound of firearms, but there's a lot of gunfire out there. I'm afraid that this slight sound of gunfire would be taken for artillery fire inside East River County. A bullet came from nowhere and hit the guard in the head. It made it fall right off the horse without a word. Killed on the spot. The person who fired the gun was clearly Linley, the leader of the Special Operations Squad. After Linley had killed the Marshal's guard, he gave a few tactical gestures to the rest of his teammates in the darkness. The other Special Forces members immediately understood and began to try to feel their way into the Grand Marshal's mansion. The Marshal's house in Oxon Hill is very large. There was no way that his over 100 guards could have been able to scout all the locations, not to mention that the nighttime scouting methods of these guards were, to say the least, very poor. The Special Ops team and others made light work of it, finding several unguarded dead ends. The whirlwind entered the Grand Marshal's house one after another, fully armed. Bai Yi was carrying a rifle, and the equipment on his body alone weighed dozens of pounds, but to him whose physique had been strengthened, this weight was completely trivial. His movements were very sharp and swift. Behind Bai Yi, there were also 3 Special Forces soldiers from the Special Operations Squad following him, always helping Bai Yi to observe places he couldn't observe, and also to protect Bai Yi's safety. The group of 13 was divided into 4 teams, from 4 different places, pouring into the interior of the Grand Marshal's house. Bai Yi was very familiar with the terrain inside the Grand Marshal's house, and that was because of the terrain intelligence given to them by their inside man in the Grand Marshal's house, the eldest son of the old village head of Yangjiazhuang. Through the terrain intelligence, Bai Yi had simulated several decapitation maneuvers over the course of these days. He already knew the topography as well as the structure of the interior of the Grand Marshal's palace by heart. After bypassing the large number of guards on alert, Bai Yi touched the core area of the Grand Marshal's mansion. The number of warlord guards here is becoming more and more numerous, and the stations of these warlord guards began to become denser and denser. This caused Bai Yi's brows to furrow slightly. In this situation, want not to alarm a person. Just behead the cattle marshal. It is absolutely impossible. If he hadn't promised Zhao Qingyi, Bai Yi would have been perfectly capable of taking out Marshal Neo at a distance, with a direct cannonball. How convenient that would be. Major, it's already hard to sneak deeper. And to get close to that Nyoto mountain, we may have to resort to force. Bai Yi's earpiece heard Linley's whisper. Bai Yi raised his rifle and gave a hand signal to the three behind him, then whispered, "Strong attack." The words fell. His index finger snapped gently. First shot. Hit the ground running. Bang! A guard inside the marshal's mansion, who was patrolling with a gun, suddenly sprayed a cloud of blood from the back of his head. The whole person directly fell to the ground without any signs. The shot, though silenced quite a bit by the silencer, was unfortunately heard. The guards at the marshal's residence immediately tensed up. They especially knew what it meant when they saw one of their companions fall to the ground. There are assassins. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Quick! Protect the marshal. Where are the assassins? The moment the marshal's guards got confused, several other action teams immediately seized the opportunity to point their guns at these nervous guards and didn't hesitate to pull the triggers. For a while, the marshal's mansion was filled with gunshots, frightening the maids and servants in the mansion into shivering. The maids and servants in the mansion, hiding in the compartment door, did not dare to come out, fear of being hit by a stray bullet. As for Marshal Nyo, who was one of the main hosts, his entire body was even given a shiver. At this time, Marshal Nyo was inside a house in the marshal's mansion. His scalp went numb the moment he heard the shot, and he hurriedly picked up the pistol that was sitting on the table. Immediately afterward he heard a succession of gunshots. The roars of anger, panic, and screams of the guards outside were heard. Marshal Nyo couldn't help but overflow with cold sweat. Tay mother asterisk 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 heirs. How did they fight their way in so fast? How is that possible? Even if they came in a car, they'd have to drive for a while, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This group of bandit army, the mother is trying to drive out all the people? Just as he was cursing, a stray bullet flew into the house abruptly. It struck above the wall of the house, hit a crater. Frightened, Nyo Dishwai hurriedly lowered his head down, his back wet with sweat. This moment, he experienced a near-death experience. He truly felt what it meant to be afraid. Such emotions, he had only felt it a few years ago. From the sound of the cannon over the city wall to the sudden attack on the marshal's mansion, the interval between them was only 10 minutes. Wasn't it? 10 minutes to kill in? What a joke! Suddenly, the door of the house was forcibly broken open. And just as Marshal Nyo's heart almost stopped, he heard a very anxious voice, "Marshal, quickly follow us. This place should not be stayed for long. The other side's firepower is too fierce. They even have a few machine guns." Only a few guards with very wretched appearance were seen running inside the house in a great hurry. Seeing the intruder turned out to be his own guard. But instead of breathing a sigh of relief, Marshal Nyo was almost furious. Nearly didn't pass out from the anger. He directly cursed. "What the hell are you guys doing running in here? Aren't you all just telling them that I'm inside this house right now?" No sooner had his words fallen than he glimpsed, out of the corner of his eye, an object being thrown in. What the hell is this? The thought had just flashed through Nyo Dishwai's mind. Suddenly, a blinding bright light suddenly lit up, followed by a sound that was enough to make the eardrums feel severe pain. Nyo Dishwai's eyes were violently painful, and the eardrums of both ears were pinpricked with sharp pain. He instinctively closed his eyes and covered his ears, and there was a scream. Meanwhile, a strong sense of vertigo rushed to his brain, making him feel heavenly for a moment. It was as if the whole person had lost all perception except for pain. The pistol in his hand was thrown away somewhere, and several of the guards inside the house were in the same miserable state. The item that was thrown in was clearly a powerful shock bomb. Shock bomb ripples in a confined space. That must have been a very painful feeling. Very unpleasant. Bang! 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 A figure burrowed in with it. A few precise point-blank shots from the rifle in his hand hitting a few guards in the head very accurately before setting his eyes on a plump figure. Is it him? Bai Yi had no expression and took out a pair of red embroidered shoes. Yes. Suddenly, a voice filled with endless resentment resounded within the room. It was also at this time that the temperature of the entire house seemed to drop several degrees. At your disposal. Bai Yi nodded and gently put down the red embroidered shoes. The temperature inside the house began to get colder and colder. The extremely dense yin qi filled the surroundings. And even the yin qi, in a vague manner, had a sense of immediacy that it had turned into substance. The house unexpectedly floated up curls of white mist, which was the yin qi that had already materialized. It made for very chilly temperatures. Creepy. It was with great difficulty that Marshal Bull recovered a little from the effects of the shock bomb. He mentally wiped his sore eyes hard and struggled to get up from the ground. Mother asterisk 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 her. What the is this? Almost gave Labor's eyes a whole lot of blindness, and now my brain is still buzzing. Similar to a cannonball blowing up next to me. He rubbed his eyes as hard as he could, fighting back the pain in his eardrums and the vertigo in both his head, when he suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. How did it get so much colder? Nyo Dishwai struggled to open his eyes. which had reached a blood-red color, and there were constant tears. However, just the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a silhouette in a bright red costume. The silhouette was very blurry, but it's familiar. This is? Hiss. Nyo de Shui. However, the whole person instantly sobered up, and goosebumps rose. A thrilling sense of dread surged through him. He sucked in a sharp breath. Cold sweat. Scalp numbness. Zhao Qingyi. Zhao Qingyi was a female ghost that Nyo Da Sua, in his entire life, would never forget, because he had seen such a female ghost in his entire life. And this female ghost once tried to claim his life. It made him afraid to live inside the Marshal's mansion for a good half year. You. Marshal Nyo's tone was filled with fear and trembling. No longer as awesome as it used to be. You, weren't you taken in by that Taoist priest? Nyo de Shui secretly swallowed saliva, his voice shaking. You, how did you come back again? Nyo Dakai. Zhao Qingyi's figure had been revealed, and the red costume on her body looked incomparably bright at this moment. It's like it's red with blood. Do you remember me? Do you remember how you killed us, father and daughter? Zhao Qingyi's voice carried endless resentment as she stretched out her hand, which was paler than white paper. The monstrous grievances kept mixing and gluing with each other with the yin qi. It made Nyo de Shui's three tops of young fire shaky, and it also made Nyo de Shui feel like falling into an ice cellar. Suddenly, he felt a warmth coming from the Buddha medallion hanging around his neck, but the warmth didn't last a second. It just disappeared. It was because the Buddhist medal on his neck was directly yanked off by Bai Yi. Also between this same time, Zhao Qingyi stretched out her sickly pale hands and strangled Nyo de Shui's neck. The touch on his neck that was comparable to cold ice even made Nyo de Shui's face tremble. It was shaking all over. The crotch was wet. Urine dripped down on top of the floor and the choking sensation made him stare in death. He danced around with his hands, constantly trying to struggle, but the huge force coming from his neck left him with no way to struggle away. His face was suffocating red, hair green, purple, trying hard to breathe and not being able to breathe at all. The feeling of approaching death made his heart despair, and endless remorse flashed through his mind. Ka-chow. A crisp sound rang out. Marshal Nyo's bloodshot eyes glared. The body went soft, straight up paralyzed. It was also at this moment that Zhao Qingyi's body's yin qi began to diffuse crazily. The bright red costume was starting to get even redder. A weird kind of red. The temperature inside the room was still persistently dropping, and the kind of gloomy aura that Zhao Qingyi had on her body was climbing higher and higher. Phew. Zhao Qingyi, however, forced herself to stabilize her sanity at this very critical moment. She let go of her hand. Marshal Nyo's body collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. She turned back, looking towards Bai Yi, who had a calm face in front of her. Her five senses finally emerged from her face. The look on his face was one of gratitude. There is also rapture. There is more liberation. That dense resentment began to dissipate and melt like spring snow. Instead of, it's pure yin. Many thanks, Mr. Bai. My daughter, Zhao Qingyi, hereby makes a vow to become Mr. Bai's ghost servant. If my daughter has any thoughts of disobeying Mr. Bai, she will be punished by 5 thunderbolts. Her eyes were very clear. It was also very decisive. Bai Yi glanced at the ox marshal's corpse, and then at Zhao Qingyi, who was already able to manifest even his 5 senses in front of him. Nodded. He trusted Zhao Qingyi, because Zhao Qingyi was able to maintain her sanity nowadays. It meant that she hadn't been affected by the grievances. After killing Marshal Nyo, the resentment in her body, it's even decaying at breakneck speed. He said into his headset, "Decapitation successful. Operation over. Retreat." The words fell. The sound of gunfire from the special operations squad outside was suddenly a few points more violent than before, scaring those guards outside so much that they didn't dare to raise their heads, achieving the effect of fire suppression. One of the special forces soldiers was still hiding inside the corner, operating a small drone. The drone jerked in the direction of the largest number of guards. Then one end exploded in the air. Boom! Countless deadly broken pieces shot out in all directions. An unknown number of guards fell in the midst of this wave of explosions, and the special operations team immediately took advantage of the deterrence caused by the explosions. The others immediately came over to meet Bai Yi. Take advantage of the drone explosion. The crowd quickly withdrew. Not into the darkness. Negative. Chapter 51 Ghost Servant. Red-clothed night ghost Zhao Qingyi. Coming from the modern era of special operations, Operation Warhead is simply a fish out of water in this day and age. With these, simply flunked guards inside the marshal's mansion, there was absolutely no way to be able to stop the Dragon Special Forces. In fact, the special forces behind enemy lines combat beheading operation, if in modern times encountered more than 100 people close guards, then it is estimated that this beheading operation can only be declared a failure. After all, there were only a dozen or so special forces, And there was no way that even the strongest of them could beat more than 100 people. Because it's reality, not a movie. If a dozen special forces soldiers could beat 100 plus modern soldiers in a head-to-head fight, then why the beheadings? Why are there still assassinations behind enemy lines? But these warlord soldiers on the opposite side of the magic-modified republic are nothing compared to the current army. Let the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom experience a kind of what is called one step to kill a person. Thousands of miles of the feeling of not leaving behind. Not only did they sneak into the marshal's residence, they even fronted up and fought these guards. Rely on the great firepower of modern weapons. Beat up more than 100 marshal's guards across the street. So much so that they didn't dare to raise their heads. After the guards finally dared to raise their heads, a little, Bai Yi and the others had already left a long time ago, because the beheading has been successful. Combat is over. The local warlord leader, Marshal Nyo, announced this night that his life had reached its end. That's what he deserved to die for. If he could have been kinder to the people, if he hadn't killed Zhao Qingyi's family, if she hadn't made a death wish to take on the Dragon Kingdom's army, then he doesn't have to die at all. There might even be a chance to be able to work with. From the blue planet, the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, no ifs. The guards in the marshal's mansion couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief one by two after they realized that the mysterious enemy had disappeared into thin air, all of them sweating as if they were deflated, and felt an unprecedented heartbreak, because they didn't know how many people had died in this battle. All that lay on the ground were the bodies of the marshal's guards. At the same time there were also people who had fallen down injured and were on the ground, constantly howling and begging for help. There are 150 guards in the entire Grand Marshal's house. Now there are actually only 89 people left. Fully 61 people were either killed on the spot or lay on the ground constantly howling in pain. It was frightening to watch. It's numbing to watch. Why are these guys suddenly gone? Is it because they ran out of ammo and withdrew? A small captain in the guards of the marshal's residence touched the dust on his face as if he had a heart attack. He was almost caught in the blast from the drone just now. That wave of explosions directly killed and injured more than 20 people. Enough to see how terrifying the power was. It was as if a shell from a heavy gun had landed inside the marshal's house. For this case, what a blessing it should be to get a little life back. Right. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, the expression of this squad leader suddenly changed. Marshal. He reacted now. This mysterious person suddenly attacked the marshal's house. What is their purpose? That must be Marshal Nyo. And now this mysterious group of people has, suddenly and inexplicably, withdrawn. Hiss. Could it be that? You don't think so? Should. You don't think so? This small captain of the guards of the marshal's residence, while his heart palpitated, did not care about the injured who were still howling miserably on the ground. He hurriedly ran inside the house where Marshal Nyo had stayed before, but as soon as he walked in, he smelled blood, such that his heart sank slightly. Immediately following, he then saw several guards on the ground no longer moving. The guards had been turned into several corpses. They all have a bloody hole in their forehead, too dead to die. After seeing the scene in front of him, this squad leader's cold sweat broke out as his eyes continuously searched within the house. And then he saw a familiar figure. Nyo Deshui's size was just too noticeable, and it was very difficult not to notice him. This look, the young captain's heart nearly stopped beating, because he saw that Nyo Dashai had fallen to the ground, his face looking very blue, a pair of bloodshot eyes, glazed over. Shock and fear were written all over his eyes. Desperation was all over his face. That expression all but froze, and on his neck, there was a very visible pinch mark. Marshal! Marshal! The small captain of the guards at the marshal's palace rushed over, wanting to check it out. Results of this view. He's stupid, clueless. It was because he realized that Nyo Da-swa, who had collapsed on the ground, was completely lifeless. Breathing is gone. The heart has stopped beating. Pulse is gone. Hiss. Cattle Marshal. Dead. In the meantime, outside, after Zhao Qingyi swore to become Bai Yi's ghost servant, when Bai Yi touched that pair of red embroidered shoes again, he could no longer feel the slightest hint of a grim aura, as if they were a pair of ordinary red embroidered shoes. If he hadn't still been able to hear Zhao Qingyi's voice, he would have thought that the red embroidered shoes had been switched. Bai Yi was evacuating Dongha County while communicating with Zhao Qingyi. Has the resentment in you been pretty much eliminated? The issue that Bai Yi was most concerned about was still Zhao Qingyi's kind of monstrous resentment, because Zhao Qingyi was the reason why her reason would be suppressed by her grievances due to her excessive grievances. Zhao Qingyi's unique voice rang out. Mr. Bai, since just now when my little daughter handily killed her father's murderer and avenged his death, the resentment in my daughter's body has pretty much dissipated. If there are no accidents, in the future, it will be very difficult for my little daughter to be affected by the grievances. It's unlikely that the resentment of a stern ghost will be completely eliminated. It is also unrealistic. but there was still hope in being able to keep a stern ghost sane for an extended period of time. A night ghost who can keep his sanity. For the Dragon Kingdom. Great use. Those members of the Special Operations Squad next to Bai Yi watched as Bai Yi communicated with Zhao Qingyi. It felt that tiny little bit ridiculous, because they saw that Bai Yi was communicating with the air, but the woman's voice that came to mind told them that Zhao Qingyi, the stern ghost, was real. Unexpectedly, they were actually able to participate in combat operations one day, with a stern ghost, together. This feeling, it's weird. Chapter 52, Fractured and Disintegrated. Kill the East River County. With the beheading declared successful and over, coupled with a crowded house of marshals, soon, the news that Marshal Niu had been killed by the mysterious man spread throughout the marshal's mansion. The news, to everyone's great shock, the most unacceptable ones were those relatives of Marshal Niu, especially his concubines and children. All of Marshal Bull's relatives reside in the marshal's mansion. The sound of that fierce engagement just now made them all hide in their rooms, not daring to come out. It wasn't until after they started getting news of Marshal Bull's death. The whole lot of them are stupid. Weekday. Niu de Shuai's dozen concubines, as well as the birth of 5 or 6 children. In the East River County, this place that can be said to be every day to flaunt. So powerful. When you go out, you have to be addressed as Mrs. Young Master or Miss. It was all down to the fact that they were relatives of Marshal Bull. But, now, the death of Marshal Bull has been confirmed. The entire backbone of the marshal's house is gone, and the guards are dead and wounded. Then it means that they're about to turn into a phoenix of fallen feathers. Future. Probably not as good as chickens. This made many people's hearts rise in despair. At this time, even if they wanted to pack up their fine things and leave Dongha County as a place of wrongdoing, they couldn't leave, because the entire East River County had been completely blocked off by the Dragon Kingdom's army. All roads that could go out of the county were all controlled by the Dragon Kingdom's army. In this case, if they wanted to pack up their fine things, and like the birds in the forest, hurriedly scattered and fled, then it was estimated, they would definitely be stopped by the Dragon Kingdom's army. When the time comes, you will be a captive and will be arrested. What on earth would happen if you were captured by someone from the army that killed Marshal Bull? They dare not imagine. That's why they are in despair. One by one, it was as if they were headless flies, not knowing what to do. If Marshal Niu died a normal death, they, the relatives, must be trying to make a scene now, how to divide the family fortune. But, Marshal Bull was killed, and their relatives are also in a very insecure situation. 1 or 2 are now in a state of shock. I was afraid that those who had killed Marshal Niu would suddenly turn back again. All of them shivered. All prayed in their hearts, mentioned that he would not be as unlucky in blood as Marshal Niu. Yes, even the relatives feel the same way. Suffice it to say, how weak is the so-called kinship between these people of theirs? I am afraid that all these so-called affection is based on material things. Perhaps it is also based on so-called status. The people who could provide them with material goods and status are now gone. This fragile intimacy, natural collapse, natural disintegration. And at this time, over at the city wall of Dongha County, that kind of lopsided battle didn't last long at all. In fact, during the first round of shelling, these warlord defenders collapsed. The reason why the shelling lasted so long was because it was going to take out the entire wall. Now, the Dragon Kingdom's artillery units finally came to a halt. The entire wall of Dongha County is filled with smoke, spreading all over the sky. The most unbelievable thing is, walls of East River County. It's been leveled. Warlord defenders have long been disintegrated and routed. There is no way to be able to organize a decent resistance, or even simply do not have the slightest idea of resistance. The Dragon Kingdom was already starting to unleash the final total, with 10 military armored vehicles driving ahead. Behind it was a military vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom that began to move in along with the armored vehicle. There was also a heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldier. It's also following the advance. They entered East River County as if they were entering no man's land. There was no one to stop them. Armored vehicle after armored vehicle, as well as military trucks, just entered East River County safe and sound. Spin. One by one, the heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to occupy various favorable terrains. Be prepared to have to fight an alley fight. But they soon realized that their behavior as such seemed redundant, because they didn't encounter any alley attacks. All of the defenders threw out the warlord. All of them were scared out of their wits by the roaring artillery fire. The vast majority of the defenders died under the bombardment of artillery fire, and a few that survived. Early on, he had been scared out of his wits. How dare you attack? The sound of artillery fire, as well as gunfire, in East River County finally ceased at this moment. East River County seemed unusually quiet at night. Just the smell of blood in the air and that smell of smoke told everyone about the gruesome battle that had just taken place. Of course, the so-called gruesomeness is only for the soldiers of the local warlords. For the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it's crushing war. It was lopsided throughout. The most unbelievable thing was that of all the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who attacked Donghua County, there were only 1 or 2 who suffered a little abrasion because they accidentally fell to the ground while advancing. No one else suffered any casualties, with a staggering 0% battle damage rate. That's if it's placed on top of a modern-day Blue Star. It's just unimaginable. For the enemy army numbered in the thousands. Unfortunately, this was a magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, and the Dragon Kingdom's army was not encountering any modernized army, but rather those local warlords of the magically modified Republic of China realm who were backwardly equipped and backwardly militarily educated. The fighting ability of the soldiers of these local warlords is no better than that of bandits. At best, the equipment is, well, slightly better than the bandits. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had killed their way into Donghua County had not been idle. They are under no attack. Start working on controlling and arresting those interest group forces of Marshal Niu. It was one of their missions this time. Chapter 53, The Dragons Have No Heads. What are you doing? The entire East River County and cattle marshal related interests in the group of all the people at this moment are like a headless fly is anxious. They simply do not know what they should be good now. I also wonder which asshole's mouth hasn't been sealed tight lately. Spread the news of Marshal Lu's death throughout the county. This would have been well, shocking enough news for everyone in East River County. After this news reached the ears of the people, it was even spread throughout the entire East River County at a speed so fast that it was mind-boggling. And the people inside Marshal Bull's interest group, they had more sources and knew about it more quickly. They are the most panicked and the most bewildered. Inside the interest group associated with Marshal Niu, everyone is dependent on Marshal Niu. They relied on some of the power facilities given to them by Marshal Bull. Make a big fortune inside this acreage. Of course, they were able to get the facilities provided by Marshal Niu, naturally because they bribed him, or to give that Marshal of the Bull a sufficiently large amount of protection money. They have been tied to the interests of Marshal Bull. It's almost to a state of all for one and one for all. Today, something happened to Marshal Niu. They people are definitely the first ones to have their interests jeopardized. However, there were also those who were a bit more resourceful and hurriedly asked those houseguests inside their homes to prepare a large amount of belongings. Since they were able to bind their interests with Marshal Niu, then you'll be able to bind interests with other warlords. Yes, there were quite a few people who actually wanted to use these belongings to bribe the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, because they felt that the mysterious army that attacked Donghua County were actually warlords as well, and they had no idea where the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom actually came from. So they felt that they were able to bind the interests of Marshal Niu in such a way. It was also able to bind the interests of that mysterious force in such a way, unknown. For the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the bribes they had prepared were of no use at all. The traditional art of the Dragon Kingdom is to take the icing off the cake and shoot the shells back. But right now Rokoku doesn't even want to eat the icing, compared to the sugar coating these guys had prepared. That one ancient tomb in Marshal Lu's territory, as well as that copper mine, were the top priority in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. The rest of the stuff Rokoku doesn't even look at. There is information about all the characters inside the Niu de Shui's interest group that Longhua has actually controlled in his hands. Some of this information came from Wang Renji's mouth. Most of it came from the mouth of that military advisor of Marshal Bull's. With this list of interest groups, the Dragon Kingdom will then be able to strike a very precise blow against Marshal Bull's interest groups. And so, within East River County, merchants, landowners, and magnates of all sizes encountered the Dragon Kingdom's army. What are you doing? What are you doing? An obese merchant shrieked and shouted, a look of fear and horror written all over his face. I'm a good citizen. I'm a good citizen. What are you arresting me for? I haven't done anything wrong. Several soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom directly subdued him to the ground, handcuffing him in the process. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers didn't care how much this guy yelled. Their mission is to control, as fast as possible, all the people in the Marshal Bull's interest group. All of them. A moment in time. Hundreds of people were arrested directly throughout East River County. Most of them were brocade-clad and sable-clad, and all of them were as rich as they could be. At first glance, they're the kind of people who live well. There are old and young among them. There are men and women. They are even more different. Some of them are salt dealers who sell salt. Some of them are the bosses of big tobacco pipes. Some of them are the core members of a certain clan. And some of them are the pimps of brothels inside the county. Characters of all shapes and sizes. There should be everything. The only thing they had in common was their faces, all of which had a look of horror written all over them. Everyone was in a constant state of disbelief, arguing that they were not guilty. It's just a shame that it's not up to them to say whether they're guilty or not. Of these people with whom Marshal Bull has an interest, do good people exist? There may be one or two oddballs, but the rest are definitely, well, people who have done untold evil, especially from the Big Smoke. This is the equivalent of fan poison in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how they justify their crimes, no matter how they throw the pot onto the already dead Marshal Nyo, they must all be sanctioned. The people who have been exploited by them on this acre of land must be given an explanation. This is what Rokkoku is going to do for now. It's also something that has to be done. In the face of the powerful military force of the Dragon Kingdom, these people had no way to resist. Some people tried to resist, but in an instant, they were killed outright. This directly scares the other guy. Not a word more. Although the Dragon Kingdom is now making large-scale arrests inside the county, it has not disturbed the ordinary people, which makes the shivering people in the county feel very surprised. They felt that this army that had killed their way in didn't seem to be quite the same as Marshal Nyo's warlords. These soldiers, dressed in dark green uniforms, were very polite when they spoke to the people. Very polite too. No overtures were made. This is unthinkable in this day and age, and definitely belongs to an alien existence. It was also because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not bother the local people. Let some of the more daring folk step out of the door carefully, and then they saw, one by one, guys who were originally all for the rich. They were all caught by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Not a single one was left behind. Chapter 54 Taking over the second county. Martial Cow is a thing of the past. The next day, early morning. The early morning of East River County is still filled with the smell of smoke from those intact buildings inside the county. It is not at all clear that last night, exactly what happened. But, if someone were to take a trip over to the walled city of East River County, or the Grand Marshal's mansion, it would be known what had happened. Last night, only one night has passed. Days in East River County. It changed. Warlord soldiers one by one all of them took off their uniforms and threw them away. And one by one all of them hid in all corners of the county, hating to hide under the ground and not letting anyone find them. This was because they feared that they would be liquidated by the Dragon Kingdom. After all, they were now the defeated side. Now East River County has fallen into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. Marshal Bull has also been killed. In this case, they, former soldiers of the warlords, surely didn't dare to reveal their identities, even trying to hide it for the rest of my life. Soldiers who want to go incognito and pretend they were never warlords. Just a shame. It doesn't help that they do this. This is because Longboy immediately posted notices in various places in Dongha County after he had captured Dongha County. The notice is simple. It is to encourage the people inside the county to denounce those around them who have done evil, especially the former soldier boys. And there is a reward for reporting. If the report is really true, then the person who reported it will be rewarded with 10 pounds of rice. 10 pounds of rice is not a small amount for those ordinary people in the county. Even if these days, within the meals, there is a lack of oil, but 10 pounds of rice is enough for 20 days. If it's a meal with enough oil in it, even able to eat for a month. Apparently, such an incentive mechanism is very capable of provoking these ordinary people to report. The people in the county overcame their fears. Try to report the soldier boys who are hiding. Unexpectedly, someone really did report it successfully. It was also rewarded. A full 10 pounds of rice. And they are all very high quality looking rice. Each one so round and full that it makes you salivate just looking at it. The main thing is that it hasn't been mixed with any gravel or anything like that to weigh it down. It's really 10 pounds of excellent rice. Hiss. This one. The people were actively running to report them, and in just half a day, several hundred more arrests were made. The power of the people is like the sea of Wang Yang, when their power is mobilized. Let the remnants of Marshal Nyo's party be like a flatboat in a stormy sea. It was as if there was no room for them in all of East River County. The number of people captured up by the Dragon Kingdom alone now actually exceeded 1,000. There may be some people wrongly accused in this. That's why it takes time for the Dragon Kingdom to interrogate. It's just a pain in the ass for the interrogators. More than 1,000 prisoners. This shall not work overtime. On the other hand, the situation in West River County was similar, and the Dragon Kingdom's army on the West River County side, likewise, easily took control of the entire county and proceeded to arrest people from Marshal Nyo's interest group. Also there are the various local countryside sides, and the Dragon Kingdom is trying hard to crack down on the tax collection teams. Within a radius of hundreds of kilometers could be described as fighting in all directions, with Dragon Kingdom soldiers everywhere. The territory of Marshal Bull in just one day, all swept away, putting the bugbear in everything, almost swung out. At this point, inside the captivity camp, captive after captive was held here in custody, and there was a mixed bag of identities among them. Some are merchants, some are landowners, and some are clan family heads, some are brothel pimps, some are gangsters, more like Soldier Boy. And Those relatives of Marshal Nyo were also imprisoned here without distinction. They all looked downcast. Panic and anxiety were written all over his face. They don't know how much longer they're going to be locked up. They just know that they're going to end up, probably, no better, because these soldiers in their dark green uniforms are simply greasy. All their bribery tactics were all to no avail. Property, beauty, status. I can't believe it didn't work at all. It left them incredibly dumbfounded. Tay mother ********. A physically obese merchant, full of depression and uneasiness, sitting on the cold ground, muttering, "These don't know where to run to the tsubai. How one or two are the same as saints. Don't they want to make a big fortune? Labor give them dozens of big ocean. Let them let labor out. They all refuse. Ugh, it's true." A landlord sighed. "I wanted to give away a concubine, but the other party not only didn't want it, but also kicked me hard." It was then that I realized that the big-headed soldier I bribed was a female soldier. "Oh, I'm just a concubine of Marshal Nyo. Why did you capture me here too? We're not going to get shot, are we? Blah blah blah. Shooting my ass. Don't ing say such unlucky things here. How many of us have clean bottoms? I feel like we're going to have bad luck." I don't think so. Alas, the camp was full of prisoners, so many that it was almost crowded, and every man was sighing. They're all well aware of it. Cattle marshal. Inside this acreage, it already belongs to the past. Now, the entire East River County has fallen into the hands of this army before us. Looking at those heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the captives in the camp only felt chills all over their bodies, and their hearts were that pessimistic. It's okay if the other person accepts the bribe, but the other side didn't accept it. That says a lot. Chapter 55 Interrogation of the Captives. The shocked people. Although Marshal Nyo had been killed, and the forces under his hand had been removed one by one, and the entire territory had almost reached a point where the dragons were leaderless, the order of the territory under his rule was not disorganized. That's because the Dragon Kingdom's army had been maintaining the basic order of the one zone for the past 2 days. If anyone wants to take advantage of this opportunity to commit adultery, after being caught by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it was absolutely impossible to have good juice. After dealing with several consecutive people who took advantage of the situation, the law and order in this area is suddenly much better. And it is true that in the midst of such a chaotic world, it can only be managed by the strongest means. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom was beginning to interrogate the captives, and as long as it was determined that these captives had committed crimes, then the Dragon Kingdom would not be lenient. In the face of such a presence that has been riding on the necks of the common people for many years as a bully, the Dragon Kingdom never shows a good face, and this time when interrogating these captives, the interrogators used a tactic that Bai Yi had before used. That would be to sow discord among the captives and make them tear each other apart. Let them report each other. Let them expose each other. Especially after learning of the report and receiving and sending it to the other party, one's own crime will be mitigated. These captives were even more so that their eyes were almost shining straight up, and each of them seemed to open the door to a new world. Start competing with each other to expose each other's crimes and report each other's criminal pasts. A moment in time. As many as 60 prisoners were recognized as guilty enough to be sentenced to death alone. And the number of prisoners sufficient to be imprisoned for more than 3 years is upwards of 700. The amount is simply staggering. The remaining 200-odd people were convicted of very minor crimes, and a few months or a year or two in jail would suffice. As for captives who haven't done anything wrong, among the 1,000 people out there, just 11 people, only 1%. That's still because it's 11 people. Some of them teenagers who aren't very old. Some of them recruits who just joined the warlord not even a month ago. Captives without crimes. That's all there was. Such an exaggerated number has to be staggering. Fruity. 90% of the people in the interest group surrounding Marshal Nyo have criminal pasts and have oppressed civilian folk, and there are many others whose crimes are so serious that they even carry several lives on their backs. People like that are simply too dead to be considered. Those whose crimes have accumulated enough to warrant the death penalty will never be dealt with lightly by the Dragon Kingdom. If such people are treated lightly, it is a betrayal of the people. So, at Bai Yi's command, all these people whose crimes add up to the death penalty will all be dragged out tomorrow and shot in a public trial. And it would have to be in broad daylight, right in front of all the people. To shoot them, Bai Yi had people post notices inside the county, spreading the news throughout Dongha County. Inside the notice, he also had the names of all the condemned prisoners written. These names, for the people of East River County, all of them are kind of familiar names. Many of them were once big names in the eyes of the common man. Now, all these so-called big shots have to be put on public trial. All have to be shot. There is no plea to be made. One time, the entire population of East River County was stunned. Lu Tianing? Hiss. Isn't this the owner of that big tobacco house in the west of the county? It is this guy who makes East River County so many more big smokers. 1 or 2 smoking big cigarettes, smoking family broken. And this guy also keeps a dozen or so thugs. As a result, now this guy is actually going to be pulled out and shot? Some literate commoners pointed to the list on the notice and couldn't help but let out an unbelievable gasp. Oh my god, isn't this the name of Marshal Nyo's third concubine? She's also on the public trial shooting list? She's going to be shot tomorrow? What kind of crime has she committed? There are 66 people on this list. A small East River County has 66 death row inmates. Sinning. These guys are all related to Marshal Nyo. It's really not a class of people. Good. This human trafficker surnamed Lee is finally going to die. Great. A Grand Master of the Green Heaven. It doesn't matter who they really are, but since they're acting on behalf of us common people, they're the Grand Master of the Green Sky. Hiss. The list is full of big shots. All the common people who saw the list of notices were showing expressions of shock beyond measure. In a moment the contents of the notice spread throughout the county. Even those villages around the county, there were quite a few people who knew about it. Their first reaction couldn't believe it, because the characters on the list were all very big. In the old days, these characters casually took one out. Are not their kind of ordinary people, can mess with it. And there are many of them. The common people, who have been bullied by people on the list. A big shot like that gets shot? Is that really possible? It can't be a fake, can it? Someone questioned. Naturally, some people believe it. How can it be fake? They are the ones who killed Marshal Nyo. Is it necessary for such people to deceive us common people? Anyway, the public trial will start by tomorrow, so won't we know if we go and take a look tomorrow? Right. I think it's true. Why else would they have this list out? I wonder if I can return a clear sky to our East River County. I heard they call themselves soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom? What country is that? Are they foreigners? It's not right. The official language they speak is much more standard than ours. Who knows? Chapter 56, The Dragon Kingdom is here. The Green Sky. There it is. The food market in East River County covers a very large area and has a lot of open space. Today, noon, East River County's food market gathers its large number of senior citizens. As far as the eye can see, all of them are a huge piece of head, bustling, countless. Among them, there are men and women. There are old and young. Almost all of these old people were from East River County, and only a few, from some of the neighboring villages, had heard about it. The reason they are gathered here is because of those notices that were posted in the Dragon Kingdom yesterday. The notice posted yesterday states that it will be at this location today, to the unpardonable partisans of Marshal Bull, conducting public hearings, execution by firing squad. Quite a few people are not sure if this is true or not, but they were also aware that whether it was real or not would be clear if they were there and saw it with their own eyes. So they came over today and gathered a huge crowd. The number of people was beyond belief. Even the open area of this food market is not large enough to accommodate all these people. People are already crowding into the surrounding streets. One talked about it. One was incredibly excited, because when they came here, they all saw with their own eyes a temporarily erected high platform, which was also densely packed with people. And most of them were heavily armed dragon soldiers, each with their heads held high. It looks imposing. But what attracted the most attention was the group of people kneeling on the high platform. The group of kneeling men numbered in the dozens. All of them had their hands bound and even their feet were in ankle cuffs. The faces of the group kneeling on the ground were filled with despair and fear. They never thought that they would be reduced to such a state. They know it when they look at the frame in front of them. I'm afraid my own days are numbered. Hey, you guys, look, quickly look there. That guy kneeling there, that's the second person from the left. Isn't he the big boss of Spring Jade House? I've heard that this guy ostensibly runs a brothel, but he's actually secretly doing human trafficking. Some of the commoners squinted their eyes and looked over the group of people kneeling on the high platform, then suddenly exclaimed in shock. And the ninth from the right, isn't that the shopkeeper of the big tobacco house? I heard that he's related to that Marshal Nyo, so he opened a big tobacco house inside the county, and no one even cares about him. Serves him right. One is a pimp who traffics in human beings, and the other is a seller of big cigarettes. This kind of scum really comes together. Oh my god, they actually did get arrested. Are they really going to be shot? Hiss. Really shoot that many people? It's not good, is it? Why not? God damn it. Which one of those guys on their knees is a good guy? Which one of them isn't unforgivable? If it wasn't for that bull asterisk Nyo de Shui, who's been backing them up, I'd want to chop them up. Right? Oh. I didn't notice until you said it. They all seem to be traitors to Marshal Bull. What Grand Marshal Nyo? Called Nyo Dashin. He's all gone. And he's still shouting Marshal. Good lord. There are 66 death row inmates. The old people in the vegetable market, shocked beyond words, were talking. They did not expect the Dragon Kingdom to play for real. All that was on the notice posted yesterday is also true. It didn't deceive them. The plain people. This. Isn't this too unbelievable? On the high platform, Bai Yi was also present. He glanced at the 66 death row inmates kneeling on the ground, then looked to see the murmuring civilians. It looks like these death row inmates are among the first-class scum here in East River County, not at all popular with the people of the county. It would even be deeply disliked by the common people. After all, what these death row inmates do on a regular basis is to oppress as well as exploit the common people. It's only because before, there was a Marshal Nyo to back them up. That's why they are able to be unscrupulous, to be able to run roughshod over the county, doing all the evil. And it is also because there are cattle marshal, give them backing reason. Usually in the county people, even do not dare to talk more about these people, for fear of trouble will find their own. But, now, their backer, Marshal Liu, had been completely planted. The old people can finally tell with impunity how they were bullied by this group. Tell how you were oppressed by this group. This time, a Dragon Kingdom officer on the high platform, holding a megaphone in his hand, opened his mouth and shouted, "Folks and fathers of the divine land, we are the military from the Dragon Kingdom. I know that you are very puzzled, and I also know that you will question, but we can assure you here that the Dragon Kingdom's army is the people's army, and the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers are the people's soldiers. Those of us who are soldiers are actually also the people. These 66 death row inmates, they are in Donghai County, bullying men and women, committing crimes, and doing nothing wrong, taking refuge in the evil forces of the local warlords to oppress the people. Today, we are going to represent, on behalf of the common people who have been bullied by them, to judge them publicly. The first prisoner, Nyo Dae, brother of Nyo Dashan, 41 years old, guilty of 19 counts of intentional homicide, 64 counts of intentional chong rape, and 6 counts of intentional arson. The second prisoner, Yu Flame, Nyo Dashan's third wife, 29 years old, guilty of 3 counts of intentional homicide and 1 count of assault causing first-degree disability. The third prisoner, Li Wanju, human trafficker, 35 years old. The fourth prisoner, Zhao Ergu. The fifth prisoner. Sixth. The loudspeaker was so loud that all the onlookers, the common people of East River County, were able to hear what he was saying. This longboy officer had a stern face and used the most serious and solemn voice. Name, one by one, the crimes of all those present on death row. Chapter 57. The numerous crimes. A funeral in one line. As one after another. One after another. The charges that made people feel creepy to listen to were spoken out word after word in the most serious tone by that one officer of the Dragon Kingdom on the high platform. The common people who were still talking down there have fallen silent. A look of disbelief was written on the face of one of the common people. All of them had a dumbfounded look on their faces. They knew that all those people kneeling on the high platform were all the scum with a fierce reputation inside Donghua County. But they didn't expect these scumbags to be even more vicious than they thought. The people kneeling on the high platform. These 66 people. Each one of them carrying a human life on their backs. Their hands are stained with the blood of ordinary people. Every pore of his body seemed to reveal a sign of filth. Makes for creepy listening. Sweat drops. The common people present had, to a greater or lesser extent, been bullied by these people kneeling on the stage. They more or less know something about these people. They thought they knew enough. Thought that the deeds they knew were all the crimes of these death row inmates. But, now, they suddenly realized they were still too naive. They only know that these deeds are but a drop in the bucket. Hiss. These people can no longer be called human. It's a beast. This made all the onlookers, the common people of East River County, a momentary group of anger. Mom, that brothel pimp, has actually murdered so many people, and has sent people to maim so many people. Is this ing human? This old, is an old demoness. Right. Hiss. The people these people have killed must add up to several hundred? Sinful animals. A bunch of sinful animals. Even if they go to hell, they'll be put in the frying pan. Right? No wonder the old king next door has been missing for years. So it was killed and sunk by this murderer. Mother asterisk. This guy, he actually killed 9 people. That Nyo Dashan's son is only 16 years old. And he actually has 2 lives in his hands? Asterisk. The whole ing bunch of. The list is endless. It was a pity that they were not villagers of the Young Family Village. If they were, they might have prepared rotten eggs, as well as rotten vegetable leaves before they learned that there was going to be a public trial. This led to the fact that all they could do was to be here, in a group, and break into a rage. Actually, it's also because the dragon soldiers are here. They only dare to scold these death row inmates only. If the dragon soldiers are not here, estimates, most of the people present, neither dared to squeak. That's the reality. It's the majority of the common people in this magically altered version of the Republican world who are portrayed. They've been oppressed for too long. The yoke on his head is too heavy. By the time charge after charge had been completed, the officer with the megaphone shouting was already thirsty. Talking is hoarse. He let out a slight sigh of relief, and then his gaze looked at Bai Yi next to him. Bai Yi nodded slightly in a gesture. The officer took a deep breath. Take the megaphone. Say the last two words. Execution. Shasta. Bang. 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 A series of gunshots rang out above the high platforms of the entire vegetable market, and a cloud of blood sprang from the head of each condemned prisoner, who had fallen to his knees with a face full of despair. It was as if the entire person's strength had been completely stolen in an instant. Straight away his head fell limply to the ground, no longer moving, died violently on the spot. This incomparable bloody scene not only did not put below those groups of excited old people scared, they issued an unprecedented cheer. This cheer mixed with joy is also unprecedented. Good. One of the people clapped his hands and shouted with a reddish color, the great lords of heaven have avenged us. Good. This group of people, one by one, all deserve to die. All should be killed. If it wasn't for this group of people, how could my child have been abducted by human traffickers? Another citizen shouted, good killing. How many people have been harmed by these cliques of Marshal Nyo, who have been in power in Dongha County for more than 10 years? Today, they are finally getting their comeuppance. A big old man in the green sky. If this isn't the Grand Master of Green Heaven, what is? That's what a soldier is. That's what being a soldier is like. What kind of are those soldier boys? Good. Good kill. In the midst of the continuous shouts of approval as well as cheers, the mood of these common people was unprecedentedly pleasant. When people who had oppressed them were shot dead before their eyes, it was as if they felt an emotion they had never felt before. The emotion sent a wave of relief through their bodies, as if they had drunk a bottle of ice water on a big 3-volt day. A feeling of relief was revealed all over. Blushing with excitement, pull down all of these corpses to be cremated. Remember to still follow the process. After cremation, put them in the end of the ashes. Were deposited in temples, Taoist temples, churches, cannot let them have any opportunity to take advantage of, to become a harm to the four sides of the wrongful ghosts and ghosts. Bai Yi instructed. That sounds like a bit of overcautiousness, and he's in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. They have to be careful. This is how you can avoid a lot of trouble that you wouldn't otherwise have to encounter, especially since this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm has the presence of zombies and ghosts. Then it's time to pay more attention to that aspect. In a nutshell, funeral one-stop shop. Put these death row inmates on it. After the command, as Bai Yi looked at the agitated commoners, he couldn't help but murmur to himself with emotion. In a small Dongha County, there are so many people who are carrying big enough crimes for the death penalty. Plus there are also unjust souls and severe ghosts, zombie spirits and monsters. It's really a sick world. Chapter 58, Ancient Grave. Copper Mine. A major in his early 20s? Although the Dragon Kingdom was a magically modified version of the Republic of China realm and mobilized its manpower very quickly, those manpower that were not mobilized casually. All of these hands were official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, and all of them had one thing in common. That's just as worthy of putting the country's trust in as the military servicemen and women. They have nothing to do with foreign state powers. That's why they would be chosen to enter the magically altered version of the Republican realm. These town administrators, numbering in the thousands. There are experienced ones among them, as well as those who are just starting out. They were all sent to the military district in the capital together. On top of that there was also a group, belonging to the official mining team of the Dragon Kingdom, which had also been mobilized by the Dragon Kingdom. This mining party, too, numbered several hundred men, and all were prepared with a large number of switching machines. The Dragon Kingdom was eyeing that copper mine in the magically altered Republic realm like never before. I can't wait to want to move that one copper mine to the top of the blue planet. It's just a shame there's no way to do that, nor is it capable of doing so. But arranging a mining team to go to the magically altered version of the Republic realm to mine copper, that could still be done. This time the mining team was actually affiliated with the military, and it was filled with semi-military personnel. It is one of those beings that can be used as a combatant just by picking up a gun. However, due to the sheer size of the mining team's mining machines, a double-through door capable of letting a heavy tank through. I can't believe I can't get a large mining truck through. So, it was only possible to take the large mining truck and break it down into one part after another, and wait until it was time to go to the magically altered version of the Republican realm to put it back together. And this time, the Dragon Kingdom also gave Bai Yi a group of archaeologists. These are very professional archaeologists, once archaeologically the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. Moreover, The Dragon Kingdom had equipped these mobilized people with a large amount of living materials, and a lot of doctors have been mobilized, as the magically altered Republican realm is short of doctors. Although the Chinese medicine in the magically altered version of the Republic realm is very magical, it was even more amazing than the Chinese medicine inside the real-world Blue Star. But what medical professionals need is efficient medical care, after all. Still, medicine is most efficient now. In a nutshell, this wave of the Dragon Kingdom has mobilized a large number of personnel for two things in the local warlord's territory: a copper mine with a reserve of 8.6 million tons, and an ancient tomb that hasn't been robbed yet. So many people. Yu Tianyi was an official grassroots staff member of the Dragon Kingdom. She had only gotten a rare spot only a year ago, and then served in one of the grassroots units in the capital city. That means she's sort of a newcomer to the workplace, but due to her abilities she's better among the newcomers, and there is no connection with some organizational forces abroad. Eliminates any possibility that the secret will get out, so she was chosen to be mobilized to go inside often. At this time, Yu Tianyi looked left and right curiously. She had no idea why, at all, she was transferred inside the military region. All she knew was that she was doing a good job at her job. Then out of nowhere a couple of guys in suits popped up in front of her and informed her of their top secret identities, and then they took her away. She was flabbergasted. Unknown. If it wasn't for the fact that the vehicle that picked her up was on the military side, she would have thought that someone had kidnapped her. Yu Tianyi saw that there were so many people around him, who looked as bewildered as he did. It was obvious that these people had been brought here directly, just like themselves. Within these people she also spotted some familiar co-workers, even spotted some familiar leaders. They were all full of confusion as well. Moreover, Yu Tianyi found that there were actually many workers wearing helmets gathered here, and these workers seemed to be a lot more calm than them, although these workers were also bewildered. But they didn't look to the right and left, and instead, they set up a queue and waited quietly. These are semi-military workers, aren't they? Yu Tianyi guessed their identity, staggering at the military-like discipline of these workers. And over there, so many doctors and nurses. What are those people over there? Some of them look like old enough to be researchers? Oddly enough, official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, semi-military workers, medical personnel, and researchers. These are professions that are not normally found in the same place. Now, all bunched up together? This added up. It's almost 2,000 people. Suddenly, several military jeeps, driving from a distance, attracted the attention of everyone present. A group of people stepped out of the jeep. They all have something in common. All in uniform. Hiss. Admiral. Yu Tianyi noticed the rank of an old soldier and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air between moments. It was the first time she had seen such a character up close, and the other party was actually only a dozen meters away from her. Then he realized that next to the old general, there was a young man standing. The young man's station is the same as the old general's. Yu Tianyi felt that the young man in military uniform was probably the same age as himself. There's definitely not a 2 or 3 year difference in age. Yu Tianyi stood on her tiptoes to take a look at the military rank, and the result made her people dumbfounded. Major, she cried out wildly inside. Unbelievable, unbelievable. This handsome-looking young man, he was just about the same age as himself, holding out for 23 or 24, right? Major? Major in his early 20s? Geez, just kidding. Yu Tianyi suspected that she was looking at her eyes, although she hadn't joined the army as a soldier, but she also knew the difficulty of rank advancement in peacetime. Hiss. Shocker. Chapter 59-8. 6 million tons of reserve copper mines. The skyrocketing of national transportation. As Bai Yi took the lead and took a step inside the double-pierced door, only then did everyone come back to their senses from the shock. They all couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, forcibly suppressing the shock within their hearts. With a feeling of apprehension and hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth again and followed. Close to 2,000 people began to enter within the double penetration gates, came to that magically altered version of the Republican realm. Yu Tianyi followed the crowd and crossed the double penetration door together. She only felt her body, as if she was passing through a light film, and then the sight of everything immediately in front of him. Then there was a sea change. What she saw was a brand new military camp with all kinds of amenities laid out in it that were very new. At the same time, she also saw a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, who kept walking inside the camp. It's as if they have their hands full. Yu Tianyi looked up at the sky blankly. The sky in the capital was originally gray and cloudy, but now the sky was incomparably blue. She spent so much time in the capital. Rarely have I seen such blue skies. This is that magically altered version of the Republican realm that Major White spoke of earlier? Yourself crossed over? She thought it was a little bit ridiculous, but something so ridiculous just really happened, and it happened to her. when the shock in his heart gradually dissipated. In its place was excitement. An excitement like never before. Crossing over. Developing other worlds. This kind of thing that is good enough to go down in history and remain in the history of the world has fallen on one's head. How do you keep people from getting excited? How do you keep people from getting excited? Guys. At this time, Bai Yi's voice, once again, rang out, only to hear him say, "This is the magically modified version of the Republic of China world. This military camp was established by the Dragon Kingdom before. It has supporting recreational facilities as well as accommodations inside. Later on, someone will arrange for your accommodations, and inside the accommodations, there are a large amount of living supplies. After you familiarized yourselves with this place for the night, each of you can be assigned a task tomorrow. Within this period of time you can wander around the camp, but you are not allowed to leave the camp without authorization, or else you will be dealt with under military law." When these people stepped into the magically altered Republic realm, they were already subject to militarized management. That's right, the mining team out of the line. "Come with me." As Bai Yi's voice fell, the hundreds of workers in the mining team looked at each other. Then one by one they all hurriedly followed at a quick pace. While walking forward, Bai Yi turned to the head of the mining team and began to say with a calm face, "You take your people and work with the construction corps inside the camp to mine a local copper mine. The people from the construction corps will build your residences near the copper mine. All the mining tools have been prepared by the country. All of them are the most advanced tools that can be purchased. Your task is to mine the copper ore and transport it back inside the Dragon Kingdom." "A copper mine?" The head of the mining team froze and inquired with cautious curiosity. "Major Bai, may I ask what size copper mine it is?" Bai Yi glanced at him and said, "About 6 million tons of reserves." 6 million tons? The tone of the man in charge was raised several degrees, and his eyes were glazed over. He knew exactly what this reserve of copper represented. In this way he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Soon, Bai Yi led these people to one of the military barracks, which was the residence of the 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps. The 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps has actually been ready for a long time. Every single one of them is fully loaded. "Take your men and get on the bus," Bai Yi said to the shocked head of the mining team. "The soldiers of the Construction Corps will take you to the location of the copper mine, and you have to fully cooperate with them." The head of the mining team came back to his senses, and he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Hurrying with his own group of workers, he got on a military truck from the Dragon Kingdom. The workers didn't have any problem with that, because they were a semi-military mining force before that. In fact, it's right to say they are workers, and it's not wrong to say they're soldiers. After seeing the 2nd Regiment of the Mining and Construction Corps drive away from the camp in a military vehicle, Bai Yi murmured, "It's true. Having a country at your back makes it much easier to do everything. If he's alone, mining that copper mine alone, it's all a huge puzzle. But, with a behemoth like the Dragon Kingdom involved, there was practically no strain in mining a copper mine of this size." And at this point, those who had just arrived at the magically altered Republic realm from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom were also beginning to build up their courage at this moment, wandering around curiously inside the military camp. Some of them even talked to the soldiers in the camp, and when they learned that the soldiers had once captured a zombie, each one of them broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed saliva in secret. Things like ghosts and monsters for them. It was just too exciting. When they learned that Major Bai Yi, who was in the barracks, maintained a good friendship relationship with a red-robed ghost from the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, they people were almost stupid. What the hell? A good friendly relationship with a red-cloaked ghost? That means in this camp, a ghost? Mom? Yeah. As these people strolled around the barracks with admiration and shock, the sky slowly began to reach dusk. Time. Streaming. The sun also soon set and darkness fell. Bai Yi had just returned inside his residence when a few lines of screens appeared in front of him. The Dragon Kingdom's national luck. Up again. This time, it's skyrocketing. Chapter 60 Golden Treasure Chest Reward. A medium spirit spring. The mining team of the Dragon Kingdom and the 2nd Regiment of the Construction Corps have taken position at the 6 million ton copper mine. And the 6 million ton copper mine belongs to the Dragon Kingdom once and for all. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune is skyrocketing like crazy. You get the golden treasure chest +1. The few lines of text that suddenly appeared in front of his eyes managed to attract Bai Yi's attention. Bai Yi guessed that one copper mine was able to contribute to the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. It was even able to skyrocket the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom by quite a bit. After all, it was a copper mine with a reserve of 6 million tons, and such a copper mine was rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. For a copper-deficient country like the Dragon Kingdom, the 6 million tons of reserves of copper mines are definitely the top priority of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the mining that has to be done. a copper mine on the horizon. This temptation, Rokoku couldn't refuse. Only Bai didn't expect that the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune had actually risen so much, directly rewarding a golden treasure chest. This was a bit out of his expectation. You should know that the green stiffs, and the large amount of precious wood captured earlier, only yielded 2 bronze treasure chests, now directly gave a golden treasure chest. Can imagine the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, just how much it has skyrocketed. Open the treasure chest, with a softly silent sentence in Bai's mind. A few lines of curtain, reappearing. You have successfully opened one of the golden treasure chests. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward, medium spirit spring +1. Hint, the reward is a spring. Please confirm the place where the spring is placed before receiving it. Receiving or not? Yes. No. Spirit springs? After seeing such a prompt, Bai didn't rush to collect the reward. The term spiritual spring was not really unfamiliar to Bai, because inside those books that the crippled Taoist priest left behind, one of them mentioned the spirit spring. As the name suggests, a spirit spring is a spring of water. What makes it special is that among its springs, it will contain an aura in it. It makes the spiritual spring have very many magical and wonderful uses. For example, after placing a drop of spiritual spring on top of the eyelids, even a mortal body can clearly see ghosts. But the staying power is only 1 incense burner, and it will expire after 1 incense burner. At the same time, if you drink from the spring year-round, you will be able to live to be 100 years old at least. And the water of the spiritual spring can also be used for alchemy, refining weapons, and cultivating spiritual medicines. And the spiritual chi of heaven and earth near the spiritual spring. It's all quite a bit thicker elsewhere. Those who practiced cultivation, if they practiced near the spiritual springs, it would certainly be twice the effort with half the effort. Things like spirit springs were very much in evidence in the ancient times of the magically altered Republican realm. Only the aura of the magically altered Republic realm is increasingly depleted. Things like spiritual springs were also starting to become less and less common, and more of them were starting to dry up. Take the Lushan sect where the crippled Taoist priest is from. The entire Lushan sect just possessed a single spiritual spring. The Lushan sect, on the other hand, was a branch of the pure brightness sect of the Divine Lands, and it was only that they only possessed a single spiritual spring in the district. Have to say, magic-altered version of the Republican realm of cultivation in the middle of the world. I'm afraid I've been sad all day, because they were worried that if the aura completely dried up one day, the spiritual spring would also be completely gone. Those of their heritage. It can be broken. Medium spiritual spring. I wonder what level that spiritual spring of the Lushan sect that the crippled Taoist priest is in is. What kind of gap is there between it and this medium spiritual spring I got? Bai murmured to himself while thinking about where to place the spirit spring. Dragon country he is not considering for the time being. The spirit spring placed in the dragon country benefits. It's not really that big, because there was no heaven and earth aura in the blue star where the dragon kingdom was located. If the spiritual spring was placed in the dragon kingdom, the overflowing aura would definitely go everywhere. Then it gradually spreads around the world. Unless the Dragon Kingdom had a way to make the spiritual spring, emitting those auras, fixed within the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise placing the spirit springs in the Dragon Kingdom just helps other countries improve their air quality a bit. Bai is not that generous, and he doesn't dare to guarantee that the aura of the magically altered Republican realm appears in the Blue Star world. Will there be any weird chemical reactions happening or not? It would take a series of studies, conducted by researchers in the Dragon Kingdom, to decide. And what if, because of the spirit spring's influence, it raises a severe ghost inside the Blue Star? That's a lot of pause. You can mess around in the magically altered Republic realm. You can't mess around in the Dragon Kingdom. Think about it. Bai still decided to place this medium spirit spring in the middle of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, because this world was originally filled with the aura of heaven and earth. Spirit springs placed in a magically altered version of the Republican realm wouldn't have made much of a mess out of it. Pick up. Please choose a location to place a medium spirit spring. Barracks. Bai remembered that there was a big pit dug inside the barracks, and he was originally going to build a swimming pool here for the soldiers' daily swimming training, but he didn't expect that this swimming pool, which hadn't been finished yet, would now be used by him in other places. He had placed this medium spirit spring and chose to place it in this place. After all, the spirit spring was going to be bubbling with spring water, so he couldn't just put it anywhere. Placement complete. After Bai determined to place this spiritual spring, in the middle of the military camp, barely a few minutes, inside his residence, an emergency contact number just suddenly rang. After Bai answered the phone, then he heard it over there, an anxious voice. Major Bai, the swimming pool inside our camp has suddenly sprouted a lot of underground water. When we excavated earlier, we clearly confirmed that there was no groundwater below. Major White, I suspect the camp is experiencing a paranormal event. I could hear it. This is the voice of the 1st Regiment of the Construction Corps. That Captain Liu. The other side is in the complex of building some of the facilities in the campground, which includes the pool, which is still unfinished. The other side will find out. It's also normal. Bai smiled and responded. Don't worry. This isn't groundwater. It's a spiritual spring. Protect it. Chapter 61 Post-War Harvest. Marshal Nyo's Household Goods. The next day. Early morning. After the people who had just arrived at the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm yesterday and slept in this unfamiliar world, they boarded a military vehicle of the Dragon Kingdom's military and traveled to East River County and West River County, which were currently under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. There are roads that connect the two counties to the campground, only because the roads are dirt. So much so that the military vehicles were not traveling particularly fast, and it also seemed slightly bumpy. Luckily it just didn't rain last night. Otherwise this dirt road becomes even more difficult to travel. More effort is still needed to target the infrastructure outside the magically altered Republic of Korea. Want to get rich and want to develop the road must be repaired, but it takes time and money to build roads, as well as a lot of manpower. This is the only way to build quality roads. If it's a random paved road out, that's probably equal to the damage in a couple of years. Yu Tianyi, along with a group of grassroots official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, sat behind a dark green military truck, feeling the vehicle being constantly bumpy, her having to grab onto something beside her to sit a little more steadily. In fact, she didn't sleep much last night because it was just too much. It was almost impossible to sleep for the whole night. Barely got 2 or 3 hours of sleep. She wasn't the least bit sleepy now, though, but rather in a state of seeming, well, exuberance, because she was assigned a task. Her mission in this world is headed to the local East River County, being a grassroots worker. From a grassroots worker in the capital city of the Dragon Kingdom into a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, a grassroots worker in a county. Sounds like a downgrade, but you turnip knows very well. That's not how to go about the math. The special nature of the magically altered version of the Republican realm is naturally self-evident. The importance of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm to the Dragon Kingdom, that certainly doesn't need to be said. East River County was one of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictions in this world. Now Longhua has given her the opportunity to be a grassroots worker in East River County. It was the equivalent of giving her a quick promotion, because the world is in a state of flux. With the constant bumps and ups and downs of the military vehicle, it didn't take long to arrive at East River County. At this time, collapsed walls in East River County, it was bulldozed long ago. For the Dragon Kingdom that has modernized technological weapons, there is no great need for the existence of such things as city walls. Not to mention that the city walls of Dongha County are already very badly damaged, and there is almost no possibility of repairing them, and a large amount of manpower and material resources will have to be needed if they want to be repaired. So it's just a matter of simply bulldozing all the crumbling walls of East River County. The ruins of the city walls were also used for waste, used to fill holes made by shells. Yu Tianyi stepped out of the dark green military vehicle, and she realized that she was instantly stared at, and one by one, the commoners of the magically modified version of the Republican world were peering over in incomparable curiosity from a short distance away. It was as if they were treating Yu Tianyi and the others as if they were some kind of rare animals. This made Yu Tianyi feel slightly embarrassed. It would be impossible not to be embarrassed by so many people looking at you with such eyes. After all, she hadn't developed any thick skin yet. Meanwhile, she herself was quietly surveying her surroundings. Are these the common people of the magically modified version of the Republic realm? It looks like the clothes they are wearing are plain and old. Even more plain than what some mountain villages in the poor areas of the Dragon Kingdom are wearing. Yu Tianyi muttered to himself. The houses inside the county town are also full of the characteristics of this era. The floors don't even look very high, and they're also all small cottages. She noticed that many of the buildings inside East River County had a Western architectural style blended into them. It was a little strange at first, but on second thought, it'll make sense. The land of God during this period was lagging behind the West at the same time. In every respect, many people of this period face those foreigners with a pilgrimage mentality, and it's also very much about learning the style of the geezer. After all, still, national self-confidence is too low. After all, this period of time in God's country, it's true that nothing works, but, soon her attention was drawn to something else, to something else. These little kids are too skinny, aren't they? With this yellowish face, they look malnourished. The streets look so narrow. The city didn't do a good job. Aren't there any drugstore clinics along the roadside in the county? It's no wonder the Dragon Kingdom would deploy so many medical personnel. There are actually so many wires? Oh yeah, crossed over to the electrical age a long time ago. Looks like there's a lot of work to be done. In the eyes of these official grassroots of the Dragon Kingdom, all up and down the East River County are problems. It would take a lot of time and effort to solve these problems one by one. Everyone was wearing a bitter smile. How much effort goes into managing as well as improving a county like this? Looks like, later in the day, you've got to be 996 every day. In the meantime, barracks, Major Bai, the statistics have been tallied. In the battle between our Dragon Kingdom and the local warlords, 5 of our soldiers were injured and none died. Of the injured soldiers, 4 of them fell inadvertently and fell rather hard, and 1 of them broke his leg. The other 2, one was hit by a stray bullet and was treated and stabilized. It won't take long for him to heal and return to the team. The total strength of the enemy was 4, 921, 630 killed, 2, 105 wounded, 1, 360 missing, and the rest captured. In all, we captured 5, 300 old rifles and 3 million rounds of rifle ammunition, 15 mortars and shells. Meanwhile, a total of 320,000 oceans were seized, and antique jewelry and other property valued at 110,000 oceans, and 2 old cars were seized. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. This ox-marshal's family, quite sufficient. Chapter 62 Ancient Tomb, Archaeology at Night in an Ancient Tomb? I did not expect that this post-war harvest is so much. Alone the captured ocean has reached the number of 320,000, which may still be because of that cattle marshal spending too much money. If the guy had been a little more frugal, that number would likely have topped 7 figures. However, these oceans were not particularly useful to the Dragon Army. Oceans just have purchasing power in the magically altered Republic realm. If this thing was placed in the real world of Blue Star, I'm afraid it would just be dismissed as a remnant of modern craftsmanship. No one even thought it was a Republican-era ocean. As for those large quantities of guns and ammunition seized from local warlords for the Dragon Kingdom, again, not much use. These old rifles that are so backward they can't be outdated have been obsolete for decades, but Bai Yi didn't destroy them. Instead, they give them temporary storage. Bai Yi intends to organize 2 police stations in East River County as well as West River County, and the staff of the police station can be appointed by the local people in a big way. Then these outdated weapons would have a home and could well be used as police officer weapons. In managing the county, it is necessary to create a large number of employment units so that the people can have jobs. The 2 counties that Bai Yi doesn't want to govern are all filled with idle people who are just waiting to die. He's going to make 2 counties. Economic development gives up. After all, since he had already struck out and taken all of Marshal Nio's territory, he had to be responsible for the local people. But naturally there are tons of professionals to help the people with these things. At this moment, Bai Yi was more concerned about that ancient tomb of Marshal Nio. From Wang Renji as well as Marshal Nio's master, he learned that the reason why Marshal Nio was able to make his fortune to this point was all dependent on a large ancient tomb that he discovered when he was young. That ancient tomb is located within the boundaries of the territory ruled by the warlord, and the size of the tomb is very large, and it possesses numerous deadly mechanisms inside. I don't know what kind of people actually built those organs, but after a few hundred years, they were still able to function properly. It is also because of the numerous deadly organs inside. It's what caused the bull marshal to spend more than a decade. There was no way to even get all the stuff inside that ancient tomb out. But that tomb is very rich in possessions. The bulldogs just moved out part of. Just let him pull up an army. At this point, within the boundaries of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, a dozen or so military vehicles were parked in the middle of the wilderness, and heavily armed soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were alerting the surroundings. Except for the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, there are also a large number of archaeologists. An archaeologist from the Dragon Kingdom was so angry that his blood pressure came up as he looked at a huge robber hole in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said with a million annoyances, "This group of grave robbers are simply doing damage. Don't they know that forcing through a robber's hole will cause serious damage to the internal structure of the tomb, possibly leading to the collapse of the chamber? Moreover, there are quite a few deadly organs inside the ancient tomb. If they roughly open a robber's hole out like this, they will easily trigger those organs inside, thus recalling the danger to their lives." Actually, archaeologists also speak with skepticism when it comes to deadly mechanisms in ancient tombs, because according to their speculation, this ancient tomb, at least, is a tomb from more than 300 years ago. What organ can last for over 300 years? And these organs, within these 300 years, are not maintained by anyone. Normally, any more powerful organs fail. But, there were indeed quite a few tomb raiders from the magically altered Republic of China realm who died in the midst of the mechanism. These grave robbers are all invited by that Marshal Nio to excavate this ancient tomb. Marshal Nio has hired at least hundreds of grave robbers in the past 10 years. It turned out that only a dozen or so actually survived. the mortality rate is as high as 90%. Meanwhile, these archaeologists also know that this world is not quite the same as Blue Star, and that this world is haunted. So much for the words. So it's possible that an organ that hasn't failed in over 300 years might actually exist. That didn't faze these archaeologists from the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they get excited. This magically altered version of the ancient tomb of the Republican realm makes them very interesting. Make them stupid. I need to use instruments with my students to survey exactly what the size and scale of this ancient tomb is. An archaeologist, whose age looked like he had to be at least 50 or 60 years old, rubbed his palms together, and excitement was written on his pale face. It is also important to determine just how thick the soil layer is, and then use an excavator specializing in archaeology to remove all of the top layer of soil, so that the ancient tomb's chamber can be revealed. Clear away all the earth covering an entire tomb. This is definitely a heavenly huge project inside the magically modified Republic realm. If you don't drop tens of thousands of people to come and dig, you won't be able to clean it up in a monkey's time. But it is not difficult for the Dragon Kingdom. Archaeology has specialized archaeological tools, which include excavators for archaeology. These layers of soil covering the ancient tombs couldn't be thicker. Can dig it all up for you too. One of the archaeologists scared his mouth, his face full of regret. Unfortunately, that Major Bai won't let us work at night, or else if we work all night long, we'll be able to get rid of the top layer of soil in less than 10 days. After hearing these words, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, almost unable to strain himself, his eyes went wide. Nice guy. Are these archaeologists actually this bold in order to study ancient tombs? Want to do archaeological work at night in an ancient tomb inside a magically altered version of the Republic realm? Hiss. Isn't he afraid to meet a wandering ghost? There are ghosts in this world. Chapter 63, Clan Conflict. The mass grave is haunted by zombies. After Yu Tianyi, a grassroots official of the capital city, arrived at Dongha County in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. First task assigned. It is for her to mediate a conflict between two rural clans within a village. The reason is that these two clans with different surnames in the same village had a conflict over the ownership of land in mass graves. Yes, there was a conflict over a mass grave site. Yu Tianyi, who received this mission, was confused. She was totally confused. What was there to fight for in a mass grave? Isn't it just a graveyard? How can you argue with that? Ultimately, it was because she was a child raised in the city and didn't understand the kind of obsession rural people had with the land. Especially if it's still a rural folk from the time of the magically altered Republic of China realm. The people of this period valued land in particular. Often, land issues lead to two different clans engaging in firefights. Fire mergers come in all sizes. On a smaller scale, it could be that both sides gather dozens of people and then fight inside a field. Larger scale, it would have to be the whole clan out there. It would be a firefight numbering in the thousands. Sometimes there is a firefight over land or water. People die all the time. A few or even a dozen people died in a fire. For the people of this period, it's all taken for granted. They are afraid to resist the local warlords who are running the show. But against commoners like themselves, then they still dared to roll up their sleeves and fight. And it hits hard. It's a good thing they don't have guns. If they had guns, then they probably even gave them out when they were at each other's throats. In the past, that Marshal Neo did not care about this kind of clan conflict at all. All Marshal Bull cares about is simply his taxes. Clan firefight? It's none of his business. But, now that Marshal Bull's territory has been taken over by the Dragon Kingdom, the two clans that had fallen out over the belonging of the mass graves were now also under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom surely couldn't let the villagers get into a firefight with each other, much less want to see the two sides get into a firefight to the point of killing people. So they sent Yu Tianyi with a few other grassroots staff, running inside this village trying to mediate a conflict. Of course, to protect the safety of grassroots personnel. There were also a dozen or so heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldiers that accompanied them to this village. Yu Tianyi and others went back and forth between the two rural clans, tired them out. Phew! Yu Tianyi drank a mouthful of water freely. She gave a helpless bitter smile. Why are these common people so stubborn? I've been talking to them with a dry mouth, but the result is that each one of them is as temperamental as a lit firecracker, and they are not moving, they are cursing and swearing. She now knew well the helplessness of those local grassroots. And now she was even more miserable than the local grassroots in the Dragon Kingdom, because the places where the local grassroots work in the Dragon Kingdom are just a little more remote after all. After all, it is still located in a modern society, but she works in a magically altered version of the Republican realm. This time period, World War I, hadn't even begun to be fought yet. The common people of this period were too cognizant of death. They only believe in their own set of clan rules, no matter how much the staff of the Dragon Kingdom try to persuade them. These villagers were all in a position to get into a firefight. Persuasion isn't useless though. At least it calms a few people down a bit. The good thing is that the dragon soldiers are sufficiently intimidating. No amount of agitation or anger on the part of the two local clans has spilled its anger on the grassroots workers. It's almost dark, so we'll have to wait until tomorrow, and then we'll have to come over and talk some sense into it. Yu Tianyi sighed. If they insist on a firefight, then it's just a matter of being able to arrest people. The two clans, the reason for the bickering was that inside the village, there was a mass grave. This one mass grave is located just between the two clans. Weekday. Neither of them had much of a fight over the land. Because they had been exploited by Marshal Nyo, they simply didn't have the energy to take care of a cemetery. But, the Dragon Kingdom is here. Marshal Bull is dead. No one is oppressing them anymore. No one is exploiting them. They don't need to think every day about how they can pay their taxes. Once a person is full, the free time is there. Thus, the two clans began. Then, to quarrel with each other over the ownership of the land of this previously unchallenged mass grave. The bickering is getting worse. It's getting bigger and bigger. It even attracted the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's military, which was why Yu Tianyi and the others were allowed to come over to mediate the conflict between the two sides. A colleague said helplessly, "Where are the conflicts between clans so easy to resolve? Soft means actually won't work. To solve the problem of clans burning each other, we can only start disintegrating them from within the clans. It would be best to decentralize these clans so that they become less united, and then break them up and reorganize them. Relocate a dozen families from one clan to another village, and another dozen families from another clan, and pull them to another village. That's how you break up their people completely and utterly so that they can't picket a massive fire." In fact, in reality, this is how the Dragon Kingdom dealt with these local clans, and it worked very well. Many local clans only recognize the house rules of their clan. Don't care what the law is. The first problem encountered by the Dragon Kingdom and the jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic realm was actually this. Just as these grassroots workers are worried, a Dragon Kingdom soldier spoke up. "A few of you. It's almost dark. The magically modified version of the Republic realm at night is very dangerous. It's very likely that we'll encounter lone souls. It's best if we don't stay out." By now, it was dark. Ugh, one can only go back first. Suddenly, feel this time of year, only a panicked voice could be heard, coming from a distance from far away. Master June, zombies. It's a vampire. The mass grave is haunted by zombies. Chapter 64, Haunted Zombie. Mass grave corpse change. This sudden voice was as panicked as it could be, attracting the attention of everyone present. These grassroots staff members who had just come to the magically altered version of the Republic realm not long ago had not yet reacted, but the dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers protecting them, however, they immediately reacted at the first moment, and they instantly raised their 12 points of vigilance. Each man brought his rifle up in his hand. Even the rifle's safety had been turned on. These dozen or so soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were closely protecting the grassroots staff were all soldiers of the advance battalion who, at the beginning, were the first to enter the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, and they had all seen zombies before, and they were involved in capturing that zombie in the first place. They are well aware of the viciousness of zombies. Definitely a very difficult existence to deal with. Even though the Dragon Kingdom had already arrested a zombie before, they still couldn't let their guard down now because of it. Because once bitten by a zombie, or scratched by a zombie, that's how you get infected with necrotic poison. Once the necrotic infection gets too deep, there is no cure for this. Master June, a villager ran over in a hurry. His face was filled with a panicked expression. His eyes were filled with horror. The mass grave is haunted by zombies. Several people died. The zombie, catching people bite, catching people kill. I don't know how in the world the panting man was so smooth and said such a thing. The proving villagers who ran over from the side of the mass grave were already tired and sweating by now. The simple clothes on his body were wet with sweat. Stiff. Zombies? Yu Tianyi and the others finally reacted, their expressions stiffening. Hiss. It can't be that unlucky, can it? They had just come to this magically altered version of the Republic realm, and it had only been 2 or 3 days combined. They've only just familiarized themselves with the place, only just received a mission assignment. Results. Just met a zombie? But, Yu Tianyi looked up blankly at the sky, although it was already dusk and the sun was more than halfway down. But it barely belongs in the daytime. Daylight. A zombie? Yu Tianyi couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. A moment in time. The settings of the psychic novel she had read when she was in college all came flooding back to her mind. Jumbled thoughts surfacing one by one. Zombies that can move at dusk. How fierce it must be. Although they, the grassroots staff from the Dragon Kingdom, were very good at all aspects of management, they were dumbfounded when they were asked to face such ferocious and evil things as zombies. After all, in their lives, They had never even seen a real zombie. How can you possibly be able to know how to deal with zombies? Silly. Clueless. On the contrary, it was the dozen or so Dragon Kingdom soldiers who showed great calmness at this moment. One of the soldiers, with a grave expression, said, "We can't venture back to Dongha County, because there's no guarantee that we'll meet that zombie halfway. A zombie that can come out at dusk and harm people is definitely not simple. We'll have to stay inside the village for one night, and we won't be able to leave until the sun rises tomorrow. Of course, if the support from the barracks arrives in time, then we might be able to leave tonight." Yu Tianyi froze for a moment. "We are going to stay inside this village for a night?" She looked at the houses in the village that didn't seem to be sturdy. Swallowed. This kind of house might be able to be crashed down by driving a small car with not very fast speed. Can it stop something as vicious and evil as a zombie? The Longbo soldier calmly said, "I have just used my wireless communicator to indicate to the headquarters over at the camp that I have encountered zombies in turmoil, and sent the location information over, and have already asked for help over at the camp. What we need to do now is not to panic, and then immediately notify all the villagers in the village to all hide inside their homes, and sprinkle glutinous rice in front of the doors, as well as in front of the window sills. I remember when there was a zombie haunting over at Yangjiazhuang. The local villagers did just that, blocking the zombies from entering the house. Something like sticky rice should work on zombies." When he finished speaking, he looked at the panicked villager. "Have you gone to inform the people in the village?" The villager instinctively shook his head. "Then why don't you go quickly?" The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom cried and laughed. This was too much of a hexagram. After a reminder from the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the villager woke up with a start. "Hurry back! Zombies! Zombies! The mass grave is haunted by vampires." Master June told everyone to close the doors and windows. "And if you have glutinous rice at home, sprinkle it in front of the doors and windows. If you don't have glutinous rice, borrow it from your neighbors." The villagers ran while anxiously yelling, and for a moment, the whole village was alarmed. Zombie. In this day and age, it is an unsolvable evil for the common man. The people know that Taoist priests can deal with zombies, but they're kind of poor countryside. What kind of Taoist priest is that? Nowadays, the only thing they could rely on and trust were the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were still in the village. Perhaps it was because of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, who had helped them fight against Marshal Bull's tax collection team. So no matter how fiercely the two clans inside this village fought, they still had a lot of respect for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. All the villagers and people in the village were startled. They didn't expect the graveyard that the two clans were fighting over. Surprisingly, it was haunting zombies, and they remembered there was someone else at the mass grave. Doesn't that mean that someone's been killed? Hiss. In the face of zombies, this kind of ferocious thing, these two clans that have been at loggerheads finally put down the kind of contradiction that erupted between them for the time being. One by one, they scrambled to inform the whole village. Everyone panicked. It's impossible not to panic. The precedent of Yang's haunted zombies. It's all coming back to me. Chapter 65. More than one zombie. Inside the village haunted by zombies, the dozen or so soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not idle at the moment. They were also constantly running around inside the village. Go around and warn the villagers in the village to hide in their homes immediately. At the same time, you should sprinkle glutinous rice in front of the door, as well as in front of the window. Yu Tianyi and the other official grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom were only able to harden their hearts and similarly run to notify the villagers. They've never experienced anything like it. The close proximity of the zombies in the fantasy piece makes them all look stiff. Say no to fear. It's all fake. The unknown and mysterious fear of the psychic category is always the biggest fear in people's hearts, but they are also aware that being afraid doesn't help. This time, what they need to do is to do whatever they can to be able to protect the local population and protect themselves. In the middle of running around inside the village, Yu Tianyi and the others could only pray in their hearts. Pray that the zombies in the mass graves won't run inside the village. Otherwise, then the people are numb. Not enough glutinous rice? Yu Tianyi and the others soon encountered a big trouble. The villagers inside this village had long been exploited by Niu Deshui I don't know how many times. They were so poor. The family's rice jar are able to see the bottom of the kind? And sticky rice isn't cheap these days. Many people only have some glutinous rice left over from the Dragon Boat Festival. When they make rice dumplings, just a little bit of sticky rice, even if all of them are added up, at most they can only provide for a few dozen households. Glutinous rice is limited, and this village, and yet there are a lot of people. The number of people from the two clans inside the village, combined, amounted to more than 2,000 people, which was considered a medium-sized village in this time period, quite a bit larger than the size of Yangjiazhuang. That little bit of sticky rice just isn't enough. As for black dog blood, as well as rooster blood, these two things, none of it works either. To expect the poor people in the village to have spare miscellaneous grains at home and to be able to afford to raise dogs or chickens is only to say that it is a bit difficult for the poor peasants in the village. Dogs. No. Chicken. No. Moreover, the sky darkened very quickly today, while Utiani and the others were still running around. The sun had already completely set, and the night was about to cover this piece of heaven and earth. An out-of-breath Longwood grassroots worker wiped the sweat pouring out of his forehead. He looked to Utiani, who was also tired enough, before looking up at the sky. Bittersweetly, he said, "If I take my cell phone, turn it up to maximum volume, and play the Great Compassion mantra on a loop, can I banish the zombies for a bit?" Utiani rolled his eyes. If things like zombies were really that easy to expel, they wouldn't have been choking the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm for so many years. Speaking of which, Utiani also revealed a bitter smile. How many of us? It's really not ordinary bad luck. That's right. Zombies are not uncommon in the magically altered Republican realm, but they are not something you just run into. After all, the opportunity needed for a corpse to evolve into a zombie is essential. The odds are not as dramatic as winning the lottery's grand prize, though, but it also belongs to a very rare kind of fierce and evil thing. At least it's much rarer than a lone ghost. But, they met on the wrong side. Nice guy, even they, themselves, had to call themselves, old unlucky bastards. You didn't read the calendar today, did you? Oh, it seems like it hasn't really been looked at. Sloppy, both of you. The sky has already darkened. Please join us immediately and hide inside the houses of the villagers in the village and wait for help to arrive. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom, holding a tactical flashlight, strides over. Major Bai has already sent people over. Only the camp is a bit of a journey from this side, so we may have to wait for a while. Utiani hurriedly nodded. She also knew that inside the village haunted by zombies, the night was the most dangerous time. And going out in the middle of the night would be even more tantamount to suicide. Though she wondered what a zombie looked like. Is it the same as in the movie or TV show? But, she thinks, it's still your own little life that matters. Since there was just not enough glutinous rice in the village, it was only possible to have dozens of people, all crammed inside one house. It also leverages the power of a large crowd to make the yang energy seem a little more robust. Hopefully, this will be used to make the zombies throw in the towel. This resulted in the fact that every home with glutinous rice protection was packed with people. Every one of them. At best, you'll be able to stand, or crouch. Trying to move around a little is difficult, because people are crowded. You might have to step on someone's foot if you move around a little. It is important to remain calm in all such situations. This is because if people are too crowded, it is easy to cause a stampede in the event of chaos. Once you cause a stampede time, someone is bound to get trampled. There's no chance that the kind of resentment that comes from being trampled to death will brew up a stern spirit out of it by then. Then people are numb. Hiss. Why does it feel a bit gloomy and cold? It feels gloomy. Utiani was huddled together with a few older women and ants in the village. She scrunched her neck and looked at an older woman next to her. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, have you ever seen a zombie?" Although the elder lady was also scared, she was called out as a sister by Utiani. A pretty young girl. She was immediately happy eyebrows smile, but shook his head, "Never seen. But the Yang family has seen. When the Yang family haunted the zombie, but a dozen people died it." Hiss. A dozen people died. Utiani sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly swallowed his saliva. Was this zombie too fierce? Suddenly, one of the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom inside the room drank low. "Shoo, all be quiet, there's a situation. Don't squeak." The Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood carefully in front of the door, their eyes looking out through the crack. He saw dark shadows in the night. It made his head spin. Zombies. And more than one head. Chapter 66 Successive Corpse Turns. Camp support is coming. This Dragon Kingdom soldier looked through the doorway and looked outside to see clearly. He saw with his eyes that there were two black shadows outside, which were flashing past. And that was definitely not any wild cats or wild dogs. For very resourceful animals like feral cats and dogs, they may be far away by the time the zombies show up. Just already, I don't know where to run and hide immediately. And how can a feral cat or dog be so huge? It looks like a silhouette. And this Dragon Kingdom soldier could also be sure that this was definitely not any living human figure. How can a living person move so stiffly? The other guy was like one of those rusty robots with all the joints. And the action is bouncy. A popball jumped out, at least a meter or two high. How can this be a normal human being? It's definitely a zombie. And more than one head. It's both ends. Hiss. Wasn't this village normal during the day? Why did two zombies suddenly appear? The Longwa soldier expressed his inability to understand that this was beyond his specialty. If the other side was some kind of bandit, then he would have fired a warning shot long ago. But the other guy is a zombie. He was not armed with any stun weapons on his person. Facing zombies, perhaps only the gun on his body might be of that little bit of use. Of course, it is also limited to a minor role. It might still be possible to block a zombie's movement, but to destroy the other side, unlikely. Suddenly, the pupils of this Dragon Kingdom soldier shrunk slightly, and his entire demeanor instantly tensed up. He immediately gave the rifle's safety off, while whispering to the people in the houses to warn them, "The zombies are coming. Don't mess around. Don't yell or push." This sentence caused all the villagers inside the entire house to break out in a cold sweat. Scalp numbness. In modern times it was only that Dragon Kingdom soldier that could see what was going on outside. He watched a zombie outside. It seemed to sense the movement of the place, or the yang energy of the place, or maybe they smelled a living person here. Surprisingly, he turned to face here. A bounce. A jump. The zombies are coming. As the zombie was gradually approaching, everyone inside the house was able to clearly feel that a gloomy and cold aura was approaching. This gloomy and cold aura caused the people inside the houses to constantly shiver and shiver. The Dragon Kingdom soldier who was nervously observing the outside. It also took advantage of the sky that was still somewhat light when night had just fallen. Saw what the zombie looked like. Instead of zombies, rather, it was a corpse that had not long been necrotic, and it could be clearly seen that the skin of the corpse showed signs of a somewhat bruise-like purple color. The movements of his body looked incomparably stiff, and his actions were even more sluggish than the green stiff he had once seen. Purple stiff? This seems to be the rank of the lowest level zombie. This kind of zombie is just necrophilia not long ago, but for ordinary people, they still can't deal with zombies that haven't been turned for long, because this is not an ordinary person who can deal with the evil and ferocious things. As the zombies gradually approach, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were already in a cold sweat. He is not afraid though, but behind him, there were dozens of villagers, as well as the grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom. He could never let the zombies in. Let's not talk about how many individuals a zombie can kill, but that's that full-body necrotic poison in it. It's enough to make people scared. Just get scratched by a zombie, then you'll be infected with necrotic poison. Over-infected words. It's also necrotic. This was also the reason why evil things like zombies were almost universally feared inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Not only do they see the living as food, they assimilate them into their own kind. Of course, I'm afraid this low-level purple stiff has no sanity to speak of. They don't intentionally try to infect the living with necrophilia. They only devour the living, sucking on flesh and blood. Enhancement of the self. The purple stiff moved extremely stiffly as it approached the house. However, just as it was about to touch the door, its bare feet suddenly stepped on a layer of white glutinous rice that was spread outside the door. Next moment, the glutinous rice on the soles of the zombie's feet seemed to burst into unimaginable heat, and it was accompanied by a crackling sound. It was like setting off firecrackers. It seems that every grain of glutinous rice, at this moment, becomes a tiny firecracker. The purple stiff, who didn't have any sanity to speak of, actually showed a pained expression on his expression. A creepy, miserable howl was immediately emitted. Instinctively, he backed away. The soles of its feet were actually scorched through holes by glutinous rice, and white smoke constantly filled the soles of its feet, and this white eye emitted a nauseating stench, combined with that necrotic odor emanating from the zombies. It made the villagers inside the houses rush to cover their mouths for fear of spitting out what they had eaten today. Phew! See, zombies do fear things like glutinous rice. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom breathed a slight sigh of relief. But he didn't let his guard down, and again, quickly worried. Since he was able to see two zombies, did it mean that inside this village, there were more zombies? He remembered that when the zombies first appeared, it was in the mass grave in the village. These two zombies, they couldn't be corpses from mass graves. Necrophiliacs, right? And so on. After such a speculation flashed through his mind, the Dragon Kingdom soldier's scalp immediately went numb. Are there more than two bodies in the mass graves in this village? If these bodies are necrotic, hiss, what about a dozen zombies? And even more, Just as the more he thought about it, the more his scalp went numb. This Dragon Kingdom soldier seemed to have heard something moving. He listened carefully and murmured to himself, "This sound seems to be the sound of a helicopter propeller." Chapter 67, The Purple Stiffness Rebellion. The Lushan Taoist art is showing off its power. The Longbo soldier thought that the support from the campsite might have to wait for some time before arriving, but he didn't expect that the camp would actually use the helicopter gunships directly and dispatch the support over. And as the sound of the helicopter gunships grew louder, the dragon soldiers judged that there was definitely more than one. Actually, Tabai, the supreme commander of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the life and safety of every Dragon Kingdom soldier was very important. And there were also a few official grassroots workers from the Dragon Kingdom inside this village. Bai Yi doesn't want to see them in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. What happens to make an unwanted accident? If any accidents did occur, Bai Yi felt that it would be his responsibility, because he is the supreme commander of the camp. All that needed to be done was to guarantee the safety of everyone who came from the Dragon Kingdom to the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Even if the blame doesn't lie with him, he also felt responsible for it. Major, we have arrived at Huan Village. In the middle of the dark sky, a helicopter gunship pilot reported to Bai Yi in the cabin. Please give instructions. Yes, Bai Yi is here. Bai Yi was high in the air overlooking the Huan village below, a village that represented two different clans within the village because of the two surnames, Hu and Wan. That's why the village was given this name, which seems very simple and easy to understand. Bai Yi said expressionlessly, one helicopter will observe the situation overhead, the other 3 helicopters will find a place to land, and if they encounter zombies, capture them if they can, and destroy them if they can't. Yes, as many as 4 helicopter gunships, each with 6 passengers, including the pilot and co-pilot, arrived in support. The support team, numbering a total of 24 people, arrived in the village of Huan, and the support team has long been heavily armed. They are equipped with weapons that are essentially modified stun weapons, because electroshock weapons work very well against zombies. It is also equipped with traditional things to deal with zombies, such as glutinous rice, rooster blood, black dog blood and so on. It's very hard to get this kind of stuff for old people who live in poverty, but for the Dragon Kingdom, trying to get these against zombies comes with the territory, especially electroshock weapons. The Dragon Kingdom side had created an electric shock spear in order to effectively deal with zombies, or zombie-like evil things. This electroshock spear is 3 meters long and can be folded up without wasting space. The power of the electric shock spear was modified to be immense. Once an ordinary person was struck by the electric shock of the spear, they would go into cardiac arrest and go into shock on the spot. According to the description of the researchers who built this electric shock spear, this thing can even bring an elephant to the ground instantly with electric shock. Very powerful. For dealing with zombies, how strong is the current? Just get as strong as you can. The 3 armed helicopters took advantage of the night color and found a suitable place to land, and the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom inside the armed helicopters, one by one, began to come out in a line, looking alert. In fact, these soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom who had come to provide support were basically members of the Special Operations Squad, because they needed to stay close to the safety of Bai Yi, the Supreme Commander, and Whitey came over because he had more than a stun weapon, a much better means of using it. That's Taoism. The loud noise of the helicopter gunships could be heard by almost the entire village, and the mutated zombies, while having no sanity to speak of, were more like beasts than beasts, yet they acted as if they could hear something, and instantly 2 zombies were attracted by the commotion. Major Bai, we are currently in mid-air and have found suspected zombie evil creatures, about 9 of them. A crew inside a helicopter gunship hovering in mid-air for reconnaissance reported. There are 2 zombies heading in the direction you are. One of them is about 3 o'clock from you, only about 50 meters or so away. The other end is about 6 o'clock from you, about 100 meters or so from the inside. The other zombies seem to be attracted by the commotion as well, but I don't see any movement for now. After hearing the report coming from his earpiece, Bai Yi's eyebrows gently raised. The number of zombies in Huan village, much to the point of abnormality, much to the point of weirdness. To know, when the young family was haunted by zombies before, there was only 1 zombie. Although that 1 zombie was a green stiff of a not so low grade, it was just 1. And now this Huan village actually has 9-headed zombies. This is just what has been found so far. Whether there are more zombies is unknown at this time. The number is simply mind-boggling. Unbelievable. Major, incoming. Suddenly, a member of the Special Operations Squad holding an electric shock spear reminded Bai Yi with a face full of gravity. Bai Yi looked towards the 3 o'clock direction. At this point, the helicopter gunship in mid-air had shown its searchlight over there. A zombie figure. Revealed. Purple stiff? Bai Yi could see at once that this zombie was the lowest grade of zombie, belonging to the kind that had just turned into a corpse not long ago, which made him frown slightly. It looks like inside Huan village, there is some place where the EN gas is very thick, causing the corpse to turn into a walking corpse like the purple stiff. Don't you guys do anything yet? Let me test out what the subtleties of this world's Tao arts are. This was one of the reasons why Bai Yi wanted to come over in person. As he watched the zombie approach with a bounce, Bai Yi smelled a corpse-like stench. At some point, he had an extra spirit talisman in his hand, which he had drawn idly. He had gone through the Lushan sect's Taoist heritage and inherited all the Taoist books from the crippled Taoist priest. Bai Yi naturally knew how to draw talismans. The index and middle fingers of his right hand were compared to sword fingers, and he quickly wrapped the spirit talisman on top of them. Bite the tip of your left middle finger. The blood spots on the spirit talisman. Mobilize the true chi in your body. Hasty edict. Go! The true chi in his body instantly surged and flowed wildly, and a high temperature came from the spirit talisman wrapped around his sword finger, and in the next moment it even came out of his hand, dragging a faint golden light, and shot away, straight into the chest of the approaching purple stiff. Boom! Shara! Sparks! Bursting! Chapter 68 Lucha Sect Spiritual Symbols. Adult times have changed. The spirit talisman dragged a flash of golden light and shot out, landing with unparalleled precision on top of the chest of the zombie in front of him, and immediately, the zombie's chest erupted in a series of sparks, only to see that the zombie's body, which was emitting his foul odor, was as if it had been struck by an invisible blow, as if it had been struck by an invisible hammer. The zombie's body quickly flew backwards towards the back, and it smashed down hard several meters away, white smoke constantly filling the chest where it was struck. It's like a red-hot iron in water, consuming a third of your true chi at once. The talisman by E. Drew was called the Nine Heavens Five Directions Great Emperor's Edict Talisman for subduing demons and subduing devils. It is one of the original spiritual talismans of the Lushan school. It belongs to the offensive spirit talisman. It has a very significant effect when used against a vicious creature like a zombie, and it also has a remarkable effect on soul ghosts and such. Powerful, rigid and unusual. The flaw was that it was too powerful, resulting in the consumption of too much true chi when using it. With the strand of true chi contained in Bai Yi's entry-level dragon tiger holding Dan Chi nurturing technique, estimated to use only 3 of these offensive spirit talismans, I'm afraid I'm going to have to run out of true chi. Using this kind of powerful and rigid spirit talisman to deal with a purple stiff that had just turned necrotic not long ago was obviously a bit of an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. However, Bai Yi was only testing to see if the spirit talisman he had drawn was useful. Now it seems that, not only is it useful, powerful and fierce too, and the purple stiff that fell to the ground was unable to get up once more for half a day. A large amount of white smoke persisted from the purple stiff's chest. These white smokes contained a morose and colding chi within them, which made people feel incredibly cold when they touched them. Purple stiffened and twitched on the ground, struggling to get up, but can't get up. Hiss! Just one blow made a zombie lose its mobility? A Special Forces member of the Dragon Kingdom's Special Operations Squad couldn't help but marvel somewhat staggeringly. Major Bai hasn't even been studying Taoism on his own for a few days. Right, and he's actually able to draw such a powerful talisman. The Special Forces soldiers of the Special Operations Squad knew very well that the existence of zombies was very bizarre. The green stiffs encountered in Yangjiazhuang before were an example of the invulnerability of swords and spears. Bullets don't even always penetrate a zombie's body, and zombies are much stronger than normal people. Once a zombie got close to you, then it was basically just a case of bad luck. However, now Major Bai was only relying on a spirit talisman. It would be easy to subdue a zombie. This description is for Major White has mastered the mystical side of the abilities of the magically altered version of the Republic realm with great proficiency. Within these members of the Special Operations Squad, Linley, the captain, was the most emotional. It was because Linley had once given Bai Yi special training when he was on the Blue Star. He knew very well how strong Bai Yi's learning ability was. A wide variety of tactical maneuvers inside the army, as well as a wide variety of physical training. Bai Yi basically just needs to see it once and then he'll know it. This led to the then Bai Yi, who only spent a month of special training, being comparable to an elite in special forces. And now, Bai Yi also spent only a small amount of time learning and coming into contact with the Tao arts of this world. Results: it really did allow Bai Yi to learn, and also already know how to use it. Sure enough, Major White, it's more than a demon. Before the people present could return to their senses, the second zombie, which had been attracted by the movement of the helicopter gunship, had already appeared in front of them. This one zombie was also a purple stiff, and it looked like the kind that had just turned into a corpse not long ago. This made Bai Yi even more certain that Huanshan was very problematic, or that mass grave in Huan village. There is definitely something very wrong with it. People in this time period were presumably not excited about cremating corpses. Once a person is dead, at the end of the day, it's just going to be put in a coffin and buried somewhere, and those with very poor families, you may not even be able to afford a coffin, can't even afford to pick out a good cemetery. They were only able to wrap the bodies of their deceased relatives in bamboo mats and bury them in the mass graves of Huan village. Put up a random wooden sign. There is a grave of sorts. A place like this would definitely cause a cascade of effects if a necrophilia occurred. Ho, ho. An eerie low growl that doesn't sound human comes from the throat cavity of the zombie who found the living. The movements that had been stiff seemed to have become a little more responsive. Raising his stiff arm with sharp nails, he pointed it at Bai Yi's line. Then it jumped in the direction of Bai Yi and the others. But, Before that zombie could touch any of them, a spear poked the zombie in the abdomen. An unimaginably huge force traveled down the spear and onto the arms of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It almost shook the electroshock spear in his hand to the ground. What's okay though is that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers' reaction was also very quick, and immediately pressed the electric current firing button of the electric shock spear. Shasta time. A terrifying electric current erupted violently, flowing down the electrodes at the tip of the spear and into the zombie's body. The power of the supremely masculine and rigid thunderbolt was in full play at this moment. Electricity arcs visible to the naked eye flashed across the zombie's body. Curls of white smoke rose madly from the zombie. The inhuman hissing in the zombie's throat turned into an ear-piercing shrieking howl. The body of the knife and gun was constantly twitching. The yin-chi on the zombie's body touched the electric current, as if it was butter touching a hot iron, being rapidly dissolved by the energy of the electric current constantly. And the zombie's bruise-like purple skin even more appeared with one piece of scorched spots after another. The skin on that hideous, ugly face actually began to fall off piece by piece, revealing the already blackened and purple flesh and blood inside. An indescribable stench was filling the air. The soldier of the Dragon Kingdom who was holding up the electric shock spear retrieved the spear afterward. The zombie's body shuddered violently, lay straight down on the ground. The most unbelievable thing is, its body. It's actually melting away. Chapter 69. 11 Zombies. Going to a mass grave at night? Everyone be careful. These zombies have a lot of strength. The Special Forces soldier who retrieved the electric shock spear, feeling his somewhat sore and aching arm, hurriedly reminded his teammates. The spear was almost shaken off just now. These zombies are ridiculously strong. While stabbing a jumping zombie with a spear, it gave this Special Forces soldier the feeling as if taking a spear and trying to stab an oncoming motorcycle like. If it wasn't for the fact that his own strength was also greater, and react quickly to press the button immediately if. I'm afraid that the electric shock spear in his hand would have to be directly shaken off on the ground by the huge force of the zombie just now. That one is dangerous in this situation. Once you've just been scratched by a zombie, then you'll definitely be infected with necrotic poison. Something tricky like that. If the infection is shallow it's okay, a compress of sticky rice can still save it. But if the necrotic infection is deeper, that's a problem. In the direction of your 11 o'clock, there is a zombie wandering outside a house. Probably because of the sprinkling of glutinous rice. The zombie currently does not dare to rush in. The villagers inside may be in danger. The pilot of the helicopter gunship in midair reminded the special forces of the Special Operations Squad once again. Having control of the air is being able to get first-hand information. Add to that the fact that the comms have been good. And that's the equivalent of having a full map hang. Zombies inside the blind spot of any vision. Bai E and the others were able to know. That's it. The head of the zombie in Huan village that had just turned necrotic not long ago was resolved. The zombies were amazingly strong in defense and strength though. But when faced with the technological weapons of the Dragon Kingdom, their copper skin and iron bones were useless. The terrifying electric current inspired by that pole of electric shock spears was simply a nightmare for these zombies. If these zombies were intelligent, they would certainly not hesitate to run away. Which zombie can stand up to a technological weapon that can control lightning? Even that green stiff from Yang's house fell to the electroshock weapon. Not to mention these purple stiffs that had just turned necrotic. These purple stiffs were 2 levels lower than the green stiffs, and there was also a white stiff sandwiched between the two. Even if they are numerous. But more doesn't help. The final tally turned out to be as many as 11 heads. That's a whopping 2 more zombies than the 9 found at the beginning. 11 zombies don't make for a sea of people. This number was also exaggerated, but it was still solved by the Dragon Army. It's just slightly more time consuming. It took a full 2 hours to get rid of the zombies. It's also a good thing that they hadn't been necrotic for long. Each zombie is weak. Otherwise, it would be tricky. If these zombies are all white stiff level, or even all green stiff level, then the primary purpose of the Dragon Army would not be to deal with them first. Instead, first immediately evacuate the entire village of Huan, all the villagers, then mobilize heavy firepower to bombard the zombies indiscriminately, blow them to pieces. The fortunate thing is that the zombie cholera in the village of Huan was discovered and resolved in a timely manner. Otherwise once you let these zombies become a climate, 11 zombies, and I don't know what kind of mess will be made, just how many old people will be scourged. At this point, it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Yutiani and other official grassroots personnel of the Dragon Kingdom, accompanied by a dozen or so soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, already with palpitations and trepidation, walked out from the houses of the villagers. The moment they saw the armed helicopters of the Dragon Kingdom parked in the clearing, the first thing I felt was a sense of reassurance. Is this a zombie? Yutiani secretly swallowed his saliva and murmured with a face full of shock. She watched. There were enough 3 zombies, bound dead by steel ropes in 5 different ways. It was the first time she had ever seen a zombie so close. Real zombies. Hiss. Zombies surprisingly captured alive. Busted. Unbelievable. Major Bai. Is it these 3 zombies that are causing trouble inside Huan village? Yu Tianyi himself didn't even know why he had to ask such a curious question like Bai. Bai looked back at Yu Tianyi. He knew that this was the grassroots staff that had been mobilized from the Dragon Kingdom. Over. Bai shook his head and said, there were originally 11, but only 3 were caught. As his sentence fell, Yu Tianyi's eyes widened. The heart fluttered. There are still 8 heads running away? Yu Tianyi secretly swallowed his saliva, and cold sweat flowed down his face. No. Wiped out. Bai calmly said. The purple stiffs simply couldn't carry the electric current of the electric shock spear, and there were 8 purple stiffs whose bodies were dissolved by the supremely masculine power contained in the electric current. These 3 zombies, or he personally subdued them and then caught them up. For the Dragon Kingdom, zombies, a magically altered version of the murderous creatures of the Republican realm, are rare fodder for research, though there's already a green stiff in Dragonland, and that green stiff has been on the autopsy table for a long time now. But this research material, who's too little? At this time, only to hear Bai's voice, continued to sound. These zombies, are the first to appear from the mass grave in Huan village? Let's make a trip to the mass grave and see what's going on. Bai looked at Yu Tianyi. I've asked you to deal with the conflict between the 2 clans, and their conflict was caused by the mass grave. You do realize that the mass grave in Huan village, where it is, right? Then you will lead the way. Bai's sudden question caused Yu Tianyi to freeze. Spinning around, she immediately reacted, incredulously dumbfounded. To a mass grave? Great. At night? Yu Tianyi was dumbfounded. This. Who can stand up to this? Chapter 70, Mass Burial in the Underworld. Pull an artillery battalion over. When she heard that the Major Bai in front of her asked herself to lead the way to the mass grave in Huan village, Yu Tianyi's entire body was dumbfounded. Her brain was buzzing at this moment. It was so hard to escape from so many zombies, and now you have to run to the place where zombies appear? Isn't that just escaping from the tiger's mouth and running into the wolf's den of your own accord? But Yu Tianyi also knows that if we don't figure out why, I'm afraid that new zombies may be born, and then the villagers in the neighborhood will suffer. It would be a lie to say inwardly that he was not afraid. Yu Tianyi and the rest of these grassroots staff transferred from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. They only went through military training when they were in high school or college, and the training doesn't even add up to more than 2 months. They're really all just ordinary people. Will common. Battlefield average. It's hard to tell if you can even use a gun. And it's nighttime, the village is gloomy. In this case, go over to the mass grave. Hiss. Is she afraid? Scared. However, the sense of responsibility within her heart made her not want to choose to retreat. Moreover, Major Bai was the supreme commander inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, which meant that inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, Major Bai was her great leader. Though 1,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, it was actually just in that split second. Yu Tianyi took a deep breath, gritted his teeth. Gather your courage. Yes, God knows how much determination she made and how much fear she overcame when she uttered that one good word. Perhaps, even she's not sure. I guess. Night. Against the kind of qi that gave people goosebumps straight away, the crowd from the Dragon Kingdom cautiously moved forward in the night, and soon arrived at one of the back hills of the village, where the qi seemed to be even more intense. A morose white mist visible to the naked eye filled the dark night, giving one quite a creepy feeling. It was as if a zombie would pop out of nowhere. But, okay. The crowd made it all the way to the mass grave in Huan village without encountering a single zombie. This was already deep in the back of Huan village, and they had followed a road in. Bai smelled the odor of blood as soon as he arrived. When the tactical flashlight shone on the mass grave in front of them, the group realized that there was a lot of blood on the ground. There were even human limbs and remains in. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as Bai, didn't think it was a big deal about it. They've gotten used to this a long time ago. On the contrary, Yu Tianyi's face turned white for an instant, as she watched the light of the tactical flashlight shine on top of an arm that was covered with tear marks. The broken arm was very pale and all covered with bite marks from human teeth. The blood has pretty much dried up. Makes one's head spin. It made her dizzy. There's something wrong with the feng shui of this place. Borrowing the light from the tactical flashlight, as well as the not particularly bright moonlight, Bai observed the terrain of the mass grave and spoke. Such feng shui, although it won't harbor qi out of thin air like a corpse-raising Jedi, but such feng shui will seal off the qi. In other words, the feng shui of the terrain here is like a zipped-up pocket. Once qi goes in, it can't come out. Bai had read the books that the crippled Taoist priest carried with him, and there were books on feng shui mentioned in them. only the mention was not particularly in depth, and Bai Yi was only slightly ventilating the water at the moment. It can be said that it is not even at the level of introductory feng shui. This yin qi is trapped in this mass grave, and there is no way it can dissipate. Plus the villagers in this neighborhood are constantly burying the corpses of the deceased in the mass graves. It caused the yin qi of this place to start gathering more and more, and it has become a fierce place under the accumulation of time. Bai Yi wore a heavily armed Dragon Kingdom combat uniform and spoke a mouthful of metaphysical theories. Such dissonance can be instantly recognizable. These yin qi that cannot leave this place, combined with the mass graves that have been transformed into a murderous land, form a unique mass grave yin land that allows the corpses that have been buried to achieve physical immortality, and it will evoke a miasma in the corpse, so that the corpse will have a high probability of necrophilia. If the necromancy fails, the body disintegrates, but if it works, it turns into a zombie. It will turn into the lowest level of purple stiffness, with the skin all over its body taking on as if it had been beaten, kind of bruise color. This level of zombie is the weakest because it is just necrotic, but if a purple stiff eats a few people, then there is a good chance that it will have transformed into a white stiff. Speaking here, Bai Yi's tone paused. He swept a glance with a calm gaze, the mass grave that was littered with graves, and said with an expressionless face, such a mass grave yin land will continue to harbor zombies in the future. Although the ones that are harboring them are very weak zombies, and they cannot be compared to the green stiff from the Yang family's house, but for the local villagers and people, this is an evil creature that is even more ferocious than the fierce tigers in the mountains. Captain Lin Lei, the leader of the Special Operations Squad who had been following Bai Yi, immediately asked solemnly, "Here," Bai Yi commanded, "contact the camp and have the artillery battalion of the main combat regiment come over." Artillery battalion? Lin Li froze. Then immediately reacting, he knew what Major White was going to do, because this isn't the first time it's been done, also already experienced. Yes, Lin Li nodded. On the contrary, Yu Tianyi was confused. Yu Tianyi looked at the mass grave in front of him with a face full of caution, fearing that a zombie would suddenly come out. She came over to Bai Yi's side and asked weakly, "Major Bai, do the people from the artillery battalion catch zombies too?" Bai Yi calmly said, "No, but they're able to blow this area right out of the water." Chapter 71 Truth is only within the reach of artillery fire. After hearing Bai Yi use the most bland tone and utter the creepiest content of words, Yu Tianyi, a grassroots staff member of the Dragon Kingdom, only felt a rush of scalp numbness. She didn't expect the Bai Yi people to pull an artillery battalion over, actually wanting to take the mass grave in Huan village and blow it to pieces. Hiss! Yu Tianyi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? But, on second thought, this appears to be one of the best solutions out there. Since the terrain of this place feng shui is able to those yin qi, to the dead blockade in the inside. If so, why not directly the feng shui of this place? To destroy it? Wouldn't that be a lot less work than catching zombies? And after this mass grave haunted zombie event, it is estimated that none of the two clan forces inside Huan village will want this piece of mass grave. Even if the feng shui of the mass grave has been destroyed, it is impossible to harbor a zombie in the future, and probably no one else would dare to take the land. After all, no one can guarantee that a place once haunted by zombies will not be resurrected by zombies. Anyone who is an individual is afraid of death. Don't look at these villagers when they fight each other very fierce. Really let them encounter the unknown fear after. And they went completely and utterly ape ******. Estimates. In the future, I guess you'll have to go around when you pass a mass grave, even in broad daylight. Time. Streaming. Around 11 o'clock at night. A military vehicle followed the bumpy dirt road and arrived at the zombie-haunted Huan village, and a heavily armed soldier of the Dragon Kingdom came out from on top of the military vehicle. This was an artillery battalion of the camp's main regiment, an artillery battalion that had the hardest heavy firepower in the camp. It was precisely because of this that Bai Yi had taken this artillery battalion and deployed it. Learning that the artillery battalion had arrived, Bai Yi and the others withdrew from the mass grave. After meeting with the battalion commander of the artillery battalion, Bai Yi instructed the other party to set up the artillery and bombard the direction of the mass grave. Before bombing this mass grave, Bai Yi had someone go and inform the villagers of Huan village so that they wouldn't panic next. The Dragon Kingdom's army has arrived. The dangers of Huan village. It will also be lifted with it. The time came to the 0 hour of the morning, and the atmosphere of Huan village at the 0 hour seemed even more eerie. And above an open space in Huan village, a heavy cannon had been set up. The heavy artillery was aimed at the bearing of the mass grave. Bai Yi asked all the villagers to come out from their houses. A lot of houses in this era are dangerous. Once the artillery fire is continuous, these dangerous houses may be affected, and the villagers and people who live inside the dangerous houses may be in danger. If anyone's house in the village of Huan, collapsed in the shelling. The dragon military can help build a house for it at no cost. Just a small bungalow. Of course, it won't be too luxurious. Major Bai, the bearing has been sighted. Is it possible to carry out the first wave of test firing? The battalion commander of the artillery battalion jogged to Bai Yi's front, saluted with a serious face and opened his mouth to inquire. Aha! Bai Yi nodded slightly and said, Wave 1 test firing is complete. After determining where the shells will land, indiscriminately bombard the mass graves with artillery coverage. Don't skimp on the shells. This mass grave has to be destroyed. Destroying the topography of the place. Completely destroy the feng shui pattern of the mass grave. The artillery battalion commander nodded. Yes, with the fall of a single order, every Dragon Kingdom soldier who was controlling the artillery was already open fire. Only a bloodthirsty roar was heard from the commander of the artillery battalion. One modern artillery piece after another began to roar to life. Boo! 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 Each shell fired caused the artillery hull to shake violently. The invisible airwaves swept up countless flying sands and stones. The deafening sound stimulated the eardrums of every Dragon Kingdom soldier. There is such a thing as noiseproof headphones, though, but it would be easy to mishear the orders issued while this thing was on. It's only used during training. None of this stuff is allowed in real life. Under the accustomed attention of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, under the dumbfounded gaze of the grassroots staff of the Dragon Kingdom, and under the worship of the villagers of Huan village as if they had seen a miracle, shot after shot of powerful artillery shells cut through the darkness of the night. It landed with uncanny precision on top of the mass grave in the distance. At once, the rumble of the explosion created by the shells falling to the ground was so loud that the continuous sound was almost deafening. Boo! 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 Clump after clump of smoke was not conspicuous in the night, but the light that popped out of the shells as they hit the ground and exploded was very conspicuous. Every time a shell landed on top of a mass grave, it was able to blow out a huge crater. I don't know how many corpses that were buried here were directly blown away tens and hundreds of meters. Then it fell straight down again from high in the sky. Dirt splatters, shattering frenzy. Yu Tianyi, as well as a group of grassroots staff members, had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. They had all seen a lot of war movies though, and had seen a lot of big scenes in the movies. But being in the moment like this has never happened before. Watching the shells explode in front of my eyes and listening to the deafening roar, they are nothing but shocked and staggered. An unspeakable emotion, and with it, from the heart, floated up. It was a thrill, because they know this continuous artillery fire. It represents the power of the Dragon Kingdom. It's the iron fist of the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Tianyi suddenly remembered a saying he had heard: truth is only within the reach of artillery fire. This one sentence doesn't just apply at Blue Star. The same applies in this magically altered version of the Republican realm where ghosts and monsters exist. These cannon fires. It's the truth. Chapter 72 3 Small Gifts for the Scientists of Longwa. With wave after wave of artillery shelling, the mass graves in Huan village have been completely disfigured. The original feng shui pattern has been completely destroyed. There is no longer a way to create the same kind of ferocious land as before. This made the villagers of Huan village very grateful to the army of the Dragon Kingdom. Originally during the day when Yu Tianyi and the others came to mediate clan conflicts, there were also some not so nice words for the grassroots staff such as Yu Tianyi. Not much of a tirade though, but it's not a proper nice thing to say. And now one by one, those people are running over and offering to apologize to the grassroots staff of the Dragon Nation. Predictable. Now they had real respect for the people of the Dragon Kingdom, as to whether or not they are honoring the dragon's bailout of them. Still respecting the mighty power of the Dragon Kingdom. Just be kind. The wise man has seen the light. After solving the problem of Huan village being haunted by zombies, Long Bai and the others started to return to the camp. Day 2. Early morning. There is no way to stop the news that Huan village was haunted by zombies last night, and there's no point in blocking such a message. After all, zombies and whatnot are appearing these days, although not so much that it's normal, but it's also definitely not rare. Instead, the dragon army easily solved the zombie cholera problem. This incident has been a source of great amusement for many of the people. I'll tell you, last night I watched those soldiers, with cannons whose barrels were bigger than my head, bombard the mass graves in our Huan village. After a few rounds of shelling, TSK, this morning I quietly took a look from afar. Good guy. All big pits. The whole terrain changed. A teepee in Dongha County, a villager people of Huan village, was originally carrying firewood into the city to sell firewood. As a result, when selling, he couldn't help that kind of bragging mentality, and began to praise the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in Dongha County, only to hear him continue to say excitedly, "A dozen zombies were all taken care of by those soldiers." Ah, you guys say that if it was in the old days of Marshal Neo's soldiers, would they dare to deal with the zombies? That group of guys, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even dare to approach Huan village. Really? Someone was skeptical. How does it sound? Kind of like it's fooling me? Hey, I can make me an extra penny by lying to you? Hiss. No wonder I seemed to hear the commotion of exploding shells last night. I thought I heard it wrong, but I didn't realize it was actually the army blowing up zombies. Mr. Bai's troops are much more powerful than that so-called Marshal Niu's troops, and those soldiers who are soldiers inside Mr. Bai's troops. Not only have they never plundered us for a single piece of ocean, they let us send in things that they don't even want. This is what it means to be a soldier. All those warlords and soldiers in the past, one by one, all of them are dog. Dog farts are really insulting to dogs. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Beware of the remnants of that Marshal Bull. There are still people who haven't cleaned up. Add what Bull Marshal? Name it. Oh yes, Bull Dash. Ha 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 ha. It could be heard from the conversations of these commoners that they already disdained Marshal Niu, who had ruled them before. And under the influence of the Dragon Kingdom's army, they also dared to use such words to mock the people who had exploited them. Though it was because Marshal Niu had been beheaded by the Dragon Kingdom and Marshal Niu's interest group had been liquidated. But in the end, it's kind of like not continuing to hold back. If these people have to put up with it when Marshal Niu is already dead, even cursing a word that they wouldn't dare to curse Niu de Shui, that can only mean they are truly hopeless. But it's looking pretty good right now. In the meantime, the barracks side, Bai Yi opened the double penetration door to the real world, and let some soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom transport the captured three-headed purple stiffs inside the military area of the Dragon Kingdom, which were precious experimental research materials. Fierce creatures like zombies are no longer human. They're not even animals. It's perfectly fine to study such ferocious creatures without having to worry about anything. Something like some kind of humanitarianism is not necessary for something as vicious as a zombie. Research all you want. Of course, the premise is not to get killed. These three purple stiff-level zombies were considered three small gifts from Bai Yi to the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom. All three zombies were contained in three crates that could completely block out sunlight, and the three-headed zombie was also bound with very strong steel ropes to prevent them from hurting people. Even dulled their teeth and their nails with a file. Have to say, the zombies' canine teeth and nails are pretty hard. It actually took the hard work of scrapping a full 3 files to dull their teeth and nails a bit. When the three purple stiffs were transported to the Dragon Kingdom, they were immediately sent to 3 separate research institutes. All 3 institutes do biological research. It was also under the military of the Dragon Kingdom, and belonged to the kind of research institute that was highly confidential. When zombies are sent to these institutes and these researchers are told what it is, the eyes of the researchers at the institute went straight. Then all of a sudden a cloud of fine light emerged. Before that head of green stiffs also was sent to the Dragon Country Military, a subordinate research institute inside, which in the Military Research Institute is considered to be a secret, but the level of a little higher researchers know. It made a lot of researchers still red-eyed, but it's not like they can snatch that green stiff. Unexpectedly, they actually waited until Bai Yi gave them a small gift. Wait until the new zombies are delivered. For them, the military researchers who specialize in biology. Zombies, the murderous creatures. Just big baby. Chapter 73 Booming. Thriving jurisdictions. As time, day after day passed. In the blink of an eye it was half a month later. Over the course of this half a month, a lot of things had happened within the jurisdiction of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm in the Dragon Kingdom. Most notably, that one copper mine, with reserves of 8.6 million tons, has begun to be mined. There had even been a shipment of mined ore that had been transported to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. When if after seeing so many actual copper mines, to say I'm not thrilled or excited would be a lie. A copper mine with a reserve of 8.6 million tons, placed in any country, would be able to excite that country, because the ores inside this one copper mine, if all of them can be extracted, then it's worth $400 billion. And there is definitely the presence of companion minerals in a typical vein. Although the associated mines certainly don't amount to as much as the overall reserves of copper, but those companion mines are also a gain. That is to say, the overall value of this one copper mine, over 400 billion. In addition to focusing on mining this copper mine with a reserve of 8.6 million tons, Bai Yi's side also took into account the livelihood of the Dragon Kingdom and the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, in this area of jurisdiction. For now, the local people of the magically altered version of the Republican realm inside the jurisdiction, they are short of everything as far as they are concerned, and one of the things they are short of is food, notably the largest grain merchant inside the 2 counties. It is also one of the interest groups belonging to Marshal Bull. In the liquidation some days ago, all those grain merchants have been liquidated. It is natural that the large quantities of grain left behind by the grain merchants should not be set aside. Bai Yi rehired the locals to handle the grain, demanding that it had to be sold at market parity, no matter how much the local people lack food, nor can they go about inflating the price of food. Otherwise the people simply can't afford it. Moreover, Bai Yi also let the Dragon Kingdom side transported a large amount of food into the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm to ensure that the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction in the middle of the land, not to be able to starve to death a person. The commercial economy inside the two counties had also reopened under Bai Yi's support. Meanwhile the two construction corps in this world were not idle. Two construction corps began to focus on building concrete roads. After all, the words, "If you want to get rich, build roads first," have been deeply engraved in the minds of every Chinese. The roads outside the Magic Modified Republic are pretty crappy. Basically just some dirt roads. These dirt roads are fine when it's not raining, and a little bumpy at best when you go through. But, once after the more rainy season, these dirt roads can be very unpleasant. Not to mention driving straight there. Even walking there on 2 feet is a very tiring walk. And there are matters concerning local public health, public safety, and so on. Whitey also carries a wave of boosts, utilizing modern advanced concepts to create the Dragon Kingdom jurisdiction, where, inevitably, this half-month of steady development will bring some high-tech products from the Dragon Kingdom. Although these products are considered to be very common on top of Blue Star, but it's definitely considered high-tech in this world. It's something the local people here have never seen in their lives. For example, movie. Magic altered version of this year outside of the Republic actually had a movie. Today the magically altered version of the Republican realm is 1913. Movies actually came to God's country this 1903. Only, movies from this period are basically very backward kind of existences. And they're all black and white movies. It was only in 1923 that the first synchronized sound film was released. What better way to root the culture of the Dragon Kingdom in the hearts of the local people than a movie? Longwa set up movie theaters in East River and West River counties, which are inside the two counties. But due to time it was just a simple movie theater. Fulfillment is a huge white curtain and then the movie is projected on it, plus 2 huge stereos, and rows of seats. The movies are shown in costume, or something like Journey to the West or Liujiai, which are very familiar to the local people. As for, would it be a problem to show a movie of this somewhat superstitious nature? Aha! This world originally had the aura of heaven and earth. So, spells cast by characters inside the movie, it would appear to be justified, not exactly superstitious. And during this half of the month, Bai Yi also did a simple census. This census surprised him to find that the population of the Dragon Kingdom and the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, within the area of jurisdiction, was much more than what was roughly counted at the very beginning. The main reason is because there are some landowners and rich peasants employing those long-time laborers. These long laborers used to be not counted in the local population. Because for landowners, this can save a lot of population tax. That tally actually adds up to tens of thousands of extra people. The population of the Dragon Kingdom within the jurisdiction of the magically altered Republic of Korea realm, it actually reached a full 410,000 people. Don't underestimate the number of people who are inside the modern Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. This could be the population of just one county, even above the Blue Star. Some counties have populations that have broken the million level. However, in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republic realm, such a place has a population of 410,000. I'm afraid it's still because it's the South. After all, the South is more densely populated. All in all, under Bai Yi's dispatch, everything is thriving in the scene of the Dragon Kingdom within the area of jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic realm. There is a sense of flourishing. The old gloom has been lifted from the face of every common man. A smile reappeared on his face. It's quite an immediate feeling of embracing the light again. That's because they saw the light. Chapter 74, Strange Warlord. The arrival of an uninvited guest. Meanwhile, inside the jurisdiction of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, Bai Yi had also encountered quite a few difficulties. One of the biggest challenges is the issue of employment for the people. The two counties, East River and West River, don't have a lot to offer in terms of employment at this point in time. It's okay if the people have farmland that can be cultivated, but inside the county, there are a lot of old people who don't have farmland to cultivate. They have to get jobs if they want to live inside the county. That's how you can earn the oceans you need to live. Otherwise the whole family will have to drink the northwest wind. For this reason Bai Yi specially recruited local people to work on some of the constructions. This will indeed solve the employment problem. But what about once the construction is completed? This specialized stuff, it's better to leave it to the professionals. The Dragon Kingdom was sending a steady stream of talent over to Bai Yi every day. These talents are able to manage the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom well. Have to say, the essence of these old people who have seen the light is not quite the same as before. and having already seen the light, they are afraid that they can no longer see the darkness of the past. Even if one day the Dragon Kingdom no longer governs this place, once the local people have encountered another warlord like Marshal Nyo after, I'm afraid they won't be silent this time. At least a little resistance will be organized. Still the same, how can one who has seen the light be willing to return to the darkness? And for the sake of local public safety, Bai also had the main regiment's combat troops to clear out all the bandits in the jurisdictional land. Yes, bandits still exist in the Dragon Kingdom among the lands under the jurisdiction of the magically altered Republican realm, especially the group of bandits connected to Marshal Nyo, which the Dragon Kingdom has yet to eliminate. It wasn't because the bandits were too cunning or powerful, mostly because I didn't have much time before. And now, there's time. The end of the bandits arrived. Facing the steel torrent of the Dragon Kingdom's main combat regiment, these bandits who only had big guns with drawn bolts in their hands were no match at all, and were not even able to organize an effective resistance. The several nests of bandits within the jurisdictional lands of the Dragon Kingdom were completely purged in less than a few days. The fighting strength of these bandits was not even as good as that of Marshal Nyo's soldiers. If it weren't for the fact that the bandits were occupying the terrain, and very familiar with the terrain in the mountains, running as fast as a monkey it doesn't even take days to clear out, probably enough for one day. From these several bandit nests, Bai also seized a lot of good things, including tens of thousands of foreign currencies, as well as a number of backward firearms, and some inconvenient to calculate the price of antiques, jewelry, and furs. The bandits who were shot were directly dragged to be cremated, and then the direct funeral was taken care of in one line. Captured bandits are then interrogated about their crimes, and if the crimes are very serious, that must be dragged to the food market for a public trial and then shot without saying a word. If the crime is not punishable by death, then they should be put to work. There's still a shortage of sold-out miners over at the mine. Aren't these bandits in need of labor rehabilitation the best miners? It's worth mentioning those local religions. It's already all been taken in by Bai. Yes, whether it was the monks and Taoist priests from the east or the missionaries from the west who ran over to preach, they were all unified by Bai, and a set of rules were given to these people. If these monks, Taoist priests and preachers, who are in proper business, occasionally catch ghosts and exorcise demons for the common people, then they will be able to live in peace. But if they do anything against the common people, Bai wouldn't mind sending them to labor camps as well. Meanwhile, some religious people who have the ability to exorcise ghosts, Bai gave them an establishment. Have them work part-time to guard local public safety in the event of zombie or ghostly havoc. They would have to contribute. In fact, it's not like there's never been any resistance when you do these things. But, when a dark gun barrel was pointed at their heads, they then become very active as well as cooperative. In fact, Bai had already given them a chance by not liquidating them. Don't expect the Taoist priests, monks, and preachers of this day and age to be truly compassionate. These temples, Taoist temples and churches, I don't know how much land it occupies. They don't look like landlords, but better than a landlord. For example, a temple in Shiha County, the temple inside only a dozen monks, but like such a temple, they actually have thousands of acres of good land, and the good land is still sitting there, not even planted with anything. These guys are not productive at all. It doesn't matter how much they shut down or come down to save the day in times of war. Now all they've done is intolerable to Bai. If we don't give them a few punches to wake them guys up, these monks, Taoists, and missionaries, I guess they don't understand that there is a difference between the Dragon Kingdom and the local warlords. And the difference is huge. But, just when two counties were thriving, accident. Here we go. At the border of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction in the magically modified version of the Republic realm, an unfamiliar army had unexpectedly intruded at an unknown time. This unfamiliar army looked to be a warlord's force from this time period. The number of people was probably around 400 or so, but they were not the remnants of Marshal Nyo's party, because the uniforms they wore in Marshal Nyo's warlord uniforms, although they looked similar, were still somewhat different. Only just after they broke into the jurisdiction zone, they were discovered by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and immediately mobilized his men to stop this strange army. The two sides confronted each other at the border of the zone of jurisdiction. Apparently, this is a group of uninvited guests. Chapter 75, Collecting Protection Money from the Dragon Kingdom? Big fish eating small fish? Hey, you big-headed soldiers in the clothes of beggars, do you understand human language or not? A foreign warlord soldier, looking at the Dragon Kingdom soldiers in front of him with a displeased look on his face, yelled, "Our brothers, these people are from the southern military region of the province. You callow big-headed soldiers, do you know what the southern provincial military region means? The commander-in-chief of our military region has a 100,000 strong army, with over 100,000 000 guns in his hands. The taxes on surname Ox's side should have been collected already, right? This year, your boss surnamed Nyo hasn't yet paid his dutiful tribute to our military region commander. These strange warlord soldiers from out of town claim to be soldiers from the southern military region of the province, and they claimed that the power they were in had 100,000 troops. The looks on their faces had displeasure written all over them, and their attitudes were all condescending. Recognizing the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him as the soldier gangsters under Marshal Lu's hand. Obviously, they don't know that bull Marshal. The ashes are now raised. The territory previously ruled by Marshal Nyo had also become under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It was naturally impossible for the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to let these warlord soldiers go in, no matter how high and mighty these warlord soldiers are. In the eyes of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom anyway, whether it was some provincial southern military district, or some provincial northern military district, these titles seemed to sound very bluffing, but in reality, the so-called What Ministry military districts were just local warlords in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. At the end of the day, they're just more powerful warlords, unlike Marshal Nyo, who is a small-time warrior. Tell the truth, whether Marshal Bull can call the local warlords is still up for debate, because, with this small area under Marshal Nyo's control, he is at best a local security regiment chief, only barely a minor warlord. Sorry, you cannot enter. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom simply didn't care how arrogant these warlords and soldiers were. They were still expressionless as they aimed their guns at these soldiers. If these magic modified version of the Republic of China realm of the soldier gangsters dare to break into the Dragon Kingdom within the jurisdiction of the land, then these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom will shoot without hesitation. And they had that permission to shoot, because Bai Yi had given them that permission a long time ago. Facing gunpoint after gunpoint, these warlord soldiers from out of town were very annoyed. In hell, how come these soldiers dressed like barkers are as stubborn as a donkey? You know they're from the southern military region of the province, come here to collect the filial piety fee. The so-called filial piety fee is actually a protection fee. The common people can pay protection fees to Marshal Nyo, who in turn pays protection fees to bigger warlords. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp. They come over once a year to collect the filial piety fee and are able to take away tens of thousands of oceans to leave each year. Results: when they came to this area this year and wanted to collect the filial piety, it was actually stopped by a group of beggar soldiers. In the eyes of these soldier boys, soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom wearing camouflage combat uniforms, the kind of camouflage clothing on their bodies was like beggars' clothing. That's why they say that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, wearing clothes similar to beggars. Mother asterisk. A warlord officer couldn't help but lose his temper and glared angrily at the Longwa soldiers through clenched teeth. Are you guys trying to not pay your filial piety this year? Is that fat-headed guy Nyo Dakai trying to offend the southern commander of the province? With just a few thousand of you and a few thousand guns, you dare to turn your back on us? Do you realize what kind of consequences this has? The Dragon Kingdom soldier frowned and said, I'm sorry, but the Nyo Dakai you're talking about is already dead. This is not his territory. And we have no need to pay any filial piety fee to your so-called southern province warlord. You are also not qualified to come and ask for filial piety fees. This warlord officer was just about to curse angrily, then immediately reacted. What the hell? He couldn't help but freeze. Nyo Dashin, dead. The officer took a closer look at the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Suddenly it dawned on me. So it is. No wonder these guys in front of us are dressed so strangely. And at a glance, they are not the army of that Nyo Dashin. So it turns out that Nyo Dashin has already been wiped out, and the territory has been swallowed by others. The warlord officer revealed a sneer. Even if you're not Nyo Dashin's people, you still have to pay a filial piety fee to the southern military region of the province, which is 12,000 dayang per year. Labor doesn't know what this army of yours is called, and labor doesn't want to know what you call it. I'm here to warn you that if you don't pay the 12,000 yen piety fee, just wait for the army to overwhelm us then. Listening to this warlord officer's verbal threats, every Dragon Kingdom soldier was unmoved. These days, magic modified version of the warlords of the Republic of China realm actually collect protection fees received the head of the Dragon Kingdom. Nice guy. These local warlords are so brave. Company commander. Suddenly, a Dragon Kingdom soldier ran over and said in a low voice, I've already gotten the message to the camp. Major Bai said to ignore these guys, and once they dare to take a step in, they'll immediately fire warning shots. If they remain obstinate and still want to insist on entering within the jurisdictional land, they can shoot freely. Although this Dragon Kingdom soldier spoke in a low voice, he was still heard by the warlord officer. A look of disbelief was written all over the warlord officer's face. These assholes. He really didn't let himself and the others in? And you don't want to pay the honorarium? Don't these guys know the reputation of the southern military region of the province? Is there anyone in Min province who doesn't know about the southern military region? Where did these hicks come from? Tongue mother asterisk 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 you mother asterisk 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 heirs. A bunch of beggar soldiers from nowhere. Think that you're invincible just because you've exterminated a punk like Nyodashin? With just over 100 people, you still want to stop these 400 plus people from the laborers? The warlord's officers were furious. Couldn't help but say in annoyance, give the laborers a hard charge in. Gon Lin Nyang. A bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. Still want to provoke us? Chapter 76, Clash breaks out. Dragon Kingdom soldiers are hicks? These warlord soldiers from the so-called southern military region of the province are all accustomed to being arrogant. When they went to various small places to collect filial piety fees, which so-called marshal? When they went to various small places to collect honorariums, which so-called marshal did not treat them with courtesy? In their eyes a warlord like Marshal Neo is just a country bumpkin at the end of the day. It's just a matter of having a few thousand guns in your hand and then dominating the countryside. Just overrun a mere 2 counties, with dozens of villages, large and small. Such a presence in front of that kind of large warlords. It's also just ants that are more able to hop around. Even if the Dragon Kingdom wiped out Marshal Neo's forces and took over all of Marshal Neo's territory. But in the eyes of the warlords and soldiers of these southern military districts of the province, is it not the hicks who are fighting? And now these rednecks inside the countryside. How dare you defy the orders of the southern military region? How dare you not pay the annual filial piety fee? In hell. It's almost as if he doesn't know how many eyes the Horse King has. You think you're invincible just because you've destroyed Nyo Deshan? If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Tay mother asterisk 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 What are you guys still frozen here for? If you don't collect these 12,000 pieces of ocean, when you return to the southern military region of the province, will you take your heads to explain to the commander? The warlord officer looked at the warlord soldiers who hadn't moved yet and opened his mouth in hatred and anger. It was then that these warlord soldiers reacted, and they all suddenly had a ferocious look on their faces. Every warlord soldier raised the drawbolt rifle in his hand. Under the leadership of this one warlord officer, he actually tried to forcefully enter the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Surprisingly, they ignored the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who stopped them. Though the number of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers was small, at least not much compared to these warlord soldiers, but it's good to have a company size. It was as if these warlord soldiers were ignoring this company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers. It was as if treating a company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers as if they didn't exist. It seemed to conclude that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to shoot, taking it in stride, crossed into the jurisdictional territory. However, what they didn't expect was that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't give a damn about them. This so-called southern military region of the province. This thing sounded a bit lofty, but in actuality it was nothing more than a warlord. This company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers immediately lined up and searched for favorable terrain as well as cover. Immediately afterward, with the muzzle pointed diagonally overhead, there was no hesitation in firing a warning shot. Bang! 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 A series of shots went off like firecrackers, taking the warlord officer who was striding across the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom by surprise. He didn't think these guys would actually have the guts to shoot. These assholes actually really don't know what they're doing. They really want to turn the tables on the southern military region of the province. Mother Gamlin. Fire. Fire. Mother asterisk 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 Since you're not willing to pay the filial piety fee, then I'll rob you. Mother asterisk 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 The warlord officer gritted his teeth and gave the order. In his eyes, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in front of him were nothing but a group of rednecks with low combat power. Once upon a time, it wasn't as if there weren't guys who didn't know any better and didn't want to pay their dutiful dues. As a result, that guy's force of 7,000 or 8,000 was routed by 1,000 men from the southern military region of the province. It was enough to show that the two sides were not even fighting in the same class. The southern military region of the province is a major warlord in the entire province of Min. Although the soldiers inside the warlords were also soldiers, there was a difference between a soldier and a soldier. The soldier boys in the southern military region of the province are bold enough to fight, and it's also capable of playing hardball, fighting power, than the local small warlords like Marshal Lu. Do not know how many times more powerful, and for that very reason, there were clearly only about 400 or 500 men under the hands of this warlord officer. But then he dared to break in, just dare to come and rob the filial piety fee, or protection money. After the warlord soldiers received the order, one by one, they also immediately lowered their heads to look for cover, pulled the bolt of their guns without saying a word, and directly moved towards the position of the dragon soldiers, pulling the trigger. There was a firefight. Bang! 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 It had to be said that this unit of warlords had impressed the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom somewhat. This will to attack as well as the speed of the opponent alone. It's far beyond those warlord soldiers of Marshal Neo. Unfortunately, that's about it. This unit of warlords that claimed to be from the southern military region of the province, since it took the initiative to shoot towards the positions on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, and was openly trying to intrude into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, and was also trying to rob the so-called filial piety fee. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were naturally unambiguous. Under the orders of the company commander, immediate counterattack. The weapons in the hands of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were all automatic weapons, all guns from the 21st century. There was only one company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers, but they fought in a very exaggerated formation. A moment in time. Bullets are flying all over this area. The gunfire was constant. Before the warlords and soldiers could react, there were a full dozen of them, directly hit by the bullets and fell to the ground on the spot. Frightened, they rushed to find thicker cover. Ferocious firepower on the side of the Dragon Kingdom. It left them people confused. This mother asterisk. What's the situation? They simply didn't expect that the 400 or so of them would be able to be pressured by more than 100 people. And the other side is still what they see as a redneck force. The bottom line is, why are there so many machine guns in the hands of these rednecks? They are clearly dressed like beggars. Why is it so well equipped? A round grazed the warlord officer's scalp, knocking the hat off his head. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly put his head down on the ground. Cam. The warlord officer's expression was very ugly. The current situation was beyond his expectations. They wouldn't have expected this outcome. The soldiers under his command had only fired a few shots, only to be met with a head-on attack. The firepower on the other side is simply exaggerated and outrageous. And ING machine guns. Suddenly, boom, a rocket fell on the position of the warlord soldier gangsters. In an instant, there are more than a dozen warlord soldier gangsters, died violently on the spot, broken limbs and wreckage, flying everywhere, eyes wide open. The warlord officer broke out in a cold sweat. A tingle ran through him. These guys. And the cannon. Chapter 77, Rokoku's underfire phobia kicks in. This warlord officer did not expect at all that those guys dressed like beggars on the other side actually had cannons. And the other side was actually able to put the cannon to shoot so accurately. It means that this group definitely has elite gunners. Troops that can produce elite gunners. You're hiding out in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere? Who the hell are these guys? Not only are there so many machine guns roaring, but even these guys have artillery. Hiss. Careless. Sloppy. A hint of regret had bubbled up in this warlord's officer. If he had known that the other side's firepower was so fierce, he wouldn't have been so headstrong. Unfortunately, he was now open for business. And he knows very well that if he did not bring back a sufficient amount of filial piety fees to the commander of the Southern Provincial Military Region, then what he faced would also be a punishment that he could hardly bear. Mother asterisk. Why are you so unlucky? Fight. Mother asterisk. Raise your head. Give me a good fight against them. No matter how well equipped they are. There are only about 100 of them. Can't we beat these country bumpkins? The warlord officer gritted his teeth and fiercely kicked a soldier next to himself, cursing angrily. What the hell are you doing hiding? Shoot me. Shoot. The other side has only one small cannon. Is it possible that you are scared silly by a small cannon? However, no sooner had those words fallen from his lips than he was slapped in the face. Shoo. 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 Shot after shot of powerful rockets landed on top of the positions of the warlord soldiers. There was a burst of explosions that rattled the eardrums of these soldier boys. Boom. 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 The power of the rockets is so terrifying that if they fall around you, only death will result. These soldier boys have no idea what a man-portable bazooka is. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom basically had a couple RPGs in a squad, especially the Dragon Kingdom soldiers in the magically altered Republic realm. That's even more armed to the teeth. The equipment on every Dragon Kingdom soldier in the magically altered Republic realm was very exaggerated. Light firepower, heavy firepower. You could say it has everything. Rifle, machine guns, rockets. With only one company's strength, it put out the firepower of at least one regiment in this day and age. The warlords and soldiers who hid behind the bunker quickly learned that the bunker was no longer. Soldiers set up several heavy machine guns to occupy the high ground. Under the roar of the heavy machine guns, all the so-called thick cover seemed like paper mache. The bullets in these reloading guns are thicker than your thumb. A heavy machine gun round hitting a person's body is definitely a direct hit in half. At the same time, man-portable rocket-propelled grenades were fired from time to time. A succession of explosions rang out the moment the battle between the two sides opened. The Dragon Kingdom was on fire. It didn't give the other side a chance to react at all. Never mind the revelation. Let's start with a wave of fire coverage. Where had these warlords and soldiers of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm experienced such outrageous battles? The dragon army in front of us was bombing wildly without treating ammunition like money. Every warlord and soldier was too beaten to raise his head, and their cover was of no use at all, as one by one the soldier boys, in a state of panic, were either caught in the blast or hit by bullets. The luckier ones were blown up and shot on the spot, sort of without feeling any pain. The less fortunate ones are not dead, but have injuries on their bodies. The pain was unbearable. That feeling of watching one's life, constantly passing away, was even more desperate. They are indeed more capable of fighting than Marshal Bull's troops. Their military literacy is also better than those of Marshal Nio's half-assed soldier boys. If the army of the Dragon Kingdom is only as strong as the troops under the hands of Marshal Nio, I'm afraid that the number of people in a company here is indeed unable to defeat so many people on the other side. Pity! Longwei is not Marshal Nio, nor is it any of the warlords from the magically altered Republican realm, the army of the Dragon Kingdom over the Blue Star. But the world's first. Mother! Why do they have so many cannons? Don't their shells cost anything? A warlord and soldier boy finally couldn't hold himself together, and he cried and yelled, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me! I've thrown away my robberies! I've thrown away my guns! I surrender! I surrender! Mother asterisk 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 error! Who the hell shouted surrender?" The warlord officer heard this and was so angry that he cursed. Yet the next moment, the expression on his face then froze as an extra bloody hole appeared on his head. A bullet hit him very accurately and went through the back of his head. The hole where the bullet went in was the size of a finger, but the hole that goes out is like a little bowl. Let this warlord officer die as he can. Died violently on the spot. This one. That's even more of a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. Surrender! Surrender! Some warlord veterans, after seeing the highest officer on their side, was killed, without saying a word, hurriedly threw away their guns, and raised their hands and shouted, "Surrender! Surrender! Grandfathers, don't fight!" Some of the soldiers were already paralyzed by this firepower and froze in place, not knowing what to do. The smarter ones just took off their white blasphemous pants, then strapped to the barrel of the gun and raised it high in the air, shouting with a collapsed and trembling voice, "Surrender! We surrender! Grandfathers, we surrender! Please don't fight! Mother! I'll never be a soldier again! Fighting a war isn't even humanly possible! Quickly, quickly, all of you, raise the white flag! Don't fight! Grandpas, vote!" Facing the fire coverage and indiscriminate bombardment from the under-energized phobias per capita of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, these soldier boys were completely devastated. They don't want to die. Chapter 78 Captive 396. Befriending. These have completely collapsed warlords and soldiers, has lost all the idea of resistance. They are afraid of their own death in the hands of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. One by one, all of them are scared to death. They watched their companions as bullet after bullet pierced their bodies. They watched as the rockets fell and blew countless people to pieces. Even if they hadn't been blown to pieces, their internal organs had suffered heavy damage. It's definitely an act of waiting for death in this situation. Do they want to die? They wouldn't be soldier boys if they wanted to die. Although the overall fighting strength, as well as the overall military literacy of these warlord soldiers and ruffians, was much higher than those of Marshal Nio's troops, but any higher, it's also not as high as a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Watching these warlords and soldiers, they threw away the weapons in their hands in a hurry, and cried out for surrender. Some warlords and soldiers were even seen with white cloths being waved continuously. Some simply dropped straight to their knees and raised their hands in the standard baguette military salute. There is no longer a single warlord or soldier who dares to resist. They even threw their guns, without hesitation, in order to stay alive, afraid that because he was holding a gun, he would then be shot point blank by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They surrendered so quickly. It was also something that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not expect. These warlords and soldiers were very arrogant at first, especially that officer, shouting at the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom with a mouthful of beggar soldiers, and were also high and mighty, cursing and swearing, simply not listening to the discouragement as well as the warning of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, just stubbornly trying to break into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. When the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fired warning shots towards the sky, instead of retreating, these warlord soldier boys raised their guns and attacked the dragon soldiers. Then the Dragon Kingdom soldiers immediately returned fire. Results. The battle between the two sides had lasted no more than even 10 minutes so far. Whether or not there's more than 5 minutes is probably still an open question. Then the warlords and soldiers collapsed. Just surrender. Stop firing. The company commander of this Dragon Kingdom army immediately asked the soldiers under his hand to cease fire. and then opened his mouth and shouted at those warlords and soldiers. All of you immediately unload all of the weapons on your body, so that the weapons are at least 3 meters away from your hands. At the same time all kneel on the ground and raise your hands. Let us see your hands. After the cessation of fire, this company commander's voice, in this open area, seemed very clear. Each warlord and soldier seemed to be relieved as if they were relieved, with an excited look of celebration on their faces, because they knew that it meant that they had, now, survived. One by one, they scrambled to drop their weapons, even as far away as you can get without fear of smashing your weapon. Then honestly, he knelt on the land, and raised your hands high. They couldn't wait for their parents to have their hands borne a little longer, so that they could let the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom see their raised hands more clearly. From toe, to drooping. The transition time between these two states is not even 10 minutes long. Tie them all up, and collect their weaponry. Uniformly. The company commander immediately gave the order. The entire company of Dragon Kingdom soldiers began to tie up the prisoners and then began to clean up the entire wretched battlefield. Finally, this company commander of the Dragon Army counted the casualties on his side. It turned out that not a single person on the Dragon side had died. It was when one of the Dragon soldiers was cleaning up the battlefield that he accidentally stepped on a half-standing bayonet. The bayonet ended up bleeding him straight through. This was the only slightly injured soldier on the Dragon side. Company commander. 396 enemy prisoners were captured. And of these 396 enemy prisoners, 34 of them appeared to be seriously wounded. 91 appeared to be slightly wounded. And the rest were more or less bruised or scraped. But they were not in any serious condition. This time, we killed 51 enemy soldiers. Among them, it includes the top commander of this enemy army. The top commander of this enemy army seems to be a battalion commander. Battalion commander? After listening to the report from one of the Dragon Kingdom warriors, the company commander's expression was slightly strange. So your side killed a battalion commander? A battalion commander's rank is a major anyhow, right? It could even be a lieutenant colonel. Nice guy. A big fish just shot itself. What a waste. A big fish like this would certainly be able to knock a lot of information out of his mouth. LOL. It's just that on the battlefield, bullets don't have eyes at all, and no one knows where they're going to fly. I can only say that the battalion commander on the other side was unlucky, and it's still bad luck. Throwing away the mixed thoughts in his mind, the company commander spoke to the warriors under his hand. Half of the men stay behind and continue patrolling and guarding this side. The remaining half, send all of these enemy equipment, as well as the captives, to the camp. Some of the prisoners who are seriously or lightly wounded, simply bandage them up and have the medical personnel inside the camp treat them. In fact, a severely wounded captive can essentially be declared dead. It's still a long way from the campground. Plus the roads weren't particularly good, and it would take hours at least to get back to the campground. Seriously wounded captives, wait a few hours. I'm afraid, he's become a corpse lately. Time. Streaming. By noon. Half of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers in this company took over 300 warlord prisoners and escorted them all to the camp. When we reached the camp, as expected, the seriously wounded prisoners were not working. Original 396 warlord captives. It's all the way back. Now it becomes 362. It can be said that the current Dragon country has in that so-called province southern military region. It's a total crossroads. Chapter 79. Not every rotten egg can touch a stone. The news of the prisoners being sent to the camp was naturally known to Bai. He also didn't expect these warlord soldiers from the field to be so headstrong. With the Dragon soldiers already firing warning shots, they actually dared to want to carry weapons and break into the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. And they had the nerve to open fire on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Have to say, it's a death wish. What happens to them now that they become captives is also a true indication that this is a death wish. Unfortunately it was too late to react. By the time they responded, it's already open and shut. Major Bai, the company commander who had sniped the foreign warlords' troops halfway across the country, had also returned to the military camp in the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. When he saw Bai, he immediately saluted. We captured a total of 396 enemy troops in this battle, but 34 of those 396 were seriously injured and had no way to save them on the way. The current number of captives, totaling 362 people, 91 of them were lightly wounded. We killed a total of 51 enemy soldiers in this battle, including the enemy's top commander, who was a warlord company commander who claimed to be from the southern military region of the province. At the same time, we also captured the enemy's old bolt rifles totaling more than 400, old pistols totaling 6, old hand grenades 60, as well as a number of cartridges, and a number of oceans. There were no casualties in our army, but one soldier was slightly wounded, not by the enemy, however, but by carelessness. stepping halfway on a bayonet. The purpose of the enemy army's intrusion into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land is to try to collect the Dragon Kingdom's filial piety fee. He wants us, the Dragon Kingdom, to give him 12,000 yen. Collecting filial piety from the Dragon Kingdom? $12,000? When he heard those things in front of him, Bai Yi's expression didn't change much, but when he heard the filial piety fee later, his expression became odd. Filibuster fee? Isn't that protection money? The Dragon Kingdom needs to pay 12,000 yen in protection money to some warlord in a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm? Put. Nice guy. The southern military region of the province? Rather slightly heard of it. Bai Yi knew that the Dragon Kingdom was in the magically modified version of the Republic realm, and the place where it was currently located was a southern province called Min Province, roughly similar to the Dragon Kingdom's Fu Province. There are two large-scale warlords among the Min Province and the magically altered Republic of China realm. One of them identified itself as the southern military region of the province and the other as the northern military region of the province. But really, what should be said is that the southern warlords, and the northern warlords, after all, they don't deserve to be called a military district at that size and military strength. These two warlords have always kept each other in check in Min Province. Of course, both warlords are equally no good. The southern warlords of Min Province, who advertised outside that they had an army of 100,000 men, but actually Bai Yi knows better. The so-called 100,000 strong army in the mouth of the other side. It's only 20,000 to 30,000 people at the end of the day. This is just like the ancient people who fought in the war. Can fight obviously only 10,000 or 20,000 people in the army. In order to be able to have enough momentum, in order to be able to deter other people. Hard to say that it is 100,000 people in the army. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Bai Yi was eager to dive into development and first gather those territories of Niu de Shui. Then look at God's country. Results. He wanted to develop quietly for a while, but the others won't let me. It was absolutely impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to pay any filial piety fees to this so-called warlord of southern Min Province. If it was really handed over, if China's old rival Pretty Country knew about it, it would definitely laugh its ass off, though the Pretty Country might go through its entire life, never knowing. And the Dragon Kingdom has already gone after this warlord unit sent by the other side, TSK. It looks like it's already at war with the other side. To this, in fact, Bai Yi didn't have any feelings of worry because offending a warlord wasn't worth worrying about. The Dragon Kingdom never initiates trouble. Doesn't mean it's scary. Take all these prisoners down for some interrogation, and after ascertaining their crimes, if they are unpardonable, drag them off to be shot. If there is still so much as a bit of salvation left, drag them off to be dug up. There will be no need for a public trial when these men are shot this time. It would be justifiable to just pull these people and shoot them without a public trial. After all, if the local people knew that the Dragon Kingdom was at war with such a large warlord, no matter how much faith they have in the power of the dragon, it's going to make quite a mess out of it eventually. It will make the people panic. At the same time, we need to step up patrols and surveys around the area recently. And once we find any unknown elements approaching, we should immediately intercept them and report them to the camp. Bai Yi's tone gave a slight beat as he spoke. If the other party is stubborn and still wants to take a shot at us, then there is no need for this so-called southern Minnesota warlord to exist. Not every egg can be touched with a stone. Bai Yi knew that the development of the Dragon Kingdom in this world would inevitably lead to a series of troubles. But I didn't expect trouble to come so often. First it was that little local warlord, Marshal Niu, and then the southern Min Province warlord. Trouble comes to us in waves. To this, Bai Yi naturally maintained an uncompromising attitude, as it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to be in the same boat as these scourge-ridden warlords. If the other party was the kind of warlord that was a bit friendlier, Longwa didn't mind cooperating with them, wouldn't even mind propping up a local power. Unfortunately, can't find that kind of warlord at the moment. Warlords like that, in these times, gross. I'll write a letter to the head of that southern warlord, and identify a couple of diplomatic negotiators from our side, and pick someone out of the captives to lead the way, and have them take this letter and forward it to that head of the southern warlords. I hope that they will recognize the time and that we in the Dragon Kingdom will reserve the right to react further if they choose to continue provoking us. Bai Yi's tone was very calm as he said to an officer next to him, "Yes, this is the first time since the Dragon Kingdom is in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm that diplomatic personnel are sent. Everything has to be professional." Chapter 80 Bronze Treasure Chest. A renewed increase in the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. The reason why Bai Yi had shot the diplomats was actually very simple. Some unnecessary conflicts could be completely defused by diplomatic means. or the negotiating ability of the diplomats could be relied on to make the other side think twice about choosing to back down. Of course, if the other party was like this and still remained obstinate, then the Dragon Kingdom would not be polite to them. Also, diplomats are intelligence officers for the Dragon Kingdom and have access to first-hand information from other places, and it's also a good idea to train some spy people in someone else's power. However, Bai Yi had only issued such an order. How exactly is this order going to be implemented? How exactly does it need to be perfected? That's up to the staff officers inside the camp. Such specialized things have to be formulated as well as perfected by those of them who are professionals. Tell the truth. The Dragon Kingdom is now a bit overcrowded with captives. A whole lot of Marshal Bull's soldier boys were captured earlier, as well as a whole lot of people from Marshal Bull's interest groups. Those numbers add up to more than 1,000. Now add these 300 plus captives if. That would bring the number of people to nearly 2,000. Close to 2,000 prisoners, all sent to digging. That is naturally not very realistic. Although, it was a huge copper mine with reserves of 6 million tons. Stuffing thousands of captives in there is no problem. But so many captives, all gathered in one place, are also prone to problems. Once someone has the heart to make trouble, that's bound to make a lot of noise. It wouldn't affect the Dragon Kingdom in any definitive way, but it was kind of a pain in the ass. Bai Yi decided to divide the prisoners and send some of them to the mines for labor reform. A portion was sent to build roads and work for rehabilitation. A portion is sent to help the people repair or rebuild dilapidated houses, and labor to rehabilitate them. It comes down to 4 words. Labor rehabilitation. It's better to keep them anyway, than to find something for them to do, to be able to let them, the scum of the earth, fulfill a little bit of the value of their lives, and atone a little bit for their sins. Time. Soon it was evening. The familiar subtitle prompt appeared before Bai Yi's eyes once again. The Dragon Kingdom has acquired a large number of antiques, gold, and all kinds of treasures from the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. The Dragon Kingdom's research on green and purple stiffs has made a brand new breakthrough. The Dragon Kingdom has gotten a large amount of high-quality copper ore. The Dragon Kingdom has gotten a portion of the Spirit spring water. There's a slight hint of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Congratulations on obtaining the bronze treasure chest +1. Looking at these subtitles appearing in front of his eyes, Bai Yi sort of knew the reason why the Dragon Country's national fortune, once again, had risen. Over the past half a month, the side of the magically modified Republic plane had been continuously sending all sorts of supplies to the Dragon Kingdom. This included the liquidation of Marshal Bull's interest group and some of the property seized. Of course, the belongings in Marshal Bull's Grand Marshal's mansion were among them. Inside those riches include a good amount of gold, jade, jewelry, antiques. As for the hundreds of thousands of oceans were not sent to the Dragon Kingdom, because those oceans were of no use even if they were sent to the Dragon Kingdom. There is neither cultural nor economic value. Those oceanic dragon nations can copy as many as they want. At the same time, within this half a month's time, the side of the magically modified Republic realm also transported a large amount of copper ore to the Dragon Kingdom. Obviously, these copper ores, too, are capable of increasing the country's luck. Getting this copper mine was able to gain a surge in national fortune, and transporting the copper mine to the Dragon Kingdom would also gain a slight rise in national fortune. A copper mine brings in more than you can imagine. As for the Spirit spring water, it was an attempt to transport it, and it was absolutely inappropriate for the Spirit Spring to be placed inside the Dragon Kingdom, because the Spirit Spring would produce heaven and earth auras, and these heaven and earth auras might give birth to things like ghosts, which, in the Dragon Kingdom, didn't exist at all. But it wasn't that the spring water bubbling up from the Spirit Spring couldn't be sent to the Dragon Kingdom as well. These springs have very many wonderful uses, even if the body is injured. Wash the wound with these springs. It also speeds up the healing slightly. How is it possible for this kind of magical thing not to be sent to the Dragon Kingdom to be studied? And these springs can also be given to those old soldiers who once fought for the Dragon Kingdom and were left with injuries. It can also be given to those firefighters who are injured while running to the front line of a fire. These spiritual springs might be able to restore some of their health. Healing is impossible, and medium spirit springs don't have this kind of magical effect yet, but a little health is restored when you can open the bronze treasure chest. Shaking his head and shaking off the distractions in his mind, Bai Yi directly opened the bronze treasure chest. You have successfully opened a bronze treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward, proficiency in Dragon Tiger Embracing Dan Chi Nurturing Technique. Receiving or not? Yes. No. This reward is actually still a series? Bai Yi remembered that the first time he got a bronze treasure chest, what he opened out of it was the Dragon Tiger Holding Dan Chi Nurturing Technique. Only that was the introductory one. Now it directly elevated him to the proficient level. equivalent to a Taoist priest who had been immersed in this path for at least 20 years. If some Taoist priests with less talent, they might not reach the proficient level even after a lifetime of exhaustion. This shows how horrible this reward really is. The mere moment of opening a treasure chest like this is able to surpass the efforts of others for a lifetime. Pick up. Bai Yi didn't hesitate too much. When he had claimed this reward, he felt his body metamorphose here. The power is increasing. Physique is increasing. The senses are increasing. One of the most obvious points of increase was none other than the true chi inside the meridians. Original. The true chi in his body was just a mere wisp, as if it was a small gutter. Instead, it was now a large mass of true chi, flowing through the meridians, like a small mountain stream. Progress. Remarkable. Chapter 81, Ancient Tomb Shocker. Life-threatening archaeologists. Bai Yi felt that his current Taoist skills were no better than the crippled Taoist priest who had tried to harm him before. It was important to realize that it had only been 2 months since he had arrived in this magically modified version of the Republican realm. With just that little bit of time, he went from being an ordinary man, turned into a practitioner with a not-so-low Dao? A practitioner of sorts for the time being. Bai Yi felt that he would become more comfortable performing the Lushan school's Taoist techniques after he had this Taoist skill. It was also because of the rise in his own Dao that Bai Yi clearly understood at this moment just how powerful that crippled Taoist priest was. The other party has taken a crooked path above the cultivation of this path. However, there were definitely not many people who could surpass him in the cultivation path. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been able to hide under the pursuit of the Lushan sect until now. Just a shame. The crippled Taoist priest had finally offended someone he couldn't afford to offend. Because times have changed, there was no way, no matter how powerful his Daojutsu was, that he would be able to carry a bullet hard. Even if you can rely on some special Taoist techniques, or rely on some special spiritual talisman, able to achieve the kind of defense that can be hardened to withstand a bullet, it doesn't really help. You can stop a bullet from penetrating, but, can you cast a spell as fast as a bullet can fly? No way. If the speed of casting a spell could match the speed of a bullet in flight, so why not just simply dodge the bullets? One could only say that under the crushing power of modern weapons, a person of cultivation like the crippled Taoist might not even be able to defeat, in a face-to-face head-to-head duel, an ordinary soldier of the Dragon Kingdom. Surgery has its specialties. That's probably what it says. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye. It was 3 days later. This day, Bai Yi got a message. A very bad news. Major, there's a problem over at the ancient tomb. When the archaeological team entered the tomb and was preparing to crack a mechanism within the tomb, they encountered a weird bug. Among them, 2 archaeologists were bitten by this weird bug, and the wounds in the bitten places appeared to ulcerate, and the ulceration was very fast. The 2 archaeologists, at present, have been sent to the military medical office for first aid, but all kinds of medicines were unable to stop the wound from festering. Only being able to use the spring water from the spirit spring to constantly rinse the wounds has slowed down the festering speed a bit. After hearing the report from one of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, Bai Yi's expression became serious. Inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm, the danger of an ancient tomb was naturally self-evident. Bai Yi had never allowed the archaeology team to do their archaeology work at night, just so they don't touch anything dirty. But the one thing he didn't expect was that the archaeological team was in the daytime. Surprisingly, it also suffered a crisis. Without saying a word, Bai Yi immediately moved off and headed to the military doctor's office inside the camp. It didn't take much time. He came to the military medical office. Major Bai. The several military doctors inside the military medical office immediately saluted and greeted Bai Yi after seeing him. Bai Yi frowned and asked, "Those 2 archaeologists, how are they now?" A military doctor shook his head and said, "The situation is a bit unpromising. The spring water of the spirit spring can only slightly temporarily slow down the ulceration of their wounds, but it is only limited to slowing down the ulceration of the wounds. There is no way to be able to completely cure them, probably because we don't have any reasonable method to perfectly utilize the spirit spring. Our current method of utilizing the spirit spring is to rinse it outside as well as take it inside. At this rate, it will not fundamentally solve the problem of festering wounds for another 12 hours at most. Where these 2 archaeologists were bitten by the bugs, they may just have massive ulcers." The medic took a deep breath, his expression grave. He paused and continued, "This kind of ulceration will most likely spread all over the body, even to the internal organs. Once the festering spreads to the internal organs, then it's already powerless." From this grave tone of this military doctor, one could hear that the situation was very unpromising. Once the treatment is not timely, those 2 archaeologists, their lives will be in danger. Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked, "How many of those bugs have come out alive?" "Yes." The medic nodded. "The people from the archaeology team captured a few of them out alive. It's hosted with us right now, and our people are fighting to study it, as well as figure out how to eliminate the venom of these bugs. I didn't realize these archaeologists were so brave, knowing full well that this kind of weird bug can cause wounds to fester drastically, and is even capable of being life-threatening. They ended up catching the bugs alive anyway, even caught several of them alive. Bring me one to look at. Soon. The medic then ran to get a test tube out, then hurried back to hand it to Bai Yi. Bai Yi took this test tube and only saw that inside the test tube, there was a worm. The bug looks like one of those beetles, covered in that black metallic sheen. The bug was about the size of a thumb, with two creepy-looking fangs. The most noticeable thing was the belly of the bug, which was vaguely glowing with fluorescence. Bai Yi had never seen this kind of bug before. Spooky, creepy-looking. Creepy. Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. If he didn't recognize this kind of bug, if he wanted to crack the toxin of this kind of bug, he would have to spend a lot of time on research, and such time might have to take several years, or even a dozen years. The two archaeologists who were obviously bitten couldn't wait that long. Can we wait 12 hours for that? It's all an unknown. Chapter 82, Weird Poisonous Insect. The most young and most vigorous true chi. Studying for a few years or even a dozen years was a time that could not be tolerated. Whether it was for those two archaeologists or for Bai Yi, such a time was too long. By all rights, the spring water of a medium spirit spring should be effective against the toxins of this weird bug. It just might be necessary to apply these springs wisely for them to be useful. It's just a shame that the Dragon Kingdom doesn't have a reasonable method of applying it right now. Currently, only the simplest and most brutal method could be used to use these spirit springs. But this crude method is undoubtedly wasteful for the use of spiritual springs. It basically doesn't work a tenth as well as it should. Gotta think of other ways to do this. Bai Yi didn't want there to be fatalities on the dragon countryside. It was something he didn't want to see. Especially archaeologists sent to a magically altered version of the Republican realm. All are among the elite of the elite in this profession. These archaeologists, for the Dragon Kingdom, are the Kwai treasure of Kwai treasures. The loss of a single archaeologist is capable of causing a very great deal of heartache for the dragon. Not to mention the archaeologists who are now being bitten by this weird bug. Enough for two people. Under the unbelievable gazes of several military doctors, Bai Yi actually opened the stopper of the test tube. Such an action made several military doctors, at once, suck in a breath of cold air. They can't imagine. What happens if Whitey is bitten? Hiss. Major White. But before they could cry out anxiously, Bai Yi shook his head and interrupted them. Nothing. Only to hear Bai Yi say expressionlessly, if I could so easily be bitten by this kind of bug, then it would be a bit too much of a disgrace. After the test tube stopper was opened by him, the creepy bug inside, it's like sensing something. Surprisingly, he crawled quickly along where the exit was. Afterwards it climbed to the outer wall of the test tube. Follow the outer wall of the test tube. Surprisingly, it climbed to the back of Bai Yi's hand. I wonder if true chi has any effect on this kind of bug? As Bai Yi murmured to himself, his other hand quickly grabbed this one, the bizarre bug crawling on the back of his hand. In a swift and extremely agile maneuver, the bizarre bug, as if it had sensed the crisis, opened its hideous fangs and was about to bite down. Unfortunately, it was still a step slow. Bai Yi was much faster than it. Bai Yi pinched the sides of the bug with two fingers and quickly pinched it straight up. Let the creepy bug bite. But a drop of bizarre black venom actually dripped down from above its two fangs. It dripped onto the back of Bai Yi's hand. At once, an intense burning sensation came right from Bai Yi's skin, which caused Bai Yi to frown slightly. The burning sensation was like the temperature, which had to be at least 100 degrees Celsius of boiling water. That burning pain seemed very noticeable. No, instead of the very high temperature of this bug's venom, rather, it's this venom that's corroding the skin. Bai Yi did not say a word. Immediately mobilizing the true chi in his body, he quickly gathered on top of this drop of venom, dripping down the surface of his skin. That moment of searing pain was eased ever so slightly. This caused Bai Yi to freeze, because this seems to mean that this energy, true chi, seemed to have a significant effect on the venom of this weird bug. Bai Yi began to let a large amount of true chi gather at the back of his hands, considering this weird bug that survived inside an ancient tomb, and Bai Yi also felt a very faint yin chi from its body. He transformed his true chi into the most yang and rigid energy. Let it fight the venom of the creepy bugs. Shara. That drop of black venom was as if it had encountered a deadly natural enemy. Bai Yi watched the drop of black venom. Wisps of white smoke were rising. The venom was being disintegrated by the true chi. It's evaporating. In less than 5 seconds, the drop of black venom had disappeared. Whitey's skin was left with only a small spot. It's like a burned dot. Go! He casually threw the bizarre bug inside this test tube, and plugged the test tube's exit, and said to the several dumbfounded military doctors in front of him, Take me inside the ward. I might have a method that can save those two archaeologists. It was only then that the several dumbfounded military doctors reacted. They had just watched Bai Yi, using a method they didn't know, resolve the drop of black venom. In fact, these few military doctors also had some guesses, because they knew that Bai Yi was in control of the mysterious special force. In fact, those Taoist arts texts of the crippled Taoist priest were not really a secret inside the military camp. Bai Yi's dragon tiger holding Dan Qi nurturing technique wasn't exactly famous. This was because Bai Yi had specially transcribed this Qi nurturing technique. He made it a point to allow soldiers who were interested in this to learn this kind of Taoism at any time. That is to say, hiss, those two archaeologists are saved. Several military doctors hurriedly brought Bai Yi inside the ward. See only, there were two men lying in the ward. Apparently these were the two archaeologists, both of whom were in an unconscious state. An archaeologist's left arm was already a large ulcer. Another archaeologist also had a large ulcer on his ankle. Bai Yi didn't waste any time. He quickly condensed the true qi in his body on top of his palms. The true qi transformed into the most yang and rigid energy, causing the air around the palm of the hand to seemingly distort. Bai Yi pressed his palm down on one of the archaeologists, on top of the festering wound. True qi extradited to the opponent's wound, at once, only to see wisps of white smoke coming out of the festering wounds. And it makes a nuisance sound. Next moment, the wound that was still festering slowly, I can't believe, stopped festering. Useful. Bai Yi continued to give another archaeologist a non-modern medicine metaphysical rescue treatment. Have to say, facing this creepy bug, metaphysical power. It works. Chapter 83 Purge the toxic bugs. Biochemical toxic gases. This kind of weird bugs grow year-round in the rich yin qi in the tomb. They themselves must still rely on the yin qi to be able to grow. And maybe even the reason why they have become so weird is also because of the yin qi. It was all that rich yin qi inside the ancient tomb that created their creepy venom. Perhaps it is for this reason that when these venomous liquids meet the true qi, it was as if it had met a natural enemy and quickly disintegrated. After Bai Yi's attempted treatment of the two archaeologists, he found that the effect of treating them with his true qi was remarkable. The two archaeologists, whose wounds were still festering slowly, had now stopped festering. Although the festering wounds are not healing up, but at least it didn't continue to expand the ulcer. The next step is just to let the military doctors hear. The two archaeologists ulcerated meat, to use a scalpel to cut off and clean up one by one. When new flesh grows back in their ulcerated areas, they will be able to heal completely and utterly. Of course, leave scars, that's for sure. Guess the scars are kinda ugly, but being able to keep both of them alive was rare enough. If it wasn't for the presence of Bai Yi inside the camp, I'm afraid, it's another 12 hours of time at the most. The two archaeologists, then, would fester all over their bodies until death came. This is definitely going to be very painful. The two archaeologists seemed to gradually come to their senses after their bodies stopped festering. When they learned that it was Bai Yi who had saved them, they were all of a sudden so incredibly grateful. Recall the encounter inside that one ancient tomb. Both of them were also heartbroken. Almost lost my life. Seeing the two of them wake up, Bai Yi opened his mouth and asked, "How many of these weird bugs did you encounter inside that one ancient tomb?" Number? The two archaeologists, who were lying in separate hospital beds, looked at each other, face to face. Think back for a moment. One of them opened his mouth and replied, "The approximate number. There must be at least a few hundred of them. If it wasn't for the fact that we specially carried some self-defense gear, it's very likely that all of them would have to be bitten by these bugs." Hundreds of them? It looks like if you want to continue archaeological excavation of this ancient tomb, these creepy bugs in there have to be cleaned out. Otherwise, the only people who will be hurt will be the archaeologists. Unless the archaeologists, wearing incredibly heavy protective suits, are allowed to go in there and do archaeological work. But it's obviously something unlikely. That kind of protective suit was very heavy, and it would feel heavy for a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom to wear it. It doesn't take long to move around before you're out of breath. Not practical at all. The only way was to go straight down to the ancient tomb and wipe out all those bugs. Bai Yi already had some ideas. The two archaeologists were instructed to get some rest, and then left the military medical office, came to the camp command. The meeting was held. On top of the meeting at the command headquarters, Bai Yi emphasized that the excavation of the ancient tombs could not be stopped because the things inside the tombs could give the Dragon Nation a lot of space for research and could make the Dragon Nation's national fortune rise. There is no harm in studying the mysteries of the magically altered version of the Republic realm for the Dragon Kingdom, but there has to be a pause in the archaeology first. Then have the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom fully armed and go into the ancient tomb to purge all the poisonous insects. So forceful to purge the junkies. The process is expected to damage some items in the tomb, but those items are compared to human lives. That obviously doesn't matter much. If we want to excavate the ancient tomb, those poisonous insects do need to be cleaned up. We can test the poisonous fangs of those poisonous insects to see what kind of objects they can penetrate. Then use the army's protective clothing to try to see if the poisonous insects can bite through. At the meeting, a military staff officer made a suggestion. If the poisonous insects can't make our protective suits, then let the warriors go down with their flamethrowers and draw out all those poisonous insects and burn them to the ground. Another staff officer, however, offered another opinion. Why don't we block off the ancient tomb completely, leaving only an opening, and then fill it with poisonous gas? We'll ventilate when these poisonous gases completely exterminate those poisonous insects. That way there isn't even a need for the fighters to go down. Indeed, this seems to be one of the surest ways to go. Toxic gases are actually considered biochemical weapons, and this stuff must be inhumane to use on people. It's also banned in the Dragon Kingdom, but use it on these junkies. It's still possible. Extermination. No problem. It can be done. Bai Yi nodded and said, just follow staff counselor. He's planned to clear out the poisonous insects, and have the researchers take those few poisonous insects that were captured alive and study them to find out which type of poisonous gas they fear. After that is determined, I will ask the dragon countryside for some toxic gases to clean up the poisonous insects. Before that, the excavation of the ancient tomb should be suspended for a while. Let those archaeologists withdraw back for the time being first, and block off all the exits of the ancient tomb. Don't let go of even a small hole. If any venomous insects are found, from which small holes they burrow, the relics have eliminated them. With the fall of an order, the crowd inside the camp moved. The researchers sent over by the Dragon Kingdom played a role. It didn't take them long to confirm what kind of poisonous gases these weird poisonous insects were afraid of. The cost of the drain was the death of 3 whole junkies. Spinning, Bai Yi opened the double penetration door to the dragon side and requested a shipment of toxic gases. When the Dragon Kingdom's military heard the request, their first reaction was to freeze. To be honest, Dragon doesn't specialize in storing such things. At best, there are some samples for research and defense against a possible coming biochemical war. After all, it's banned internationally. The Dragon Kingdom also signed the disabling agreement in the first place. But there's no storage, but it would be easy to whip up a little bit of it. Nothing technical. Chapter 84, Dragon Kingdom Diplomacy. The man behind the curtain. Min Province, located in the southeastern coastal belt of the magically altered Republic of China realm of God's land, has many mountains and hills, and the transportation network is very backward everywhere. So much so that a large number of local warlords have emerged. 2 of the most massive warlords are the northern Min Province warlords, to that southern Min Province warlords. In total, the northern warlords of the province of Min occupy a large amount of the northern strip of the province. For their part, the southern warlords of Fujian province control most of the southern part of the province. With these 2 behemoths wrapped north and south, a group of small local warlords became a buffer zone. The southern warlords who wanted to come and collect the filial piety fee from the Dragon Kingdom controlled a total of 25 counties in Min Province. The population of the land is as large as nearly 10 million people. The population of this magically altered version of the Republican realm seems to be larger than the population of the Republican period in Blue Star. For what reason exactly? Bai Yi naturally had trouble figuring it out. At this time, the diplomats that Bai Yi had sent to the warlords in southern Min Province some days ago had already arrived in southern Min Province. The so-called commander of the southern warlord is in the middle of Qinzhou County in Min Province. This is a very large county. Even if East River County and West River County were combined, I'm afraid it wouldn't be half as big as Qinzhou County. The county is even more prosperous. People come and go, cars and horses. Only in the East River County is almost the same as. The common people look the same. Each person's face basically cannot see any glory. One as if they are all bent over. Commerce was very prosperous inside the Ming and Sheng counties, and the population therein was also very large. Obviously the streets were bustling with people. But, somehow, again, it gives a dead feeling. Prosperity and prosperity. Dead air. These 2 words, which are obviously opposites, surprisingly seem to fit together inside this Qinzhou County. Surprisingly tolerant of each other. Intermixing. It gives a very contradictory feeling. Quite magical. The Southern Warlord's headquarters is located in the center of Qinzhou County, which is the most prosperous area of Qinzhou County. But in this most prosperous area, there is a place that is heavily guarded. A uniformed warlord soldier, head held high, stood guard on each street. Their mission is to be responsible for the security of the command. All of the streets near the commandant's office are heavily guarded, and it is the safest place in Changju County, because the thieves who do the thieving don't dare to enter this area at all, because inside this area, basically, if you take a few steps, you will encounter several warlord soldiers. This is also where the rich people of Changju County gather. Powerful people lived here. The reason for that is naturally safety. In these chaotic and unorganized times, nothing is more important than safety. There were 10 people sent by E, and all of them were dressed in suits and had document bags on them. Of these, the diplomatic staff totaled 2, leaving 8, all of whom were security personnel, specialized in protecting the 2 diplomats, though they weren't wearing military uniforms, just their normal suits. But underneath the suits, it's all weapons. Delivery? From East River County? When the diplomats from the Dragon Kingdom revealed their origins and purpose, the warlord guards of the Qingzhou County Command were, for a moment, surprisingly at a loss for words, because the representatives of the Dragon Kingdom were dressed too professionally. That kind of unearthly demeanor is a big deal at first glance. I'm afraid that if it were those in ordinary clothes, they would have been thrown out long ago. But this costume of the crowd in the Dragon Kingdom, let the guards throw in the towel. Quite hesitant. Eventually, one of the commanding general's warlord guards hesitated for a moment, then spoke. You guys can wait outside first. I'll go inside and inform Commander Kai. After saying that, he immediately ran inside. It didn't take long. He ran back out of breath and looked at the suited and booted Dragon Kingdom diplomats in front of him as he said, Commander Kai said that you guys can go in, but he's listening to a Taoist priest preaching right now, so you'll have to wait inside the commanding general's headquarters for a little while, before Commander Kai is free to see you. The people of the Dragon Kingdom looked at each other in dismay. Then they revealed a smile and said in an unassuming manner, Good. The so-called Commander Kai of the Southern Min Province warlords was named Kai Yuan Shang. He also contributed a great deal to the overthrow of the last feudal dynasty back then. Nowadays, he was appointed by that chief marshal in the capital as the commander of the southern military region of the Min Province. This Commander Kai's rank even reached lieutenant general. Inside this part of the Min Province, it was definitely a big man who could not say anything, and only another commander in the north of Minnesota. It was only then that he was able to have the ability to break bread with Kai Yuan Shang. Legend has it that this Commander Kai was very much addicted to Taoism, perhaps feeling his age and realizing that he might not have many years left to live. He had been inviting Taoist masters from various sects in an attempt to be able to study a Taoist method that would prolong his life. This Commander Kai's popularity rating is actually not that bad, but only a few will know why his popularity isn't exactly bad. Because he's never let some little warlord act as the knife in his hand that does the dirty work, control those small warlords to exploit the people and then draw benefits from the small warlords. It seems to these ordinary folk, it's the petty warlords who exploit them. With this Commander Choi Yuan Sang Choi, doesn't matter much. Let's just say, a warlord leader of Kai Yuan Shang's caliber already knows how to be a chess player. This is a part of the current information collected by the Dragon Kingdom that has information about Kai Yuan Shang. Kai Yuan Shang's warlord is not a good one. They may not have put their greed as well as their ruthlessness on display like the smaller warlords, yet they control small warlords. They are actually more greedy and more vicious than those small warlords. It's just that they like to wear the skin of morality on their own backs. Be a chess player behind the scenes. One can describe this behavior of theirs in one sentence. Being a biaozi to set up a house of cards. Chapter 85, Bai Yi's letter. Is the Dragon Kingdom a frog in the well? The 2 diplomats Bai Yi sent to Qingzhou County were a man and a woman, while also not both of them specially equipped with 4 security personnel each, and they have communication devices that can contact the camp. Messages can be delivered to the camp in real time. Their mission wasn't simple either. Besides delivering a letter to that Commander Kai, they also had to set up a stronghold in Qingzhou County. This stronghold was an eye that the Dragon Kingdom had planted inside Qingzhou County, used to act on the presence of espionage operations. At this time, the warlord guards in the command headquarters took them inside the command headquarters, within a guest room for welcoming guests. Looks like it's going pretty well so far. The male diplomat, looking at the time on his watch, smiled and opened his mouth. I just don't know how long that Commander Kai is going to make us wait. Next to the female diplomat, lost her smile and said, I guess we'll have to wait for a long time. That Commander Kai not only wants to listen to the so-called Taoist master's sermon, one of the other factors is to let us have a downer. The 2 talked briefly inside the guest room to pass the boring waiting time. Tell the truth, it was the first time they had been given such an assignment. I can't believe I have to be a Dragon Kingdom diplomat in a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, in a warlord's territory. Such a task is new. I'm afraid. The 2 of them were the only 2 Dragon Kingdom diplomats in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Right? Time. Streaming. The 2 probably waited inside this guest room for a full 4 hours. It was dark at this point. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Spin. The door to the guest room was pushed open, only to see a middle-aged man, probably around 50 years old, with a very sturdy-looking physique, wearing a formal military uniform, hanging a calm face. walked inside the singing room, a face written with a look of nonchalance, rather like the demeanor of a superior. A warlord guard also fishtailed outside the door. Noteworthy. The weapons in the hands of these military defense guards are barges that can be fired repeatedly. Each of them was eyeing the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats intently. Fear that these two people to the middle-aged man in front of you make any unfavorable moves. Apparently, this middle-aged man who looked to be at least 50 years old was the same Commander Kai who was inside this command. Commander Kai, hello? The two Dragon Kingdom diplomats stood up, without the slightest hint of flattery on their faces. Even the tone of greeting was unassuming. The temperament is extraordinary. We are diplomats from East River County, and our purpose of coming to your place is to deliver a letter to you on behalf of our Supreme Commander. After the male diplomat finished speaking, he was just about to take out a letter from his arms when the next moment he was pointed at by several barge pistols. He didn't panic in the slightest. He just smiled helplessly and gave a hopeless look. Put the gun down. This middle-aged man who was not angry and authoritative, that is, Commander Kai Yuan Shang, finally opened his mouth. Those warlord guards immediately put their guns back. Only the eyes still held a wary look. At this moment, Kai Yuansheng sized up the man and woman, two diplomats from the Dragon Kingdom. He could see that these two had a very extraordinary aura. A look at someone who has seen the world. Qinghai County? Marshal Niel was after all a small warlord who controlled two counties and had troops numbering in the thousands. Kai Yuansheng naturally remembered Qinghai County and asked, "You are Niu Dakai's people?" Before the two dragon diplomats could respond, Kai Yensheng denied it himself. "No, it doesn't look like it. How could a punk like Niu Dakai have such a henchman?" Kai Yuansheng narrowed his eyes. "You guys destroyed that Niu Dakai from East River County straight away?" That line of questioning, enough to show that this Commander Kai is no strawman. The male diplomat pulled out a letter and revealed a smile as he said, "Commander Kai really does have a pair of discerning eyes. Niu Dakai's local forces in East River County as well as West River County have indeed been wiped out by us. That was because he had been oppressing the people for many years, causing the local people to be seething with discontent and to take the initiative to attack us. So under the other party's successive provocations, we launched a campaign against that Niu Dakai. TSK. Kai Yuansheng took the letter. He didn't care about the death of a Niu Dakai at all. Anyway, for him, as long as the filial piety fee arrives, he doesn't care who actually pays for the filial piety. As he opened the envelope, he casually asked, "How long did it take you guys to exterminate that punk?" "Less than 2 hours. The woman, a diplomat, stated the exact figure. This moment, Kai Yuansheng's movement to open the envelope visibly paused. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes and give the two diplomats a deep look. He can see it. Female diplomats don't lie. 2 hours. That Niu Dakai, even if he was a waste of space, shouldn't be able to hold out for 2 hours. That is to say, the forces represented by these two people in front of me. The strength is not bad." This made Kai Yuansheng rise up with a hint of caution. There was an additional powerful force out of nowhere, and the other party was still in his neighborhood. For him, not exactly good news. He opened the envelope and scanned the contents. There isn't really a lot of content on it, and you'll be able to read it in a few scans, but it was also because of this scanning a few times. After seeing what was on it, Kai Yuansheng's face, it was instantly dark, slightly gloomy. Humph. He directly crumpled the letter into a ball, his darkened face carrying a hidden sulk as he coldly spoke. "Are you guys trying to take the lead in breaking the rules I've set? Destroying a waste like Niu Dakai? Then you think you can provoke me? Kai Yuansheng? Swallowing a battalion that I sent? You really have eaten your heart out. You have no idea what it really means when you act and behave like this. The bottom of the well. Go back and tell that commander of yours that there is no door without paying the ocean. Also, tell him to release the men to me. If one dies, you'll pay 100 Daiyang. If you can't afford to pay for it, just watch. You only have half a month. Come on man. See them off." Chapter 86, Kai Yuansheng, a meeting of arms? Do you deserve it? By E? Just as the warlord guards were about to invite the diplomats of the Dragon Kingdom out, Kai Yuansheng suddenly seemed to think of something as if he opened his mouth to speak out again. "Wait. Slow down." Kai Yuansheng gazed at the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats in front of him. He could tell that even when he blackened his face and even uttered such harsh statements, the other party surprisingly didn't show any panic. There was still a sense of calmness. Have to say, the audacity alone is amazing. Of course, Kai Yuansheng would not come around because of the outstanding performance of the Dragon Kingdom's diplomats, because in his eyes, it seemed that what Bai Yi had written inside his letter was provoking himself. What is one's status? Commander of the Southern Military Region of Min. LT. Gen. Dang. Tens of thousands of guns in hand. Manages about 24 counties. Managing nearly 10 million people. The other party just eliminated a Niu Dakai. eliminated a waste of time who had accomplished more than he could accomplish, and wanted to break the rules that he, Kai Yuansheng, had set up in the first place? Even inside the letters, the tone of the other party is, surprisingly, one of equal dialogue. You dare to talk to him as an equal just by destroying an Yodashin? Not sure it's talking about boldness either. Or should I say courageous? Looking at the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats in front of him, Kai Yuansheng once again snorted coldly and opened his mouth to ask, Nan, you seem to have quite a bit of strength, and I can forget about the contents of the letter that provoked me. However, in the future, 12,000 pieces of ocean per year, not a single piece should be missing. However, this year, you will be required to turn in 24,000 pieces of ocean, which will be a small lesson for you. After handing over these 24,000 pieces of ocean, I will recognize your identity as well as your rule. You can also be in East River and West River counties and be honest with your dirt warlords. Considering that you are newborns, I will give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame me for another candidate. He said this in a very smooth tone, but with that kind of lofty overlooking in his bones, still able to make it clear. What Commander Kai means, is that he wants us to attach ourselves to Commander Kai's southern military region of the province? The male diplomat smiled. That could be Commander Kai. A bit of a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Kai Yuanqing couldn't help but frown. The male diplomat, in all seriousness, said truthfully, we came over to Qinghai County just to deliver the letter to you, and at the same time just came over to inform you, Commander Kai. If Commander Kai insists on trying to coerce us with this condescending attitude, then we may only have to meet in arms. The best outcome is for all of us to develop together in peace. I hope you don't make a mistake for yourself, Commander Kai. Farewell. Having said that, while Kai Yuansheng was fuming, the two Dragon Kingdom diplomats and security personnel directly crossed over Kai Yuansheng and took a step away from the command headquarters. Commander, should we stop them? A guard asked weakly. Kai Yuansheng was silent for a few seconds of time and shook his head. No need. Let them go. He needed to take a moment now to digest those few words from the other side. Just now he was already giving the other side a way out. If the other party obediently handed over the ocean and was willing to be a dog under him, then he can let that offense go. But what Kai Yuanqing hadn't expected was that the other party would be so hard-headed, instead of taking his favor, and actually had the audacity to say to his face that they might have to meet in arms in the future. Good guts. Bold. Eat your heart out. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to talk to him like this, and the last time a small warlord leader talked to him like this, the grass on his grave was now an unknown number of feet high. What a Bai. As Bai wrote that letter inside, he also filled in his name. So Kai Yuanqing knew that the person who had destroyed Nyodakai was Bai. What a great phrase to meet in arms. The moment Kai Yuansheng, who was full of anger and self-contained authority, had already hidden the color of sulking on his face, and replaced it with a slight lifting of the corners of his mouth. It looks like all these years, I, Kai Yuansheng, have been subconsciously pursuing the way of longevity, reciting sutras and eating fasts every day, making others think that I have lost my bloodlust, making others think that I can't wield a sword anymore. Also, maybe that's what a lot of people are thinking. Since there's someone who jumped out now, then let's treat him as a chicken and kill a chicken for the group of one monkeys to see. Peaceful development? Equal dialogue? A small local warlord is worthy of that? Anyone who dares to touch Master Guan's beard. His tone of voice though sounded very calm, as if there was no great fluctuation. But it gives a sense of solemnity. These words of his translate to, the mother give you face you don't want to face, give you the opportunity you don't grasp. A dog also want to talk about equality and peace with people? Since you don't want to be the dog of the laborers, you can be a dead dog, but he's the commander of the southern military region of Min province. Naturally, you can't be like those dirt warlords, all day long. You can't be like a laborer or a special mother. First contact between the parties, straight up cheek ripping. It was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to pay any so-called filial piety fees to a warlord who persecuted the common people, and it was even more impossible to be a traitor to a warlord in a magically altered version of the Republic realm. The entire magically altered version of the Republic realm. Not to mention these warlords, even all those Western powers combined. Nor is it qualified to make the Dragon Kingdom bow down. And Kai Yuansheng, the commander of the southern Min province warlords, didn't realize he was facing a country, and the other side is a country from the future. Naturally, he couldn't possibly stand this kind of provocation. Soldiering? How dare you? Bai Yi? You want to be stubborn with me, Kai Yuansheng? Then you've come to the wrong person. Chapter 87, My Lord. Times have changed. After the diplomats left the southern Min province warlord command, They returned to their temporary residence in Qingzhou County, which served as their temporary stronghold. They even made several detours to make sure no one was following them on the road. Not to mention, surprisingly, I did find someone to follow, only to be confronted with the counter-surveillance skills of the security officers. The ones that were following didn't make it more than a few steps before they lost them, mainly also because there are no monitors in this day and age. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to shake off those who were following. Back inside this temporary shelter, they then passed on all that had happened inside the command today back to the camp. Far inside the camp, Bai Yi received their report. Actually, it was predictable that the two sides would tear their faces apart, and it was also predictable that the brief negotiation between the two sides would break down, all of which was expected by Bai Yi. The reason for sending diplomats over there was not for the purpose of making peace with Cai Yuan Shang. The real purpose was merely to give the other side some advance notice. At the same time, between them it's kind of like warning the other side in advance. If Cai Yuan Shang is still stubborn and wants to continue to fight against the Dragon Kingdom, then it's just the other guy who's killing himself. Rukoku has been warned in advance. Count on it to be dang good. You guys continue to stay in Qingzhou County and pry there for specific information about the southern warlords, especially their troop layout as well as their military actions. I think it won't be long before that Cai Yuansheng takes military action against us. Bai Yi said to the diplomat on the other side of the communicator. He was sure that Cai Yuansheng was going to take on the Dragon Kingdom, as the other party would never tolerate being provoked, especially when provoked by a newcomer who has not been around for long. In the eyes of Cai Yuansheng, the commander of the southern provincial warlord, this was a challenge to his old lion. At the same time, the other side may want to make an example out of it. Cai Yuansheng treated the Dragon Kingdom as if it were that chicken, and the other small warlords under his control as if they were monkeys. It's no wonder the other side thinks that way. After all, who would have thought they were facing? It was never a force. Instead, it's a country, modernizing the state, a military power. I'm afraid, above this border of Min Province, it was only the northern Min Province warlords that were treated as rivals by Cai Yuansheng. This pride, such arrogance, like the feudal dynasty that was once overthrown by a coalition of these warlords. Sure enough, the Dragonslayer still turned out to be an evil dragon. Perhaps they themselves don't realize that they are becoming more and more like the feudal dynasty they overthrew, and it's still the dynasty that's on its way out. Bai Yi shook his head. At this moment, this side of the camp was proceeding to clean up those weird poisonous insects within the ancient tomb, and the toxic gases that had been transported over from the dragon countryside had already been prepared, and with the careful maneuvering of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, these toxic gases soon filled the ancient tomb. One time, all the living things within the ancient tomb were met with extinction at this moment. Rats, cockroaches, venomous insects, ants. In the ravages of this extremely horrible toxic gas, all of them become incredibly vulnerable. In particular, the bizarre venomous insects that had nearly poisoned the two archaeologists had received special treatment from the Dragon Kingdom, with large quantities of poisonous gases permeating the area of the tomb where they frequented. A single poisonous insect was as if it had encountered a great crisis it had never seen before. They scramble inside the horror to find an exit, trying to escape these toxic gases. Unfortunately, all the exits, big and small, were basically blocked by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Only the only hole left, here, guarded by a group of dragon soldiers heavily armed and wearing heavy protective clothing. Each Dragon Kingdom soldier held a box in his hand. The other hand was holding a pliers clamp. Suddenly, a poisonous insect came out from inside this hole. By a Dragon Kingdom soldier's quick eyes and hands, he immediately used the pincers to hold it, and then threw it inside the box. Yes, Bai Yi also wanted to catch some poisonous insects alive. After all, for the Dragon Kingdom, this bizarre poisonous insect was considered an unknown creature. And it's kind of a very specific mysterious side unknown creature, though not as important as zombies. But, it was also possible to capture some of them slightly alive and send them to the Dragon Kingdom for those scientists to study. I'm sure those scientists in Dragonland would love it, researching an entirely new creature. Seduced this way, what scientist specializing in biology wouldn't be impressed? Which scientist can stand the test? For scientists who specialize in biology, this is the temptation they find most difficult to resist. If anything can be researched so, it was also considered to be a partial contribution to the growth of the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. Soon, half a day has passed. There was no longer a single bizarre poisonous insect that crawled out from inside this hole. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom captured dozens of them alive one after another. Inside these dozens, most of them were dying and presumed to have a short life. Only a few are still alive and kicking. These are fewer by only a dozen or so. Open up all the blocked holes to let some air circulate in there. And then in a couple hours have a couple blowers go down there to get those gases diluted by the air. Let it dry for about 24 hours and the gases will be harmless. A Dragon Kingdom officer spoke up. These weird venomous insects can be very tricky for the magically altered version of the Republican realm. Maybe those professional grave robbers came and didn't dare to rob this ancient tomb. It's only those grave robbers sent by Marshal Nyo who are lucky. I'm surprised I didn't encounter any poisonous insects in there. Or, they had already encountered it, but they were just unwilling in their hearts to victimize the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. So they hid it. But, no matter how, the poisonous insects in the ancient tomb have been taken care of. Aside from the 2 archaeologists who were bitten in the beginning, none of them were injured. Adults, times have changed. Chapter 88, Fame begins to appear. The mountain rain is coming down. Almost a month had passed since the Dragon Kingdom had annihilated Marshal Nyo's warlords, Nyo de Shui in this acre of Min province. Although it is not considered to be famous, but he wasn't some nameless, faceless little man. Either way it's a warlord with thousands of troops. Although those soldier gangsters under the hands of Marshal Nyo, military quality is very poor. A few thousand troops may not be enough to fight 1,000 others, but at least the number can bluff a lot of people, at least the old folks. In the eyes of the common people of Minnesota, the head of a small warlord like Marshal Nyo, it's already considered a big deal, and the news that such a big man was annihilated by another group of people. Naturally, there was no way to hide it. The news spread by word of mouth among the common people. It was finally spreading throughout the Min province land. Hey, did you hear? That Grand Marshal Nyo from Dongha County was directly exterminated by someone some time ago. That's ruthless. It's rumored that even several of Marshal Nyo's concubines were shot by that gang. In a county not very far from Dongha County, many local people were talking. Marshal Nyo? That Nyo Dakai? He's been destroyed? Hiss. Just what kind of divine immortal has this heavenly ability to exterminate this fellow? I knew about this yesterday. I have a relative who lives in East River County, and he said that those people who exterminated Marshal Nyo claim to be Dragon Kingdom soldiers. The Dragon Kingdom? What country is the Dragon Kingdom? Hiss. Could it be that Marshal Nyo was destroyed by the foreigners? How can it be a foreigner? I think it's some warlord, trying to establish a country. Nice guy, trying to establish a nation near Commander Kai's territory? Dragon Kingdom. Hey, that's quite a name. Really? The Dragon Kingdom has never intentionally tried to curb the flow of such news, because there's no need for that at all. Plus every single dragon soldier, who claimed to be a dragon soldier. And so, in the eyes of most of the common people, they just want to make a nation. This instantly ignited the gossip of those people in other surrounding counties. Dare to call yourself a warlord of a nation? That's too brave. Apparently, these old folks don't have much love for warlords. They also gave the Dragon Kingdom as a warlord. As a brand new warlord on the rise, and one that wasn't afraid to die. Min province had the southern military region to the south, the northern military region to the north, and the Dragon Kingdom was sandwiched in between. How dare you call yourself a nation under such circumstances? Isn't that fear of death or what? Just by claiming to be the Dragon Kingdom alone, he had already offended 2 large warlords in the neighborhood. Neither of these 2 large warlords, south and north, claimed to be a nation. A new warlord has just emerged and claims to be the state. Many of the common people are in the mindset of watching. Ultimately, it's because they don't understand the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was not the warlord they saw as claiming to be a nation. The Dragon Kingdom is a true world power. Unfortunately, this kind of thing, even if you talk about it, who believes it? The Dragon Kingdom? Mr. Bye. In just one night's time, you destroyed Nyo Dakai? A small warlord leader in coastal Min province sket his mouth and couldn't help but be a bit staggered. This place in Min province. How did such a group of people suddenly appear? He was among the many small warlords in Min province. A very weak one. Instead of being a minor warlord, he was the head of the local security regiment. There's only about 1,000 people on hand. He couldn't help but be a little thankful. Fortunately, that Mr. White. The attack is Nyo Dakai. If the attack is him. Hiss. Not to mention one night. Whether or not he'll last more than an hour is an open question. I'm afraid. Meanwhile, he gloated a little. What a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Sandwiched between 2 people, Commander Kai and Commander Wu. And you dare to call yourself some kind of Dragon Kingdom? TSK, the guts are really not normally fat. In the entire divine land, besides the chief marshal in the capital, there's actually someone else who dares to call himself a country? Forget it, it's none of labor's business anyway. Nyo Dakai's territory is far away from me. Nyo Dashin is dead? Special mother ********. This still owes 3,000 yangs to the laborers and has not paid back. And then he died? Gone Lin mother ********. How the hell did this asshole die? What? Wiped out in one night? Mr. White, SSSSSH, Mother asterisk 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 East River and West River counties. Mother asterisk 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 heirs right next door to the Labor Territory. This is surely a dragon that has crossed the river. A small warlord leader who was closer to the Dragon Kingdom's camp was so scared that he was in a cold sweat. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the status of the other warlords in the neighborhood on weekdays. As a result, I didn't expect to get the perimeter just today. I can't believe it's such a powerful message. That Mr. Bai is actually nice to those farts? And it was because Neo-Dashan that oppressed the people that he stood up for the common people and destroyed Neo-Dashan? The mother of all. Labor also oppresses the people. Hiss. They shouldn't be beating down the door, should they? Where did this oddball come from? To actually do justice for assholes? Tay mother asterisk 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 It doesn't work the way it's supposed to. This small warlord leader immediately panicked. Especially after thinking about this, cold sweat ran down his face. He and Neo-Dashan's strength was half a catty. And this was if they were to be hit by each other. It's definitely a dead end. The point is it's close. Many of the small local warlords in Min province were now aware of the existence of the Dragon Kingdom's army. Some of them are cold. Some gloat. Some are worried about it. The reputation of the Dragon Kingdom this time around was considered to be thoroughly circulated in the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. It's famous above the boundaries of at least one province. Even the fact that the Dragon Kingdom would stand up for the common people was rumored by who knows who. Of course. This kind of message, most people are going to be skeptical. Chapter 89 Development Colonization. It never comes with violence. There was information about Kai Yuan Shang wanting to mobilize troops and how many troops he was mobilizing, and it quickly reached within the Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai Yi was actually not surprised by the contents of this information. After all, that's the nature of those warlords in this era. Those warlords would not allow anyone to provoke him at all. Not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom was nothing more than a fledgling newborn power to them. So it's not surprising that they would react that way. If Kai Yuan Shang does not send troops to crusade against the Dragon Kingdom, that's what Bai Yi would find very strange. Even wondered if the other side had already known that the Dragon Kingdom was from the future world, but now it seems the other side doesn't know. In the eyes of others, this is a great crisis coming. If it were to change some of the local small warlords, I'm afraid that now has thought of how to run away. Inside the entire Min province, who dares to confront the southern warlords except the northern warlords? No one would dare. Moreover, even that Commander Wu of the northern warlords didn't dare to tear his face off at will. After all, if these two warlords of the north and south tear, it would be absolutely immortal. And inevitably, such news reached the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. The news of Kai Yuan Shang's troop deployment was not known to the common people. There are only a few people who know about this kind of military intelligence. The people only know that Bai Yi has offended Kai Yuan Shang, and still offended to death. This has made the people of both East River and Clearwater counties, as well as the villagers and people in the area under their jurisdiction. Inevitably, there was some panic. They have come down these days. Time is really feel what is called the people's sons and daughters of the army. They also respected as well as honored the Dragon Kingdom soldiers from the bottom of their hearts. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom hasn't recruited in the magically altered Republic of China realm, I'm afraid, Whitey, all you have to do is post a notice saying you're recruiting. It is estimated that thousands and thousands of people will be able to be recruited the next day. That's how much influence the Dragon Kingdom has in the area. Are you good or bad for the people? The people know it by heart. Hiss. Mr. Bai has offended that Kai Yuan Shang? That Kai Yuan Shang wouldn't retaliate against Mr. Bai, would he? Darn it. That Kai surname has always condoned scum like Nyodakai. Now that Mr. Bai's truly great benefactor has appeared, he can't tolerate it. Alas. He's a warlord who's been entrenched in Min province for years. How kind can you expect that Kai to be? To be honest, Nyodakai is nothing more than a dog he keeps. Bad things. Let a bunch of dogs he keeps do it. Good people. Just himself. What a ing hypocrisy. If Kai Yuan Shang wants to send out troops, what can we do? Right. Alas. Mr. Bai is confused. It's not too late to build up a little more strength before getting tough. Mr. White hasn't recruited any soldiers so far. So there shouldn't be any major problems, right? That's because Mr. White doesn't want us to die. Although the common people inside the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom had great faith in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, but no amount of trust can withstand the fear of the local warlords, who have been crushing them for years. And Kai Yuan Shang's southern warlords even claim to have 100,000 troops, 100,000. West River County is only about 100,000 or so people. However, the Dragon Army, which was one of the rightful owners of this matter, didn't appear to be panicked at all. Inside the Rokoko camp, looking at this piece of intelligence in his hands, a staff officer with a very wonderful expression and a slightly odd look, looked at Bai Yi sitting on the main seat and couldn't help but say, "Major Bai, this can't be a set you've given this Kai Yuansheng, right? In order to just provoke the other party, then make them send out their troops and try to eliminate us, then we'll be able to do battle with Kai Yuansheng in a dignified manner?" What was unexpected was that Bai Yi did not deny it, just a little smile. That one smile had spoken volumes, had spoken an answer. Sure enough, the staff officer gave a look of dawning realization. Immediately, he said with a bitter smile, "Major Bai, isn't it a little bit wrong for us to attack a city like this in a magically modified version of the Republic of China realm? Although all of these warlords are paper tigers, if we fight like this, I'm afraid that in the eyes of all the warlords in the whole of God's country, we in the Dragon Kingdom would all be their enemies." Bai Yi shook his head and said, "Why would we want to be friends with a warlord who preys on the people? You have to think about how our Dragon Kingdom was born." The staff officer froze. Spin nodded silently. No talking. What's more, in order to develop the magically modified version of the Republic realm more rationally, one-sided cooperation and compromise won't work because, to put it rather bluntly, we're colonizing this world. Bai Yi spoke. Colonization is not a treat. It is always bloody and violent. I see. The staff officer nodded. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom in a magically altered version of the Republican realm, doomed to make enemies of those local warlords, because the Dragon Kingdom stands with the people. If you don't take the initiative to attack them now, instead, you're giving them a chance first. It was as far as the Dragon Kingdom could go. It's already a face-saver. Meanwhile, the staff officer also knew that it was certainly not Major White alone. Rather, it is the idea of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At least, the Dragon Kingdom treats the local folk of this world very well, much loved by the people. The fact that the common people chose to stand with the Dragon Kingdom shows that the Dragon Kingdom is doing the right thing in this world. Since it's right, then, there would be no worries to play. Just hit. Chapter 90, the Great Army presses in. Let Bai Yi live for 3 more days? Time passed day by day, and soon another half a month had passed. During this half a month, it was very peaceful within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, though the common people in the jurisdictional land were slightly panicked, because they were worried that the Dragon Kingdom's army would be targeted by that Commander Kai. In their eyes, the Dragon Army is the true people's army. All of them are real soldiers who work for the people. The local people naturally did not want that such a force would be purged. At the same time, they are worried about their future. After all, they have seen what the light is like and have gradually begun to get used to basking in the light and want to return to their old life of being in the dark. That would certainly be unacceptable to them. But this half of the month, nothing happened. The common people within the jurisdiction land thought that Commander Kai had finally been generous for once. Actually, among the intelligence that the Dragon Kingdom is now getting, it is clear that a magically altered version of the Republic of China's dimensional army numbering 6,000 men from a warlord in southern Min province, already on the move, going to war. It's not a treat. It's not like you can just put a whole table full of food on the table and eat it. You have to prepare in many ways before you go to war. Logistics, transfer of troops, the generals, intelligence, and that's just the very basics of preparation. Kai Yuansheng prepared for half a month's time to send out troops, which was already a very hasty way to send out troops. It was also mainly because he didn't really understand the Dragon Kingdom, although he knew that the Dragon Kingdom army had easily destroyed Nyodakai. But, in the eyes of Kai Yuansheng, Nyodakai is a waste. Just with those soldier boys under Nyodakai's hand, he could also destroy Nyodakai overnight. Now he sends out a full 6,000 troops. It's already very discreet. The military literacy of the soldiers inside this large army of 6,000 people was definitely above those local warlords, and their fighting strength was several times that of those small local warlords. If this one 6,000 man army, and the 6,000 man armies put together by the smaller warlords, fought each other, that situation was absolutely lopsided. The soldiers under the hands of those small warlords are not even as good at fighting as the militia. It's just a bunch of guys who can hold and shoot a gun. Bullying the little people is okay. If it really comes to war, definitely get hung up on. It was also because of his confidence in his own troops that Kai Yuansheng had given the command of the 6,000 strong army to his oldest son to take command of, allowing his oldest son to be the supreme commander. It's also a way to brush up on your son's experience. Prepare your son for his future leveling. The marching speed of this army of 6,000 men was surprisingly faster than anyone could have imagined. The main reason is that they actually have quite a few trucks. These trucks are foreign brands at first glance. Probably bought it from the Yankees. Old truck after old truck. with gusts of black smoke coming out of their exhaust pipes, kept speeding down a dirt road. Except that the damping of such old trucks was very problematic. The warlord soldiers crammed in a pile on the truck. Each one of them was turned upside down. Some of them even got outright seasick and barely managed to throw up everything they ate. These trucks are very outdated. Speed is faster than a human can run though. But it's a slap in the face if you want to compare it to modern carriers. The two sides can't be compared at all. Not in the same league. This time, the vast 6,000 strong army sent by the southern warlords was seen even by many of the common people. It left a lot of the old folks dumbfounded. How many people are there? A guard rides a high horse in the midst of an army of marching southern warlords, jogged all the way to a classic Oldsmobile up ahead, shouting to the man in the car, "Major, should we evacuate those civilians?" When they find out about our march, they're sure to spread the news all sorts of indiscriminately, and the one surnamed by might be on the defensive if he gets the news. See only, within this classic vintage automobile, except for the driver of the car, in the back row sat a man in a warlord's uniform. The man looked to be in his early 30s, and appeared to be in high spirits in his military uniform. The hair was also combed that way. It was obvious from his eyebrows that he bore a slight resemblance to Kai Yuan Shang. The man is Kai Yuan Shang's oldest son, major of the southern Minnesota warlords, Kai Yu-hong. No need. Kai Yu-hong shook his head, a strong confidence on his face as he laughed. Defense is defense. In the face of absolute power, what kind of defense is useless? What we want this time is to make an example out of a chicken. It's meant to be done for all to see. It's only good if the other party is on the defensive. Let everyone see that our province's southern military region is not something that anyone can provoke. Even if you're as strong as you are, in our eyes, you're just a grasshopper that's better at bouncing around. Even if you can bounce again, even if it's all at once, you can bounce up to several meters high. But, after all, it's just a grasshopper. A casual foot is able to trample to death. Those guys think they're invincible after exterminating a Nyo Dakai and thinking they've swallowed one of our battalions? TSK, this isn't a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. This is a frog at the bottom of a well. Those guys don't even realize how much of a gap there is between them and us. Speaking of which, Kai Yuhong opened his mouth and asked, "How much time is left before we can arrive at Dongha County?" The guard riding outside the cart replied, "About 3 more days." Yes, Kai Yuhong flashed a smile. He closed his eyes. Eyes closed. Their leader is called by E, right? And they're also known as Mr. By the local people? Then let's be a little more merciful. Let that Mr. White lie for 3 more days. Chapter 91, giving an ambush to the other side in a place where ambushes cannot be made. 3 days later, the 6,000 warlord army led by Kai Yuhong, the southern warlord major, had approached the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. With the scouting efforts of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they must have discovered this army of warlords. And there's information about the other side's marching routes. It was also immediately reported to the commanding officer at the camp. Coming, Bai Yi stood in front of a table on which was a map, holding a wooden stick in his hand. He pointed to a location on the map and said, "The enemy army will probably enter the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction from this place, and it's not suitable for an ambush at this location. It looks like that general on the other side has some stuff going for him, at least knowing where to enter our jurisdiction and attempting to be able to circumvent our ambush on them." The marching route of the warlord's troops led by Kai Yu-hong. It's obviously been finessed by the other side. Although it is said that in the eyes of the other side seems, the so-called Dragon Kingdom troops that are entrenched in East River County as well as West River County, these two counties, are actually just that, not considered a strong opponent. But, to avoid causing unnecessary damage, or to avoid accidental guttering, Kai Yu-hong was still cautious enough to make a series of plans before marching. The same as the other side picks this position to enter within the jurisdiction. It will be able to be seen that Kai Yu-hong is not a generalized person, not the second generation that mixes up seniority. It's really something. Unfortunately, Bai Yi didn't have any worries or surprises about this. Instead, he revealed a smile and said, "According to normal logic, if one conducts an ambush from this location, there is a high probability that they will be counter-sieged by the other side. An ambush here would only be stealing a chicken for nothing, a waste of effort. But such normal logic is only limited to the armies of this era. And we, the Dragon Kingdom army, did not come from this era, and our battle philosophy is different from this era. Since they think it's unlikely that we'll ambush them on this one route." Bai Yi gently tapped the map, his tone pausing slightly. Immediately afterward, he continued, "Then let's give them a surprise. Let's not follow their expected routine. Let's give them an ambush from this position. Just give them a head-on thrashing in a place that's not suitable for an ambush. Deliver a thunderous blow that will crush them outright." Under the crush of absolute strength, all fancy schemes were useless. Apparently, the Dragon Kingdom was able to inflict absolute power crushing on the local warlords of the magically altered Republic of China realm. Military strength of both sides. The quality of soldiers on both sides. It's not even above the same level. If you want to give them a head-on blow and crush them in one direct hit, you'll have to use massive fire coverage. The leader of the main combat regiment spoke up. We can just send in armored units, as well as armed forces, and have the artillery battalion in the rear, and continue to bombard the other side furiously. And the infantry fighters are mid-range, sniping the enemy with mid-range precision. Better yet, let the infantry cut off the other side's rear. Let them not be able to enter or retreat, but only be passive. Such a simple and crude battle plan would certainly not work in modern times, but in the case of equipment strength as well as military literacy absolutely crushed such a crude battle plan. Instead, it became the most effective battle plan. Never mind the fancy stuff. Blow it up and be done with it. Let the main combat regiment give them an ambush. Bai Yi nodded and said, remember, no matter how backward and weak the enemy's military quality, as well as their equipment, is, the lives of every Dragon Kingdom soldier must be guaranteed. Even if it's just the loss of one Dragon Kingdom soldier, it's something I don't want to see. I'll have the armored units and the armed forces cooperate with your main combat regiments. Make sure to crush the enemy in one fell swoop, while not being able to let the other side get away and wrap them up in a dumpling. It would be best to capture Kai Yuan Shang's son alive. As his eldest son, he's sure to know a lot of things we'd like to know. After Bai Yi finished these few words, the head of the main combat regiment immediately became agitated, because Bai Yi handpicked the main combat regiment to participate in the battle. Being in the military, is there anything more exciting than fighting and winning a war? For other soldiers, I don't know if there are any. Anyway, for this chief of the main combat regiment, there was no greater thrill than winning a battle, even if the enemy is just a very backward magically modified version of the Republic of Korea's dimensional forces. But he was very excited all the same. Understood. The commander of the main combat regiment immediately stood up and gave an excited military salute. Soon, the many dragon soldiers of the main combat regiment were then mobilized. One by one, they immediately put on all their weapons and equipment. Get ready to run to the front. The entire dragon military camp is like a huge and deadly war machine. It's running on and on. When the dragon soldiers of the main combat regiment were ready, they immediately got into the military vehicles that had already been prepared. Meanwhile, the armored units, as well as the helicopter gunship units, are also ready to go at this point. The expression of every Dragon Kingdom soldier was serious. They didn't take their opponents lightly. After all, when called the world's first beautiful country, are able to invade continent kind of place overturned? They do not want to because of their own carelessness and overturn the car. That's an absolute disgrace. And, words of carelessness before the war. It's also a crime. Chapter 92. How did he dare to fight a frontal battle with me? Kai Yu Hong? The warlord's army had already followed a wide dirt road and directly crossed into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction in the magically modified version of the Republic realm without any obstruction. Young Marshal, we came in so openly and honestly. And the other party didn't send anyone to stop us? So there must be something strange. An officer rode up to the old automobile on a high horse. Turning to Kai Yu Hong inside the car, he anxiously said, Major, it's very likely that we'll encounter an ambush from the other side. Ambush? Kai Yu Hong laughed and shook his head. If they dare to ambush here, then that's just what I want. Ha! The officer on the high horse was dumbfounded. If he was ambushed, it was actually just what the major wanted? What's that supposed to mean? Under the confused look on the officer's face outside, Kai Yu Hong opened his mouth to explain in a breezy manner. This location is simply not suitable for an ambush. If the other side dares to ambush us, here, they will only be counter-encircled by us. It stands to reason that as long as the other side's commanders are of somewhat normal military caliber, they won't ambush us here. Once the other side chooses to ambush here, then they will definitely be crushed by our backhand. Of course, Kai Yu Hong laughed. The possibility that the other side's commander has poor military doctrine cannot be ruled out. If it's really that bad, it saves effort. But, when you think about it, it's unlikely. Kai Yu Hong pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, the carton bearing a line of English. It's obviously foreign cigarettes from the foreign side. He pulled out another copper lighter. A very old-fashioned lighter now. After holding a cigarette and lighting it, take a deep breath. Slowly, he exhaled smoke, holding a cigarette in one hand and retrieving his lighter with the other. Kai Yu Hong laughed breezily. Since the other party was able to defeat Neo Dakai so quickly, it means that Mr. Bai still has that much ability. Although a person like Neo Dakai doesn't have much ability, he at least has a few thousand guns, and I've even heard that there are a dozen mortars. To be able to eliminate Neo Dakai's men in one night, It's unlikely that such a person would make such a low-level mistake. That Mr. I might be quite capable, so if it's possible, I can make him my staff officer. However, just as Cai Yuhong's words had just fallen, suddenly he realized that the officer on horseback outside the car. It was as if he had realized something and showed a look of having seen a ghost. Before Cai Yuhong could ask him what exactly he had seen, the officer then hastily hissed, "Major, enemy army! There are enemy troops ahead. The enemy tried to ambush us here. Alert! Alert!" What? Cai Yuhong suspected that something was wrong with his ears, and he immediately squinted through the windshield of the old car at the distant image, seeming to vaguely see something as well. He pulled out a pair of binoculars and looked in that direction. It was the moment he finally saw what was ahead of him. It was actually a truck he had never seen before. The shape of those dark green trucks was like nothing he had ever seen before. I also don't know what country produced it recently. And he saw a large number of soldiers. Those are all enemy troops. They actually tried to ambush us here? Nah, this isn't even an ambush anymore because it's all been discovered. It's going to be a dang thing. An encounter here? Cai Yuhong was no longer able to hold on to the kind of major martial demeanor he had before. People are almost stupid. He had initially thought that there was no way Bai Yi's side would be able to fight an ambush here at all. Even if they did want to come to an ambush, they definitely had their brains caught in a door. And now, not only did the other side actually come over, and it wasn't even fought in an ambush. Instead, they want to fight head-on battles. Hiss. This is no longer something that can be explained by having your head caught in a door. Not even a commander with his head caught in a door could make such a dim decision. Is this sure it's war? It's a death wish, isn't it? Or is it? After Cai Yuhong reacted, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but laugh back in anger. It's hard to believe that these guys are looking down on me. Cai Yuhong? Are they looking down on the southern military region of the province? Good guts. No wonder they dare to call themselves some dragon country. No wonder they dare to write a letter to provoke my father. They really don't know how to write the word death. Who is he to dare fight me in a head-to-head battle here? Who is he to dare? What's that sound? Suddenly, Cai Yuhong seemed to be attracted by some sound and couldn't help but frown slightly. He always had the feeling that the source of the sound was from the sky, but he can't see anything sitting in the car. Major, bird, big birds. Suddenly, the officer on horseback outside, full of shock, shouted, "Over there are so many big birds flying in. All big black birds." What big bird? Cai Yuhong couldn't resist the curiosity that drove him and actually drilled his head out to take a look outside. Shasta. His pupils contracted violently. Disbelief was written all over his face. This is? An airplane? Nope. What kind of airplane looks like this? But what are they if not airplanes? Is it really some so-called big bird? What kind of bird doesn't have wings? Eyes wide open, he watched the unidentified flying object, which was suspected to be an airplane, was making a very annoying noise and swept sharply towards the site at a very fast speed at low altitude. Cai Yuhong shouted in a cold voice, "Have the machine gunners shoot down these strange things in the sky." He didn't quite understand what the hell that was though, but he always had a bad feeling about it. Whatever, fight it down and talk about it. Chapter 93 Times have changed. The importance of air power. As Cai Yuhong's order fell, the officer on horseback outside the car immediately rode to the rear of the army and then called up all the machine gunners of the entire warlord army. A full 20 machine guns were pointed at the sky in front of them, and one dark muzzle could be said to be strewn with a sense of solemnity. Have to say, these equipment from the southern Minnesota warlords inside the magically altered Republic of China realm, definitely considered a very well-equipped kind of thing. This is probably also because that Commander Kai sheds money on his troops, and it's still a crazy amount of money. Otherwise it wouldn't be so well equipped. After all, that Commander Kai is very clear. He himself is where he is today solely because he has soldiers under his hand. If you don't stabilize the soldiers under your own hands, if you don't get the fighting power of your own soldiers under your hands up, then he really is a paper tiger. Seeing that one strange bird approaching, the machine gunners of these warlords were all nervous and sweating coldly, because they've never seen anything like it before, in their inherent impression. Things that can fly in the sky except for winged animals. Maybe it's only the gods? Of course, military orders are like mountains. Cai Yuhong, the young marshal, told them to do whatever they wanted. Next moment, only to hear the officer on horseback outside, bellowing, "Fire!" The 20 warlord machine gunners suppressed the shock in their hearts, pulled the trigger without saying a word. Ta-da-da-da-da-da, ta-da-da-da-da-da. One time, a steady stream of gunfire began to ring out. Shot after shot of orange-colored bullets went straight up into the sky. The bullets from the 20 light machine guns turned into a chain of bullets and flew towards the helicopter gunships in the sky. Yes, UFOs that look like strange birds without wings to these warlord soldiers. It's practically a helicopter gunship for the Dragon Kingdom. Every pilot of the armed helicopters was given an order by Bai. Once the enemy launches an attack on the helicopter, unlimited counterattacks are possible. Direct fire coverage is available. A round of bullets flew towards the helicopter gunships, and there were even a few rounds that were lucky enough to hit the fuselage of the helicopters, but there was no way to penetrate the armor of the helicopter gunships. Since these warlord soldiers took the initiative to launch an attack, the Dragon Kingdom's helicopter gunship pilots naturally wouldn't be polite. A helicopter gunship immediately maneuvered through the air to find a suitable position, and try to dodge the bullets coming from the other side. At the moment the warlord's machine gunners rested their fire. A helicopter gunship, which had already found a good position, immediately began an unrestricted counterattack. Only the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships began to spit out clouds of fiery flames, and it was accompanied by ear-splitting gunshots. It's the bullets from the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships that really count as forming a chain of bullets. A round of heavy machine gun bullets was fired towards the bottom, naturally targeting the warlord's troops below. The 6,000 strong warlord force was like a giant target at this moment. A warlord machine gunner was preparing to change magazines in a hurry. The next moment, it was as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. A heavy blow. The whole thing came to a standstill. Half of his body flew out uncontrollably backwards, raining blood and broken internal organs in the sky, spilling onto the people next to him. That's the power of a heavy machine gun. One shot down, easily broken by men and horses. His death was like a touched domino. Before a single warlord soldier could react, all they could see was the belly of the strange bird above their heads, which seemed to be flickering with a faint firelight. Then the next moment, like harvested wheat, dozens of people fell in an instant. A single round either hit their bodies, breaking them right in two, or it struck above the ground, splattering several meters of dust. Dumbfounded. All the warlord soldiers were all dumbfounded at this moment. They hadn't expected at all that this strange bird that was able to fly without wings would actually be able to shoot. And what kind of gun is this? Getting hit actually shattered the whole thing. Hiss. The 6,000 strong group was instantly disorganized, with every warlord soldier scrambling for cover. A look of bewilderment and horror was written all over their faces. It was an attack they had never endured before, and it was a battle they had never experienced before. Similarly, even Kai Yu Hong, who was a major marshal, also confused. He could see that this was a very weird airplane, a kind of airplane that didn't need wings to be able to take off. And this kind of weird airplane was actually able to hover in midair. It was already hitting a blind spot in his knowledge. He had seen Yankee airplanes, even up close and personal, but he's been on such a weird airplane. And the airplane went up and there were machine guns. This powerful machine gun, definitely a heavy machine gun. Hiss. Kai Yu Hong couldn't help but suck in cool air as he opened the car door without saying a word and hurriedly rolled on his donkey to hide, not caring about any manners at all. This is that Bai Yi's airplane? Why does this guy have such a weird airplane? Moreover, the airplane can also mount a machine gun? The means of attack of the Air Force during this period would seem very odd to a later generation. The role of the Air Force during this period was more about surveying the terrain as well as intelligence. Few would think of utilizing air power to strike at enemy forces. Kai Yu Hong had never touched this kind of battle at all. For the first time, he experienced what it was like to have air control taken over by the enemy. It felt as if everything about the situation was out of control. It's as if they've been taken right to the edge. How can we fight when the enemy is in the sky? Suddenly, it was as if he heard something again. It made his expression change. The voice is, "It's a cannonball." Chapter 94 Saturated fire coverage. What does it mean to be desperate? For the first time, Kai Yu Hong felt a sense of bewilderment. Although he was able to command an army of 6,000 men at such a fast pace and at such a young age because his father was Kai Yuan Shang. But that doesn't mean he's a second-generation warlord who's just waiting to die. Instead, Kai Yu Hong's military level was very high, at least for this era. Much ado about nothing. Commanding an army of a mere 6,000 men was still more than enough for him. As he used to think, dealing with a local armed force, it doesn't take that much effort at all. Even the armed forces in this place have a very high military standard. But in the end, it could not be a match for the southern military region of the province. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a local army. He thought that this time around, he was absolutely certain that he would be able to eliminate the other party. But what he didn't expect was that the other side actually had this kind of weird airplane. And this weird airplane actually came with a heavy machine gun. It was already in his intellectual blind spot. He had no idea how to go about dealing with such a bizarre airplane. No experience at all. Those military theories in his head were now being recalled with great effort, but still couldn't think of any way to deal with it. The only way to do that is to knock each other down. But who doesn't know that? The key question is how to get those weird airplanes in the sky down. He was bewildered. He was confused, especially when he suddenly heard the sound of incoming artillery shells. It made his expression suddenly. A huge change occurred, and his pupils were tightly shrunk. Without saying a word, hurriedly prostrate on the ground. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Caillou Hong heard a very sharp sound that he was very familiar with. It was the sharp sound of a cannonball cutting through the air. Fruity. Immediately after the sharp sound fell, there was one deafening roar after another. A violent roar shook Caillou Hong's eardrums. It made his eardrums ring with a jolt. Brain buzzing. He hastened to prostrate himself on the ground, and those of his close guards, who were about him, hastened to crowd around him in an attempt to protect him. The Major. Caillou Hong only wished that she had left the car she had just sat in as fast as she could. He knew if he looked down in the sky, the car he just rode in, just a huge target. Very conspicuous targets. In this wretched moment, he stole a glance at the soldiers of the warlords behind him. Only those warlord soldiers behind him were already in a mess. Each of those warlord soldiers cried out for cover. The ones with a bit of guts are the ones with their guns up, pointing them at the helicopter gunships in the sky. Not these guys with guts. All suffered from focused care. Shot after shot of heavy machine gun rounds swept by. It instantly broke them into pieces. Shot after shot, out of nowhere, landed in the midst of the warlord's forces. A prolonged explosion occurred. Soldier after soldier of the warlord was blown to bloody pieces. Bombed out of their minds. Mother! Oh dear mother! It's a monster. The strange birds in the sky must be demons. The enemy army is aided by demons. Mother! How can we, mere mortals, possibly defeat a demon? This must be a demonic method, must be a demonic method. Some of the warlord's soldiers crumbled and threw all the guns in their hands, then tried to find cover one by one. And he was mumbling about the helicopter gunships in the sky being demons. Indeed, from the helicopter gunships that are now available to them, the warlord soldiers, it really doesn't seem to be too different from a demon. Only, demons in this magically altered version of the Republic realm are already very rare. Conversely, there are as many armed helicopters like this one as you can get on Blue Star. The Dragon Army, which has control of the airspace, fight the warlord forces of this period. It's almost like an adult hitting a child. No, it's hitting the babies. The warlord forces of the magically altered version of the Republican realm during this period had no idea what to do with an air force like this. Exactly. Given a little time, they might be able to come up with some response options. After all, no one is stupid. Unfortunately, there was no way the Dragon Kingdom would give Caillou Hong time. Under the strafing of a helicopter gunship, the entire warlord force was in complete disarray. And that's when it's time for artillery coverage. The Dragon Kingdom's main combat regiment had already long ago had the artillery battalion set up an artillery piece. There was now a roar from these guns. A shell landed on top of the warlord soldier's position, and the powerful artillery shells blew them to the ground in a bloody mess. It's not just the helicopter gunships overhead that are keeping a close eye on them. There was artillery roaring in the distance. How do you fight? Can't fight at all. In the face of this saturated fire coverage from the Dragon Kingdom, the armed forces of the warlords, which consisted of a full 6,000 people, had no way of organizing themselves, any resistance at all. This makes a face full of woeful Caillou Hong, in shock and bewilderment. Even more so, he showed a look of despair. His mood could be described as falling at this moment, and he knew that he was finished losing this battle. He also knew why he was finished. Underestimated. Everyone underestimated that Mr. White. The other side wasn't just any ordinary local warlord force at all. It's not an armed force in a ravine at all. The other side is strong, more than all imaginable. This monstrous airplane armed with heavy machine guns alone is enough to dominate a war. Not to mention the kind of artillery that is not even good for estimating numbers. Caillou Hong was able to distinguish that artillery of this power was definitely heavy artillery. Others are able to hit you. You can't hit anyone else. His emotions, only despair. Chapter 95. Desperate Caillou Hong. The only way to go was to surrender all the way. At this moment, Caillou Hong even felt that he was now encountering a foreigner's troop. And this was not an ordinary foreigner's troop. It was the kind of elite troop of the Western powers. He even had the feeling that the elite forces of those Western powers were no match for the army in front of him. This kind of overwhelming coverage of firepower leaves no room for respite. When the cannon goes off, there are 10,000 tails of gold. And everyone understands this. Doesn't the other side worry about the depletion of the shells? Are they that rich? Where the hell did they get so much heavy artillery? And where did the creepy airplane come from? Could it be that behind that Mr. White stands a Western power? Caillou Hong was eager to organize his troops to make a resistance, but now he is also aware of this chaotic situation, this warlike position above. It was no longer possible to organize a decent resistance at all. Under this covering attack of artillery fire, the entire force was in total disarray. It's so chaotic that you can't even command it. Defeated. The defeat was very complete. No way. Kai Hong quickly came back to his senses. He wiped the dust on his face with his sleeve and gritted his teeth. The power of these guys has exceeded everyone's expectations. With such a powerful armed force, there's absolutely no way they'd be willing to be inside a ravine. Thanks to that, I thought that the other side couldn't be any stronger. But who knew that they had already lost before even seeing the other side's people? They have such an armed force, and they actually managed to hide it for so long. No way. There has to be a way to get this message. Inside the commanding general's headquarters in Cheongju County, suddenly, Kai Hong realized the seriousness of this problem. The severity of this even affects his Kai family's rule over the southern part of Min province. Such an immensely powerful armed force, definitely capable of threatening their family's position. And he even suspected that behind this armed force might stand the Western powers. No, not a possibility. It's affirmative. Behind them stands, surely, one of the Western powers. It's even likely to be a coalition of certain Western powers. Otherwise, there was no way to explain where the other side had gotten so much heavy firepower from. There was only the explanation that there were foreigners standing behind the other side. Quickly, cover my retreat. Retreat. Kai Hong gritted his teeth and shouted. We've been ambushed by them. Retreat. Retreat. Don't even mess with it. Orderly retreat. His desire to survive in this moment was at the top of his game. So to speak, he wants to live. Because he was going to tell his father the news. He's already planted one on this. If his father, Commander Kai, didn't know about the gang's powerful armed forces, there's a good chance it's going to be guttural as well. Once even his father is in the gutter, then for their Min province Kai family, it is to be exterminated. All of them. Their struggle. It's all going down the drain. Must be alive. Go back alive. Kai Hong rallied his guards to cover himself. All he wanted to do now was get out of this place of wrongdoing. However, he soon got desperate news. Major, it's no good. There's an enemy ambush on our way back. They've parked many iron cars there. There are machine guns on those cars. And cannons. Our bullets can't penetrate those cars. Major, right side. There's a large number of enemy troops on the right side, blocking our retreat. It's no good. Major, we've been caught in a trap. Major, we're surrounded. What to do? Major, how is it? How's that? How the hell do I know what to do? In hell. Gamlin lady. It's a dumpling. Kai Hong's face was suddenly green and white. He had never fought a battle like this in his life. Without even seeing the enemy. It's already time for a rout. And it's not even a rout to know where to run. As per previous experience, Kai Hong knew he should organize all the forces he could now. Then look for the weakest spot inside the opponent's encirclement. Then attack that place with all your might. That's how you have a chance to break the other side's encirclement. But, looking at the panic-stricken, fear-filled, crying warlord soldiers, Kai Hong was silent. These guys have all been scared out of their wits. There's no way to organize these guys by yourself right now, even if you're a genius. The bottom line is that there's no way to make more noise on your own than the sound of an artillery shell. The criers are off somewhere. Orders simply don't come down. How do you organize a revolt? Done. Those two words appeared in his mind for the first time. This is no longer an ordinary defeat. This is afraid that he has given himself up. Regret is definitely regrettable. But Kai Hong also knew that he regretted it, and it didn't help. Asterisk. Mother ******. It was the first time he had ever cursed. Mindset. Avalanche. Watching their troops, constantly being bombarded by heavy fire. Especially when seeing a shell that landed less than 100 from himself. Feel the shockwave of the shell's explosion coming at you. Kai Hong's face instantly turned white. If only it were closer. He's gone. Do you want to die yourself? He couldn't help but ask himself in his mind. No, don't want to. He was only 31 years old. He still had a bright future ahead of him. If he died here, he himself felt very stifled, very hard to accept, but now there was no way to retreat. All retreat routes had been completely blocked. Going down? Chapter 96, More Than Rotten Times. Big win. Kai Hong was now very clear. Under the crush of this absolute power, his only way back, his only way to live, was to surrender to the other party. Because that's the only way to guarantee yourself a life. The only way you can have a chance to live. But if he surrendered to the other party, this made his heart very unwilling. After all, no matter what, he himself was also the major of the southern military region of Min province, the unicorn in everyone's eyes. His father is the famous commander Kai Yuan Shang. In the eyes of others, their Kai family was a tiger father, and he, Kai Hong, was destined to inherit his father's mantle in the future. Kai Yuhong also thought that he definitely belonged to the category of the proud son of heaven among his peers. Within their peers, people who are better than they are. Then the odds are that there must be so many of them, but it's limited to just a few. And the few that are limited to that are very hard to say whether or not they have an exceptional pedigree like their own. In the midst of such a chaotic world, it is also very difficult to say whether those few remaining people will have the opportunity to utilize their excellent talents. After all, in these chaotic times, people are dying all the time. Even if you're good enough, you also have to be lucky and strong enough to survive. This is how excellent talent can be utilized. It was also because he considered himself to be the pride of heaven that Kai Yuhong felt that surrendering to someone he had never met before was definitely one of the biggest stains in his life, and it also made him feel resentful. Or is it because he thinks he's the pride of heaven, and he thinks it's more important for him to live than to die, because only by living can he show the world that he, Kai Yuhong, is the proud son of heaven. Damn, doesn't that seem very contradictory? Surrender? No vote? Kai Yuhong was torn between these two choices left and right, his reason telling him that he should surrender now. Even if you are holding back and becoming a prisoner of the other side, at least you are still alive. But again, sensibility told him that he could never surrender. Suddenly, a helicopter gunship overhead seemed to have spotted someone over here, and all of a sudden a chain of bullets swept down from above the heavy machine gun. Suddenly, bullet after bullet from the heavy machine gun, of exaggerated caliber, struck the ground with a very dull thud, and a dozen or so of Kai Yuhong's guards were directly swept by heavy machine gun bullets, couldn't even make a sound of screaming, died violently on the spot. Heavy machine gun large caliber bullets hit their bodies, easily breaking them in two. Blood and flesh splattered. Visceral messy spills. Kai Yuhong in shock suddenly felt that his head seemed to have been hit by something. This feeling was very strange. There was a wet feeling and a warm feeling. He hastily reached up to his head, and all of a sudden, he felt his hands were wet. Then as he fixed his eyes, his pupils shrank and a look of horror was written all over his face. Because it's a bloody piece of guts. Very bloody. It has made it impossible to tell exactly which piece of internal organs are inside the human body. Hiss. Kai Yuhong had seen a lot of big scenes and a lot of very bloody scenes. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Smell the blood in the air. Smell the smoke in the air. Eventually, reason still prevailed in his mind. Puts the sensibility down. All surrender. Surrender. All of you. Throw your weapons away. If you don't want to die, throw your weapons away. Then kneel on the ground and all raise your hands. Surrender to the other side. Kai Yuhong swore that this was the loudest shout he had ever shouted in his life. He even felt like he was shouting these, all overpowering the sound of the other side's heavy machine gun fire. Those warlord soldiers closest to Kai Yuhong, one or two of them revealed a look of disbelief. They didn't expect that this major general, who was known as the proud son of heaven and the dragon and phoenix among men, I can't believe you would choose to surrender. The surrender was so dry, so decisive, too. But, when they reacted, it was a burst of ecstasy and excitement. Immediately threw the gun away without saying a word. Then get on your knees. Raise your hands. The movements looked very skillful, and there was no telling how many times they had practiced, on a regular basis. After there is a first person who chooses to surrender, there will be a second person, third person, fourth person. Surrender is a contagious emotion in the middle of a battlefield, which is why positions such as an inspector of war exist when fighting a war. Soon there was a great mass of people, hastily throwing away their weapons and falling on their knees in surrender. They had completely lost the idea of resistance. Without even seeing the face of the enemy, he had already suffered such great losses. How can we fight this kind of battle? Can't fight at all. Seeing these warlord soldiers choose to surrender one by one, the armed helicopters that were circling overhead also gradually and slowly stopped firing, and the news was sent over to the main combat regiment in the Dragon Kingdom. The artillery battalions of the main combat regiments also stopped firing. One time, above the otherwise war-torn battlefield, suddenly, it became eerily silent. All that could be heard was someone wailing in agony and someone crying out in surrender. Fighting. The end. TSK, the head of the main combat regiment, overlooking the battlefield in front of him with binoculars, shook his head in disappointment. I thought that this group of troops from the great warlords would be able to fight a little bit better than the warlord troops that we have encountered in the past, but it's just a pity that it's still pretty much the same. Although it's true that it's a bit stronger than the ones we encountered before, it's not that much stronger. Sure enough, Major White was right. In this era, all those warlords in the land of God are all more than rotten. It's not about who's stronger, and it sucks more than anyone else. Chapter 97 Post-War Capture. Kai Yuhong's knowledge blind spot. All of the warlord soldiers that were still alive had all but given up their resistance. They threw away all the weapons they could. Even the dagger was thrown far away. Fearing that someone would see that he had a weapon on him and shoot him dead, they had lost all thought of resistance. Under these circumstances, even if they didn't throw their weapons away, they wouldn't dare to shoot. They no longer have a shred of morale. Fear was written all over everyone's face. They just want to live, even if you become a captive, or at least be able to live. After seeing that all of them had given up resistance, if the head of the main combat regiment immediately let the soldiers surround everyone, and he took out the harnesses that had been prepared long ago and tied up every warlord soldier who had given up resistance. This moment, these warlord soldiers finally saw what a Dragon Kingdom soldier really looked like. It was only then that they realized that the original soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not the demons they thought they were. All of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were just as human as they were. But there is also a huge gap between people. The equipment on the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, as well as that kind of essence, was not something they could compare with. And every single Dragon Kingdom soldier was very strong. All of them are very lean and muscular. Even if you don't rely on the advanced weapons in your hands, you can fight the enemy with your bare hands alone. Words against these warlord soldiers. You can also fight several of them in one. Eventually, Kai Yu Hong, the major of the Southern Min Province warlord, was also bound by a Dragon Kingdom soldier with a harness, binding his hands and wrists. Kai Yu Hong was already hanging his head. He didn't think that he would actually have such a day. And from the large number of harnesses carried by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, it would be able to be seen that these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had long since felt that the battle would be theirs to win. And there will be a very large number of captives as well. Be ready to bundle up early. Ha! The clown was actually him. Kai Yu Hong, you are the commander of this unit? The major of the Southern Min Province warlords? Kai Yu Hong, the eldest son of Kai Yuansheng? Suddenly, a voice came over, causing Kai Yu Hong to faintly stare. Kai Yu Hong twisted his head to see a middle-aged man, under the protection of several Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Step after step came toward him. Kai Yu Hong sighed. It was useless to hide one's identity at this time, because there were many people who knew him within the entire warlord force, and the other side only needed to find a few more people to ask about him. Think of it here. Kai Yu Hong's heart then suddenly released. He nodded, acknowledged himself. Spinning, with a curious tone, Kai Yu Hong opened his mouth and inquired, "Are you that Mr. Bai E?" The main regiment commander froze, then smiled. He shook his head. "No, I see." Kai Yu Hong revealed a bitter smile, daring to think that he had lost to the hands of that Mr. Bai's men. LOL. Life's Waterloo. Got a cigarette? I want to smoke one. Kai Yu Hong asked. Okay. The leader of the main combat regiment took out a pack of cigarettes, then pulled one out and handed it to Kai Yu Hong. It was also very sweetly passed to Kai Yu Hong's mouth. Kai Yu Hong froze for a moment, because he realized that the pack of cigarettes was packaged in a way that he had never seen before. He, Kai Yu Hong, was also considered an old smoker, having started smoking when he was a teenager. Whether it's cigarettes made in God's country or foreigners' cigarettes, Kai Yu Hong basically tried it all. But cigarette cases in this kind of packaging, he swore, had never been seen in his life. In his days, he held his cigarette in his mouth. Then, the main regiment commander took out his lighter and lit this one cigarette for him. This caused Kai Yu Hong to stare once again, because he realized that this lighter was like nothing he had ever seen before. Why was this troop in front of us, carrying things that they had never seen before? Whether it's the uniforms on the other side, or the weapons on the other side, or the small items on the other side, the major himself had never even seen it. Kai Yu Hong felt as if he had entered a myriad of intellectual blind spots. A look of confusion filled his face. He instinctively took a drag on his cigarette. Hiss! Great smoke! He was surprised with a cigarette in his mouth. Definitely good cigarettes. Troop special. The main regiment commander revealed a smile, and then spoke. Take him back inside the camp. He's Kai Yuansheng's eldest son, and is the major of the Southern Min Province warlord. There must be quite a lot of things we want to know about him. Yes. A few soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom immediately escorted Kai Yu Hong to a military vehicle. Kai Yu Hong realized that this kind of military vehicle was still something he hadn't seen before. Which Western power made this military vehicle? He felt lost, baffled. Time. Streaming. It wasn't until evening was approaching that the Dragon Kingdom cleared the battlefield, cleaned it up. This time, the 6,000 men in the warlord's army died in battle, totaling 1,680. Of the remaining 4,320, more than 900 were seriously injured. More than 2,000 people suffered minor injuries. The rest were physically unharmed, but they had suffered a lot of mental trauma. It also captured a large number of horses from the other side. 300 war horses alone. It also contains a large number of weapons from this period: rifle, pistol, light machine guns, grenades, mortars, and so on. These weapons, which just look very dated, are all over the place inside this army of warlords. It had to be said that within this magically modified version of the Republic realm, their weaponry was considered good. Unfortunately, the enemy they encountered was the army of the Dragon Kingdom. The excellence of the weapons and equipment of the Dragon Kingdom's army was hundreds or even thousands of times greater than theirs. The two sides simply don't belong to the same era. This wave. It's also kind of rewarding. The main thing is that no one on the dragon side has sacrificed. Chapter 98, Kai Yu Hong, I think I'm a bumpkin. This hasty war was fought, and the death rate of soldiers on the dragon side, as usual, remained 0. After all, in the middle of a war, the dragon side either bombarded wildly or indiscriminately, conducted essentially long-range strikes with over the horizon. The only close strikes might be those helicopter gunships, but the people inside the helicopter gunships are even less likely to be sacrificed, because they are firmly in control of the airspace of the war. Inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, not much has been known about how exactly to deal with the Air Force. Those warlord soldiers only dared to hold their guns and shoot against Wu Ji. The result was naturally very disastrous, and it collapsed directly. But someone was still injured on the dragon side. Not sure why either. Every time we cleaned up the battlefield, there would always be one or two unlucky people who were inexplicably injured. This time the two Dragon Kingdom soldiers who were injured. One of them had fallen. He fell straight down and lost 2 of his teeth. The other one had a hypoglycemic episode and fell head over heels and passed out. It's a coincidence that the head still hits the rock. The head was broken. However, the only ones who were injured were these 2 unlucky ones, and the other soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were not injured. This battle continues to be a very well fought one, regardless of how much ammunition was actually expended on this one. As long as no soldiers were sacrificed, it was a good fight. Longwa's side would rather consume a little more ammunition than have any of their soldiers sacrificed. If a soldier dies on the battlefield, what should be said to their families? Safeguarding the lives of soldiers and their survival rate in war is the top priority. Luckily it is. Against these magically altered versions of the warlord forces of the Republican realm, the Dragon Kingdom is perfectly capable of resolving the war in a crushing manner. It is even capable of over-the-horizon strikes, to minimize soldier casualties. The number of captives this time was very large, and fortunately it was the girdle that was carried this time, which was large enough to tie up these 4,000 or so people, was absolutely no problem. Before nightfall was imminent, the dragon side escorted a host of captives. Prepare to escort these prisoners into the middle of the camp, because inside the camp, there were these prisoners, special places to stay. There will also be people in the camp, who will interrogate the captives, as well. Then pick out those whose sins are unforgivable. All of them were dragged off to be shot. Those prisoners of the warlords whose crimes were not punishable by death were all dragged off to labor reform. And some very valuable captives. Instead, it was to pry some valuable information out of their mouths. They can rely on this intelligence. Atone for the lesser of your sins. Of course, the premise is that the information they provide is more useful to the Dragon Kingdom. If it's the intel that doesn't do much good, those who should be shot should be shot. Those who should be reformed by labor should be reformed by labor. Bai is not going to send those unpardonable death row inmates to the Dragon Kingdom to allow those scientists to conduct human experimentation research on normal death row inmates. This kind of thing is absolutely not able to open a can of worms, because it goes to the bottom of this level of morality. Once an opening is made in this regard, then morality will be reduced indefinitely. Sooner or later, it releases the morally constrained demons of the human heart. It will open a Pandora's box. Once a man is not bound by the morals in his heart, he is indeed no different from the devil. So those sentenced to death on death row, those who should be shot are shot directly and decisively. Don't get into anything fancy. Putting them on public trial would be as far as Whitey would go. Due to the large number of captives in this one, the escort back to the camp took quite a while, and it was not until the next day that we returned to the camp. Luckily, I was lucky enough to not run into anything weird on the way back to camp this time. That's a bit of a problem if you run into anything weird. After all, in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, ghosts and monsters, this mysterious side of existence, is never in short supply. After a full night of running lag, Kai Yu Hong was not only more mentally drained, but physically exhausted as well, because the main regiment's military vehicles could not pull so many people. It was left to the men to follow on foot. That walk took, well, all night. It was a short break in the road, but it was really exhausting, especially since Kai Yu Hong usually had brocade clothes and fancy food. While the military theory is very solid and the physical fitness is okay, the problem is that he'd never traveled this far in person before. Usually it's either by car or horseback. Now this went all night. Kaiyu Hong felt that both of his legs, which were no longer his own, did not listen to his own commands at all. These guys who claimed to be soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't know what was wrong with them. How can you say you're Kai Yuan Shang's eldest son? Although he had now become a captive, shouldn't he be treated with a little courtesy with such a status added? Not to say anything about being respectful, well at least, let yourself sit in the car. It's okay to let yourself ride. Here, is the camp of this group of self-proclaimed Dragon Kingdom soldiers? Kaiyu Hong managed to soothe his legs, and his gaze began to circle around. Standing at the forefront of a group of captives, he was able to see a lot of things clearly, and that's exactly why he looked dumbfounded. What place? Is this sure it's a military camp? What's all this stuff? Kaiyu Hong realized that inside the military camps of the Dragon Kingdom, there were many things that he had never heard of or seen before, which made him wonder a little if it was because he was a bumpkin, the major of the southern military region of Min Province. Are they all bumpkins now? Hiss. Chapter 99, Bringing Filial Son Wangrenji, Model Labor Reformer. After the shock as well as confusion is appalled, Kaiyu Hong this time is really feel. This one defeated the Nyo Dakai, and also defeated his own army. Just how terrifying, just how powerful. Kaiyu Hong had seen no less than a few hundred of those military trucks alone, the kind he had never seen before. Rows and rows of military vehicles just lay there silently, like a beast of steel. It's daunting, makes one's head spin. At the same time, he saw a lot of artillery, and that one was resting there silently. The barrels of each gun were very thick and long, and almost all of them were heavy. Also between the same time he saw one of those weird airplanes. Now he finally understands how this weird airplane really flies. It turns out that this type of airplane has a propeller on top, just like a bamboo dragonfly. I see. Is that the principle? Nope. Is this the time to concern yourself with such things? His own self was now one of the captives of this army at the same time, although he was still the major of southern Minnesota. Your own impending fate next. What it's really like. He was at a loss until now. At the same time, military officer. Kaiyu Hong also saw a large number of military doctors wearing white coats, who were hurriedly carrying a stretcher over, placing all the prisoners who had been seriously injured and were still able to breathe on top of the stretcher. Immediately afterward, carrying the stretcher, he darted away, looking very anxious. They actually tried to rescue these seriously wounded prisoners? Kaiyu Hong was confused. These seriously wounded prisoners are already running out of air, so trying to save them would be a fool's errand, wouldn't it? Even if it could be saved, it would take a lot of medical resources, right? Isn't that an abject waste? Why? Kaiyu Hong couldn't figure it out. He doesn't know. In the eyes of most of the modern Dragon Kingdom, everyone has his unique value. Everyone's life is not able to be arbitrarily deprived of. Everyone has the right to live, when conditions permit, even if it is a captive. That is what can be saved. If there is really no way to save it, then we can only give up. Unfortunately, such ideas are not understood in this day and age, because inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, things like human life were not worth anything at all. Maybe $1 ocean buys a man's life. What was completely unnecessary to save in Kaiyu Hong's eyes was something to try to save in the eyes of the Dragon Nation. Can you save lives though? But at least, put in the effort to save it. Hello? Suddenly, a slightly concerned voice came from in front of him. I see that you're in a very sorry state, and there's a lot of blood stains on your head. Is your head injured? Is your head still clear? Blood on the head? Kaiyu Hong froze, then reacted. Before on top of the battlefield, it appeared that a piece of entrails had landed on his head. His own head, inevitably, was stained with blood. It looks pretty lousy. Kaiyu Hong was surprised and twisted his head forward to take a look. Then, his whole person froze. He saw a man in a white coat standing in front of him at some point. But this man in a white coat, and other people in white coats, a little less so. What was different was the kind of accent the other party had. It was an accent that was familiar to him, and once he heard it, he knew that the other party was a very pure Min Province person. There was a world of difference from the other soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who spoke a mouthful of standard Mandarin. I'm fine. It's not my blood. After Kaiyu Hong shook his head, he looked at the person in front of him and couldn't help but ask with curiosity, are you from Min Province? Yeah, I'm a local. My family lives in East River County. The other party nodded and laughed with emotion. To be honest, I was a prisoner just like you. What? Kaiyu Hong was just about to nod his head when he realized something was wrong and his eyes widened. Like yourself? Been a prisoner? Captives can still be so free? Still able to wander around in a white coat, just like those army doctors? It's a long story. I originally returned from studying medicine, became a subordinate of Nyo Dakai by mistake, and was captured by mistake. Later, after a period of interrogation, The interrogators found that I had not committed any crimes, but due to having been a subordinate of Nyodakai, so let there be reform through labor for 1 year. After 1 year, you can regain your freedom. I am now in my first month of reform through labor, and in 11 months, I will be free. But to be honest, I kind of don't want to leave, because the medical treatment in the Dragon Kingdom is very advanced. Those Western countries can't even compare to the medical standard of the Dragon Kingdom. The white coat that spoke was full of excitement. I think I'll be able to learn a lot of things here that I've never learned before, things that even the foreigners don't have. Unfortunately, when he said this, he was a bit disappointed again. If you want to join the military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom, you have to pass a very strict examination before you can do so, and I'm just an understudy right now. Ha! Kai Yu Hong had been dumbfounded by what he heard. A medical student who had returned from studying abroad, but to hold the medical level of a local armed force in such high esteem? These days no matter which international student is a real talent. How can such a talent be willing to work as an understudy in a local armed military medical office? Kai Yu Hong couldn't help but ask, "What's your name?" Wang Renji. Wang Renji, who was wearing a white coat, replied with a straight face, "King, can you afford to stay in school? The Wang family of Dongha County, is it related to you?" Before coming here, Kai Yu Hong had still done quite a bit of intelligence work and knew some of the local forces. Wang Renji nodded. "That is my family. However, my father and my elder brother were unkind to the rich, raped the people, and killed many people. They were shot in a public trial and the family was plagiarized. The Wang family no longer exists. Of course, they deserved to die. After I realized that all that money I spent studying abroad, that's how it came to be. I didn't sleep well for 3 days and nights." Kai Yu Hong. He could tell that the young man in front of him didn't have a single lie. Nice guy. Bring the filial son. Chapter 100, Dragon Kingdom Traditional Arts and Crafts. In effect again. Your elder brother, as well as your father, were shot by these people. Even your family has been raided, and it can be said that you now have nothing. And it's all down to these people who call themselves the Dragon Kingdom. And it's because of that, Mr. Bai. With a look of incomprehension written all over her face, Kai Yu Hong couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Don't you feel any anger towards that, Mr. Bai? Instead, you're content to do some kind of labor reform? To know that he's the one who made you a home wrecker and made you the way you are now?" Kai Yu Hong simply didn't understand why Wang Renji was like this. Is it hard to believe that this is really an ungrateful person? However, faced with this incomprehensible questioning from Kai Yu Hong, Wang Renji, however, explained clearly, and the statement that is even more forceful, "You do not know my father, and my elder brother did something. They directly or indirectly killed the civilian population." The number of people added up to 38 people. One of the instructors who gave me a labor assignment told me a lot of things I didn't know, and because of that, I learned that my father, my older brother, were all scum. When he said this, Wang Renji's eyes reddened and he gritted his teeth. I know they are my family and are connected to my blood, but what they're doing on the ground is not human at all. If you disown me as your son, then disown me. It's having a father like that humiliates me. Dumbstruck, jaw-dropping, Kai Yu Hong no longer knew what words to use to describe his feelings at this moment. This Wang Renji guy couldn't have been brainwashed, right? Or is it that this guy studied abroad and learned the foreigner's ideas of freedom and equality through and through? Brainwashed by that foreigner's mindset? Doesn't even want to recognize his father. Hiss. Even if your father is a scumbag, in the end, he's still a blood relative. This. That's not being filial. If this is put in the ancient times, this Wang Renji, I am afraid that he will be directly immersed in a pigsty. Right? It was also the year when foreign ideas ran rampant in the land of God. This is if we go back a few decades in time. This Wang Renji was smoked to death a long time ago, because Kai Yu Hong could tell that the other party was serious about all of this. The other guy seemed to have a real hard time with his loved ones. The other party did not have any resentment as well as hatred for that Mr. White. This. Can't figure it out. What Kai Yu Hong didn't know was that for those prisoners whose crimes were very minor, the Dragon Kingdom would send people specifically to give them ideological education. These prisoners of lesser crimes, after the daily rush of labor and rehabilitation, after dinner in the evening you have to go to a thought session. After listening to the thought session, you have to write a thought paper out. Can't read? Can't write? It's okay. Rokoku can not only help you with thought lessons, it also teaches you to read, helping you with your literacy. No way. This is the traditional arts and crafts of the Dragon Kingdom, and things like traditional arts and crafts are not something you can just quit. This has led to a number of captured warlords that have been Dragon Kingdom without any semblance of resentment. They began to think about the reason they were laboring to reform. Is it because of your own problems? Where do you need to make improvements? How does one go about redeeming oneself? When they will think about these issues, That's when the dragon's ideological work will be successful. At this point, Wang Renji said with a serious face, "This brother, as long as you and I are the same, seriously think about the sins you have committed in the past, and seriously labor to reform the words. Sooner or later, you'll get a makeover like me, find the true meaning of life, and be a new man, instead of being like a jerk all day like you are now. Also, you shouldn't resent Mr. White. Mr. Bai he is a special person. He is very thoughtful and capable. His vision as well as foresight is very impressive." Wang Renji continued earnestly, "Mr. Bai is also very good to the common people. He is someone who truly serves the people. Mr. White and those local warlords are different. I feel that one day, Mr. Bai will allow the common people of the entire divine land to bask in the light. I, Wang Renji, am convinced of this." Kai Yu Hong. He felt the young man was hopeless. The man must have something wrong with his brain. That Mr. White not only captured him, but also killed all his relatives and even raided his home. Then, this Wang Renji even had a look of adoration on his face when he mentioned that Mr. Bai. Hiss. Isn't that a brain fart or something? Absolutely insane. Is that Kai Yu Hong? In the camp, on the balcony of the command headquarters, Bai Yi turned to the commander of the main regiment next to him and asked, "Who's the one chatting with him?" The main regiment commander nodded and said, "That gray-headed one is indeed Kai Yu Hong. As for the one in the white coat, it doesn't seem to be our military doctor." The main regiment commander rubbed his chin. "It seems to be Wang Renji." Wang Renji? Bai Yi was slightly surprised. He naturally remembered this person because this was the first and only foreign student he had met inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. It looks like this Wang Renji was placed in the military medical office for labor rehabilitation. Wang Renji had studied abroad and specialized in medicine. Although this thing is not medically advanced, but it's still enough to beat the hell out of them. I remember he was also last month's model laborer, right? Bai Yi smiled and said, "You can mold Wang Renji into a role model. Use him as an example to influence other laborers. Let the other laborers learn more from him." After a pause, he continued, "There aren't many rich young men who betray their class. It would be worthwhile to train him." Chapter 101, Mr. Bai is definitely the reincarnation of Master Guan Air. The news that Commander Kai of the Southern Min Province warlord had dispatched 6,000 troops and had his eldest son lead the army to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom's army that was entrenched in East River and West River counties was spread to the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictions by whoever was not known. For a moment, the common people within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction couldn't help but start to panic. The local people, they are very confident in the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom, but Commander Kai of the Southern Min Province warlord, the other side is just too prestigious. In the eyes of the local people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, Kai Yuan Shang is one of those big people, and it has absolute military power. Now this Commander Kai, who was famous in Min Province, was going to send out a full 6,000 strong army of warlords to crusade against the Dragon Kingdom's army. How does this keep people from panicking? How does this keep people from panicking? Can Mr. Bai and the others defeat the warlord's army sent by that Commander Kai? I heard that Commander Kai even sent that son of his. I think he's called something like Kai Yu Hong. Damn it! Why do they insist on crusading against Mr. Bai? It's clear that Mr. Bai has been so good to us. Within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, there were common people who were panicked and couldn't help but rage in indignation. Someone sighed in response, "It is because Mr. Bai is so kind to us that he has touched the interests of those great warlords. The world is bustling with profit. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Mr. Bai is cutting off their wealth. Yes, I heard that Marshal Niu had to pay Commander Kai more than 10,000 yang every year as a filial piety fee. That's why that Commander Kai is so indulgent to these small local warlords. Indeed, Mr. Bai blocked Kai Yuan Shang's path to wealth. How could Kai Yuan Shang let Mr. Bai go? Mother asterisk. These warlords are ing shameless. The problem is what we should do. If the warlords really come over, we'll be out of luck too. Do you think those warlord soldiers will spare us commoners? They can't wait to take advantage of the war and go on a looting spree. Mother asterisk. Are we just going to have to abandon Mr. White and pack up and get out of here? You can leave if you want to. I'm not leaving anyway. I'd rather fight with Mr. White. Me too. After the initial panic, people are more likely to feel angry. This anger of theirs was directed at the southern Minnesota warlords. In the eyes of the common people, it seemed that the army of the Dragon Kingdom treated them very well. This is the best army they've ever encountered for them. They naturally did not want that such an army, too, would be exterminated. That's why they're so angry. Think those warlords are really something. However, just as there was mass panic within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, another piece of news stunned them. This piece of news shocked everyone within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, because this news was circulating from the dragon side. It was also purposely and deliberately passed out from the dragon countryside, in order to just stabilize the people, stabilize the local population, smooth local order. The shocking news was that the Dragon Kingdom's army and the 6,000 strong force sent by the warlords of southern Min province had engaged in a titanic head-on battle, and he destroyed more than 1,000 enemy troops, captured more than 4,000 enemy troops, seized a large amount of enemy supplies, and even captured the enemy's numbered flags. The main thing is that it also captured that Major Kai Xiao Shui, Kai Yu Hong. This piece of news was undoubtedly a huge stone thrown into the calm lake, splashing a shocking wave. Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone is just flabbergasted. Although the people in the territory under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom wanted the Dragon Kingdom to win, but they didn't hold out much hope for that, because they felt that the gap in strength between the two sides was hard to bridge. It's mainly because Commander Kai's name is too big, make them naturally panic. However, when the Dragon Kingdom laid out all those captured supplies, all of them, everyone in the jurisdiction was dumbfounded. Everyone in the jurisdiction was dumbfounded when the Dragon Kingdom took a bunch of captives, all of them, out for a walk. When the Dragon Kingdom took the photo of Kai Yu Heng's capture and posted it on all the notices, the people in the jurisdiction went numb. These three maneuvers of the Dragon Kingdom were telling everyone the enemy army had really lost. The 6,000 troops sent by the warlords in southern Min province were defeated. Kai Yu Hong, a major, was also captured. After these evidences were laid out one by one, all the skepticism was all gone. It was replaced by endless cheering, as well as Tweedledum. Jesus, holy, Mr. I was actually able to defeat even Commander Kai's troop, and that's a troop of 6,000 men. Mr. I is actually this powerful? Hiss. I'm guilty. I actually thought that Mr. I couldn't defeat Commander Kai's men before. Hiss. That Major Kai Yu Hong was also captured? Mr. I can't really be a god and his soldiers are all heavenly soldiers, right? In that case, doesn't that mean that no one can mess with Mr. Bai in the entire Min province? Ha ha ha. I knew that it would be impossible for Mr. Bai to lose to surname Kai. Ha ha ha. My god. That's a regular army the size of 6,000. Well done. These warlords are snakes and rats. It wouldn't be too much to shoot them all. Mr. Bai. It really is the reincarnation of Master Guan Air. In that case, wouldn't Mr. Bai be becoming the number 3 big shot in Min province? It was as if the U theory within the entire Dragon Kingdom jurisdiction land had exploded. Every old person was first confused, then shocked, then jumped for joy. It ended with a face full of raised eyebrows. A look of excitement filled his face. Chapter 102, Kai Yuan Shang, my big son disappeared? There is never an airtight wall under the sky, let alone one with such amazing news. Such incomparably amazing news quickly spread from the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom to other places. It left the people in other places full of shock, especially those small warlords next door to the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Each of them revealed a look of disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? A 6,000 man force led by Major Choi was defeated just like that? Losing to a fledgling, upstart armed force? Even Major Kai himself has been captured by the other side? How is that possible? That's impossible. Ordinary civilian folk may not realize the kind of military power gap that exists between small and large warlords, but for the small warlords themselves, they are very aware of the gap between themselves and the big warlords. In the eyes of the big warlords, they, the small local warlords, are nothing more than some security groups. Such small warlords for big warlords, basically as many as you can extinguish. The reason why there are so many small local warlords left behind is entirely because those big warlords want to train a pack of dogs, to raise a pack of dogs that can do the dirty work and dirty deeds for them. It is because these small local warlords know very well the strength of those big warlords. That's why they're unbelievable. That's why they're unbelievable. Are you kidding? The head of a small local warlord closest to the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, the head of this small warlord, at this time, had been stunned by the news he had gotten. The army that Commander Kai sent out was actually routed? Even the Major General was captured by the other side? Where exactly is that Mr. Bai? Nope. No. His expression became brilliant for a moment. Couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Cold sweat couldn't help but flow out, because he knew he was too close to the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Getting into the other side only required a few slight steps before he was able to come to his territory. Hiss. He sucked in a hard breath. That Mr. Bai even beat Commander Kai and even dared to capture Commander Kai's son. So what reason could he have to not beat me? Mother asterisk 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 error. If he really fights over, what the hell am I supposed to do? Fight with him? The head of this small local warlord had been dumbfounded. He had no idea what to do. He knew that he was absolutely no match for Bai. He also knew that Mr. Bai would definitely not tolerate himself for what he had done. What one can do in this situation? I'm afraid it's just a matter of getting the hell out of there. But, do we really have to run? It's so hard to lay down such a big piece of foundation, and before you can enjoy it for a few years, you have to give up such a big piece of foundation and run away to somewhere else? But if you don't run yourself, wait until that Mr. White calls, then it's not a question of running or not running. Instead, it's a matter of whether it's dead or alive. Run. He almost had to gnash his teeth to make such a decision. Money is important, but life is even more important. He decided he was going to sell everything he could within a month. All of it. Exchange any antiques and such, all of them for oceans. Then take a bunch of your own guards. Hurry up and run. Run where? Just leave Minnesota anyway. He had a hunch. It is estimated that it won't be long before the entire Min province, I'm afraid, will become a place of wrongdoing. Small local warlords like him, if they remain, sooner or later, it will be crushed into pieces. There's no crumbs left. Even such a small local warlord knew about what was happening within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction, as well as the fact that Kai Yu Hong, the major general, had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom's army, not to mention Kai Yuansheng of the Southern Min Province warlord. This Commander Kai had also gotten this news that he couldn't believe. When Kai Yuansheng got this news, he was still silently reciting a Taoist scripture. Wait until he learns the shocking news from the guards. Kai Yuansheng almost had a strand of true chi that didn't run over, and almost went off the deep end with too much emotion. Yes, this Commander Kai has practiced a strand of true chi. It is for this reason that he is motivated and obsessed with the pursuit of a longer lifespan. But now he couldn't care less about practicing, because his son was captured. What's the point? Is it certain that the news is true? Kai Yinqing's face, at this moment, was so gloomy to an extreme that it was almost so black that it was dripping ink. He forced himself to hold back his anger and said in a low voice, Yu Hong, is he really captured? The guard secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His voice trembled, and he weakly returned. The news should be true. Spinning around, he pulled out a notice from his pocket. This one notice was bought from someone else at great expense to him. Commander, this is a notice from East River County. He hurriedly handed it to Kai Yuansheng. Kai Yuansheng, without saying a word, grabbed this notice, and then he was a notice inside. See these son's photo? It's actually a color photo, and the photo is very clear. So clear that it's a little mind-boggling. Kai Yuansheng's eyes widened, dilated nostrils, breathing heavily. He didn't care if it was a color photo or some black and white photo. He cared about the person inside the photo. Yuansheng Kai recognized it. The man in the photo was indeed his oldest son. The originally spirited Kai Yuhon looked so downcast inside the photo. The whole essence of the person seemed to be gone, and the hands are still tied. Seeing Kai Yuansheng as a father, it was a pain in the ass. One of his eyes was almost ready to spit out his anger. Who could have imagined their son? A trip out the door and it's gone. By E. Chapter 103, I, Kai Yuansheng, will not rest in death with you. By E. I'm afraid that only he alone could know just how intense Kai Yuansheng's anger was right now. His eyes were so wide that it seemed as if they were capable of spewing out fire. Gritting his teeth, he spat out those two words. By E. It was as if he wanted to memorize those two words in the deepest recesses of his mind. It seemed to engrave those two words firmly inside the brain. Though in this one color photo, you can see that his son, Kai Yu Hong, is still alive and well. But Kai Yuansheng didn't have any good thoughts. He was on the verge of anticipating his son. What kind of abuse will really be suffered on the enemy side now? That's definitely going to be abusive, isn't it? No. Kai Yuansheng let his son lead the army within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom ahead. The purpose was to try to make an example out of the Dragon Kingdom army that was entrenched there. It's already a war between you and me. In the midst of such a war, how could it end well if captured by the enemy? The reason for this thought, that's because Kai Yuansheng had, at one time, done this kind of mistreatment of prisoners, and more than once. Even now, he was very indulgent to those subordinates of his, and those subordinates would not care at all if they mistreated their captives. It was because he had done this sort of thing that he was so worried. So he'll think the worst. The more I think about it, the more urgent, the more panic, all sorts of negative emotions that eventually converged into, well, an unspoken rage. In fact, he didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom didn't mistreat prisoners at all. The prisoners of those warlords were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, although they were undergoing labor reform. But still, they are guaranteed 3 meals a day. It will only limit their activities. It's equivalent to treating them like a bunch of free drudges, and a bunch of drudges who do whatever it takes. Not to mention any 990 CXS, and for these labor reform captives, maybe the modern 990 CXS are a blessing. Longboy just needs to cover their food and shelter, and that's about it. Of course, the prisoners of these warlords, in addition to the weekday labor reform, a little bit or so, not much else, because not only do they have 3 meals a day to eat, but they also have free medical treatment for injuries. Of course, if it's the captives who are guilty of unpardonable offenses and have no information on the other side that would incriminate them, then just pull it and shoot it. Captives of such unpardonable sins don't even have a chance to reform through labor. Unfortunately, Kai Yuan Shang, who lacked knowledge about the Dragon Army, doesn't know about these things. After all, he wouldn't have been so stupid as to try to take on the Dragon Army if he knew anything about it. Kai Yuansheng looked at the guard next to him and spoke with forced anger. You go and mobilize all the senior generals inside the southern military region of the province, all of them shouting over to the laborers, and have them bring all their soldiers over. Labor Kai Yuansheng. From today onwards, I'm going to die with that by. The guards felt a great sense of oppression come over them. It scared him cold. This was the first time he had seen Commander Kai so out of sorts, or the first time he had heard Commander Kai curse foul language. It looks like the news that the major had been taken prisoner by the enemy. Let Commander Kai break the defense. Years in the city. It's completely broken. Yes. This guard, who was almost scared out of his wits, hurriedly nodded his head and then hurriedly ran out. He knew that the commander was very angry now, as if he were a raging lion. If it ever upsets the commander, then one is finished. Kai Yuansheng's order was quickly conveyed, coupled with the fact that he was now in a state of rage. There was no thought of secrecy at all, and inevitably, the news reached the ears of the common people as well. This filled the people of Qinzhou County with disbelief, simply unable to believe that such a thing could actually happen. They were the native people of Qinzhou County, and they were well aware of this Commander Kai's strength, also well aware of those deeds of this Commander Kai when he was young. They hadn't expected that someone would actually dare to mess with this Commander Kai in this part of Min Province, even to the point of angering this Commander Kai to such an extent. I can't believe the words immortal were uttered. Even more unbelievable was the fact that Commander Kai's eldest son, the Major, had been captured by a group of local forces. It's something that doesn't always happen for decades. This means that the Min Province boundaries are going to change dramatically. Such a dramatic change. By a person are not sent to escape from the relationship. Every single one of them will be implicated. This is a huge change that has never been seen before in this decade or two of time in Minnesota. In this situation, even ordinary people feel that something is very wrong now. All can smell an immediate sense of a storm coming. The ones who panicked the most were undoubtedly the people of Qinzhou County, as they felt that it was good no matter who won. In the end, it is only they, the common people, who suffer, and those local powerful landlords who have some power, although also very concerned about this matter. But on the surface, is a two ears do not hear outside the window. They don't take sides, because it's not a big problem for them to change who's in charge in southern Minnesota. The saying that a flowing warlord is an iron landlord is not a joke. At best, it's just a new warlord in southern Minnesota. For these landowning magnates, they are on the side of whoever wins. Easily the number one wallflower of the period. The entire southern part of Min Province. The storm clouds are stirring. The situation is treacherous. Chapter 104, Strange Taoist. Someone ran away? The Dragon Kingdom is unlikely to take the initiative to capture the territory of others, unless it is someone else's death to take the lead in provoking the Dragon Kingdom. In the final analysis there are 4 words to summarize the division of the famous. What's the difference between attacking someone without any reason and the most hated kind of country in the Dragon Kingdom? However, although the Dragon Kingdom would not take the initiative to start a war, it did not mean that the Dragon Kingdom did not dare to take it on. If that Commander Kai still wants to launch a military strike against the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom will also strike back militarily without mercy. If the people within the jurisdiction also knew about it, that Commander Kai would never let it go. After all, even his own son had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom. Not only did they lose face, they lost their son. In this case, Kai Yuansheng, who was the head of the warlords in southern Fujian province, would never be able to tolerate this. If he held back this time, then everyone would think he was a coward. Everyone will think he's a bully. Everyone thinks he's not as good as he was. So, Kai Yuansheng, no matter if it was out of the aspect of kinship or out of the aspect of reason and virtue, he had to send troops against the Dragon Kingdom. He had to eliminate the Dragon Kingdom army that provoked him. because only in this way could he ensure that his dignity would not be poked and prodded. It was also able to ensure that no one else would come to provoke him in the future. It is a declaration of one's sovereignty. But, this time the common people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were not as panicked and disoriented as before, because they already know that the dragon army that defeated Kaiyuan Shang before, just one regiment's worth of troops, and the Dragon Kingdom definitely has more than one regiment of troops in this area. What does that mean? This means that Mr. Bai has enough power to fight against that Commander Kaiyuan Shang Kai. There might even be a chance to bring that one Commander Kai straight down. Hiss. At the thought of it, a number of people were taken aback by the boldness of their own ideas. In the old days, they wouldn't have even thought about it. But now they have put their trust in the Dragon Kingdom, because the Dragon Kingdom has told all the common people within the jurisdiction land with every solid battle record. All warlords are dirtbags. None of them are a match for Rokoku. The common people's trust in the Dragon Kingdom in this way is of very great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom. This meant that the hearts and minds of the people of the Dragon Kingdom in the region had been thoroughly established. If ever the Dragon Kingdom recruits in the magically altered version of the Republican realm, I'm afraid, I don't know what the problem is with recruiting a couple of thousand people, now on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, in addition to paying attention to Kai Yuan Shang's movements, and to the reputation of the common people within the jurisdiction. They also paid attention to the territory of a local warlord next door. The reason I'm focusing on a local mini-warlord next door is because the leader of that local mini-warlord ran away. Yes, in the intelligence we got in the Dragon Kingdom, we learned that the leader of that small warlord a few days ago, a large amount of property was sold, in exchange for a large number of oceans. Then, overnight, people are missing. The other party ran off with a full $100,000 or $200,000 of ocean, and with a company of his own guards. No one knows exactly where it ran to. It puts that little local warlord next door into a cluster ********. The officers within the small warlords of that place began to fight for power individually. It seems to be trying to grab the head honcho position. Wants to be this local marshal for a while. Major, should we intervene in? A staff officer inside the command headquarters spoke up. I think this is the best time for us to intervene. This small warlord controls a total of 2 small counties, as well as a dozen large and small villages. However, no matter the size of the other side's county or villages, they are not as large as our side. The population inside that small warlord's territory is estimated to be around 200,000 or so, and with those who aren't included in the registry, it's probably closer to 300,000 or so, and that little warlord's total strength is just over 3,000. So I think we can take advantage of the opportunity to pocket it. The staff officer's tone paused as he continued. If we get our hands on this little warlord's territory, then just 100 kilometers to the east, we'll be able to reach the coast. We can control the seafaring military in the region of Min Province with the help of this coastal area, controlling the words of a sea. Indeed, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If one could control the discourse of a sea area, then one would be able to pull the navy in as well and develop this magically modified version of the Republic of Korea realm. If you can gain control of the offshore, then it's basically equivalent to controlling the Min Province. But if you want to take a shot at it, you have to have a division. Bai Yi knocked on the table and said, "This little warlord, is there constant civil unrest now?" The staff officer responded, "The ones inside the little warlords have beaten the dog's brains out of them." Bai Yi nodded. "We can send someone to negotiate." The bargaining Bai Yi was talking about wasn't just going to talk, but creating an opportunity for the other party to take the lead and not be able to resist making a move. He's sure it's hard to keep his sanity when those dog brains are nearly beaten out of him. "Remember to keep the lives of the Dragon Kingdom warriors safe," Bai Yi once again instructed. "Yes, but, right about this time, suddenly, outside the command post, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Bai Yi said. The door of the command headquarters was gently pushed open, and a Dragon Kingdom soldier walked in, saluted, and reported, "Major, 2 unfamiliar Taoist priests have been spotted appearing within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land. They are not native Taoist priests within the jurisdiction land. Like 2 outsiders. In the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, religious clergy like the Taoist priests, it's always been a key focus for the dragon. Once an unfamiliar dowser appears, you can report directly to Bai Yi. Strange Taoist? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Have someone keep an eye on them. If they're going to do anything bad, stop them in time, and if necessary, just shoot them. Chapter 105, If you want to get rich, first build a road. Lushan Sect Taoist. On a countryside path within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, 2 Taoist priests wearing plain Taoist robes were carrying a bamboo-woven backpack, walking forward step by step, unhurriedly. The 2 plainly dressed fellows, one tall and one short, were an old Taoist priest and a young Taoist boy. The old Taoist priest had a goatee and his hair was a little gray at the temples. The wrinkles on his face, too, could be seen, left behind by the years. Obviously the age has to be at least 50 or 60 years old. But the walk was a dragon's walk and seemed to be in very good physical condition. The little Taoist boy next to him appeared to be in his late teens. Couldn't have been more than 13 or 14 years old at best. The little Taoist boy's skin was very fair like jade, and his delicate face was as refined as jade. It's a female Taoist child. Seen your uncle, that traitor of the division. Is he really inside East River County? We've traveled an unknown number of miles, and we've also been tracking him for a full 2 years, and we can't find any trace of him. The female Taoist child had a bitter expression on her face as she walked, bending over and pounding her leg. In a grumbling tone, he muttered, "When will we ever stop chasing like this?" The old Taoist priest next to him shook his head. Poor Taoist isn't sure if he's in Dongha County. He just got some clues. Wu Jiansong had once expelled a stern ghost for a local warlords marshal in this part of Dongha County many years ago. This clue, whether it's true or not, I'm not sure. Seen your uncle, but since there's a clue, then we have to come and take a look. If we really find the other party's trail, then we'll clean up the door for my Lushan sect. When he said this, the old Taoist's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the midst of this chaotic mess, even they, the monks, none of them are good either. Because there is no way that good stubble can survive in this day and age. At least there is no way to be able to live that well. From the words of these two Taoist priests, one old and one young, it could be heard that they came from the Lushan sect. That would explain why there's a female Taoist child. Because at least 1/3 of the once well-known Taoist masters of the Lushan school were women. There are very many female cultivators in the Lushan sect. But what if he's not there? The female Taoist child muttered. Do we have to run to, yet again, another county to look for him? It's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack, right? This is also a kind of cultivation. The old Taoist smiled. Cultivating the Tao for 10 years is better than traveling 10,000 miles. And, the old Taoist priest reprimanded. You female doll, it's best to keep your quirky personality under control. In times of war and chaos, don't be so rowdy, lest you get into trouble that you shouldn't. Oh, although the female Taoist girl let out an oh, but as to whether or not she listened to it, I do not know. It made the old Taoist priest shake his head helplessly. He was aware of the character of this master-nephew of his. Obviously a girl of a young age who turned out to be more rowdy than a boy. Guess the little guy still isn't listening. LOL. An old man and a young man. Two Taoist priests. As they walked along, they followed this countryside dirt road to a village. Huan Chun. Looking at a stone monument erected at the entrance of the village, the old Taoist priest murmured out these 3 words. Once they walked inside the village, suddenly found. Not quite right. They had traveled all the way from the Lushan sect's divisional quarters to within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. During this time, they passed through countless villages in many counties, but there is no village like the one in front of us. What phrase should be used to describe this village? The old Taoist priest thought hard about it. Finally came up with an idiom. Thrive. Looking at the vibrant Huan village, the old Taoist monk with a little doubt, muttering to himself, strange, in this place of military chaos? There is even such a peach blossom place? I see the villagers in this village. Each is a smile. Seems to be not too much trouble. How happy and happy. What kind of happiness? What kind of ease and contentment? There are still quite a few villagers with yellow faces, but that look on their faces is impossible to fake. The old Taoist priest realized that Huan village was more special than any of the villages he had ever seen. The villagers and people here seem to have a vibrant face. In these days, the word vigor has never been a label for the poor people. Normal poor old people are good enough without looking sad every day. How can you have such vigor? That's why the old Taoist priest found it strange. It's what makes this village special. Compared to the more composed old Taoist priest, this female Taoist child beside him was very lively. The female Taoist girl kept looking left and right in curiosity, a pair of big watery eyes looking this way and that way, as if something, all of it appealed to her. Uncle Sherfu. Suddenly, she said in a shocked voice, look, seen your uncle. What are those things? This shock almost made the old Taoist shiver. The old Taoist priest followed the direction she was pointing in, and then his entire body froze. The old Taoist opened his somewhat cloudy eyes wide, but it's still a little hard to see. He carefully took out a box, and after opening the box there was a pair of plain, round-framed glasses, which he put on before he could see clearly. This should be, the old Taoist priest replied with less certainty. It should be a foreigner's automobile, right? Odd looking, but probably? See only. Not far from a different kind of modern engineering vehicles. The village road in Huan village hot day to day to start work. A soldier of the construction corps builds a road here. Yes, road repair. If you want to get rich, you have to build a road first. These words have been deeply engraved in the mind of every person in the Dragon Country, trying to get the livelihoods of people within the jurisdiction to develop. Just got to get the roads up. Bai Yi had already planned to have every county and every village connected to each other. It depends on building roads, and the plan is already in motion. What this old man and young man now saw was the engineering vehicle from the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 106, The Two Taoists Who Were Dumbfounded. Changes in the jurisdictional land. If that Commander Kai, who was far away in Qingzhou County, knew that the Dragon Kingdom was actually embarking on vigorously engaging in all kinds of infrastructures at the same time as they were paying attention to his movements, I don't know if he would be so angry that he would spit out blood. It was because by acting like this, the Dragon Kingdom was clearly not putting that Commander Kai in his eyes. In fact, so far the Dragon Kingdom has been prioritizing the development of resources. Then the livelihood of the people within the jurisdiction comes second, putting the armed forces of this world, such as the warlords like Choi Yuan Sang. This is in the third place. Yes, in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, a warlord like Kai Yuan Shang could hardly pose any threat. If the other side really wants to make a move against the Dragon Kingdom, naturally, the Dragon Kingdom is not polite. But then the Dragon Kingdom couldn't put all its heart and soul into dealing with those warlords. While proceeding with the defense of the local warlords, development as well as infrastructure was carried out. It was the Dragon Kingdom's planned policy inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm. In short, it's both. And with both hands. This is a foreigner automobile? At this moment, in the Huan village, the female Taoist child was a bit incredulous, but this doesn't look quite the same as those Yankee automobiles we've seen. This looks much bigger than all those foreigner cars. The old Taoist priest coughed and said, Ahem, don't things like cars have a few wheels and move on their own? These cars also have several wheels and are also capable of moving on their own. So they're not cars, what else could they be? These few explanations made it impossible for the female Taoist child to refute. At this time, the old Taoist priest carefully put away the glasses, then added, Let's go over and take a look. By the way, let's inquire about some news about Wu Jiansong. Two Taoist priests, one old and one young, headed towards the construction site, and walked over. When close to the construction site, they really felt what it means to work in the heat of the moment, but then they saw that there was something bad. Uncle Master, those soldiers with guns, are they slaving these common people to build roads? The female Taoist child suddenly asked. Just as the old Taoist was about to say something, a voice suddenly interjected. Hey, you newbie girl doll, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. See only. A villager from Huan village, at some point, stood next to them. I only heard the villager explain. Those who are laboring to build the road there are not common folk. They are all prisoners. Prisoner? An old man and a young man. Two Taoist priests looked at each other. I only heard the villagers continue. These prisoners used to be basically the warlord soldier gangsters. Fish and flesh the people for some years. I don't know how many local common people have been exploited and oppressed by them. Things like stealing chickens and dogs are things they often do. There are even soldiers and gangsters who used to get their hands on innocent people and maim them or even beat them to death. Those crimes are too numerous to count. However, those soldier gangsters who committed the most heinous crimes have long since been shot in a public trial. The rest are all lesser offenders who are undergoing labor reform. Some had to work for years, some for more than a decade, before they could be freed. If it wasn't for Mr. By coming, this part of our area, I don't even know when the green sky will be there. From the words of this one villager, a lot of information could be heard. It turned out that all these hard laborers building the road were some prisoners. And the words reform through labor are easy to understand in the context of the picture before us now. It's just to make these prisoners do some hard labor. That's how it's been done throughout the ages. But, Mr. White, who is it? The old Taoist man couldn't help but ask curiously. Dare I ask who that Mr. Bai is? Poor Taoist remembers the local warlord Marshal. Isn't it that Marshal Nyo? This villager was full of eccentricity, looking at this old Taoist priest in front of him with a somewhat suspicious glance. But considering this foreign accent of the other, it suddenly dawned on him. The villager explained. At a glance, you two are from out of town. That guy Nyo Dakai is long gone, and the one who exterminated Nyo Dakai was Mr. Bai's army. Mr. White is a great man. The villagers instinctively began to brag. Mr. Bai not only sends many doctors, free of charge to us villagers people to see the doctor, he even helps us build roads for free, without us villagers paying a penny. And Mr. White has also abolished many unnecessary taxes, merely collecting commercial taxes, and some other taxes that I don't understand. In short, nothing to do with us plain people. Mr. Bai even defeated Commander Kai's army. You should know that. Commander Kai, right? That's the #1 warlord in the southern military region of Minnan province. That Commander Kai had a 6,000 strong army come to invade, only to be beaten to tears by Mr. Bai. Even that Commander Kai's son was captured. The same villager's mouth, listening to Bai E. In the local deeds, both the old Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest were incredulous. They've traveled the world for so long, seen a lot of local warlords. Those local warlords are all fish and fowl, and each one of them treats the people as a cash cow. Now, how dare anyone say that there is a warlord that is capable of doing good things for the people? This, true or false? But if it's false, why tell such a lie? Such a lie is completely unnecessary, isn't it? What's the point of lying to yourself about a Taoist priest? If it's true, that's an absolute great kindness, rarely seen in the world. That's right, a few days ago, there was a necrophilia over at the mass grave in our Huan village, and a dozen corpses turned into zombies, and all of them were resolved with the help of Mr. Bai's troops, the villagers said. This is now. Both the old Taoist priest and the young Taoist priest instantly widened their eyes. The female Taoist girl was dumbfounded. What? Zombies? The old Taoist's jaw dropped. A dozen heads? Chapter 107 A Heavenly Favor from the Lushan Sect. It was because this old Taoist priest was a Taoist priest of the Lushan school, and he was also the kind of Taoist priest who was a serious ghost hunter, so he knew very well what a dozen or so zombies really were. But that's not true. It shouldn't. Why is there so many zombies in one village? Those villages that are usually haunted by zombies only have one zombie at best. It's only 2 heads to hold up, I think. Now, surprisingly, there were a dozen zombies inside a village. What kind of sin is this? This is bad luck in 8 lifetimes. A mass grave? The old Taoist suddenly recalled a key point in the villager's utterance in front of him. He couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, is it the corpses inside the mass graves that have undergone necrophilia? A corpse that wants to undergo necrophilia must at least be intact, right? Why are there so many corpses that haven't decayed? The villager shook his head in bewilderment, for this had hit a blind spot in his knowledge. However, at this time, the villagers said, the people on Mr. Bai's side, on the contrary, briefly explained it to us. The villager struggled to recall. It's because of, some kind of feng shui or something. It says that when the yin goes inside, it can't come out, and then with the accumulation of days and months, the mass grave becomes a murderous place. Feng shui? You can't get out as long as you go in? The old Taoist priest's pupils shrunk slightly and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This is the land of the locking in great fowl. This place, there would even be such a ferocious land. The old Taoist priest hurriedly asked, where is that mass grave? If we don't deal with it, sooner or later, this murderous place will harbor new zombies, and cause other corpses to turn into corpses. Can he not be anxious? As a Taoist priest of the Lushan sect, he had read a lot of canonical books. He knew very well what such a ferocious place meant. If we don't take care of it quickly, it would have to be a catastrophe. When the villagers saw the incomparably anxious old Taoist priest, they didn't quite understand why the other party was in such a hurry. He scratched his head and answered truthfully, that place, it's been bombarded to pieces. The entire ground of the mass grave has been flattened by several meters by the shells. Anyway, Mr. Bai said that the feng shui there has been completely destroyed, and it's impossible to harbor any more zombies out in the future. But despite that, the people in the village still don't dare to go near it. Blasted with shells, flattened? While the old Taoist was dumbfounded, he couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief, though he was a bit shocked at how simple and crude it was. But it has to be said, this approach has been very effective. If the feng shui of a place is very bad, then it directly destroys the terrain there. This is the easiest way to break the feng shui pattern, but it is generally labor-intensive. However, if you use artillery shells to bombard directly and indiscriminately, it seems that it doesn't take much labor. It looked like that person called Mr. White wasn't a simple character, currently has a powerful army in hand and even knows about things like feng shui, and it can also deal with evil things like zombies. Awesome, right? May I ask, have you ever heard of a man named Wu Jiansong? He is also a Taoist priest like me, and poor Taoist heard that he once exorcised a ghost for that Marshal Niu of Nong, inside Donghe County. The old Taoist priest did not forget his real purpose, like Wu Jiansong to go the wrong way, evil way. They, the Lushan sect, had to put the other party to death. Clear the door, dog. The villager from Huan village was a bit bewildered. There is a Taoist temple inside the county, but I haven't heard of those Taoist masters in the Taoist temple, who have exorcised ghosts for Nyodakai. Dogs. Right. This villager suddenly remembered. I heard that the reason why Yangjiazhuan was haunted by zombies before was because of an evil and crooked path. That evil and crooked person raised a zombie near Yangjiazhuan, and as a result, that zombie ran inside Yangjiazhuan and caused chaos, killing many people. And that zombie in Yangjiazhuan, it was also Mr. Bai who led people to subdue it. Last I heard, Mr. Bai arrested that evil demon and directly put it on public trial, then shot it. I remember this thing, back in the first 2 months, was a big deal. The old Taoist priest's eyes lit up. Guru, do you know what that evil path is called? The villager rolled his eyes. How the should I know? After talking so much with you two Taoist priests, my mouth is dry from talking. It's getting late. I still have to go home and cook. This villager of Huan village didn't pay any more attention to this old and young two Taoist priests. Straight away with a stride. Only this old and young Taoist priests were left behind and were looking at each other here. There were a few seconds of silence. The old Taoist priest said, "It looks like a very important clue was obtained. Although I don't quite believe that guy died just like that. But if he was shot, then it's really an evil thing to do." The female Taoist child was a bit confused and asked, "Senior uncle, then what are we going to do next?" "See that Mr. White." The old Taoist monk laughed. "That Mr. Bai surely knows the name of that evil crooked path, because he was the one who had that evil crooked path shot. If that evil sect crooked way is really Wu Jiansong, then our Lushan sect owes this Mr. Bai a huge favor." The female Taoist child scratched her head in confusion. "How can we see that kind of big shot?" The old Taoist priest replied, "There is no need for us to look for it, because that Mr. White has actually found the two of us long ago, and someone is already following us now." Hearing this sentence, the female Taoist child's face was filled with shock and admiration. "Senior uncle, how did you know? Could it be that your cultivation has gone to the next level?" The poor Taoist guessed. Chapter 108, Refining Essence and Transforming Qi. The dazed old Taoist priest. In the end, the old Taoist still looked for a Dragon Kingdom soldier not far away, wanting to use the Dragon Kingdom soldier to meet with Bai Yi. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were curious though why the two Taoist priests wanted to see Major Bai, but out of vigilance, he reported the news. The news quickly reached the middle of the camp. Bai Yi, who was inside the camp, soon got the news that this Dragon Kingdom soldier, too, had delivered. Bai Yi, who got this news, was very surprised, because from the same report of the Dragon Kingdom soldier, he knew that those two strange Taoist priests were actually from the Lushan sect. Lushan sect. Bai Yi is naturally very familiar with it. It was because a large part of those Taoist Tao techniques he now knew came from the Lushan sect. And the crippled Taoist priest who tried to harm him before was also from the Taoist Lushan sect. Unexpectedly, these two unfamiliar Taoist priests were actually fellow disciples of the crippled Taoist priest. After a little consideration, Bai Yi agreed to meet with the other party. After all, like the crippled dogs go the crooked way of evil. It was considered a very rare kind among the Taoist sects. It couldn't be said that the two strange Taoist priests who came to the door were also evil sects that had defected from the Lushan sect, could it? If there are really that many Taoist priests in the Lushan sect who have taken to the evil path for various reasons, then the reason has to be placed on the Lucha school itself. Then it's time to wonder if the denomination is in trouble. Today, afternoon, a few soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom sent an old and a young Taoist priest to the middle of the military camp of the Dragon Kingdom. There was a building dedicated to meeting guests, and Bai Yi was waiting for the duo here. The old Taoist priest and the female Taoist girl were confused and shocked all the way inside the barracks. They, like all the people in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, when entering inside a modernized military camp, whatever you see feels very new. A lot of things were seen for the first time in my life. Look left, right, look. It's quite an overwhelming feeling. Everything is mind-boggling. It's a dream come true. Even the very quirky female Taoist girl didn't dare to open her mouth to say anything at this time, because the more and more novelties, instead of making her feel excited, made her a bit terrified. It was as if Lu had entered a large manor, or as if a commoner had entered a palace. Afraid I'll break something if I'm not careful, the kind you can't afford to lose in a lifetime. After they were led by a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they arrived inside a building. They finally met Bai Yi. When their gazes were placed on Bai Yi, both the old Taoist priest and the female Taoist child were so stunned that they almost didn't even react. For being too young, Bai Yi didn't give them the usual feeling of being young. It felt like it was in his 20s at best, though Bai Yi's 20s were certainly much older than the female Taoist child. But he's the leader of an armed force on one side. In the minds of the two Lushan sect Taoist priests, that Mr. White was at least a middle-aged man. But now it seems that, what kind of middle-aged man is he? It's obviously still youth. You must be the Taoist masters from the Lushan sect, right? I've long heard of the Lushan sect's reputation in Min province, and I've often heard that the Taoist masters of the Lushan sect go down to the mountains to help the people exorcise ghosts and subdue demons, and they are highly loved and respected by the people in Min province. The Lushan sect is also the most popular Taoist sect in this part of Min province. Bai Yi revealed a normal smile. He was considered to know the Lushan sect very well. In addition to the same crippled Taoist priest's mouth, he learned some things about the Lushan sect. He also specifically had people pry into the rumors about the Lushan sect. I don't dare to take the honor. I don't dare to take the honor. The old Taoist monk waved his hands repeatedly. Mr. Bai has helped the people to push back the black warlords, and all the things he has done and all the policies he has ordered in the territory are beneficial to the country and the people. Mr. Bai is saving hundreds of thousands of people, or even millions of lets from fire and water, whereas people like us who are cultivators go down to the mountains to exorcise ghosts, and only save three or two. It wasn't that the old Taoist was being modest, but he really felt that what the Lushan sect had done was no match for what Bai Yi had done. The people who benefited from these things Bai Yi did were as many as several 100,000 people. What can the Lushan sect be counted as when they come down to exorcise ghosts and subdue demons? The old Taoist finally couldn't help but open the door. Mr. Bai. The reason why the old Taoist wants to meet with Mr. Bai is mainly because there's one thing I want to confirm with Mr. Bai in person. I heard that Mr. Bai, in the beginning, captured an evil sect. I wonder if Mr. Bai knows the name of that evil sect? Sure enough, this old man and young man from the Lushan sect were really here for the crippled Taoist priest. Bai Yi nodded and replied, it's true that he shot an evil man. I remember that guy's name was Wu Jiansong. Hiss, even though it had been expected, when the name was heard, still couldn't help but take a breath of air. I didn't expect that. After all these years of chasing the traitors of the Lucha sect, surprisingly, it's dead. The old Taoist priest's expression was solemn, very serious to Bai Yi. Bow to salute, poor Taoist on behalf of the Lushan sect up and down. A total of 360 cultivators, here to thank Mr. White for the Lushan sect to clean up the door. If Mr. Bai has any needs, the Lushan sect will certainly do its best to assist Mr. Bai. Demand? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. A Taoist priest saying this. Then he's not sleepy ah? Bai Yi asked. I wonder if I can borrow some of the Lushan sect's Taoist texts. Ha? The old Taoist priest didn't expect Bai Yi to mention the demand so quickly. It caught him a little off guard. What does Mr. Bai want with the Taoist canon? The old Taoist priest didn't rush to agree, but asked curiously. Bai Yi laughed. To be honest, after shooting Wu Jiansong, I got some of the Lushan school's inheritance. I so specially studied it and found it quite good, and I learned all of it. This made me even more interested in Taoism and wanted to start studying the world's Taoist collections, but I struggled to find any other Taoist texts. As he said this, Bai Yi ran his body's true qi, and the majestic true qi continued to surge. At once, the old Taoist priest's eyes almost looked straight as he was filled with dumbfoundedness. Refining essence and transforming qi. Chapter 109 Digging up the Tao sect. Bai Yi's fox tail. Refining essence and transforming qi. The old Taoist priest's cry of surprise caused him to lose his temper quite a bit, mainly because the shock that Bai Yi had given him was too great. When Bai Yi took the initiative to expose a majestic true qi, the old Taoist priest's entire body was almost dumbfounded, because he could feel this incomparably majestic true qi. It filled his face with a look of disbelief. How? The old Taoist priest couldn't keep his expression taut, and couldn't help but lose his temper and exclaim, how could someone step into the cultivation realm of refining essence and transforming qi before the age of 50? Even the contemporary head of the Lushan sect only stepped into the realm of refining essence and transforming qi when he was 55 years old. Mr. White, you, how do you cultivate? The old Taoist priest had even used the word you, and his voice became a little shaky. If it was in ancient times when aura was very abundant, one stepped into refining essence and transforming qi before the age of 40. Perhaps not particularly surprising. But, in this age of war and chaos, auras have started to become more and more depleted. To be able to step into the realm of refining essence and transforming qi at the age of 50 was already a rare occurrence in 100 years. But what did he see today? Refining and transforming qi in your 20s? Hiss. The old Taoist priest looked at Bai Yi as if he was looking at a monster demon. Of course, the words monster demon didn't have any derogatory meaning. It's just normal practice. Bai Yi answered truthfully. Aha! The full Taoist cultivation that was opened from inside the treasure chest was indeed considered normal cultivation for him. The path of cultivation is nothing but 4 realms. Refinement of essence. Practicing qi and transforming God. Refining God to return to the void. Refinement and harmonization. The latter 3 realms were already extinct in this era, as the world's heaven and earth aura was no longer enough to support cultivators of this level. Nowadays, the cultivators inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm are, at most, at the refined essence and transformed Qi realm. And the promotion to refining essence and transforming Qi is also very strict. It is not because there is true Qi in the body that one is able to call it refining essence and transforming Qi. Those Taoist priests who have so much true Qi in their bodies that they can deal with demons and evils. It can only be said that they are existences that are new to the threshold of cultivation. And the body of true Qi, such as streams, raging majestic monastic people. Only then can we call it stepping into refining essence and transforming Qi. The old Taoist priest was constantly sizing up Bai Yi, but no matter how much he sized him up, he realized that Bai Yi was only in his 20s, and wasn't one of those middle-aged people who looked young. It numbed the others to know, when he first stepped into refining essence and transforming Qi, his age was already 59 years old. My own age is now in the 60s. People over people. Exasperating. I wonder if the main Gong method that Mr. Bai cultivates is also a Taoist text of the Lushan school? A bold idea suddenly popped up in the old Taoist priest, and he suppressed the shock within his heart as he asked. Bai Yi shook his head. The main Gong method I practiced came from Longhu Mountain. Ah. The old Taoist's bold thoughts fell away at once. His bold idea was to invite Bai Yi to join their Lushan sect. A man of such demonic monasticism. If you join the Lucha school, definitely the next generation in charge. But there's a little bit of trouble in this if it involves Lung Fu Shan. It comes down to this. In this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the Lushan sect can't compare to the Dragon Tiger Mountain. However, what the old Taoist didn't know was that he had just been hitting on Bai Yi. Now, Bai Yi was hitting on their master's uncle and nephew. Bai Yi could also see that the old Taoist priest was not simple, and he was afraid that he was not on par with himself in terms of cultivation, and the other party definitely knew more Dao-jitsu than he did. If one were to fight and cut with the other party, one might have a greater chance of losing. What does that mean? This means that the old Taoist priest in front of us, it's a talent. It's a talent that the Dragon Kingdom desperately needs. Bai Yi has been thinking of teaching some people to learn Taoism, but he doesn't have much time on weekdays, so for this idea as well as the plan, it has been on hold. Although, he could have invited those Taoist priests, monks, and even foreign missionaries inside the county, but he always felt that all those guys in the county were just a little three-legged Taoist. These guys don't even know if their legacy is complete or not. Let them teach. I'm afraid it's likely to be misguided. But, now, an excellent candidate has emerged, right in front of your own eyes. May I ask what the Taoist master and this little Taoist boy's Taoist names are? It was Bai Yi's turn to ask the old Taoist priest a question. The old Taoist priest instinctively replied. The poor Taoist's surname is Yin. His name is Shan, and his Taoist name is Taoist Dust Whisker. This is the poor Taoist's master nephew, surnamed Xie, name Mingyue, no Taoist name for the time being. The old Taoist priest explained. You need to wait for the meridians to have a sense of qi before you can get a number. Bai Yi nodded indistinctly. He looked at the old Taoist priest, Yi Shan, and then at the female Taoist child, Xia Mingyue. Bai Yi said, nowadays, there is a lack of soldiers and natural disasters, and there is a lack of spiritual qi in heaven and earth. It's getting harder and harder to cultivate a sense of qi. The old Taoist priest echoed with emotion. Alas, Mingyue, this child is actually quite intelligent, but just can't resist cultivation. Otherwise it may be possible to cultivate a trace of qi sense before adulthood. Bai Yi added. And it's getting harder and harder for people like us to refine our cultivation. The old Taoist priest agreed in a million ways. It's more than difficult. It's as difficult as heaven. The old Taoist monk sighed. Cultivators, if they don't have enough aura, their cultivation simply can't be refined much. The old Taoist's life may be limited to this. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is becoming less and less. I don't know if people will still be able to cultivate when a few decades from now. Bai Yi revealed a smile. What if there is a spiritual spring? The old Taoist monk helplessly said, if there is a spiritual spring, the old Taoist would like to stay by the spiritual spring every day. So that may be before the age of 90. The cultivation will be refined breakthrough. But the spirit spring, to be honest, inside the Lushan sect, there is only one low-grade spirit spring left. Bai Yi finally revealed his fox's tail. Did Taoist master carefully sense the aura of heaven and earth in the military camp? Sensing the aura of heaven and earth? The old Taoist froze as he tried to sense it, and in the next moment, his eyes glazed over. This. What a rich aura. How is that possible? Even on the Lushan sect's mountain gate, there wasn't such a rich aura. Why is the aura here so rich? The old Taoist was filled with incredulity. I won't hide it from the Taoist master. It's actually quite a coincidence that here in my barracks, there is a medium spirit spring. Bai Yi smiled. Old dog. Chapter 110, Kai Yuan Shang's attack. It was really because he had given too much. The old Taoist almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears, but when he saw Bai Yi in front of him, with that smiling expression, the old Taoist knew that it wasn't his ears that were wrong. Rather, inside this military camp, the indeed really possessed a medium spirit spring. This is a medium spirit spring. Their Lushan sect had once possessed quite a few spiritual springs, and there was no shortage of medium spiritual springs among them. At the time thousands of years ago, inside the Lushan sect, there was even the existence of a superior spirit spring, but that's all in the past. Now the entire world's heaven and earth aura was gradually becoming depleted. There was only one spiritual spring left in the entire Lushan sect, and it's just a lower-class spirit spring. Medium spirit springs. It would have to be that kind of extremely large-scale Dao sect to be able to have a spiritual spring. Inside this barracks, I can't believe, there's a medium spirit spring? No matter how unbelievable he was, no matter how much he couldn't believe it, the very rich aura in the air showed that this Mr. I wasn't making it up. No wonder, when the old Taoist had stepped into the barracks before, he had felt that there was always something wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't quite put his finger on at the time. Plus, he was eager to see Bai Yi before. He just ignored the wrongness. Until now, after Bai Yi reminded him, the old Taoist priest was shocked to realize. It turned out that the aura inside the campground was too abundant, in stark contrast to the outside. That's the source of what's wrong. Say no to envy. It's all fake. The old Taoist almost wrote the word envy on his cloudy eyes. Suddenly, the words that Bai Yi uttered caused the old Taoist priest, who was being envious, to have a jolt in his heart. He only heard Bai Yi say, I wonder, does Taoist master have any free time? If Taoist master is willing to help me teach some people to cultivate inside the barracks, then I can allow Taoist master to cultivate next to the spirit spring, and I will give Taoist master a bucket of spirit spring water every day. Tell the truth. The old Taoist was moved. He didn't expect that Bai Yi would invite himself to teach. He was tempted to refuse because he was the Taoist master of the Lushan sect. He was also in a very high position within the Lushan sect. But, Mr. White is giving too much away. Not only was he allowed to let him cultivate next to a medium spiritual spring, he was even provided with a bucket of spiritual spring every day. This. What Taoist priest can stand up to this kind of test? The old Taoist monk secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He could no longer care about any city, nor could he care about whether or not he was very out of sorts right now. He knew that if he said yes, then there is a good chance that one's cultivation will be even more refined by the age of 90. And a daily bucket of spiritual springs and it's still a medium spiritual spring. But, if he taught others the Taoist arts here, would he not be revealing the Lushan sect's Taoist treasures? Wouldn't that be leaking the Lushan sect's legacy? The old Taoist was torn, very tangled. Hey, and so on. The old Taoist priest seemed to have thought of something. Yeah, Wu Jiansong, that evil disciple who went on a crooked path, used to be an inner disciple when he was inside the Lushan sect, possessing a very complete inheritance of the Lushan sect. Now that Wu Jiansong had been shot by this Mr. Bai, the canonical Dao collection on him must have been in Mr. Bai's hands, equivalent to those legacies of the Lushan sect. Mr. Bai had already grasped almost all of them. Aha! It means that the inheritance of the Lushan sect was leaked out by Wu Jiansong. It has not a single thing to do with him, the whisking Taoist. That's right, that's it. Yes, after a few minutes of hesitation, after the old Taoist priest finally figured something out, he agreed very crisply. Practice. It's all about the word fight. A medium spiritual spring meant a rare chance for a cultivator. It's an opportunity that you don't get in a lifetime. Now met by myself, how can I let go? It must be promised. The female Taoist child next to her, Xia Mingyue, was dumbfounded after taking this in, and instinctively said, Senior uncle, are you considered to have betrayed the sect? Snap. Ah, that hurts. Xia Mingyue hurriedly covered her little head, her face full of aggression. The old Taoist priest said with a straight face, Supreme Heavenly Father, the number of people in the Taoist sect is ultimately limited. The great task of subduing demons and eliminating devils is not something that can be accomplished by a limited number of people. It is necessary to gather all the righteous people that can be gathered points. The poor Taoist is teaching the art of conscious Taoism, an act of kindness and righteousness, an act of indisputability. Listen to the eloquent words. Xia Mingyue covered her head, dumbstruck, and in her heart, she called out that her senior uncle was so shameless. Unexpectedly, the thick-browed, big-eyed dust-whisking Taoist senior uncle would even say something like this. But she didn't dare say anything more, afraid of another knock. The news that there were 2 more Taoist priests inside the Dragon Kingdom's military camp quickly spread throughout the camp. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom inside the camp were informed that both of these inverted Taoist priests knew Taoist magic. and it was Major Bai who invited the other side to join the dragon camp. The other party's current status is that of a dojutsu instructor class teacher. Specializes in instructing soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who have the roots and qualifications to learn the art of Taoism. This made a lot of soldiers in the barracks stupid. Taoism. Spells. Cultivate. How many of you dreamed of this when you were a teenager? Even now, it's still a dream. And I'm afraid that the old Taoist priest would have his hands full next, because he needed to check the root bones as well as the qualifications of the many Dragon Kingdom soldiers inside the camp, one by one, to see which ones were suitable for cultivation and which ones were not. But the old Taoist priest was probably happy to be busy, because what Bai was giving was just too much. So much so that he had a smile on his face like a daisy. However, it didn't take long. A message from a Clearwater County diplomatic intelligence officer came to the camp. Commander of the Southern Min Province warlord, Kai Yuan Shang, leading an army of 50,000, is about to attack. War. Revisited. Chapter 111, Taking Down Southern Min Province. Traditional art tactics stealing home. When he learned that Kai Yuan Shang's large army was about to attack, the old Taoist priest's entire body was in a state of confusion. The Lushan sect is within the territory of Min Province, although it is in the northern belt of Min Province, but that didn't mean he didn't know who Kai Yuan Shang was. Kai Yuan Shang had still heard a little about this commander-in-chief of the southern military region of Min Province, because this Kai Yuan Shang has been obsessed with Taoism all these years. At the time a few years ago, the other party had also sent people to the Lushan sect's clan site, wanted to invite the head of the Lushan sect down to the mountain. Unfortunately, it was rejected outright by the Lucha school, because those Taoist masters on the mountain knew very well that Kai Yuan Shang was not a good person. Although Kai Yuan Shang didn't exploit the people himself, he had a lot of dogs under his hand. He condones those little local warlords and kills all sorts of people in the civilian population. The things done can be heavenly. I don't know how many heinous sins I've committed. In this case, how could the Taoist masters of the Lushan sect come down from the mountain because of, say, Kai Yuan Shang's invitation? Warlords like Kai Yuan Shang are above the Lushan sect and are not at all popular with the Taoists. Of course, the Lushan sect didn't dare to offend each other too much. After all, it was a big warlord anyhow. Taoism is very amazing though, and even some of it can be very weird. But no matter how magical or bizarre the dowsing, after encountering the foreigners' artillery as well as muskets, they were still only able to hate the scene. If they Lushan sect offended Kai Yuan Shang to death, then I guess the whole mountain gate would have to be shelled. What the old Taoist did not expect is that the Lushan sect did not dare to completely offend the dead Kai Yuan Shang. Mr. Long Bai's side actually completely offended. So much so that the other side actually want to send a large army to attack this place. Right. The old Taoist suddenly remembered. He remembered in the village of Huan. That villager had talked about it. That villager had said to his face that Commander Kai had asked his son to bring an army to attack the area. As a result, he was defeated by Mr. White. Even that Commander Kai's son was captured by Mr. Bai. Hiss. The old Taoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, not realizing that it was actually still hasty. Previously, he was blinded by that mouthful of medium spirit springs. I can't believe I didn't pay attention to these details for a moment. Now, even if it had been known that Commander Kai was going to attack this place, it was already too late. After all, he had promised Bai, if it backfires, not to mention whether or not the reputation of the Lushan sect could hang on to it, his moral heart alone would be ruptured as a result. Once the heart of the Tao breaks down, it breeds demons in the heart. Finally, most likely, falling to the same fate as Wu Jiansong. Things have come to a head. Already on board. Already a grasshopper in the same boat. Then he was able to hope that Mr. Bai would be able to defeat Commander Kai. After all, didn't Mr. Bai defeat Commander Choi's son before? Now, it shouldn't be much of a problem to defeat Commander Kai himself. Probably? At this point, inside the command headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's camp in this magically modified version of the Republic realm, Bai, the Supreme Commander, and all the senior officers inside the camp, all have gathered in the middle of the command room. A meeting was held. Through our manpower planted in Qingzhou County, we can learn that Kai Yuan Shang has already moved his troops during today's time. And this guy doesn't know from what channel, but he has purchased a large number of trucks as well as horses. The marching speed will definitely be very fast. Bai handed a piece of information to the others to circulate. Then with a calm face, he spoke. The other side mobilized their troops and horses. The number of people is probably around 50,000 people, but among these 50,000 people, 10,000 militia members are included. Apart from the militia, which is not very good at fighting, what the other side can really fight is that there are 40,000 people, all of whom are regulars. equipped with advanced Western weapons of this period. By taking such a large-scale military action, the other side has truly declared war on us. When he said this, Bai Yi's tone gave a slight lurch. His eyes calmly looked around at everyone inside the conference room. There was a pause of about a few seconds. He continued to speak. Our Dragon Kingdom's tenet is, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, we will definitely double our efforts to return the favor. Since the other party has already declared war on us militarily, or else we wouldn't have been polite to them, and we wouldn't have tolerated them over and over again. In the face of this upcoming war, we're going to be honorable, and crush them all in a frontal battlefield. Let the entire Min province, the entire divine land, know of our existence. At the same time, with the help of this honorable battle, let those curmudgeons know the true power of our Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in addition to the frontal battlefield, we have to take advantage of the opportunity to take out Kai Yuanshang's territory. He has assembled a large number of troops to send out an attack, and the defenses within his territory are bound to be weak. Bai Yi said in a deep voice, if we don't make a move, we will definitely strike a thunderous blow. Hold them down so thoroughly that they can't get up again. With these words from Bai Yi, the combat mission of this war had already been determined. The first step is to send a team to confront the opposing army head-on. Secondly, a large number of men must also be sent to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the other side's territory. In one fell swoop, the so-called Southern Minnesota warlords become a thing of the past in God's country. All of the officers inside the conference room did not disagree, and no one said that taking a big step would rip their balls off, because the Dragon Kingdom has been stepping slowly enough in this world. It's just a matter of taking half a province in the district. For the Dragon Kingdom, the problem is not that big, not much pressure either. The infrastructure and livelihood within the jurisdictional land is temporarily put on hold, and will be restarted again after this war is fought. Let the main combat regiment come this time to meet the opposing army, and the two construction corps. They went around their backs and stole their old home. Take Southern Min province for good this time. Chapter 112, Kai Yuanshang, 50,000 versus a few thousand. The advantage is mine. Commander! Commander! Suddenly, a shout came from outside the vehicle in which Kai Yuanshang was sitting. Our men have found some fortifications up ahead, and the enemy is ready for a head-on clash with us. Our men also saw a large number of enemy troops who, as described in the rumors, were wearing a strange-looking uniform and each wore a steel helmet. Hearing this shout from outside, Kai Yuanshang's brows slowly furrowed. It looked like their military operations were already in the hands of the other side. Someone on their side must have been paid off by the other side. Some of the routes of travel on his side were passed on to the ears of the enemy, so much so that the other team lined up halfway through the game in advance. Even a lot of the fortifications have been done. However, Kai Yuanshang was helpless about this kind of thing, because there was no way he could control everyone, and he can only settle scores with those people after the fight. What makes Kai Yuanshang more concerned is that the enemy army has gathered a large number of troops here, should be trying to block his path forward. That is to say, the other side wants to do a battle here, do it in a dignified manner. Kai Yuanshang suddenly felt a little funny. The other side is what kind of bottom to dare with him to lead the 50,000 troops, face to do a battle. The 6,000 troops he had sent out earlier were routed by the other side, and even his own son was captured by the other side. Let Kai Yuanshang face loss, but also his authority in this acre of land. It has been provoked as never before. It looks like that guy surnamed Bai, after defeating the 6,000 people he sent out, had swollen beyond recognition. That guy has no idea how terrifying it really is once the troop strength breaks through to the 10,000 figure. 6,000 and 10,000. Two different concepts altogether. Not to mention, now it's 50,000 people. Kai Yuanshang would still find it very troublesome if the other party was resorting to ambush tactics, as it would be easy to be caught off guard if he was ambushed. It's easy to demoralize your own side, but the other side as the defense. Nonetheless, they don't pick a place to ambush or simply just defend the city. Instead, they were in the wild, trying to be square with themselves and do battle. Is that courageous? Or is it overinflated? Or is it, there's a conspiracy? Kai Yuanshang had fought for so many years. No matter what kind of battle he had seen, he sensed that something didn't seem quite right, as the other party was overconfident. If that Bai guy is really that easily inflated, how could you possibly be able to capture your own son? It's not right. Could it be that you want to lure my army there? But what is the purpose of leading it there? An ambush? What kind of ambush can they prepare? By the looks of it, it's not that simple. Kai Yuanshang raised his inner vigilance, and he did not choose to belittle Bai Yi. He made the army in the midst of the march pause for a while. Then he commanded the order, continue to send men. and go to the front to find out what is going on in front of them. At the same time, detach 2 regiments of men and follow the river from the west, all the way around to the left side of their position. Also detach 2 more regiments of men and follow the foot of that mountain over there from the east, all the way around to the right side of their position. The army made a frontal feint against them in front, and the 4 regiments encircled their positions on the right and left respectively, forming a pincer attack and embedding the enemy to the death. Meanwhile, the artillery fired next toward their positions to break up their fortifications. The cavalry regiment made a quick run around behind them and attacked their positional command straight on. Give them straight dumplings and nibble them away step by step. Cai Yuansheng, who had a full 50,000 man army, was just so bold in his deployment. Several regiments of troops were casually detached. Even with the division of these regiments, he still had a large army of tens of thousands of men here. After one of his orders began to fall, the entire warlord force began to move. Although there was a slight slowness in action, it was ultimately acting in accordance with the orders that Cai Yuansheng had commanded. As you can see from this unit under the hand of Cai Yuansheng, in the midst of this magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, definitely a regular army. Nothing else is. This military discipline alone, just those small local warlords in Min province, can't even catch up with their horses. Of course, such military discipline compares to the modernized Dragon Kingdom forces. That's not even close. Cai Yuansheng's troops could only be compared to each other and to the troops of the same period in the Divine Kingdom. If you want to compare it to the Dragon Force, that was certainly crushed. However, what Cai Yuansheng didn't realize was that there were a full dozen small drones that were silently hovering in midair, taking in all of the deployment and condemnation actions of the entire warlord force. It was even possible to see the individual layouts of the different soldiers throughout the warlord's forces. It was quickly established that among this army of warlords, the exact location of each of the different troop types, everything, at a glance. Order all the artillery in the army to immediately advance forward under the cover of the infantry. Cai Yuansheng, who was unaware of this, continued to give orders. Don't worry about wasting artillery shells. This time give me all the artillery shells. All of them. Destroy the other side's camp directly, and cooperate with the other 3 pincers to encircle. In this battle, no matter what tricks that by surnamed plays, under absolute power, any tricks are powerless. More than 50,000 against a few thousand on the other side. In this battle, the advantage is mine. After this order fell, the artillery in the warlord's army began to slowly advance. The guns manned by these artillerymen were the older guns of this era. Mortars, howitzer. It's mainstream. There was not even a lack of some heavy artillery among them. A sense of solemnity. Diffuse. Chapter 113, a wave of wild bombardment. Careless. No flash. Since he had already figured out all the various deployments of the warlord's forces, the head of the main combat regiment, who was the commander of this frontal battle, naturally could not possibly give Cai Yuansheng the opportunity to shell. Although the artillery of this era is not as powerful as those of modern times, but if you get hit by artillery, it still kills you. The task as well as the order given to him by Major White was, while ensuring the safety of each and every soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, all the enemies in front of them were crushed one by one. The first priority is to ensure the safety of the soldiers. The next best thing is to crush the enemy in front of you. So, after seeing those images transmitted back from the drones, the head of the main combat regiment, without saying a word, directly gave the order. Don't let them shell first. We'll directly take the lead this time. Take out their artillery positions. As his order fell, for a moment, the roar of artillery resounded above the positions on the Dragon countryside. Yes, the artillery on the Dragon Kingdom's side had been ready for a long time. After determining the artillery deployment of the warlord's forces, the artillery battalion of the main combat regiment, already the guns were pointed in that direction, and when the chief's orders fell, the Dragon artillery, which had already been prepared, began bombing indiscriminately without saying a word. Busting balls. They're all professionals. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Shell after shell cut through the air with a very sharp whistling sound, and with uncanny precision, they flew towards the artillery positions of the warlord's forces. Those warlord soldiers who were still struggling to deploy their artillery. Suddenly, as if he had heard something, he couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. But it's also because they've raised this. It's all about their faces just changing. A look of horror surfaced. Before they had a chance to take cover for shelter, the shells came straight down. There was a deafening explosion. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A shell coincidentally landed on a box of ammunition of a warlord artillery unit, which immediately triggered a series of chain explosions, and the surrounding warlord artillerymen were directly blown to pieces on the spot. Warlord artillerymen who were a little farther away didn't escape. That invisible shockwave directly shook them out. by the time they fell hard to the ground. Then he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. A ringing in his ears. A buzz. The ones that were a little more miserable were directly hit in the torso by the broken pieces that were flying up. Died violently on the spot. The entire warlord's forces were directly covered by the Dragon Kingdom's artillery on top of their artillery positions. This is a saturation firefight. It doesn't give any chance to resist or react at all. A cry went up throughout the warlord's artillery positions. They've never seen anything like this before. It felt like a powerful cannonball could fall anywhere at any time. There's nowhere to hide. Gun after gun of the old style was blown right out of the sky. Some with their barrels twisted. It doesn't work at all. Not far from. Kai Yuansheng stared incredulously in disbelief. His eyes staring dead on at the artillery position. The whites of his eyes covered with a streak of blood amongst them. His inner emotions stumbling. He couldn't help but let out a snarl. How did they know about the labor's deployment? This is the artillery battalion he worked so hard to raise. I don't know how much money has been spent on this artillery battalion over the years. It was on this artillery battalion that he had been able to stabilize his present position. But, now, he worked hard to raise this artillery battalion. Nope. Under such saturated fire coverage, there is no possibility of survival. I'm afraid all the artillery there is going to be blown up too. Those artillerymen don't even need to be mentioned. It's all going down. Kai Yuansheng did not expect the other party to take the lead. And even more so, he did not expect that the other party would actually have more artillery than he did. Nor did they expect the other side's artillery to be so accurate, directly hitting the artillery positions on their side. It was as if the other side knew where the artillery positions were. It didn't even need the first wave of test fires. It just went straight for a wild bombardment towards this place. Spare Kai Yuansheng has fought for so many years. Nor have I ever encountered such a formation. Return fire. Return fire. Hurry up and figure out where their artillery positions are and return fire. Blow up their artillery positions for me. Return fire. Return fire. With his heart twisting like a knife, Kai Yuansheng let out a growl and also exploded several times. The blood in his eyes matched his grim expression. It looks even more extraordinarily creepy. This moment, Kai Yuansheng finally realized why his son, before, had lost so dryly. Because the heavy firepower aspect of the enemy exceeded all expectations. A full 50,000 strong army of their own. In terms of firepower, it was actually no match for an army of just a few thousand men on the other side. Kai Yuansheng couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. He also knew he had made the exact same mistake as his own son. He knew better than to make this mistake at a very low level. It's also very deadly. Damn. Careless. Commander. Commander, quickly pull back a bit. A guard hurriedly and anxiously shouted. The enemy's artillery is very numerous, and after they finish bombing the artillery positions, they'll definitely bomb our side. In fact, there was no need for this guard to remind Kai Yuansheng that it was dangerous for him to take care of his position. He almost gritted a set of teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Even if it's to eat people in general. The expression was extremely grim, but he chose to step back, knowing that his flesh and blood could not possibly withstand the shells. Fruity. Long was artillery after a barrage of bombardment on the warlord's artillery positions. Immediately the guns were turned on the warlord's infantry in the rear. There doesn't seem to be any need to stop at all. And isn't there any concern about the barrel overheating? A succession of shells came flying again. Such is the case with combat in the Dragon Kingdom. No more pushing. Straight to the bomb. Chapter 114, Steel Torrent. The Steptan synergy is now in the Republic of Magic Reform. The warlord's artillery position was in a mess at the moment. Thick smoke was constantly rising, and the pungent odor in the air was so creepy that one couldn't help but stand up in a sweat. Some of the warlord artillerymen had a hard time getting their guns up and were chomping at the bit to get a counterattack going. As a result, he hadn't even waited for him to put the shell inside the chamber. A shell that fell from the sky landed right next to him, sending a violent explosion on the spot. The warlord's artillerymen didn't even have time to scream. It was blown into a pile of meat foam on the spot. Kai Yuansheng, who had taken all of this in, could be said to be enraged at this moment. This was an artillery battalion that he had spent an unknown amount of effort to raise. Now that this artillery battalion is directly lost, all that thought has gone to waste. It's a lie to say you're not angry, but more than that, it was gut-wrenching. Kai Yuansheng did not expect the enemy army to possess so many artillery pieces, and he felt that the reason why his son lost the battle was most likely due to this reason as well. Took the loss of not having enough artillery. Damn it! Where the hell did these assholes get so many artillery pieces? There must have been at least hundreds of guns firing in unison just now. The other side's frenzied bombardment only lasted, 10 minutes. His artillery battalion was lost. In this case, there must be hundreds of artillery pieces. Hiss. Under the premise that the enemy has so many artillery, want to have a battle with the other side head-on? surely can be passive, can only hope on. Before the encirclement of the past troops, earlier he had ordered 2 regiments to outflank the river from the left. 2 more regiments were then ordered to encircle the foot of the hill on the right. Finally another order was given to the cavalry regiment to circle farther around and get behind the opposition. With all the front and back wrapped around the house, no amount of opposing artillery will help. Bai Kai Yin-sheng, who had reddened eyes, spat out these 2 words through clenched teeth, his body shaking with anger. There must be someone standing behind him. It must be someone who wants to fix me. Kai Yuansheng, surname Wu. Right, it's most likely the one surnamed Wu. Kai Yuansheng immediately thought of that Commander Wu in the north. In his impression, only this guy was able to have channels and purchase such horrible equipment. That damn Bai must have gotten support from that Wu. No, this may be a conspiracy of that Wu from the same beginning. That asshole, definitely trying to get rid of himself. Then, a unified Min province. Right, that's it. Kai Yuansheng quickly found a very perfect explanation for the exaggerated firepower of the enemy forces. The explanation, at least in his eyes, was perfect. It wasn't as if he hadn't lost battles in all his years of fighting, but it was the first time he'd ever been in such a mess. The 2 sides had only been in contact for less than 10 minutes, and they had actually been forced to move backward themselves. How humiliating is this? Shame on you. Of course, Kai Yuansheng also knew that compared to face and life was definitely more important. Although it was unlikely that the other party would be able to confirm where their exact location was, but under the indiscriminate bombardment of hundreds of artillery pieces, what if you're unlucky? Kai Yuansheng gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't fight them head on. Pay attention to dodging the enemy's artillery. Don't stand in piles. Disperse. Spread out. Shoot at their side. Fire the cannons. Don't skimp on ammo for labor." I'm not short of it. Under Kai Yuansheng's orders, the warlord soldiers, finally, organized a counterattack. However, the 2 positions were relatively far apart. Except for the artillery missions 2 went from each other. The bullets went through, and I guess they couldn't hit anyone. It's so far away, you can't even see the people. Only able to fire a random shot over there. It's all about luck if you can hit someone or not. In the meantime, Riverside. The 2 regiments detached from Kai Yuansheng's warlord forces were already following the river by the way from the left side, touching the left flank part of Longwa's position, and then wanted to attack from the left flank part. They also saw the tragic situation of the artillery battalion on their side, such that these warlord soldiers couldn't help but blanch. Just how many artillery pieces does the other side have to be able to put out this level of fire coverage? It was necessary to feel their flanks and strike at them as early as possible. It was the only way to slow down the pressure on the large force ahead. However, just as they were still hurrying to make a run for it, suddenly, the warlord soldiers, who were running at the front and panting, seemed to see something in front of them. The moment was not a moment to be frozen. What's that? See only. Ahead. One after another of the Dragon Kingdom's armored vehicles, as well as tanks, were heading this way, at an extremely fast speed. The number of armored vehicles was up to 2 dozen and the number of tanks was up to a dozen. This is by Bai's transfer of Guo from the side of the capital city's military district. This moment, the soldiers of the warlords outside the magic-modified Republic of China have truly experienced what is called a torrent of steel. Beast after beast of steel attacked head-on. The engine was roaring. The tires and tracks rolled up a sky of mud and dust, surprisingly like an army of thousands of horses. Behind every armored car or tank, one Dragon Kingdom soldier after another followed. Infantry tank coordination tactics during World War II was applied to it. Tactics like this, it's not outdated. The sound of roaring engines slammed down on the heart of every warlord soldier, looking at the tall and powerful steel beasts one after another, because they saw that on the steel beast, there was even a thick gun barrel. Cannon! That's a cannon! Even the warlord's officers' scalps were numb. But, they knew they couldn't back down. Fight! That's just the car. What are you afraid of? Can't a bullet penetrate a car? Shoot! Give me a good shot. You hear me? Give me a good shot. A warlord leader, hard-headed, hissing and yelling. Chapter 115, The Mighty Flood of Steel. Overrated. As this warlord leader hissed and shouted, the soldiers of the warlords who were frightened to death came back to their senses in a trance. One couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva, and a hint of fear could be seen on their faces. After all, it was the first time they had ever faced this kind of incomparably terrifying steel monster head-on. That one steel monster as big as a small house gives them a great sense of oppression within. It made many of the warlord soldiers break out in a cold sweat. One by one, they hurriedly brought their guns up and aimed them at the steel beast in front of them. With a sense of trepidation and fear, they clenched their teeth, finally pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots soon rang out. Although the guns in the hands of these warlord soldiers were all very backward drawbolt rifles, but they were very much outnumbered. And with that in mind the shots were continuous for some time. Shot after shot of orange-colored bullets flew out, ripped the air, dragging the wake stream. Clang! When some of the bullets very incidentally hit a tank, or just an armored car. The image those warlord soldiers imagined of bullets piercing through didn't happen. The bullet hit the armor of a tank or an armored vehicle. It merely burst into a cloud of sparks. Then it just bounced right off. Only a small mark was left. The sound of bullets colliding with the alloy armor shields was surprisingly loud for a moment. The soldiers of the warlords with the drawbolt rifles, one by one, fired as hard as they could, trying to shoot the steel beast in front of them with the rifles in their hands. Unfortunately, it didn't work. As they kept raising their guns and firing, that one steel beast, instead of stopping, was getting closer and closer. This made these warlord soldiers panic even more. It's simply a knife and gun across the street. Even the bullets from the rifles in their hands were not able to penetrate the protection of the other side. That's too much defense. How about this one? Panic was once again beginning to spread amongst the warlords' forces, especially that one steel beast that gave them that oppressive feeling. It made their feet start to get a little weak, and as the other side got closer and closer, they felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. Cold sweat had dampened their backs. Their hands were shaking slightly as they held up their guns. Monster! It's monsters! It's monsters that are impervious to swords and guns. Bullets are useless against these monsters. It's over. Those monsters are coming over. Those monsters are going to eat people. Don't you scare me. Monster my ass. That's nothing but a car and iron. It must be some foreigner's invention. Why can't they stop? They're not going to run us all over? Quickly! Get out of the way. They're coming. Wait. You guys. Look. Are those gun barrels on those steel monsters pointing at us? It seems like. It's really on us. Soldier after soldier of the warlord yelled in terror. Suddenly it was noticed that the barrels of the guns, as well as the barrels of the guns on the steel mastodon, were pointed at them. This caused the expressions of these warlord soldiers to change instantly. But before they could react, the Longbows armored vehicles, as well as the guns and heavy machine guns on the tanks, roared at the same time. A heavy machine gun fired a bullet, which formed, in mid-air, a chain of bullets like the scythe of death. The bullet chain swept through the formation of warlord soldiers. Shasta! The soldiers of the warlords standing at the forefront fell to the ground as if they were harvested wheat. Their bodies erupted into a cloud of blood, and many of them were beaten into sieves in an instant. The worst bit was the body, which was directly cut in two by a heavy machine gun. Under the heavy caliber bullets of heavy machine guns, flesh and blood are as fragile as foam. Before one warlord soldier after another could react, they directly fell to the ground without a sound. When they finally came back to their senses, the shells fired by the tanks fell. Successive booms blew them all away. A tank shell landed within their camp. In an instant, a full dozen or so warlord soldiers were blown to mush. Dozens of other warlord soldiers in the surrounding area were affected. Those that were badly affected directly fell to the ground, bright red blood spilling out from all 7 holes. Those who were less affected by the wave were dazed and wanted to get up but couldn't. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom behind tanks and armored vehicles, also relying on these steel beasts as cover, towards the warlord soldiers in front of them. They fired at precise points. A moment in time, a full 2 regiments of warlord soldiers were directly beaten into chaos. Body after body fell to the ground. Some of the bodies even rolled inside the river next to them. It colored the river red. Some of the warlord soldiers reacted and hastily counterattacked, but they found that there was no way that this small rifle in their hands could be able to penetrate the defense of that steel beast. It's like trying to overrate a tree. It's just a useless endeavor. Conversely, whether it was the artillery on top of the steel beast, or the heavy machine guns, or behind the steel beast, the rifles in the hands of those soldiers, both are capable of giving them very effective kills. One warlord soldier after another fell to the ground. Some of them were killed outright on the spot, while others let out howls of pain and rolled over on the ground. In this case, inside the warlord's army, the very rare few medics were afraid to go up and save people, because they're worried about running up to the rescue themselves. It would have been taken care of by a single shell. Desperation. In diffusion. Infectious. Chapter 116 Spreading Fear. Flesh and Blood vs. Steel Beasts. Kai 13 is a small officer of the southern warlord of Min province. Although he does not have much ability, but he was reincarnated in a better way. Belonging to and Kai Yuansheng, this Kai commander, there is a little bit of kinship blood relationship. It was because of that little bit of kinship blood that he was able to become a warlord junior officer. He has no skills but only eats, drinks and enjoys himself, and he is now in charge of dozens of people under his hands. Originally, he wanted to just get away with it for the rest of his life, But what he didn't expect was that before he could get away with it for a few more years, he would actually have to go to the battlefield and drink in the enemy's war. After learning some time ago that I was also going to war, Kai-13 was so frightened that he was shivering. He had thought at first that Commander Kai was about to fight that Commander Wu in the north. As it turned out, I didn't realize that it was actually a fight with a local armed group. It was a relief he couldn't help but feel at the time. That's the famous Commander Kai, taking on a local armed force. Wouldn't that be a breeze? What's more, this time, Commander Kai even ordered more than 50,000 troops. Couldn't more than 50,000 people defeat a local armed force? So then he started to think about it. He even thought about whether he wanted to kill a few enemies in the middle of this battle. That way you'll be able to accumulate a little military credit. With himself and Commander Kai, the little kinship between the two sides, plus this little bit of military credit if you will. Nothing else. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to have him go from being a junior officer in charge of a couple dozen men to an officer in charge of over 100 men. Should it? Thus, Kai-13 then followed the large troop with great anticipation, marching together for a dozen days. Results. He realized he had been hasty. The enemy they faced was no ordinary local armed force at all. Those ordinary local armed forces are nothing more than small warlords. Those kind of small warlords don't have much of a fighting chance at all. But is the enemy they face today really that kind of small warlord? How can a small warlord have such great firepower? And this steel beast in the front. What the hell was that again? Kai-Xii's mindset of excitedly wanting to take military honors had become dissipated at this moment. He felt his legs shaking, and he didn't even feel like he could hold the gun in his hand. An emotion called fear filled his mind. He's in fear. He's in fear. Listening to the incessant gunfire coming from a heavy machine gun on the steel monster across the street. Listen to the deafening explosion as a shell falls to the ground. Kai-13 was already so frightened that he hastily slumped to the ground. Listen to the bullets whizzing by overhead. He had wet his back with cold sweat. What a monster! What kind of firepower is this? Kai-13 watched as a warlord leader, who had been standing in front of him just a moment ago, constantly hissing, was hit in the head by a bullet from a heavy machine gun. Then the whole head exploded open, as if it were a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. The colors of red and white intermingled with each other. It made him almost vomit just looking at it. Just as he risked his life to raise his head and try to look around, just saw a warlord soldier next to him, pierced in the abdomen by a heavy machine gun round. Heavy machine gun bullets of very exaggerated caliber tore the flesh and blood right out of the warlord's failed body. The warlord soldier had panic written all over his face. Then it was as if all the strength had been drained out of him, fell straight to the ground. The blood flowed horizontally. Even the entrails flowed out. Coincidentally, that face that had panic written all over it just happened to be facing Kai-Xii's side. The corpse with the expression frozen on his face that he saw. Kai-13 was trembling with fear. Amitba Buddha, Amitba Buddha. Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Immeasurable Heavenly Father, Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Kai-13 was so frightened that he hurriedly chanted, "It's none of my business, it's none of my business, have a grudge, have a grudge, have a grudge. Don't look for me when you become a ghost, don't look for me, it's none of my business." It's no wonder he reads like that, because, inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm, ghosts and monsters have always existed. The number of those grievous souls, in particular, was not small. Apparently, Kai-13 was the one who had once stumbled upon a lone spirit. Otherwise it wouldn't be so feared now. Of course, he was more afraid of the bullets that were whizzing past, above his head, and the shells that, at some point, would suddenly fall to the ground. These two things are in his eyes. It's scarier than a ghost. After all, he's a big old man with a lot of young energy, and ordinary wandering ghosts probably wouldn't dare to get close to him. But, the bullets that were flying everywhere, and the shells that were going to come down at any moment. It doesn't matter if he has enough young energy in him or not. In case of bad luck, it's time to hit and still get hit. It's time to get bombed. Kai-13 knew that not only could he not get military honors now, he might have to lose his life on the battlefield. That's 2 full regiments of them. Nearly 3,000 plus people. When they ran into these steel monsters that were the same as small houses, all of them were actually defenseless. The drawbolt rifles they were holding were no. As for the grenades in their hands, they also wanted to throw them over, but it simply can't be thrown over. Fear was spreading among the camp, and cries of weeping and crying resounded along the river. Crash! Under the Dragon's coordinated infantry tank offensive, these warlord soldiers couldn't even hold out for 10 minutes. Their wills crumbled. Surrender! I surrender! Finally, one man couldn't help but lose his voice and yell surrender. This man, it was Kai-13. He wants to live, don't want to die. Chapter 117, both roads completely collapsed. It collapsed to the point where it directly cried out for its father. Yes, Kai-13 surrendered, and he even threw the gun in his hand, far away, in order not to be the unlucky one to be shot, and without saying a word he pulled his pants down, even the white profane pants. Then lying on his back, he held up the pair of white blasphemous pants and kept waving them around. His body was trembling slightly because of the overwhelming fear. The shouts were all in a kind of crying tone, "Surrender! I surrender! I surrender!" Seeing him so dryly and directly choose to surrender, some of the warlord soldiers next to him were filled with disbelief. These warlord soldiers were all owned by Kai-13, and they usually dabbled behind Kai-13 when he ate, drank, and gambled in the county. They also know their officers aren't capable of much. This was what made them not expect was that Kai-13 actually surrendered so dryly. The dryness caught them all a little off guard. It's only been 10 minutes since the fight started. I think. 10 minutes to surrender? Hiss. These warlord soldiers who followed Kai-13 were all resourceful as well. Instead of stopping Kai-13, they all followed suit one by one. These warlord soldiers are also afraid of death. It's just that they don't dare to lead the surrender. Now, their officers led the surrender. So what are they waiting for? In this situation, if you want to live, you can only surrender in a hurry. They didn't expect to be able to do battle with that kind of steel behemoth with the little tie guns they had in their hands. That's not realistic. That's a death wish. These warlord soldiers also hurriedly took off their pants and then took out their white profane pants, holding up a pair of white profane pants and waving them continuously. And then they were all shouting frantically in their mouths to surrender. They can't wait for their parents to give them more mouths to feed. That way the shouts of surrender are a little louder. Surrendering to this behavior is contagious as the fear continues to spread. After one warlord soldier surrenders, a second one is sure to follow. Even if these soldiers from the warlords of southern Fujian province, in terms of military literacy and discipline, it's a little bit better than the soldiers of those local warlords, but that little bit is just a little bit. They are all afraid of death. They are all people who have enjoyed themselves. It is also because they have all enjoyed themselves at one time or another that they value their lives so much, just to be able to live. Who wants to die? They weren't Commander Kai's dead soldiers anyway, so there was no need for them to work for him. I surrender too. I surrender too. Master, please stop fighting and surrender. Please don't fight anymore. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please don't fight anymore. I surrender. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I surrender. I've already even thrown my gun away. I'm no longer a threat. Surrender. Mother asterisk 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 error. What are you doing? Can you do this to Commander Kai? Why are you sorry? He's not my father. The army master across the street is my dad. Army fathers. Son surrender. Son surrendered. I don't want to fight anymore. Surrender. We surrender. Surrender. Various shouts resounded everywhere. Inside the warlord's troops, it made a lot of the warlord's officers, in a hurry, break out into a cold sweat. One by one, they were loudmouthed and angry, and in the extreme, they even shot and killed their own people, trying to use this to stabilize the chaotic and crumbling military. But, in this situation, it was not at all possible to stabilize the army by killing a few people. The surrenders began to become more and more numerous, much to the point where the sounds of surrender are continuous. They have all thrown away all the guns in their hands, and some of them have even thrown them inside the river. Some are lying on the ground, some are on their knees. What they all have in common is that they are crying out for surrender. From the tone of their cries for surrender, it was clear that they were now very fearful. That shaky voice wasn't faked. There were also a number of warlord officers who, with their hearts in their mouths, began to follow suit. The officers are surrendering, not to mention the bottom soldiers. Of course there were some who didn't choose to surrender, but instead a brain directly stuck into the river, wanting to escape, wanting to leave this battlefield, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing. As a deserter, the turbulent river splashed and tumbled, and it was not known how many of these deserters who jumped into the river would survive. One time, these two regiments, together, amounted to more than 3,000 men. Crash! The flowers bloomed twice, one for each table. The two regiments of warlord soldiers that followed the foot of the mountain and tried to encircle the Dragon Kingdom's position from the right side, at this moment, also suffered a heavy blow from the Dragon Kingdom. Halfway there, they were blocked by the dragons and were similarly routed. Again, they were killed in a hug. The armored forces of the Dragon Kingdom had long since split into two, blocking all of their encirclement routes. Under the crushing weight of the steel behemoth, the warlord soldiers were powerless to resist. It's from the 21st century Blue Star, absolutely crushing the magically altered version of the Republican realm from the 20th century. Even a veteran of the warlords, neither had ever seen such a terrifying steel behemoth. Panic, panic, despair. Under the mixture of various negative emotions, these two warlord regiments running along the foot of the mountain were also caught in a state of collapsed morale, and were simply unable to make effective counterattacks. It's a completely lopsided war, and they can't even rub the enemy's skin in it. Eventually, the two regiments of warlord soldiers on this side of the foothills also fled and died. Under endless despair, choose to surrender. There was no way out. They only had to surrender now, and that was the only way they could go. If they chose to remain recalcitrant, only death awaited them. Vote, or not to vote? In the midst of such a pressing situation, a number of smart people who value their lives will be born. These smart people who value their lives will make the right choice. Surrender. All surrendered. Chapter 118 Cavalry without horses. What the hell is that strange bird in the sky? What in the world is going on between those two sides of theirs? Why are they already fighting somehow before they've even gotten around to the enemy's flank? Could it be that they were discovered by the enemy in the process of circling around to the flank, and were then sent out by the enemy to intercept them? It shouldn't be. Even if the enemy army has already discovered it, it should be too late to intercept it unless they have already discovered our mobilization deployment at the very beginning. Hiss. But that's even more impossible. Why were they able to discover our mobilization deployment? If they had found out about our mobilization deployment, hiss, wouldn't that put Labor's cavalry regiment in danger? At this moment, the warlord cavalry regiment leader, who was riding a high horse, was filled with a look of consternation and amazement. At this moment, he was leading his cavalry regiment, trying to go around to the back of the Dragon Kingdom's position. Then in conjunction with the friendly forces on the left and right and in the front, they were surrounded. But now he hadn't had time to go around to the back. It was then realized that his two friendly armies, it seemed, had been met by the enemy's protagonists, such that he was flabbergasted and incredulous at the same time. He simply couldn't figure out why he was being stopped by the enemy. Could it be that those two friendly forces were running too slow? It can't really be that the deployment was discovered before mobilization, can it? No. No way. Never. If that was true, was the other party still really human? It shouldn't be a ghost or a god. This cavalry regiment of theirs was now over 1,000 cavalrymen, galloping their horses in a very exaggerated spectacle. When the horses' hooves landed on the ground, it was as amazing as 10,000 thunderbolts in unison. Cavalry is a type of soldier that has retained a little bit to this day. In the magically modified Republic of China realm, the cavalry is even more widely used in the battlefield. Of course, it is impossible to apply it to a frontal battlefield. If these precious cavalrymen were used to go head-to-head with the enemy, it would undoubtedly be sending them to their deaths. The enemy was able to sweep down an unknown number of cavalrymen by simply mounting a light machine gun. The role of cavalry in this era was primarily one of surprise attack, specialized in sneaking up on the enemy. The purpose of this one cavalry regiment of Kaiyuan Shangs now was also to make a surprise attack on the rear of the Longwa position. It would be best to end the dragon artillery positions if you can. Of course, their ideas are wonderful. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that their every move was all in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the cavalry regiment leader who was leading his own cavalry regiment to gallop furiously, amongst the sound of horses' hooves falling to the ground that kept ringing in his ears, he vaguely seemed to have heard other noises. That noise wasn't coming from the horses or the people on them. What's that noise? He couldn't help but freeze slightly. He could hear the direction the voice came from, as if it was in the middle of the high altitude directly in front of him. He looked up into the air directly in front of him, and his expression froze on his face. What the hell was that? The cavalry regiment leader couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise as he saw a very strange bird flying in the sky directly in front of him. His eyesight was very good and he was able to see that this strange bird was wingless, and very large in size too. At least, it's a lot bigger than this horse he's got on his hip. What the hell? Even the other cavalrymen noticed the scene, such that quite a few of the warlord's cavalrymen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. As a result of this rash, it almost caused the formation of the charging cavalry regiment to be in disarray. Luckily, after some angry shouts and adjustments from some of the base officers, the slightly disorganized formation recovered. At this point, not knowing if it was his own fault, the cavalry regiment leader had a very ominous feeling. It seemed as if something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, it was as if he had seen something that had fallen from those strange birds. The thing was trailing a trailing flame, heading this way. What the hell is this? The cavalry regiment leader's expression was a bit dazed. He realized that everything he saw seemed to be in his intellectual blind spot. Never seen anything like it at all. No idea what this is at all. Until the odd objects that trailed a trailing flame flew inside their cavalry regiment afterward. He finally realized what it was. That's a ING cannonball. Exactly. It's a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. One after another. Violent explosions rang out in the charging camp of the cavalry regiment, when a rocket landed right in the center of the camp. At once, fully a dozen warlord cavalrymen were sent flying by the shockwave that was instantly generated by the explosion. A few of the closest warlord cavalrymen were even torn apart in their flesh and blood. Even the horses at their crotches did not survive. And there is not just one of these rockets. Instead, it's a dozen. Moment. A full swath of the warlord's cavalry fell amongst the rocket blasts. Thus the whole charging camp of the cavalry regiment was in great confusion. Although the horses on their hips were specially trained, but no amount of special training is as special as the situation at hand. Even they people are very panicked these days. Not to mention the horses. Neither man nor horse had ever seen such a terrifying and unparalleled battle. Who would have thought that a strange bird flying in the sky would be able to throw a cannonball down? And the power of this shell. It's simply mind-boggling. A frightened horse was scrambling around in a panic, and actually threw the warlord cavalryman, who was on the back of the horse, right off. Before the warlord cavalryman could react, he was dropped hard to the ground. Before he could bear the pain and hastily stand up, countless hooves came crashing down. Stomp him straight to death. Stomped into rotten meat. In the midst of this cavalry charge, once a cavalryman's horse is gone, definitely gotta die. Chapter 119, Tanyang's Bai. Dare to kill my horse. But the nightmare that awaited this cavalry regiment did not end there. Coming to stop them were Dragon's helicopter gunship units. After a round of rockets all landed in the middle of their camp. Immediately afterward, the heavy machine guns on the helicopter gunships. In this moment it finally began to growl. Heavy machine gun bullets of extremely exaggerated caliber began to pour wildly towards the cavalry regiment below. The bullets from one heavy machine gun turned into a life-threatening chain of bullets. The chain of bullets passed by like the scythe of death cutting through the battlefield. Dozens of lives were casually harvested. Well, there were a couple dozen horse lives attached. Faced with the threat of death and an unprecedented fear, these horses simply did not listen to their masters. A fiery horse was constantly in a frantic frenzy, constantly struggling. They crashed into each other, throwing off the soldiers on them. Many of the warlord's cavalrymen did not die from the rocket bombardment, nor did they die under heavy machine gun fire. Instead, they died under the hooves of their horses. They were doomed when they were thrown to the ground by their crotchety horses. In the midst of thousands of troops, there was no place for them to hide. In a moment it was trampled over by a blazing horse. A random stomp is a dent in the chest, all with a mouthful of old blood spewing out. If I get stepped on again, it's just a violent death on the spot. Not to mention that the warlord cavalrymen who were thrown to the ground were simply more than just stepped on for a district or two. Most of them were trampled into no shape at all, as if they were a pile of rotten meat. Very bloody. It's sickening. At this time the Dragon helicopter gunships located in the high altitude had stopped firing, for a very serious pandemonium had broken out in the cavalry camp below. By this time, there was no need for the helicopter gunships to continue firing, because the kind of chaos inside the cavalry camp alone, it would be enough to collapse this one cavalry regiment. Don't mess up. The head of the cavalry regiment hissed. All of you, don't make a mess. Hurry up and get your horses under control. Don't mess up. Do you hear me? Don't mess. Damn you bunch of, can you understand human language? Don't mess. He had shouted so much now that his mouth was dry and even his throat had become very hoarse. But he's such a foreshout. It also just doesn't help. It's not useful at all. The whole cavalry regiment should be so chaotic that all of them could no longer find the north. A look of horror was written on every cavalryman's face. There was no longer the same godly expression as before. This caused the face of this warlord cavalry regiment leader to have despair as well as helplessness written all over it. He knew he was now out of his depth, commanding this army of chaos. These assholes don't listen to their own orders when they're in a panic, or even if they listened to their orders, it would be useless, because the war horses at their hips were not at all at their beck and call. Being a cavalryman, once there is no way to control your warhorse, what's the difference between that and waste? That's not far from collapse. Some of the warlord cavalrymen located on the periphery had even hurriedly turned their horses around, wanting to get away from this place of wrongdoing. Though what happens when you get caught as a deserter can be pretty miserable, but if we don't get out of this place of wrongdoing in a hurry, all that awaits them is death. Surrender? Then there has to be a chance to surrender. Even if their people knew how to surrender, how would the warhorses on their hips know? And so it was that this regiment of cavalry was in a very awkward situation, unable to surrender, watching the chaos unfold. The cavalry regiment leader knew he was finished. His own troops are finished. He knew he had apologized for Commander Kai's cultivation. Back in the day, Commander Kai didn't know how much effort he had expended to train this cavalry regiment. Results? Nope. He was only capable of impotent rage now. His anger. There's no use. Done. It's completely over. Not only did the two flanking armies suffer from the enemy, But even this own cavalry regiment suffered from the enemy. Even this cavalry regiment of his own was in a desperate situation, and he didn't even dare to think what kind of a situation the other two warlords' armies would be in. I'm afraid, not much better than your own side, I guess. The combat failed. He was well aware that once the battle was lost, it would have a cascading effect on the war that followed. It could lead to a total rout, though he didn't quite dare to believe that Commander Kai would lose at the hands of a local armed force. But, if this is a local armed force with very scary equipment, with never-before-seen weapons, that, probably not so much. Bang! Eventually, with a crisp gunshot that followed the wind, the warlord cavalry regiment leader very decisively ended his life, as he did not want to die under the hooves of his warhorse. Moreover, Commander Kai was also kind to him, and he didn't want to betray Commander Kai to surrender to the other side, but not willing to die at the hands of the other side, or under the hooves of a warhorse. Ending your life on your own is one of the best options. Cavalry Corps. Crash. Time. Passing. Far away. Watching the three armies dispatched out, all starting to smoke halfway around the circuit, Kai Yuansheng suddenly had a very bad feeling. Suddenly, a warlord officer ran over with a face full of panic, a look of horror written in his eyes. Commander, a cavalryman has escaped and returned. He says they were intercepted by the enemy. The cavalry regiment. The cavalry regiment is in a big rout. The dead and wounded have exceeded hundreds. This warlord shouted in panic. Shara. Kai Yuansheng's eyes were wide open, his face filled with disbelief. All he felt was a spinning of the sky and a dizzying sensation coming from his brain. Luckily, the guards of the people next to him rushed to hold him up so that he didn't fall to the ground. Kai Yuansheng's eyes widened in anger. The expression was extremely grim. Tay mother ********* ing by e. Dare to kill my horse. A mouthful of old blood. Sprayed violently. Chapter 120 Old Home Stolen. Eyes wide open. Kai Yuansheng. Chapter 128 Old Home Stolen. Eyes wide open. Kai Yuansheng. Kai Yuansheng simply did not expect that the cavalry regiment that he had sent out had actually been destroyed just like that, without even the slightest chance of resistance. How much time had passed so far from the time he had sent the cavalry regiment out on its own until it had fallen into a state of collapse? Within such a short period of time, the cavalry regiment that he had carefully built was just gone. There was no way that Kai Yuansheng could be able to accept this at all. Both the artillery battalion that was destroyed earlier and this collapsed cavalry regiment now, all Kai Yuansheng in the first place, spent I do not know how many pieces of the ocean. It took quite a lot of how much effort. It took an unknown amount of manpower and material resources to build it. This one, pouring his heart and soul for a full decade or two. However, now tell him that his artillery battalion, as well as his cavalry regiment, within a day, no, or even within a small half day, all of them were exterminated? Kai Yuansheng's bloodshot eyes were filled with violence. His current expression was unprecedentedly hideous, and he was able to see that over by the river on the left, and over by the base of the mountain on the right, the same roar of artillery fire came from both directions. It is important to realize that it was on these two flanks that he had previously dispatched 4 regiments to make a detour. As a result, fighting is now breaking out in both places. I'm afraid, the situation is also very bad. Doesn't that mean that all 5 regiments he sent out were blocked? Hiss. While Kai Yuansheng was shocked and furious, he was also shocked to the point that he sucked in a breath of cool air. No matter what kind of troops one sends out to make circuitous roads, all were able to be stopped halfway by the enemy. What does that mean? What does that tell you? This means that all their own deployment, in fact, all within the enemy's field of vision, all by the enemy to see clearly, their own side of the deployment can be said to be, there is not the slightest secret can be said. It also showed that there was either a traitor on his side, and that traitor was a very high-ranking officer. Either that or the other party has a special means of knowing everything they do. But what exactly is it exactly? He couldn't figure it out either. Damn! The thought that all 5 regiments he had sent out might have been in danger. Kai Yuansheng just couldn't help himself and threw a hard punch, pounding on the ground. Boo! Hiss! The pain that came from the ball of his fist made him, once again, suck in a breath of cold air. It also made his expression even more hideous. It added to his anger. However, he did not know what to do now, because he knew that under the bombardment of the other side with so many artillery pieces, it was absolutely impossible for him to crush the other side from the front. To crush the other side from the front, there was no telling how many lives of the warlord's soldiers would have to be consumed. Although Kai Yuansheng didn't care about the lives of these warlord soldiers, but he knew very well that if there were too many deaths and injuries, it would surely result in a major rout of the entire army. At that time that situation could not even be salvaged by him. But now, there was no way to get around to the enemy's flanks or to the enemy's rear. The only way to go is to attack from the front. In this case, how do you fight? How do I fight? Kai Yuansheng had fought for decades, both winning and losing battles, but he had never been so full of powerlessness and bewilderment as he was today. Surprisingly, he's a little unclear how to fight on. Kai Yuansheng felt that when he faced the Dragon Kingdom's army, it gave him the same feeling as if he was facing the armies of the Western powers. Though the military literacy of the armies of the Western powers may not have been particularly good either, but it was not possible to resist their equipment, which was very good. If one of the Western powers, a certain country, fights with God's land, that God's country is absolutely miserable. Of course, this is what Kai Yuansheng thinks. He now vaguely already have the intention to retreat. Even the enemy's skin did not touch. Their side actually fast has lost 5 regiments of troops. The battle just started. They lost. Kai Yuansheng admitted that he had underestimated the other party, and also admitted that the other party had exceeded his expectations. As years of military career experience told him, the troops have to be withdrawn now, because once it was delayed, the casualties on their side would only get heavier and heavier. Damn! But this time he thought of his son. Another thought came to mind when he was provoked. It had left him very torn. Suddenly, a warlord soldier came running in a hurry, his hand still holding a notebook with some strange electric code symbols written on it. His face was very alarmed. Commander, it's not good. Within the 24 counties under our jurisdiction, 10 of them have sent telegrams to us for help. They say that an enemy army is attacking them. Apparently, the military soldier was a telegraph operator. Something like the telegraph was invented nearly 100 years ago. In the early days of the magically altered Republican realm, it has been widely used in various places. What? Hearing the telegraph operator's timely report, Kai Yuansheng almost jumped. A strong look of disbelief was written all over his face. He hadn't expected at all that his own territory would, in fact, be attacked. Damn it! Could it be that bastard surnamed Wu, trying to fish in troubled waters? At the first moment, Kai Yuansheng thought of that Commander Wu in the north. No, the telegraph operator hastened to report. They sent a telegram which said that the enemy was a force they had never seen before, that this force had an incredible amount of artillery, that they could not withstand such an attack, and that it might not be long before those were lost. Not the Wu guy? That Wu guy. He didn't take advantage of the opportunity to fish in the water? Who could that be? Kai Yuansheng froze for a moment, and a name began to flash through his mind. Immediately, he reacted with disbelief all over his face. It's hard not to. It's Bai Yi? Chapter 121, Kai Yuansheng's Backhand. The Dragon Kingdom's capable people. Kai Yuansheng didn't expect his old home to be stolen, and he didn't even expect that the people who had stolen his old home would most likely be the same group of people he was fighting with right now. That's impossible. Why? Wasn't he facing the opposing team's main force? What makes the other side still able to split their forces and remotely go and plow through their old neighborhood? And why is the other side marching so fast? Could it be that the other side had already begun to act when he left Qingzhou County? He Choi Yuan sang layout of every move. In fact, from the very beginning, just in each other's eyes? Hiss. A creepy feeling bubbled to the surface. Kai Yuansheng had never encountered such a powerful opponent, nor had he ever encountered such a bizarre opponent. But now, he met. Send a telegram. Ask them how long they can hold out. Tell them to hold out for me. If that bastard can't hold out, when I get back, I'll just shoot him. Kai Yuansheng had already lost all patience and opened his mouth in a violent rage with a grimace on his face. And send a telegram to the people in Qingzhou County for labor. If Qingzhou County is lost, Kai Yuansheng's face was endlessly gloomy. Just take those things and release them to the laborers. Remember, it has to be released at night. Never put it in the daytime. It's not that easy to steal labor's territory. The telegraph operator was tempted to ask what the hell those things were, though, but seeing Kai Yuansheng now, this hideous to the extreme expression of rage, he wouldn't have dared to ask another question, because he was afraid that if he asked the slightest extra question, he might end up on his head. The telegraph operator rushed off to send a telegram. However, what they didn't realize was that all the telegraphic signals they sent out had all been tapped into by the Dragon Kingdom. Even their telegraphic codes, the Dragon Kingdom has long been in control. In the final analysis, Kai Yuansheng has a good son. So much so that the Dragon Kingdom had no difficulty at all in deciphering their telegrams. Easily deciphered. In the meantime, the Dragon Kingdom camp, looking at a new telegram message that was deciphered in front of his eyes, Bai Yi's brows slowly furrowed. This Kai Yuansheng will definitely not be caught with his hands tied. This guy will definitely have a backhand ready. Perhaps there is a backhand for him inside Qingzhou County. Released at night. The moment he saw the word night, Bai Yi felt something very wrong. Why do you have to put it out at night? It's hard not to. Is the stuff Kai Yuansheng is talking about not allowed to see the light of day? That way, Bai Yi could probably guess what those things were. It's either that or zombies. Either that or it's the night ghost. This Kai Yuan Shang still keeps this kind of thing? Is this one of his bottom cards? Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. Indeed. This kind of thing was very bizarre and defensible. If caught off guard and encountered, there was a good chance that the Dragon Kingdom would suffer casualties. If there were casualties among the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, that was something Bai Yi didn't want to see. Fortunately, in time, this telegraph message was deciphered. Otherwise, there's a good chance it's going to be a shady move. As expected, even a magically modified version of the Republic realm could not be underestimated. Especially since this magically altered version of the Republican realm also had mysterious powers inside it. Injustice, Night Ghost. This kind exists in fantasy works all over the blue planet. However, in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, whether it is a ghost or a ghost, whether it is a zombie or a spirit monster, all of them really exist in reality. Without the appropriate means to deal with them, one would be left in a state of impotent despair. What a coincidence. Bai Yi happened to have a Lushan sect Taoist master on his side, as well as a Taoist boy from the Lushan school. Meanwhile, there are also quite a few Taoist priests and monks inside the two counties of East River County as well as West River County, even the foreign missionaries. Although these Taoist priests, monks, and missionaries, all of them only have some three-legged abilities, but it's better than nothing. Mostly, he had to rely on the Lushan sect's dust-whisking Taoist to deal with Kai Yuan Shang's backhandedness. Immediately call back a helicopter gunship, then have the helicopter gunship take Dusty Taoist, as well as Xia Mingyue, and immediately rush to Qingzhou County. Bai Yi gave the order. The medium spirit springs inside the campground aren't for people to rub off on for nothing. Since Taoist Whisker had rubbed the camp's medium spirit spring and had promised to help the Dragon Kingdom train a group of capable people, then, now it's time for him to step up to the plate. When Taoist Whisker received the order, his entire body was in a daze. Didn't he or she just need to teach people the art of Taoism? Why do you want to participate together in such a dangerous military operation? He's just a Taoist priest himself, not a soldier, can't even shoot a gun myself. But, when he also saw that deciphered telegram, the whisking Taoist, an old Taoist priest, had an instantly grave expression. The old Taoist priest took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "The bottom card that can be pinched by that Commander Kai until now will most likely jeopardize the lives of a large number of innocent commoners, as well as a large number of soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. That fellow is most likely, in his hands, in control of creepy evil things." Those things that he said, poor Taoist guesses that it's highly likely that they're stern ghosts. Zombies are unlikely, because with normal means, one is also able to deal with normal zombies. There's a high probability that it's a grievous ghost, something that can't be dealt with by such ordinary means. Wait for the poor Taoist. I'll go and prepare for a moment or two. When the lives of innocent people were involved, there was no way for the old Taoist to push back, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. If someone uses the wrongful spirits and ghosts to harm people, then he, who is a Taoist priest, it's just a responsibility to step in. There is also an obligation to intervene. Soon, the old Taoist priest got into an armed helicopter with the female Taoist child. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also gave the old Taoist priest something, which was a pair of red embroidered shoes. When the old Taoist got this pair of red embroidered shoes, at first he froze, then almost threw up in shock. "I'm dropping the ball. Knights, the red coat, Mr. Bai actually kept a red-clad ghost. That was a fierce ghost that rarely appeared in 100 years. The old Taoist man was almost dumbfounded. He thought that he and Mr. White were the only two capable people inside the camp. Unexpectedly, there was actually a Zhao Qingyi. Chapter 122 Red-Clothed Night Ghost Zhao Qingyi. The city of Qingzhou County is broken. The old Taoist priest was now in a very apprehensive mood, and he realized that in his entire life, he had never been as apprehensive as he was today, because this was the first time in his life that he had ever flown in the sky. Sitting in the cabin of the helicopter gunship, he couldn't tell how many clearing mantras he had recited in his mind. You can tell he's very nervous right now. After all, as long as he fell from the middle of the sky, he would have to go see his grandmaster. If the ancestor knew he died this way, then I'm afraid I'm still going to get my ass kicked by the ancestor. The old Taoist secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He was so nervous that he felt like he had the feeling that he wanted to vomit out all of today's breakfast. All of it. The deadliest thing was that he was also holding a box in his hand, while inside the box was a pair of red embroidered shoes. What this pair of red embroidered shoes represents is a red-clothed stern ghost. He has been a Taoist priest for so many years. He couldn't even tell himself how many wronged souls and ghosts he had transcended. But in all the years since, there hasn't been a single red-clothed stern ghost, because the conditions for the formation of a red-clothed stern ghost are too harsh. Harsh enough to be even rarer than zombies. Unexpectedly, now it actually brought him into contact with a red-clad ghost. And surprisingly, It was also a red-clothed stern ghost that was not affected by grievances or controlled by grievances. What kind of concept is that? Hiss. And such a red alien geode was even a ghost servant of Mr. Bai. The old Taoist man was almost numb. Although he knew that Mr. White was very capable. But this was also capable of overdoing it, wasn't it? Red Knights as ghost servants. Estimates. In this universal world, Mr. White is considered unique. This is something that I'm afraid no one has been able to emulate or have any ability to emulate. After all, the red-clothed stern ghost was far more powerful than those ordinary wandering ghosts. Even the old Taoist himself wasn't so sure. With his own strength alone, could he deal with a red-robed stern ghost? Estimated difficulty is very high. It was because he was able to feel that the red-clothed stern ghost, Zhao Qingyi, was giving him a sense of oppression. Such a sense of oppression made him certain that the other party was very powerful. No weaker than yourself. Senior uncle. Suddenly, a voice came into the old Taoist priest's ears. Senior uncle, I feel so bad. I want to vomit. See only. The female Taoist child, Xia Mingyue, had a hard look on her face, and her small face looked slightly pale. She felt her head spin for a moment. Very groggy. I feel like my head hurts and I'm dizzy, and I want to vomit the contents of my stomach. So bad. Xia Mingyue's little face was almost wrinkled together. A look of wanting to vomit but not daring to. It was the first time in her life that she had ever been on an airplane, and in a helicopter at that. At first Xia Mingyue was still very excited. After all, this was going to fly up to the sky. She was even looking forward to being in the sky and seeing some kind of heavenly court or something. As a result, the heavens she did not see. Instead, there was a wave of dizziness that made me want to vomit. It feels very hard. It's worse than being sick. It's fine. Normal airsickness is all. At this time, a Dragon Kingdom soldier sitting in the co-pilot patiently explained, if you really want to vomit badly, you can just vomit it out. There's a bag next to the seat. It's a vomit bag. Just throw up in it. If you really feel very uncomfortable, we can return to the camp and put you down first, so that the military doctor inside the camp can take a look at your situation. Although Xia Mingyue is only a small Taoist child, but for the Dragon Kingdom, even a small Taoist child belongs to the capable. All belong to the talent. Any loss of talent is unacceptable for the Dragon Kingdom. I think it can be tolerated. Xia Mingyue still refused to go back, and she shook her little head vigorously, trying to get back to normal a bit. Time. Streaming. Although Qinzhou County was very far away from the Dragon Kingdom camp, in front of the high-endurance helicopter gunships, this distance was only a 2-hour journey. 2 hours later, a very large county came into view of the helicopter gunship pilot. Here, it is Changju County. At this point, the few warlord defenders in Changju County have fallen into a state of despair. These warlord defenders simply didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to actually send people to attack them. Even more so, I didn't expect the offense to be so ferocious. Their walls were of no use at all, and they were blasted through an opening by a single cannon shot from the Dragon Kingdom, and those drawbolt rifles in their hands. When faced with the advanced equipment of the Dragon Kingdom, nor does it reflect any usefulness. There were even soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom maneuvering bomb drones, directly bombing the defenders on the city walls, making each of them tremble with fear. It took just less than half an hour for the Dragon Kingdom to attack Qinzhou County. In less than half an hour, Qinzhou County was about to be lost. Warlord defenders in Changju County are very desperate. The number of defenders left here would have been small, plus a large amount of equipment, which was also taken away by Kaiyuan Shang's hordes. The rest is a mishmash of stuff. Under such circumstances, it was simply impossible to resist in the face of such a ferocious attack. Eventually, in this very violent explosion, the walls of Changju County collapsed. A series of collapses. Also at this time, the helicopter gunships landed on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's siege position. The old Taoist priest, Xia Mingyue, walked out one after another. The moment they step on the ground and their feet hit the ground, they get a feeling of being head over heels. Almost didn't control the balance. Hiss. Looking at the city walls of Qinzhou County not far in front of him, the old Taoist priest sucked in a breath of cool air. Mr. Bai's army is, I'm afraid, unrivaled within the boundaries of the divine lands. Although he, an old Taoist priest, didn't know much about the military, but he was also able to see the mighty Dragon Kingdom. Unrivaled. After all, that Commander Kai's real lair is now lost. Chapter 123, Ghost Village in the Well. The panicked county magnates. Perhaps, even Kai Yuanxing did not know that Qinzhou County, his home base, had been breached so easily. At this point, the defenders of Qinzhou County had collapsed, and they died and fled. There was no one at all who dared to guard the walls, because for them, the warlord defenders, the walls of Changju County are their graves. If you want to live, Either get the hell out. Either that or surrender. Have to say, the warlord defenders located in Qinzhou County were, in the final analysis, still Kai Yuanxing's class, and asking them to betray Kai Yuanxing and then choose to surrender was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. But let them exit the walls. Then they'd be more than happy to do so. After all, they want neither to die, and not wanting to betray Kai Yuanxing. As for whether they'll be treated like a bunch of deserters if they do this, who knows? The army of the Dragon Kingdom, which had broken through Qinzhou County, immediately began to pour into the interior of Qinzhou County. The influx into Changzhou County was naturally preceded by an armored car and tanks. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom began to occupy an excellent position inside the county. It didn't take long to take control of most of the county. However, the number of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom was not particularly large, so it was difficult to keep the entire county under control. But it's basically enough to control half of the county. The entire Qinzhou County, all the common people, wealthy merchants and landowners, and rich farmers, were like a dream at this time. They all feel like they're dreaming now. Who would have thought that Commander Kai's home base would be attacked by a strange army? Even more so, no one could have imagined that the defense of Qinzhou County was so weak. The biggest reason they think it was that Commander Kai who took too many people away, so that the defense force inside the county became very empty, allowing the enemy to take advantage of the situation at this time. But they didn't realize that even though Kai Yuanxing hadn't taken a large number of troops with him, even though Kai Yuanxing had left a large amount of weaponry inside Qinzhou County, the end of the sack of Clearwater County, the same will not change. The gap between the Dragon Kingdom and them was not something that could be bridged by virtue of some troop strength or some weaponry. A lot of people inside the entire county were very flustered. Many people thought of the Dragon Kingdom army as those warlord forces of this world. After the average warlord captures a county, that must be a lot of burning and looting. To avoid being burned and looted, many people were already calculating whether they should take advantage of the fact that the number of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom was still small now and take the opportunity to hurry up and leave Qinzhou County, a place of wrongdoing. But what the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did next in Changzhou County, but it left everyone stunned. Because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had entered Qinzhou County, instead of burning and looting inside the county, they had instead taken control of the county. After controlling the large and small military points, just immediately allocate a portion of the manpower to clean up the battlefield in Qinzhou County. To clean it up, the first thing to be cleared away, naturally, were the corpses of those warlord defenders. Then gather the wounded from the warlord's garrison. The military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom began to treat these wounded. There wasn't a single Dragon Kingdom soldier that harassed the common people inside the county. This made these people in Qinzhou County, who were in a state of shock and disbelief, breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. Although they did not know that these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, why it's not quite the same as a normal warlord soldier. But, since the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't bother them, they didn't need to move out of the county. Actually, for most of the common people, it doesn't matter who's in charge in the county for a change. They've had a hard enough time anyway. Could there be a harder time than this? If it's still true that there's more work than that, then you can basically wait to die. So most of the people who live very ordinary lives, there wasn't much feeling about the strong entry of the Dragon Kingdom's army into Qinzhou County. On the contrary, those landowners and merchants were the ones who panicked the most. Because, when trying to bribe the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, surprisingly, there wasn't a single soldier from the Dragon Kingdom that accepted those bribes from them, no matter how high they pulled a bribe. Whether it was tens of oceans, or hundreds of oceans, the dragon soldiers were not interested. It made them very flustered. Not accepting bribes. What does that mean? This means that this is an army with very strict military discipline and a very high level of military literacy. But an army like this coming to Qinzhou County is not a good thing for them rich people, because this represents the future of Clearwater County. There will be brand new rules, and those rules are expected to be very harsh and demanding. Already, a number of landowners, merchants, or families have sprung up with not so good vibes. Many people were constantly cursing Kai Yuanxing in their hearts, in their eyes, if not Kai Yansheng, to provoke by words. How could Changzhou County be overrun again? In the meantime, other side, Qinzhou County has been breached, and according to Commander Kai's instructions, we need to release those things. With my strength alone, there's no way to release those things. We still need the assistance of all of you Taoists before we can release those things. Meanwhile, Commander Kai has already promised us a large amount of belongings, valued at roughly 300,000 yen. By releasing those things, we will immediately leave Qinzhou County and leave this place of wrongdoing. And then, the 300,000 yen worth of property will be divided equally between us together. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing brand new Taoist robes said with a serious face. Fellow Taoists, this is Commander Kai's order. We are all strange men and women trained by Commander Kai, and we are under Commander Kai's grace. Releasing those things will cause a great disaster, but it will not implicate us, because I have a secret method to transfer the sins to another place. Now, all of you follow me to open the altar and spread the spell. Open up the village of ghosts in the well. Open it up. Chapter 124, Pulling a County to the Mat. Sealed Ghost Village. This is a suburban area of Qingzhou County. It is reasonable to say that the outskirts of a large county city, even if it is more sparsely populated, there will be a little bit of human population. But this area had already been sent by Kai Yuan Shang and was completely blocked off more than 10 years ago. No one is allowed to enter this suburban area at will. What the hell is this about? Not many people in the entire county know, and those who know why are quiet about it, as if there was some taboo involved. Anyone who dares to enter this place, once discovered by the patrolling soldiers, will be thrown directly into the prison for more than 10 years, or directly shot, and even the corpse will not be left for your relatives. However, it was in the middle of this forbidden land that a group of people appeared. The reason they are here, that's because they got a telegraphic order from Kai Yuan Shang. They're going to do something for Kai Yuan Shang. A middle-aged Taoist priest wearing brand new Taoist robes looked around with his eyes at these people around him, and then looked up again, at the sky that was about to fall at night. His tone was very grave. It will be dark in half an hour at most, and if we wait until dark to open the ghost village and the well, all of us won't be able to run away. At nightfall, once all those things inside the ghost village and the well come out, we'll be the first to die. That's why we have to open the ghost village and the well at dusk. Although Kai Yuan Shang's order was to release those things at night, but these days just about anyone is afraid of death, even if they were capable people cultivated by Kai Yuan Shang, which included Taoist priests, monks, sorcerers, and so on. It can be said that there are all kinds of things, but it doesn't mean they're not afraid to die. Kai Yuan Shang has promised them 300,000 young property, but they also have to have the life to spend it. So, they took the liberty of opening the ghost village and the well right before nightfall. They open at dusk anyway. The yang is already thin at dusk, and the impact is not particularly significant. Fellow Taoists, I'm sure no one has any objections, right? The middle-aged Taoist said in a deep voice. Then follow me and open the altar to spread the spell. His words fell. A group of people immediately opened the altar and laid the spell in the same place, and their movements could be described as very skillful. One could even say it was very quick. It was as if someone was rushing them. Every single person's expression was extremely tense, because they all knew very well what kind of scourge the thing that was about to be released would cause to Qingzhou County. They also knew very well that if they did so, they would certainly lose their own life. They are also aware that if they do this, once those in the righteous path learn about, then they will be hunted endlessly. But, a man can risk hanging for a 300% profit, and Kai Yuan Shang promised 300,000 yen. For those of them, it's not just 300% anymore. Just because they are all capable people doesn't mean they are exempt. The best example of this is the old Taoist priest of the Lushan school, the Whisking Taoist. The old Taoist priest who came from a famous Taoist sect couldn't even resist the temptation. Not to mention these halfway competent people. Of course the old Taoist priest is not to do sinister things. If Bai Yi asked him to do some sinister things, I guess the old Taoist just shrugged it off. Unfortunately, these guys in front of us could have no integrity, much less any morals to speak of. After all, they all came from a mixed bag, and the only thing they might have in common was that none of them came from a prestigious school. They had followed a warlord like Kai Yuan Shang around, and their hearts had long been tainted, even have human lives on their hands. These guys weren't supposed to be good people. They were all crippled Taoist types. Expect these people to have a conscience, will care about ordinary people. It's simply delusional. The people present, there were a total of 9 people. All 9 of them had their Dharma altars spread out in different locations, and the 9 Dharma altars formed a huge circle, and the center of the circle was actually a wellhead. It's hard to imagine a wellhead in the middle of nowhere like this. Obviously there are not many other buildings around. The appearance of this wellhead was abrupt and very unnatural. The most notable thing is, above the mouth of the well there was actually a huge stone lion, sitting steadily in a crouch. The stone lions are carved so lifelike that it seems as if they are real. If someone looked closely, they could notice that the body of the stone lion was actually covered with burned-in rune seals. The stone lion had its mouth wide open, and what it was holding in its mouth wasn't some stone ball, but an 8 trigrams mirror. The octagonal mirror dangles from a sturdy inked rope. At the end of the inked rope, there was actually a sword tied to it. It was a mahogany sword. With the 9 people together, they kept on doing the spell. At once, the wind is rising in this part of the world. The gusty winds kept whistling. Flying sand. Creepy as hell. This is a seal set by a Taoist ancestor 500 years ago. And now, After 500 years of time and age, coupled with the fact that the aura of heaven and earth has begun to become increasingly depleted, this seal has become very loose. The middle-aged Taoist priest let out a roar. Fellow Taoists, once the seal is opened, we will immediately leave Qingzhou County. We must not linger here. Beneath the well, there is a complete ghost village. There are hundreds of ghosts inside. It's not our strength that can counteract it. Keep in mind, as the middle-aged Taoist's voice fell, the expressions of everyone present became even more grave and tense. They didn't really know particularly much about the ghost village and the well, just a few conditions from some long-ago texts, but they knew that once the seal of the ghost village was opened, the entire Qingzhou County would have to suffer. Meanwhile, they were also staggered at Commander Kai's ruthlessness. I can't believe I have to pull a county on my back. Tough enough. Chapter 125, Great Disaster in Qingzhou. Evacuate the people in the county immediately. Trying to find that bottom card of Kaiyuanqing inside the huge Qingzhou County is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The old Taoist priest held a compass in his hand, which was a magic weapon of the Lushan sect. While staring intently at the compass in his hand, he said helplessly, "The task is arduous." This compass artifact in his hand possessed the function of detecting good and bad fortune. It was a magic weapon left behind by an ancestor of the Lushan sect. It has been passed down for centuries. A magic weapon that could be passed down for so long. It must be very reliable. And the old Taoist was able to possess a magic weapon that had been passed down for so long. It is also enough to show that he is among the Lushan school. The status must be exceptional. Although it was unlikely to be the current headmaster of the Lushan sect, it was estimated to be a highly respected old-timer. He had already taken this compass and strolled around the streets of Qingzhou County for a small amount of time under the protection of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Nothing happened as a result. The compass didn't react much. This made the old Taoist wonder, could it be that Commander Kai is bluffing? That's not right either. Mr. Bai said that this is an intercepted deciphered telegram message, which means that Commander Kai is unaware that his telegram has been intercepted and deciphered by Mr. Bai. So who is he bluffing for? So it can't be a bluff. But this compass in the poor Taoist's hand doesn't have any reaction either. Strange. Could it be that the power of the compass is not as strong as it used to be because too much time has passed? It shouldn't. I just soaked it inside the spirit spring yesterday and contained it for a full night. Just as he was talking to himself, suddenly, the compass in the old Taoist priest's hand trembled violently, and the magnetic needle on top of the compass rotated wildly. The old Taoist's expression changed instantly. This is omen. He had been in contact with this compass spell for several decades. He also avoided quite a few unnecessary risks because of this compass spell. But what is very incredible to the old Taoist priest is, the reaction of the compass spell was now too intense. So intense that it took him somewhat by surprise. The compass in his hand was trembling madly. The magnetic needle on the compass was spinning even more frantically. The old Taoist priest's expression changed dramatically. Not good. This situation. Hiss. Infinite Heavenly Father. Catastrophe. There are cataclysms. The old Taoist priest hurriedly mobilized the true qi in his body's meridians and instilled a strand of true qi within the compass. The vibrations of the compass spell eased a bit, and the frantically spinning magnetic needle. It also finally slowed to a stop at this moment. Ultimately, the magnetic needle points in the direction. It's the west side. West. The old Taoist priest said hurriedly. A great disaster is about to appear in the west of Qingzhou County. Quickly. Let's go there quickly. The situation is very urgent and there is no time to lose. There's more. Get as many people out of Qingzhou County as you can. Having said that, the old Taoist directly ran wildly towards the western direction, and the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom reacted quickly. Immediately all of them followed. Xia Mingyue, a female Taoist child, also held quite a few things and followed closely. It was hard to imagine that she, who looked to be only 13 or 14, had such a good physique. It was actually able to keep up with the speed of an adult running. Meanwhile, there were also some Dragon Kingdom soldiers who immediately notified everyone to evacuate all the people inside the county. For a while, the entire Qingzhou County was thrown into chaos, but, probably because the Dragon Kingdom had just attacked this place, when the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom asked the people of the county to hurry up and evacuate Qingzhou County, there were actually not many commoners who raised objections, and there were not many commoners who chose to resist. Perhaps it was the powerful force of the Dragon Kingdom that had taken the people of the entire Qingzhou County and frightened them. They were initially afraid of Kai Yuan Shang's armed forces, and under the oppression of Kai Yuan Shang's armed forces, it has been hard-pressed to survive for a decade or two. Now, a power capable of defeating Kai Yuan Shang had appeared. This is an even more powerful armed force than Kai Yuan Shang, in southern Fujian province. Due to the fact that he didn't know the Dragon Kingdom particularly well, the people of Qingzhou County, the The current understanding of the Dragon Kingdom's invasion of Qingzhou County is that a more powerful evil dragon has wiped out the original one, but in the end, it's all evil dragons. All of them are ordinary people cannot afford to mess with. Once messed with, the words will only be dead. Really may also involve their own families. And so, the evacuation of the common people went very well, and it didn't take long to evacuate several thousand people. Though evacuating a few thousand people was a drop in the bucket for the huge Clearwater County. But in an emergency like the one we're in now, we can only save as much as we can. No way. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were also very helpless. Since Qingzhou County was Kai Yuanxing's home base, the number of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom that attacked Qingzhou County was actually the largest team inside the attack on all the counties. But such numbers, when placed at this time, seem very small. If Rococo had thousands of people here right now, that would presumably be able to evacuate half of the county very quickly. Now, though, it's able to evacuate thousands or tens of thousands of people. Sort of the limit. Dare I ask this military master, why are you making us leave Qingzhou County? A merchant who had been forcibly evacuated out of the city couldn't help but ask weakly with a frightened heart. His family business was all inside Qingzhou County, and if it was gone, half of his life's work would be gone. It was for this reason that he dared to pluck up the courage to inquire weakly. But the abuse he imagined he would receive did not happen. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom explained quickly and patiently. We have discovered a potential unknown danger in the territory of Qingzhou County. It's highly likely that there are ghosts and monsters in Qingzhou County. Our people need to go and take care of this, so as not to spread to the common people. Let's get you out of Changzhou County first. You guys can come back when it's all settled. The merchant was not sure if this Dragon Kingdom soldier, who said this, was true or not, but he knew he could only choose to believe. He had to follow a bunch of old people. Hurry up with a little dry food. Leave Clearwater County for a while. Chapter 126. A Crooked Way Deserves to Die. The severe ghosts came out of the cage. Just as a group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers evacuated the common people inside Qingzhou County. Between the same time, the old Taoist priest and a group of other people also ran to the western outskirts of the county. When they ran into the outskirts of the countryside, they felt, all of a sudden, a cold chill approaching. No, it wasn't a cold air at all, but a creepy air. Hiss. Before seeing a single ghost around, he was able to feel this chi. What the hell are those things Kai Yuan Shang released? And how many of those things are there? Everyone was very tense at this moment. The old Taoist priest's expression was very grave, and no one's expression was relaxed. Each of them kept an eye on the movements around them all the time, as they all feared that there might be dangers lurking around them. At this point in time, the sky had gradually darkened, and a large portion of the sun had already set in the west. Suddenly, a miserable scream from the same not far away caused everyone's spirit to instantly tighten. It also attracts everyone's attention. They all looked over in that direction, but saw nothing. Go over there. The old Taoist monk gritted his teeth, whether it was because he had accepted Bai Yi's orders or for some other reason. As a Taoist monk of the Lushan sect, he had to go over and take a look, because the lives of many innocent civilians are at stake. Those old vultures, every day hanging in their mouths that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. How can a Taoist priest like him not be able to compare with those old vultures? The old Taoist priest and the rest of the group totaled about 24 people. Among them, besides the old Taoist priest and Xia Mingyue, all the others were Dragon Kingdom soldiers protecting the two of them. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, although for the time being, do not have the means to deal with those grievous souls standing in the cabinet, but they have the means to deal with those who are alive. Especially inside Qingzhou County, there is a high probability that there are still remnants of Kai Yuanxing's party. The existence of the remnants of Kai Yuanshang's party would most likely pose a threat to them, so necessary for close protection. It's a must. When they ran to the direction from which the screams came, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. Uncle Shifu, Xia Mingyue said in a shocked voice, there are many people lying there. There are both Taoist priests and monks. And, why is there a well there? And a stone lion split in half? Just see. A head, one after another, dressed in various ways, lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. Every one of them, they all look like they are getting less air in and more air out. Obviously all are in a state where they are no longer alive. Even if a highly skilled doctor came to save the day, there was probably nothing that could be done, which is true of modern doctors. The old Taoist priest did not respond to Xia Mingyue's words. At this moment, his eyes were staring at that wellhead with a look of horror written all over his face. He had never seen such a dense chi before, and he was even able to see that the mouth of the well had been covered in white frost, or rather frost. The chi was already so thick that it could make the things around it float on a layer of frost. Hiss! What a terrifyingly stern ghost this really is. Save! Help! Suddenly a weak voice, with a strong desire to survive, rang out. Save me. I don't want to die. I didn't expect the ghost village under the well. There are actually so many severe ghosts. I didn't expect them to break out despite the fact that there was still sunlight. He saw a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a brand new Taoist uniform, who was constantly struggling for help on the ground. A look of desperation was written all over his face, and begging at the same time. His eyes were filled with regret. From this information revealed within his words, and then looking at the mouth of this well, the old Taoist basically guessed what the reason was. The old Taoist priest's expression was very ugly. What exactly did you guys put out? Already dying. The middle-aged Taoist priest weakly said, night ghosts, grievous ghosts that have been sealed for hundreds of years. The number is very large. We people can't fight them. They are just like crazy. Save me. I don't want to die. Taoist friends, save me. Asterisk. You. The old Taoist priest cursed. If I saved you, I shall not be beaten half to death by the ancestor master. You guys, each and every one of you has a bad heart and evil ways. The old Taoist priest didn't want to save this guy at all. Not to mention that this guy was already hopeless. What kind of a concept is a whole ghost village full of unjust ghosts? A ghost village must have hundreds of ghosts, right? Hiss. The old Taoist couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. In this magically altered version of the Republic realm, ghosts are generally categorized into strength levels of wandering spirit, injustice, ghost in white, night ghost, red knight, regent green ghost, ghost king, ghost immortal. The ghosts inside the entire ghost village have been sealed for hundreds of years, and after so many years of time inculcated down, even the most ordinary wandering ghosts are estimated to have turned into white ghosts, and those ghosts with a little bit more resentment are probably already severe ghosts by now, aren't they? As for whether or not there will be a red-coated ghost, the old Taoist dared not think. After all, the conditions for giving birth to a red-clad ghost were just too harsh. Tell the truth, the only red-clothed stern ghost he had ever seen in his life was Zhao Qingyi. But, even though there were no red-clad ghosts inside the haunted village, but the white-clothed ghosts alone, as well as the stern ghosts, amounted to hundreds. Hiss. What's the deal? Mother ********. This bunch of evil devils and crooks lying on the ground. All of them are vermin, harming people. Death is not an option. Ignoring the people on the ground who were begging for help, the old Taoist priest immediately ran over to the wellhead, and immediately felt a yin qi so thick that it almost turned into substance come over his face, and he felt like his eyebrows were smeared with a layer of white frost. There was a feeling of poking his head, all the way inside the ice cellar. There are no ghosts in there. They're all out, and I can feel them close to here, and I can also feel that there are no stronger beings among them than me. But, yet there is one, a being comparable to me. The only reason they dared to run out against the sun is perhaps because of such a being, forcing them to come out. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. It was certainly Zhao Qingyi. Chapter 127, Heartless Kaiyuan Shang. Finish them off in half an hour. Hearing Zhao Qingyi's voice that suddenly rang out, the old Taoist priest was instantly startled and almost pulled out a talisman seal from his bosom, ready to wrestle and fight with the stern ghost. But upon realizing that this one voice seemed to be coming from inside this box he was holding, such that he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But there was still that little bit of trepidation in the old Taoist priest's heart. After all, holding a box hides a red-clad ghost inside. In this way he was very nervous all the way over. Although Mr. Bai said that this red-clothed stern ghost was one of his ghostly servants and would not be affected by the grievances to his sanity. But who can say about such things? Anyway, the old Taoist was very nervous. But, upon hearing these words from Zhao Qingyi, the old Taoist's face almost turned green. What? All the ghosts of this haunted village in the well actually came out all together, and there was actually one inside these ghosts, comparable to Zhao Qingyi. Hiss. Doesn't that mean that one of the ghosts in this ghost village has reached the level of a red-clothed ghost? The old Taoist forced himself to calm down a little bit. This was the first time he took the initiative and asked Zhao Qingyi, Miss Xiao, dare I ask if you can sense the approximate number of these ghosts? Zhao Qingyi was silent for a few seconds and returned, about 302, 320? Upon hearing this exaggerated figure, the old Taoist priest's person almost went numb. At the same time a rage brewed within. I didn't expect that Commander Kai to be so ruthless and heartless, letting out so many stern ghosts, even though most of them are white ghosts. White ghosts can do harm, not to mention that there are quite a few stern ghosts among them, even. And the Red Knight. The old Taoist could not wait to return to the Lushan sect right now and invite everyone from the Lushan sect over. If the Lushan sect came out in full force, a few hundred ghosts would actually be not much of a problem. But the problem was that it was just him and Xia Mingyue right now, and two Taoist priests were going to make so many more ghosts. It's not a normal pressure. Of course, could it be that he knew he couldn't back down now? Not even if he died and fell. Because if you retreat, the people in the middle of the scene will be hopeless, though a few hundred ghosts couldn't have slaughtered an entire county. All together. After all, Qingzhou County is a big county anyhow. Hundreds of ghosts would be expected to die completely lying equal if they had this ability, but together they harm thousands, even close to tens of thousands. Estimates. It's still possible. Without saying a word, the old Taoist priest took out a large handful of yellow talismans from his bosom, and immediately afterward he scattered all of them on the ground. Both hands immediately pinched a seal and eventually began to chant continuously. And then, a flash of blazing fire burst out from his fingertips and landed on top of the large yellow talisman on the ground. Steep. The opposite side of the large yellow talisman suddenly began to burn, and in the process of burning even slowly floated up to the sky, and then each yellow talisman floated in a different location. Seeing this scene, the old Taoist priest's expression was very ugly. The ghosts in these ghost villages are actually moving against the sunlight, in separate directions. With them topping the sunlight, there will definitely be quite a few ghosts with lower cultivation levels that will just go up in smoke. That's kind of good news for us. This direction, could it be pointing in a direction that has the highest number of yellow charms floating up in that direction? The old Taoist priest gruffly said. This direction is the direction with the highest number of ghosts? It's very likely that the red-clothed stern ghost that Miss Zhao mentioned just now is heading in this direction. Capture the thief first. We have to get rid of this red-clothed ghost. Then the remaining white-robed ghosts and ordinary ghosts will be much easier to deal with. In fact, the old Taoist priest was a little frightened in his heart. God knows how many ghosts there are in this location. How many of those white ghosts are there? Ordinary ghosts? If they were all white ghosts, then the old Taoist priest wasn't very worried. With his Tao, he would be able to exterminate as many white-clothed ghosts as came. But the ordinary night ghost, that's a different story. Knights can do a lot of harm. He felt that he might just be able to barely, between the same time, deal with a few stern ghosts. Any more than that and you won't be able to top it. However, if there was assistance from Xia Mingyue, a Taoist child, then he would be able to deal with a few more severe ghosts at that time. But the biggest problem is that and a red-clad ghost. In time, I'm afraid it's just being able to ask Miss Zhao to deal with that one red-robed stern ghost. A fight between two red-clad ghosts. Tell the truth. The old Taoist priest had never seen this kind of scene even after living for more than 60 years. The crowd immediately ran towards the direction that the old Taoist priest was pointing at. At the same time this message was passed through the communicators of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, passed into the middle of the Dragon Kingdom's military camp, passed to Bai Yi. Camp. Command. Ghost Village. Bai Yi's brows wrinkled slightly. This Kai Yuansheng is really heartless enough. He should still have family members living in Qingzhou County as well, right? It looks like he only pays great attention to this son of his, and doesn't pay much attention to those daughters of his. It can even be said that there is no affection to speak of. With Taoist dust, Xia Mingyue, and Zhao Qingyi, these two people and one ghost may not necessarily be able to deal with so many grievous spirits and ghosts. Bai Yi slowly took a deep breath. It looks like he had still underestimated Kai Yuansheng's ruthlessness and the other party's deathbed counterattack. In this case, not out on your own. It's not working. Prepare an armed helicopter for me. I'm going to make a personal trip to Chongju County. In the meantime, tell the main regiment commander to settle this side of the battle within half an hour. Then immediately lead the men and go to support Qingzhou County to aid the local people. He commanded. Chapter 128, Mighty Ghosts Out of the Cage. Haste is the order of the day. Chongju County. At this time within the Qingzhou County has become cloudy wind gusts, so that people's feeling quite cold all over the body. But let a person confused is now, obviously still the end of the summer season. By definition, late summer and early fall in the south are no different from the great summer. After all, there is only summer and winter in the south, but the temperature now is always very cold. It was cold enough to make people, well, shrink. At this time the sun has completely gone down. The night has shrouded the entire Qingzhou County. Raise your head to look up can still see the stars in the sky, as well as a round of bright moon. It is reasonable to say that a big county like Qingzhou County is still very lively even at night time. After all, the population of the entire Qingzhou County alone amounted to a full million people. A county of 1 million people in this day and age is definitely a tremendous county. Of course, that number would be a larger county at best if it were in modern times, or hold out for a small 18th tier city, but it is in such a populous magic modified version of the Republic of China realm county inside. Today's night was exceptionally silent. It was so silent that it was a little frightening. Son's father, are we sure we don't want to leave the county? Those officials and soldiers who attacked Qingzhou County have already told us to hurry up and leave the county tonight. And if we don't leave, there's a good chance we'll encounter ghosts and monsters. in the middle of a private house inside the county town. A woman couldn't help but ask with worry. After hearing the lady's inquiry, a middle-aged man said impatiently, "Where did all those demons and devils come from? It must be those guys, thinking of some method to raid our home again." Obviously, this middle-aged man was not particularly fond of the Dragon Kingdom's military. After all, he didn't know the style of the Dragon Kingdom's military. He also didn't know that there was a world of difference between the style of the Dragon Kingdom's army and the style of those warlords inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. It was because of this lack of understanding that made him prejudiced against the army of the Dragon Kingdom. It also filled him with conspiracy theories about the Dragon Army, evacuating them for this act. Let him think it's a conspiracy. Maybe after they leave the house tonight and leave the county for a while. Day 2 back. Everything in the house is gone. But the woman was still very worried. She always had a bad premonition, but I always feel strange tonight. It's obviously a summer night. Why is it so gloomy and cold? And some of the surrounding neighbors have also left the county. We stay. Is not a little bit not good, ah? Strange using, the middle-aged man said with a cold snort. Those neighbors left only because they were afraid of the guns in the hands of these pawns. Do you really think that they were worried about any ghosts and monsters as well? Although it's true that there are a lot of wandering ghosts in these times of military chaos. Aren't wandering ghosts always in the middle of nowhere? This is Qingzhou County, and with so many people inside Qingzhou County, which ghost would dare to approach? However, just as his words had fallen, all of a sudden, there seemed to be some kind of noise coming from outside. That seemed to be the sound of something dragging against the ground. Rustling. It was quite a bit unnerving. The child's father. Outside. Is there some strange sound? The woman secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva as she cautiously looked towards the closed door of the residence before hurriedly moving her eyes away again. The middle-aged man frowned and said, "What are you afraid of? I guess it's a wild cat passing by." But the rustling outside didn't go away. Instead, the sound began to become more pronounced. It seems to be getting closer. Suddenly, the strange sounds coming from outside stopped. The middle-aged man smiled confidently. "I told you, it's just a wildcat passing by. And now that the wildcat is gone, the sound is naturally gone." However, the woman's eyes suddenly widened, as if she had a look of having seen a ghost. The woman's voice was incredibly shaky. The doorway. The middle-aged man froze. He craned his head to look over the doorway of the residence. Then his pupils clenched suddenly, because he saw a strand of hair, outside, coming through the door. That one hair was very long, as if it were a flexible swimming snake. Those hairs seemed to be exploring something, swimming slowly up the door panel. It seems that, looking for the bolt, and it found it. With a crisp sound, the bolt fell to the floor. Immediately following, an eerie ghastly wind whistled past, and the door of the house was blown heavily open. The middle-aged man and the woman inside the house could clearly see that the two portraits of the door gods that were affixed to the door panels had actually been torn to shreds. A white ghostly shadow, blocking in the doorway. Hiss! The couple snapped back a breath of cold air, almost at the same time. Great fear floated in the middle of his mind. Cold sweat overflowed. Creepy. The morose and colding chi was constantly permeating the house, causing the two young fires on their shoulders, as well as the one on top of their heads, to start to become shaky. It was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Suddenly, that one white ghostly figure snapped its head up, revealing a blurry to the extreme face, though it was hard to see exactly how it looked, but a sense of spiteful hideousness could be clearly felt. The white-clad ghost's long hair was windless. In the midst of the two couples' incredibly horrified gazes, the hair shot straight out at them. Sins. Until a girl's stern cry came. "The Supreme Lord taught me to kill ghosts, and with me the divine Fong. The left supports the 6 armors, the right guards the 6th in. What god will not be ambushed? And what ghost will dare? Urgent. Shu." A short peachwood sword wrapped with a pale yellow spirit talisman was thrown out by Xia Mingyue's gritted teeth in a forceful throw. Moment. The mahogany sword stabbed into the chest of the long-haired white-robed ghost, like a hot knife into the butter. Chapter 129, The Trail of the Red-Clothed Night Ghost. There was a difference between a ghost and a ghost. Although Xia Mingyue was only a small Taoist child inside the huge Lushan sect, but no matter what, that was still a small Taoist child of the Lushan sect. It's like the same college student. There is still a difference between a 985 college student and a regular second-year college student. It can even be said that there is definitely a heavenly difference between the two. Xia Mingyue, even if she did not harbor a sense of meridian qi, but with the incantations inherited from the Lushan school, and the ghost-repelling artifacts and spiritual talismans brought from the Lushan school, it still allowed her to engage in a fight with the white ghost. The long-haired white-robed ghost that had been stabbed into its body by this short peachwood sword instantly let out a mournful and miserable scream. The part that was pierced by the mahogany short sword was bubbling up madly with true white. It wasn't just any old white smoke. Rather, it's the een on this white ghost. The een is leaking in an unstoppable manner. The long-haired white-robed ghost's blurry face seemed to carry an endless grimace as well as resentment as it turned to Xia Mingyue, its roiling hair turning around. However, just as it was about to force its way through the pain and strike at Xia Mingyue, suddenly, the yellow talisman on the mahogany sword that pierced into its body unexpectedly burned automatically. The long-haired white-robed ghost's body, at this moment, shook violently. The screams began to become more harrowing. The ear-piercing sound, which made one's eardrums feel a hard time. A large amount of yin qi leaked out from its body. White smoke curls up. It's cold as hell. Its body was actually disintegrating with the naked eye. A true sense of the soul flying away. The short mahogany sword fell to the ground, and the ghost in white was completely gone. Phew! Xia Mingyue exhaled heavily, blood still dripping from the tip of her middle finger. The meridians did not contain true qi in her, only able to use his own blood to catalyze the spirit talisman. With a bitter look on her small face, full of exhaustion, she said helplessly, "Senior uncle, this is too much. This is already the 12th white-clothed ghost we've encountered inside Qingzhou County. How much time has passed? Not even half an hour, right?" The old Taoist priest followed behind Xia Mingyue as he felt the yin qi that filled the air. The expression was very somber, and he sighed slightly. The ghosts that run inside the county and the ghost village are at the very least ghosts of the White Realm, and ghosts lower than the White Realm are killed by the sunlight as they climb out of the well. There may have been some of the white ghosts, too, who were also killed by the dusk sun, but even so, the number of white-robed ghosts is still staggering. The old Taoist monk paused and continued, "Nowadays, I'm afraid that there are hundreds of ghosts inside the entire county alone, and the ones that have reached the level of ordinary stern ghosts are estimated to have to be in the dozens or 20s, but we haven't even seen that red-clothed stern ghost lately. We have to speed up the process of overtaking these ghosts, because if we once let them victimize more people, they will become stronger. Even those hundreds of white-robed ghosts may have existed that metamorphosed into severe ghosts as a result. Once so many white ghosts have morphed into severe ghosts, the old Taoist priest had an ugly expression. The consequences are unimaginable. He was now so angry that he couldn't wait to kill that Commander Kai alive. That old is actually so deranged. And he didn't expect that inside this Qingzhou County, there was actually such a ghost village. It's amazing that there are so many ghosts inside the ghost village. And the predecessor who sealed up this ghost village hundreds of years ago was also too irresponsible. Why don't you just kill the ghosts inside, one by one? Even if he couldn't deal with it alone, it would be okay to notify the other Taoist sects, right? Wouldn't it be better to have those powerful gates come over and settle this ghost village? Why seal it and leave it alone? It's a pit for posterity. I don't know if Miss Zhao has found that red-robed ghost. If she has, resolving to that red-robed ghost would be equivalent to resolving most of the crisis. The old Taoist murmured. After all, poor Taoist, I'm not even too sure that I can beat it. When it comes to ordinary ghosts, the old Taoist priest is not even afraid. Let him catch ordinary ghosts all night long. But he was pretty freaked out when it came to the red-clad ghosts, mostly because he hadn't even dealt with them before. What if the red-clad ghost is more powerful than he is? Although born in a famous sect, he possessed a lot of means and even a lot of secret arts, but the price to be paid for those secret arts to be cast out was unacceptable. It's best not to use it until it's absolutely necessary. Alas, catastrophe. In the meantime, Changju County, the other side, a red-clothed silhouette swept above the eaves of a building, and wherever it passed, a thin layer of frost would condense on top of the eaves of the house, which was thick to a certain level of yin qi at work. Suddenly, the red-clothed silhouette casually waved her hand, and her scarlet long sleeves fiercely probed out a dozen meters away. Quickly, one of the night ghosts was bound in a deadly grip. The blurred face of the stern ghost had a horrified expression before it could do anything else. The red sleeve that bound the night ghost was blatantly strong. Boom! The night ghost screamed before he even had a chance to make a sound. The body then exploded violently. Ashes to ashes. The soul is broken. These ordinary stern ghosts, although they were only one level lower than the red-clothed stern ghosts, but this one level was a world of difference, and the strengths of both sides were not on the same level at all. The seventh one. Zhao Qingyi gently spat out a number from her red lips that were opened one by one. Those white ghosts, all of which she didn't care about, specialized in hunting and killing the severe ghosts, because if these severe ghosts harm people, ordinary people are powerless to resist. Ordinary people can still struggle when they meet a ghost in white, and still be able to find a way to survive. But if you meet a severe ghost, only able to wait for death, suddenly, as if she sensed something, her eyes quickly locked onto a direction. The color of his face was grave. That's red. Chapter 132 Red Clothes Fighting. Bai Yi's arrival. Since Zhao Qingyi had turned into a ghost, there were only 3 times when this current, mixed emotions of nervousness and gravity appeared. The first time was when she was suppressed by the crippled Taoist priest, when she fought with the crippled Taoist priest for several hours. Unfortunately at that time she was still an ordinary night ghost, couldn't fight the crippled Taoist at all. Eventually, suppressed in the midst of red embroidered shoes. The second time, is by the Bai Yi body of the national atmosphere to shock. At that time she almost thought she was going to die, but did not expect to still live down. Until now, Zhao Qingyi felt that it was because Bai Yi was holding back on her. She doesn't know that. The Bai Yi of that time didn't know any Taoist techniques. The third time was now. Zhao Qingyi could clearly feel an overwhelming pressure that assaulted his body. Coming face to face with a red-clad ghost exactly like herself was something she had never experienced before. But Zhao Qingyi wasn't afraid, and no fear. Without hesitation, she swept towards that direction and soon arrived on top of a long street. Suddenly, a very pure yin qi was like substance, shooting from one direction. Caught off guard, Zhao Qingyi only had time to dodge to the left, but it still didn't quite dodge it. The yin qi that had turned into substance seemed to carry extreme power, and it grazed her cheek. Zhao Qingyi immediately felt a wave of pain. There was actually an opening in the cheek. Wisps of yin qi were constantly overflowing outward from the gaping hole in his cheek. Suddenly, another yin qi shot out, but this time Zhao Qingyi was already prepared and immediately waved her sleeve to ward it off. The yin qi that shot out, and the scarlet red sleeves, collided with each other. There was actually a popping sound. A violent popping sound like a grenade explosion stirred up a layer of air waves spreading outwards, rolling up in a cloud of sand and dust. As if Zhao Qingyi had sensed something, she who had blocked the yin qi attack immediately sent her red sleeve forward. The scarlet red sleeve instantly flew out a dozen meters away, ruthlessly crashing into a residential house on the street. Boom! The wall of the private residence was directly collapsed by red sleeve, and a ghostly shadow flew out in a sorry state. That was actually a red shadow as well. Red Knight. The gazes of the two red-clothed stern ghosts clashed in mid-air, and both could see the hostility in the other's eyes. What kind of ghost are you? The same ghosts and monsters? Why do you want to maim us? Humph! Regardless of why you are doing this, since you have already done it, then today you will surely have your soul scattered. Die! 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 The red-robed stern ghost from the ghost village had a look of resentment written all over his face. Its body was haunted by an astonishing yin qi and resentment. From its tone of voice, one could hear the kind of resentment that showed as much madness as possible. God knows, when it was alive, exactly what was going on. That's what makes it so amazingly spiteful. The other party didn't even give Zhao Qingyi a chance to speak, and without saying a word, he directly swept in. The nails of his hands were incomparably narrow and sharp, and they grabbed fiercely towards Zhao Qingyi's neck. It was as if he wanted to grab Zhao Qingyi's head, straight off. Zhao Qingyi's embroidered eyebrows were clustered, immediately pulled back, narrowly dodging the other party's attack. The speed of the strange red-robed ghost in front of her was much faster than she had imagined. The opponent was not much weaker than himself. Of course, it wasn't much better than myself. Maybe it's because they've been sealed inside the Inuyasha ghost village for a long time. Give the other side no chance to do harm for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years have passed without drawing in a single bit of the living's young energy. So after all this time, it's still just a red-clad ghost. That too can be explained. Zhao Qingyi was actually curious as to why the other party was also able to become a red-clothed stern ghost. After all, of all the ghosts she's seen, the ghost in front of him was the only red-clad ghost like himself. But, with the other party's maniacal tone of voice, as well as a look filled with resentment, it was evident that the other party's sanity was probably not much left. Trying to learn the past events of its life from the mouth of a stern ghost whose mind has been dominated by resentment. That's as hard as it gets. After all, this night ghost didn't have much sanity left, and there was no way to communicate effectively. This, Zhao Qingyi was very clear, because she's been there. Oh no, it should come over the ghost. The two red-clothed stern ghosts immediately fought, scaring the surrounding common people who had not had time to leave Qingzhou County, and they all held their heads in their hands, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing in a hurry. For ordinary people like them, two stern ghosts fighting, that's just like the gods fighting. Once they, ordinary people, were caught in the wave, there would definitely be no return. Many people were already regretting that they hadn't left Qingzhou County in time. Who would have thought that what those Dragon Kingdom soldiers said was actually true? The two red-robed night ghosts fought very loudly, so loudly that the old Taoist priest in the distance noticed it. Far away. Without saying a word, the old Taoist priest would point his hand more than a sword and then wipe it toward his own eyes. His eyes seemed to twinkle for a moment. It's the red-clothed ghost. The red-clothed ghost has appeared, and Miss Zhao is fighting with it. Let's hurry over and help Miss Zhao. The old Taoist priest hurriedly scattered his legs and ran wildly. God knows where on earth he got such good stamina when he was already in his 60s? 2. No. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had been following him and protecting him were exhausted. It was probably because of the true chi in the old Taoist priest's body. After all, energy like true chi does strengthen the body. It was just a pity that the old Taoist priest was very far away from the location where the two red-robed stern ghosts were fighting. By the time he ran past, maybe the yellow flowers are cold. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dim night sky, attracting the attention of many Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Likewise, it attracted the attention of the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist priest froze. What's that? What is that? What machine? Helicopter gunships. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom next to him spoke up and explained. It must be Major by himself. Hiss. Mr. White, he's here. The old Taoist priest was shocked. He didn't expect a big shot like Bai Yi to personally come to such a dangerous Qingzhou county. Is that the dragon soldier? Chapter 131, Bai Yi's arrival. The special ability of the red-clothed night ghost. A Dragon Kingdom helicopter gunship hovered in mid-air, its propellers churning the air and making a loud noise. Spinning a speed rope slowly dangled down. Immediately afterward a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom slid down from the top of the speed rope. One of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers. That includes Whitey. This was the first time Bai Yi had come to Qingzhou County, in the middle of Kai Yanqing's base camp. This was at the same time the first time he had left the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. When both feet hit the ground, Bai Yi then felt a deep cold chill come over him. A morose gloom to be exact. Very dense in chi. Bai Yi's gaze looked around at his surroundings, and the first thing he sensed was Zhao Qingyi's presence. As Zhao Qingyi was already his ghost servant, and the two parties had already established a certain connection, Bai Yi could sense that Zhao Qingyi seemed to be fighting a strong enemy right now. Her aura, among Bai Yi's senses, was somewhat erratic, most likely because her opponents are very good. At least, the strength was not below Zhao Qingyi. In this place, Qingzhou County, encountering an existence whose strength was not below Zhao Qingyi's. I'm afraid that it was those things that Kai Yuanqing had, before, said he was going to release? That is to say, Zhao Qingyi has already found the red-robed ghost that ran out from the ghost village, and the two sides have already begun a fierce exchange of blows? Bai Yi could sense Zhao Qingyi's exact location, and it wasn't particularly far from his side. Meanwhile, not far away, Zhao Qingyi, who was fighting with the red-clothed stern ghosts, also sensed Bai Yi's presence. Zhao Qingyi also didn't expect Mr. Bai to personally come to Qingzhou County. Her eyes flashed with viciousness all of a sudden. The two greenish-red long sleeves were like two swimming dragons at this moment, surging continuously. The long sleeve instantly struck the red-clothed night ghost's chest in a lightning-fast manner. The red-clothed night ghost didn't expect Zhao Qingyi to suddenly lash out. In a moment of inattention, he suddenly flew out backwards. The chest was even more sunken. The yin chi that turned into white mist leaked out. The entire body of the ghost viciously smashed through a courtyard wall and fell directly on top of another street. The red-clothed stern ghost's expression instantly became even more hideous. Yet just as it was about to struggle to stand up, suddenly, it sensed what seemed to be a very strong fluctuation of yang chi behind it. The red-robed knight turned his head back with a grimace on his face. Moment. Only a flash of golden light was seen flying. Although the red-clothed stern ghost had already been covered in grievances and had lost its sanity, it didn't mean that it would be foolish enough to take this golden light in a hard way. The red-clothed stern ghost immediately moved towards one side, dodging it in a flash. The golden light grazed against its neck. An indescribable burning pain came from the neck. It made a very clear scorch mark on the pale, paper-like neck. A sharp sense of pain. It made it let out a howl of dismay. Howling ghosts. Very harsh. A pair of eyes were filled with a look of hatred. And its pair of eyes filled with hatred as well as resentment stared dead on at the person in front of him. The one who had attacked him with golden light. Are you the red-clothed stern ghost from the ghost village? The richness of the yin chi on your body is indeed very astonishing. This level of yin chi even on the ground. A layer of snow frost has formed. A calm voice rang out in the darkness. A voice that sounded very young. The incoming. It was clearly Bai Yi. Facing a red-robed night ghost straight on wasn't much of a strain for Bai Yi. It was because he already possessed a noteworthy Dao today. The proficient level of the dragon tiger embracing Qigong for Qi nurturing gave him a Taoist skill not much worse than that of an old Taoist priest. It can even be said to be more enhanced than the old Taoist priest. It was because Bai Yi's physical qualities were many times stronger than the old Taoist priest. Bai Yi's physical qualities were exaggerated after the physical strengthening of the double piercing gate. Fighting a tiger with your bare hands is no joke. His powerful body provided him with a very majestic blood in yang qi. If an ordinary person, who is affected by the yin of a red-robed stern ghost, it's probably going to be extra cold all over. Movements can be very stiff, even walking with a lurch. But for Bai Yi, This feeling was like turning on an air conditioner for him, though it also felt a little chilly. But that's about it. Not much of an impact. Suddenly, a pair of red sleeves swooped in from behind the red-clothed night ghost, causing the red-clothed night ghost, who was momentarily off guard, to be smashed out once again. Zhao Qingyi's figure slowly appeared, coldly looking at the red-clothed stern ghost that was smashed out. Spinning. Again, he laid his eyes on Bai Yi. The icy gaze instantly softened, and took on a slight look of respect, as well as admiration. Mr. White. Zhao Qingyi greeted Bai Yi very respectfully. Nowadays, she was already Bai Yi's ghost servant. In other words, Bai Yi's subordinate. And it's still the kind that ensures 100% loyalty, because she has made a vow that if broken, she faces what will be an excruciatingly painful ordeal. Aha! Bai Yi nodded slightly. He didn't really have too many restrictions on Zhao Qingyi, even if the other party was nominally his ghost servant. Zhao Qingyi reminded, Mr. Bai, this red-clothed stern ghost is very strong, not below me. However, after the brief contact between me and it, I found that its weakness should be its lack of speed and slow reflexes, probably due to being affected by the grievances, but it has a strong defense. No matter how my attacks landed on its body, there was no way to inflict great damage on it. Even if I was able to bring a little damage to it, it would be able to recover very quickly. Each red-robed stern ghost has a special ability, and the other party's special ability is probably defense and recovery. This red-clothed stern ghost is very difficult to deal with. One red-robed ghost said fervently that the other red-robed ghost was difficult to deal with. Such a very odd picture. Chapter 132 Thunder Talisman. Thunder Method. Heavily injuring the red-clothed stern ghost. Just before the time when one person and one ghost were talking to each other, the red-clothed stern ghost that had been smashed out of the room restarted struggling to stand up. Its sunken chest was actually back as it was. It looked as if it hadn't suffered any injuries. A scowl was written all over its face, while a slight pain could be seen amongst the scowl. As you can see from this expression, its defense and recovery are strong though, but that doesn't mean it doesn't feel pain. Although he didn't know what exactly the ghost's pain mechanism was, since it would hurt, it meant that Zhao Qingyi's attack was effective. It also showed that its defense, too, wasn't as strong as it was thought to be. If the attack is strong enough, it is also capable of being exterminated. Suddenly, the red-clothed stern ghost that struggled to get up, lunged in the direction where Bai Yi was. Apparently, this red-robed stern ghost thought of Bai Yi as that kind of soft persimmon. In the face of the red-clothed stern ghost that had swooped over, Bai Yi didn't make any evasive moves. Next moment, Zhao Qingyi's blurred silhouette then followed, her sleeves turning into a roiling red cloth flying, immediately binding the red-clothed stern ghost's form. However, the red-clothed stern ghost was not a vegetarian either, and it erupted with a shocking yin qi. Surprisingly, Zhao Qingyi's red sleeve was hardened and cracked by a few points. Zhao Qingyi's expression instantly changed, her embroidered brows furrowing to reveal a pained expression. Apparently the red sleeves were not her clothes, but part of her ghostly body. While Zhao Qingyi was binding the red-clothed stern ghost, Bai Yi had an extra spirit talisman in his hand at some point, and it was a dark purple spirit talisman. His eyes were slightly solemn, and the true qi in his body immediately surged and flowed. Bai Yi's lips moved to bite the tip of his tongue. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He took a mouthful of blood from his tongue and spat it on top of this purple spirit talisman in his hand. True qi quickly poured in violently. Shara. This purple spiritual talisman emitted a creepy and terrifying aura. The air seemed to be faintly resounding with a burst of thunder. That kind of terrifying aura even Zhao Qingyi was frightened by. Bai Yi's mouth quickly recited the Taoism recitation, and his body's true qi was madly poured into the spirit talisman. It even caused an arc of electricity to flash above this spirit talisman in his hand, as if feeling a sense of crisis coming on. The red-clothed stern ghost that was bound by Zhao Qingyi struggled even more. Zhao Qingyi was already vaguely about to bind. Let go of it. At this time, only Bai Yi could be heard. All of a sudden, uttering a sentence. Zhao Qingyi couldn't help but think too much as she immediately let go of her red sleeves. After the red-clothed stern ghost had gotten away, before he had the chance to make any moves, he only saw a flash of lightning, which came out of Bai Yi's hand in an instant. A flash of electricity in the night sky. Strike the red night. Rumble. Deafening thunder rang out of thin air. The red-clothed ghost issued an unprecedented painful howl. The mournful howl formed a sound wave and even shattered the not-so-sturdy glass of some street-side stores. The horrible electric light almost illuminated the whole street. For that brief moment of effort, this wasn't just any ordinary lightning, but a divine thunderbolt induced by the power of the seal of the runic symbol. God's thunder was out. All evils retreat. The purple spirit talisman that Bai Yi had thrown, that was even a very high-grade lei shirshi. It was drawn by him according to the Lushan sect's runic seal scripts. Bai Yi also didn't expect his talent to be demonic to that extent in the cultivation path. It was mentioned inside the canon that this kind of lightning talisman was very difficult to make. Making it 100 times doesn't always work once, and it takes a lot of material each time. Each time the materials consumed must be worth at least several hundred oceans. So, you can't be a Taoist priest if you're poor. However, Bai Yi succeeded after just 2 tries, which made him wonder if he, himself, was the bastard son of one of the Tao ancestors? Or is it because of the reason that double-piercing gate had upgraded his physique before? General, he just drew it, and it works. It looks like what was mentioned in the canonical books wasn't wrong. The power of this thunder talisman is extremely amazing, but the consumption is also very exaggerated. As Bai Yi muttered to himself, he felt the true qi in his body. He realized that the true qi in his internal meridians had actually consumed 1/3 of it directly. There is also a sense of, coming from among the spirits, an unprecedented sense of exhaustion. At this time, he set his eyes on the red-clothed stern ghost. At this moment, the red-clothed night ghost suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow. Its hideous expression actually flashed a hint of awe, but then there were flashes of endless resentment, as well as hideous. Its body was covered with large and small wounds, and there was constantly yin qi flowing out of the wounds, causing half of the street to be shrouded in yin qi like a white mist. Zhao Qingyi was also shocked at the power of the spirit talisman Bai Yi used. If Mr. White didn't let himself loosen his sleeve in time just now, then one is likely to be susceptible to the ripple effects. He himself didn't have the strong defense and recovery power of the red-clothed ghost in front of him. If struck by this spiritual talisman, the heavy blows suffered are bound to be more severe. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyi also had to lament. Taoist priests, this profession is really blessed. Young Taoist priests can deal with 100 years of fierce ghosts, and even just started the Taoist children, as long as given enough magic weapons, are able to deal with the ghosts and wild spirits. On the contrary, this red-robed ghost had worked so hard for so long, even for hundreds of years, still just a red-clad ghost. God, with people, it's favoritism. Once upon a time, you're a human being yourself. Although Zhao Qingyi was extremely emotional in her heart, she didn't let go of this wonderful opportunity and forcefully suppressed the shock as well as palpitations within her heart. She quickly attacked her body and turned her hands into sharp claws, ruthlessly grasping at the red-clothed stern ghost's neck. Tear. The neck of the red-clothed night ghost was actually half torn open by her hard. A huge head just shrugged. The yin qi was bubbling out crazily, and Zhao Qingyi's 10 fingers were actually traumatized as well. As they twisted irregularly, it made her expression falter, showing pain. But she did not stop the action. A mouth unexpectedly opened extremely large, ruthlessly tearing at the red-clothed stern ghost's shoulder, unexpectedly hard to the other party's shoulder, to bite off a large piece. The red-clothed night ghost let out an even more mournful and miserable howl as it erupted with astonishing strength. Shook Zhao Qingyi out. Chapter 133. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Zhao Qingyi, who flew out backwards, managed to stabilize his body in mid-air, and finally drifted down to the ground. His complexion didn't look particularly good, and his soul body looked slightly dull, and it was not easy to Zhao Qingyi shocked out of the red-clothed ghost. It seemed to have fallen into a bout of weakness as well, and the soul body actually looked like it had become somewhat translucent. The body even stumbled slightly directly. It seemed like it was almost going to fall to the ground. It was probably because of the heavy damage it had suffered that it had slightly recovered its sanity, allowing it to gain the upper hand for the time being, temporarily suppressing that monstrous resentment. After all, Bai Yi and Zhao Qingyi joining forces was not a simple 1 + 1 is equal to 2. When Zhao Qingyi fought with the red-clothed night ghost, he was able to fight it to a draw. Now after adding another Bai Yi, the red-clothed stern ghost was directly at a disadvantage. There wasn't even much resistance. Ho! Ho ho! A sound of unknown significance emanated from among the throat cavity of the red-robed stern ghost. Its eyes were filled with a resentful look. Dawn Guard, Taoist, Red, Knight. It looked at Bai Yi, who had a breezy expression on his face, and then at Zhao Qingyi, who had resumed his expressionless face, completely baffled as to why such a combination would join forces. It questioned Zhao Qingyi. Why did you help an Ubizi Taoist priest when you could have become stronger by sucking the yang qi of these ordinary people with us? Apparently, perhaps it was because Bai Yi had used Taoist magic. He thought that Bai Yi was a Taoist priest. Zhao Qingyi didn't answer its questioning. She was too lazy to answer these questions. Without saying a word, Zhao Qingyi's double sleeves flew out once again. While it's weak, it's going to kill it. The red-robed stern ghost didn't expect Zhao Qingyi to strike so decisively, not even giving himself the slightest chance to catch his breath. And his own verbal attack to stall for time actually didn't work. It hastily dodged the incoming scarlet sleeves, but the next moment a peachwood sword flew in rapidly. The mahogany sword is made from a full 500 years of lightning strike wood, and on top of the body of the mahogany sword, there were also very complicated talismanic seals engraved on it. The mahogany sword ruthlessly stabbed the red-clothed stern ghost in the back, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. The mahogany sword easily poked into its body, and a large amount of white smoke came out all of a sudden. The chi inside the red-clothed night ghost was leaking out. A creepy scream was emitted, and the endless grievous aura even affected the surrounding air, making it look extremely distorted. The endless grievances once again pushed down its sanity, causing its face to look as insane as possible. It pulled the mahogany sword out stiffly, and then threw it fiercely to the ground. Kill, 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 die, death, die, kill them all. All must die. Die, 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 die. Even though its body had already suffered heavy blows multiple times, it still didn't hesitate, charging towards Bai Yi's direction. It looks like a wild animal without reason. That's the weakness of a stern ghost with an overly strong grudge. The grudge will overpower their sanity. When their sanity is suppressed, they will harm people indiscriminately, trying to devour the yang energy of all living people. Bai Yi's hands quickly pinched his seals, mouth full of words. Steep. His body unexpectedly blossomed into a cloud of golden light, which flowed continuously on top of his skin. Boom! The sharp claws of the red-clothed stern ghost collided fiercely with Bai Yi. There was an amazing popping sound. It was as if two very strong pieces of metal had collided with each other. Bai Yi's body violently flew backwards before landing firmly on the ground. The ground was stomped out hard with two shallow craters, but the body didn't shed a drop of blood. Surprisingly, he didn't suffer a single injury. Chanting golden light mantra, Zhao Qingyi immediately flew out with both of his sleeves wildly, wrapping the red-clothed stern ghost in death, and a silhouette could be clearly seen, surging ceaselessly within the red cloth. Zhao Qingyi let out a clear hum, his body's chi bursting out, and the ground under his feet even froze with white frost. The two fishy red long sleeves were like two giant pythons, constantly contracting. The red-clothed stern ghost wrapped in the long sleeves kept emitting miserable screams. Bai Yi once again pulled out a purple talisman without saying a word. It was likewise a thunder talisman. After Zhao Qingyi saw this, he hastily withdrew his restraints, and the thunder talisman instantly flew out again. Rumble! The deafening sound of thunder. Once again, before the red-clothed night ghost could dodge, he was sent flying once again. The soul body became very transparent. The lower half of his body was actually directly vacant, having been blown up by a lightning charm that destroyed the lower half of his body. Its screams became even more dismal, and more resentful. But Bai Yi had already picked up the peachwood sword and sprayed blood from the tip of his tongue on top of it. Dang Shao! The mahogany sword bloomed with a flash of red. Bai Yi carried the peachwood sword that was haunted with red light and ran straight towards the red-clothed stern ghost. The red-clothed night ghost hastily raised its claws and swung. Bai Yi slashed his sword horizontally. Swish! The red-clothed stern ghost's hands were directly chopped off, and its soul body became even more transparent. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, in addition to endless grievances and resentment. It cringed. It's scared. But it didn't work. There was no way Bai Yi would give her any chance to struggle. The mahogany sword once again stabbed straight out, straight at the red-clothed stern ghost's head. Bai Yi's mouth once again recited a low spell. The free hand pinched a Taoist hand seal and pressed it directly onto the red-clothed stern ghost's chest. It was very cold to the touch, as if he was touching a piece of cold ice. But the touch that Bai Yi's hand gave the red-clothed stern ghost was like a branding iron. Bai Yi's hand that was pinching the seal didn't enter its body. Its body trembled continuously. The mournful screams, nearly all of them were going to rupture Bai Yi's eardrums. All of them. Suddenly, Bai Yi's hands were empty. The mahogany sword in his right hand seemed to be going up into the air, and the seals in his left hand seemed to be tapping on the air. The knight in red. The soul is broken. Chapter 134, Kaiyuan Shang's great power is gone. Caught in a full-blown meltdown. It had to be said that this red-clothed ghost was very difficult to deal with. After all, under the joint efforts of Bai Yi as well as Zhao Qingyi, a man and a ghost, it actually took so much effort to get rid of it. It was enough to show that the strength of the red-clothed night ghost was very powerful, which was also attributed to the opponent's strong defense as well as recovery ability. But fortunately, even more powerful red-clothed ghosts in Bai Yi and Zhao Qingyi's joint efforts. I'm not going to be able to get out of here after all. It's straight up ashes. It was also quite exhausting, and it even made Bai Yi feel a little tired. Even Zhao Qingyi even had a lot of injuries on his body. It sounds pretty ridiculous that a ghost could get hurt, but that's actually what happened. After resolving to this one red-clothed stern ghost, neither Bai Yi nor Zhao Qingyi stopped, because there are still tons of ghosts inside the entire Qingzhou county. These ghosts endanger the lives of the common people inside the county all the time. If these ghosts only struck out at the wicked, then Bai Yi wouldn't have been in such a hurry. But the problem is that they are indiscriminately harmful. For these, various types of ghosts that had been trapped for hundreds of years, Those ordinary people inside Qingzhou County were their best rations. They just all have to devour the yang energy from a few people and refine that yang energy. And it becomes more powerful. By becoming more powerful, they are even able to defy the sun. Once ghosts no longer fear the words of the sun. Then in the daytime, ordinary people can be very dangerous. This was something Bai Yi did not want to see. It was also something that everyone in the Dragon Kingdom inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm didn't want to see. This night, there's the hustle. Phew. 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 Poverty. Poverty has arrived. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, and directly the old Taoist priest ran over panting. Then the old Taoist was confused. Only Bai Yi as well as Zhao Qingyi stood in front of him, and that red-clothed stern ghost had already disappeared. The old Taoist priest looked around at the very badly damaged streets. He couldn't help but be tongue-tied at the destructive power of the red-clad ghost. Meanwhile, couldn't help but get worried again. Mr. Bai. Miss Xiao. That red-robed stern ghost, did it escape? The old Taoist priest asked anxiously. No, the soul has already been dispersed. Bai Yi shook his head. If under his and Zhao Qingyi's joint efforts, there was no way to be able to clean up the red-clothed stern ghost, then it means that the other party is no longer just in the realm of the red clothes. But, so far it looks like the other guy is just a red shirt. Phew. After hearing this explanation from Bai Yi, the old Taoist couldn't help but let out a heavy breath. One can only lament in one's mind. Not bad for Mr. White. This is the Yangtze River waves pushing forward the previous waves, and the blue is better than the blue. An old guy like himself is simply no match for the young people nowadays. Because the old Taoist himself wasn't sure if he could defeat that red-clothed stern ghost so quickly if he and Zhao Qingyi teamed up. It's all an unknown. The other side. Land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Rewind time for a while. When Bai Yi had just moved to Qingzhou County, the main regiment commander received an order from Bai Yi, who naturally ordered him to get the battle out of the way as soon as possible, preferably within half an hour. The commander of the main regiment immediately had the entire regiment move to surround the entire main army of the warlord hordes, in order to prevent the other party from escaping, and then just find another place again and continue to scourge the people. It didn't even give the other side any way to retreat to escape. As a matter of fact, when two armies fight, they will always give the other side a way to retreat and escape, because that way, if you kill the other side pretty much, the other side will crumble, then just run away, and then the battle was won very easily. But if you don't give your opponent a chance to escape, then there's a good chance that they'll be trapped. Push your opponent to the point of having to fight for his life. This is a major military taboo. But, for the Dragon Kingdom, such a military taboo was not considered a taboo. With a round of artillery shells smashing within the opponent's position as if they didn't need any money, the entire warlord's forces were in a state of chaos. Even when those armored units as well as helicopter gunship units arrived, it's more of a descending blow to the warlord hordes. At all hours of the day and night, large numbers of warlord soldiers are dying. Blood is flowing. Crossed bodies are everywhere. Everyone was running around as if they were headless flies. They wanted to find a place to escape, but they realized that they had no place to escape because the enemy army had blocked all their retreats. At this moment, every warlord soldier experienced what was called despair. If given another chance to choose, they would have preferred to hurry up and become a deserter before the war. At least being a deserter won't kill you if you don't get caught. But, if you fight on a battlefield like this, you'll die anytime, anywhere. There are some driven mad warlord soldiers who also want to trap the beast, but it was clear that they had overestimated themselves, and at the same time they had underestimated the Dragon Kingdom. Their trapped animals didn't do a bit of good. Oh, nope, they're still so useful. Their trapped beasts might just consume a little more ammo on the dragon side. That's all. As the commander-in-chief of the warlords in southern Fujian province, Kai Yuansheng, watched his troops routed step by step, the war fought like an egg touching a stone. In this way his expression was filled with numbness, for he knew that he was in a great deal of trouble. He has no idea of all the horrible equipment the enemy has. Exactly where did you get it from? As a warlord commander, he is considered very knowledgeable. What country's equipment has he not seen? There were even countries that hadn't even listed the equipment that he had seen. But, on the contrary, the equipment of this troop in front of him was something he had never seen before. He couldn't figure out at all why every soldier on the other side all can have a fully automatic machine gun in their hands. Don't machine guns cost anything? Alas. Chapter 135, Kai Yuansheng's death. The late lion will eventually fall. Looking at the piece of misery in front of him, in the end, Kai Yuansheng could only let out a sigh. Because at this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. He had never fought such a crushed war. In the past, even when they lost a battle, they were at best a narrow defeat. But it can't be called a defeat by any stretch of the imagination. It was a battle that should be described as a fiasco. It was a fiasco like no other. The fiasco that concerns his fate. It's about the future fiasco of the Kai family. Kai Yuanqing knew that the war had come to this point. There was already no way back. No matter what kind of heavenly skills he had, there was no way to be able to salvage the battle. If you can salvage the battle by yourself with one man, then what's the point of being Commander Tsai? It's all ready to go as a god. Not happy? The resentment is definitely there. But Kai Yuanqing also knew that it was useless to be any more unwilling. He can't be beat on all fronts. Morale, equipment, vegetation, tactics, strategy, uniformity can't be beat. Perhaps the only thing that could match the other side was that which outnumbered the other side. But in the context of the current war, numbers make very little difference. So small that there's no way to save this battle. Bewildered, despair, lost, hopeless, all sorts of emotions, all of them occupied Kai Yuanqing's mind at this moment. Now he was unable to retreat or advance. It would be a lie to say I don't regret it. If he hadn't come to get involved in this muddy water, he would probably still be in Qingzhou County, working as his own Commander Kai. This wouldn't have happened if he hadn't let his own son come over and crusade against this army. If he didn't charge any dutiful fees himself, he wouldn't have offended this army. A thought flashed through his mind. Kai Yuanqing revealed a bitter smile. He wanted to find someone to take the blame for this, but he thought about it and realized that he was the only one who could take the blame, because he's the one who brewed the pot. It had to be carried by him alone. But a flash of ruthlessness flashed across Kai Yuanqing's eyes, and with a hint of a frantic tone in his mouth, he murmured to himself, I can't beat you guys in a frontal battlefield, and I don't even know if I can injure any of you. However, elsewhere, you may not necessarily be able to deal with me. Once those things in Qingzhou County run out, the entire Qingzhou County will be turned into a hell on earth. At that time, all of you who attacked Qingzhou County will have to die. If you want to attack Qingzhou County, you must at least send hundreds or thousands of men, right? At least a couple hundred. Today, you're hundreds of people. All of them will have to be buried with me. While Kai Yuanqing was murmuring to himself, suddenly, a frightened and trembling voice came out. Commander, we can no longer fight. Our men have completely collapsed. Their morale has completely collapsed. There's no way that we can afford to stop a decent act of resistance. This frightened Dao's voice was tinged with bewilderment. Commander, what should we do? They obviously don't want to let us run. We have no way back. What should I do? Suddenly, the owner of this voice seemed to have thought of something, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. Commander, how about we? Bang! Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Kai Yuanqing raised his pistol without saying a word and shot him dead. Kai Yuanqing's face carried some ruthlessness, and his eyes were hideous. Whoever wants to surrender will have to die. He issued a warning. It was as if a late model master, already weak to the core, was giving the last hiss of his life. Unfortunately, his hissing, which was weak to the core, had revealed his inner weakness. Scared. More and more warlord soldiers gathered around him. A look of panic was written on the face of every warlord soldier, and every legionnaire no longer had any will to fight. What made Kai Yuanqing most frightened was that these soldiers of the warlords who surrounded him had guns in their hands. Kai Yuanqing's heart snapped. Suddenly, I realized that something big was wrong. What do you want? What do you want? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you are? Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? Kai Yuanqing roared with a loud question, but he was retreating step by step. He held up his pistol and kept waving it around, but never fired another round. His eyes were tinged with a bit of fear along with shock. He didn't think that these asshole wastrels would dare to do such a thing, and I didn't expect these assholes to come up with such a bold idea. Rebellion. This is an attempt to rebel. Commander, I'm sorry, the brothers don't want to die, or at least don't want to die on top of the battlefield, don't want to die so suffocatingly, don't want to die so unexplained, don't want to continue to sell their lives for you. A warlord soldier gritted his teeth, and the thing that chilled Kai Yuanqing the most was that this warlord soldier was actually a guard that he was very familiar with. Even his own personal guards had betrayed him. Is the tide really turning? Commander, I'm sorry, if we keep fighting today, all of us will die. Commander, put down your pistol and gird your loins. Let's surrender together. Right, let's surrender and still have a way out. I've heard that those people on the other side are still quite kind to their captives. Commander, let's just throw in together. Commander, stop being stubborn. It could be seen that Kai Yuanqing's prestige was still quite high, and these warlord soldiers maintained some restraint. All of them are constantly persuading. Kai Yuanqing couldn't help but smile forlornly, and in a tone that didn't know what emotion he was feeling, he let out a ha and said, I never thought that I, Kai Yuanqing, would one day end up in this situation. Perhaps this is karma. Having done so many evil things, one has to taste all the evil consequences. Under the shocked gaze of a crowd of warlord soldiers, he actually raised his pistol and pointed it at himself. Before the crowd could stop him, he had pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 136, Killing all the ghosts in Qingzhou. One person destroyed hundreds of ghosts. The sudden pulling of the trigger was a bit of a historical surprise to all the warlord soldiers who had gathered around. They hadn't expected Kai Yuansheng to be so hard on himself. In this case, actually took a pistol between them and shot himself in the head. Eyes wide open, he watched Kai Yuansheng's head, a ball of scarlet blood emerge. All the warlord soldiers who had gathered around froze. Immediately after that, they saw Kai Yuansheng, this Commander Kai, as if he had been drained of all his strength within an instant. The body went limp and fell straight onto its back, splattering a cloud of muddy dust. Blood flowed slowly from the hole in his head, staining the ground red. His eyes were glazed over, and the expression on his face was frozen in the face that never changed again. In this moment, a silence. These warlord soldiers originally did not intend to take Kai Yuansheng's life. After all, Kai Yuansheng had still accumulated quite a lot of prestige within these years. They had only wanted to capture Kai Yuan life and then negotiate with the enemy forces, preferably to be able to let them escape. It's okay to surrender if you can't. It's better to be a prisoner than to die here. Unfortunately, things are not as they should be. Although they didn't want Kai Yuansheng's life, Kai Yuansheng didn't want to be caught by them. At the same time, Kai Yuansheng didn't want to surrender. He had already been Commander Kai for so long in this part of southern Min province. Surrender, for him, was definitely the greatest shame of his life. He would never allow himself to surrender like the enemy. So, in this case, Choi Yuansang learned about his life very decisively, because he was clear that the tide had turned and there was no longer any chance of turning the tide. In that case, then know yourself decisively, good or bad, and save a little bit of reputation. The news of Kai Yuansheng's suicide soon spread throughout the entire warlord force inside. The original has collapsed not to be able to the warlord force. This one completely and utterly crumbled into pieces. They had lost all thoughts of resistance because their commander Kai was all but gone. Any further fighting in this battle has lost any meaning. Finally, someone surrendered. A warlord soldier tossed the gun far away from his hand, then without saying a word, directly knelt on the ground and very skillfully raised his hands above his head. God knows how he was able to be so skillful. When there is a first person who chooses to surrender, then there will be a second person who will choose to surrender. With morale collapsing, no one at all cares how the battle goes, nor does anyone care at all who else they have to be loyal to. Everyone was full of ideas just to survive. Live in spite of everything. Alive! 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 The strong desire to survive made them not dare, at all, to make an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom's army again. Even they regretted why they had made enemies of the Dragon Kingdom's army. If this war isn't fought, they're still enjoying themselves in various places. Surrender or be killed. Surrender or be killed. All of them don't all throw away the weapons on their bodies. Surrender or be killed. Throw away your weapons. Surrender or be killed. At this time, the Dragon countryside, also very cooperative, shouted the 4 words surrender and not kill. Under such circumstances, more of these warlord soldiers surrendered. As far as the eye could see, rows and rows of people fell to their knees. These warlord soldiers who fell to their knees had a hopeful look written in their eyes. It was an extreme desire for survival. It was a feeling of suddenly finding a way to live in the midst of despair. The continuous artillery fire from the Dragon countryside slowly came to a halt, until not another round was fired, until there was no more gunshot. It's over. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were very vigilant as they stepped forward and tied up the captives. Let them throw away the weapons to the unified collection. Later find an opportunity to centralize destruction. Meanwhile, between them, there were quite a few things that were also seized by the Dragon Kingdom. This includes, among other things, a large number of magically modified versions of the trucks in the Republican realm. There is also a large number of oceans that have not been counted for the time being, as well as a large quantity of very new-looking ammunition, and a number of horses were captured. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was the early morning of the second day, and it took almost the whole night to clean up the battlefield on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, but those crater after crater on the ground, and puddles of blood from one bullet to the next, and some broken limbs that were too late to clean up. It all goes to show how fiercely the battle, yesterday, was actually fought, but it was lopsided and intense. For the warlord soldiers, yesterday's battle was not only fierce, but even desperate. But for the dragon side, yesterday could be described as tasteless, almost shot chance. It's totally lopsided. This time, the number of people captured by the Dragon Kingdom actually amounted to more than 30,000, which meant that the total number of people killed this time was nearly about 20,000 people. Meanwhile, between the 30,000 000 or so prisoners. There were also a lot of patients with serious and minor injuries. The military doctors on the Dragon Country's side are working overtime to save them. With so many prisoners, it was hard to know where to arrange them for a while. Rococo had to temporarily set aside an empty space inside. The clearing was then circled with razor wire and padded with a number of soldiers to guard it. Then inside the open space circled by barbed wire, a tent was set up. That's where the prisoners will be placed for the time being. Also during this same time, southern Minnesota, Cheonju County. Everyone felt a sense of warmth as the sun rose to shine on the earth. Phew! The old Taoist sat down on the ground as if he was deflated and smiled bitterly. I've never been so tired in my life. But those ghosts that ran out of the haunted village were pretty much wiped out. I have to say, Mr. White is so demonic, obviously so young, and as a result, he's the one who killed the most ghosts in one night's time. He destroyed what must have been hundreds of them all by himself. Chapter 137, Death and Wounds in Clearwater County. Nailed to the pillar of shame in history, the old Taoist had never seen, in his life, a person with such a demonic talent for cultivation, and he felt that that ancestor of the Lushan sect was probably just about the same as Mr. Bai, or maybe even worse. It was because he learned that Mr. Bai had actually just come into contact with the Taoist arts, just 2 months ago. This made the old Taoist almost drop his jaw in shock on the spot. 2 months ago? Sure it wasn't 20 years ago? Hiss. It only took 2 months to be able to cultivate to such a point. It's simply unheard of. Never seen before. However, it was such a demonic level cultivation genius that appeared in the middle of one's own eyes. The old Taoist monk suddenly felt that his 60-odd years, most likely all of them lived to be dogs. No, if you say so yourself, even insulted the dog. It's worse than a dog. Thinking that he had worked hard for decades to cultivate, but the result was still inferior to a young man who had been cultivating for 2 months. The old Taoist monk nearly burst into tears between his denials. It was a good thing that the old Taoist priest was mentally sound and had no jealousy. All it takes is for someone to come along who isn't mentally competent or is jealous, probably already envious and jealous to the point of going off the deep end. After all, the difference is just too great. I heard that the calm that was now restored once and for all. After restoring the calm, Qingzhou County gradually restored the previous order. Those old people who had evacuated out of Cheonju County earlier were also brought back. And after the people returned to their homes and realized nothing is missing, one or the other was relieved. After all, that's all they have. If they don't see anything, for them it can definitely be heartbreaking for days, even for months. Meanwhile, it was also after experiencing that incident last night that the ordinary people of Qingzhou County's view of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had undergone what could almost be described as a 180-degree change. They originally thought that the so-called Dragon Kingdom soldiers were no different from those warlord soldiers, but it didn't occur to them that the Dragon Kingdom soldiers were completely different from what they had imagined. Nor did it occur to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom and the soldiers of the warlords. The contrasting gap between the two is as if they were two completely different species. If Rukoku soldiers are human, then the warlord soldiers are animals. The people in Qingzhou County were all long-eyed, and they clearly saw that last night. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had been running around for the people of Qingzhou County. Wherever the common people were in trouble, soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom went over to help. A perfect illustration of what it means to be the people's sons and daughters. This caused many people's views of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to undergo a radical transformation. It is this shift in perception that has allowed the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom within Qingzhou County. Everything that has been done has worked out much smoother. There were even local civilians who helped assist. Everything. It's all moving in a good direction. Those local officials in Qingzhou County, who were working under Kaiyuan Shang in this magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, were definitely not many good people. However, Bai Yi did not remove them from their positions because if they were removed roughly, then the entire Qingzhou County would not be able to function. It was necessary to wait until the manpower from the Dragon countryside was in place before these local officials could be liquidated. Bai Yi was not anxious about this. It is worth mentioning that inside Qingzhou County, the reaction of those rich merchants as well as landowners was very strong. One by one, they both fought tooth and nail to try to give gifts to the Dragon countryside. They especially wanted to give Bai Yi a gift. Those gifts contain all sorts of things. All in all they are very expensive. But, Bai Yi's reaction made them very desperate because Bai Yi doesn't accept these things. There wasn't even any soldier from the Dragon Kingdom that would take these things. This is for those who have been on top of people inside Clearwater County. Not good news, because if the Dragon countryside didn't accept their bribe, then in the future, once the Dragon country wanted to make a move against them, there would be no worries. All of them have made a lot of rich businessmen and landowners. They cannot help but worry. But they were also aware that such worries were of no use. Truth always comes from the barrel of a gun. the little bit of ass money they have in their hands, what they call networking, to the point of real crisis. There's no use for it. This has led to a number of wealthy merchants and landowners wanting to hurriedly pack up their belongings and leave this place of wrongdoing. Of course, there were also some good rich merchants and landowners who assisted the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom to start restoring order in Qingzhou County. Who are the enemies of the Dragon Kingdom? Who are the friends of the Dragon Kingdom? Longue's side sees it more clearly than anyone else, and it's natural for Longue to remember those who have helped it, and those who not only didn't help the Dragon Kingdom, but also messed around blindly remember. Again, remember. But between the two, the way the Dragon Kingdom treats them will be completely different. Statistics on the Clearwater County side soon came out as well. Last night, in just one night's time, 321 commoners were killed, most of them at the hands of those fierce ghosts from the ghost village in the well, while a small portion died at the hands of human beings. After all, in times of chaos like these, there are always outlaws doing something evil. It's unavoidable. There will always be muckraking villains. Meanwhile, last night, there were 492 other civilians, injured to varying degrees. By injury here, I mean injury in every sense of the word. Mental trauma is included. A county, within one night, more than 300 people died. If this is placed on the Blue Star, it is definitely a big news that will stir the world. But in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, such news, while also amazing, is really just that. That's the sad thing about this period. Human life is like grass. All in all, Cai Yuanshang was the biggest sinner of this calamity. It should be nailed to history's pillar of shame. Spurned for 10,000 years. Chapter 138, The Situation of the Storm Clouds. The land of the Divine Kingdom shook. In addition to Qingzhou County being taken down by the Dragon Kingdom in a strong manner, all of the counties in Cai Yanqing's territory had also all been taken down by the Dragon Kingdom. The military literacy of the defenders inside those counties was actually not particularly high. If all it took was a few shells from a couple of mounted cannons, they would have just surrendered. Needless to say, the process of this went very smoothly. It's also just a little bit more of a hassle in Clearwater County. After all, how to say that this place in Qingzhou County is also a base camp of Cai Yuanshang, and Cai Yuanshang's deathbed counterattack let go of an unknown number of ghosts and spirits. It also made the Dragon Kingdom feel a lot of trouble. But it's okay now. All the trouble. It's basically solved. Now Bai Yi needs to face a problem. Is such a large piece of land? How can we go to the proper management? How can we rule properly? Obviously this needs to be handled by a professional. And luckily there is no shortage of professionals in Dragonland. When Bai Yi delivered this news to the Dragon Kingdom above the Blue Star, the entire official Longhua capital was dumbfounded up and down. What the hell? Took down half the province? How much time has passed? The Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land inside the magically modified version of the Republic realm had gone from 2 counties plus dozens of villages to 24 counties plus 1,000 villages? It catches people a little off guard. It's a bit of a surprise, but since the territory had already been taken, Rokoku wouldn't be overly melodramatic. The official side of the Dragon Kingdom immediately prepared a large number of personnel, prepared to receive these plots, but half a province is just too big, and it would take quite a bit of time to mobilize enough people to manage it, and a little caution against foreign spies, so it can't be mobilized blatantly. It can only be mobilized slowly in the dark. The key thing is, after occupying Cai Yuanshang's territory, the Dragon Kingdom had now spread its power to the coast of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. This means that the Dragon can already proceed and arrange for the Navy to come in. The Dragon Kingdom Navy was not as good as the Navy of the Blue Star Pretty Kingdom though. But, when the Dragon Kingdom's Navy arrived inside the magically modified Republic realm, it was hanging on to the world's navies. As long as the coast of Min Province could be controlled, it would be equivalent to controlling the entire coast of the Divine Kingdom. It's even equivalent to controlling the entire coast of Asia. This moment, in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the Dragon Kingdom has been able to see the world with square eyes. Even, it was possible to arm wrestle with those so-called Western powers of that era. Just have to control the intensity a little bit, lest one slip up, break each other's wrists. In the meantime, a magically altered version of the Republican realm. The news that Bai Yi had led his army to completely defeat Cai Yuanshang had spread throughout the entire Min Province zone at an extremely fast speed. And this news also take the Min Province zone. To each province quickly expand. The news spread throughout the entire land of God. To the consternation of all. Everyone was shocked by it. It was really hard for them to imagine how Cai Yuanshang, who claimed to have 100,000 troops, had been routed so quickly. Can it be that Cai Yuanshang is a loser? That's not true. If Cai Yuanshang was a loser, then how was he able to occupy such a large piece of territory? There were even a number of people who were intimidated, especially that Commander Wu in the northern part of Min province was scared out of his wits by the mighty power of the Dragon Kingdom, and he was almost unable to eat well or sleep for the past few days, almost every day. I worry, will the Dragon Kingdom suddenly hit us? Once the Dragon Kingdom really fights over, what should he do? Even this Commander Wu was all sorts of scared, not to mention those small local warlords, especially those packs of dogs that Kai Yuan Shang had once raised. They are more emboldened, more fearful, and even more nervous every day. There are already quite a few small local warlord leaders who had begun to pack up their belongings and want to run away. Some also wanted to defect to the Dragon Kingdom, just as a change of big brother. Some are still unable to give up their power and remain in a wait-and-see situation. In a nutshell, this moment, the Dragon Kingdom counts as a true and real one, touching the nerves of the entire Divine Land. Let everyone remember that there is a unit like this in the strip of Minnesota. Even some Western countries have heard a little bit about it. Quite a number of forces had begun to invest a large number of scouts into the Min province area in an attempt to pry out useful information. Some also had a big gift prepared and wanted to curry favor with the Dragon Kingdom in advance. Some even donated all their assets without saying a word, to just want to live. Because by this time a number of people had already inquired about the fact that the Dragon Kingdom acted in a very cynical style, when it was above the land of Marshal Niu. I wonder how many villains have been shot, especially those who have oppressed and exploited the people. That is more if intolerable. Upon learning of what had happened to the Dragon Kingdom, many people were scared out of their wits. These frightened people, surely none of them are good people. On the other hand, those who acted rightly and straightly, instead of having the slightest fear, they welcomed the arrival of the Dragon Kingdom, because the Dragon Kingdom's approach was very agreeable to them. Of course, regardless of how turbulent the storm clouds were on all sides, Bai Yi's side was still standing still, because Bai Yi was consuming all the ground he had eaten. Needed enough time for him to digest. Inside this time, he was too lazy to care about what storm clouds were stirring outside. Mind your own acreage. That's what matters. In short, there are shotguns for enemies and wine for friends. And the wallflowers. Stay away for a while. Chapter 139, a gold mine with incredible reserves. Bitter staff. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was half a month's time. Since the past half a month's time, everything was so calm. Of course such calmness was limited to within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, since the Dragon Kingdom had forcefully uprooted all of Kai Yuan Shang's forces half a month ago. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom is already in the middle of this acre of land that no one dares to mess with, whether it's those small warlords who survived between the cracks, or those bandits in Shandong. It's all very honest within this half of the month. No ungrateful force has come out to make trouble. This must be because of the powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom, which has shocked them. But Longhua hadn't been looking for trouble from those people for the past half a month, because there are a lot of more important things to be busy with. Bai Yi had been busy liquidating and collecting Kai Yuan Shang's property since the past half a month, and also investigate those interest groups of Kai Yuan Shang. All bandit dens in the territory are also to be investigated, and there is also the need to improve the local livelihood security. In short, everything needs to be busy. One of the biggest gains, besides the southern Min province territory, is the large amount of minerals. Before Kai Yuan Shang's son, Kai Yu Hong, accounted for that one gold mine was found. After professional measurements by Dragon Country experts found, the reserves of this one gold mine in Min province are a staggering 430 tons. That's a jaw-dropping number. To know, if such a reserve was placed on the Blue Star, it would be enough to make many people go crazy. Hiss, it looks like the various veins of minerals inside the magically altered Republic realm are much more abundant than Blue Star's reserves. Ha! The reserves of those veins in this world could be several times that of Blue Star. Have to say, any resource in this world is what the Dragon Kingdom wants. Whether it's a copper or gold mine, it's all very scarce for the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, in addition to this one gold mine with incredible reserves, there are also a variety of veins. Bai Yi was working on how to carry out the planned development of these minerals these days. At the same time, it is also arranging manpower to specialize in detecting the jurisdiction of the land inside. Are there any other undiscovered deposits? Because these are resources. All said and done, the Dragon Kingdom needs it. All in all, this half a month Bai Yi is busy every day. Or rather, every Dragon Country people are constantly busy. 996 life at this time is a luxury. There is no such thing as a vacation. You get 5 hours of sleep a day. That's as far as it goes. Of course, backed by a world power is a good thing. The Dragon countryside has already prepared a large number of manpower. All of these manpower are carefully selected. The number is actually more, up to tens of thousands of people, but these tens of thousands of manpower are in fact just a drop in the bucket for the current scope of jurisdiction. But if you want to enable the natives inside the magically altered Republican realm to assist in the administration, then these tens of thousands of people are indeed considered enough. Enabling a magically altered version of the original inhabitants inside the Republican realm means recruiting in this world. Of course, recruiting doesn't mean recruiting soldiers, because military power is best kept in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom itself, because the only way to have a voice is to have a gun in your hand. What the Dragon Kingdom is looking to recruit are small grassroots officials for the management of the Dragon Kingdom's vast jurisdiction, and then the group of people transferred from the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they are to be the supervisors of these locals, leading the locals in management and organizing their work matters. In a nutshell, it's the same group of people who made the Dragon Kingdom come over. Be the leader, be the conductor. In that case, only transferring tens of thousands of people would actually be enough for managing such a large area. After these tens of thousands of people were transferred over, it greatly reduced the current burden on Bai Yi and the others. Today, it was the 40th day that Yu Tianyi had come to the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and she felt that her life over the past month or so had been very magical. First of all, he was inexplicably transferred to this strange, alien world, then became a grassroots worker. She thought she'd have to sharpen up a bit more before she had a chance to be able to move up the management ladder. Results: I didn't realize that after a month or so, I'd already been promoted. Currently, she was transferred to Qingzhou County, which is the largest and most prosperous county in the entire southern part of Min Province, or even the entire Min Province. Yu Turnip was transferred here on a mission to take over the local tax department. She was appointed to lead the unit that manages the tax side of the work in Clearwater County. When, at first, she got the appointment, her whole body was confused. Then it was so exciting that I didn't sleep all night. What a step up! But, when she arrived in Qingzhou County, she realized that it wasn't quite the same as what she had imagined. Because Qingzhou County could be said to be in a state of chaos in terms of taxation, and the various types of taxes in it were also in a state of confusion. And there were only 2 or 3 big cats inside the tax department that needed her to figure out how to recruit. Hiss! That's a hell of a lot more bitter errand. While it feels great to get a promotion and a raise, the workload you become even more. No breaks at all. Pain and pleasure. Luckily, today, the Dragon countryside brought tens of thousands of manpower, and 2 of Major Bai Yi's manpower were transferred over to assist her. Yu Tianyi is taking 2 newcomers on the Qingzhou County Tax Work Unit, and keeps busy. They're going to clean up this mess of taxes. At the same time, it is necessary to reorganize the tax books of Clearwater County for more than 10 years. The workload is simply outrageous. For this, Yu Tianyi even recruited the locals of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm to come and help. She got lucky and recruited some readers. Some are even college students. College students these days, it's rare, but spare a thought. The daily workload is enormous, especially since there are so many issues that only she knows how to handle. A lot of things have to be done personally. There are places where those who are recruited locally are not useful at all. Is this being a leader? Woohoo! Ah, pain. Why did I have to come over and take this position? Woo woo. The beaters are all over the place. Woo woo. It's true that startup companies suffer the most. Listening to the voice of Yu Tianyi, that wailed in pain, coming from inside the office. Outside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, locals looked at each other for a moment. They couldn't figure out why the young superior was wailing like that. Shaking his head, he buried his head and continued to work hard. For them locals, Turnip, you and others, it's the big guy. Chapter 140, The Great Reckoning. When Mr. Bai comes, there will be a green sky. In addition to bringing in these large numbers of managers from the Dragon countryside, Bai Yi had also asked for more military assistance from the Dragon countryside, because it has now taken such a large jurisdiction. With the few thousand Dragon Kingdom soldiers inside the previous camp, it was no longer possible to manage and guard such a large area. Whitey needs a lot of manpower, whether it's managers or military personnel. The Dragon Kingdom side naturally threw their support behind Bai Yi. A full division was immediately transferred. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained the highest commanding officer of this one division's strength. Soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom in a magically altered version of the Republic realm. The number has reached a staggering tens of thousands. Unfortunately, there are currently no suitable military ports along the coast of southern Min Province for the time being. Wait until Bai Yi's side opens up a suitable military harbor. It would allow the Navy to enter the world. Let the world know about it. What it means to be a tough ship. It can be said that the current large jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom can be said to be developing in an organized manner, since the order within the jurisdiction has been gradually restored to a state of peace. Then, Bai Yi naturally couldn't continue to let Kai Yuan Shang's interest group continue to get away with it. These days, he had already investigated Kai Yuan Shang's interest group long ago, and hold a very long list in their hands. Above the list is written name after name. These names are among the southern region of Minnesota, though perhaps not as famous as Choi Yuan Sang, but most of them are still notorious figures. If placed in normal times, no one like these prestigious figures would even mess with them, because they would mean that bad luck days were coming. Even the Kai Yuan Shang at the time didn't dare to flip out with so many people in public, and don't dare tear yourself away from so many characters. But, he, Kai Yuan Shang, wouldn't dare. Rokoku dared. Whitey dared. Without saying a word, Bai Yi immediately dispatched a large number of troops to blockade one county after another. Everyone can only go in and out, then immediately take control of those listed Kai Yuan Shang interest group people. The action could be described as incredibly swift as well as decisive. The men were handcuffed with sturdy handcuffs before they even had a chance to react. When they were handcuffed to one, their entire being was dumbfounded. A look of confusion. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Su family in Pingyang County. Old me is Su Jiyang. Old husband said Su Jiyang. What are you doing? What are you soldiers doing? Who are you to arrest me? On what grounds? Oh, I'm just a grain seller. Can you all do me a favor and let me go as a fart? I can give each of you 100 yuan of honor. I'm just a grain seller. Egu. You have the pleasure of coming to our Ichuan house today. Ichuan house must arrange the best girls for you all. What? Are you here to arrest someone? What? Catch. Arrest me? Let go of me. Let go of me. Your father is the governor. My father is the governor. What are you doing? Do you want to revolt? Masters of the army beg you to let me go. I can give the military masters filial piety fees. Tay mother ********. Kai Yuan Shang doesn't even dare to touch my Li family. You bastards. No. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Can you all put your guns down? Bullets have no eyes. Bullets have no eyes nah. You have offended so many people. Isn't that Mr. White of yours afraid of creating a backlash? Ha. Labor knew this day would come. Master June. You must have arrested the wrong one. In this large-scale arrest operation, it can be said to have encountered a variety of characters of all shapes and sizes, but these characters all have a common characteristic, that is, they are in the eyes of ordinary people, all belong to either rich or powerful big shots. Another thing they have in common, that is, none of them have a good popularity rating among the people. After all, they people were able to accumulate so much wealth by squeezing the common people. They are able to control so much power, also by threatening the common people. The largest number of these people are merchants. Next, there are some large local landowners. There are also those who are the main family of the clan, or the core of the family. In a nutshell, none of them are ordinary people. Such an action shocked everyone. No one thought of Bai Yi's tactics, actually so thunderous and ferocious, not to make a move, but to actually make a move to get rid of all of them. Some people who had the heart to pay attention suddenly realized that all these people who had been arrested were actually related to Kai Yuan Shang. This made some people who were not involved with Kai Yuan Shang sigh in relief, but they didn't exactly let up, because when the Dragon Kingdom acted like this, it already showed what kind of person the Dragon Kingdom wanted, what kind of person it was. Some people who had done evil things within their families were immediately denounced by their own families. Some of the merchants who had done evil things were immediately denounced by their partners. After all, dead friends don't die poor. And the common people in the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were even more shocked that the people who had been riding on their heads in their daily lives were caught all of a sudden. It's not a clean catch, but it's at least 80% caught. This brought tears to the eyes of many old people who had been bullied. Mr. Bai is the great Lord of Heaven. Thanks to that Kai Yuanqing's life, he has been denigrating Mr. Bai. Unbeknownst to him, Mr. Bai was vilified by the villain because he cared too much for the people. When Mr. White comes, there will be a green sky. Good catch. Absolutely none of these people are innocent. Good catch. Compared to the rich and powerful who are trembling in fear, the common people are the opposite. They very much did not cringe, nor is there any fear. Instead, they were giddy. Clap your hands. A cheer. Chapter 141, Sunset Empire. Grimhawk with weak legs. The people clapped their hands because those who were taken were once the ones who had oppressed them. Those people rely on the fact that they are related to the same interest group as Kai Yuan Shang. All sorts of rampages inside this acreage. It's making the people's lives unbearable. The people are naturally very happy to see these guys fall on hard times now. At the same time between them there was also a greater recognition of the army of the Dragon Kingdom. Because the dragon soldiers are really going to work for them. And those who had a stake in Kai Yuan Shang, now each one of them had an expression as if they were mourning. No way. They can't even show that look without it because they just can't help it. They're still leaning on a handcuff on their wrist. They are interested in their future. Full of confusion. The sweep affected the entire southern part of the province of Min. Even some villages were affected. The opportunity was taken to catch a number of village bullies. The final tally was very shocking, and the number of people arrested this time actually amounted to tens of thousands. That's right, that's tens of thousands of people. And Rokoku still picks the ones with the bigger sounding names to catch. As it turns out, this can catch tens of thousands of people. Surprising, make people angry. The natural reason for the anger is that so many people have actually oppressed the people. Do they have a clear conscience? Oh no. These people. I'm afraid none of them have a conscience. It was fortunate that a large number of people had been transferred from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, if so many people had been arrested, God knows how long it would take to catch them all. There are definitely some leaks. Maybe even some big ones. After all, some of the more resourceful ones had run away long before the Great Purge of the Dragon Kingdom. Others are hiding somewhere. It wasn't found. To this, Longwa posted all kinds of notices in every county and every village inside the stewardship land. And the content on the notices was naturally for the common people to actively report those who were in hiding. If some useful intelligence information is given, then there will be a reward of oceans. If the information given will lead to the immediate arrest of the other party, then the reward for this share of the ocean will be very generous. Anyway, after copying Kai Yuan Shang's base camp, Bai Yi has plenty of such things as oceans. In this day and age, nothing you say really works. And the people are very simple-minded. In fact, nothing fancy is useless. As long as you put out the big ocean, the people will be able to see your heart, and the people will actively cooperate with your work. No way. After all, Bai Yi is giving too much. It's impossible to resist. Such behavior emboldened those in hiding. They began to regret why they hadn't hurried to escape. It's too late to escape now. After some more days, after active reporting by the local people, a full 1,000 more people were actually arrested. Combined with those previously mentioned, it has reached over 13,000 people. It was all on the verge of exceeding the number of soldiers in the Dragon Kingdom. Have to say, Kai Yuan Shang runs a very large operation inside his acreage. So much so that there are a lot of people involved with him. Also because of his own volume, the number of people involved with him then becomes larger. Bai Yi is actually not very interested in these people, in accordance with the normal rules and regulations of the process to deal with them on the line, to the time of one of these people, so that Bai Yi slightly so a little surprised. For the man was not from the land of God, but a foreigner with deep eye sockets and a big nose. The foreigners in this period, above the land of God, that is absolutely the people. That's a foreigner. Unfortunately, the ones who captured this foreigner were soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom didn't care which country this guy was actually from. It doesn't matter what color the other person's skin is, not to mention whatever English the other person was speaking. Since he was sure that the other party had an interest in Kai Yuan Shang, he would just arrest him without saying a word. Of course, this guy doesn't rest easy. Fark, I want to protest. I want to protest. This is shameless behavior on your part. I am a citizen from the Empire of Sunset, and you Shenzhou people have no right to arrest me. You have no right to restrict my freedom. Inside the prisoner camp in Qingzhou County, a blonde foreigner yelled with an angry face. Half of the words that came out of his mouth were in Chinese. The other half is very fluent in British English. From this, it could be seen that the other party should have lived in the Divine Land for a short period of time, been a foreign lord for I don't know how long. Suddenly, this blonde foreigner suddenly saw it, and a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers walked over. It shut up at once, because he was remembering these soldiers and just how rude they were. These guys had no regard for their status as foreigners when they arrested themselves. It's not like the rest of the people of God's earth in this place. Think of it here. He swallowed any expletives that were about to come out. After all, he wasn't sure if the other guy would, out of the blue, put a bullet in himself. He had a hard time communicating with these barbarians. After all, one is a noble white man. What's your name? A few of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers who approached him were clearly coming at him, and one of them frowned and asked in a very fluent English. This fluent English made the blonde foreigner froze and muttered in his heart, curious as to why the other person was so fluent in English. Did you come back from studying abroad? Grim Hawk. Grim gave his name truthfully, feeling that he was not afraid of the gun in his opponent's hand. Himself, this is just the basic etiquette of being a civilized gentleman of the Sunset Empire. Aha! That's right. That's it. That said, why is the other guy's gun so strange? How come I've never seen this kind of gun before? Oh, Joe, would you please stop pointing that gun at me? What if it goes off by accident? It's barbaric. Grim looked at the blackened muzzle and swallowed darkly. Inside, he was spitting mad. He didn't feel like panicking. And feel that you're not afraid. Just a little weak in the legs. Just a little. Chapter 142, Arms Dealer plus Big Smoke Offender. Green Hawk. Death Penalty. Green Hawk, the Dragon Kingdom soldier, who spoke fluent English, murmured the foreign name before speaking to the blonde-haired Grim in front of him. You come with us. Ha? What? Before Grim had a chance to react, he was grabbed by two dragon soldiers who held his left and right hands. Oh, I can walk by myself. There's nothing gentlemanly about the way you are. This so-called gentleman from the Sunset Empire, sensing that something was ever so slightly wrong, he hastily shouted. He was well aware of how violent these soldiers in front of him were, for the kind of movement that previously shelled Clearwater County. Grim also called it a memory. Where were these soldiers taking themselves? Hiss. They're not going to drag themselves off to be shot, are they? A sense of crisis struck his mind. Grim was now tempted to throw a left hook with his left hand, a right square stomp with his right foot, and use the traditional martial arts of the Empire of the Sunset to finish off the two dragon soldiers, who were holding him up. But, he felt as if he couldn't beat these people, because of feeling that muscle in the other man's arm through the other man racking his arm. He then found, the other guy's muscles were bigger than his own. Damn, he was in no way tied up in his present state. It was simply out of the etiquette of a, well, gentleman of the Empire of the Sunset. That's right, that's it. With a very apprehensive mood, Grim was taken by a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers, within a military tent. Then he sat down on top of a very cold chair inside the military tent. The chair was so cold it almost made him jump when he sat down. It was like sitting on top of a block of ice. Very but freezing. It was very dark inside the military tent. It can be so dark that you can't see out of the corner of your eye. Suddenly, two beams of bright light shone directly on Grim's eyes, causing him to howl in pain between moments and hastily cover his eyes. He felt a stinging pain in his eyes from the bright light, and he couldn't even hold back his tears. Oh, God! Fark! After having a hard time adjusting to this glare, he squinted at the eyes in front of him, only to see that in front of him, at some point, there were actually two people sitting there. Only because of the two bright lights that were still shining on him, he couldn't see what the other man looked like. I don't know what the other side is. Grim Hawk, is it? Suddenly, one of the men on the left asked Grim in very fluent English. Grim couldn't help but swallow darkly. Although the other party's tone was very calm, he always felt that there was a kind of inexplicable pressure that pressed on top of his heart, making him slightly breathless. Yes, sir. Immediately afterward the other spoke up and asked, gender, age, which country? Ha? What's the point of asking these things? Grim answered honestly, though he was very puzzled. Male, 31 years old, the Sunset Empire. Then he vaguely saw across the room, one of those two men, seemingly with a pen, jotting down something. Immediately after the man across the table, he asked, you, an arms dealer? Grim froze, nodding honestly, yes. One's identity was inside Qingzhou County, and one would be able to find it out with a little bit of effort to check it out. So he didn't hide it, he just admitted it. Next, Grim answered honestly no matter what questions the two interrogators from Dragonland asked. As for how much of these responses are true and how much are false, these officers naturally have a way of telling the difference. Time. Streaming. After about half an hour had passed, Grim walked out cluelessly. Seeing the sun outside again made the pressure in his mind plummet, but it was for this reason that he suddenly reacted. Hiss. Oh, Fark. I was just in there. Why did I explain so much? Grim instantly widened his own eyes. Why is it that I always, without realizing it, have to answer each other's questions? Even some questions that should not be answered. I answered? He was confused. He also reacted to the fact that he had definitely, just now, suffered an interrogation from the other side, and both of the other guys are in control. Very high-level psycho-talking skills. Let yourself have no reaction at all. Inexplicably put something out there. Hiss. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Fark. This must be Oriental sorcery. Grim by no means thought that he, a gentleman of the Sunset Empire, would be fooled by a few words of magic from the other side. It must be witchcraft. That's right. These vile fellows must have bewitched themselves with the witchcraft of the East. Yes, that's it. What Green didn't realize was that he had said the things he had said earlier inside the interrogation room, after a quick sorting out by the two interrogators. Soon, these things then passed over to Whitey. That's right. It was Bai Yi who instructed the interrogators to take the lead in interrogating this Greenhawk from the Sunset Empire. In the meantime, Whitey sighed. Looking at an interrogation report in his hand, Bai Yi slightly raised his eyebrows. Grim Hawk, 31 years old, an arms dealer in the Sunset Empire. His father is a rear admiral in the Sunset Empire Navy, and his mother is considered an aristocrat of high standing in the Sunset Empire. It is also because of these aspects of the relationship, he has a channel to sell arms, and opened up the sales channels of the earth, to Kaiyuan Sheng to sell a large number of arms, a large amount of money. The arms have been trafficked in God's country for about 3 years, and the profit in 3 years is not less than $1 million. And also cooperated with Kai Yuan Shang to plant ya tablets in God's land. When he saw this, Bai Yi frowned. Nice guy. Arms dealers, drug dealers. Although in the former dynasty time to fight ya film war, and also expressly prohibited ya film planting and sales. At that time destroyed all don't know how many ya film. Gained a certain period of time to curb. But when it came time for a magically altered version of the Republican era to descend with warlords cutting off the country, ya piece of this stuff, the comeback is on. Death penalty. Bai Yi's eyes were ice cold, and without haste, he spat out these 2 words. Chapter 143, Trial of the Foreigners? It's not a guilty conscience. It's the Dragon Kingdom coming. Though the man named Green Hawk, a blonde foreigner, was even from the so-called Sunset Empire. In the midst of this temporal context, the power of the Sunset Empire is there for all to see. It was truly the world's first power during this period. Having the status of being a citizen of the Sunset Empire is equivalent to a get-out-of-jail-free card within other countries. Not to mention the fact that Grim Hawk is anything but. His father was a lieutenant commander in the navy of the Empire of the Sunset, and his mother was a nobleman of the Sunset Empire. No matter what kind of country such a status was placed in, it was an existence that belonged to the guest of honor. All of them belonged to that privileged existence. Not to mention God's country at this time of the year. At this stage in time, Green Hawk is one of those foreign adults. Unfortunately, he met Rokoku. I met Bai Yi. Among that one realm of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, the so-called Sunset Empire, though still one of the rogues, was already considered by many to be the shame of the rogues, because its military strength is visible to the naked eye and gradually declining every year. Whitey didn't feel much for the sunbather, since the other side is an arms dealer plus a big tobacco dealer. Then there was no way Bai Yi's natural man would let him go. Citizenship of his Sunset Empire, his background in the Sunset Empire, it was all useless in front of Bai Yi. The common people in the land of God have been scourged by something like big tobacco for nearly 100 years. The common people of God's land naturally abhor such things as big cigarettes. Now this guy, he's actually selling big cigarettes in God's country. He even joined Kai Yuan Shang in planting large cigarettes. If he doesn't die, who will? Whitey didn't just sentence Green Hawk to death. He didn't even sentence him to death in front of the people of Clearwater County. That is to say, he's going to put Green Hawk on public trial. As for such a move, would it offend the Sunset Empire that was inside this realm? Bai Yi on this, not really worried. The Sunset Empire in this magically altered version of the Republic realm does not yet possess the power to be able to threaten the Dragon Kingdom. Offended is offended. No matter what his status is, no matter what his background is, whatever the hell sunset is, or what month doesn't fall. Soldiers come and go. Water for the earth. Poor Grim Hawk, still not knowing what kind of a fate he was going to face. Next, in addition to interrogating this Green Hawk, Bai Yi also had to interrogate a large number of people who had interests in Kai Yuan Shang. The number of interrogators deployed by the Dragon Kingdom this time was as many as dozens. After a full week, less than 3,000 people were interrogated. Of those 3,000, enough for the death penalty. There were actually more than 200 people. The rest of those offenses are sufficient to carry a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison. These are the people whose crimes don't carry the death penalty. Naturally, they were told to go to labor reform, and of the 200 or so people who were enough to be sentenced to death, Bai Yi had specially selected 1/10 of them to come out. These 10ths are notorious people, and there are hardly many people who don't recognize them. It's all because they have a bigger reputation, so they're best suited to be brought out for public trial, in front of all the people. Sentence them. Where? That includes Green Hawk. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom also posted notices openly and honestly, listing all the names of this 10th of the list on top of this one notice. When the notices were all posted, the entire jurisdiction was in a state of shock, because for most of the local people, the notice had the names of 24 people on it. It's all very familiar. Hiss. Holy, are we really going to pull these people out and shoot them all in a public trial? I saw the Lee family's Master Lee in the list. That's the famous Lee Pipey. The Lee family is very powerful in the next county, and this Lee Pipey was actually arrested and put on public trial? Public trial. It means public trial, right? It looks like that Mr. Bai is really not afraid of offending people. That's right, after all, that Mr. Bai holds military power in his hands, and has an unknown number of guns in his hands, completely capable of lifting the table, completely capable of tearing his face off. Why is there a string of foreign words here? Lu Xiao Kai, didn't you say you've taught yourself foreign languages? Translate it for us, and see what it means in this foreign language that looks like a picture of a ghost. Here, let me see. That seems to be a name. If you want to phoneticize it, it's Grim Hawk, Green Hawk. Hiss. Isn't that the, Yankee who runs the Big Smoke? My God. Mr. White is going to shoot a foreign devil in a public trial. No. It's not. Is it? Really fake? It can't be. Just a gimmick. Can it? The public trial will be held the day after tomorrow. Won't we know the day after tomorrow? Hiss. A public trial in Cheongju County. When these old people saw a familiar name, even a foreigner's name, one by one, they were stunned. They didn't expect that Mr. Bai, who had defeated Kai Yuan Shang, would even dare to kill a foreigner from the Sunset Empire. That's a foreigner. And those merchants and landowners who were lucky enough not to be caught in the middle of it, one by one, began to become more frightened. That Mr. White has the guts to kill all the foreigners. If they offended that Mr. Bai, it would definitely be a dead end. Not long after the notice was posted, there are a lot of merchants scared, hasten to donate a large part of their own wealth, and give the workers under the hands of wage increases. There are a lot of landowners are scared, hasten to restore the freedom of the home of the long laborers and slaves, and even returned a lot of good land to the farmers. There were also brothels that rushed to send back the girls they had bought. There were grain merchants that rushed to drive down the price of grain that had been inflated. There was a flurry of chickens coming home to roost, so to speak, not because they have a clear conscience. Rather, it's because the Dragon Kingdom is here. Chapter 144, Green Hawk, sentenced to death, immediate execution. 3 days later, Cheongju County. There is an open-air theater in the county town of Qingzhou County, which was built by Kai Yenshing to enable the soldiers of the warlord's troops to gather together to watch the opera. The viewing position of this open-air theater can accommodate as many as 10,000 people in total. Of course there were no chairs or anything, and the so-called viewing position was an open space. A large crowd of civilians had gathered here by now. These old folks come in all shapes and sizes. Some are farmers who grow crops. Some of them are the innkeepers. Some are vendors selling vegetables. Some are older women who come to the market. One by one, they all gathered here now, setting their eyes on the open-air theater. When the time came to see the 24 or so people kneeling on top of the theater stage, a look of shock was written on every face, because these old people realized that these 24 people were all very familiar faces. That means the sign that was posted the other day. There was not the slightest falsification. These notorious and poor criminals are really going to have a public trial today, especially after seeing that one heavily armed Dragon Kingdom soldier. The people already know. Kneeling those sinners. I'm going to die today. The ones with the most mixed feelings right now are undoubtedly the group of people kneeling on top of the theater. Their faces now had despair written all over them, as well as bewilderment. They didn't realize that their fate would be to be shot in a public trial. They also didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to actually dare to do something so ruthless, and they are well aware that they, themselves, are nothing more than a model for being shot at. In fact, far more people were shot this time. They are but a tenth of that. The crowd kneeling on the stage was very familiar with this stage. Those of them, because back in the day, Kai Yuan Shang had invited them to come here to watch a play. Turns out I didn't realize that after a while, they then become the playwrights on the stage, or a playwright about to be shot. One by one, they all kept their heads down, not daring to look at the onlookers, not wanting to show their most wretched and downtrodden sides. It may be the last decency they want before they die. They know they are beyond help and their families are not implicated. It may already be the limit. They are worried that if they yell blindly, their own families might be implicated. But, the only people who think this way are these people who grew up in the land of God, and the one who grew up in the Sunset Empire. Grim Hawk. He couldn't accept his next fate. He could not accept this public trial. Fark. I didn't commit a crime. I did not commit a crime. Even if I have committed a crime, only the courts of the Sunset Empire can judge me, because I am a citizen of the Sunset Empire. Only the laws of the Sunset Empire can bind me. You people of God's country have no right, and no reason, to measure my crimes. You have no right whatsoever to call my actions criminal. I am a citizen of the Empire of the Sunset. Damn it! Do you hear me or not? I am a citizen of the Empire of Sunset. Fark, fark, fark. He couldn't care less about the gentlemanly behavior of the Sunset Empire now. The strong desire to live made him not want to die at all. But now he was bound, both hands and feet. It was even secured to a stake. There was no way he could break free. Scarlet blood covered the whites of his eyes. He kept going to fight his way out, but to no avail. Scared. He was afraid. Not afraid of not working. After all, he didn't want to die. Not at all. And he wanted to return to the Empire of the Sunset with a great deal of wealth. Fark. Don't look. Don't even look. Watching those common people of God's earth, pointing and talking about themselves. Grimhawk didn't want to be seen by so many people in such a scandalous state. After all, if this ugliness of one's own were to get back to the Sunset Empire, that's just a big shame. Even his family would be disgraced by this and would be ridiculed by the upper class. Damn! Suddenly, at this point, a rigid-faced Longwei officer stood out, holding a thick document in his hand, while he also had a microphone clipped to his ear, and had a very serious tone of voice to speak. Fathers and folks, today, here at this place, we are going to hold a public trial for this 26 criminals. The evils they have done are hard to document. They have all oppressed you. They have all exploited you at one time or another. They, in the olden days, were all high and mighty so-called people. They consider themselves their own personalities, superior. They think they're above it all. They think they're the privileged ones. They acted with impunity by virtue of the relationship of interest between people and Kaiyuan Shang. Each and every one of them has committed a heinous crime, and they are guilty enough to be sentenced to death. His voice was very loud, and with the loudspeakers placed all over the theater, it made his voice resonate to the ears of every commoner. This Dragon Kingdom officer mouthed the words while walking behind Grimhawk. There was a slight pause in his tone, then continued to speak solemnly. First prisoner, Grimhawk, age 31, a native of the Sunset Empire. He has committed 7 counts of intentional homicide resulting in death, 11 counts of intentional injury resulting in maiming, manufacturing and trafficking of large cigarettes, and peddling of prohibited military supplies over the land of God. The Longwei officer spilled out all of Grimhawk's charges. Finally, in a very serious tone, he spoke. Now, sentence him to death. Immediate execution. After hearing that, Grimhawk, his hair nearly exploded. His eyes widened in disbelief. Fark, you have no right to do this. Bang! Chapter 145. Are they trying to declare war with our Sunset Empire? A sudden and very crisp gunshot directly interrupted the words that Green Hawk was about to say. At the same time, between them, it also made the civilians below who were talking about it startled a big jump. Immediately after that, they saw the blonde, blue-eyed foreigner fall straight to the ground headfirst. The foreigner had a bloody hole in his head at some point. Bubbling blood continuously flowed out from among the blood holes, quickly staining the wooden floor of the theater red. Quite a few of the common people were immediately frightened and sucked in their breath. They never dreamed that a living, breathing foreigner, in front of their eyes, would be shot, and they also realized that the Yankees were not different from them, in any other way. Words to say if you get hit by a bullet, that's going to die. 2. Mother really killed the foreigners. Mr. Bai is not afraid of offending the foreigners at all. This is what is called the Great Lord of Heaven. This foreign devil has opened many big tobacco houses in southern Fujian province, and has victimized an unknown number of people. He deserves to die. Hiss. Having killed one foreign devil, there won't be more foreign devils coming over to look for trouble, right? I've heard that those foreign devils have very powerful ships and cannons. What are you afraid of? We are far away from the sea. His ships and cannons cannot come in? Our Min province has many hills and mountains, and the river is even more winding. If they dare to follow the river in, I'm afraid they won't be able to find their way out. Good killing. Killed out the blood of our divine state people. Killed out the bloodiness of our divine state people. Now, it's no longer that era of losing power and humiliating the country. That's right. Good killing. What's wrong with foreign devils? You'll be shot just the same if you commit a crime. Good. The great Lord of Heaven has done justice to our people. Mr. Bai is definitely the reincarnation of Qing Tian Daliang. What reincarnation of the Grand Master of Qing Tian? Mr. Bai himself is the Grand Master of Qing Tian. Good killing. Those who sell cigarettes deserve to die. The common people, after the shock, were a cheering and a hooting and a hollering, watching an evil man shot by justice before his eyes. The feeling is not normally soothing. Didn't fire his own gun though, but it was also very enjoyable. It was as if he had drunk a glass of wine in pain. Soothing, smooth, but those on death row on their knees don't feel the same way. Each one of them had already shown a look of despair. These soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom dared to kill even the foreigners. So how could these people of theirs be able to survive? It's a mistake. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten so close to that Kaiyuan Shang. If I had known, I wouldn't have had any interests entangled with him. Who would have thought that having interests entangled with Kaiyuan Shang would actually be the first to be targeted? If I had known, I would have gotten the hell out of here. Unfortunately, there were no pills of regret to drink in this world, and their end today was predestined. As the Longhua officers on the stage continued to proclaim their guilt, the common people on the stage were also rising in anger as they listened to the charges, while knowing that these death row inmates on their knees are scum. But I didn't realize that these scumbags were actually scum to this extent. With gunshot after gunshot, there was a burst of cheers from the common people. By the time the last death row inmate was executed, it was fast approaching evening. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were very skillful and pulled these bodies out into the dirt. These bodies must surely be cremated at the first opportunity, lest you turn into a zombie for whatever reason. At the same time, between them, all kinds of complicated and tedious steps have to be carried out to completely prevent them from being transformed into severe ghosts to do evil for all eternity. Inside this magically reformed version of the Republic of Korea opposite, these steps are mandatory. And with this wave of public hearings over, the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom within this vast jurisdiction began to grow further. It has also gained a large chunk of popularity. The vast power of the people's people took the side of the Dragon Kingdom. Public trial of so many people or news quickly spread throughout the entire province of Fujian. A moment to let a lot of people wind up. But others are angry about it. Unusually angry. The reason why Green Hawk, a person from the Japanese Empire, chose to work with Kaiyuan Shang was because inside the southern belt of Min province, there was the Japanese Empire's concession here. The concession is located in Xiacheng, in the southern part of Min province, and there is another public concession in Xiacheng. It is also because of the existence of these two tenements. That's why Green prefers to work with Kaiyuan Shang. Proximity is one of the biggest advantages, but it was also because of the proximity that the news of Green Hawk, a special citizen of the Empire of the Sunset, being shot in a public trial in God's own country, reached the ears of the foreigners in the concession. A moment in time. It's making waves. Those foreigners who were not citizens of the Sunset Empire were very shocked and dismayed by this though, but most of them have an attitude of watching the show. It's not like it's your own country that's dying anyway. Of course they were also wary of the armed force that called itself the Dragon Army, because this behavior of the other side represents it as completely different from the other warlords. No rules. The people who were most angry about this were undoubtedly the Japans inside the Japonic concession. FARC. Are these Shenzhou people crazy? Why do they dare to kill citizens of our Sunset Empire? Even if a citizen of our Sunset Empire has committed a crime, they don't have any right to execute a citizen of our country. Damn it! The consul in the tenement, his eyes red, stormed out. Have these Oriental barbarians forgotten what happened decades ago? Have they already gotten over their wounds and forgotten the pain? The bottom line is, that Grim Hawk, that's Major General Hawk's son. FARC. Damn it! They are literally challenging the authority of the Sunset Empire with this behavior. They are trying to declare war. FARC. Chapter 146. No need for the existence of a rentier. Everyone is watching the show. The consul of the Japonic concession was now very angry, and in his anger was likewise very distressed, for the Japonic citizen who had been shot in a public trial was too exceptional. The other's father was a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire, and the other's mother was a nobleman of the Sunset Empire. That means that Grim Hawk belongs to the upper class inside the Sunset Empire. The parents of the other party have tons of connections as well as resources. If he didn't take care of this matter as soon as possible, then he would be in bad luck next. Although the consul of the Sunbelt concession felt that the matter didn't have much to do with him, but who knows if the other parent will feel the same way. FARC. Check. Find out about the unit that defeated Kaiyuan Shang. The consul gritted his teeth and said, blatantly sentencing a citizen of the Empire of the Sunset to death. This has been a serious provocation to the Sunset Empire. This is no different than a declaration of war. And, he said to his secretary, call over the rentatroops inside the concession immediately. The Empire of the Sunset has an army on top of the Shenandoah's leases. Although the army is not particularly large, but the fighting is very tough. The Sunset Empire during this time period definitely claimed to be the #1 power in the world. Its army naturally speaks for itself. There was only one battalion of the Japanese Empire's army on the concession. But it was this one battalion that was even able to hang a regiment of warlords if they went to war with the warlords of the Divine Kingdom. And there is also a warship docked in the harbor of the concession, with the powerful firepower on top of the warship. As long as the war is on the coast, this rented army of the Sunset Empire is virtually invincible. This was the Empire of the Sunset during this period, the true first in the world before World War I. It is also because of the knowledge that you are the world's #1 empire. It was only then that the consul felt that the majesty of the Sunset Empire would never allow anyone to provoke it. Not even the warlords on this side of God's earth. Yes, this rentier consul was clearly treating the Dragon's army as if it were the local as a warlord. In the eyes of the rentier consul, the battle between the Dragon Kingdom's army and Kaiyuan Shang's army some time ago was nothing more than a fight between two Eastern warlords. These backward Oriental warlords know nothing but to fight and kill every day. The equipment is also very outdated. Military literacy also sucks. So he wasn't particularly wary of the Dragon Army because he felt that the Dragon Army, not much different from Kaiyuan Shang's warlord forces, it was probably just slightly more powerful than Kaiyuan Shang's warlord forces. Otherwise there was no way to be able to defeat that Kaiyuan Shang. Today, the situation in the entire province of Min is once again making waves. No one really thought that Bai Yi would actually dare to make a move against the foreigners of the Sunless Empire. And it's not even in the dark. Instead, it's bright, straight to public trial and shooting. Isn't this a clear case of rubbing the face of the Sunset Empire? The old world's #1 power. On the ground? It's definitely a naked provocation. Really, I really don't know what words to use to describe it. Should I use the words "the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers" to describe it? But the problem is, if the Dragon Kingdom's army was a newborn calf, what were they? They warlords who couldn't even defeat Kai Yuan Shang? Cao Shi? That Mr. Bai is really bold. A small warlord leader was shocked for several minutes before coming back to his senses when he got the news. To actually dare to kill a foreigner openly and honestly, and to kill a foreigner from the Sunset Empire at that. I have to say, Raoji respects him as a man. No wonder he was able to defeat Kai Yuan Shang. For this kind of guts and vigor alone, I'm afraid that no one in the land of God can compare to him. But what he's doing is too reckless. It's offending the Sunset Empire to death. The Sunset Empire is not a small force in Asia. This small warlord leader sket his mouth. I don't know if the Sunset Empire will retaliate back. If the other side wants to retaliate back, then this Mr. Bai will be in bad luck. I'm afraid that the southern part of Min province, which was so hard to conquer, will have to be broken up by the foreigners. The foreigners' tough ships and cannons are no joke. There are also people who have a sit on the shore and turn off the fire attitude towards this behavior of Bai Yi. Good guy, killing a foreigner in the open. Isn't he Bai Yi finished then? Mother ****** staring the out of labor these days. I hope the foreigners will slaughter that Bai Yi. Min province doesn't need this kind of bad rules. In a nutshell, everyone was shocked at Bai Yi's behavior. And everyone didn't think highly of Bai Yi messing with the Sunset Empire, feeling that it was a very childish and death-defying act. To go against the Empire of the Sunset in order to give a bunch of ordinary people a hard time? TSK. Is it worth it? Everyone couldn't figure out this wave of Bai Yi's operation. Is this Bai Yi inflated? Think you can deal with Kai Yuan Shang and not be afraid of the foreigners? That's naive, isn't it? In the face of all kinds of unfavorable fishing wheels outside, Bai Yi, who is the rightful owner, does not put it in his eyes. He wasn't going to let other people's disapproval keep him from executing that grim hawk. In the eyes of Whitey, a big tobacco vendor, death is not an option. It looks like everyone wants to see a good show. Bai Yi shook his head slightly and smiled as he said to the person next to him, "Keep an eye on Xiacheng's movements." Xiacheng also belongs to the southern belt of the Min province, and is considered to be our current jurisdiction. I do not wish to see foreigners' tenements appearing inside the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land. The tenements must be cancelled. Even if the people in the Sunset Concession can hold back from striking at me, I cannot tolerate the existence of the concession. Only when all the foreigners in the concession are driven out will the people in our jurisdiction be able to straighten their backs. Yankees, not invincible. Chapter 147. The Rokoku will take the necessary military action against the concession. Bai Yi was not the only one who did not allow the existence of a tenancy within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It could be said that every person in the Dragon Kingdom did not want to see the existence of such a thing as a tenancy within the jurisdiction of the land, because the tenancy represented a humiliating era, an era that people did not want to remember. These aborigines inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, they might fear the so-called foreigner countries. They might fear the so-called Western powers, but the Dragon Kingdom people who came to this world from the Blue Star side were not afraid of these things at all. In the eyes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the so-called Western powers were really just that, not to mention the Western powers in the magically altered version of the Republican realm. If you're offended, you're offended. What's the big deal? Bai Yi even had an article written and published in the local newspaper in southern Fujian province. Though not many people are literate these days, and not many are in the habit of reading newspapers, but Bai Yi believes there will always be literate people. Circulate those at the top of the paper. This article is generally about the backbone of the nation and the will of the nation, and throughout, it bashes the so-called Western powers, especially bashing the so-called Sunset Empire, bashing them for all that hegemony, almost like the word provocative. It's laid out directly in plain sight. The Dragon Kingdom Camp, Army Medical Service. Wang Rinji, who has been a military medical assistant for more than 2 months, looked at this newspaper in his hand that still smelled of ink, with a dumbfounded and confused look written all over his face. Old teacher, Mr. Bai is provoking the Sunless Empire like this, and even said that he wants to take back the Xiacheng's tenancy. Will this cause any big trouble? Wang Rinji has been in labor reform for more than 2 months, and he needs only 10 more months of reform to regain his freedom. Only he didn't want to regain his freedom because he felt that on the side of the Army Medical Service, one is able to learn a lot of medical theories that one has never been exposed to before. It filled him with a sense of belonging to the camp in Dragonland. The teacher Wang Renji spoke of was an attending physician in the military medical service. Wang Renji is currently working for him as a military medical assistant. After hearing this assistant's inquiry, the attending physician couldn't help but smile, without the slightest expression of worry on his face. What big trouble can there be? A provocation is a provocation. Its Sunset Empire can either endure or fight to see who is the boss. It's as simple as that. The attending physician's tone was very relaxed and not at all flustered. This made Wang Renji freeze for a moment. Scratch your head, bastard. Teacher, this is the Sunset Empire. When I was studying in the French stick country, I always heard that the Sunset Empire has the most colonies in the world, and it has the most powerful army in the world, especially the navy, which is unrivaled. Wang Renji's tone was filled with worry. The other side also owns a lot of colonies on this side of Asia, and they also have a lot of troops gathered on this side. If they really want to make a move on us, they'll likely be able to pull together an army of tens of thousands of men in 3 months' time. And the other side's tough ships and cannons are very scary. That's the #1 power in the world. The attending physician smiled and shook his head when he heard this. Don't think about it so much. You'll see later. He didn't explain too much to Wang Renji because many things simply couldn't be explained. We can't say that all of them, the dragons, are from another world, can we? It's not that the attending physician is overly arrogant. Rather, the gap between the Dragon Kingdom and the so-called Sunset Empire is really big. It's like that gap between the age of cold weapons and the age of hot weapons. It's not an exaggeration to say that. After all, with the Dragon country's military strength, casually take an intercontinental missile out, we'll be able to beat the other side cannot find the north, or even directly to the other side of the capital to blow up. It's not even on the same level. And this article, which Bai Yi had published in the newspaper, was also seen by the consul of the Sunset Concession in Xiaoqing. The consul had spent half his life in God's country, and he naturally understood the contents of the newspaper. When he saw the article and read it verbatim, Densher, a nameless rage hit his head. It made him grit his teeth. It made him furious. Fark, this consul of the Sunset Empire in the land of God, without saying a word, rubbed the newspaper fiercely into a ball, and even felt that this was not deflating, but also threw the newspaper on the ground, stomping fiercely a few feet. The huffing and puffing looked like a brute, and his eyes were suffused with a few bloodshot threads. Fark, he actually called us Anza bandits, and calling us despicable colonizers. He even told us to leave the concession within a month, otherwise military action will be taken. That asshole Bai actually wants to take back the lease? Fark, who does he think he is? Fark, the consul was already too angry to remember how many farks he had actually said. All he knew was that there was a man from China named Bai Yi who had no idea how to provoke the Sunset Empire. It even declared that it would take military action against the Japanese Empire's concessions in God's country. This is no longer limited to provocation. Declaration of war. Definitely a declaration of war. The cursing consul suddenly calmed down, knowing that the concession of Xiaoqing could never be lost. As the harbor of this concession controlled the coastal trade of Min province, the profits from coastal trade in a Min province with a population of up to tens of millions are absolutely huge. The Sunset Empire had many such tenements though. But it doesn't mean that the Shaman City concession will be abandoned. If this lease is lost in his hands, he will definitely be court-martialed. Think of it here. The consul couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. He realized the magnitude of the problem, because it has involved himself, his future in terms of his career. Damn it. Chapter 148, Furious Major General Hawk. Dare to kill my son. However, when the consul wanted to request for military assistance from the other concessions, suddenly he couldn't help but frown as if he had thought of something. Why is that bastard so arrogant? On what grounds does he dare to take military combat action against the Japanese Empire's concession? A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that behind the other side, there was support from any Western country? After this bold idea popped up, all of a sudden he was taken aback by himself. If that's true, then there's a lot more involved. It seemed to be beyond the capacity of him, a small consul, to handle. Nope. Ha! Why? Should I take care of it? The consul snapped his eyes. Major General Hawk, if he knew about his son, who died on top of God's earth, then he would definitely be very angry. Being a good public servant of the Sunset Empire, the consul rushed to dump the pot without saying a word. Pass this big mess on to someone else. It's kind of some of the traditional arts and crafts of the Sunset Empire's public servants. He took a deep breath, called the secretary in. Then he instructed his secretary, immediately send an urgent telegram to Major General Hawk. On the South Asian side, tell him politely the news that his son, Grim Hawk, has been murdered, and also the news that the local warlords in the Divine Land have provoked the Sunless Empire. He will surely come over. The secret art froze, then understood, knowing that the consul didn't want to get into this kind of trouble. because that's the kind of trouble that, if it's not handled well, it's a goner. That's why it's wisest to dump this hassle on someone else. And who better to handle this piece of trouble than Major General Hawk? After all, that son of his was the source of the incident. Not bad for a consul. That's old school. The secretary's heart is called an incomparable admiration. If he is also able to do so, smooth words, it is estimated that has already been entrusted by the Empire side of the heavy responsibility it, instead of being a little secretary here. Yes, Secret Art nodded knowingly, then immediately left. Phew, this way, it doesn't matter whether that Bai dares to take military action against the concession or not. If he doesn't dare to take military action against the concession, then nothing will happen to me. And then Major General Hawk will still come over, wanting to avenge his son. Oh no, it's to settle the Eastern barbarians who provoked the Sunset Empire. If that guy called Bai really dares to take military action against the concession, I'm not worried, because I have Major General Hawk as my backing. I just need to have a battalion of Sunbelt fighters from the concession to stall the other side for a while. By the time Major General Hawk brings his men to the Divine Lands, I'm afraid the end of that insolent man called Bai will be exactly the same as the end of that Kai Yuancheng. In the words of a godly phrase, that's drama. The consul murmured something to himself, feeling more and more very witty. Neither the former nor the latter threatens one's career, though that said one may not be able to profit much from it either. But it doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't affect you, it's fine. Because if you counted according to the time, you would stay in the Divine Land, at most, for another year or two. It can be transferred back to the Sunset Empire. By then, he or she would have the opportunity to enter the core Sunbelt system and be a very honorable Sunbelt public servant. Aha! It's perfect. And so, just when everyone in the entire province of Min would have thought that the Rent Consul would not be able to resist making a move, it turned out that the Rent Consul of the Sunset did not deploy his troops, but instead acted as if nothing had happened. It's as if they don't know about it, as if they don't know that someone is provoking the Sunset Empire. It makes a big difference. It's also baffling. But, far away in the southern part of Asia, in a Japanese colony port, at this moment, a high-ranking Japanese rear admiral was letting out an unprecedented roar of rage. Fark! Damned Oriental barbarians! How on earth did they dare to do what they did? Fark! That's my son! My Dean Hawk's son! Damned Oriental barbarians! They killed my son! How dare you call my son some kind of criminal? Fark! Even if my son did commit a crime, it's not their turn to be judged by these backward barbarians. They're looking for death. The roar that came from inside the Major General's office scared the guards outside from breathing loudly. Anyone could feel how angry this Major General really was today. To know, Major General Hawk is 59 this year, and Green Hawk is not his only son though, but one of his best sons, because Green Hawk has done a lot of very lucrative business above God's earth. Almost every year, he sends back to the distant Empire of Sunset with a large amount of belongings. It was the pride of Major General Hawk. Now, one of General Hawk Whistle's finest sons and one of life's greatest prides, died in the land of God. Who? Phew. Inside the office, Major General Hawk, whose temples had turned a little gray, gasped sharply and gritted his teeth. Damn Shenzhou people. Fark. Damn Shenzhou warlords. But he was also aware that he couldn't just send out troops, even if he was the Major General. Otherwise, some of his own enemies inside the Sunset Empire would use it to impeach him. But, the barbaric Shenzhou people may have to carry out military combat operations against the tenements in a month's time? He couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he watched the news of the report coming in over the telegraph. Isn't this a great opportunity? Isn't that a good excuse? Chapter 149, The Sunless Empire's Anger. Sword pointing at the Divine State. To be honest, Major General Hawk didn't think that those weak Shinshu people could have the guts to carry out the so-called military combat operations against the tenant territories of their Sunset Empire, because inside his inherent impression, not only were the people of Shenzhou very thin and weak, their character was also very weak. Back when he was a soldier, he used to come to the land of God. At that time, he followed the Allied forces to kill the divine capital. At that time, he was even fighting after several hundred Divine State soldiers with his own strength. Those Shenzhou soldiers, each one of them smoking big cigarettes, are as thin as a bone. There was absolutely no fight to speak of. Even though that feudal dynasty has been overthrown, God's country is probably a little less the same now than it was a few decades ago. But for that little bit of time, where could they change? It's still just a bunch of sick people in East Asia. Humph. Major General Hawk grunted coldly. He had, by this time, calmed down a little from being overwhelmed by anger. He felt that what was mentioned in the telegram, the armed forces of southern Minnesota would conduct military operations against the tenements. It's just a lie from those godly people who only dare to talk big. If Rear Admiral Hawk has studied the culture of God, this time he was able to come up with an idiom. Bluff. He thought the other guy was just bluffing. But, just right. It was this audacious bravado on the other side that gave him, Dean Hawk, the perfect excuse. He could well have used that excuse to move his troops. He could use the excuse of supporting the Sunset Concession in Xiaoqing and then avenge his son's death. He's going to cut off the head of that warlord's head and hang it on the bow of a warship to deter everyone. He was going to tell everyone that he, Dean Hawk's son, was untouchable by anyone. To think that your best son died like this, Dean Hawk couldn't help but break into another fit of rage, kicking over a chair hard. And he knows that he's going to have a headache next. It's how to explain it to the child's mother. Fark, damn, someone. Major General Hawk called for his adjutant, forcibly suppressing the grief as well as the killing intent within his heart, and then said expressionlessly, "Call the core center of the Sun Butsu Empire for me, and tell me that the Sun Butsu Empire's tenant territory in Shenzhou City has been subjected to a military threat from the barbaric Orientals. The consul of the Xiaoqing concession has asked for military support, and we are so near to God's land that we can find it possible to arrive within a month's time and support the concession against the savage Orientals. Major General Dean Hawk hereby requests headquarters to be given the authority to transfer troops. Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy, Dean Hawk, to the top." The adjutant hastened to take all this to heart, and he knew why Major General Hawker was so angry. It was also known that Major General Hawk only wanted revenge now. Of course, Major General Hawk's behavior was reasonable, because his rhetoric was to support the tenements in Xiamen. And could there be a more plausible argument than that? It looks like those Shenzhou people are probably going to be in deep. Rear Admiral Hawk was inside the Royal Sunset Navy. That was a very prestigious and ironic Rear Admiral. It means, Maj. Gen. Hawk was very hard and decisive, and had little regard for the lives of his enemies. There was even little concern for the civilians in the enemy's territory, those who were dead or alive. TSK. These Orientals, and I don't know why, were messing with Major General Hawk. Isn't that a death wish? You don't have to kill yourself this way, do you? The deputy shook his head. He immediately ran out and called this piece of information to the headquarters of the Sunset Empire. After receiving the call on the side of the Sunset Empire, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Immediately report the news to the Empire's top brass. Moment. A quake. The barbaric Orientals dared to provoke the authority of the Empire of the Sunset over world domination. The adjutant's call was clearly an addition to the story. The purpose was to render Bai a little more loathsome and hateful. Fruity. The effect of his additions was remarkable. The top brass of the Sunset Empire was so outraged that without saying a word, they gave Major General Hawk the right to move troops. Meanwhile, he also specifically instructed Major General Hawk to make sure that the bold Oriental was killed. Show the world what happens when you mess with the Sunset Empire. At the same time, the officials of the Empire of the Sunset also sent a newspaper to condemn the barbaric behavior of the Shenzhou people. One time, quite a few citizens within the Sunset Empire are aware of this Far East. There's a barbaric Oriental trying to provoke their Sunset Empire. Major General Hawk's purpose was accomplished. He got permission. Without saying a word, Rear Admiral Hawk immediately mobilized all the troops he could throughout the colony. And although he was very confident in the strength of their Royal Navy, there were still cautions that had to be had. After all, the enemy had the home field advantage this time, and the enemy was on the defensive side of the fence. In the midst of war, the casualties on the attacking side are far greater than those on the defending side. Major General Hawk doesn't want too many of his soldiers dead or wounded. He felt that a good Royal Navy soldier was far more valuable than those savage Orientals. Even if the life of one Royal Navy soldier is exchanged for 100 on the other side, Rear Admiral Hawk all felt very unprofitable. Of course, of those he had mobilized, the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire was a minority, and most of them were some of the local natives. These natives were recruited by the Empire of the Sunset and became the local doppelgangers, who made very good cannon fodder, and the dilettantes in the hands of Major General Hawk. Almost all of them are San. The horrific war machine that is the Sunset Empire was set in motion by Major General Hawk. Sword to God. Chapter 150 Diamond Treasure Chest. Jurisdictions are changing by the day. Ha ha ha. The consul of the Sunless Empire, who was far away in the Xiaoqing concession in the southern part of Min province, couldn't help but laugh a few times freely when he learned that Rear Admiral Hawk had already arrived towards the land of God. He knew that Major General Hawk, upon learning of his son's death, would never be able to let it go, especially since Major General Hawk's son wasn't killed accidentally or by natural causes. Instead, they were put on direct public trial and then shot in the head. In this case, Major General Hawk would be absolutely furious. It is absolutely impossible to endure such hatred. After all, this one Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire never repaid overnight grudges. It was for this reason that Major General Hawk had the title of Major General Ironblood. Since the barbaric Orientals want to get killed, the consul poured himself a cup of hot tea and took a delicate sip. Laughing, he said, "Then give him a decent death. It would be an honor for him to die under the hardened ships and cannons of our Sunset Empire. After all, other people die even if they want to like this. None of that qualifies yet." Bai didn't know exactly how this consul was orchestrating the Dragon Kingdom's army inside the concession. Nor did he know that a rear admiral of the Empire of the Sunset named Dean Hawk was angrily leading a fleet of ships towards the Min province of the Divine Kingdom. After all, Bai hadn't set up any intelligence agency branches inside the Japanese Empire's concession. Nor did they plant any men inside the Japanese Empire's concessions. Of course, even if Bai knew about these things, he wouldn't pay much attention to them. At this time, Bai is still in the process of solidifying the influence of the Dragon Kingdom over this current jurisdiction. At the same time, it is important to improve the livelihoods of people within the jurisdiction, and there's still that group of laborers to be properly organized. This time, the number of labor prisoners in the Dragon Kingdom inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm directly broke through to 40,000 people. These 40,000 people are all in the category of those whose crimes are not punishable by death, but it's going to have to be locked up for years, decades, even decades. It was naturally impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to raise this group of people for nothing. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is no charity. The Dragon Kingdom also needs money to function. If 40,000 people were raised for no reason at all, then it would definitely be a considerable burden for the Dragon Kingdom. I don't know how many poor people could be bailed out with the money it would cost to feed 40,000 people alone. That's why the Dragon Kingdom needs these 40,000 people to be reformed for labor, so that they can become free laborers. What more obliging labor force could there be than such laborers? The most important thing is, for this group of laborers, it is enough to feed them and house them. Something like money. No need to give it all. After all, this is the price of their crimes. This is the price of their exploitation of the common man. Did bad things. It has to be repaid. Now for the jurisdictional land of the Dragon Kingdom. Road construction is one of the most important programs. It is because only when the transportation of various places is convenient to each other can they develop better. To this, Bai arranged almost all of these laborers to build roads. 40,000 laborers worked from 8 o'clock in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, every day. They were hardly anyhow, but a handful of strength was still there. These laborers are pretty efficient at building roads. It hadn't taken long to build quite a few roads, but of course they were more basic roads, and couldn't have been built as well as the ones on the Blue Planet, or else it would have taken a lot more time. The roads that were built on this side of the magically altered Republican realm were some kind of two-lane road. There is also little green belt around the area, and it is not even equipped with street lights, because what is needed now is efficiency, not supporting facilities, nor is it aesthetically pleasing. Just be efficient. It's not too late to have some green belts, or street lights, or whatever, after the road is all finished. The whole of Min Province, even the whole of God's country, was watching southern Min Province, also keeping an eye on the movements in the Imperial Japanese concession. But, much to the dismay of those of them, neither the Dragon Kingdom nor the Sunset Empire seemed to be moving much. Is this the calm before the storm? Or is nothing really happening? No one knows. Perhaps, only these two forces, who were the rightful owners, could know what was going on. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was the passage of half a month. And since this half a month, the construction of the Dragon Kingdom inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm could be said to be in full swing. The Dragon Kingdom had already not only used 40,000 laborers, but even the construction corps had transferred 2 more from Blue Star. Between the same time, some of the local people were recruited to participate in the construction as well. Of course, the people are involved in the construction work, then surely they will be given wages. These old people involved in the construction are now workers. Their workload, as well as their working hours, are not as much as those of the laborers, yet they have quite a paycheck. That kind of addresses the employment rate a little bit. In the eyes of the modern people of Blue Star, this kind of very tedious and dirty work, in the eyes of the common people of this era, is a very rare and good job. After all, there are so few workplaces in this day and age. Most of the people farmed on crop fields. Soldier, prisoners of labor, hundreds of people, all are involved in the construction work. This resulted in the number of people involved in the construction, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, being up to more than 100,000 people. Every day there was a large amount of ocean expenditure. Fortunately Kai Yuan Shang left enough money for Bai. This has also led to the fact that within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, it is almost always changing from day to day. Every day is a new look. Big changes every month. A picture of vitality. Viva renewal. The most noteworthy thing was that Bai Yi had also gotten a treasure chest that was higher than a golden treasure chest. On this day, Diamond Treasure Chest. Chapter 151, Soaring National Fortune. Construction efficiency increased by 500%. The Dragon Kingdom has obtained a large amount of high-quality copper ore. The Dragon Kingdom has obtained a large amount of high-quality gold ore. The Dragon Kingdom's research on the purple stiff and the green stiff has made quite a bit of progress. The Dragon Kingdom has acquired a large number of antique artifacts. The Dragon Kingdom acquires a large amount of jewelry and property. Rokoku obtains a large amount of spiritual springs. Rokoku obtains. The Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have gotten a series of surges, and the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes have seen a very significant increase. You get Diamond Chest +1. Is it open? Yes. No. Line after line of subtitles appeared in front of Bai Yi's eyes. This time there were so many subtitles that it was a bit dizzying. So one could imagine just how much the Dragon Kingdom had gotten from the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. There is no need to say more about or resources like this. The Dragon Kingdom can be said to have coveted the mineral deposits of the magically modified Republic Plain for a long time. Large quantities of high quality ore are being transported to the Dragon side in a steady stream every week. In just 1 or 2 months' time, the Dragon Kingdom had gotten a large amount of metal ores. All of these things are resources that are sorely lacking in the Dragon Kingdom. As for antiques, cultural relics, and jewelry belongings, most of these were seized from Kai Yuan Shang and his interest group's side, and the amount can be said to be very alarming. If all these things were sold, they would be worth at least several million yen. It's clear from this that Choi Yuan Sang and his interest group, just how much oil has been squeezed from the people. These people used to be vampires 1 or 2 at a time. Even vampires don't suck as much as they do. Some of these properties seized by the Dragon Kingdom were used to improve the local livelihoods of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, as well as to carry out some basic construction. A portion was transported back to the Dragon Kingdom on the Blue Planet to increase the Dragon Kingdom's national fortune. It was for this reason that the treasure chest obtained this time was actually a diamond treasure chest. One can imagine the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, which has skyrocketed to what extent. Nowadays, the Dragon Kingdom has so many veins in the middle of the magically modified version of the Republic realm. No longer need to be checked and balanced by foreign resources. There is also no need to buy, at high prices, a wide variety of high-quality ores from abroad. I'm afraid, inside these recent days, those old sellers in the Dragon Kingdom were wondering one by one why the orders from the Dragon Kingdom started to become less and less. Unfortunately, they couldn't even think of a double penetration gate that Dragon Kingdom already possessed. They were even more surprised to learn that the Dragon Kingdom had taken control of an entire world's resources, and that world still has several times the resources of Blue Star. Of course, this does not mean that the Dragon Kingdom will not, in the future, buy resources from them again, to disguise the existence of the double through the door thing. The Dragon Kingdom will still buy some resources and place some orders more or less symbolically in the future, in order to confuse foreign countries. And at this point, Bai Yi, who had gotten the diamond treasure chest, didn't hesitate or worry about anything. He opened the diamond treasure chest directly. Open up. You have successfully opened a diamond treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the treasure chest reward. The efficiency progress of all infrastructure construction within the jurisdiction of the magically reformed version of the Republic of China's realm is increased by 500%. After seeing this one treasure chest reward, Bai Yi was finally nonplussed. 500% increase in infrastructure efficiency within the jurisdiction. What kind of concept is that? This equates to 5 times the efficiency. For example, if a country road is to be built, the expected time spent is about 50 days. Now with this increase in efficiency, it will only take 10 days to be able to get it done. Those big projects that lasted 5 years were able to be done in just 1 year. What kind of concept is that? This increased buff, if placed on the Blue Planet, was enough to make all the countries in the entire world go crazy. A country that takes 100 years to completely perfect its infrastructure. This buff, on the other hand, will take that time and shorten it to 20 years. The equivalent of just 20 years to get a country's infrastructure perfected. Hiss. Nice guy. Bai Yi realized that the rewards he had gotten before were nothing compared to this one, because this reward is a real benefit to the country and the people. The number of people who will benefit from it is more than 10 million. With such an increase in infrastructure efficiency, Bai Yi was confident that within just a few years, he would be able to build the southern part of Min province into the most advanced and developed region in the entire magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. Originally, the southern part of Minnesota already had a modern world power at its back, and now with such a buff, it's practically open. Although Bai Yi wasn't sure exactly what the principle of such an increase was, and it was estimated that none of them could figure out what its principle was either. But since it is able to increase the efficiency of infrastructure and benefit the country and the people, so who cares what it's all about? It looks like some plans need to be changed. Bai Yi had previously, with a group of people, formulated a construction plan for a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, specifically targeting the infrastructure of this world as well as the construction of people's livelihoods. But now that this buff has appeared, this building program might, well, need a little something added to it. The scheduled completion period for what was previously mentioned inside the plan is about 5 years. With a 500% increase, that 5 years will be shortened to 1 year. Even if Bai Yi continues to send more people to join the construction, this time will continue to shorten. Possibly, most of the year is enough. It was completed in the first half of the year, needing to anticipate a 5-year construction program. Such an increase, it is a demon. Bai Yi immediately called a meeting. The meeting was about discussing how to utilize this increased buff. This will result in faster infrastructure improvements within the jurisdiction and livelihoods. Chapter 152. Day by day, before his eyes, there was already light all over. The name Chen Dekai sounded like a landlord and magnate who could make a fortune, but in reality, only he himself knows that he is nothing but an ordinary citizen. Chen Dezai has always done the kind of hard labor that sells labor. Every day was spent either carrying heavy grain at the grain store or plowing fields for some landowner. The oceans I earn each month don't add up to $3. When the market is good, you can barely earn 2 oceans a month. When the market is bad, you can earn 1 oceans a month, which is already very good. Every day can be a very hard day. He was glad that he had not married and had children. Otherwise, with the little money he had earned, can't afford a family at all. And he didn't dare think about getting a wife and having children, because he doesn't think he's qualified for that. What's a poor man to think so much about? But this month was different. Chen Dekai earned a full $6 of ocean this month. Yes, he had been doing hard labor for so long in his life, and he had never thought that this strength of his would be worth so much, because he changed jobs. He stopped moving grain for those grain stores and stopped plowing the landowners' fields. Instead, roads are being built every day. It was about a month ago when the Dragon Kingdom started recruiting the common people in a big way to participate in the construction work of the jurisdictional land, and promised a not-so-low salary while doing so. Though such a salary, in the eyes of the dragons, seems very low, but that seems like a very high salary in the eyes of people in this day and age. Chen Dekai knows nothing. He only has strength. He was a concrete mover when the road was being built. Results, he didn't realize that he, a cement mover, would be able to earn that much pay. That's $6. It was equivalent to what he used to make when he had toiled for a full 3 months to earn. If I work on a construction site for a year at $6 a month, then 12 months a year is, that's how much comes to, like, 72 Yankees? Chen Dezai wiggled his fingers and counted, and couldn't help muttering, it's a year's time, and you have to eat, drink, and so count on it to spend a year of 20 yuan of ocean. Then I'll be able to have at least 50 yen left over each year. Or 100 yen if I save for 2 years. If you save it for 20 years, that's 1,000 yen. Hiss. When he said this, Chen Dezai sucked in a breath of cool air and secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even 20 years later, only 50 years old myself, I think, at 50 years old, you can save $1,000, which can buy a house in the county. It was even a mansion with a courtyard and was able to have quite a few oceans left over. That is to say, you'll soon have the nerve to get a daughter-in-law yourself? Soon to have the nerve to have a son? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Chen Dezai, who was tugging 6 pieces of ocean in his pocket, was in a very apprehensive mood as he walked down the streets of Qingzhou County, fearing that some punk would come out and rob him of his money. But luckily, since the security of Qingzhou County was taken over by the Dragon Kingdom's army, the gangsters inside the city basically wouldn't dare to come out and cause trouble. Anyone who dares to come out and make trouble has already become a prisoner of labor. They've all joined the road-building army. Qingzhou County has changed so fast. Chen Dezai looked at the somewhat unfamiliar streets in front of him and couldn't help but let out a murmur of emotion. I remember that 2 months ago, when I passed by here, I could always smell a kind of fecal and urinary multitude of foul odors. And now this kind of smell is completely gone. And there used to be a lot of jerks and gangsters in the streets and alleys, but now those guys have disappeared too. Also, this thing called a streetlight. Obviously there are no wires. Why does it light up at night? Chen Dezai looked up at those streetlights fixed to the walls of the house. He was completely confused as to why such a thing would automatically light up at night. Electric lights are not uncommon in this day and age, but an electric light that can light up without being connected to electricity, that is a very rare thing indeed. He heard, what kind of solar street light is this? Solar? Can't figure it out. All in all, the rapid changes in Qingzhou County over the past period of time made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Everything is brought to you by Mr. White. When Chen Dezai said the 3 words Mr. Bye. His tone involuntarily took on a hint of respect. He wasn't very educated though and didn't recognize a few words. But he knows about these changes in Clearwater County and how he is able to make $6 large a month. All because of Mr. White. It is Mr. White who has given this change in Clearwater County. And it is Mr. White who has given him such a salary. He himself had the pleasure of meeting Mr. White once the other day. Have to say, Mr. White is really young. Although it was seen from a very long distance, Chen Dezai still felt that Mr. Bai was very imposing. And at first glance, he was the kind of big man who was very powerful. The key thing is that Mr. White is very nice to the people and is very willing to give them justice. Even those soldiers under Mr. White's hand were kind to the common people. This 1 or 2 months had made Chen Dezai a bit of a dream. Feels like I'm dreaming, because it's all a little too much of a good thing. That's something he'd never dreamed of doing before. And now, things that you would never dream of doing have happened. And they have happened to you. It put him in a very trance-like state. There are many common people like Chen Dezai, who were once often exploited and oppressed, who were once often starving and freezing, and who are used to living a hard life. They were once people who were in darkness, and all they could see was darkness. It was impossible to see the road ahead, until the Dragon Kingdom came. Bring on the light, brings hope, bring on the fire, freeing these people from oppression and allowing the common people to see the light that they have never seen before. Let them live, hopeful, all over the light. Chapter 153 Acting with Necessary Force Against Tenements. As time began to pass day by day, the number of things Bai Yi needed to be busy with gradually decreased, as the large number of staff transferred from the dragon side shared very much of his work pressure. Also these days have solved many, previously unresolved problems. Once these issues were resolved, Bai Yi was instantly in a state of relief. When there isn't so much angst about livelihood issues, Bai Yi refocused his gaze on the southern part of Min Province, the city called Xiacheng. There are 2 full tenements inside that city. One is a tenant of the Sunset Empire. One is a public tenement. The 2 leases are very well understood. The first one is the jurisdiction inside the lease, which belongs to the Empire of Japan and has a large number of citizens of the Empire of Japan. At the same time, the Sunset Empire also stationed a lot of soldiers in the Xiacheng concession. The second is the jurisdiction in the concession, which is a joint jurisdiction of the various countries. There were people from all countries in the public rented area. And there were quite a few garrisons inside the public concession, and most of those garrisons were from the west. Only the number of troops stationed in the public leases was not large. Only a dozen or so garrisons are being arranged in each country. More than a few dozen garrisons were arranged. Of course the garrisons of these different countries add up to a larger number. It must add up to at least a couple hundred people. Foreign garrisons in 2 concessions remembered. The numbers amounted to thousands of troops. Meanwhile, both of these leases have harbors, and one of them, that of the Sunset Empire, even has a warship docked in it. Arguably, the entire coastal military rights of the province of Minnesota have been hijacked by these foreign garrisons. If a fisherman wants to go out to sea to catch fish, got to pay Lord Yankee for protection. Otherwise, the fishing boats are all smashed for you. Control of the offshore trade of these 2 concessions. These years can be said to eat a mouthful of oil. From the land of God, take away I do not know how much property. I do not know how much exploitation of the people of God. Bai Yi had to lament the weak and inferior nature of those local warlords inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. These local warlords not only allowed the existence of the concession, but even allowed foreign countries to arrange for the stationing of troops in the concession. At the same time, just like that, the trade along the coast, the military along the coast was handed over. Allow these foreigners to stand at the head of the land of God and do as they please. Whatever these foreigners have done in God's country, it's as if there aren't even any laws that can bind them. Nor is there any law that can sanction them. But those days when foreigners were high and mighty will soon be gone, because Bai Yi had already been busy with most of his chores. There has been time to set eyes on the tenements. I remember that I had published an article against the concession in the major newspapers in Min Province some time ago. I'm sure those foreigners over in the concession have seen the article, but they didn't seem to think so, and felt that everything in the article was unwarranted, and perhaps also that I was bluffing. Bai Yi was playing with a ghost-repelling copper bell in his hand. Listening to the crisp and pleasant sound of the bell, he narrowed his eyes. I already warned them in the newspaper that they were given a month to leave the concession or there was going to be a military combat operation against the concession, but they don't seem to value the opportunities one give them, probably because they think I'm afraid to make a move. TSK. It's time to take the 2 tenements right back. The existence of a rentier is something Whitey will never allow. He seldom went to actively attack other forces inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. But, instead, this time he's taking the initiative. Take back the tenements. Now that the southern part of Min Province is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, How could it be possible to let the foreigners in the concession go on the head of the people of Shenzhou? How could one tolerate the other side flaunting its power over the heads of the people of God's country? Can't let go. Intolerable. Bai Yi immediately handed over all the staff officers, as well as the senior officers, all to the conference room for a meeting. The main point of this meeting was directed at those 2 tenements in Xiamen. Bai Yi advocated that the 2 tenements should be recovered by force of arms, because he had already given these foreigners a chance long before. But the other man simply ignored that chance he gave. Since you don't eat soft, then he'll do it the hard way. Predictably, none of the people, who also very much wanted to recover the 2 tenements, made any sense of this claim by Bai Yi. After all, as long as these 2 tenements existed, then as long as the people of Shenzhou could not straighten their backs, the main thing is that these 2 concessions, which control 2 important ports, these 2 harbors are very good military ports with a little bit of renovation. Once the military harbor is remodeled, it will be ready for the navy to move in. The Dragon Kingdom has long wanted the navy to enter, as well, inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm. Major, I would suggest that it is only necessary to send troops against the Imperial Japanese concession, and that we take the Imperial Japanese concession back by direct force, and then give the public concession there a verbal warning. With this foretaste of the Sunset Empire, the people on the public leases must have been very cooperative. A staff officer spoke up and made a suggestion. It's clearly meant to be an example. The Sunset Empire is chicken, and the public lease is full of monkeys, a brigade commander said in a deep voice. Although the Sunset Empire of this period is very powerful, we are the Dragon Kingdom army from the 21st century, and we don't fear them at all. It is entirely possible to give them, these old imperialists, a real head-on blow. Let them know that Shenzhou is not a place where they, the so-called Western powers, can get their hands on. Yes, Bai Yi nodded and smiled. Let these imperialists know. What does it mean to be a real military power? What a surprise. Chapter 154. How did this Bai Yi dare to take action against the foreigners? When this meeting was over, Bai Yi immediately mobilized the Dragon Kingdom's army in the magically modified version of the Republic Plain. He mobilized a regiment directly this time to take the tenement back by force. The city of Xiamen is not close to the camp of the Dragon Kingdom's army. However, for the mobility of the Dragon Kingdom's army, this kind of distance didn't really need to be marched for too long. This task of taking back the Sunset Concession by force, Bai Yi gave to the 2nd Combat Regiment. This combat regiment was transferred from Bai Yi's side of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers of the 2nd Combat Regiment, after arriving at the magically altered version of the Republic of Korea realm, have done little but daily training. When they received the mission, everyone was baffled. Spinning around, each soldier immediately became excited. It's taking back the lease. Just listening to it alone makes you excited. Under the command and leadership of the commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment, the soldiers immediately checked the equipment on them. The look on everyone's face was one of excitement. Everyone looked excited. For every dragon nation, that humiliation 100 years ago was very profound. Even if there is no one among the young people who has truly experienced that kind of humiliation. But after learning about those things in various movies and TV shows, and in history books, there will still be a nameless fire. It was brewing in the middle of his chest. It makes every young man in the Dragon Kingdom hate to go back to that humiliating era, and then hang all those foreigners who flaunt their power and those who ride on the heads of the common people on the street lamps. However, this can only be a YA in your head. After all, who can really go back in time? But, now, the moment, a chance to wash away the humiliation has come. Here comes a chance to make it exciting. The soldiers of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom were ready to go at this moment. One by one, each of them sat on top of the military vehicle, clutching their rifles in their hands. Feel the cold magazines. The face is very rigid, showing the great nation's generalship. Depart. As an order fell from the commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment, a military vehicle began to leave the camp in Dragon Kingdom. The military vehicles coming out of the fishbowl soon attracted, among other things, the attention of a number of ordinary people. The people are not sure why there is such a big military move. The number of these military vehicles must add up to hundreds. The scene of hundreds of military vehicles marching together can be very exaggerated. The sound of the restless engine seemed to tug at the heart. It was even as if the ground felt like it was shaking slightly. And some of the more prescient people, when they saw so many Dragon Kingdom military vehicles moving together, suddenly as if they remembered something, their faces were filled with disbelief. No, it can't be, can it? They're not really, going to do something like that, are they? Hiss, that's a foreigner. Yes, after all, there were still some people who remembered the articles that Bai Yi had previously published in the major newspapers. It was clearly stated on that one article if the foreigners on the concession did not leave the concession, then 1 month later, the Dragon Kingdom would militarize the concession. In a militarized operation, it means that the tenements will be forcibly taken back by force. Many people thought that this was just Bai Yi bluffing. After all, the other party is a foreigner anyhow. Although Bai Yi had already shot a foreigner in a public trial before. But is there more than one foreigner inside the concession? In the event of military action against the lease, that would certainly result in a lot of casualties. In time, let's not talk about whether or not we can get the tenements back. The number of dead and wounded foreigners alone, both would be very staggering. Hiss, you really want to play for real? Many people didn't expect that Bai Yi actually did have such a determination, as well as having such a boldness, which couldn't help but blow everyone's minds and give them the creeps. An armed force that even the foreigners in the concession dare to mess with. What other kind of existence would they fear above the divine great land? How dependent is that Mr. White, or is it simply madness? One time, the Dragon Kingdom's military action within the jurisdiction land once again drew the attention of the entire Min province. All of it. After all, it's impossible to hide a military operation of this magnitude. It's not like that one massive military vehicle after another can be invisible. In addition, all the forces have placed many eyes and pawns in the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. These eyes and pawns will be the military action on the Dragon countryside. To give an immediate report back, it sent the entire province of Min into an uproar and shock. Damn it! Surname Bai is crazy. He's already violated a taboo by openly sentencing a foreigner. Does he want to do something even bigger now? He even wants to take back the concession? Who does he think he is? When Kai Yuan was alive, he didn't dare touch the Sunset concession. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, thinking that Bai Yi must be crazy, must be smoking big cigarettes to screw up his brain. Hiss, why does he dare to really send out troops? Could it be that he really has some kind of backing behind him? Or is it that some Western power wants to challenge the Sunset Empire and then support Bai Yi to test the waters first? Some people were alarmed and engaged in conspiracy theory speculation, but for a moment, not quite sure whether he was right in this conjecture or not. Mother asterisk 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 error. This asshole, isn't he afraid that after pissing off the foreigners, he'll take it out on us guys? Some people can't help but curse and swear in a rage, because his power is in the coastal area, and Sunbolt is invincible on the sea. Ah, you might have to be implicated yourself. If Mr. I can really take back the concession, then we Shenzhou people will raise our eyebrows. Others murmured with great emotion. Although most people didn't think highly of Bai Yi, there were still people who supported him. Today's Whitey, today's Dragon Country. Just one small military operation is enough to affect the entire province of Fujian. Enough to tug on everyone's nerves. Chapter 155, the second demon is the most hateful. What? How did it go so fast? What? Inside the Xiaoqing concession in the southern part of the Min province of the Sunless Empire, the consul who was the consul of this concession was incredulously wide-eyed at this moment, his face full of unimaginable colors. He stared incredulously at the one in front of him and asked, "That Bai Yi? He actually really wants to send troops against us?" In front of the rentier consul stood a man of God. The other party's dress was a typical divine state merchant at first glance, only to hear this businessman reply respectfully, "Yes, one of my eyes in Xinzhou County called over to inform me that the military armed force that claimed to be the Dragon Kingdom had suddenly deployed a large number of troops some time ago. Obviously this is a goddamned 2-5 or a dilettante. He's been taken in by the Sunset Empire and counts as an intelligence officer for the Sunset Empire." After hearing the businessman's response, the consul's eyes widened once more. Fark, that fellow surnamed Bai, is he really out of his mind? That Shenzhou man, why does he have the guts to make a move against the concession? He just couldn't believe it. An Oriental barbarian who dares to take on the tenets of the great Sunset Empire. Doesn't the other side know that the Sunset Empire's great military power? Had the other side really swelled to such a point? Nope. Hiss. If that guy really sent troops to kill him, wouldn't he be in danger? Be aware that Rear Admiral Hawk's people. It was estimated that it would take several more days before they reached the land of God. The Imperial Japanese soldiers inside the concession were only a battalion in size. If the other side sends out tens of thousands of people, that's a problem. Lee, do you know when the other side marched out? What was the exact point in time? The consul frowned and asked at the merchant. The merchant thought back for a moment and replied respectfully, "About 2 days ago the army marched." 2 days ago? Phew. Okay. The consul couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his mind. He knew that Bai Yi's large force was not nearby, and if the other side wanted to attack the concession, then they would definitely have to mobilize an army of at least 10,000 men and then travel a long distance to reach here. Even a very elite Sunset Empire warrior would have to take at least 10 days to arrive at Xiaoqing, not to mention the backward, barbaric Orientals. It must have taken them at least a month to march to Xiaoqing. Wait until then. Major General Hawk's men have been here for a long time. The consul smiled. His demeanor restored and his tense eyes eased as he spoke breezily. Then let's wait for them to take their time getting here. They'll surely regret it. They don't realize that Major General Hawk is already on his way. When Rear Admiral Hawk's Royal Navy comes over. So what if the other side brings tens of thousands of men? After all, they're just barbarians from the east. Tens of thousands of Wild King Orientals are no different than tens of thousands of pigs in front of our Sunset Empire's hardened ships and guns. The consul took a bite out of the barbaric Orientals. A bite out of tens of thousands of pigs. The tone was filled with a racist immediacy. But the businessman in front of him, who was also a man from Shenzhou, did not show any dissatisfaction because of this. Instead, he flashed a fawning smile of caterwauling. What the consul is saying is that Bai Yi is nothing more than a youngster who has gotten his way for a while. A barbarian like him doesn't know the might of the Sunset Empire at all. The merchant fawned. By the time Major General Hawk arrives, that's when that Bai Yi falls into despair. Such a fawning face is beyond sickening. Of course, it was only the people of Shenzhou or the Dragon Kingdom who would just gag at the sight of such a mouth. A man of the Empire of the Sunset, like the consul, was pleased with this attitude of the merchant. That's what civilized Orientals are all about. The only Orientals who fawn on the Sunset Empire are the Orientals who are civilized gentlemen. Right, consul, the merchant suddenly said. My humble servant has recently obtained a few young divine state girls from some channels, and their looks are all more in line with your aesthetic. Consul, the consul raised an eyebrow and gave a smile. Not bad for you, Li. Hey. As long as the consul is happy. The merchant scratched his head. Ha ha ha. The consul laughed a few times, stood up and patted the merchant's shoulder. In the words of your Shenzhou people, a person like you is a great traitor who is unforgivable. Ha ha ha. You fellow, aren't you afraid of being poked by your compatriots? The merchant said with a straight face. Consul, you are wrong. In another month I will also be a citizen of the Sunset Empire. As a citizen of the Sunset Empire I work for the Sunset Empire. Isn't that normal? How can I be a traitor as long as I am no longer from Shenzhou by then? The consul laughed even louder. Ha ha ha. Good, Li, you're very promising. There are only such shameless people in this day and age. It's the only way to mix it up. However, just this time, the door of the consul's office was knocked on. With a sharp knock that appeared to be very anxious on the part of the person knocking, the consul couldn't help but frown. What is it? Come in. A guard ran in with a very anxious expression. Consul, it's not good. Less than 2 kilometers from the concession, a strange army has appeared. They have a large number of trucks and are very numerous. They are most likely the same local armed forces of Shenzhou that, earlier, warned and prompted to get us, the people, out of the tenement. What? The consul almost thought his ears. Something was wrong. Didn't they say that the army, which called itself the Dragon Kingdom, had just left 2 days ago? Fark, how come so fast? Chapter 156, Chaos in the Concession. Panicked foreigners. Fark, are you sure that that army is the same one that warned us before and told us to leave the concession? Is it the army of that Oriental named Bai Yi? Are you sure you are not mistaken? Are you sure you didn't misrecognize it? At this moment, the consul finally realized the seriousness of the problem. He anxiously kept asking this guard, question after question. The guard also replied hastily. I have never seen such an army from the east. Their trucks are nothing like those I have seen stuck in. Very strange. As far as I know, the army of that Oriental named Bai Yi has a large number of strange trucks. Consul, I'm sure, this is that army. After hearing the guard's reply, the consul couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Done. Fark. Things seem to be getting out of hand. Things have gone beyond expectations. The consul thought that if Bai Yi's army wanted to reach Xiacheng, it would have to go through at least 10 days of marching time. This was still a very high estimate of his opponent's army. For the march of the fighters of the Empire of the Sunset, that's pretty much the same speed. But he didn't expect at all that the other party would actually be able to come within the span of 2 days. 2 days. Not 20 days. It's 2 days. Damn. Are these Oriental savages all four-legged? 1 or 2 of them. How are they able to march so ridiculously fast? Even if they have tons of trucks, they can't be that fast. Even if they keep driving the truck. At least a week's march? Results. Just 2 days? One was just here being so smug, only to have the other side already soldiering down in the next moment? And the other side is less than 2 kilometers away from the lease. Wouldn't that mean that in 10 minutes time at the most, the other side was really coming? Fark. Then what are you still doing here? The consul cursed. Why don't you hurry up and inform all the Imperial Sunless Empire royal fighters inside the concession? Hurry up and get them all ready for battle. The barbaric Orientals are really going to provoke our Sunset Empire. They are serious. Despite the consul's disbelief, the other side was now at the city's doorstep. He had to believe. even if he didn't, that the other side really had the guts, provoking their Sunset Empire. Fark. The consul did not expect that he had really staked out such a big thing. It's too bad luck. Why did the other side choose not to attack that public concession? Fark. 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 The consul kept cracking up in his mind. The mood was very bad. It's awful. Fark. And you, Lee. The consul had no good face at this point as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Hurry up and have someone call Major General Hawk to speed up and hurry over. Even if the Sunset Empire fighters on our side are able to hold back the other side's attack, we will definitely sacrifice quite a few of them. I don't want to sacrifice too many people on our side. It would affect me too much, and I'll definitely be held accountable by the Sunset Empire headquarters when the time comes." Fark. That bastard by E. Why did he dare to really kill over here? The more the consul thought about it, the angrier he became. The more angry I get, the more I panic. He felt that he was in a big trouble at the moment, and if he didn't take care of these things in a hurry, your own future career path, it's over. Soon, the first level alarm was raised inside the concession, and a battalion of Japanese soldiers stationed in the concession. Each one of them tensed and immediately prepared for battle, ready to meet the enemy. These Japanese soldiers stationed in God's land looked like they were all big and strong. It's clear that a number of people have been neglecting their training and are not in control of their bodies. After all, they were living like kings and queens on the tenements. It's one of those foreign adults who can enjoy themselves whenever they want. Under these circumstances, it is easy for these soldiers, even the most elite, to be corrupted by hedonism. There's also the fact that they're still so basic. The mobilization was very fast. It was at least several times better than those warlord soldiers above the land of God. This is the gap between the Western powers and the land of God in this age. Even if these sunset soldiers have been enjoying themselves for a long time, but they are fighting now, still above those warlord soldiers. Such a gap, not to be outdone. And the people living inside the Sunset Empire's concession were all panicked at this moment. Half of the people living inside the concession are foreigners, while the other half are Shenzhou people, because in this war-torn God's country above, the tenements are among the safest zones. Many rich and powerful people choose to come to the tenement when they retire, buy a condo as an apartment. General, the people who live in the rented world are basically the so-called people of the world, and even those who work here have to have a background to be able to come and work here. You can't get into the tenement without a background, not to mention working part-time. Fuck, why is the war reaching the tenements? I just closed a big deal today. Fark. Some foreigners couldn't help but curse, and then their minds were filled with thoughts of how to get out of this place of wrongdoing. Mother Gone Lin, that by guy really dares to do it? Some Shenzhou people living in the rented area exclaimed incredulously. This guy, damn it, is absolutely crazy, right? Even by karma. Honey, are we gonna get killed? Shatter. Why didn't the consul inform us in advance? Is he a consul for a living? God bless. God bless. People in the rented world. A panic. After all, no one wants to stay in a place that's about to go to war. But what was so alarming was that they had nowhere to leave but the sea. The problem is that there are only so many ships. Did it make them honorable people? In one of those fishermen's boats? Oh, God. Chapter 157 Captain Smith, what the hell is this Shenzhou man? Gao Shengui is the leader of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Army in the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and is now exactly 40 years old when he was sent to this world on a mission. When, at first, it was learned that the Dragon Kingdom possessed a double penetration door capable of entering another world, Gao Shenggui's entire body was in a daze. He thought it was a joke the old chief had played on him, but he soon learned. The old chief didn't give him a joke. The Dragon Kingdom really does possess the same such amazing double penetration door. The other world among the double penetration doors is a magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, and Gao Shengguo also learned that it wasn't Rikoku who owned the double piercing door, but Major Bai who owned the double piercing door. In a magically altered version of the Republican realm, even a brigade commander had to listen to Major Bai's command, let alone a regimental commander like him. For this, Gao Shengguo has no opinion. To his eyes it seemed that Major White was a little younger in age, but the command ability is very passable, if not amazing. To have that kind of ability at that age, absolutely demonic, especially within these days, seeing that Major Bai had managed the entire vast Dragon Kingdom jurisdiction into this thriving appearance now, then he admired Bai even more. With this ability, Major White is definitely qualified to be the Supreme Commander. Gao Shengguo, inside a month or so of coming to this world, he has been idle with his 2nd Combat Regiment. Weekday, it's just daily training. He'd thought that trying to get a combat mission might take a little more getting used to. Results. I didn't realize the combat mission was coming this way. And, This combat mission was also very special, the recovery of the 2 tenements in the city of Xiamen. In other words, the enemies they will face in the future are those foreigners. Today, their 2nd Combat Regiment has made a strong entry into Xiacheng. It was a county second only to Qingzhou County, and was likewise very prosperous and lively. To try not to disturb the local people, Gao Shunguo ordered his troops to try to take roads that were a little more remote. They followed a remote road. The sword is pointed at the Sunset Concession in Xiamen City. The entire 2nd Combat Regiment had almost all kinds of equipment. All kinds of individual weapons need not be mentioned. And even inside the 2nd Combat Regiment there were 10 tanks, as well as 20 armored vehicles, and there were also 1 military personnel carrier after another. The huge convoy was hundreds of carriers, even if they picked a more remote road. But when hundreds of carriers were traveling together, the commotion was still very loud, especially with the movement of military carriers. That's a lot more. A car passed by in the dust. It rolled up a cloud of muddy dust. It's like 1,000 armies. It's daunting. Report, Chief. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the intercom speaker, interrupting Gao Shuangguo's thoughts. We've discovered fortifications up ahead, and according to the description on top of the map, up ahead is the Empire of the Sunset, in the Xiamen City's Tenan area. Over. Copy that. Over. Gao Shunguo responded into the intercom, then gazed through the front window glass of the carrier. Look into the distance. Sure enough, he saw a stretch of buildings whose architectural style was completely different from that of Shenzhou, and the shapes of those buildings as well as their aesthetics were more inclined to those of Western countries. Tenant arrived, only to see that the avenue leading to the concession had been completely blocked with all sorts of things, among which there were even such things as rejecting horses. It seems that they are trying to use them as a means of warding off the break-in of the convoy. Meanwhile, Gao Shunguo also vaguely saw blocks of people. Gao Shunguo picked up the binoculars and looked at it, realizing that it was surprisingly all foreigners. All heavily armed foreigners. Think, that's the enemy army, right? Soldiers of the Sunset Empire? The modernized Dragon Kingdom army from the 21st century takes on the soldiers of the Sunset Empire from this time period. Have to say, Gao Shun State has that strange feeling. This feeling cannot be said. Anyway, it's weird. Gives the immediate impression of an adult bullying a small child. This instantly recognizable. Very strong. Suddenly, Gao Shunguo saw a figure walking out from the rented side. In his opponent's hand, he seemed to be holding up a flag of the Sunset Empire. It's being waved over and over. Come this way. TSK. Gao Shunguo couldn't help but smile. Is this an attempt to negotiate a bit before the battle? Let him through. Fruity. When the foreigner holding the flag of the Empire of the Sunset had approached, he then spoke fluent Shenzhou, shouting to the convoy, I am Captain Smith of the Empire of the Sunset, the Ha City Concession Garrison. I would like to have a friendly synergy with the commander of this army of yours. He was then brought to the side of Gosen Kuni. Captain Smith was very nervous today. He had indeed been sent to negotiate before the war, and it would be better if he could get the other side to back off. It was an easy task, he thought at first. Isn't it just to scare a bunch of barbaric Orientals? With his eloquence, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. But it was only when he got closer to the dragon convoy that he realized the severity of the problem. He swore he had never, in his life, seen such a strange military vehicle. And he also saw many military vehicles armed to the teeth. Not only were there heavy machine guns mounted on those monstrous military vehicles, but there was even an artillery piece mounted on some of them. He also saw immensely thick plates of armored iron. It made his jaw drop, dumbstruck. What kind of weird army is this? Is this really the equipment of an Eastern barbarian? Why does it feel more advanced than the Sunset Empires? It's as if it came out of a science fiction novel. Oh, my God. God, are you playing a joke on your followers? Is this sure it's not one of the Western powers? An otherwise confident Captain Smith. The drums were already beating in his mind. Cold sweat. Overflow. Chapter 158. The other side dares to counterattack? Then shoot freely. Perhaps only Captain Smith knew exactly how nervous he was now as he realized that this army of Orientals before him was not the army he thought it was. This army of Orientals in front of him was nothing like the warlords he had once seen. This very strange carrier of the other side alone was able to explain everything. Captain Smith did not find the carriers unaggressive. Instead, he felt that these strange carriers possessed a very powerful attack, as well as destructive power. After all, the heavy machine guns and artillery placed on top of the carrier were no joke. Is it hard to believe that that thing is loaded with a few posers? How is that possible? If it really is some kind of modeling pose. And what's the point of pretending? Listening to the roar of those engines coming from his ears, it was as if a steel beast was roaring in his ears. As if there was a beast with its hideous mouth open. As if it wanted to devour a person into it. Captain Smith was so nervous he was in a cold sweat. Finally, he met the person he wanted to see. Gao Shanghua. After seeing the group of dragon soldiers in front of him, Captain Smith couldn't help but feel a pang of shock, because he realized that the group of soldiers in front of him had a very good essence. One or two of them are imposing. The atmosphere is full of energy. Captain Smith had seen a good many Orientals among the Xiaqing concession in the southern part of the Min province, but he had never seen an Oriental with such a fine spirit. The kind of confidence that flowed from the other party's face was not feigned, nor did arrogance flow from it. Rather, it's the kind of self-confidence that comes off of one's own formidable strength, and thus shows itself. Trouble. Captain Smith swallowed darkly. He seriously doubted that any of the Western powers, behind this army, were behind it. But the question is, what kind of a Western power is there that can raise an army like this? He even suspected that the Sunset Empire couldn't even make it to this point, could it? If the other side doesn't have a Western power standing behind it. Hiss. That would be even more terrifying. No, I should say magical. Hello? Captain Smith suddenly realized that he was speaking with a slight stuttering quiver in his voice, and he hastily corrected his tone. Hello, my name is Vixen Smith. It's an army captain in the Empire of Sunset. Hello, Gao Shanghua, commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Army, with the rank of colonel. Gao Shanghua held out a hand and the two shook each other's hands. Meanwhile, Gao Shanghua praised, your Shenzhou dialect. You speak it very fluently. Immediately following, Gao Shanghua continued, but this is not a reason for you foreigners of the Japanese Empire nationality to be able to stay inside the concession with peace of mind. You can stay in the Divine Land, but only with our permission, and you are only able to stay above the boundaries of the Divine Land through the means of doing business. We are absolutely not going to allow you, the Sunless Empire, to arrange a garrison in the boundaries of the Divine Land, and at the same time we will never allow anyone to stand on the heads of ordinary people and flaunt them. This is a bottom line we must never cross. Gosunkyo didn't wait for Captain Smith to interject. He continued in a serious tone. I hope that your troops, as well as public officials, will withdraw from the concession one after another. As for your citizens who wish to stay in the Divine Land, they will need to obtain a visa with our permission to stay in the Divine Land for a short period of time. If the citizens of your country do not obtain a visa from us, which in our opinion is an act of invasion of the country, then the citizens of each country will be sentenced by us to 3 to 10 years of imprisonment. If your country chooses to engage in forceful conflict with us, we will assume that you want to encroach on our land. At that point, we will consider your country to have declared war on us. Then we will have to meet in arms. Hearing Gao Shangua's series of serious warning reminders, Captain Smith was dumbfounded. He thought he counted himself as articulate, but he hadn't expected the one in front of him, who claimed to be a colonel of the Dragon Kingdom, to be more eloquent than he was. And the other side actually said that the people of the Sunset Empire staying on the Divine Land was an encroachment on the territory of the Divine Land? Is it a declaration of war against God's country? And to fight each other? No, Mr. Gao Shanghua, I think that you should have misunderstood something. The existence of the concession was granted to our Sunset Empire with the personal approval of that chief marshal of your capital city. Captain Smith said hastily, if you enter the concession by force like that, you are provoking our Sunset Empire. You have violated one of the agreements you made with us in the first place. Gao Shanghua said mercilessly, I'm sorry, but our side doesn't recognize that so-called chief marshal. What kind of a thing is he? Also worthy of representing us Shenzhou people? Captain Smith was once again dumbfounded. No way. Is there really no room for maneuver at all? The other side's attitude is too tough, isn't it? At this point, I only heard Gao Shanghua say, since Captain Smith has come over on his own accord, then please ask Captain Smith to stay here properly. Oh. Captain Smith's eyes glared. No, you, Shenzhou, aren't your two countries at war, and you don't cut off envoys? Gao Shanghua said with a straight face. Indeed, we didn't kill you. Isn't it just that we don't cut off envoys? Captain Smith was confused. He tried to force his way out, but when one gun was pointed at him, couldn't get away on my own. Immediately afterward, he heard this Gao Shanghua in front of him, opening his mouth to give orders. Tanks come up. Blast all the obstacles blocking the road flat. Blast open a road. Then charge straight in. If the other party dares to counterattack, then they can shoot freely. Yes. Chapter 159. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise we will take action. Tank? What the hell is a tank? Captain Smith was in a shocked daze when all of a sudden he saw several steel beasts driving up from behind. At this time he finally realized what the tanks in Gao Shangua's mouth actually were. This bizarre vehicle equipped with artillery. It's what the other side calls a tank. Hiss. Looking at the thick barrel of the gun above them, it was as if Captain Smith could smell, inside the barrel, that smell of motor oil. He seemed to be able to feel a suffocating aura of death on the same tank. It made him suck in a breath of cold air. He could hardly imagine what a spectacular scene these 10 tanks, if they fired together, would be like. How many casualties would have to be inflicted if a single shell had landed in a residential area of the concession? To know the neighborhood inside the concession, but half of them are citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. No, you can't do this. Captain Smith was just about to step forward to stop it, but he was held back by 2 dragon soldiers. As he struggled, he shouted, "Such behavior on your part is an act of declared war. You guys need to think this through a little bit. You are now facing the #1 power in the world. It's the Great Sunset Empire." Suddenly, deafening sound after deafening sound snapped out. Frightened, Captain Smith hastily clutched his head, his eardrums buzzing and ringing in his ears. Briefly deaf. Boo, boo, boo. Only the huge barrels of one of the tanks were seen to roar horribly all at the same time. The body of the tank also shook so violently that the ground was shaken up with a layer of dust. A momentary flash of fire rose from the barrel of the gun. In daylight, this flash of fire was not really particularly conspicuous. The next moment, a violent explosion followed. Boo, boo, boo. Only to see that all those obstacles blocking the road ahead were completely blown away. An unobstructed path was presented to all. It was only the shallow craters in the ground that told all present. How exactly were these obstacles cleared? Clueless, Captain Smith had been completely confused. He didn't expect this kind of vehicle called a tank to be so terrifying, and he also didn't expect the SO artillery on this kind of tank to be so ridiculously powerful. As a good Imperial captain of the Sunset, he could see at once the military value of such a carrier. It amounted to 1 artillery piece after another. That could move at high speed. And the defense is amazing. You can tell from the kind of iron plates that are very exaggerated in thickness at first glance. This kind of defense is estimated that there is no way for an unusual rifle to be able to penetrate it. Hiss. It's over. It was hard for Captain Smith to imagine with what kind of force the garrison inside the tenement would be able to stop this army from attacking. Should we use the guns of the one warship docked on the harbor? But there are a lot of citizens of the Japanese Empire inside the concession. Originally, the accuracy of the warship's gun was not high. In case of a carelessness, a shell fell in a residential area, resulting in a large number of casualties among the citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. Wouldn't that be the end of it? In that case, it was estimated that all of them would have to be pursued by the top management of the Sunset Empire, to be held accountable by the king, to be held accountable by the prime minister, to be held accountable by the marshal, even to be court-martialed. But how could these steel behemoths be defeated without using the naval guns of the warships? Even Captain Smith suspected that the warship's guns were of little use, because this steel behemoth is so maneuverable. Couldn't hit it at all. Suddenly, Captain Smith found his hands, at some point, handcuffed, and then the pistol at his waist was disarmed, and even one of the daggers strapped to his leg had been taken away, leaving him completely unarmed. Immediately afterward, Captain Smith was shoved right on top of a military vehicle, became the first captive of the Empire of the Sunset. Then he realized that the military vehicle he was sitting in began to move. Speed is flying. Beast after beast of steel drove right into the tenement. In the meantime, inside the tenement, Fark, why are they marching so fast and carrying so much artillery? The major battalion commander of the concession garrison now had an ugly expression on his face. He looked at the craters in disbelief and couldn't help but secretly swallow his saliva. If the other side has so many artillery pieces, then how can he defend the concession? To know, the concession didn't have any decent fortifications, not even thick walls. The other side may just need to open up with artillery. Just be able to take these people of their own and beat them so much that they can't even lift their heads up. Fark. Then, the major battalion commander then saw one steel beast after another drive into the tenement. The moment, breathing almost came to a standstill, for he saw a tank, driving relentlessly ahead. He didn't recognize the carrier, but he recognized the barrel of the gun on it. That's artillery, heavy artillery. The tank's tracks crushed the ground mercilessly, pulverizing the not-so-solid ground. The sound of the roaring engine was creepy, chilling. Major, what are you waiting for? A panicked voice suddenly sounded. But if we wait for them to come in, we'll all be court-martialed. Hurry up and hold them back. Hold back these barbaric Orientals. Hold them back. Apparently, the consul of the Rentier came over, and he was very much flustered at the moment. He knew he could never give the tenement away. Absolutely not. Listen up, Sunset soldiers in the front. There is no way back for you. So please put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat, please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will initiate an attack. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Chapter 160, Tank Roar. Crazy Sunset Consul. Fark. Why are these damn Eastern barbarians so arrogant? What makes them so arrogant? Before the major battalion commander could react much, the consul couldn't hold his tongue. He was only heard to break out in a curse. Fark! Damned Oriental savages! Can he not be angry now? After all, this affects his future career. If he doesn't have the means to keep the tenements, then, even if he's lucky enough not to make it to his court, then I guess his future career is over. He still wants to be inside the career, still trying to get into the heart of the empire. Results. These fantasies of his. It's about to break. Major, what are you waiting for? You're not really listening to them and wanting to surrender, are you? Damn it. Thinking like that is a betrayal of the Sunset Empire. You'll push yourself into the fire pit if you do that, and you'll be pushing me into the fire. I don't want a career without a future. Of course, those last two sentences the consul did not say in public. I'm not trying to surrender. The major battalion commander's expression wasn't much better. Theoretically the consul and him, the two are on the same level. Now, the fact that this consul had spoken to him in such a way made him a little angry in his heart. But the major battalion commander was very sensible and he did not argue with the consul at this time. The already impatient consul, however, was not in as good a frame of mind as the major's battalion commander. He thought the major battalion commander was slow to move, slow to give orders. It must be because of fear. Damn, how did the Sunset Empire get a major like that? It's an insult to the Empire of the Sunset. He was actually afraid of the barbaric Orientals. Just because the other guy has a gun? Because the other guy has a car? Because there are so many people on the other side. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? If the other side forcibly takes back the concession, I'll be finished as a consul. It's over for life. Fark. The consul's eyes were already red with impatience, and there was not the slightest trace of the so-called gentlemanly behavior. His hair, which had always been meticulously combed, also looked a bit disheveled. Suddenly, in the midst of the major battalion commander's shocked gaze, the consul snatched a pistol from the major battalion commander's gun pouch as soon as he could. What? Fark! The major's battalion commander was confused for a moment, and then saw the consul raise his pistol and point it forward. Wait! The major battalion commander tried to stop the consul, but it was too late. Bang! 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 The consul was like a madman pulling the trigger frantically towards the dragon's convoy, as if trying to with a pistol in his hand, penetrating the armor of a tank in general. Done! The major battalion commander had a big feeling in his heart. He then saw the barrel of one of the Dragon Kingdom's tanks suddenly rotate a few times, and then that one dark muzzle, aimed at the direction where he and the consul were. Shatter! This idiot! The major battalion commander was so frightened that his hairs exploded in sweat, and without saying a word he kicked the consul hard to the ground, while he himself hurriedly got down on the ground and let out a roar. Get down! Cannon attack! Boom! Shoo! The tank's barrel lurched, letting out a roar as a shell discharged. It landed less than 20 meters away from the major battalion commander and the consul duo. Boom! The violent explosion kicked up a cloud of dust. Terrifying broken pieces flew out in all directions, and in an instant, several Sunset soldiers who did not react were directly struck by the broken pieces and fell to the ground screaming miserably. And the major battalion commander, who was lying on the ground, felt his internal organs, all of a sudden, tremble, a ringing in his ears. It was as if there were countless bees constantly fluttering around his ears. A sharp breath, breathed in quite a bit of dust. Choking on it, he couldn't help but cough sharply, and tears came out of his eyes because of the coughing. Fark! He couldn't help but curse angrily. Are you crazy? The other car has a gun. Do you assholes want to die? We should have let them in for an alley fight so we could have a chance to delay their attack. What are you doing shooting now, you asshole? Fark! Suddenly, the major battalion commander noticed that his left hand seemed a little warm and moist. He froze, spinning. He looked down to his left. At once, the pupils flinched, only to see that the consul, who had been fine before, was now staring with wide eyes, his expression already completely frozen on one face. There was an iron plate stuck in the consul's head, and blood continued to flow down it. A white liquid can also be seen. That's brain matter. Shatter! Major battalion commander was shocked but could not help but let out an angry curse. He did not expect this consul actually unlucky to such a degree. And the location of the shell explosion, separated by at least more than 20 meters of distance. Turns out this asshole actually got stuck in the head by a flying piece of iron. He also finally knew what the warm, wet sensation he felt in his left hand was. That's the blood and brains flowing from this consul's head. Shatter! Damn! Why does this group of Orientals have such advanced weaponry? And so on. Not good. The major battalion commander saw that the steel behemoth with its artillery, seemingly realizing that the first shell had not hit, had actually turned its muzzle slightly, with the muzzle still pointed this way. At this moment, the major battalion commander felt an aura of approaching death. Cannon? Just kidding. How can a man run so fast and outrun a cannonball? He got down again without saying a word. He even hastily dragged the body of the leader over to him and then covered himself with it. Boom! Shoo! Boom! A shell again tripped off the barrel of the tank. It landed very precisely on the side of the major's battalion commander. Countless pieces of broken flesh flew high into the mid-air, then dripped down again like raindrops. A tattered military cap slowly drifted down. Apparently, that's the major battalion commander's military hat. Chapter 161, Surrender of the Garrison. The crushing of absolute strength. 2 successive salvos directly blew the consul of the concession, as well as the major battalion commander of the concession's garrison, all to pieces, leaving the other soldiers of the Sunset Empire, all in a state of panic, though soon some of the soldiers rushed to raise their guns and shoot. But what was desperate was the power of the guns in their hands, which could not penetrate the armor of the tanks. Some Imperial Japanese soldiers threw grenades. Boom! The grenade went off with a bang and then, tanks assholes. Still at an unhurried speed, it kept advancing towards the front. Meanwhile, the tanks, as well as the heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles, were roaring at the moment. One time, there were a full dozen or so Sunset soldiers that were directly beaten into pieces. The others were too scared to venture out at all. Under the suppression of the Dragon Kingdom's firepower, as soon as these soldiers of the Sunset raised their heads, they would be focused on by the heavy machine guns and artillery. They simply couldn't imagine what kind of troops it was that could have such firepower. To know, even they, who were soldiers of the Sunset Empire, did not have such terrifying firepower. Geez, are they sure they're fighting a bunch of Orientals now? Sure you're not fighting an elite unit from some Western country? The key thing is, their battalion commander has been blown to bits. The battle just started. There goes their supreme commander. For these Sunset soldiers, this is very bad for their morale. They were afraid they would end up the same way. To know, there were just under 500 Japanese soldiers in the entire concession. Fark! A Japanese soldier listened to the bullets whizzing past his head. Couldn't help but curse angrily. Why do they have so many machine guns? At this point he was huddled behind a bunker. Nervous palms were sweating. Sense told him that as a warrior of the Sunset Empire, he could never be intimidated by these Orientals. At least not like a coward, hiding behind cover with his head afraid to emerge. But then reason told him that a normal human was not enough. Possibly, to make an enemy of the steel beast. Human flesh and blood simply could not withstand the crushing of such a steel behemoth. Once you venture out on your own, absolutely dead. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom's convoy was heading inside the concession in a frenzy of bombardment. Of course the artillery fire from the Dragon Kingdom did not reach the residential areas. Instead, they specialized in bombing these Sunset soldiers. After all, the Dragon Kingdom would never affect civilians in the middle of a war. Even civilians abroad, try not to wave them either. The Japanese citizens inside the concession escaped with their lives, but the Japanese soldiers suffered. They realized that the cover that stood in their way seemed very weak. Under the heavy machine gun fire of the Dragon Kingdom, the solid bunker. It's also like tofu. When the bunker was swept into crumbs and ruins by the bullets, the Japanese soldiers behind the bunker directly died violently on the spot. Their bodies couldn't resist the power of the bullets, let alone the bullets from the heavy machine guns. It only took a single bullet from the area to be able to make a huge extra hole in their body. To exaggerate, it only takes one bullet to break their bodies in two. The scene was beyond bloody. The occasional defiance of the sunburst soldiers raising their guns landed painlessly on top of the tank. Only a little spark. Beyond that, no harm done. Fark! Where on earth did these Orientals come from to get these monster-like vehicles? One of the Japanese soldiers was cursing while speaking in a slightly trembling tone. He'd already seen several of his companions reduced to mincemeat by heavy machine guns, even saw a fellow soldier get a direct hit from a shell, and then the whole thing was gone. Suddenly, the roar of the engine began to come closer and closer, and as this one soldier looked on, he watched as a tank appeared in front of his eyes. The metallic tracks emitted a cold chill, and a large gun barrel slowly rotated. Then, in the midst of the horrified gaze of the sunburst soldier, the one barrel was aimed at him. The rifle he was clutching fell out of his hand in fear. What can make a person feel more fear than a cannon pointed at you? Fark! End. Finished. The sunbather soldier closed his eyes, filled with despair. However, the expected shelling didn't happen, nor did the imagined pain. Instead, a flood of voices rang out. It was a very fluent English. All soldiers of the Sunset, your commander has been killed in action. You do not have any need to be enemies of our side. Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Please lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. I repeat for the last time, please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Please drop your weapons and surrender immediately. Lay down your arms? Choosing to surrender? The sunset soldier, who had his eyes closed, slowly opened them. At this point all the heavy machine guns as well as the artillery stopped roaring. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, along with a strong odor of blood. The scene suddenly just calmed down. In addition to the shouts of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, the screams of some of the soldiers of the sunset could be heard. After all, not all Sunburst soldiers were killed by a single shot. Some of the unluckier ones were just injured. Is there yelling in pain? Do we really have to surrender? They, the proud soldiers of the Sunset Empire, were going to surrender to a bunch of Orientals? The Japanese soldier couldn't help but glance at the massive cannon's muzzle, secretly swallowing spit. Cold sweat. He slowly raised his hands. I surrender. In such an eerily calm environment, his sentence I surrender seemed particularly clear. This moment, a series of sounds of weapons being thrown away rang out, and a pair of hands went up. They know. There was no point in them continuing to resist. Under this crushing of absolute strength, keep fighting back. Only death. Chapter 162 Surrender of the Garrison. Another excellent battle result with 0 casualties. The battle between the Dragon Kingdom's 2nd Combat Regiment and the Sunset Empire's rented garrison opened and ended like lightning. The reason why it presents such a scenario is because the fight has always been lopsided. Under the crushing power of the Dragon Kingdom's powerful military strength, these garrisons simply couldn't resist for long. That's still because Rokkoku was already being merciful. In fact, the Dragon Kingdom was merciful no matter what kind of opponents they encountered in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm. Otherwise, it would have casually been able to destroy the entire group of opponents. The reason for the mercy is humanitarianism. Meanwhile, and also because the value of the captives is even higher. A captive who can give 20 years of labor and rehabilitation to the Dragon Kingdom is of high value because he can create value for the Dragon Kingdom and his excellent labor. When there was the first Sunset Soldier, he couldn't help but choose to surrender. Then it's like a touched domino. 1, 2, 3, a bunch. A pair of hands went up high. It could be seen that frustration was written all over the faces of every single Sunset Empire soldier. You can imagine how complicated their feelings are right now. They pride themselves on being the world's strongest army. They also despise the armies of the East. Results: they lost. They lost to the armies of the East, and they lost in a very bad way. This war that was like lightning. It's not even close to being an even match. They were crushed the entire time. They even felt that their opponents were holding back as they gave them the opportunity to surrender. And such an opportunity. Gave it twice. It's just that on the first time, they didn't appreciate it. It was only now when the casualties were heavy that they finally knew to surrender. Unfortunately, late. A full battalion of the Sunset Empire's garrison was now left with only 300 or so people still alive. And within those 300 or so were quite a number of wounded men who were more or less injured to varying degrees. That means this one battalion of the Sunset Garrison has lost hundreds of men in a short period of time. And the enemy? What about the Orientals? The other side seemed to have no single casualty on the personnel side, except for some damage to the carriers. Is this war? It's crushing. These drooping Japanese soldiers, with a single gun pointed at their heads, were obediently handcuffed, and all stood in a well-behaved line. The military doctors on the side of the Dragon Kingdom immediately ran up and treated the wounded who were still alive. If you can save it, naturally you have to save it, and if you can't then there's nothing you can do about it. This act of rescue by the Dragon Kingdom made the Sunbelt soldiers all flinch. They didn't expect. It is amazing that these Orientals would work so hard to help the wounded. To know, the wounded are all soldiers of the Sunset. Don't they think that all these wounded captives are a bunch of liability? Saving lightly wounded prisoners, that's okay. Can still barely explain it all past? But the military doctors of the Dragon Kingdom were obviously the first to go to the aid of the seriously wounded captive casualties. This was simply incomprehensible to these Sunset soldiers. As they watched the Dragon Kingdom's military doctors struggle to save people, a strange emotion actually arose in them. The captives. They actually moved someone, even in gratitude. This was especially true of the seriously wounded prisoners who were being rescued, none of whom obviously wanted to die. They regarded the Dragon Army doctor who rescued them as a savior like God. Although such behavior may be disrespectful to God in the eyes of the believer, but now their lives are on the line. Whatever the God, the doctor who saves his own life is God. Reporting to the head of the regiment, we have killed a total of 136 enemy soldiers this time, and the number of enemy soldiers captured is 316. Among them, the seriously wounded captives are around 31, and the others are more or less slightly injured. Such injuries are still within control. Meanwhile, according to our questioning of the prisoners, we have learned that their supreme commander is, indeed, dead, and we have just been informed that the Japonic consul of the concession, is also dead. A Longhua soldier reported to Gao Shunghua, "In the middle of this battle, our army only had one troop carrier with a flat tire and one tank with some damage to its left track. Other than that, there were no casualties in our army. No soldiers were wounded. No soldiers were sacrificed." After hearing the report from the soldiers of the Proof Dragon Nation, Gao Shunghua was not left with some emotions. With such strong military power crushing, the opponent had no ability to resist at all. This so-called Sunset Empire, in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, although claimed to be the world's first power, but in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, this so-called number one power in the world seems to be just that. Suddenly, another soldier from the Dragon Kingdom hurriedly ran over. "Report, Chief. We have learned a piece of news from inside an officer captive. A rear admiral of the Sunset Empire is leading a fleet that is preparing to support the Xiaqing concession. That rear admiral's name is Dean Hawk, and the other party will probably be at the Ha City concession within 5 days." After hearing the news reported, Gao Shunghua raised an eyebrow. "Rear admiral? That's a big fish," he said quietly. "Ask more questions of some of the other captive officers, and interrogate that Captain Smith. If it is established that the information is true, take this intelligence message and report it back to the campsite for the next order. It involves a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire and even a fleet of the other side." It was no longer something that he, as a head of the regiment, could decide. It must be reported to Major Bai Yi. Although Major Bai Yi's rank was not high, he was the highest commander. Yes, the Dragon Kingdom soldiers saluted. Chapter 163 The Panic of the Foreigners in the Concession. The enemy comes with a shotgun. Bai Yi was not surprised that the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Longhua Army was able to defeat the concession garrison so quickly and forcefully take the concession with strong force. If with such a strong military power of the Dragon Kingdom, it still can't defeat the garrison inside the concession, then, that could only mean that this world was even stranger than he had imagined. It looks like the world is still exactly the same as it always was. The strong military power of the Dragon Kingdom for the armies of this world. Definitely a descending blow. It's a very strong crush. But, this matter actually involved a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire. Is Bai Yi very surprised? Dean Hawk, Green Hawk. Whitey was no stranger to either name. Grim Hawk was one of the Japanese Imperials he'd shot on public trial a month ago. The other side sells arms and big tobacco over the land of God, doing all the evil. Criminals as vicious as these were intolerable to both Bai Yi and the Dragon Kingdom. Whitey was also through interrogating that Grim Hawk earlier. Only then did he realize that the other side was not simple. The other's father was a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire, and the other's mother was a nobleman of the Sunset Empire. Now, it looked like the other man's father already knew that his son had died in God's land. The arrival of Dean Hawk. I'm afraid it's not just coming over to support the Renta garrison. This rear admiral of the Empire of the Sunset's real purpose was presumably to avenge his son's death. Have the high commander of the 2nd Combat Regiment prepare to meet the Japonic naval fleet. Bai Yi's face was calm as he said, "Friends are here. We have wine. But if the jackals come, we have shotguns too." Bai Yi would not have any scruples towards this rear Admiral Hawk just because the other party was a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire and the other party was leading a fleet over. Inside this magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, the forces that can make Bai Yi feel scornful emotions, it doesn't exist. If the other party was trying to come to a peaceful resolution of the matter, then Bai Yi would naturally be very welcome. But if the other side is trying to settle the matter by force, then Bai Yi wouldn't be polite with the other party either. The Imperial Sunset Fleet? Is it great? Dispatch the armed helicopter brigade as well. And if the other party's fleet trespasses into Shenzhou's territorial waters without authorization, expel it immediately. If the other party doesn't leave and dares to attack us, they can unconditionally use force to crush them. Soon, Gao Shunghua, who was far away in the Sunset Concession in Xiaqing, was instructed by Bai Yi's order. Gao Shunghua didn't expect this Major Bai's attitude to be so tough. But, he appreciated it, loved it too. What soldier doesn't like their boss to be a strong soldier? What soldier doesn't want their unit to be a strong one? Gao Shunghua already understood what Bai Yi meant. This time, to beat the hell out of that so-called Sunset Empire, you have to beat that Sunset Empire to tears to be able to count it as a victory. Fleet? Just come. Gao Shunghua knew that the Air Force in this era was unorganized and very outdated. That is to say, the air control of the entire Divine Land was all in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom. The other side doesn't have any air defense either. In this case, what about the fleet? He Gao Shunghua this time to ask for advice. This period of the Sunset Empire Navy, in the end there is no rumors among the so powerful. Of course, what's vital now is to get the entire concession, everyone, under control. A soldier of the Dragon Kingdom came to the streets and alleys of the concession with a loaded gun. Controls every street, every intersection inside the tenement. It even controls every high point inside the tenement. Completely take control of the entire Sunset concession. Today, the entire Japanese concession is on edge, and everyone is wearing a look of fear, especially those Yankees from the Sunset Empire. They didn't expect he himself would one day be transformed from the lofty foreign lord to the prisoner of the people of God's country. Such a sense of fallout makes them feel like they, themselves, are in a dream world. Very untrue. But after they saw that one after another loaded Dragon Kingdom soldier, instant sobriety. This is not the time for them to be dreaming about foreign adults, their lives. In this moment, it's no longer under their own control. It's not in their own hands anymore. Panic. It's spreading. The Shenzhou people inside the concession actually reacted in much the same way as these foreigners, because most of the Shenzhou people in the concession were powerful people, and they usually hid inside the concession when they had offended someone or wanted to hide from something. In other words, there may not be one good person in 100 of the Shenzhou people inside the Japanese concession, and they had heard a little about Bai Yi's deeds and acting style. They know that Mr. White is the most intolerable. It's the same bunch of them who exploit the people. So, they panicked. They're scared. They didn't expect to be able to encounter this kind of danger one day while hiding inside a rented community. They were even more surprised that Mr. White actually dared to take on the foreigners. Unfortunately, wake up now. It's already late. In fact, Bai Yi had already given them the opportunity to leave. If they had taken that chance a month ago and gotten the hell out of this place, then nothing will happen. But they had a fluke mentality. They felt that Bai Yi would not dare to make a move against the rented community. They felt that Bai Yi was bluffing. Now, this self-righteousness of their minds put them in this situation. To blame. You can only blame yourself. Chapter 164, Resumption of the Tenancy. What a turn of wind and water. You cannot imprison us like this. We should have the right to move freely. This is our Sunset Empire's tenant territory in the Divine Land, and we, the Sunset Empire, have jurisdiction over this area. You are not qualified to imprison us. A balding blonde foreigner with a round-framed monocle eye hastily shouted. You can't do this. I want to see Consul Victor. I want to see Consul Victor. He ran to a loaded dragon soldier, but was afraid of the weapons in the dragon soldier's hands. Daring only to stand a few meters away in front of the dragon soldiers, he shouted with a red face and nose. Soldier, I want to see Consul Victor. I have the right to see Consul Victor. This bald foreigner spoke a mouthful of Shenzhou dialect, which was quite fluent. It could be seen that he had stayed in God's country for at least 10 years or more. If it hasn't been 10 plus years, that might just be that this bald foreigner is a little more linguistically gifted than normal. Listening to this guy blabber on and on, this Dragon Kingdom soldier did not show the slightest hint of impatience. Instead, he patiently replied, Your consul is dead. That's it. A very calm sentence. It made the bald foreigner's expression freeze for an instant. The whole thing was like a duck with its neck in a chokehold. Not a single word could be said. A mouthful, but no words could be spit out. Just now when the tenant community garrison had a brief clash with the Dragon Kingdom army, the kind of gunfire and movement that made most of these foreigners hide in their homes and not dare to come out. They didn't know that the consul of the tenant community had already hiccuped. Now that they had learned about it from the Dragon Kingdom soldiers, all of them were confused. Consul, dead. Hiss. It left a look of horror written on every one of their faces. Even the consul of the lease is dead. What about them people? Shouldn't. You're going to die, too, now. All of the Japanese and foreigners, who had been constantly making a scene, all quieted down in an instant. One looks as well behaved as a lamb. Apparently. I'm afraid they're all praying in their hearts right now that they don't die here today. They may be constantly begging God for shelter in their hearts. They were constantly begging the Lord's watchful eye in their hearts. It seems that this looks like praying silently in your heart to be able to have a miracle come like that. Although, inside this magically altered version of the Republican realm, there was a good chance that such things were real. But, if by virtue of a silent prayer in your heart, you can make God drop his attention, then a being like God is too cheap. It feels like a little ant that is constantly praying at your feet. You didn't even bother with the little ant, and probably stomp on it with great disdain. And by the way, run over it hard again. You believe in God. Nothing to do with God. Time. Streaming. The matter of the Dragon Kingdom forcefully using force to take back the concession was like a gust of wind, spreading throughout Xiaocheng in less than a day. And it also kept spreading with Xiaocheng as the center. And the news spread very fast. Everyone's first reaction when they found out about this was disbelief. After all, it's a concession of the Sunset Empire. When Kaiyuan Shang did not even dare to mess with the foreigners inside the concession. No. Not to mention that Choi Yuan sang. I'm afraid that the chief marshal inside the capital wouldn't dare to mess with the foreigners in the concession. Results. Bai Yi invites it. Not only did he invoke it, But he killed a lot of foreigners and brought down the garrison of the Sunbelt concession, and got the garrison of the Sunbelt concession to surrender. Even the consuls of the concession are dead. This event, I'm afraid the number of dead Sunset Yankees had to be on the scale of hundreds. Hiss. This was definitely big enough news to startle the entire Divine Land, and even the entire world. The first time the news spread, just caused a huge shock. Oh my god, Mr. Bai, he actually really took back the concession. And even those foreigners inside the concession are now prisoners. The entire Sunset concession has been returned to the land of God. The average citizen is jaw-dropped and at the same time very proud and excited, because they felt that Bai Yi was also from Shenzhou. Whitey takes back the tenements. It's the equivalent of God's own country, taking back the tenements in force. What kind of concept is that? This was giving all the people of Shenzhou and the entire Shenzhou land a mouthful of bad anger. How many years have all these foreigners been over the heads of the common people, reigning supreme? These foreigners of the Sunset Empire, inside their own country, it's probably all people who are not doing as well as they should be. But, when they came to the land of God, and they become human, it becomes a foreign adult. Obviously, we are all human beings, but there are always some very cheap people who run over to hold the stinking feet of those foreigners. Many of the common people have long been unable to look at it, but they dared not say anything because the foreigners had guns in their way. Now, the foreigners, who had been towering over them, were now all on their knees. This makes the people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. National self-confidence is incomparably high. Good. It's a good thing to collect. I didn't expect Mr. Bai to be able to beat even the foreigners. Doesn't that mean that we don't need to hold the stinking feet of those foreign devils in the future? I just don't know if Mr. Bai will take a shot at those two devils. Those two devils mother asterisk 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 heirs are even more disgusting than the foreigners themselves. Even more disgusting. Hiss. Are these foreigners so unbeatable? Or is Mr. Bai too powerful? Our divine state. Are we going to rise? In contrast to that chief marshal in the capital, I think Mr. Bai is the one who is fit to be this chief marshal. That's right. Mr. Bai is here. And our days are getting better every day. These foreigners have their day. Ha ha. The wind and water are turning. Chapter 165. Does he, Bai Yi, dare to offend the entire Western world? But at this point in time it's just the common folk who are very excited and thrilled, like those who control a power in their hands. It is because they are all the kind of people who exploit the people to the top, so they are more aware of the true power of the Sunset Empire and why it is the number one power in the world. However, what they really didn't expect was, the mighty and immensely powerful empire of the Sunset was forced to take back a concession by force, and the consuls inside the concession are dead. The garrison in the tenement chose to surrender, and the people who took back the tenements were still the Shenzhou people. I really don't know whether to say that this Mr. Bai is bold enough to serve his country and his people, or whether to say that this Mr. Bai is young and ignorant and bold. After receiving this news, a small local warlord couldn't help but lament. Now, this is a complete offense to the Sunset. Although that Sunset Empire is very far from God's land, but that empire has a lot of colonial troops in Asia. Alas, I guess this Mr. White doesn't have many good days left. Defeating a rentier's garrison is not exactly a battle that one should be praised for. After all, a garrison in a tenement is a battalion at best. Even if those soldiers of the Sunset Empire were great able to fight 10 of them alone, that's only good for 5,000 people at best. It was mainly the local warlords who were more powerful and were able to defeat the rentier's garrison by putting up a tough fight. But, defeating the garrison of the concession is the equivalent of offending the entire Sunset Empire. Meanwhile that Mr. White has killed so many foreigners, that's a complete and total offense. I'm afraid that even the slightest room for maneuvering is gone. And Commander Wu, who is the number one warlord leader in northern Fujian province, got the message quickly, too. When he got the news, Commander Wu was still slowly sipping his tea, but as a result, when he heard about these things from the guards, his mouthful of hot tea directly spewed out, completely losing his composure, and completely lacking in the demeanor that a warlord commander should have. There was even a tiny bit of crushed tea froth on the edge of his lips. His eyes widened. The face was filled with a look of disbelief, mouth slightly open. The expression on his face played off the idiom of dumbstruck in the best possible way. Damn it, Bai Yi is crazy, isn't he? He thinks that just because he claims his territory to be the Dragon Kingdom, he'll be able to fight against the Sunless Empire? Even if he does establish himself as a country in Min Province, does he really think that with his power, he can beat the Western powers? Commander Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. His thoughts were very confused right now. It was important to realize that his and Bai Yi's territory only had a few small warlords as buffer zones. In other words, he was still very close to Bai Yi's territory. Commander Wu had begun to worry that he might be setting himself on fire. Will it be a disaster? After all, The faces of those Western powers are more sinister than one another. These guys have plundered the land of God several times. There was no guarantee that the other side would take this opportunity to plunder once more. Damn, if it does happen, because there's a good chance you'll be in trouble yourself. Mother asterisk 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 her. The last name White is not generous. Even if you want to offend the Sunset Empire, don't offend it to death. You're not leaving yourself any way back at all. Not leaving yourself any chance. Come on, man. Commander Wu hurriedly shouted. Telegraph me all over the country. Just tell me that I have no connection with this world, and that this is all the fault of that Bai surname's self-interest. All of this is that Bai Yi's death. We need to draw the line with him. Yes. Commander Wu was already trying to set aside his relationship with Bai Yi. Although it is true that he has nothing to do with Bai Yi, but this kind of telegraphing the whole country is also mainly done to the foreigners, because he is worried that the foreigners will misunderstand that he and Bai Yi are in the same gang. After all, both of them are in the same province. Can he not be worried? Commander Wu telegraphed the nation's small content, meaning, it's none of my business it's all that Bai Yi's doing. Such behavior. Naturally, he suffered a lot of condemnation, and many people directly called him a coward. Commander Wu simply ignored this condemnation. What's the point of having a gun in your hand if condemnation can kill? Condemnation is condemnation. Labor's life is more important. Actually, the people who are most panicked now are not Commander Wu, but the foreigners in the public concession. There are 2 concessions in the entire city of Xiamen, Minnesota, one being the Sunset Concession and the other being the public concession. The public concession had a much larger number of foreigners inside and was the largest of the 2. These foreigners, for the most part, come from different countries. Their purpose for coming to the divine lands was simple, purely coming over to make money. Come and take away the wealth of God's land, then go back to your country and become a rich man. They had initially wanted to gain another 10 years or so in the divine lands. After all, they had analyzed and concluded that the divine lands would have to lose at least another 10 years or even a few decades to the military chaos. Under these circumstances, it is the best time for them, the foreigners, to come over and make money. But the sudden turn of events caused all of them to panic. The Sunbelt concession next door has been repossessed, even with the deaths of hundreds of Sunbelt people, though the deaths are said to have been those of the garrison and no ordinary people died in the clash of arms. But who would believe such a thing? Who can be sure it's true? Many of the more timid and comparative foreigners have already rushed to buy their boat tickets back home. Of course there are some foreigners who harbor a fluke in their minds, that Bai Yi dares to offend a Japanese empire. But does the other side have the guts to make sure that they dare to offend the entire Western world? Offending a mere Sunset Empire versus offending the entire Western world are different concepts. In order to pacify the people in the public concession, the consul of the public concession said this: the people of the divine state don't dare to provoke the entire West, so there's absolutely no need for everyone to be alarmed. And the Sunset Empire surely won't stop. The Shenzhou people will soon be retaliated against. They're soon finished. There's no need to panic, folks. Chapter 166, Battleship Monarch. The Sunset Empire Fleet. The consul of the public concession was elected every 4 years, similar to the Western system of electing a representative of a different country to be the zero consul for the current term. The present consul of this term is a public officer of the Chariot state placed in the tenements. The consul from the Chariot country tried his best to calm the mood inside the concession. It was hard to calm the chaos in the tenement. It was a slight relief he couldn't help but feel. Spin frowned. Tell the truth. Watching the Sunset Empire go down, the consul from the Chariot state was more than happy to see it. Because of the Chariot state and the Sunset Empire, the two are not particularly at odds with each other. Because the Chariot state is a member of the Allied powers, Sunset was a member of the Entente. Between the two power alliances, the Allies and the Entente, the conflicts between each other have become very serious as everyone's power has been expanding and saturating over the years. It even gave the impression of being vaguely about to wipe the slate clean. Makes you wonder, will a major war break out between the Allies and the Entente? Of course, the consul knew this was not the time to be thinking about a big fight. Now he's on his own. Although when he was trying to pacify the sentiments of the people inside the concession, he kept saying that the Orientals did not dare to take back the public concession because the Orientals did not dare to provoke the entire Western world. But that's not what he actually thinks. He felt that this time the Orientals were different from the ones he had encountered before. The other side may really dare to come over and take back the public lease, might actually dare to offend the entire West. The main thing is, the Western world today is a muddy mess. They, the Chariot Kingdom, would probably have a hard time pulling out their hands and dealing with this group of Orientals. Now, it's just a matter of seeing if this Sunset Empire can handle the Orientals. If you can't deal with it, then get ready to run. Yes, I'm afraid that the people inside the public concession didn't even think that their consul's first thought was to run away. He was old enough for this consul of the chariot country anyway. In this case, it will be time to retire in a couple of years. There will be no progress in the future above the career path. Running away is no psychological pressure for him. Anyway, he had already raked in enough for a large amount of property on top of the divine land. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye, it was 5 days that passed while the whole situation became stormy. Since these 5 days, nothing much has happened in either the Japanese or the public concession, at least on the surface. Of course, those 5 days didn't go very well for the people inside the Sunbelt concession, because they've been under interrogation from the Dragon side for the past 5 days. Through 5 days of interrogation, Longboy arrested more than 60 people. 23 of them are sunbathers. There are 41 other men of God. Through the Dragon's interrogation of them, it was determined that all 64 of them had committed major crimes, and a lot of physical evidence, as well as human witnesses, were found by China. They have to spend at least 10 years in prison for the crimes they committed. The most serious ones are perfectly capable of being shot straight away, and even 5 minutes in a row is not too much to ask. There were many poor and vicious people who, after collecting a lot of property, hid inside the tenement. There were also a lot of foreigners from the Sunset Empire who ran amok in God's country. The Dragon Kingdom is fair. It doesn't matter if it's a person from Shenzhou or the Sunset Empire. As long as they commit a crime within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, all will be judged. All are subject to judgment. Those whose crimes were not punishable by death were sent a few military vehicles by the 2nd Combat Regiment of the Dragon Kingdom to transport them elsewhere, so that the grassroots public officials of the Dragon Kingdom could arrange for these people to undergo reform through labor. And those whose crimes are unforgivable are dragged directly to the busiest part of Shacheng. Public trial. Verdict. Shooting. Watching so many foreigners being shot right in front of their eyes. For the local people, the shock was great. I didn't realize that these foreigners who are usually high and mighty, it's really no different than the Shenzhou people. When death is imminent, they all cry out in pain. They all break down in rage. At the point where a bullet penetrates the head, they are all going to die. With the public trial shot a large number of foreigners within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. National self-confidence began. Yet another round of upsurge. A lot of old people out walking. The backs are straight. And the foreigners inside the other public concession, in this period of time, also dare not come out to make trouble, and even dare not go out of the concession. But, just for today, right now, not far from the harbor of the Sunset concession, a large fleet appeared. This is the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. At the head of the ship is an Orion-class battleship called the Monarch, which was launched just 2 years ago. There are only 4 battleships of the same class in the entire Sunset Empire. This Orion-class Monarch is one of them. Because of the tense situation in the Far East, that's why the Empire of the Sunset gave this behemoth to the Far East Fleet. Let the Far East Fleet stabilize the Asian colonies. At 177 meters long and 27 meters wide, the warship was an absolute behemoth in this day and age. Among other things, the warship was armed with 10 twin 13.5-inch /45x main guns, 16x 4-inch /50x secondary guns, 3 21-inch underwater torpedo tubes. Definitely considered a war fortress at sea in this day and age. Meanwhile, following this one Monarch battleship was a large number of destroyers. This fleet is in the Far East. You can almost walk sideways. There are few enemies. Chapter 167, These Oriental Barbarians. Why do they have airplanes? FARC. After so many days have passed, I don't know what's going on over there in the Shacheng concession. 5 days ago, that Consul Victor called for urgent support, and the army of the Orientals, as stated in the telegram, is ready to attack the concession. On the deck of the warship, Rear Admiral Hawk held the gun deck with one hand and frowned into the distance with the other. At this point, with just the naked eye, one was able to vaguely see the coastline in the distance. There, it is the city of Xia in the southern part of the Min province in the Land of God. At the same time, that's where the Sunbelt concession is located. Rear Admiral Hawk's expression wasn't particularly good, because if they sailed at a normal speed, they should have actually arrived here 2 days ago. I didn't expect to run into a storm halfway across the country. A hard delay of 2 full days. Has Consul Victor not gotten back to us yet? Rear Admiral Hawk asked, turning to a Marine. The Marine quickly shook his head. Mr. Major General, that consul still hasn't called back. FARC. Something must have happened. Major General Hawk gritted his teeth and pounded his fist hard on the turret, resulting in pain coming from his palm. It sent a shiver through his body. Hiss. Rubbing his reddened palms together, Major General Hawk grunted. The barbaric Orientals have done more than provoke us, they are even paying for combat. If there are no surprises, the concession has already been taken back by them. That Consul Victor, and that Major Dodd, are 2 useless wastes. they must only know how to enjoy themselves and enrich themselves in the concession. And they are not worthy of the training they received from the Empire of the Sunset, especially since they are two losers with no way to protect the safety of the citizens of the Sunset Empire. The thought of his son, Grim Hawk, brought a pang of exasperation to Major General Hawk. If those two guys are of any use, his own son, presumably, would not have died. Forcing back the murderous intent that was surging within him, Rear Admiral Hawk was tempted to stop the fleet right here and then use the ship's guns to indiscriminately bombard the Sunburst concession in Shaman City, blasting the men who had killed his son to pieces. But he's clear. If one did, then one would certainly have to be court-martialed, because inside the tenement, there are still many citizens of the Empire of the Sunset. Once the ship's guns were indiscriminately bombarded inside the concession, there's no telling how many citizens of the Reich will be blown up. Where? There will probably be quite a few relatives of the big boys. In that case, it'll be trouble. However, even if we don't utilize the powerful naval guns, it's still enough to crush the so-called Orientals. Rear Admiral Hawk grunted with confidence. As long as the coast was controlled, then the fleet of the Sunset Empire was invincible. If those Orientals knew that the Imperial Sunset Fleet was coming, they'd be scared less, wouldn't they? However, what Major General Hawk doesn't know is, he's been discovered. In fact, through the interrogation of those garrison troops inside the Japanese concession, the Dragon Kingdom had long learned that a Japanese Far East fleet was about to arrive at the Japanese concession in Xiacheng. And it was also learned that the commander of this Far Eastern fleet was a Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. That Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy was also the father of one of the big smokers/arms dealers executed in the Dragon Kingdom earlier. When this fleet from the Sunset Empire of 1913 showed up, that's just a glimpse, because if you look forward from the sea, you will be able to see a ship sailing continuously on the sea. The 2nd Combat Regiment on this side of the Xiacheng concession discovered their whereabouts at the first opportunity, and respond immediately, almost at the same time that fleet of Imperial Sunset Navy was spotted. The 2nd Combat Regiment, which was temporarily stationed in the Xiacheng concession in southern Fujian province, also reacted extremely quickly at the first opportunity. The propellers kept churning the air to make a loud noise, and the terrifying, pitch-black steel behemoth rose into the air. The great commotion sent the surrounding seabirds flying in fright. The sense of oppression like an approaching storm caused all of these less intelligent seaside birds of prey to scatter in all directions. Huge wind pressure blew the waters below, make the waves of the sea tumble. Spooky and unpredictable. Soon, it flew right over the Far Eastern fleet of the Sunset Empire in the magically altered Republic dimension. In this position, the two steel giants could easily overlook the entire ocean. Everything at sea level, and the layout of the formation, can be seen in plain sight, clearly visible. The huge propellers were very much rotating and stirring the air around them, and the constant roaring of the engines were intertwined with each other to create that loud noise. It looked exceptionally clear above the vast ocean. It made a lot of the seamen, sailors and officers on the fleet couldn't help but look up in curiosity. What's that? So noisy. A Marine squinted at the heights as he realized something was flying in the sky. And it's very noisy. It could be aliens maybe. Isn't that what all those authors who write science fiction write? A nearby Marine giggled happily. Suddenly, a voice fell from the sky. It's very fluent in Japonic. Apparently, it was a Dragon helicopter gunship pilot, warning the Imperial Sunset Fleet below. In this magically altered version of the Republican realm, in this backward age, there was no such technological product that could amplify sound. But for the Dragon Kingdom from the 21st century, there are as many of these technological products as you want. But this is definitely capable of taking people by surprise for the magically altered version of the Republican realm. After all, it's only 1913 in the magically altered Republic realm. At the very least, the Sunset soldiers of the fleet below, taken by surprise. Of course, even more surprising were the ones told among the voices. Doesn't that mean that the other side is barbaric Orientals? Why do they speak such fluent Japonic? Damn it! How dare the other side expel the opening of the mouth claiming to want us? Shatter! Fark! That's not some weird bird. It's an airplane. Some of the insightful officers reacted by tearing their voices out and yelling. Major General Hawk was also alarmed. He stepped out of the hatch. Look up. A frown creased his brow. It's not right. Why do these Orientals have airplanes? Flying carriers, even in our Sunset Empire, are currently only being used in the military field in an experimental manner. As I recall, they should be quite backward. Nope. This kind of airplane, how come it's a little bit different from the ones I've seen? How does it fly without wings? Major General Hawk froze. Spot the blind spot. It hit a blind spot in his knowledge. Among his perceptions. Never seen an airplane like this myself. Chapter 168 Anti-Ship Missile. A green-faced Rear Admiral Hawk. As a Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire, Rear Admiral Hawk could be said to be very knowledgeable and familiar with a wide variety of military vehicles. He was also no stranger to flying carriers that had not long been added to military use. But the problem was that the airplane-like thing overhead felt very strange to him. Why are there airplanes with such strange-looking shapes? Major General Hawk swore he had never seen such an airplane in his life. He swore the Sunset Empire didn't have such planes either. And the kind of noise the helicopter gunship's propellers make by churning the air. It put him in a very irritable mood. Plus, after hearing about the expulsion of the Dragon Kingdom, more than anything else, his anger was aroused. Damn it! Not only did he kill one of his Dean Hawk's finest sons, but he also forcibly reclaimed the Sunset Empire's leases. And I don't even know if he's killed any more of the Sunset Empire's citizens. Such barbaric Orientals. How dare you expel yourself? How dare you warn yourself here? Fark. Thinking about this, the anger in Major General Hawk's heart began to grow more and more intense. What are you guys still waiting around for? Want to see the other side pull a piece of down on you from the sky? Ship's guns! Ship's guns! Shoot them down for me! All of them! Rear Admiral Hawk, in his brown leather boots, kicked a CB hard in the ass. The Marine was very aggravated. Mr. Rear Admiral, the ship's guns can't hit the enemy directly above. Naval warships of this period had no air defense at all. No one even thinks about the need to watch out for enemies in the air. Who would have thought that the enemy would one day actually appear overhead? Fark. If the ship's guns can't hit it, won't you think of some other way? Use the gun. Then use the gun. Major General Hawk gritted his teeth. Flying carriers like airplanes, in order to be able to fly them easily, are usually thin-skinned, and bullets are able to shoot them down easily. Even if they fly high, so what? All it takes is one bullet to hit and they'll have to roll away in a heap. Meanwhile, the fleet should not stop, but remain at full speed toward the rented harbor. Let those guys in the sky do their job. Listening to Rear Admiral Hawk in a tantrum-like rage, the seamen on the warship hastily took their guns out and all stood on the deck. They didn't have any weapons for air defense because they didn't expect that the enemy would appear from the sky. All have hit their intellectual blind spots. Seeming to notice that something was wrong with the fleet below, the two helicopter pilots didn't continue shouting. They maneuvered the helicopter gunships and were circling the sky constantly. The pilot of the helicopter gunship had a very calm expression on his face. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. Suddenly, they heard a whooshing sound coming from them and instantly realized what was going on. Below them, the sunburst soldiers were shooting towards them. Their hunch was not wrong. Contact the 2nd Combat Regiment. This is Wuji 1. This is Wuji 1. We're under attack from the enemy fleet. Are we granting permission to return fire without restriction? Over. Soon, the pilot of the helicopter gunship was then instructed. Unlimited return fire allowed. Over. Copy that. Over. The two Dragon Kingdom helicopter gunships immediately adjusted their positions in the middle of the high altitude, braving the rain of gunfire. Suddenly, the underside of a helicopter gunship's fuselage slowly reveals a row of missile nests. The nests of the two helicopter gunships were loaded, all with anti-ship missiles, specialized for use against surface combat units. Shoo, 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 shoo. Enough 4 thick anti-ship missiles came out of the nest, trailing a long tail flame like nimble birds, and flew down towards one of the largest warships below. The Monarch. Everyone on the Monarch was confused as they watched the 4 missiles descend. Fark. Stay down. Stay down. It was Major General Hawk who was the first to react, opening his mouth to shout as he got down and prone. Unfortunately, late. The bulky and massive battleship Monarch was a huge target in front of the helicopter gunships. The 4 anti-ship missiles were very accurate and all of them hit the battleship Monarch. Dent. 4 large, violent explosions were emitted. Boom, 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 boom. The entire hull of the Monarch began to shake violently, and rolls of smoke rose. A good number of seafarers haven't reacted yet. It was just shaken right to the core, east to west, terrified. The backward warships of the magically altered version of the overhead Republican realm meet the advanced weapons of the 21st century. There was no resistance at all. There is no defense against it either. Battleship Monarch. Incredibly woeful. Shat. What the hell is this? Dean Hawk stood up from the violently shaking warship in a hurry, grabbing one of the handrails next to him to just barely stabilize himself. The expression carried a heavy look of disbelief. These guys actually used their flying carriers for this kind of purpose? Their flying carriers are even armed? Hiss. It was the first time in his life that he had heard such a statement, or seen such a formation. Dean Hawk always thought that things like airplanes, which hadn't been invented very long, at best, it's just for surveying. It turned out that I didn't realize that I was actually able to put a bomb on an airplane and drop it. What kind of operation is this? Why were these barbaric, backward Orientals able to come up with this maneuver? And so on. Major General Hawk's expression changed dramatically. In that case, doesn't that mean that all of their warships are a bunch of targets? The other side could sink their warships just by keeping dropping bombs overhead? After such a guess flashed through the mind, the face of this Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire was almost green, because he knew that if such a thing did happen, the monarch would be finished. Fark. He realized the seriousness of the problem. He also realized how insurmountable an enemy in control of the airspace really was. Damn. Chapter 169, The Traumatized Monarch. Is God kidding? Major General Hawk gritted his teeth and looked at the two helicopter gunships overhead, constantly circling, and he probably knew what kind of approach he would have to use to deal with this kind of guy flying in the sky. If you equip a warship with 10 anti-aircraft heavy machine guns, he definitely could have shot down those two asshole airplanes. Unfortunately, the Monarch is not equipped with any anti-aircraft weapons on it. Meanwhile, those destroyers following the Monarch didn't have any anti-aircraft weapons. Doesn't that mean more beatings have to follow? Fark. Major General Hawk was so angry that his head was on fire. Suddenly, the nest of another helicopter gunship was also exposed and the same 4 anti-ship missiles came down. It made Major General Hawk's head spin to see it. Get down! Rear Admiral Hawk hastily slumped once more on the deck, and at the same time hissed once more between them. Boo! 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 For explosions in quick succession caused the entire battleship Monarch to, once again, begin to tremble violently. The hull of the Monarch was already thick with smoke, with flames rising from everywhere. A Marine soldier rushed off like a busy ant to extinguish the fire in various places. Also, a lot of broken limbs were spilled on the deck. Creepy. Sweat-inducing. Quickly. The left side of the hull is on fire. Hurry up and get the fire out. Over there is the ammo bay. Don't let the fire spread to the ammo bay. Hurry up. Hurry up. Come on. Oh. Fark. I'm blasted deaf. God. I can't seem to hear anything. Paul. Ensign Paul has fallen overboard. Quickly. Throw a rope down. I don't know. I can't even hit the airplane in the sky. Fark. Those guys at the destroyer. Why didn't they shoot the plane down? Mr. Major General. Major Reeves has been blown up. Ah. My hand. Medic, come quick. The deck of the Monarch could be described as chaotic, with every seafarer looking like a headless fly. They were all over the deck, or anger, or panic, or howling miserably. They still thought that this time they came to the land of God to defeat the Orientals in a crushing manner, to show the powerful strength of their Sunset Empire, and to forcefully reclaim the concession by force. As it turned out, they didn't expect things to go a little differently than the picture they had imagined. They had not even reached the harbor of the concession when they were stopped by the Orientals, and the enemy didn't come from the sea or from the shore. Instead, it comes from the sky. It's over their heads. This blindsided all of the group of soldiers from the Sunset Empire who prided themselves on being the best Royal Navy, because they simply could not think of any means by which they could bring down the enemy in the sky. The guns in their hands had enough range, but they weren't accurate enough. The opponent is at such a high altitude and is still hovering. How can you hit it? Mr. Major General. A grimy-looking officer of the Sunset Empire hurried over and shouted anxiously. We can't be bombarded by enemy planes like this anymore. The Monarch has been hit harder than ever before, and many of the cabins have begun to leak. We must find a place to repair. Fark. A respite? Do you mean to tell me Dean Hawk to run away? Major General Hawk exploded on the spot. You're letting me, the Ironborn Major General, escape? I've been through countless wars since I came to the Far East. I have never failed, never been defeated by any power. Are you going to make me try to fail today? Running away without even seeing a single person from the other side? As a Rear Admiral in the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire, Rear Admiral Hawk possessed a strong sense of self-esteem. He could accept that he had failed, but he would never accept that he had failed like this. It was even more unacceptable for him to be defeated by the Orientals. Damn it! Where the hell did these damn Orientals get these airplanes? How in the world did they come up with the idea of using the airplanes to transport the bomb? This advanced tactic. Why didn't someone from the Sunset Empire think of it first? Fark. Major General Hawk gritted his teeth. Have the soldiers continue to fire and suppress the planes overhead. They only have 2 planes, and the planes are definitely limited in their load. They can't load too many bombs. We're close enough to the harbor. Let's go full speed ahead. As long as they can reach the harbor, these planes are no threat. I just don't believe that they would engage in this kind of air raid bombing on their own territory. They must be afraid of bombing their own people. We've got a Monarch battleship and tons of destroyers. They'll blow them all up and sink them if they can. With 2 airplanes, you want to sink them all? Fark. Orientals want to fart eat. Right after Major General Hawk said these words, he suddenly saw the officer in front of him, whose expression seemed a bit off. It made him frown. Captain Wilson. It shouldn't be a whole lot to be scared by an enemy air raid, should it? No, it's not. The officer named Wilson hastily shouted. Look over there. Mr. Major General. He pointed in one direction. That's the land side. But, Captain Wilson was pointing to the sky over the shore. Rear Admiral Hawk saw this and, suddenly, had some not-so-good vibes. He glanced in the direction the other man was pointing. Dent! The pupils flinched. A look of disbelief crossed his face. Just see, not far away in the sky, densely packed helicopter gunships appeared. Major General Hawk had a steep pang in his head. Cold sweat. He seriously wondered if God was playing a joke on him. That's too much. Where the hell did these Orientals get so many airplanes from? Fark. Major General Hawk knows. Big trouble. Chapter 170, Leaving the Monarch Behind. Eyeballing Dean Hawk. In the midst of this magically altered version of the Republic realm, no one possessed the idea of air defense, nor could anyone expect that one day, an enemy would suddenly appear from the sky. The result is that something that would never be dreamed of in such a way is really happening in front of their eyes. It left Major General Hawk and a bunch of other soldiers of the Sunset Empire with an expression of not knowing what to do. The bottom line is that they can't hit the helicopter gunships in the sky at all. It feels like a cold weapon force versus a hot weapon force. There is a very large gulf in the combat power of both sides. There is no way to cross such a divide at the moment. This was very hard for Major General Hawk to accept, and it made him feel outdated. You know, he's only 59 years old. Of all the generals in the Sunset Empire, he was one of the younger ones. Only 59 years old yourself and out of time? No, it's not like that. It wasn't so much that one was out of time as that those barbaric Orientals were too cunning. Who would have thought that someone would take a carrier like an airplane and utilize it for more than this purpose? Preferences. The other side came to mind. The people who came up with this particular use turned out to be a bunch of barbaric Orientals. Damn. Obviously they were hung by the Sunset Empire decades ago. Now, only a few decades have passed and they become so strong? At this moment, Major General Hawk also suddenly realized why the garrison inside the concession was defeated so quickly. If the garrison inside the concession also faced such a flyable army, then with a battalion of the rented garrison, there was indeed no fighting back. Although the heart was very angry, as well as irritated, there's also a sense of letting go. But, Rear Admiral Hawk still had to give an order, one he was reluctant to give, and he said with a blackened face, "Notify the entire fleet immediately. All steer away from this area. Turn away from the sea. Damn it. If you don't want to be blown up and sunk by those barbaric Orientals, turn your ship around and get out of these waters." Major General Hawker finally gave the order to retreat, realizing that he could not force his way toward the tenements in this way. Otherwise, the opposing planes would definitely drop more bombs. Those incredibly powerful bombs would have absolutely sunk the warship. Today, the Monarch is already battered and bruised. Guess it's going to need an overhaul. If the Monarch is bombarded by another round from the other side, then the Monarch can be declared decommissioned. It's only been 2 years since the launch. An Orion-class battleship so young. If it was just declared decommissioned, Rear Admiral Hawk feels, it would be one of the biggest stains on his life. The kind you can't wash away for the rest of your life, or even be shamed for. Estimates are likely. He himself would still be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. No, it can't be. Monarch. It must be preserved. A very self-respecting person like Major General Hawk was also generally the one who cherished his reputation the most, and he didn't want to become the joke of the entire Sunset Empire, or even the entire world. If it does become the joke of the whole world, then one might as well just shoot oneself. Damn. It was these damned Oriental barbarians that had gotten themselves into such an embarrassing position. Major General Hawk admitted that he had underestimated his opponent, recognized that you are not well prepared. The idea of reclaiming the lease was no longer in his mind. All he wanted now was to keep the Monarch. After Major General Hawk's orders fell, a warship began to turn slowly, wanting to try and get out of the waters, lest we get air-raided again. However, they don't. The jurisdictional land of the Dragon Kingdom was not something that they could come and go as they wished. The pilots of each helicopter gunship were given an order. That's leaving behind one of the opponent's largest warships. Yes, Rear Admiral Hawk thought nothing of the fact that the other side was targeting the Monarch, which he wanted to keep. The speed of the helicopter gunships is naturally above that of these backward warships. These warships are outdated products of the 19th century. Although, in the eyes of this magically altered version of the Republican realm, these warships are very advanced, because in this day and age, the 19th century was just a decade or so ago. But, in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom from the 21st century, both the costly Orion-class Monarchs and those smaller destroyers, all very outdated warships, it's so far behind that it's been eliminated for hundreds of years. A group of arriving Dragon Kingdom helicopter gunships quickly caught up with the Monarch, which was preparing to make a lopsided withdrawal. Rear Admiral Hawk, on the deck of the Monarch, saw the dense swarm of helicopters overhead. Cold sweat. Scalp numbness. Fark. What on earth do they want? I'm ready for a temporary retreat. What else do they want? These savage Orientals? Major General Hawk had a very bad feeling about this. Soon, this bad feeling in his mind should then appear. Shoo, shoo, shoo. An equally expensive anti-ship missile flew out from the helicopter gunship's nest, and the anti-ship missile swooped down with a long tail flame, aiming directly at the large and bulky monarch. No! As he watched a swathe of anti-ship missiles come at him, Rear Admiral Hawk roared in unacceptable fury. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't stop the incoming anti-ship missiles. Boom! An anti-ship missile landed on the monarch's stern, causing a violent explosion on the stern deck. Several Marine soldiers were caught off guard and were directly lifted out by the shockwave. Some smashed down on the deck, spitting blood furiously. Some fell directly into Wang Yang. The entire battleship Monarch shuddered violently once more, causing Rear Admiral Hawk to fall straight to the ground. His eyes widened, eyes wide open. Chapter 171, Sinking of the Monarch. Sunset meets its Waterloo. More and more anti-ship missiles fell on the Monarch, and for a while the entire Monarch was just like a leaf floating in the middle of the sea. All of the seafarers on the battleship Monarch, one by one, all of them two by two, were unable to stand still. Every one of them staggered, a look of fear written all over their faces, because no one can predict where the next anti-ship missile will land. The Sunset Navy on the warships had been killed and wounded. On top of the warship that was even more burning everywhere, there were no more seafarers trying to put out the fire, because how could they possibly have time to do so when they were struggling to protect themselves right now? All they could hear were explosions in their ears. Successive and deafening explosions rattled their eardrums. Quite a few people have gone briefly deaf. They broke down and shouted. They screamed in horror. Hurry! Hurry up and put out the fire. At this rate, the Monarch battleship will sink. We can't let the fire continue to burn. Otherwise, before the Monarch battleship has a chance to sink, those of us who are here might already be roasted to death. It's too hot. It's too hot. It's not good. Mr. Rear Admiral, it's bad. The Monarch's cabins have begun to leak badly. Very few of them have been filled with seawater, and our warship is slowly sinking. Fark! I clearly hit a plane. Why is it not doing? Couldn't the bullets penetrate it? Quick! The lifeboat! Hurry up and lower the lifeboats. We can't just sit here and wait. Fark! Aren't the other destroyers coming to help? Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy! Hiss! Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy is dead. He's got a piece of tin stuck in his head. God! Please! Bless your believers! Shat! Stop praying here and get in a lifeboat and get off the Monarch. It's sinking. The Monarch is sinking. I don't know if it was by coincidence or not, but Rear Admiral Hawk was one of the few people aboard this Monarch battleship who hadn't been briefly deafened by the blast. He listened to the chaotic screams of those on the warship, to the sound of the blazing fires burning on it. Listened to the noise of the propellers of the armed helicopters overhead, churning the air. Listened to the explosion of that anti-ship missile landing on the Monarch. Major General Hawk's expression went numb. He's numb. Silence. There was even a slight blankness in his eyes. The first time he had felt such a blankness since he became the Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire. Baffled. Confused. He deeply appreciated what a consequence it would really be if the enemy controlled air power. That's just going to be passive-aggressive. Mr. Major General. Major General Hawk. Mr. Hawk. The officer next to Major General Hawk shouted sharply. Seeing that Major General Hawk's face was numb with little response, he changed his call sign several times in a row. Major General Hawk was finally looking back at the officer with an expressionless face. The officer exclaimed, Mr. Major General, let's hurry up and get in the lifeboat. The seamen have lowered a lifeboat for you. A lifeboat? Rear Admiral Hawk glanced at the sea below the warship, only to see a lifeboat being lowered. Almost every lifeboat was crowded with seamen. But there was one lifeboat with only one or two people in it. Apparently, this is a lifeboat for him. Ha! Rear Admiral Hawk let out a soft laugh of uncertain significance. He thought he would never use a lifeboat on a warship in his life. But then he didn't expect to use it when he was about to turn 60. To be honest, he never wanted to be on a lifeboat in his life because he felt it was an insult to himself. It was also an insult to the string of medals on his chest. But, Fark, in this moment, Major General Hawk had to admit that he was indeed getting old for his age. There's not the same hustle that there was when I was younger. Yes, God knows what kind of mental decision he made when he uttered that one word. How torn is the mind? Major General Hawk hurriedly followed the ropes, descending to the top of the lifeboat below. A few Navy men on top of the lifeboat hurriedly rowed away from the battleship Monarch, because a battleship of this size, if it sinks then it will roll in a very exaggerated whirlpool. A small lifeboat like theirs, if it gets caught in this whirlpool, definitely have to be swept to the bottom of the ocean. Once they were swept inside the seabed, then those of them would only be able to feed the fish at the bottom of the sea. as the lifeboat continued to move away. The hull of the Monarch, in Rear Admiral Hawk's eyes, began to grow smaller and smaller. He took a deep breath. Shame. He felt a sense of shame. And at this point, the other destroyers were pretty much helpless, even though the destroyers were tasked with policing the surrounding waters and then protecting the Monarch, an Orion-class battleship. But, now these destroyers have no idea how to protect the Monarch. The seafarers on the destroyer were all bewildered. They don't have any ability, at all, to deal with the helicopter gunships in the sky. They'd love to stop those anti-ship missiles, too, but they couldn't stop it at all. My God. A Marine on the destroyer couldn't help but murmur in horror. I remember Rear Admiral Hawk. He's still on top of that Monarch, isn't he? He shouldn't have been affected by those falling bombs, right? Fark. Shut up. What kind of a person talks like that? The officer on the destroyer cursed angrily. Rear Admiral Hawk is an iron-blooded Rear Admiral of the Sunbelt Empire. He has made great achievements for the Sunbelt Empire in the Far East. How could something happen? Hurry up and pick up all the seamen in the lifeboats. Fark. The Monarch is a goner. These damned Orientals. Chapter 172 Dean Hawk surrenders. Please don't give these lads a hard time. This is Wuji 6. This is Wuji 6. We seem to have found a big fish. The coordinates are a lifeboat to the left of this battleship below, at a distance of roughly 100 meters or so. I repeat, a lifeboat over 100 meters to the left of the battleship. The pilot of the Armed Forces 6 suddenly said. Armed Forces 6 requests to act in concert with Armed Forces 4 and 9. So let's try together to see if we can fish this one big fish out. The big fish in the driver's mouth. Naturally, can't be a sea fish in the real sea. The big fish he spoke of was the suspected Supreme Commander of the Sunset Fleet. Yes, the one lifeboat that Admiral Hawk was in was spotted by helicopter gunships in the sky. It was really that one of his lifeboats was too conspicuous. The other lifeboats, all of which were packed with seamen after seamen, were like sardine cans. The crowded look was spectacular. It was as if the whole lifeboat would capsize if the rower made the slightest mistake. But, the one lifeboat in which Rear Admiral Hawker was riding would have seemed very small in number. The point is that there are still quite a few seamen on the warship, still putting lifeboats down. Those lifeboats that had just been lowered were also packed. Only this one was so special. It's hard to keep people from noticing. Armed Forces Direct 4, copy. The pilot of the Wuji 4 responded on the Infinite Channel. The Wuji 4 can participate in the coordinated operation, but it needs other helicopter gunships to expel those destroyers below, so as not to be attacked by the other side's destroyers. Armed Forces Directive Number 9, copy. The WZD-9 quickly replied. WZD-9 has spotted the target and is descending toward the target lifeboat, requesting other helicopter gunships to cover the fire. Soon, 3 black-painted helicopter gunships began to fly toward the one lifeboat that Rear Admiral Hawk was in. This strange behavior of the 3 helicopter gunships attracted a lot of attention. There were even a number of destroyers who wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, because the 3 helicopter gunships had landed as far as, well, their ship's guns could fire. However, their little scheme is doomed to fail. The other helicopter gunships immediately took cover fire, and the heavy machine guns on the helicopters began to roar. The destroyers were so frightened that they retreated in a hurry. Let's not even talk about firing a gun. They didn't even have the guts to stand on the deck, because the heavy machine guns were directed toward their decks. A number of destroyers had their decks shot to pieces. That powerful heavy machine gun bullet. It's like a fabric ripper. Ripped the deck through. Destroyed through and through. Fark. The captain of a destroyer gritted his teeth. A look of resignation written all over his face. Why do these guys have so much firepower? Why are their airplanes able to carry so much ammunition? Wouldn't they be too heavy to fly? Fark. Needless to say, the magically modified Republican Realm destroyers are very outdated. Even in the 21st century Dragon Kingdom, pick a destroyer out at random. All are much more powerful than destroyers of this period. The captain could only watch as the 3 helicopter gunships appeared within gunfire range, but don't dare to fire. Everyone was hiding inside the mission candy, not daring to come out and venture out at all, and so on. The captain suddenly noticed something. He noticed that the 3 helicopter gunships appeared to have a lifeboat vaguely surrounded. He hastily raised his binoculars. This look. He's stupid. Fark. It's Rear Admiral Hawk. The man on that lifeboat is Rear Admiral Hawk. The captain felt like his people were going crazy. He knew that Rear Admiral Hawk should never fall into the hands of the enemy. But the problem was that he simply didn't have that ability to save the people. He seriously doubted that if he went to the rescue, a million bombs would hit him the next moment. The faltering monarch is a stark example. When the time came, he was afraid that instead of getting the man back, he would cause the death of all the seamen of a destroyer. Then he'll definitely be abused by the world for hundreds of years. Damn! How in the world did these savage Orientals find out about Major General Hawk? He was in a hurry. In the meantime, on the lifeboat, the propellers of the 3 helicopter gunships, churning the air to form a hurricane, pressed down, making it a little difficult for Major General Hawk to breathe. It also made the sea near the lifeboat tumble, keeping the lifeboat up and down. The lifeboats were so scared that the Marines in the boats were afraid to row, for fear of capsizing the boat if they were not careful. Major General Hawk looked up with a blank face. This moment, he finally got a clear view of what a helicopter gunship really looked like. Very clever design. He also finally understood why these airplanes, without wings, were able to fly. This caused Major General Hawk great consternation. Orientalist, where did you get this technology? His current expression didn't have the slightest bit of panic. There was simply great curiosity. Because he knew his fate when the 3 helicopter gunships came overhead. He knew he couldn't hide. As it is, then put your mind at ease. Just be honest. Lost? It's just defeat. Rear Admiral Hawk stopped the seafarers who were ready to raise their guns and shoot. He shook his head in a tone of voice, and spoke somewhat forlornly. There's no need for all this unnecessary resistance. Don't let your lives be thrown away for nothing. Lads, a failed general isn't worth fighting for. Major General Hawk raised his hands. For the first time in his life, he did this. He knew he needed to salvage something. Something he didn't have to lose. There is just no need to lose the lives of the Imperial Navy soldiers of the Sunset Empire. If we lose a large number of seafarers because of ourselves again, it wouldn't be nailed to a pillar of shame. It would be outright infamous. I surrender. Please don't embarrass these soldiers of mine. The Sunset Fleet will also withdraw from the area. He shouted. Chapter 173, Captive Major General Sunset. This is our own development. On this one lifeboat, the few Navy soldiers of the Sunset Empire could only watch as their Rear Admiral Hawk was escorted into the helicopter gunship by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. The propellers churned the air currents like a gale, blowing them silent and messy in the wind. Being a good naval soldier of the Sunset Empire, they knew they should have done whatever it took to get Major General Hawk right back. But then reason told them, if they try to mess around now, then they'll all have to be buried at sea. It might even involve Major General Hawk. The strength of the opposition, the strength of opposing militaries, it's something the likes of them can't match. Defeated. How spirited they were when they came and how downcast they were when they left. This fleet of the Imperial Navy of the Sunset Empire is finally leaving in disgrace. It's not as if the Dragon Kingdom can afford to, well, take them all prisoner. The problem is if this fleet escapes regardless, there is no way for the Dragon Kingdom to pursue it at the moment. This is because helicopter gunships have a limited amount of fuel and carry a limited amount of ammunition. If the opponent scatters in all directions, couldn't take many prisoners at all, was able to capture the other side's top commander, Major General Hawk, it would already have served the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom. Witnessing one of the destroyers turn around and head back, the Dragon's helicopter gunships also turned around and headed back. Only one ship left, the Monarch. It was thick with black smoke, slowly sinking downward. Alas! Aboard a helicopter gunship, Rear Admiral Hawk, his hands cuffed, looked out of the corner of his eye at the Monarch in the sea below. The expression had helplessness written all over it. A soft sigh, spinning. He forced himself to hold back the grief within him, as well as the heartache, setting his eyes on the Dragon soldiers in the cabin. This was the first time he had come into close contact with a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Major General Hawk noticed that these Dragon soldiers, one after the other, were all very strongly built. The height looks tall too. The average height of a soldier in the Empire of the Sunset during this period was around 6'6". He found these Dragon Kingdom soldiers were even a little bit taller than the Japanese soldiers. He wondered if it was his own fault. Rear Admiral Hawk can see it too. That look of rigid calmness on the faces of these Orientals was, at first glance, the kind of confidence that only very powerful armies have. That kind of essence. It can't be faked. Can you tell me about this type of airplane you have and where you got it from? Major General Hawk spoke a very fluent Japonic. There was doubt in his tone. Full of good vibes. Developed it myself. It wasn't a secret. The Dragon soldier said matter-of-factly. Though the Dragon Nation soldier's Japonic language was not particularly fluent, but Rear Admiral Hawk still heard it. What? You developed it yourselves? It was precisely because he had heard it that he wore a look of, well, incredulity. Develop it yourself? Major General Hawk had shock written all over his eyes and disbelief on his face. Are you kidding me? This kind of very advanced airplane at first glance was not something that even the Sunset Empire was able to develop. These Orientals. Where's the ability to do your own research and development? Where do you get the capital to do your own research and development? No way. Major General Hawk shook his head, and he, who had suffered a great shock inwardly, lowered his head and muttered to himself, impossible. You Orientals are so backward. and you have failed to keep pace with 2 consecutive industrial GE lives, so how can you possibly have the ability to develop something so advanced? Right. Major General Hawk's eyes lit up, and he felt as if he were close to the truth. He looked up and continued to look at the Dragon Kingdom soldier next to him. Again, he asked, "Are those guys from the Allies financing you behind the scenes? And then the Allies manipulate you against our Sunset Far East fleet?" The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but stare, couldn't help but snicker. He didn't realize that this Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire was so capable of brainstorming an Allied support? The Dragon Kingdom soldier shrugged his shoulders, then asked rhetorically, "If the Allied powers really had such a capability, why didn't they just destroy you guys? Instead, they supported us in such a roundabout way and then dealt with your Far East fleet?" These 2 rhetorical questions, putting Major General Hawk completely and utterly stumped. Rear Admiral Hawk realized that the kind of speculation he had made earlier was outrageously childish. Yeah, if only those countries in the Allies really had such awesome technology. So why are they hiding it? Why give it to the Orientals? Wouldn't it be better to just use this advanced technology to wipe out the Sunset Empire? Did they really develop it? Hiss. Rear Admiral Hawk sucked in a breath of cold air. He found it all ridiculous, just as he is now flying in the sky. Once upon a time. And who thinks people can fly in the sky? Now, flying in the sky doesn't seem to be a dream or a wish anymore. Is it true that the unfallen empire doesn't know much about the Divine Kingdom anymore? A few short decades, and the Shenzhou Empire went from being that sick man of the East to being able to develop airplanes on its own? In this world, countries that can develop their own airplanes can at least be called powers. This is the Eastern powers? It wasn't long before Major General Hawk lapsed into silence. The helicopter gunship brigade has returned to the Ha City concession. Landing down, Major General Hawk was also escorted by soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. "Keep your head down. Walk out." It hadn't been a long walk, escorted by a few Dragon Kingdom soldiers. Suddenly, even by karma, that looks like Major General Hawk. I recognize him. Once at a ball in the Sunset Empire, I once saw this ironborn Major General from a dozen meters away. An exclamation of surprise came from not far away. It was a Sunset Yankee who was undergoing labor reform inside the concession. The job was to pick up manure. Fark. Why was he recognized so quickly? Major General Hawk's old face flushed. Hurrying, he buried his head even lower, hoping that no more people would recognize him. Otherwise it's too embarrassing. Fark. Chapter 174, Sensational Xia City. Shame on the Sunset Empire. It didn't take long for Major General Hawk to be escorted to the prisoner camp inside the concession by a few soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. It says it's an internment camp, but it's really more like a detention center. The detainees are foreigners who are in God's country without visas. In the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, they stayed on God's earth without a visa. That's classified as a violation of the law. And detaining them isn't like letting them eat and drink for free. They need to spend their own money to buy themselves food and drink. They need to give the money to the dragon soldiers in a unified way, and then have the dragon soldiers go out and buy it in a unified way. These people aren't short of money anyway. Major General Hawk, who had arrived at the camp, received a very great deal of attention at the first opportunity. After all, Rear Admiral Hawk was wearing the uniform of the Sunset Empire, the Royal Navy. The uniform looks slightly worse for wear. It's still covered in dust, but the shoulder epaulets were the ones that gave his identity. Full disclosure, I'll buy it. An exclamation, once again, rang out. Major General Hawk. It's Major General Dean Hawk. My goodness. Major General Hawk, do you remember me? I'm Karen Weir of the Weir family. You hugged me when I was little. Have you come to save us? Listen to the voice, the hopefulness in its tone. A look of shame filled Major General Hawk's insides. He came to save these citizens of the Sunset Empire, but obviously didn't succeed in doing so. Instead, he himself was captured by the other side. He lapsed into silence, didn't bother to answer. At this time, a voice full of despair, and with some shade, rang out. Don't waste your time. This Mr. Rear Admiral looks to be a captive, taking our taxpayers' money, yet he can't even defeat the barbaric Orientals. The Royal Navy of the Sunset Empire, has it degenerated to such a degree? It was reasonable to say that such a humiliation, in normal times, Rear Admiral Hawk would have kicked up a notch. After all, he, the Ironborn Major General of the Sunset Empire, didn't have a very good temper. But, rarely, today, did Major General Hawk refrain from retorting to such an insult, because he felt that the person who had humiliated him had a point. Yeah, what kind of Royal Navy is it that takes taxpayers' money and can't even beat the barbaric Orientals? Heavens, if even Major General Hawk, an iron-blooded Major General, is captured by these barbaric Orientals, then won't we have no chance of turning around? Are we really going to be repatriated back to the Sunset Empire? Damn it! I've never suffered such a kind of humiliation in my life. Damned Orientals! What else can we do? I even think that our property inside the concession might be confiscated by the other sides. Back in the Sunset Empire, we will all be penniless by then. Ha! Not even as good as those beggars on the street. No, it can't be. The private property of citizens should be sacred and inalienable. These Orientals have no right to confiscate our property. No, they can't do that. I've earned 100,000 yen over the years in God's country, which translates to a full 10,000 pounds in Sunset pounds. They can't confiscate it. Oh, fuck. Why are your ideas so naive? They don't give a damn about the laws of the Sunset Empire. Right. You guys don't see how many garrison troops they killed the other day? My god. A major general has been captured by the East. Could it be that the Sunset Empire has declined so much since I haven't returned to it in 20 years? Oh my god. Unbelievable. The arrival of Major General Hawk made the entire captive camp set off waves of shock, and every face was written with a strong look of disbelief. Between the same time, after learning that it was really that Major General Hawker, they despaired. These Japanese Imperials inside the original internment camp, still thinking about the navy of the Sunset Empire and when they're going to get them out? Results: now people have rear admirals in jail. Heh, and now you want to be rescued? Wanted to fart, eat it. The news that Major General Hawk had been captured by the Dragon Kingdom spread throughout Xiaoqing at once with very fast speed. The main reason for this is still because it was the Dragon Kingdom specifically that circulated this news, and Dragon Nation also took photos of Major General Hawk being captured. The photos are in color. It can be clearly seen from the photo that Major General Hawk, both hands are cuffed by a pair of silver bracelets. The whole person looks like a very woeful appearance, and the expression is very low. In particular, above the photo, Longguo also gave Major General Hawk's shoulder patch a close-up, Rear Admiral. Then this photo, along with a notice from the Dragon Kingdom, was posted throughout the streets of Xiaoqing. Moments. It caused a sensation throughout the city of Xiamen. Mother! A literate commoner looked incredulously at the contents of the high number, especially at the picture posted on the notice. He wasn't shocked at the color tones of the photo. Although the photos from this period were all black and white, there would be many people who would use paint brushes and paints to add some color to the black and white photos themselves. He was even more shocked by what was on the notice. Rear Admiral of the Sunset Empire. The commoner exclaimed in shock. The men under Mr. Bai's hand actually captured a major general of the foreigners. This cry of alarm attracted all the people in the street. The first thing that happened was this one notice. Surrounded. Hiss. After they saw the contents of the notice, the entire group couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Suddenly, it has a dreamlike quality to it. When will they, the people of Shenzhou, be able to beat the forces of the Western powers? Geez, is it because they're not awake yet? Dreaming? Chapter 175, Fearful Yankees. Rubbish sunset. Everyone couldn't help but begin to wonder if they were dreaming now. Was everything they were seeing a scene from a dream? Because of the content of the notices posted by the Dragon Kingdom, it is just too mind-boggling. It's also a little too dreamlike. Even many people are afraid that when they are dreaming, they would not dare to dream of such a scene. They actually read on top of the posted notices that a Far Eastern fleet from the Empire of the Sunset wanted to wage a war against the Land of God. As it turned out, this Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset had not yet had time to land, and it's already been beaten away. It could even be said that they were beaten and held their heads in their hands, and they were beaten to a great extent. Grayed out. And even an Orion-class battleship named Monarch from the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset, it has also sunk to the bottom of the sea. Even this. Even the Rear Admiral of the Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire was captured. Dean Hawk. It was the name of this one captured Rear Admiral of the Royal Navy of the Empire of the Sunset. There are photos. There's the truth. As we all know, there were no PSs in this day and age. So this photo, in all likelihood, is real. Though puzzled as to why this photo is so colorful and why it is so clear, but it didn't stop them from being shocked at what was in the photo. After the shock, it is Tweedledum. Yes, Tweedledum, because this time it was a real eyebrow raiser for the people of God's land. Though those humiliations were decades ago, it was also the last feudal dynasty that signed a variety of unequal treaties. But the humiliation of being stepped on, that hard feeling of being bent over by force, it's something that time can't erase. But, force, however, was able to eliminate it. The people are always the purest, the simplest and the most thoughtless, and they follow the crowd without much self-reflection. They felt the emotion of raising their eyebrows, that naturally was incomparably leaping with excitement. Excitement. Such emotions are too rare and precious for them, because they've been a numbness for far too long. they've also been putting up with it for far too long. Now, their numbness, as well as their patience, is completely removed and replaced by the emotion of release. Rejoice. Tweedledum. Hiss. Is this the ace that Mr. White is dragging around in his hand? He was actually able to defeat even the legendary navy of the Sunless Empire. Doesn't that mean that Mr. Bai has no enemy in the entire Divine Kingdom? Doesn't that mean that we, the common people, can live a good life? Right. As long as we have Mr. Bai to protect us, then we won't be bullied by those foreigners anymore either. Nor will we be bullied by those damn warlords anymore. And those ruffians, mountain bandits, landlords and adulterers. These guys will only exploit us. Sure enough, I knew it. Mr. Bai is here, and the people have a clear sky. In comparison, that Kaiyuan Shang is a dog's ass, that only gathers our money one way or another. Mother asterisk 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 error. Do you know how to talk? How can you compare Kaiyuan Shang to Mr. Bai? Is that a comparison? You can't compare. It shouldn't completely offend the Sunset Empire and start a war, should it? What are you afraid of? I hear Sunburst is far away from us. Good man. Captured a major general. By the way, what rank is a major general? Major general. General. That would be a general, wouldn't it? Hiss. Worthy of Mr. White. Compared to the cheers of the common people of Shacheng, those more powerful landlords, magnates, merchants, and foreigners in the public leases are now filled with dumbfounded faces. They didn't even think about. The Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire could be so unbeatable. It's not even if you say that the Far East fleet of your Sunset Empire can't beat the fleet of some great power. But, what makes you unable to defeat the armed forces of God? This moment, the last glimmer of hope in many people's hearts was like a bubble, all of them bursting mercilessly, especially those inside the public lease, the public concession in the city of Xiamen, with a large number of foreigners, as well as a large number of Shenzhou people. Most of the Shenzhou people inside the public rented area, except for some who were just working, were the kind of people who had gotten into trouble outside, or had offended someone, or had done something evil, and then spent a lot of money to hide in the rented area. They knew that their own existence was definitely like a thorn in the side of that Mr. Bai's eyes, because Bai is within the jurisdiction of southern Fujian province. The word has been spreading for a long time about the things that were done. They all knew very well that there was no room in Bai's eyes for this kind of bloodthirsty old people's nails. If one day the public lease is also taken back, then they, the Shenzhou people who hid in, I'm afraid it's going to end very badly. They know that a few days ago, a number of people over at the Sunset Concession were shot in a public trial. There are not only Shenzhou people among them, there are also foreigners. So, this time those who were in a panic were not only the Shenzhou people inside the concession, but also the foreigners inside the concession. These foreigners simply did not expect the Sunset Empire to lose to the barbaric Orientals. Fark, wasted as the day is long. With that kind of combat power, how dare you claim to be the world's first power? It's just shameless. It looks like counting on the wasteful Sunset Empire to drive out these Orientals. It's really true that they overthink things. Although the consul inside the public lease, constantly appeasing the hearts and minds of the people inside the lease, but there are still a lot of foreigners who are scared, then start buying tickets for the boat back home. They don't want to die. Don't want to die. Then run. Hurry up and run. Chapter 176, Targeting the Public Concession. Dumbfounded Consul Simon. Consul Simon. Inside the consul's office of the public concession, a public servant of the public concession reported to Consul Simon in front of him with a somewhat panicked expression. In less than half a day, more than 200 businessmen from various countries have already purchased tickets to return to their home countries, and the number is still growing. If this continues, it is possible that in less than a day, I am afraid that at least 500 people will have to choose to buy a ticket and leave the public concession. Once more and more people choose to leave the tenement, then it is bound to cause even more panic. This looks like a snowball, and the numbers are only going to grow. In time, once the public concession, only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats are left. This public concession can be described in the words of the people of Shenzhou as a sham. When he said this, the public official secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva with a very anxious expression. By then, even if those Shenzhou people do not forcefully take back the public concession will exist in name only. I think, he paused and continued, shouldn't we have a presentation? At least try to calm them down a little. Consul? Consul Simon? Consul Simon of the public lease is smoking a cigar. Pale smoke lingered on his face. There was no look of anxiety on Consul Simon's face, nor was he in the least bit alarmed. Listen to the words of this public servant. Consul Simon shook his head. It's useless. Doing all these things is useless. Consul Simon lamented. This armed force is not the same as the divine warlord that we are familiar with. And we can even say that it is a world of difference. There is no way that they will let this public concession of ours exist. They will definitely take it back. It could be today, or tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow. Who knows? One day they will take this public concession back anyway. It's just a matter of time. What we need to do now is not to pacify those people inside the concession. Consul Simon put down his cigar and gave a smile. He asked rhetorically, "Do you know what we, the people, should be doing, right now?" The public official froze. Bewildered, he shook his head. At this time, only Consul Simon was heard saying, "What we need to do is to hurry up and buy a boat ticket to leave God's land." "So it is." The public official just nodded in dawning realization, then suddenly realized something wasn't quite right. He stared dazedly at Consul Simon in front of him, and so on. What did His Excellency the Consul just say? Hurry up and buy a boat ticket to leave? Consul Simon laughed and said, "Young man, don't make such a dumbfounded expression. In fact, you guessed correctly. I had already bought a ticket for the ship. During yesterday, I started out with the idea that if the people of the Sunset Empire could defeat the Orientals, then this ticket I bought could be thrown away as a scrap of paper. As it turns out, I didn't realize that the people of the Sunset Empire would be so bad, so this ship's ticket will come in handy. This ship's ticket of mine leaves in 3 days." Consul Simon continued, "I think that you also need to hurry up and buy a boat ticket back to your home country. Otherwise, continue to stay in God's country if... Just what will happen?" I don't know." The still very young public servant was dumbfounded. He didn't realize that the consul of the lease had actually plotted to leave the public lease. Doesn't that mean that the public concession is destined to be taken back? But he had just come to the divine land, and it had only been half a year. An ambition within himself has yet to be realized. You didn't even get much of an ocean yourself. In this half year's time, he had only raked in a few hundred large pieces of ocean in the land of God, plus the necessary spending on weekdays. Then only $200 of ocean were saved. Take this $200 of ocean. Back in your own country? Wouldn't one's visit to this divine land be a wasted one? Come a lonesome? For nothing? However, this was at a time when Consul Simon was swallowing clouds with an obvious grimace on his face, and the young public servant was in a daze. Suddenly, a very panicked voice came through the door of the office. "Consul Simon, something is wrong. The man from God's country. Oh no. Those people who claim to be soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. They broke into the public concession, and said in front of everyone that they want to take back the public concession. All the garrison didn't even dare to stop them because they came in those behemoths. The garrison of the Sunset Concession died under these steel behemoths." The sudden voice, especially inside the voice, narrated. It made Consul Simon's eyes snapped open, revealing a look of disbelief. Couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Results, he forgot he was smoking a cigar. A mouthful of cigar smoke was inhaled directly into his lungs, and suddenly his eyes were red, and his face reddened rapidly. Cough cough, cough cough, damn it, cough cough cough. Simon Consul coughed sharply and continuously, the sensation of the cigar passing through his lungs making him so horny that he almost coughed up 2 of his lungs. The violent coughing brought snot and tears to his eyes. There is absolutely no image to speak of. It took him a while to get his breath back, and he wondered, why so fast? Consul Simon didn't expect. Those Orientals actually defeated the fleet of the Empire of the Sunset after not even a day. "I can't believe I just came over." Hiss. He was confused, dumbfounded. Chapter 177 Resumption of the Public Concession. The surrender was that fast. Consul Simon thought that his speed of buying a boat ticket to escape was fast enough, but he did not expect that the speed of the Dragon Kingdom's action was even faster than he had imagined. And it could even be said that it was so fast that he did not even react before the other side had to take back the tenancy. It was important to realize that he had purchased this ticket for a ship that was leaving 3 days later, but now those Orientals have tried to take back the lease. Hiss. What to do? How's that? Consul Simon had some brain dangling for a moment. Damn, all that money he had earned over the years in God's country, but all of it was kept inside the rent bank. If the entire concession is taken back by the other side, what about all that money inside the bank? Wouldn't that be a waste of all your efforts over the decades? Bad luck, bad luck. Consul Simon realized that the worst luck of his life might have gathered today. He himself had just put on a show in front of a young public servant. The result was a merciless slap in the face the next moment. He didn't think he felt able to be so unlucky. Had he known that he would have just bought a boat ticket a few days ago and just left. If the boat ticket had been bought a few days ago, it would have left God's country by now. Results. Late. It's too late to say anything about yourself. Those Orientals had actually forced their way inside the concession by force. So that meant that the other side now had the harbor under control. Having control of the harbor, that would be equivalent to those ships docked on the harbor no longer being able to sail away. Once you drive away, That's got to be an attack for sure. Then, Simon sends out that he appears to be on his last legs now. That's sitting ducks, Consul Simon. And this young public servant in the office, who at this moment has long been panicked, couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "What should we do now? It seems like we can't leave the concession anymore. We'll definitely be arrested if we leave the concession." "I know." Consul Simon simply snuffed out his cigar. He was in a very irritable mood. He was thinking hard about what it would take to get out of the public lease safely, best, and take all that money you've made, in God's country, and leave with you. Simon Consul knows what he's done. He himself had not done much good in this part of God's earth. Instead, they have done a lot of evil. He is aware of. The consul from the Sunbelt concession was dead, and he didn't want to follow in his opponent's footsteps. To know, you're just a few years away from retirement yourself. If you die on the verge of retirement, damn, bad luck. Consul Simon took a deep breath and immediately spoke. "I remember that the Chariot Kingdom, in the public concession, isn't there a military warship parked? Although it's only a small ship, it's still capable of doing so if it leaves the Divine Land, right? We can get the garrison to draw enemy fire, then take the opportunity to leave in that ship. It doesn't have to go too far, just leave southern Min province." "But," the young public servant said bitterly, "but that ship has been in disrepair for a long time." "What?" Consul Simon froze and burst into a rage. "Are those garrison troops eating? Why are they letting a ship sit there and eat dust? Why don't they repair the ship when it breaks down?" The official replied weakly, "A few months ago, the garrison applied to you, Consul, for a maintenance grant." Consul Simon: "Oh, turns out I hacked that repair money, resulting in a ship that still hasn't been repaired." "So it is. That's okay." Consul Simon acted as if nothing had happened, his face showing no sign of turning red. "Cheeky. Thick as a city wall." Suddenly, outside the consul's office, there were again sudden exclamations and shouts, but the sound came and went quickly. Just as Consul Simon was somewhat taken aback, there was a knock on the office door. "We are soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Please cooperate with us." It was very standard Mandarin, and in the eyes of the people of this world, it was very standard Shenzhou official language. Consul Simon had spent decades in the land of God, and he naturally understood. It's also because he listens to the look on his face. The moment was absent. It didn't take long for Consul Simon, as well as the public official, both of whom were handcuffed to a silver handcuff, both of whose expressions were surprisingly consistent, both of whom were hanging their heads in shame, both of whom were very stifled. They think of themselves as high and mighty white men, and there is no way they will submit to these Orientals. But their entire being was instantly honest when a single darkened gun was pointed at them. Never dared to say anything more. "Behave yourself." It's easier to take back a public lease than it is to take back a Sunbelt lease, because the garrison inside the public concession, without any resistance at all, surrendered directly. It may be because these garrisons, which are all from different countries, each country also sends only a dozen, at most a couple dozen, garrisons. They don't hold each other together at all, but if they didn't unite, there would only be a dozen, or a couple dozen of them on each side. In this case, resistance, it's suicide, surrender, still alive. In recovering this public concession, Longwood did not even expend a single round of ammunition, nor did he kill a single enemy, or even wound any of them. Then there was a harvest of hundreds of garrison prisoners from different countries, and dozens of public officials from different countries. Less than half an hour has passed since the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom entered the public concession. The public concession was then taken back by the Dragon Kingdom. The speed of speed, staggering, even more staggering, of course, is the speed with which these Yankees chose to surrender. They surrender faster. Chapter 178: Energizing the Nation, Shaking the Divine State. The storm clouds are stirring. It looks like both of Xiaoqing's tenements have been recovered. I just didn't expect that there would actually be a surprise. I didn't realize that the men of the 2nd Combat Regiment had actually captured a rear admiral of the Japans. This is a bit out of my expectation. Southern Minnesota. The Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai looked at this piece of information in his hand and couldn't help but show some emotion. After all, his mission for the 2nd Combat Regiment was to take back the Sunset Concession, as well as the public concession. But the 2nd Combat Regiment was clearly more potent than he had expected. I can't believe that they directly defeated the Far East Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset. It even sank an opposing Orion-class monarch. Meanwhile and captured a rear admiral of the other side's Royal Navy. Have to say, that's a bit of a shocking record. Although the Dragon Kingdom had defeated Lieutenant General Kai Yuan Shang before, there was simply no comparison between the warlord forces of Shenzhou and the Japanese army. A major general of the Sunset Empire carries a lot more gold than a lieutenant general of a warlord. Get this in all the major newspapers and also, Bai laughed and said, follow the customs for a bit, and directly energize the whole country. Bai Yi didn't care that the story spread across the country. Anyway, this kind of thing can't be hidden either. And at the same time, there is no need to hide it in any way. In that case, then take the initiative to get the word out. Not only should it spread to the entire southern part of Min province, but even to the entire God's country. Soon, the dragon countryside then took this message. National briefing. One time, the various forces on the divine land were all set off by the shockwaves. The entire divine land was shaken by this news. To telegraph the whole country means to send the message in one breath to all the major newspapers, and to all the major warlord powers. The equivalent is inside a group. 8 one time for all members. What? The closest to southern Minnesota is undoubtedly northern Minnesota. That Commander Wu of northern Min province was dumbfounded throughout after getting the news. The whole thing was dumbfounded. Commander Wu had a look of disbelief written all over his face, and he seriously suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He looked incredulously at the telegraph operator in front of him. He couldn't help but open his mouth and questioned in a shocked voice. That Bai Yi telegraphed the whole country? He said in his message that he defeated the fleet of the Sunless Empire, and captured the other party's rear admiral, and he also recovered the 2 leased territories? The telegraph operator swallowed darkly and nodded hastily. Inside the message, it says, hiss. Commander Wu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he felt his cold hairs stand up. A tingle ran through his head. Show me the translated message. Without saying a word, he snatched a translated message from the telegraph operator's hand. One eye was dead set on the words on that message. The more you look at, the more alarming. Killed more than 160 soldiers of the Japanese concession garrison and the navy of the Sunset Fleet. Captured more than 980 soldiers of the Sunset Empire, the Chariot State, Austria-Hungary and other countries' garrisons. Killed 1 official of the Japanese concession consulate. Captured more than 100 official of the Japanese concession and public concession consulates. More than 400 Shinshu criminals hiding in the concession were arrested. More than 4,000 illegal aliens from various countries were detained under control. More than 760 people were confirmed to have been reformed through labor after interrogation, and more than 80 people were confirmed to have been sentenced to death after a public trial. Wounded 7 destroyers of the Imperial Far East Fleet of the Sunbelt Empire. Sunk 1 battleship of the Imperial Far East Fleet of the Sunbelt Empire. Captured 1 rear admiral of the Imperial Royal Navy of the Sunbelt Empire. Not a single Dragon Kingdom soldier has been sacrificed during this combat operation to recover the concession. Silly. Clueless. Look at the message in front of you, which is too detailed to be detailed. For the first time, Commander Wu felt what it meant to have fear descend on his head. Powerful. Invincible. Other than those 2 words, he really couldn't think of any words to describe that powerful neighbor of his. Commander Wu even felt that if the other party took a shot at himself, then one need not even think of doing any resistance. For all resistance is useless. If the other guy is going to take a shot at himself, vote for it. After all the forces that made a move on by Yin Dashan, Kai Yuan Shang, the Sunset Far East Fleet, did any of them end well? Can any of them beat Bai Yi? No, all of them. Commander Wu's hand trembled a little as he pulled out a pack of cigarettes from inside his pocket. He feels he is now sitting on pins and needles. Except that Commander Wu received the message. All the other warlords, newspapers, and rentals in God's country also received the message. Hiss. A big northern warlord leader couldn't help but suck in cool air. Good lord, is it really true? When did a fierce dragon over the river appear in the southern province of Min? A Mordor gangster sweated coldly. As I recall, this Mr. Bai seems to be a bit unfriendly to people in our line of work. A rentier consul was dumbfounded. The Sunset Empire has declined to the point where it can't even defeat the Orientals? Meanwhile, inside the major newspaper offices, there was a flurry of jaw-dropping. Then they quickly smelled a business opportunity. They rushed to give this one message to be printed in the newspaper. Then without saying a word all of them were overprinted. Immediately following, countless newspapers then spread throughout the whole of God's country. And the newspapers carried what was obviously a message from the Dragon Kingdom. One time, the whole land of God was plunged into a huge earthquake, alarming everyone up and down, up to the head of the warlord, down to the common man. All of them wore an identical expression. All of them were exactly as shocked as each other. And all of them also remembered that there was a strong armed force in the southern part of the Min province, enough to fight the great powers. Strength. Strong. Chapter 179, Cracking Down on Clan Forces. Development of light industry in jurisdictions. Compared to the wind and clouds in the outside world, it was much calmer within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, and although the local people were very excited as well as thrilled, the work that needed to be done every day still had to be done. The construction work within the areas under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom and the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm was still going on like a blaze. due to the infrastructure buffs added by the diamond chest opening. The speed of infrastructure efficiency within the magically altered version of the Republic of Korea's realm was a full 5 times the previous speed. A highway was paved by hired laborers. Although these highways are simply 2 lanes, for this day and age, 2 lanes are definitely enough too. What's more, Bai's planning for the lanes is visionary, and if he wants to expand these highways to 4 or 6 lanes in the future, he can easily do so. At the same time, Bai is also helping the local people by bulldozing some dangerous houses. In their place were rebuilt homes that looked stronger and more reliable. At the same time, aesthetics are guaranteed. Even Bai opened one factory after another within this jurisdiction. All light industry, of course. After all, if you want to develop heavy industry in a place from scratch, the time and effort required is too great. So great that the current Dragon Kingdom is afraid that it will be difficult to get it done. But in the midst of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional lands in the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the development of a certain level of light industry is also sufficient. Because the purpose of the Dragon Kingdom is mainly to address employment rates in jurisdictions and the like a bit. Meanwhile, magic modified version of the Republic of China realm of these cheap labor. But also the Dragon Kingdom will not give up. The entire southern part of Minnesota has the largest concentration of population in Minnesota. The total population of southern Minnesota is upwards of 9 million. I'm afraid tens of millions of people are definitely out there if you add in those who have not been counted. Such a population could only be a fraction of the population of that province compared to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, a province in the same geographical location. It might even be less than the population of a first-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. But, most of this population approaching tens of millions are unemployed. And there's no way that people who are too poor can live too long these days. That is, within this population, except for the elderly and children. I'm afraid that those who can work as laborers make up 60% of the workforce. If the Dragon Kingdom can get these demographic dividends, it will naturally be booming for the manufacturing industry in the Dragon Kingdom. As for whether there will be overproduction, even if the light industry makes goods, there is no way to sell them at Blue Star. That can also be sold inside the magically altered Republic realm again. Having a two-world market, there will never be a surplus of production. In addition to the development of light industry within the jurisdiction, Bai also brought up education. However, the development of education needs to spend too much money. Kaiyuan Shang left behind the family fund is not enough. I am afraid. If you want to develop these very money-consuming things with those belongings left behind by Kaiyuan Shang, it is definitely unrealistic. After all, Kaiyuan Shang left behind so many family belongings. Used for construction has been spent. If it's used for anything else, then the pants pockets will be empty in a heartbeat. But it was not possible to not develop this aspect. After all, there were not many literate people inside the magically altered Republic realm. That is to say, in the middle of this empty world, illiteracy is very much in evidence. If you want to have a stable and sustainable development in your jurisdiction, you can't rely on the people who can't read or write a word. There is a need to open the minds of the people. Need to run a school. Enlightenment is needed. Of course, this is a start. If there is a little more money to spare, Bai will purchase some vocational schools. In the Dragon Kingdom, this is called secondary school. In addition to this, Bai recruits a large number of people and then trains these people. The people who have completed the training will be the ones who will manage the basic security in the jurisdictions. And there's fire, medical, and other things that need to be arranged and set up. The equivalent of playing a very hardcore simulation game. If it weren't for the double-through doors, if it weren't for the fact that it's backed by a dragon nation, Bai reckons there's no way to be able to play at all. It's really a scratch in every way. It's too hard. Bai couldn't help but rub his temples slightly. He felt like he had never been so tired in his life. And he also knew just how difficult it was for those bosses in the startup phase. Phew! Other than these due constructions, the biggest problem in the jurisdiction at the moment is those clans that only recognize the patriarchal law and not the law. The common people of this magically reformed version of the Republic realm really aren't ordinary folk. Bai looked at a report lying on his desktop, and he couldn't help but frown. According to the Dragon Kingdom's reconnaissance and records over this period of time, just within the 30 days of the last month, there were a full 39 clan armed fights within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction in the magically modified Republic plane. 17 of these were large-scale armed fights, and of these 17 armed fights, the number of participants from both sides in each case added up to more than 100. The most surprising, it was that 2 clans had fought over a water source, and the 2 sides combined had gathered more than 4,000 people, and fought a large clan armed fight. A dozen dead, hundreds of injuries. All of these guys were wimpy when they faced those warlords, one by one, but very ruthless when it comes to his own people. Plus they identify with the house rules of that clan of theirs but not the Torah. This is not allowed in the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi decided to take advantage of the fact that the Dragon Kingdom's deterrent power was sufficient to carry out a drastic crackdown on the clans in the jurisdictional land. He's going to split all of these clans, one clan into at least 3. One of them then stays in place and the other 2 are relocated out of state. Let the different clans all mix in one village. This corresponds to a minimum of 2 surnames in a village. And the ones that move out have to move far away, at least a dozen kilometers or more apart. In these days of very poor communications, being a dozen kilometers apart has become almost a yearly occurrence. After a decade or so of this, it's basically old age and death. This can greatly weaken the unity between a clan. Even if there is any more armed fighting, it won't be too big. Chapter 180, Building Roads First If You Want to Get Rich. Jurisdictional land is growing by leaps and bounds. Although there were still quite a few problems within the current jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom that required Bai Yi and the others to understand and solve them one by one. But overall, the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdictional land inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm still belonged to that thriving posture. At least it's developing very quickly, even as fast as it feels overwhelming. It was really because of the previous time. After adding a buff of 500% increase in infrastructure efficiency, the speed of the Dragon Kingdom in terms of infrastructure all opened up and began to surge like crazy. Almost every so often, a large portion of the road is paved. Want to get rich first, build roads. This concept has been engraved in the hearts of every dragon nation. After all these days, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, a more basic transportation network has been formed. It's all paved with cement. It's not considered particularly strong or durable, but it will definitely last up to 10 years, because this era didn't have those particularly powerful loaded carriers crushing the road. So the damage to the pavement can still be reduced to a very low point. These roads paved by the Dragon Kingdom are not a big problem at all with a 10-year period. And those common people within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, it is natural to be able to see these changes clearly as well. Nothing else. At least they were traveling every day so much easier than before. Places that used to take a full day's walk to reach now take only a small half-day's walk. It could even be faster if you went faster. Chen Yinyo was a villager inside a village within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. He is 20 years old this year and has long been the breadwinner of his family. At this age, if he was from the Dragon Kingdom inside the Blue Planet, he would probably still be in college right now. But Chen Yinyo, however, did not have the opportunity to go to college. Let's not talk about any college. Never even went to private school. None of it. No money. Those 2 words alone are enough to crush a family. Completely. In addition to farming inside the village, Chen Yinyo also runs a business. That's chopping wood to sell inside the county not far away. Although I can't make much money selling firewood, I can at least subsidize my family a little. He has a sick mother at home, and 2 younger sisters who are still young. He must take the responsibility of being the top man. Once upon a time, there was a landowner who wanted to buy out his 2 sisters for 10 yen. Chen Yinyo and his ailing mother, naturally, could not agree. Although their family was very poor in the village, but he could still afford 2 sisters if he worked a little harder. Then, that landowner got irritated, trying to force a grab. At that time, Chen Yinyo was only 18 years old, still harboring a passion, and was not afraid to get into trouble. Took an axe and chopped down 2 slaves in the landowner's house hard. Blood splatter. The landowner was so frightened that he fled. But it's not easy to mess with a landlord. And after that the family was often harassed, such as people pouring dog's blood on their door in the middle of the night, people burning all the grain he had worked so hard to grow, and people blocking him in the street and beating him half to death. If Chen Yinyo wasn't naturally stronger, I'm afraid he would have already been beaten to death. It goes around so. Chen Yinyo still didn't give in and refused to sell his 2 sisters even after he died. Until this year. Here comes the turnaround. A person called Mr. White appeared. The cattle marshal of the East River County was banned. And since then, the security of this area has become better. Many of the people of the 3 religions were all arrested, and not one of them was spared. Even Chen Yinyo also saw the landowner who tried to forcefully buy his 2 sisters before being put on public trial. He saw the landowner get shot straight away. It made him exclaim at the time. At the same time, he couldn't help but be relieved. Spinning. He then had great respect and love for Mr. Bai, and if there was ever a chance that he could fight for Mr. Bai, then Chen Yinyo dared to pat his chest and swear that he would definitely dare to take a bullet for Mr. Bai. Unfortunately, Mr. White does not recruit. Today, Chen Yinyo carried a large bundle of chopped firewood on his back as he walked along the side of a concrete road. While walking, his head was full of sweat. It's hot. Fortunately, ever since Mr. Bai built this road, the time it takes to get to East River County has been greatly reduced from before. In the past, if you wanted to walk from inside the village to East River County, you would have to walk for at least half a day, but now you may only need to walk for an hour. Chen Yinyo muttered to himself with emotion as he uttered the words Mr. Bai. The kind of respect in his tone, the kind of admiration in his eyes, was impossible to hide, because in his eyes, it was Mr. White who gave their family a future. It was Mr. White who helped them eliminate the evil landlords. It was Mr. White who protected his two sisters. Walking, Chen Yinyo then came to Donghua County, and the prosperous scene in the county made him a countryman, overwhelmed by the sight. The town is really changing from day to day. Suddenly, seeing a group of people gathered in front of them, it made him faintly flinch. Chen Yinyo shamelessly stopped a passerby and couldn't help but ask curiously, "This big brother, what's going on over there? Why are so many people gathered there? Could it be that another 10 evil landlords are about to be put on public trial?" The passerby shook his head and replied, "Harm, where are so many 10 evil landlords?" Claiming that after Mr. Bai's several major cleansings of Donghua County has far fewer demons and monsters. Over there is Mr. White's man recruiting security personnel, probably the equivalent of errant constables. Being a constable under Mr. White's hand, there's surely no chance to make any grease. Roadrunner laughs, but the pay is still pretty good. For a month, it'll be $7 large. Supposedly there's a bonus reward if they can solve any cases. Mr. White is recruiting $7 big bucks a month. Chen Yinyo didn't listen to anything else, but only these two words. He didn't say a word. Throwing down the bundle of firewood he was carrying, he then hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. This is the opportunity. He's going to fight for it. Chapter 181, The Sheriff. Will Mr. White be short of money? Folks, please line up. Don't cut in line. Don't be chaotic. Don't cause a stampede. If anyone falls down accidentally, please help him up immediately. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom was holding a megaphone and kept yelling loudly here. It's just that these old folks are too enthusiastic not to yell. After all, with so many people, if there is a stampede, it will definitely cause unnecessary deaths and injuries. It had to be said that the shouts of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were still very useful, and these common people formed a line very consciously. It was probably because the prestige of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom was still quite high within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. After all, so many powerful enemies were defeated. It has long been recognized by the common people. In the eyes of the common people in the jurisdiction, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were their guardians. Chen Yinyo also obediently lined up inside the queue. He squeezed his way to the front before he got lucky. It's at the front of the line now. There were only a dozen or so ordinary people lined up in front of Chen Yinyo. Name? A Dragon Kingdom soldier sitting in a chair, a form in one hand and a pen in the other. Asked, Hu Daqiang. Age? 3.36 years old. Old Township. We are recruiting security personnel. We have stipulated that it is between 18 and 28 years old. Old Township. If you need a job, you can go to the West River County side to take a look. The construction team over there is hiring, and the salary is not too low for a month. There are $6 big. Ha, I see. I'm sorry, I can't top that. Then I'll go to West River County to take a look. Next. Name? Woohoo! Chen Yinyo, who was in the dozenth position in the queue, became more and more nervous, and he realized that the conditions needed to apply for a job as a security officer were actually so harsh. First of all, the age aspect has all but stuck a lot of people down. Secondly, it is also necessary that there are no physical disabilities and that vision and hearing remain normal. And the parents and the family also have to have no criminal history. And even the height of all to have enough requirements must have to be more than 1.6 tall. 1.6 in this day and age. That's not low. The dozen or so people in line in front of Chen Yinyo actually didn't have a single one that met the criteria. This caused Chen Yinyo's expression to be very tense, fearing that he wouldn't meet the criteria as well. Next. Soon. It's on to Chen Yinyo. Name? Chen Yinyo. Age? 20. Chen Yinyo. Right? Well, the young man is quite tough and looks quite tall. Come this way, let's give you a vision and hearing test. And by the way, measure your height and weight again. Ha? Oh, okay. Immediately afterward, Chen Yinyo accepted several tests conducted on him by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom one after another. Nothing more than a test of his physical fitness. After all, if you want to serve as a security officer, you have to be physically fit. And if you are not physically fit, how can you arrest those criminals? Good. Not bad. After testing Chen Yinyo's physical indicators, the Dragon Kingdom soldier nodded in satisfaction. With such a standard, one can even directly join the army as a soldier in the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Yinyo, try running back and forth along that road at full speed. Okay. This was to see Chen Yinyo's endurance and explosive power. By the time Chen Yinyo ran over and back, panting with exhaustion, he heard a voice like heavenly music. Good. Congratulations. You passed. Chen Yinyo immediately stopped his legs from getting sore. A pair of eyes were wide open, filled with surprise, as well as excitement. Me? I passed? Aha! You passed. Longwa soldier smiled and nodded. Go over there and take a picture. The staff over there will instruct you, and at that time, they will create a job card for you. When 3 days later, you take this one job card and come to the East River County Sheriff's Office. At that time, you will be assigned a policing job. At the same time, you will also be given training, as well as ideological work every night, and you will also be assigned a house, which is not very big, but still has an 80 square meters. I thought you said you had a mother and 2 sisters at home. All of them can be brought over to live with you, but there's a mortgage to pay, and it's not a big mortgage, just $1 a month. Inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm, the last thing that was lacking was land and houses, because it was sparsely populated. The population wasn't as exaggerated as it was above the Blue Star, plus a lot of new housing has been built on the Dragon side. One time, housing is accidentally built too much. Chen Yinyo scratched his head in embarrassment. Sir, how big is 80 square meters? If I move to the city, then the land I have in the village, is it still mine? The Longwa soldier shook his head and lost his smile. Do you see that house on the left? That's a standard 80 square meter house, and even if you move inside the county, your land inside the countryside is still yours. Such benefits, however, are limited to those of you who have joined the establishment as vigilantes. Your task is to safeguard law and order within your jurisdiction, including the lives and property of the residents. It is proper and necessary to grant you such benefits. Got it. Chen Yinyo nodded excitedly. He saw that the house, although it didn't come with a yard, was much bigger than his own home in the village. It's absolutely fine for a family of 4. And it's inside the county. Even if you need to pay $1 a month, that's perfectly acceptable. Though a piece of ocean, for the old man, was enough to make his heart ache for days. But Chen Yinyo was aware of his future salary pay. When you become a vigilante, every month, you get paid $7 large. Even if you take out a big $1 a month to pay the mortgage, it's not a problem. That still leaves $6 left in the ocean. Not only is it enough, even, he still thinks it's too much. Mr. Beck, with all this money, will there be any money problems? Will he run out of money one day? Chen Yinyo was still thinking about Bai Yi. Chapter 182, Murderer. Offend Commander Wu? Then you're offended. The common people of this era are very simple, and there are very many common people similar to Chen Yinyo, who are very clear about what they have now, and what people actually gave them. They are also aware of exactly who is keeping the peace inside the entire jurisdiction now. And because of this, they were all grateful to Bai Yi, full of gratitude. Today everything is thriving within the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. The vigor of the boom is astonishing to watch. At the same time, it also made many people stagger at Bai Yi, that kind of powerful ability, as well as powerful heritage. They simply couldn't figure out why Bai Yi was able to have such a strong military power. Also simply can't figure out, why was Bai Yi able to have so many talented people at his side to help him out? Especially those who, it was as if it had suddenly popped out of nowhere and could not be traced in the slightest. All of this is destined to be nothing more than a perpetual mystery to those who have a heart. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye it was half a month that had passed. At this moment, Bai Yi was looking at a report in his hands, which showed a series of construction and development results in the areas under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom during this period of time. I have to say that this data shown on this report makes one look very surprised. It's hard to imagine a jurisdiction with a magically altered version of the ROC realm being able to have so much from nothing in such a short period of time. Since this half a month's time, Bai Yi has dealt with another wave of landlords and merchants who are unkind to the rich. At the same time, security within the jurisdiction has been strengthened. The massive appointment of locals to participate in policing, and those foreigners inside the concession who were not tried for crimes were sent back partly after confiscating their property. After all, Bai Yi couldn't have raised these foreigners for nothing. If they want to remain in God's country, then they have to get a visa. Otherwise, then they would have to be repatriated back to the back dragon country. From the hands of these rented foreigners, Bai Yi obtained a large amount of money. The sheer number of, staggering, from the hands of those foreigners inside the concession, as well as those hiding inside the concession of the Shenzhou people, Bai Yi actually seized tens of millions of ocean. All these oceans are their ill-gotten property, all exploited and plundered from the people. These properties Bai Yi naturally confiscated all of them. All of it will then be used in the construction of the infrastructure. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom on top of the Blue Star had also gotten a lot of valuable resources inside this magically altered version of the Republic realm. The most abundant of them are those ores: gold mine, copper, iron ore, silver ore, coal mines. A large amount of mineral resources were transported one after another above the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. so that the problem of resource scarcity within the Dragon Kingdom could be said to have been effectively improved. At the same time, it also eliminates the need for the Dragon Kingdom to make a big purchase of those resources from abroad. After all, I'm afraid that all those resources abroad don't add up to as much as the magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's safe to say that whether it's a magically altered version of the Republican realm, or the Dragon Kingdom above the Blue Star, it's all going fast. The most noteworthy thing was that on this side of the Dragon Kingdom camp, there were already a dozen or so gifted Dragon Kingdom soldiers who possessed quite a few abilities to deal with ghosts and demons. They had received careful teaching from the old Taoist priests of the Lushan sect, and their learning as well as progress was naturally very fast. That is, if one day, once again, you come across something paranormal, it didn't need Bai Yi's hands to be able to solve it. Moreover, those bandits and mountain thieves within the land under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom were also dying out at an extremely fast rate, because the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are not vegetarians. When there was no war for them to fight, they traveled to various places to fight bandits. Even bandits hiding in the ravines were able to be uncovered by them. Everything is in order. Everything is alive and well. Everything is booming. However, at such a time, something happened that not only attracted Bai Yi's attention, but at the same time between them, it also touched the nerves of the entire Min province, especially the nerves of that Commander Wu in the north. Just yesterday, a young man was in the southern part of Min province, within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, killed a man on purpose. That youth was also from Min province, but not from southern Min province, but from northern Min province. What was most impossible to ignore was the identity of this youth. He's actually the brother-in-law of that Commander Wu from northern Min province. This moment, neither is phased. The brother-in-law of that warlord Commander Wu in the northern part of Min province? Looking at the identity of a murderer, Bai Yi couldn't help but frown. Not because this identity made him feel tricky, but because this ID card still felt puzzled, being that Commander Wu's brother-in-law. Why would he dare to kill someone in the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom? Obviously, this was the point where Bai Yi was puzzled. On what basis did the other party dare to kill someone here? Major, according to our interrogation and observation, this murderer belongs to the kind of person who has a good character. During the interrogation, he was uncooperative the entire time, and even verbally abused the interrogators. A soldier from the Dragon Kingdom reported, judging from the basis of the interrogators, the other party may be the spoiled kind, while the other party may, at the same time, not know us very well. Understood. Bai Yi nodded and said, there's no need to give that Commander Wu face. This matter is handled seriously. Understood. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers nodded solemnly. The meaning of seriousness is also clear, it's in everyone's face. Make that murderer pay for his murder. What it looks like in other people's eyes. Such bright behavior might offend that Commander Wu in northern Min province. But, whether it seemed in Bai Yi's eyes or in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom, warlords like Commander Wu, offense. Just get offended. Chapter 183, the so-called big shot. Seriously. Chasing a prize hero. There were interrogation documents related to the case committed yesterday by that Commander Wu's brother-in-law in the northern part of Min province, which had quickly reached Bai Yi's hands, and also let Bai Yi know what was going on. That Commander Wu's brother-in-law's name was Hua Yusheng, and besides being Commander Wu's brother-in-law, he was also a direct descendant of a large family in the northern part of Min province. The Hua family belongs to one of the great families with far-reaching roots in the northern part of Min province. Perhaps that's why. It was that Commander Wu of the northern Min province warlords who married this Hua Yusheng's sister. A wave of couplings took place between the two sides. The two are much closer. Hua Yusheng also belongs to the kind of notorious existence in the northern part of Min province. In short, it is the kind of ordinary day to do nothing, always take some dog legs out, bullying men and women of the second world master. Oh no. The Hua family must have at least several hundred years of history of origin in the northern part of Min province, so the other side should be called the Lord of the Nth? This Hua Yusheng, I don't know which part of his body has been jerked, but he actually ran to the southern part of Min province. According to a wave of previous interrogations of him by the Dragon Kingdom, the other replied that he was smoking a big cigarette at the time, and that he had come running until his brain was confused. With his gang of lapdogs, he came within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Hua Yusheng who came within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. It doesn't change that temperament of his in the slightest. Can't even change that temperament at all. After he saw a very watery-looking little girl on the street, the covetousness arose at once. In Hua Yusheng's mouth this is love at first sight, but everyone knows that this is to see color. And Hua Yusheng still thought that there was no difference between southern Min province and northern Min province. After the hookup attempt, he actually tried to take the little girl by force on the street, and his lapdogs grabbed her. There must be a lot of people who can't stand to watch something like forcibly robbing a woman in broad daylight. Immediately, a zealous citizen went up to stop it. Results: I didn't realize that Hua Yuxing and his doglegs were carrying pistols close to their bodies. They were in a state of irritation. A few shots were fired at the brave civilians who saw what was going on, resulting in a serious shooting. The Longwa vigilantes patrolling the neighborhood heard the gunshots and quickly rushed over as well. Immediately killed 2 of the other dogs' legs on the spot. The few remaining doglegs and Hua Yuxing himself, with a dozen guns pointed at them. It's starting to wimp out too. Arrested on the spot. The security personnel present quickly took the injured civilians to a nearby hospital for treatment, but they did not expect to bring them back, resulting in a situation where 3 of the civilians were injured and 1 was killed. As for Hua Yuxing and those of his lapdogs, 2 were dead and 4 were injured, and none of the vigilantes involved in the arrest were injured. Rereading the interrogation report carefully, Bai Yi's face had a rare bit of anger hanging on it. Sure enough, the last thing that is lacking in this age is this kind of diabolic-like existence. Meanwhile, add to that the proliferation of guns in this magically altered version of the Republican realm. It's easy for a shooting to happen. Phew, Bai Yi slowly exhaled out a breath. This matter had to be dealt with seriously, and at the same time this matter had to be treated as a negative example. Warn those curmudgeons. No matter what your identities are or what backgrounds you have, when you are within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, you have to follow the rules of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you break the rules, it doesn't matter whose brother-in-law you really are, or what kind of status and background you have. Clearance on a case-by-case basis. Full verdict. This matter does not need to be suppressed either. Make this matter a news item and publish it on top of the major newspapers. Also post relevant notices in every county and village. Make sure everyone knows what's going on. Let everyone know that our Dragon Kingdom will not lighten up on the trial because of the other party's identity and background. At the same time, some degree of commendation is given to those civilians who have acted with bravery, especially for the old people who were shot. Give sufficient posthumous awards, and investigate whether he has any family members, and if so, it's best to treat his family generously. As Bai Yi's order fell. Soon, this matter then spread throughout the entire southern part of the Min province, and even spread to the entire Min province at a very fast speed. Even parts of northern Minnesota were quick to learn about it. A moment in time, there was an uproar, a quake, especially the newspapers and notices rendered Hua Yuxing and his group as incomparably fierce and vicious, which was even more capable of arousing a ball of anger in the hearts of the common people. The story also quickly gained a lot of attention from the local people. That Hua Yuxing really isn't a human being. Not only did he rob a woman in broad daylight, he even dared to shoot someone. Good catch. If I had been there, I would have given that bastard a shot. The one who opened his mouth with foul language was a hunter, who looked at the content of the notice posting and was enraged. I can't wait to shoot that murderer surnamed Hua as if he were a prey. Yeah, simply not human. He came here to commit crimes just because of his special status? Do you really think this is his hometown? Thinks that Wu can protect him? Humph. Mr. Bai is not even afraid of foreigners. A mere warlord. Commander Wu is nothing. Isn't Kai Yuan Shang great? Wasn't he killed by Mr. Bai? How come there's no notice of the public trial time? I want to see this get shot. How can it be that fast? There must be a complicated process for a public trial and shooting. What a ing animal. This guy deserves to get caught. Ugh. What a pity to see justice done. If this was in northern Min province, the common people would not dare to rage against that kind of powerful class in broad daylight like this. However, this was the southern part of Min province. Within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, powerful people here are for scolding. The people are the sky here. Chapter 184, Clueless Commander Wu. Pit brother-in-law's brother-in-law. What? Yu Sheng not only robbed a woman in broad daylight in that Bai Yi's territory, but better yet, he actually killed a man, and now he's been arrested? Hiss. When was this? Commander Wu, who was far away in the northern part of Min province, got the news. The entire group was shocked into a cold sweat. In an instant, he was out of his chair. The reason why Commander Wu was keeping a very low profile and doing things very carefully these days was that he was afraid of offending his powerful neighbor. He wouldn't dream of offending his neighbors to the south, because he knew what the consequences of that would be. Results. What Commander Wu didn't expect was that his own brother-in-law was actually so brave. People, you wouldn't dare offend yourself. I can't believe he was offended. Commander Wu is aware of that. Bai Yi in the south is very concerned about the common people, but also a person who will stand up for the common people. Such a person in this era. It is simply an oddball. Commander Wu is well aware that the common people are Bai Yi's scales, and once touched there is absolutely no good outcome. As a result, His brother-in-law favored the people of southern Minnesota, and it's still killing people in that Whitey's territory. The key is, when the hell did that little bastard get over to southern Minnesota? Damn, isn't this ing trouble for me? Cam. Yushing wasn't shot, was he? Commander Wu hurriedly inquired to one of the guards in front of him, captured on the spot by that Bai. There's absolutely no way he'll be spared. Also, not yet, the guard replied, reporting to the commander. Young Master Hua should still be alive. Still alive. Commander Wu wanted to breathe a sigh of relief now, but he knew he couldn't. Although Hua Yushing is still alive now, God knows when he will be shot? Commander Wu couldn't help but curse. Damn it! If it wasn't for the sake of your sister, and the Hua family behind you, I wouldn't even want to pay attention to you. The turtle grandson. Although his mouth was cursing, Commander Wu still didn't want that brother-in-law of his to die, because his own brother-in-law's identity is too special. The Hua family's influence in the northern part of Min province was very large, not even below their own influence. 30% of the military expenses of the warlords in northern Min province are provided by that Hua family. Once he didn't have a way to get Hua Yushing back, that proper wife of his must be making trouble every day. There's also the possibility that there's no way to get that money from the Huas themselves. Damn! Commander Wu, the warlord commander, was in a very stifling position, being checked and balanced at every turn. In comparison, Kai Yuansheng, who was previously a warlord in southern Fujian province, belonged to the southern Fujian province's one-liners. Sometimes, Commander Wu was very envious of Kai Yuansheng because Kai Yuansheng was not afraid of anyone except foreigners. But he's different. His military strength is not up to the level of Kai Yuansheng's, and he doesn't have the ability to make the entire northern part of Min province his one-track mind. So much so that he is sometimes even subjected to the checks and balances of some local forces. It even made him afraid to move some local forces. For example, a big family like the Hua family. Phew! Shaking his head, Commander Wu shook off the random thoughts in his mind as he gritted his teeth and said, "Draw up a message for me immediately and send it to that Mr. Bai, telling him to never kill Hua Yusheng. I can buy Hua Yusheng back with a large ocean and ask him to set a price." Yes. The guard rushed to the telegraph department. Witnessing the departure of the guards, Commander Wu sat down in his chair and took a heavy breath. Very irritating. Incredible headache. Damn it. This suffocating grandson is really capable of causing trouble. Commander Wu gritted his teeth. I told him not to make trouble these days, but as a result, he still didn't listen, and even dared to run to Bai Yi's territory to make trouble. I don't know what kind of bear heart and leopard's guts he has eaten. Do you really think that no one dares to kill the youngest member of his Hua family? That Bai is not the same as a laborer. Labor doesn't dare to touch your Hua family's people, and still has to offer up your Hua family's people, but that surname Bai not only won't give a damn about your Hua family. If your Hua family was in the southern part of Min province, I'm afraid that your family would have already been copied. Alas. Commander Wu sighed helplessly and smiled bitterly. We can only see if that Mr. Bai can sell me face. He actually knew that such a hope was very slim. After all, that Mr. Bai didn't even give face to the foreigners, so why would he give face to him? Wu Lianshan, Wu Lianshan, must not be able to lose face compared to the foreigners, right? To know, even the rear admiral of the Sunset Empire, that Mr. White, was arrested as he was. In hell, this ing brother-in-law, pit brother-in-law, Cam. It didn't take long for the guard who had run out, to come running over again in a hurry, and brought back not so good news. Commander, the southern side gave a reply. They said that anyone who commits a crime in their territory, no matter what their status is, will have to accept their trial and judgment. The guard said in a rapid-fire report. Wu Lianshan was silent for a few seconds. To be honest, it wasn't so much out of his expectation as it was, but he found it surprising that there was nothing he could do to fix this. Saving? If you offend Bai Yi, you'll be dead. His decades of struggle will all come to nothing. No help? If you offend the Hua family, your own territory will surely be thrown into chaos. Even his own position as commander probably can't stabilize it either. Damn! Wu Lianshan was suddenly in a dilemma. But, just at this time, he suddenly froze. A light flashed in his head. He thought of something. The reason why he was afraid of the Hua family was because the Hua family was too powerful and their connections were too intricate. But, if you go to the telegraph department again, draw up another message and send it to Mr. White. Chapter 185, The Price of Inviting the Gods. The target is the entire Min province. Wu Lianshan was a very careful and cautious person, and a person who knew how to value his life. He knew that everything he currently had was all hard-earned. He clearly doesn't want to lose what he has. He knew that if he offended Bai Yi, everything he had would be gone, and there may not be any redeeming qualities to speak of. But if it was just a matter of offending a Hua family, Although it might lead to one's position being unstable, it would lead to one appearing somewhat precarious in the northern part of the Min province. But one still has a little bit of room to be pedantic. Yes, Wu Lianshan had now completely and utterly severed the idea of saving his brother-in-law. If the content of Bai Yi's callback is slightly euphemistic, then Wu Lianshan will continue to fight a little bit. But since Bai Yi's callback didn't have any euphemistic tone to speak of, it meant that this guy Hua Yusheng had to die. And if this guy didn't die, Bai Yi wouldn't be willing to rest. In that case, then sell that brother-in-law. Even he or she is still in one piece. Sold the was outright. Wu Lianshan had deep interests entangled with the Hua family, and he knew that once he tore his face off with the Hua family, a series of troubles would await him. But he now cannot care so much. After all, the Hua family and Bai Yi comparison then. Obviously, Bai Yi was even more terrifying. Stronger. Wu Lianshan held a large amount of information intelligence on the Hua family, including all of the Hua family's surface, or secretly those industries, and also knew what kind of misdeeds the Hua family had done over the years. In his impression, that Mr. Bai Yi Bai was a cynical person. Think, if the other party knows about the crimes of the Hua family and has a series of evidence, something will be done, right? Although the Hua family mainly operated in the northern part of the Min province, and that Bai Yi only occupied the southern part of the Min province, this commander of his own was perfectly capable of transferring the power of law enforcement, temporarily, to Bai Yi's side. Wu Lianshan knows this is very likely. Oh no, this will 100% definitely lead the wolf into the house. But he knew he had no choice. It can only be done that way. It's the only way. Unless he packed up and got out of this mess right now. But was it possible for Wu Lianshan to do that? If he had given up everything he had in Minnesota, he would have already packed up and gotten the hell out of there. Soon. Southern Minnesota. The Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai Yi's side received another call from Wu Lianshan. Something like a telegram seemed very backward in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom. But who let this era go by with only telegrams and wired telephones? If you want to communicate with the people of this age, you have to use the methods of this age. Unless the Dragon Kingdom is happy to give away advanced communications equipment. But it's an absolute no-no. TSK. Interesting. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile as he read this new call and said, "It's just as well that you're here as well, Captain Lin. So come and take a look at the contents of that Wu Lianshan's message as well." Captain Lin. That's Lin Lei of the Special Operations Squad. Lin Li froze. Wu Lianshan. That's the warlord commander in northern Min province who has the same name as the head of the 1st Combat Regiment? Lin Li received that one message, and when he finished reading the contents on it, couldn't help but laugh too. This guy is so cunning. Lin Li lamented. He knows that if he gives up on Hua Yusheng, the Hua family will absolutely break with him. But it's not like he has any methods that can deal with the Hua family. So if he wants to fight hard against the Hua family, then he'll have to fight a losing battle. So wants us to step in to deal with the Hua family, because he knows we're the only ones who can deal with it. Also, this guy is very willing to give up concessions because he surely knows, once our people enter the northern part of Min province, it's for us to leave that's going to be hard. He's actually going to give us the power of law and order in judgment. Yes, Wu Lianshan knows that it is easy to invite a god and difficult to send a god. He knows more about Bai Yi, a great god. I'm afraid that once you invite them, you can't send them away. Instead of waiting for himself to be liquidated by Bai Yi, it would be better for him to hurry up and cede some of his power. This way, it's better than fighting with the Hua family to the death. After all, if the fight with the Hua family is a lose-lose situation, then his own position as commander, it's hard to say if you'll still be able to keep it. Major, are we going to grant him? Once we agree to his request, we can easily obtain the power to manage the security and law and order of northern Min province. We can use these 2 points to quickly and completely hollow out the entire northern Min province hierarchy. At that time, that Wu Lianshan's name of commander will become a name, because by then his military power, we will be able to hollow him out as well, and he will become similar to a mascot. But actually, with the power we have, we are able to do this without having to grant his request, and it is entirely possible to press in with a large army, without having to play any fancy games at all. When the time comes, the northern part of Min province will be ours. Likewise. But, Lin Li paused and said, if we do this, the other party will most likely jump over the wall. He knows that he can't beat us, but he knows that we care about the common people, and he might go after them, just like that Kaiyuan Shang before. If it wasn't for the fact that we handled it in a timely manner, the dying madness of Kaiyuan Shang at that time could have killed hundreds of thousands of common people. Hearing Lin Li's words, Bai Yi nodded slightly. Yeah, these people cannot be underestimated. We are not afraid of them, but the common people are not. Bai Yi smiled. I want to call him back. I can help him deal with the Hua family. But, In addition to policing and legal trials, I want him to disband the warlord forces. It's up to him, whether he wants to or not. Bai Yi paused and said, he wants to invoke God now, but invoke God. There is a price to pay. Chapter 186, the thought of casting the dragon's heart arises. Shakily realized that the world and the sky were wide in his heart. Wu Lianshan's request gave Longguo a reason to be able to enter the northern part of Min province Shang, and even the other party gave Longguo a reason to be able to control that place. After all, it is easy to invite this god of Longguo, but it is very difficult to send it away. Although the Dragon Kingdom could be able to use force to unify the entire Min province, if it really did so, there was no guarantee that Wu Lianshan, the local warlord, would jump over the wall in a hurry. Whether the other party used military power or metaphysical power, the Dragon Kingdom was able to follow though. But if the other general is power and metaphysical power used on ordinary people, then the Dragon Kingdom would not be so capable of protecting them instantly, and certainly not letting the people be a lifeline for someone else to strangle them. In the case of being able to protect the safety of the people, the Dragon Kingdom is going to do what it can to keep them safe, but if there's really no way around it, then we'll just have to avenge the people. It was also for this reason that Bai Yi agreed to this request from Wu Lianshan, but those conditions put forward by Wu Lianshan made Bai Yi very dissatisfied. Soon, Becky's callback is learned by Wu Lianshan. Hiss. After seeing Bai Yi blatantly asking himself to disband the warlord forces, Wu Lianshan's first reaction was to stare at him with wide-eyed incomparable anger, because if he didn't even have the military power, then with a mascot, what difference did it make? But his heart is also very clear. Once Bai Yi's people intervene in the situation in the northern part of Fujian province, then he himself, the commander of the warlords, became the biggest thorn in the other side's side, rather than a condition. This was an ultimatum given to him by Bai Yi. It's hard to ride a tiger. Wu Lianshan's expression was tinged with intense bitterness, and the anger within his heart dissipated. Since he chose to sell out the local forces in northern Fujian province, turned to the powerful neighbor who turned to the south for help, Wu Lianshan knew he had to be a mascot as a warlord commander. But he's not happy about it. Te mother ******** ing Huayushing. The ing Hua family. Wu Lianshan can't help but break a few curses. If it's not Huayushing that is still able to maintain that subtle non-aggression tacit understanding between himself and Bai Yi, but Huayushing that after killing a commoner within Bai Yi's jurisdiction, there goes that subtle tacit understanding. A very thin-looking membrane between the two sides was also punctured. Wu Lianshan knew that Bai Yi was definitely interested in using this excuse to die the north. He also knew that once he let Bai Yi take the initiative, you can't even be a mascot yourself. So the dilemma he faced now was, Bai Yi he was offended. The Hua family he is also offended. These two dilemmas gave him two choices. The first was to choose to stand with the Hua family, the same as when Kai Yuansheng I chose to resist Bai Yi, and then went down a path of extinction. The second way is to recognize the times, give up all the power you can have, and immediately take the wealth you've amassed over the years to be a mascot, and maybe even live. Even if there was no way for him to stay alive, he should at least be able to preserve the Wu family's bloodline. Not as much as Kai Yuansheng. I heard that those children of the Kai family are big and small. All of them were taken to labor reform. Tell the truth. If there was a choice, Wu Lianshan would rather have neither choice. But he didn't have a choice. He knew he could only passively pick a second option. The second option was chosen. He'll live. That's enough. Phew. At this moment, Wu Lianshan's entire body, it was as if he had aged 10 years. His whole body slumped in his chair a little weakly. Turning to the guard in front of him, he said helplessly, "Tell that Mr. White that I will do as he says. But I beg him to be able to keep me, or can leave the Wu family alive. The Wu family has done many evil things. So, I, Wu Lianshan, will use half of the Wu family? No, with 2/3 of the property, and give up 2/3 of the fields to compensate the common people. At the same time, I will disband the warlord's forces and will give Mr. White a list of people who have done evil, or rather, an interest group centered on me." Wu Lianshan smiled bitterly. "You should know. I don't have any other choice right now. I won't even be able to save my life if I get tough with Mr. Bai. Starting today, the guard company is disbanded as well. You guys have been keeping me close and have no chance to do anything evil. Mr. White should not be able to liquidate you." But Wu Lianshan sighed. "Those who follow me Wu Lianshan for many years went and some of the power of the old generals, unless they are also willing to lay down everything with me generally. Otherwise, they're afraid they won't be able to escape Mr. Bai's liquidation. After all, there has to be an accounting for the common people who have suffered." The moment the thought of defecting to the Dragon Kingdom arose, for a split second he felt that heaven and earth were spacious. Wu Lianshan felt that his entire spirit had changed. He even found his perspective changed when he saw everything. He rejoiced that though he had also done much evil, but at least it wasn't as much of an exaggeration as Kai Yuan Shang. At least, he didn't have many dogs to exploit the people. Commander! The guard's eyes couldn't help but fill with tears, knowing that the man in front of him had reached the point where he had lost his mind to fight. Go away! After calling Mr. White, you let those fellows of yours, all of them, disperse. Wu Lianshan waved his hand. In a few days, I'll have someone give your guard company 100 Daiyang each. You'd better do something good these days as well. Don't be high and mighty every day. Realize that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. No, Commander, the guard said seriously. What you're doing is absolutely unacceptable to many thoughtful people under your hand, who may violate your decisions or even try to replace you. Please let the brothers protect the commander for a few more days, and when Mr. Bai's men arrive, it won't be too late for the brothers to disband. Sun. Wu Lianshan froze, and then instantly tried to understand. Yeah, he was willing to leave everything behind, but what about those who had followed him for years? Are they willing? No way. When they learned that they were going to vote for Bai Yi, then they were already in a dangerous situation. Around all enemies. Chapter 187, Bloodless Release of Military Power. The Dragon Kingdom is on the move. Wu Lianshan didn't know whether the path he took was right or wrong, but he knew that as long as he took this path, he had at least a 70% chance of being able to save his own life, and that of his family. He knew even more that if he made an enemy of Bai Yi, then he would lose more than just that much. The current Wu Lianshan can say that he looks at it very, very openly. Even if Bai Yi asked him to be an ordinary person, he might be willing. It wasn't because Wu Lianshan had a clear conscience or anything, simply because he simply valued this one life of his, and simply cherished those of his family. He can't say how noble such behavior is. Everything is just done out of self-interest. Of course, in comparison, he was still smarter than that Kai Yuansheng because he knew that he couldn't make an enemy of Bai Yi. He knew that what would happen if he made an enemy of Bai Yi was definitely no better than Kai Yuansheng, the Wu Lianshan who took it all in stride. The whole thing is so much more soothing. At the same time, he was also aware that he was now in a very dangerous situation. After all, just because he was willing to surrender didn't mean that those old men of his were willing to do so. Just because he's willing to give up all the benefits, doesn't mean that those old minions of his are willing to give up all the benefits, just like the leaders of those rebel gangs. For example, it's not that they don't want to wash their hands in gold, rather, they really can't retreat at all. Once they want to retreat, then they have to die. And it wasn't the enemy that killed them, it was those of their men. Now Wu Lianshan, it's also a case of, there is no airtight wall in the world, let alone in the midst of such negligently supervised warlords. Wu Lianshan knows that he acts like this, and thinks like this, it is impossible to hide it. Probably in a couple of hours' time, the word will be all over the place. It would have made the entire northern Minnesota. It's all getting scary. Now he could only hope that Mr. Bai, who was far away in the southern part of the Min province, would be able to send his troops over as soon as possible. Help him stabilize the kind of situation that's coming up next. That might be a little out of his control. In the midst of this instability, he's very dangerous. At any moment he could be shot in the back, and he might not even know who shot him. It could be those old men of his, or even his own family. Yes, Wu Lianshan knew very well that he had some family members who had already enjoyed all the glory and wealth, and it was impossible to go back to the old life. They may do extreme things to ensure their current affluence, like kinslaying. So after thinking it over, he still chose to keep the men of the guard company. For the time being, Wu Lianshan probably doesn't trust those old men of his or those of his family, but these 150 men inside the guard company, Wu Lianshan trusted them very much, because they were carefully selected by him, cronies raised from childhood. Think of it here. Wu Lianshan instantly felt sad. Busy for most of his life, even his own family, have become unable to trust. Only able to trust a company of guards who are not related to him in any way. Ugh, he tilted his head inside. Soon, southern part of Bai Yi Min province, the Dragon Kingdom camp. Bai Yi's side got another call from Wu Lianshan. What surprised Bai Yi and the others was that this warlord commander of northern Min province was so take it or leave it. Or, it was because of this powerful strength of the Dragon Kingdom that forced him to take and let go. Otherwise, what he will face will be the end of his life that he cannot even imagine. That is to say, as long as the Dragon Kingdom entered northern Min province after that, the entire northern Min province could be left to be ravaged by the Dragon Kingdom. All allied powers, all will be handed over to the Dragon Kingdom, and what Wu Lianshan wanted was nothing more than to save a life, as well as to save a portion of his property. Think for a few minutes. Bai Yi agreed. Being able to bloodlessly make a warlord's commander, choose to give up all his power. Why not? For this kind of person who surrendered voluntarily, Bai Yi's side was still very welcome. and Wu Lianshan's surrender was able to serve as an example. Now the Dragon Kingdom had another group of enemies, and this group of enemies was the local forces in the northern part of Min Province. Landlord, family, clan, merchant, landlubbers, army ruffians. These interest groups centered on Wu Lianshan are the main enemies of the Dragon Kingdom this time. Organize the intelligence that Wu Lianshan sent over, especially the list he sent over. At the same time, immediately notify the 3rd Combat Regiment and the 1st Combat Regiment. I need both of them to go straight into the northern part of Min Province and control all the characters and forces on the list. At the same time, do your best not to disturb the local population. If you encounter anyone who chooses to be recalcitrant, you can take the necessary measures to subdue them by force. For this operation, I don't want anything to happen to any of the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. If someone chooses to surrender voluntarily without our prompting when our men arrive, such a person can be given a little chance. And the guys who are like wallflowers, they don't need to be given any chances. Bai Yi's order quickly reached within the Dragon Kingdom camp. The 1st Combat Regiment in the camp, as well as the 2nd Combat Regiment, fully 3,000 strong, immediately began to move. One military vehicle after another fishtailed out from inside the camp. The scene looked overwhelming. When a very hideous-looking steel behemoth drove on top of the highway that had just been repaired not long ago, it attracted the attention of countless ordinary people in the 1st Dragon jurisdiction. Hiss, is Mr. Bai going to strike again? I wonder who's unlucky this time. It's most likely that Commander Wu from the north. Hiss, it's possible. Chapter 188 Panicked Local Powers. An irritated Huafu Xing. There really is no airtight wall under the sky. When Wu Lianshan's several telegrams were sent out, the contents of these telegrams were leaked out directly with great speed. Northern Minnesota. The WAS. What? That Wu Lianshan dares to do this? What makes that asshole dare to do that? He actually colluded with that Bai surnamed in the south and let that Bai surnamed make a move against us? That bastard Wu Lianshan is actually still so generous that he's willing to hand over all power to surname Bai? Damn it! What qualifications does he, that asshole, have to do that? The contemporary head of the Hua family's face was written with shock and fury. And why was Yuxing captured by Xingbais? Didn't the old man warn him not to go over to the south? Why won't this little bastard listen to the old man? Smoking too much big cigarettes again. Sinning. The current head of the Hua family is named Huafu Xing, and he is now 65 years old. Huafu Xing is one of those people who can't have fertility and only has a son in his old age. And because of this, he was very spoiled for Hua Yuxing. Even Hua Yuxing smoked big cigarettes during the day. He as a father did not stop. No, it's not just coddling anymore. It's spoiling too much. Now Huafu Xing has begun to regret. If he did not spoil his son so much in the beginning, if his son a little strict supervision, will not make such a thing. But, this is a family matter of my Hua family. What qualifications does the one surnamed Bai have to arrest Lao Fu's son? And that Wu, as Yuxing's brother-in-law, he's actually indifferent, even trying to collude with outsiders against my Hua family? Endless anger surged up into his heart, causing Huafu Xing to cough heavily a few times. His pale face was a little flushed with anger. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a crutch, the costly one, and gave it a vicious pestle. It made a very clear ringing sound. In his anger, he actually realized that there didn't seem to be anything he could do to stop Bai Yi, because Bai Yi had even captured the foreigner's major general, and the news had long been spreading throughout God's country. Huafu Xing, the head of the Hua family, even the most rampant arrogance, nor would they dare to say that their Hua family could compare to a rear admiral of the Sunset Empire. Damn, is there no way to deal with it? Is it just a sitting duck? No, can't just sit back and wait. That bastard Wu Lianshan has shaken out almost all of those things that the Hua family has done, and Yuxing will surely be interrogated about quite a few things when he's caught. With the character and methods of that Bai surnamed in the south, there's no way the Hua family won't be liquidated. We must find a way to deal with that Bai surnamed, and at the same time, we must also rescue Yuxing, and by the way, we must settle a score with Wu Lianshan. But the question is, how can one do these three things? Huafu Xing was confused. He suddenly realized that he was powerless in this moment. To know, as the head of the Hua family, he could be said to be powerful in northern Min province. Their Hua family was completely horizontal in northern Min province. No one is afraid. But, the person who was about to come to the northern part of Min province today was not a big cat or a small cat, but an incomparably ferocious dragon that crossed the river. With a single Hua family, how could they possibly be able to deal with such an overpowering dragon? Right. Huafu Xing suddenly reacted, and his expression began to become somewhat gloomy and uncertain. Once that surnamed Bai comes to the northern part of Min province, The Hua family will definitely not be the only ones who will be unlucky at that time. Those people or forces that are similar to the Hua family will definitely not be able to escape surname Bai's liquidation either. Come on man. Hua Fuxing immediately called out to a butler and then instructed the butler. You have someone go and notify all the powerful people in the county besides Wu Lianshan. Have them all come to the Hua family for a gathering, and say that I, Hua Fuxing, have something very important to discuss with them. I hope they can give me, Hua Fuxing, a face. The butler nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, master. The fact that Wu Lianshan had betrayed all the interest groups had been circulating for a long time. There must be more than just one Was family getting this news. Members of interest groups similar to the Hua family were now furious one by one. And yet there was anxiety beyond measure. All of them are like ants on a hot plate, panicked to the core. And when they received the invitation from Hua Fuxing, they were finding a backbone in general. After all, in the entire northern part of Min province, it was the Hua family's power and connections that were the greatest. It didn't take long. A large number of powerful people gathered right inside the Hua family's parlor. They are both male and female. There are old and young. Identities vary. Some of them are very famous local big businessmen. Some are warlord generals with thousands of soldiers. Some are big families like the Hua family. And some are black bosses in charge of the county's underground. All of these people who constantly exploited the common people on a regular basis are now gathered together. The entire inside of the Hua family's parlor could be said to be crowded with one person after another right now. If you drop a missile inside the parlor, that's in addition to the maids and servants. I'm afraid there wouldn't be a single innocent. All of them are heinous. I'm afraid that any one of them would not waste a single bullet if they were pulled out and shot at a target for a few minutes. Each of them has one thing in common. That's the look of anxiety written all over his face and the panic in his eyes over confusion. They all know, once they fell into Bai Yi's hands, it definitely wouldn't end well. It's not possible not to panic. Old Mr. Hua, I'm afraid that you've asked the big guys to gather together just because of this matter. The big guys are all at their wits' end right now. They don't know what to do. So if old Mr. Hua has any insights, please open the door. A merchant who was dressed in what appeared to be a very flashy outfit finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Chapter 189 Dragon Kingdom's Pawn. Everything was under Bai Yi's control. Yeah, Elder Hua. Based on what we know so far, it's all because of that young son of yours that you've messed with that Mr. Bai from the southern part of the Min province, which has caused this current situation. Of course now is not the time to discuss whose fault it is, because currently we are all facing a crisis and we all need a solution. That's right, Elder Hua. Your Hua family belongs to the largest family inside the entire northern part of Min province, and you have the most and longest connections and power, as well as historical roots. There must be some method to be able to dodge this time, right? Alas. In fact, I should have thought that the one surnamed Bai will not just stick to a piece of place. The other party may have long been staring at us here, and now it's just that the other party has found a pretext for it. Elder Hua, to be honest, if you don't have a way to give a proposal, then I'm going to pack up and leave this place today. Ah, Brother Li is ready to leave? You've got such a big piece of family business here, and you're just going to give it up? What else can you do if you don't give up? Wu Lianshan was able to lay down his military power in order to stay alive. Alas, the fierce dragon is unstoppable. Hearing these non-wealthy people with a mouthful of negative comments, Hua Fuxing, who was seated on the main seat of the parlor, coughed gently. Hua Fuxing still had enough prestige in northern Fujian province. After this cough of his fell, the entire parlor fell silent. All eyes on him. Although we all know that Hua Fuxing can't be blamed for this kind of thing happening, because it was Hua Fuxing's son who caused the trouble. But right now, the main backbone of all of them was only Hua Fuxing. Gentlemen, I know that the situation is urgent, but there is no way that you can solve the problem if you are so flustered and tense. Old Me knows very well how strong that surname Bai in southern Min province really is. That's why Old Me has invited you all, because with the power of the Hua family, there is no way to be able to deal with that Bai, and it is necessary to gather the power of all of you to be able to deal with that Bai together. Surname Bai is nothing more than having a strong army under his hand. What else does he have besides that? It's not even been 6 months since the other side showed up. That's surnamed Bai in Min province. It can be said that to have no roots, to have connections he has no connections. All of us have been rooted in Minnesota for decades, if not centuries. Still afraid of a Bai Yi with unsteady roots? Speaking here, Hua Fuxing, an old face, flashed a bit of harsh color. I don't know. Do you all understand that Bai Yi? As far as I know, that Bai Yi is a person who loves the people like a son. Just like those benevolent rulers in ancient times. That guy was able to arrest my family Yushing regardless of his status and even try to sentence Yushing for a crime he committed for a plain old man with no bull ***** background. So, we can use that against him. Doesn't he, Bai Yi, love the people like a son? Doesn't he, Bai Yi, stand above the highest point of morality? Hua Fuxing sneered. Let's target this moral heart of his. We're using local civilians as hostages. Threaten him, contain him, coerce him, hiss. Everyone present looked at Hua Fuxing's face. The kind of slightly maniacal look, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air in unison, thinking that this old man was really crazy. It must have been the desire to save his son, and his mind went crazy. If you really do this, then it's really special to offend each other to death. What's the difference between that and getting killed? Hua Fuxing had taken in everyone's faces, and he had already expected this. I only heard Hua Fuxing continue. Gentlemen, you must realize that your current lives have long been out of your own control. Even if you guys pack up and leave now, but are you sure you'll be in time? Are you guys sure that the one surnamed Bai isn't halfway there? Once we wait for that Bai to come to the northern part of Min province, the only way to wait for you and me is to die. All of us know exactly what we have done and what we have done. We all know that the one surnamed Bai is simply unable to tolerate those of us. The method that I just mentioned is the only one that breaks the game, and the only way to survive, to wait, is to die. To flee is to die. In that case, why not put up a fight? After these words from Hua Fuxing fell, the entire parlor fell into silence. Yes, it's a dead end either way, so why not try it before you die? Even if you can gnaw a piece of meat from the other side, it's still better than sitting around waiting to die, right? Many people's breathing began to become heavy. They now know exactly where they stand next. Today they are. It's like a bunch of outlaws, carrying a sharp weapon. The killing mind is self-inflicted. If you all agree with what I have said, then I think you all know exactly how to do this well without the need for me to teach you. Hua Fuxing said in a deep voice. At the same time, that Wu Lianshan who betrayed us. We can't let this guy go either. Suddenly, a clan leader, with red eyes, gritted his teeth and said, damn it, what's the point of being afraid of him? I.e., if I had thousands of lives in my hands, would he dare to touch me? One of Wu Lianshan's old generals sneered. Old Mr. Hua is really ruthless, but the laborer likes this kind of hateful move. A landowner scratched his head. Well, then, let's put up a fight. There are also people who are very hesitant. I'd better choose to leave. That Bai Yi is not to be messed with. However, what none of the people present noticed was this. There was a middle-aged man in the parlor, watching everything coldly with an expressionless face. He was a businessman in northern Minnesota. A few months ago suddenly rose to become the largest local cloth merchant in northern Min province. Meanwhile, he's also a spy for the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, long before Bai Yi had even dealt with Kai Yuansheng, he had already placed his pawns in various places throughout Min province. These chess pieces, some are mediocre, unknown, and don't get much attention. Some, by various means, have already mixed with the upper classes. This middle-aged man is clearly, it's the latter, everything. It's all under Bai Yi's control. Chapter 190, The Dragon Kingdom's adversary scales, conducted decapitation operation on the target. The middle-aged man had a camera attached to his collar, and this camera had captured all the images in front of him, all of them clear and unparalleled. In this day and age, these people have no idea what modern cameras really are. Even middle-aged men, who set the camera directly on the table and posed brightly. I'm afraid they don't even know what it is. Not to mention the fact that their every move had been transmitted to the camps in the Dragon Kingdom through technological means. In a conference room in the Dragon Kingdom camp, a group of people sat on chairs and watched the performance of these local forces in northern Fujian province. When they heard the talk of these, many people's expressions went cold. It's true that dogs can't change their ways. Inside the conference room, a staff officer grimaced coldly, snorting. These guys have gotten used to being human-like existences inside the magically altered Republic realm, and it's impossible for them to give up the family business they've accumulated. I thought that they packed up and ran away, was already the limit of what they could do, but it turned out that I didn't expect their thinking to be so extreme. How dare they want to threaten us with the common people? They're very smug in thinking they have our weaknesses and are trying to use them to contain us. Phew! One of these exploiters, all of them should be hung above the streetlights. The staff officer wasn't the only one who was angry. Everyone in the room was holding a fire. The common people, not the weakness of the Dragon Kingdom, but its scales. The behavior of Hua Fuxing's group of people did not take the weakness of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it had completely touched the Dragon Kingdom's scales. At that moment, an officer said, Major, we can't let them get their hands on the civilians. I think we should take the lead before there's a tragedy. Although the 1st and 3rd combat regiments have rushed to the north, they are so numerous that their march will inevitably be a little slower. I suggest that multiple special operations teams be deployed to carry out decapitation operations against these people. Indeed, the marching speed of the 2 combat regiments of the Dragon Kingdom was not slow though, but in the end, they were very outnumbered. and compared to small groups of special operations troops, they were still marching too slowly, trying to stop an impending tragedy in time. The Dragon Kingdom must get a head start. This time, sending a large number of special operations squads to carry out decapitation operations on these people is the best option. General, the Dragon Kingdom is not going to take special decapitation actions, but things are different now. Local forces in northern Minnesota. It has touched the Dragon Kingdom's scales. Similarly, it also touched Bai Yi's scales. The expression on Bai Yi's face didn't change much. He seemed to be terribly calm. As the Supreme Commander, he had the responsibility of Supreme Command, only to hear his voice ring out, "Approved." The extremely short two words made everyone inside the entire conference room exuberant. These two words would mean that the Dragon Kingdom can carry out decapitation actions against these people. Within the camp today, there's been more than one special ops squad for a long time. The entire camp had a total of 10 special warfare squads, their numbers adding up to more than 100 people. They are the best of the best, almost always an all-around soldier. When the mission had the need, these 100-plus special warrior soldiers were the battlefield, the fiercest killers, the sharpest of sharp knives, straight into the heart of the enemy army, beheading of enemy generals and, in 1,000 miles, Bai Yi had initially wanted to give these people a chance. After all, even a warlord leader like Wu Lianshan was able to think everything through and proceeded to defect to the Dragon Kingdom without saying a word. However, those who can be as open-minded as Wu Lianshan are still a small minority after all. I'm afraid that this kind of person is even rarer than the first giant panda inside the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm. The appearance of a Wu Lianshan is already a miracle. Sure enough, still can't overestimate the modesty of these people. Can't overestimate their morals. While people like them don't deserve to be called capitalists, they do deserve to be hung from streetlights. This time, Bai Yi hard very rare. Rise, killing intent. By the way, have Zhao Qingyi follow along. When Bai Yi's words fell, the conference room fell silent for a few seconds. Because everyone knew exactly what Zhao Qingyi meant. That's a red-clothed stern ghost. Of course, there wasn't anyone in the Dragon Kingdom who was afraid of Zhao Qingyi's existence. Everyone in the Rococo camp knew she existed. In reality, Zhao Qingyi was already a part of the Dragon Kingdom's army inside. Bai Yi has specially formed a special force. The only member of this special force is the red-clad stern ghost Zhao Qingyi. In Bai Yi's preconceived notions, the members of this special force had to be ghosts. Yes, he wants to create the most exceptional special forces. That is to say, Zhao Qingyi, as a magically altered version of a severe ghost from the Republic of China realm, had now officially joined the Dragon Kingdom's military, and she had even been on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's military archives, which had a detailed file record. Due to Zhao Qingyi's special characteristics, on the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's side, she was specially made to become a rank 6 sergeant major. One step further, it's the second lieutenant. I have to say, it makes for an inexplicable sense of dissonance. But Zhao Qingyi's is indeed real. Meanwhile, there are archival records about her, and they are truly recorded on the dragon side as well. Soon, as the orders fell in layers on this side of the command, all of the special operations squads inside the camp had begun to get ready for action. All of them were given the same assignment. Only, they have different lists in their hands. Their mission is to carry out quick and effective beheadings of those on the list. For this, the camp arranged for helicopter transports to take them to their destination points during the night. Zhao Qingyi was clearly among them. Chapter 191 Special Decapitation Operation. The rocket trailing a trail of flame. One after another of the black-colored painted steel behemoths kept flying in the middle of the night sky, and after a period of long-distance travel, they finally came from the southern part of the Min province to the northern part of the Min province. The propeller stirred the air and made a very loud noise, but to the ears of the people of this age, they couldn't tell what the sound was at all. Most people dismissed the strange sound as the wind whistling in the night. A few were skeptical of a strand of demonic wind. After all, in this era of military chaos, there are quite a few demons and monsters that take advantage of the opportunity to come out and cause trouble. What they don't know is that the noise that rang out in the middle of the silent night was in fact the helicopter gunships carrying the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom. And the purpose of these steel behemoths, as well as their mission, was to carry all the experienced special forces to the northern part of the Min province. A Dragon Kingdom special forces soldier slowly slid down a steel cable from within the cabin. When their feet hit the ground, they immediately dispersed in all directions in a vigilant manner, though it was unlikely that someone had ambushed them nearby. But it's best to be careful. Only one person. Oh no! It should be one ghost that lands in the most peculiar way, because she didn't even need to utilize the aid of a rope hook. It was a direct leap from a height of over 20 meters. The body seemed as light as fluff and landed lightly on the ground. It didn't even make a sound. This was clearly Zhao Qingyi. Nowadays, Zhao Qingyi's cultivation is obviously more refined than ever. Don't think that ghosts don't need to cultivate. If ghosts don't need to cultivate, then how can they evolve stronger? At this point she looked no different than a living person. But of course that was from the surface. In fact, she's still a ghost. Zhao Qingyi's hand held a piece of paper with a list of names, each labeled with the corresponding location, as well as a small, seemingly, very miniature map. Above the mini-map were one red cross after another. The location represented by these red crosses. It's where the target lives. Action! As a voice rang out abruptly, a well-trained special forces soldier immediately headed in the direction he needed to go. They weren't worried about getting lost, because the helicopter gunships overhead would always show them the way. Zhao Qingyi also began to move. She was a lone ghost conducting combat operations. She was also not carrying any weapons on her person, because those weapons basically didn't have much use for Zhao Qingyi. Against these people on the list, she was bare-handed. That's enough. Zhang Fuguei is a merchant in the northern part of Min province. He mainly operates in the grain business, and can be said to be the largest grain merchant in the northern part of Min province. And he in this area is most of the landlords. All have a very deep connection. At the same time, above the boundaries of the northern part of Min province, Zhang Fuguei belonged to the big shots, and he was also a member of the interest group of that Commander Wu of Wu Lianshan. One might even say core members of interest groups. But how much Zhang Fuguei used to rely on Wu Lianshan. How much he hated Wu Lianshan now. Tay mother asterisk. The one surnamed Wu. At the loss of him is also a big warlord in the northern part of Min province. But it turns out that this bastard's guts are even smaller than a businessman in labor. He doesn't dare to touch Bai Yi. Lost laborers usually give him so much filial piety. These years, lousy give him those filial piety add up. At least have to have a million oceans, right? Zhang Fuguei gritted his teeth and broke his mouth. As a result, Wu Lianshan, this person, is actually so unreliable at a critical time, and the special mother actually does not dare to go against Bai Yi, even willingly threw down the military power. Where is such a stupid bastard like him, after decades of hard work and struggle, to just give it all away like this? It's just that there's that one surnamed Wu who can think of it. Maybe only he can do it. This guy's brain doesn't even know how it grows. If Raoul was him, he would definitely rather die than block Bai Yi. After cursing for so long in one breath, he was already a bit thirsty. Hurriedly, he poured a nearby cup of tea into his mouth. A heavy sigh of relief. In fact, he is also standing and talking. If he stood in Wu Lianshan that position, to consider or look at things, I am afraid that his approach in Wu Lianshan, there is not much difference. The reason why he was so angry now was because he felt that Wu Lianshan couldn't protect himself. It's a waste of time to bribe yourself with so much money in the past. Humph. After moistening his throat, Zhang Fuguei muttered, just as the Hua family's old man said, since those assholes are the soft underbelly of that Bai surname in the south, when it's early tomorrow morning, I'll have someone grab a few hundred assholes and lock them up, using them as hostages. Well, it's best if they're all little kids, preferably all of them under the age of 10. If that Bai surname dares to touch my industry, I'll kill 10 little kids. If he dares to make a move against Raji, humph, I'll let all these people be buried with me. Let's just see if his surname Bai will throw in the towel. Speaking of which, there was still a little bit of a drum in his heart. In case, what if the other guy doesn't eat it? No, don't grow others' ambition and destroy your own. Don't think so much at this time. Now that you've decided to do it tough, just do it absolutely. Think of it here. Zhang Fuguei curled up the corners of his mouth in triumph. However, he was about to pour himself a cup of tea when suddenly a sense of foreboding struck him. The next moment, only to be seen in the midst of a shroud of night, a rocket trailing a long tail flame came flying in that direction. It landed straight within Zhang Fuguei's room. Boom. Chapter 192, Beheading in Progress. Weapons do nothing. The violent and incomparable sound of the explosion seemed very ear-piercing in this silent night, and Zhang Fuguei suddenly felt a stinging pain in his eardrums before he had time to react. Immediately afterward there came an invisible force in front of him that he had no way of resisting. It shook his entire body directly backward and flew out. Smoke rose rapidly between the entire house at once. When Zhang Fuguei's fat body ruthlessly smashed down on the ground, it was already in the middle of a ruin. Cough. Cough. Almost as a reflex, Zhang Fuguei couldn't help but cough heavily a few times. A fishy sweetness came from the hollow of his throat that seemed to taste like blood. He froze. It was only then that he realized he had actually coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, which stained the front of his shirt red, making him unable to help but start panicking. At the same time, the bursts of intense pain coming from his eardrums between them caused him to show a pained expression. Zhang Fuguei struggled to get up from the rubble, but just as he stood up halfway, it was as if his entire body was instantly drained of strength, and his eyes snapped open. A mouthful of blood spewed out once more, sprawled directly on top of the ground. Ear holes, nostril. It began to overflow with scarlet blood. The whites of his eyes were covered with a streak of blood amongst them, matching this pained and bewildered expression of his, making him look very wretched and terrifying. Zhang Fugui didn't even know what had happened. He only heard a violent explosion. Then his whole self flew off and then he became this. Ahem. Nowadays, he could gently and unmistakably feel his lifeblood draining away at a rapid pace. His appearance, despite what it looked like, was just a few bruises and scrapes. It seems that such bruises and abrasions, it's not fatal at all. But, the violent shockwaves generated by the explosion had shaken his internal organs to the ground, and just now that hard fall also put his bones, do not know how many broken. The injuries on his surface didn't seem to be fatal, but the injuries inside him suffered very serious internal injuries. Cough, cough, I cough. Zhang Fugui was coughing one after another, able to spit out a large mouthful of blood with each cough, and he found it became very difficult to breathe. It's like something strange that's blocking one's airways. Blood from the nostrils. It simply won't stop. The divine splendor in his eyes began to gradually collapse. His entire consciousness began to become more and more blurred, and everything in front of him began to become darker and darker. Vaguely he seemed to hear the maids and fellows at home screaming in terror. He was tempted to send out a plea for help, but he couldn't say a word, and now it was hard to even make a sound. Suddenly, his breathing stopped. No sound. The common people near Zhang Fugui's home were dumbfounded and thought that they were suddenly at war. The warlord soldiers inside the county were also panicked and abnormal. They had no idea what was going on, and I don't know why it suddenly exploded. When a group of warlord soldiers patrolling at night ran up to the Zhang family's front door, just saw Zhang Fugui's home, which was already on fire. The maids in the house, as well as the fellows, all ran out screaming, "Where is your master Zhang?" A warlord soldier, who suddenly pulled a man dressed as a butler, couldn't help but open his mouth to question. The butler replied in horror, "Master Jun, master, he's been blown up." What? The warlord soldier's eyes suddenly widened, disbelief written all over his face. Zhang Fugui was blown up? The biggest grain merchant in northern Fujian province has been blown up? Hiss. Why was your master the only one blown up? Why aren't you guys hurt at all? The warlord soldier snapped. You guys wouldn't be the ones to move and try to take over the family property, would you? Injustice. The housekeeper hurriedly explained. How can we afford to get such a powerful bomb? We don't know what happened. Master said that he was alone for a while and asked us not to go inside his room, but suddenly his house exploded. Master Jun, we really don't know anything. We really don't dare much. After hearing the other side's defense, the warlord soldiers also suddenly reacted. Yeah, if these guys are capable of getting a bomb with this much power, why are they still housekeepers? What kind of maid? What's the point of being a buddy? Wouldn't it be more promising to just run off and become a bandit and loot everywhere? Just as the warlord soldiers were a bit confused, suddenly, another explosion followed, only to see a fire rising in the distance amongst the night scene. But the flames came fast. It goes fast too. Immediately afterward, a violent explosion came from another place inside the county. After hearing the constant explosions over the years, these warlord soldiers were finally realizing that something was wrong. No good. The small officer at the head of the group said in alarm. It couldn't be that Mr. White, with a large army, fighting his way over, could it? Actually, he's only half right. It was true that Baiyi's men were fighting over, but it wasn't a large force at the moment. Instead, it's one special ops squad after another. For efficiency, the special operations squad didn't carry out a close-range assassination, but rather after determining the location of the target person. And when you're sure it won't spread to others, you simply choose to strike from a distance. Sniper rifle, RPG, drones, what is the most efficient? They just use whatever. Because it was a very efficiency-oriented beheading, they had to decapitate all the targets on the list, all in one night, one time. Inexplicable explosions have been occurring in various counties throughout northern Minnesota, or suddenly there are inexplicable gunshots. One Piece, confusion. Chapter 193, The 100 People's Expectations. The spirit talisman that suddenly spontaneously combusted. Father of the child. What on earth is going on? Why is there suddenly a barrage of gunfire outside? Could it be that there's going to be another war? Could it be that someone is fighting their way inside the county? In a private house in a county in the northern part of Min province, a pregnant woman's face was filled with trepidation. She was just about ready to go to sleep when all of a sudden, a series of gunshots rang out. Though listening to the distance of the shot, it might have been that much further away. But still, one could not help but feel fear rising. Her husband now also had a wary, as well as stony look on his face. The husband shook his head and said, I don't know if it's a war or not. All in all, you absolutely can't go out tonight, and close all the doors and windows tightly. By the way, suddenly, it was as if he remembered something, and suddenly a look of surprise was written all over his face. Son of a, it's most likely that Mr. White from the South is calling. That's right, it should be that Mr. White from the South. The husband hurriedly explained. You should know that I have a big brother who is a soldier under Commander Wu. I learned from my big brother during the day today that Mr. Bai from the South will most likely attack the northern part of Min province. It's very likely that he'll move into Commander Wu's territory. If there are no accidents, then it must be that Mr. White from the South, who has called in. Ha ha, child's mother. It's very likely that we'll be able to live a good life from now on. Ha, the wife obviously didn't know much about who Mr. White was, and although she thought the title sounded very familiar, she couldn't think of anything else for a moment. Mr. White why is it that when he comes, we'll be able to live a good life? The wife couldn't help but turn to her own husband and open her mouth to inquire. Harm, you have no idea, the husband said excitedly. That Mr. Bai is very powerful. Do you know that Commander Kai in the South? Do you know the 2 foreigners' concessions in the South? Mr. Bai once defeated Commander Kai and then forcibly took back the 2 foreigner concessions. And that Mr. Bai is very kind to us commoners. He will even stand up for us. I heard that many landlords and magnates who bullied the common people in the South were executed by Mr. Bai. And taxes are low on Mr. White's side, not so much miscellaneous taxes. I've heard that the soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand are also courteous to our common people. If Mr. White is really here, then Qing Tian will have it. We, the common people, are able to live a good life. At least, definitely a better life than the one we have now. After this explanation from the husband, the wife's face was filled with a look of hope and expectation. In the hearts of these commoners, Baiyi's existence was that of a savior. Apparently, within these days, Baiyi's reputation had already spread throughout the entire Min province. Some of the things he's done have become the talk of the generation. Even though Baiyi didn't do anything to the common people of northern Min province, he was still loved by the local people. Compared to these very excited civilians, Su Longhong, who was one of Wu Lianshan's old generals, was already sweating anxiously at this moment. He was also invited over by that old master of the Hua family during the day. Su Longhong followed Wu Lianshan to fight for the land a long time ago. Nowadays, he is considered the most prestigious general within the entire northern warlords. Besides Wu Lianshan, compared to Wu Lianshan, who was very open-minded about this, Su Longhong then appeared unable to let go of the power in his hands. He didn't want everything he had worked so hard for decades to have to be all in vain. He preferred not to give away the power he had so easily gained in his hands. That's why he wanted to stop Baiyi from entering northern Min province. Just before he had time to give action, Su Longhong then heard faint gunshots as well as explosions coming from outside. It made him break out in a cold sweat. Mother asterisk. What kind of people are shooting inside the county? What kind of people are firing cannons inside the county? Su Longhong shouted. Hurry up and go see for yourself what the hell is going on. He hastily instructed his men to go out and find out what kind of a situation there was at the moment. Su Longhong had actually vaguely guessed what was going on, but he didn't want to believe it. Although the north and south are just separated by a mountain. But it can't be killed back so soon, can it? How long has it been since then? And the one in the south, surnamed Bai, killed over so quickly? You're not ready for that yourself. Hiss. Thinking about how Baiyi was able to defeat even the naval fleet of the Sunless Empire, Su Longhong's heart trembled in fear. He knew there was no way he could be able to fight against the other side with those wasteful soldier boys in his hands. Tay mother asterisk. Just as he was bursting into a succession of foul language, all of a sudden he seemed to feel that something was wrong. It seems like the temperature inside the house seemed to have lowered quite a bit out of nowhere. What's going on? This chilly feeling caused Su Longhong to stifle a cold shiver. Goosebumps couldn't help but be born. Suddenly, he was aware of a sizzling sensation, even a burning sensation, coming from his pants pocket. Hiss! A quick glance down revealed that something seemed to be burning inside his pocket. Su Longhong hurriedly threw out the contents of his pockets. It was a spirit talisman. It was a spiritual talisman that he had obtained from an enlightened master in his early years. This spiritual talisman had dodged a lot of calamities for him. Now, the spirit talisman had inexplicably spontaneously combusted. It also burned a hole in his shirt, sending a searing pain through his skin. What the hell? A sudden thought bubbled up. No way. Is it possible to have a ghost in the middle of the night? Hiss. Chapter 194, There's a Ghost. The value of the life of a red-clothed stern ghost. The existence of such things as ghosts and monsters in the midst of this magically altered version of the Republic realm is not fictionalized. They are real in this world and have been around for, I don't know how many years. It is possible that the world has been haunted since before mankind was born. And Su Longhang is a warlord general in northern Min province. He was also considered to be one of those who had seen a lot and had seen some lonely ghosts. Words against the living. He has a lot of methods as a warlord general, but he was at his wit's end when it came to dealing with things like ghosts and monsters. After all, it wasn't really his specialty, and for that very reason, it was why he kept a spirit talisman with him at all times, so that he wouldn't encounter these things that he had no way to deal with properly. This spiritual talisman was still one he had begged from a Taoist master a long time ago. It can be very precious. However, spiritual symbols. Not anymore. Su Longhang was seeing this situation for the first time, and he now had two thoughts in his head. Maybe the spirit talisman is too old and has lost its proper power. Encountered a ghost that could not be suppressed by a spiritual talisman. He preferred the former thought, because the former thought meant that he was still safe and hadn't encountered anything he couldn't handle. But if it's the latter thought, after this idea just popped up, Su Longhang in a sudden, just what kind of strange movement was heard? It made him unable to resist a slight blink. He was now tempted to yell for someone to come in, and also to immediately take the door without saying a word. But he was afraid that he would give a shout, or make some drastic move, and then it alerted some weird presence. Su Longhang slowly turned back with a stiff expression. A moment in time, the look of worry as well as panic on his expression froze in place. One time, an incomparably mournful and miserable howl emanated from his mouth. Ghosts. He couldn't control his body at all, and his subconscious mind was telling him to run away immediately, and his subconscious mind was controlling him, instinctively. However, before he could run a few steps, a pair of red sleeves suddenly attacked him. It wrapped around his neck in an instant. This pair of red sleeves began to slowly force, a huge force so that Su Longhang, the warlord general, there is no way to be able to break free. Su Longhang's hands grabbed the red sleeves wrapped around his neck, trying to tear it apart. But, the fabric of the red sleeves is not known to be made of anything. It simply won't tear, even when his skin touched with this scarlet sleeve robe. It was even possible to feel a very cold sensation. It was like touching a block of ice. It gave him the creeps, sweat drops. Only a few seconds had passed and he felt very out of breath. It's like there's no way at all to get air in. His expression had been very much suffocated red and purple. The eyes had also become bloodshot. The face was filled with a scowl as well as a look of horror, and what was revealed in his eyes was a kind of despair. He struggled to turn his head, trying to see what the hell was trying to kill him. But, click, only a very crisp sound could be heard. All of a sudden, Su Longhang's expression stagnated, eyes glazed over. It was as if the whole person was instantly drained of strength. The three young flames on his shoulders as well as on top of his head went out instantly at this moment. A soul-like body like Su Longhang, floating out of his body. Su Longhang in his soul form had a dull expression and didn't seem to have any intelligence to speak of. Suddenly, a red sleeve flicked by. Su Longhang's soul body seemed to have been struck by some heavy blow, and in an instant, his soul directly flew away, ashes to ashes. Zhao Qingyi looked at the corpse with a calm face. For her as a red-clothed stern ghost, dealing with a warlord general was as simple as eating and drinking water. As Bai Yi's ghost servant, she naturally obeyed Bai Yi's orders. And, Zhao Qingyi knew he wasn't killing innocent people. If this Su Longhang is considered an innocent person, I'm afraid there are no evil people under the sky. Just as Mr. White had said to her. Mr. White once told her that she said a ghost with a self-personality. It should not be bound by worldly prejudices. She should find her self-worth in life. In the beginning, Zhao Qingyi didn't know what Mr. Bai meant by those words. Now, she felt she probably understood. Help Mr. White to clear all obstacles and help the people to judge these evil people. That's what she, Zhao Qingyi, was going to do. Boom. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open, only to see a group of very nervous-looking warlord soldiers, heavily armed, barging in. Because Su Longhang howled miserably about a ghost earlier, it attracted everyone around him. A junior officer shouted in alarm. General Su, are you alright? Su, Just at this time, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a red silhouette. At once, the look of horror that surfaced on his face. Ghost. Before these warlord soldiers could return to their senses, a huge invisible force came straight at them. It lifted all of them out of the room, as well as the door panel of the room. By the time they hit the ground hard, almost couldn't even breathe. The warlord's junior officer coughed heavily a few times and scrambled to his feet to look ahead in horror. That one to the red silhouette that was glimpsed a moment ago had disappeared. All he saw was, Su Longhang's body was lying quietly on the ground. Not a single movement. But at this moment everyone dared not come closer because they didn't think there was actually a ghost. That's a ghost. They, the warlord soldiers, with these guns in their hands, had no problem dealing with living people. But, how to deal with ghosts? Mother! There are ghosts. Chapter 195 Panicked Huafu Xing. The steel behemoth overhead. As time began to pass by minute, the situation in the entire northern part of Min province began to change drastically, because throughout the night, sporadic gunshots, or violent explosions rang out in the entire major counties in the northern part of Min province. No one had any idea what was going on or what kind of people were attacking the major counties in northern Fujian province. The key is these mysterious people who launch sudden attacks in the middle of the night. They move very fast. The moment the gun went off, by the time the warlord soldiers rushed over, they were gone. It's like it's disappeared. The most frightening thing is that the places that are attacked in the middle of the night are the places where the big shots live, so that everyone is scared. The big shots who usually run amok and strut around appeared so weak at this moment. They didn't have a single ounce of resistance in the face of this sudden attack. One could even say that they were attacked before they could even react. To be more precise, it was assassinated. The entire northern part of Min province had become a little bit fearful during this night. Of course, the only people who are on edge are the powerful. Like the words of those ordinary civilian folk, they don't have any worries at all, because for the common man, this chaos is, basically, a ripple effect that doesn't reach him. And, for them, the common people, even if they are worried, it is of no use. So, the people were very shocked though, but there are not many who fear. Oh my god, that's the Lin family's ancestral home. I didn't expect such a violent explosion to occur in the Lin family's ancestral home. Good job. Damn it. Those people from the Lin family are nothing at all. They rely on having a few spare dollars in their hands, and rely on the dozens of houseguests they keep in their homes to bully men and women every day, and force them to buy and sell. It's all a bunch of hiss. Isn't that General Su's residence? Why is it suddenly so chaotic? Could it be that? Could it be that General Su was also attacked? Well done. This Su has killed many innocent people, and even condoned his men to burn and loot. Holy, I saw a big explosion in the Zhang family, and a severed finger fell in front of me. I seriously doubt it's that Zhang family head's finger. Could it really be Mr. White's men calling? This is too ruthless, isn't it? Killing people without a trace. Good death. Tay mother asterisk. These guys deserve to die a long time ago. That's right. King Yama should have taken them away a long time ago, but he never took them away. And now, well, they can't escape one by one. They all have to die. I saw the body of that big tobacco dealer, collapsed on top of the street in the night market. Good lord, how many people are dead tonight? Is this the power of Mr. White? Although most of the common people were unsure of the exact identity of these mysterious people who launched the attack, most of them guessed that it was all Mr. White's men. In fact, they were correct in such a guess, because that was indeed the special forces that Bai Yi had sent out. For these special forces from the Dragon Kingdom, beheading these people in the magically altered Republic of China realm, it really couldn't be easier. A dawn suddenly rose in the sky, a dawn that ripped away all the darkness, signaling the arrival of the next day's early morning. This night, I also wonder how many people didn't get to sleep and how many stayed up hard all night. Back-to-back gunshots last night, explosion after explosion. In this moment, in the early morning, finally, nope, among the list given by Bai Yi to these special forces, almost all of them had been successfully beheaded. But these special forces are ultimately a little less numerous, and there are just a little too many targets on the list. So much so that it didn't accomplish all the tactical tasks. Today, of all the forces on the list, only the last one remained. That's the WAS. Quickly, how come there are only a dozen men guarding the eastern courtyard wall? Hurry up and send 10 more men over to guard it. Damn it. Hurry up. Can't let those kill in. Huafu Xing, the old master Hua, no longer has the calmness as well as the calmness of the past. He stayed up all night last night, hard. That's for a man in his 60s. The night's stay had almost killed him. But, he knew very well that if he fell asleep, then he might never wake up. At this point he was incredibly nervous. The entire Hua family's mansion was heavily guarded, and all the houseguests held firearms in their hands. Huafu Xing does not know just what exactly disclosed or forked out. All he knows is, of those who invited themselves over yesterday, not a single one is left dead. That's what he learned from the houseboy. Damn. Surname Bai. He already knew about our movements, so he struck early. Even he wants to drive us to extinction. It must be that Wu Lianshan that revealed all of our people's living locations to that surname Bai. Huafu Xing could no longer maintain his poise. He even cursed a lot of profanity. He doesn't want to die. He wanted even less for the Hua family to be lost like this. Suddenly, Huafu Xing seemed to have heard some strange sounds. Even the houseguests inside the mansion had heard them. One by one, they either looked up at the sky in consternation or curiosity. See only, a steel behemoth, painted in pitch black, was hovering above the mansion. The loud noise was deafening. The gale kept pressing straight down. That's... what? Bird? Hua Fuxing suddenly saw something that seemed to be falling straight down from the huge, monstrous bird overhead. When that one strange object hit the ground, he finally realized what it was. Boom! Chapter 196, Shocked Wu Lianshan. The great disaster flies separately. Is this the handiwork of that Mr. Bai? Inside the commander's mansion in the northern part of Min province, Wu Lianshan listened to the report from one of the guards in front of him, a look of disbelief written all over his face. He didn't expect these local forces that had been entrenched in northern Min province for years to be pulled out so easily. You know that even the person he was before couldn't do such a thing. If he could have done something like this before, then he probably won't part with it all. Unfortunately, Wu Lianshan obviously couldn't do it. It was also because he knew the difficulty of being able to uproot all the local forces in the entire northern part of Min province in one night. That's why Wu Lianshan was so incredulous and couldn't believe this. But then again, the facts told him that this was really happening and was not an illusion nor a dream. Gobble. Wu Lianshan couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, a look of gratitude arose within him, and he was glad that he hadn't completely offended that Mr. White from the south. I'm also glad that I chose to defect to that one Mr. White at a critical time. It is because of his right choices that he is now spared from death. Phew! Wu Lianshan heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment he truly understood what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. His own power in the entire northern part of Min province was already very large, but it still doesn't do that. But I did not expect that in the northern part of the Min province. There is not much power, Mr. White. I can't believe I was able to uproot the local forces so quickly. Is this still human? Where on earth did he get that much powerful military force? It's unthinkable. It's unbelievable. Well, Wu Lianshan put away the shock within his heart, forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart. He said to these guards in front of him, there is no danger for me now. The one who can pose a threat to me is probably that Mr. Bai. But if that Mr. Bai really makes a move on me, I won't be able to hide from him either. Your guard company can be disbanded from today. After disbanding, I'll have someone give each of you 100 day yangs of settling fee. With this 100 day yangs of settling fee, you'll also be able to use this 100 day yangs to do some small business to earn some money. Ha! I didn't expect my good days of Wu Lianshan to pass just like this. It's actually predictable. After all, after doing so many evil things, how could it possibly end well? It's good enough to be able to save one of my own lives right now, to be able to save the lives of my family. That's probably as far as I can go. 2. Wu Lianshan, who had said these words, was as relieved as if his entire body had been relieved. Now, he's already lying flat. What kind of a fate he was going to face next? He would accept it openly, even if, make yourself an ordinary citizen, and he can take it. Even, let him spend decades inside a jail cell until he dies of old age. Also acceptable. Wu Lianshan realized that he had cherished his life in the beginning, even going so far as to sell out the local forces in the northern part of Min province in exchange for one of his lives. But now he realized that he didn't even care about his own life anymore. Even if he died, it didn't seem to matter. Such a shift in mindset was something that even he himself couldn't figure out. Perhaps, that's what it feels like when a tiger falls. Of course, if you compare yourself to that Mr. White in the south, you're not much of a tiger. Possibly, just a kitty. Soon, Wu Lianshan had someone call his family. All of them. Looking at these wives and concubines of his in front of him. Look at your own son and daughter in front of you. Wu Lianshan could clearly see the look of fear on each of their faces. You can also see in each of their eyes the kind of confusion as well as in bewilderment. He knows how it is. He is these family members usually, relying on their own, is the commander of the northern Min province warlords, can be said to be rampant and accustomed to, basically are used to enjoying the glory and wealth. Now, they no longer have the power to run roughshod over people or the money to enjoy glory and wealth. Today they simply don't know what to do. There's no point in having an opinion. If you guys don't want to stay by my side, I can have someone give you a sum of money to leave. In fact, it's good to leave. When Mr. Bai arrives, the things you guys have done may have to be liquidated. I won't give too much money because too much of it you guys will squander too. Besides, I don't have much money left, because I have decided to not only hand over half of my property to Mr. Bai to decide, but to hand over all 90% of my property to Mr. Bai to deal with, because only by doing so, maybe Mr. Bai will treat you all slightly more leniently, even if it is to liquidate you. Perhaps you won't be shot straight away. Perhaps you will be sent to labor reform for 10 years or so, or labor reform for decades. if you choose to remain with me, all I can say is that I can't give you the life you had before. Probably, that's it. After saying all these words from his heart, Wu Lianshan's entire essence changed. He released. He smiled back. Eventually, the only ones who chose to stay with Wu Lianshan were an 8-year-old daughter and a concubine who had been married for less than half a year. The rest of them, whether sons or daughters, or wives or concubines, all of them chose to take a large sum of money and hurry to escape from this place of wrongdoing. Just because Wu Lianshan isn't afraid of death doesn't mean they aren't. Ugh. Looking at this young daughter of his, and the somewhat alarmed concubine, Wu Lianshan revealed a bitter smile. Blood or no blood, it's still the Great Tribulation. Fly on your own. Chapter 197 Entering Northern Fujian Province. The great contrast between the two. For the interest group centered on Wu Lianshan, last night was their doom. All the important heads were all beheaded by the special forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and the rest were all like headless flies, scurrying around. The remaining minions in the interest groups, they simply don't know what to do, and those with better brains would have already packed up and run. The rest of them aren't particularly bad in the head. It's that they can't let go of everything they fought to get in northern Minnesota. Actually, their so-called struggle is nothing more than exploiting these common people. Those merchants and landowners who were not affected by the ripple effect. All of them were also scared to death. Although the Dragon Kingdom hadn't set out to deal with them as of now, these people of theirs were incomparably afraid because they had no way of judging when the Dragon Kingdom would deal with them. If that Mr. Bai in the southern part of Min Province really made a move against them one day, they wouldn't have any resistance at all. Some of them chose to pack up their belongings and run. Even if there is no way to sell as many assets as possible, it is enough to have a fund. For those of them who routinely exploit the common man, a sum of money is a lot of money too, enough for them to enjoy the rest of their lives. And those who can't afford to part with their possessions are trying to do everything they can to remedy those wrongs they have, in the past, done. They began to distribute the grain that they had hoarded on weekdays to the common people who were living very miserably. They also began to distribute some of the oceans to the common people who were living a hard life. This remedy, it looks very childish, doesn't sound much different than a temporary hug. But these people think they are doing everything, should be able to atone for your sins, probably can, right? In contrast to these fearful rich and powerful merchants, the common people of northern Min Province rejoiced, for they all knew that all those who rode on their necks had been killed. In the eyes of the common people, all the people who died last night deserved to die, because these guys exploit the people up and don't give a damn about the people. For example, Zheng Fugue, the largest grain merchant in northern Fujian Province. This guy took advantage of the military chaos to raise the price of food one by one every day. Some years ago, when Min Province suffered from famine due to natural and man-made disasters, that Zheng Fugue went so far as to join forces with other grain merchants to raise the price of grain to a very high level. That year when food prices were at their most inflated, 1 yen can only buy 1 pound of rice. At that time, the crazy price of food made the people could not afford to buy food, and the whole northern Fujian province was starved to death by thousands of people, and even almost had a large number of displaced people, if not for the fact that Min Province is a southern coastal area where famine comes and goes quickly. Otherwise, more people will have to die because of all that food price gouging. Tens of thousands could die. None of it is an exaggeration at all. And that's just one Zheng Fugue, and some grain merchants doing their sins. If we were to list all the sins that everyone did last night, that estimate, it would take at least days and nights of counting to list their crimes. All of them. This is not an exaggeration. Facts. That's it. When the Dragon Kingdom's truly large force arrived in northern Min Province, all the warlord garrisons throughout northern Min Province, one by one, all of them did not dare to act rashly. None of them dared to raise their guns against the dragon's army, because they all knew very well that doing so was no different from seeking death. The so-called big names who were beheaded inside northern Minnesota has proven this one fact ahead of time. As they watched the large force of the Dragon Kingdom marching down the wide dirt road, the local warlord soldiers in the northern part of the Min Province even threw their guns away directly without saying a word, then raised his hands and simply chose to surrender. Yes, they knew that when the Dragon Kingdom's army was completely stationed in the northern part of Min Province, if those of them were still holding guns, they would probably be enemies of the Dragon Kingdom. They don't want to end up like those guys last night. Surrender. It's the only way to go. This resulted in the Dragon Kingdom's 1st Combat Regiment, as well as the 3rd Combat Regiment, entering the northern part of the Min Province very smoothly. So smoothly that they couldn't even suffer any obstruction from anyone. Or there was no one at all who dared to block the entry of the Dragon Kingdom's troops. The Dragon Kingdom army, which amounted to more than 3,000 people, was divided into one team after another. After they entered northern Minnesota, just start splitting up. Their aim was to immediately take control of all the counties in the entire northern part of Min province, so that they could fight back unconditionally in the event of an attack by local warlord soldiers. Meanwhile, they also have a mission to control the interest group centered on Wu Lianshan. Although most of the heads inside the interest groups, all of them, were beheaded, it doesn't mean that those below the heads are not guilty. When these people are under control, if definitely need to give each of them, one by one, the necessary interrogation work. When some evidence is controlled, then they can be put on public trial, distinguishing themselves from the fearful warlord soldiers, the common people in the major counties of northern Min province. On the contrary, were very welcoming to the arrival of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. These common people even greeted them on both sides of the street. When they saw a steel behemoth driving past their eyes, the whole thing was shocked. After all, it's still hard to see so many vehicles in this day and age, especially since these were military vehicles inside the army driven by soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom. The body size is already huge. In conjunction with the roar of the engine, it simply gives a sense of oppression. But, meanwhile it also gives a sense of security. Yes, an army like the Dragon Army that works for the people. If the military power is getting stronger, the people, the more peace of mind. Chapter 198 Capture of more than 70,000 men, vacant local administrators. Inside a short period of time, the army of the Dragon Kingdom immediately put all the counties in the entire northern part of Min province, all of them under control, and demanded that the local warlord defenders, all of them put down their weapons, driven by a strong desire to survive. Each and every one of those warlord defenders threw away the weapons in their hands. All of them. After all, they felt sure that they couldn't beat the dragon soldiers with the drawbolt rifles in their hands, and those surrendered warlord defenders rightfully became prisoners of the Dragon Kingdom. That is to say, the armed forces in the entire northern part of the province of Min, except for the modest bandits and mountain thieves, just the 2 combat regiments from the Dragon Kingdom. The entire province of Min had also become the one word of the Dragon Kingdom, and had become the current jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, there are still some small warlords between the north and south of Min province, but those small warlords are just some ants that are more capable of jumping around in Baiyi's eyes. Actually, the small local warlords who were surviving in the cracks inside Min province, they were now all terrified one by one. Kai Yuan Sheng in southern Min province is dead, and Wu Lianshan in northern Min province has voted. Now, what are they, the little local warlords, to do? Both of their masters went down one after the other. What are they going to do? Panic, uneasy, fear, all sorts of negative emotions lingered and surfaced in the minds of these small local warlords. They don't know what to do here now. Should they choose to run? Or should they choose to surrender? Yes, they feel like those are the only 2 options they have right now. Perhaps it was because Wu Lianshan's actions gave them a glimmer of hope. There are actually quite a few small local warlords, thinking about whether they should just surrender and forget about it. After all, this place that gave birth to them and allowed them to grow up, they really don't want to leave. Plus their family business is here. Even if you may not be able to keep much of your family business after surrendering, but you can at least keep a little, right? It's better to have some than none. And the local warlords, who are less focused on the countryside, must be thinking of running away. They began to flock to all their valuables, all sold out. One time, in just a few days, there are actually a full 5 or 6 local small warlords of the head. Pack up the details and run away. The rest of the small local warlords that still remain try to contact Baiyi and then surrender. Within these few days, all the warlords in the entire Min province were all swept away. Not one left. Arguably, this time around, the Dragon Kingdom just used a little bit of force and took the entire Min province right into their pockets. Such an outcome was not out of Baiyi's expectation. The only thing that he hadn't expected somewhat was that these small local warlords, too, were escaping too quickly. It was the only thing that exceeded his expectations. Of course, Baiyi also didn't have that much free time to deal with those small local warlords who escaped. In this time of war and chaos, it was probably 9 deaths if they escaped. After all, they must have offended a lot of people when they were warlords, and a number of them, probably, still have armed forces. Now after they gave up all the power in their hands and chose to run, definitely noticed. As for whether they'll be hunted down by those former enemies, then Baiyi doesn't know, and not interested in knowing. At this very moment, Baiyi was listening to the report of a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Major, now that the entire situation in the northern part of the Min province has been grasped by us, all the large and small members of the interest groups regarding Wu Lianshan have also been brought under the control of the 1st Combat Regiment and the 3rd Combat Regiment, and all of the warlord forces in northern Min province have also been disbanded under Wu Lianshan's orders, as well as under our urging. So far, we have arrested upwards of 70,000 people. Most of them are northern warlord soldiers, while the others are members of Wu Lianshan's interest groups. We have a large number of interrogators that are already working on interrogating these people. For some of the most unforgivable people, we will have them shot in local public trials. Meanwhile, in between, we have also seized a large amount of property in the past few days. Among them, there is also the property given to us by Wu Lianshan. The amount of oceans adds up to a total of 7 million, as well as most of the property treasures that cannot be counted for the time being. Currently, the people in northern Min province are very welcoming to our Dragon Kingdom army. They seem to know so much about our Dragon Kingdom army that the local people are very cooperative. However, the fact that we've taken control of the entire northern part of Minnesota and captured most of the people will result in no one being in charge. At this rate, it's okay for a short time. For a long time, something might go wrong. After listening to the report from this dragon soldier, Bai Yi nodded slightly. It looks like Dragon's efficiency is as swift as ever. And the last thing this dragon soldier said about the problem was indeed a very troublesome one. Most of those captured were local administrators. Although these guys are seriously corrupt and bribe-taking on a regular basis, but at least it's still barely managing northern Minnesota. Now that these guys have been arrested in a big way, Dragonland will need to put some people in place to replace them. Otherwise, if the entire northern part of Minnesota was unmanned, then absolutely nothing would go terribly wrong. To this, Bai Yi has long been prepared. He said, when the 2 combat regiments were mobilized into the northern part of the Min province, I had already informed the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom side, and their side is actively mobilizing a large number of personnel in preparation for the ordinary management vacancies. For doing this kind of thing, Bai Yi was experienced. After all, he had taken down the southern part of Min province. Southern Minnesota at the time was also experiencing this problem. Luckily, it was the fact that it was backed by a huge country like the Dragon Kingdom that this problem was quickly solved. After one solution experience, having the same problem this time, nature has to be addressed in advance. Chapter 199 Oil and Saltless Dragon Kingdom Soldiers. Once again, a large number of personnel were mobilized. Master June, how about little discussing with the military master? If you let me go, I'll give you 100. Ah no, I'll give you 1,000 yen. You heard me right, sir, it's $1,000. As long as you let me go. Hey, Master June, don't go, Mr. Army. I'm just trying to be reasonable. I'm sincere. I do have 1,000 yen. I didn't lie to you. Cam. What the? Just like that. $1,000 of ocean and these guys don't budge? Damn it. How is it that all these soldiers under the hand of that Bai, one by one, are all oil and salt? Are they sure it's really a bunch of pawns? A landowner from northern Min province couldn't help but gnash his teeth and curse in a low voice. He wanted to use his money to bribe the dragon soldiers, but apparently, he didn't make it. The soldier from the Dragon Kingdom that he bribed didn't even pay attention to him, turned his head straight away. This made this landowner furious, but at the same time, he was also incredibly puzzled, because he had never seen such a greasy guy in his life. To know, under Wu Lianshan's hand before, those soldier boys who were warlord soldiers, one is very greedy. If this landowner, the bribe is Wu Lianshan before the hands of those warlords under the soldier gangsters then don't say it's out of the $1,000 ocean. Even he only had to put up 10 large dollars. I'm afraid those very greedy warlords and soldiers will just let him go. But, obviously he wasn't facing those warlord soldiers. He was facing a Dragon Kingdom soldier. In the face of this kind of bribe, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom did not have a single heartbeat at all. Because these oceans are of no *king use to the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if the other side bribes with other treasures, it doesn't help. I say, Master Lu, don't make a scene. These guys are simply oil and salt. And it's not the first time you've tried it. Alas, who let us give up those family properties at home and didn't have the time to escape in time? And as a result, it's all good now. People have been captured. A nearby businessman with a rather obese-looking figure couldn't help but sigh. Yes, another disoriented person chimed in. Before, one of my brothers told me to hurry up and run away, but at that time, I thought that the one surnamed Bai wouldn't do anything to us? But, when he said that, the man was left with a small sigh. Ugh. You can tell that everyone here is very sorry. It's just a shame that there's no such thing as a regret pill in this world. There was no use for them people even if they regretted it anymore, because they have done all the evil. Then you have to suffer the judgment. If they were able to surrender to the Dragon Kingdom in advance like Wu Lianshan, although they would not be completely forgiven for their sins, it would at least be a crime not punishable by death. After all, they surrendered of their own accord, which is a kind of active surrender. Unfortunately, smart people are still a minority after all. Or maybe everyone is just being smart. and only Wu Lianshan is really smart. We're not going to get shot, are we? One of the captives said in a serious manner. I've heard that the one surnamed Bai in the south, but he likes to publicly try some sinners in front of those assholes. Then in front of those assholes, he would directly shoot all those sinners. Hiss. After this sentence of this person's fell, it instantly stirred up quite a few voices that sucked in cool air. Death. This term used to be very far away from them, but now it is very close to them. I've heard that a number of captives have been taken for interrogation lately, and I don't know what will be asked of them lately. Some people were filled with a look of fear, afraid that they would be the next one to be taken for interrogation. Fear, panic, a variety of emotions spread inside the captive camp. The best thing that can happen to them people is reform through labor, and the worst thing that can happen to them is public trial and shooting. They sowed evil, and you have to suffer the consequences. In the meantime, Blue Star, Dragon Nation. Xiao Zhuoyong is a grassroots public servant of the Dragon Kingdom, only 25 years old this year. He has already been employed at the grassroots level for 1 year, and can be said to do all kinds of work on weekdays. The young man was already exhausted, making him aware of how difficult it was to be inside the system. It's a job that's not at all as decent as outsiders might think. At least, for him it was like this. However, Xiao Zhuoyong himself do not know why. Some time ago the leaders above suddenly found him, asked him to accept a work assignment, and he was reminded of the very long hours of this work assignment and the likelihood that it would be difficult to get in touch with his family. This left Xiao Zhuoyong confused and curious at the same time. He had long been tired of the department he was in now. For a young man like him, the complexity and tedium of the work is nothing short of torture. He's just been thinking about it for a while. Then a phone call with the family. Just say yes. Results. He didn't expect to see the big battle in front of him after he agreed to this work assignment, because when he accepted the assignment, he was given an airplane ticket. The destination on the plane was the capital. When he arrived in the capital city on a plane with a confused face, he was suddenly put on a bus. He realized that the bus was filled with all grassroots workers like himself. Every one of them was confused. Everyone is unknown. Then, Xiao Zhuoyong then realized that he, along with these people, had been brought inside a military area. Suddenly he realized, this work assignment, extraordinary. Xiao Zhuoyong standing inside the military area secretly swallowed saliva. At this time he said that he was not nervous or false. Sweating, tighten up a batch. Chapter 200 Shaking the World. Attention from the West. Xiao Zhuoyong then realized that there were very many people gathered here in the military area, and the number must add up to tens of thousands of people, which made him not be a little jaw-dropped. Then, the people, met an old general from the military district. They then got a shocking secret from the mouth of this old general. The Dragon Kingdom has a double penetration gate to and from a magically altered version of the Republic realm. Hiss. When they learned the secret, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They then saw a huge doorway, and they know it's not a joke. With an unknown mood, Xiao Zhuoyong and the others one after another didn't enter the double-piercing door. It's a crossing. It was hard for them to dream of crossing over even when they usually did, not to mention that they traveled to another world to add to the country. This moment, surprisingly, Xiao Zhuoyong had a sense of mission. Meanwhile, with the Dragon Kingdom having the entire Min province in its pocket, the news flew across the entire Divine Kingdom. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, because the speed is so fast that it's a little overwhelming and a little questionable. But when they learned more, they realized that the news was actually true. Longguo really took the entire Min province in a very short period of time. This has thrown a lot of people for a loop. They did know that Bai Yi's side was very powerful, and they also knew that Bai Yi's side was able to defeat even the Far East fleet of the Sunless Empire. But I didn't expect it to be this strong. In just a few days, the entire northern part of Min province was taken down. Then with the southern part of the Min province, the entire Min province will be combined into one. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? If it were any other power on the land of God, probably can't even do that, right? After all, that Wu Lianshan was not one to be messed with. When they realized that it was Wu Lianshan who had taken the initiative to release the military power and had taken the initiative to invite Bai Yi's people in, the first thing that happened was that he was confused. They were completely confused as to what was going on with this idea of Wu Lianshan, and couldn't figure out why he'd popped the idea at all. Isn't this giving away all the foundations that he, who has worked so hard for decades, has built? Even the monks inside the temple don't have such a compassionate heart, do they? They don't know that. Wu Lianshan is after a big fear. It's what makes you choose such a path. The whole of the Divine Kingdom was violently shaken as a result, and all those famous newspapers in the Divine Kingdom began to report on this matter. After all, Min province was considered a not-so-small province on top of the great land of God. Plus these recent days, the commotion on the Min province side did attract Indeed, the attention of the entire divine kingdom. What kind of stormy changes there are in Min province today will be magnified in the spotlight. It's really something. That Bai Yi, he defeated both Kai Yuansheng and Wu Lianshan one after another. Awesome. It's just that he keeps claiming that his territory is under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, claiming that his side is a country. The head of the great warlord from other provinces, with great emotion, opened his mouth and murmured, "Under this situation, I don't know how the general marshal in the capital will actually look at it. It can even be said that amongst all the warlords inside the entire divine land, I'm afraid the strongest is this Bai Yi. What kind of thoughts does that chief marshal have? Will he become jealous of this Bai Yi? Or even between the two? Will there be any military conflict? And if it will, which side should I be on?" Most of the heads of the great warlords think the same way. They knew they couldn't afford to mess with Bai Yi. Likewise, he couldn't afford to mess with that chief marshal in the capital. In this case, if there is any conflict between the two sides, they're standing in line. It becomes a very critical point. One of them is in Min province and the other is in the capital. There shouldn't be any conflict, right? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Suddenly, the murmuring warlord leader smiled sarcastically and shook his head. The flowers bloomed twice, one for each table. In addition to the fact that the land of God was in shock, what the Dragon Kingdom had done had even spread to the west. After all, the Dragon Kingdom, which had defeated the Far East fleet of the Empire of the Sunset and had forcibly reclaimed the two least territories, could be said to be famous throughout the Western world. So much so that quite a few of the powers in the Western world were paying attention to the developments on the side of the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. Once the Dragon Country jurisdiction landside, there is any movement or action words, all their people will be the first to send telegrams to the west. These savage Orientals, whose territory has fully doubled in size. Damn it. After they exchanged fire with our Sunset Empire's Far East fleet, they were actually able to have spare strength to attack other armed forces so quickly? Fark. Our country has a number of citizens in the northern part of that province, and those savage Orientals shouldn't make a move against the citizens of our country? Why didn't the Sunset Empire make a move after they got their asses kicked? Could it be that it's cowed by these Orientals? Well, these Orientals are more powerful than expected. Perhaps we can send someone to make contact with them and see what we can work together on. In the Western world, the reaction varies from country to country. Some people are furious. Some people are cold. Some people are stupid. All these reactions prove that any military action of the Dragon Kingdom now was enough to pull the nerves of the whole world. It's the kind of treatment only a superpower gets. It also showed that these so-called Western powers regarded Bai Yi's side as a formidable enemy. Sort of. A disguised acknowledgement of the great strength of Bai Yi's side. As for Bai Yi, who was far away in the divine land, he didn't even care about the hustle and bustle outside, just how big it was. He follows its development. Its construction is developed. Chapter 201, Naval Entry. A full complement of carrier fleets, with Bai Yi taking down the entire Min province. The next few provinces to Min province were the most nervous, as they feared that Bai Yi's ambitions were not only limited to this, and they were worried that within a few days, Bai Yi would send troops to attack them. However, what makes people feel very surprised is that the next full month, Bai Yi's side actually didn't even have any movement or any large-scale military action movements. It was like a momentary hiatus, causing some of the local warlords or local forces in the next province to hold back a sigh of relief. To be honest, having such a powerful neighbor is very stressful for them. Luckily it was this powerful neighbor that didn't do anything else. Of course, even if the Dragon Kingdom didn't make any other moves at the moment, it didn't mean that they were really relieved. The worry that should be there, they still have. Some forces were now thinking about whether or not to send Bai Yi more gifts in order to prevent the Dragon Kingdom from attacking them one day. Even after that Mr. White sends a little gift. Even if they want to attack them one day, they won't be able to drive them to extinction. Great. Probably not to? What these people didn't realize was that within this month's time, Bai Yi was working on remodeling the two tenements in Xiacheng. Today, the foreigners in both tenements were pretty much deported, and those foreigners who had committed crimes were put to work for rehabilitation. The crime was unpardonable, and the foreigners were shot by him. Today's Whitey wants to revamp the tenement's harbor. He wanted to transform the chartered harbor into a huge military port capable of accommodating modern warships. It would have taken almost 5+ months of remodeling, but with a 500% increase buff, it only took a month for the two harbors to be transformed into military ports. Meanwhile, Bai Yi also made a trip back to the Blue Planet and asked the Navy to arrange for some troops. Enter the magically altered version of the Republican realm. The official Dragon Kingdom also moved very quickly, immediately summoning a portion of the Navy. But, since the capital military region was not by the sea, Bai Yi still had to personally move to the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom's naval base. Here it is. Bai Yi saw a huge aircraft carrier, as well as a costly warship. Originally, Bai Yi had thought that the officials would mobilize some of the destroyers into the magically modified version of the realm. After all, against a magically modified version of those warships in the Republic realm, modern destroyers have absolutely no equal. Even, it may only take a single modern destroyer to be able to play a whole fleet of the other side, against to the other side. But, when Bai Yi walked on top of the carrier, he gets it. The vigor as well as the handiwork of the official Dragon Kingdom was even greater than he had imagined. To know, aircraft carriers are not cheap to maintain, let alone putting them in a magically altered version of the Republic realm, which would probably increase the maintenance costs by another 30%. But, the Dragon Kingdom has officially confirmed that it is sending an aircraft carrier to the magically altered Republic realm. Meanwhile, also 4 cruisers, 4 destroyers, 4 frigates, and 2 submarines, and a supply ship. This is definitely a very full complement carrier fleet, simply armed to the teeth inside. With such behavior from the Dragon Kingdom officials, Bai Yi also knew exactly what they meant. Apparently, the Dragon Kingdom is trying to take control of the entire sea of the magically altered Republic realm, and such a large carrier fleet would need to be staffed with no less than tens of thousands of naval troops. The tens of thousands of naval troops included a large number of logisticians. Have to say, the Dragon Kingdom doesn't make a move, but when it does, it's a big move. A fleet of carriers can absolutely walk across the entire world in a magically modified version of the Republic realm. No one can beat that. That over-the-horizon long-range strike capability alone is enough to play the entire world. I'm afraid that even if we tied all the fleets of all the countries in the entire magically modified Republican realm together, neither is a match for this fleet of modern carriers. The Dragon Kingdom's carrier fleet was certainly not as advanced as the Pretty Kingdom's, but, against the 1913 fleet, that's enough. Even, it's over the limit. Major Bai, the Air Force side asked me to entrust you with a message. An old naval general was on the deck of the aircraft carrier, and suddenly smiled at Bai Yi. They said that both the Army and the Navy are able to enter the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm, so when are they going to let their Air Force, too, have a little bit of light? Air Force? Ha! It's me who neglected it. Bai Yi had always felt as if he had overlooked something, and now after this old naval admiral's reminder, he realized that he had actually overlooked the Air Force. Although inside the magically altered version of the Republic realm, the Dragon Kingdom had arranged for armed helicopter brigades. But the helicopter gunship brigade is not technically considered a real air force. What kind of air force is it without that kind of fighter? Bai Yi nodded and said, I'll arrange for manpower to set up a large militarized airfield in a suitable place. It probably might take 2 months. 2 months is actually about right, since there's a 500% increase buff. 2 months. It's actually the equivalent of 10 months. Ha ha, that's good. That old buddy of mine has been chanting and complaining about when their air force can also get some light. Looking at the imposing Bai Yi in front of him, the old general lamented. It's the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the past. It's all about the youth now. Time. Streaming. Soon. While it was overcast, as an immense doorway opened, this huge fleet of carriers slowly drive inside the double-through gate. Fortunately, the military harbor of the magically modified version of the Republic of China realm had long been blocked off. Otherwise, if those fishermen were to see it, such a large double-piercing door appeared. There's no telling what kind of urban legend this will eventually turn into these days. Chapter 202 Provocation. Purpose. The naval fleet of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom began to provoke the bottom line of the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset in repeated provocations, as if at any moment it would cross that forbidden red line, causing the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset to immediately tense up. Obviously the Sakura State and the Sunset Empire both, one and the same as a member of the Entente, but it just keeps rubbing each other the wrong way these days. Let's just say that there is no permanent alliance between nations. The so-called alliance agreement is in fact a waste of paper. Agreements can be torn up at any time when faced with the benefits coming their way. Now they, the diminutive and bold, are still coming to places they shouldn't be. Brightness appeared in Bai Yi's eyes, nor did he know what kind of purpose he was harboring, as he kept wandering around in front of Bai Yi and the other's eyes. The other side seems to be watching as well, with malice. Perhaps it was because they were very curious about Bai Yi, curious about why he possessed so much power. Perhaps it was also because they saw Bai Yi's side as the enemy. After all, these pompous fellows boast of being number one in force on this side of the world. But now, the divine land had appeared, a powerful force that they could not ignore. This raises a sense of crisis in these inferior and arrogant people. The reason they're hanging out in front of Bai Yi and others, perhaps trying to pry for important information, spying on Bai Yi and the others. General, unsuspicious, report Major, the gang next door, on the east side, has broken into our side for the 4th time, without permission. They seem to have discovered that we have made the tenement harbor a secret location, and those men of theirs seem to be approaching towards our tenement. It's highly likely that they want to survey our intelligence, survey the military secrets on our side. Early this morning, Bai received just such a report, causing his brows to furrow slightly. Cherry Blossom Country. Bai didn't have any good feelings towards this country, but he also knew that the Sakura country was not bad. Of course, the strength referred to here is not bad, using Sakura Nation to compare with the warlords of the Divine Kingdom. If these two were to be compared to each other, it would definitely be Sakura Nation that would win out. But, if you compare Sakura Nation and Rokkoku with each other, then it doesn't matter if it's a 21st century Cherry Blossom Country or a 20th century Cherry Blossom Country. Neither is a match for Rokkoku. The gap between the two sides. It could be the difference between eggs and steel. Have they been warned over there to leave? Bai retrieved the distracting thoughts in his mind and opened his mouth to inquire. They've been warned. And the first few times they've been warned, they've been good enough to leave. The soldier replied. But this time, they didn't leave. Oh, Bai raised his eyebrows. Think about it. Bai probably understood. The other side either desperately wanted to know what Bai's side had used to defeat those from the west. Either that, or they had realized that Bai hadn't made a move against them after the previous few attempts. Then it was naive to think that Bai wouldn't dare make a move against them. The more you get, the more you get. What those shameless people don't know is that Bai outside did not do anything to them. It's because it's still too busy with other things to bother with them. But, since the other side is getting more and more aggressive, Bai will not continue to tolerate it either. Continue to warn them once more, and if they remain intransigent and continue to challenge our level of tolerance, directly have the 3rd Combat Regiment over there. Send out our manpower and send them all back. Bai said with a strong attitude. Yes. After Bai's order fell, the jurisdiction was like a huge machine. It began to roar continuously, constantly running. A ship of this age sails slowly above the choppy waves of the rippling sea. The ships of this era were very outdated and didn't look particularly large. Those Sakura people on top of the ship added up to just over 200. Such a flotilla is naturally not much of a deterrent, but it sails very fast. Narita-kun, if we ignore that Bai's warning this time and continue to linger in Bai's territory, will that guy called Bai not be able to resist making a move against us? On the deck of a ship, a middle-aged man from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom couldn't help but look skeptical. They were able to defeat those Westerners from the Sunless Empire. Their strength is very strong. If we provoke them like this, there's a good chance something will go terribly wrong. No harm done. The man he called Narita-kun was also a middle-aged man who wore a confident smile. Only to hear him continue. I know that they are strong, and I also know that they have defeated those Westerners, but that's precisely why we have to figure out what exactly the other side relies on to be able to deal with the powerful Westerners. We have to figure out this secret, then find out a way to deal with that Bai. Otherwise, our entire Sakura kingdom will have trouble sleeping and eating. Speaking of which, Narita suddenly gritted his teeth and cursed. Baka, damn Western guys, not honest at all. Obviously we're all members of the Concordat just the same, and when we asked that Bai exactly how he beat them, they refused to say anything. We wouldn't have taken the risk if they would have talked. Took a deep breath. Narita continued. Now the military department suspects that it is that Bai who is in control of a powerful force, and if that mysterious and powerful force surfaces because of our provocations, our purpose, and our mission, will be accomplished. After we see how their secret power really is, we'll immediately leave that Bai's territory. Our ships are small and fast, they won't be able to catch up. He was confident. From the conversation between these two Sakura people, they were able to hear their purpose. They just wanted to know Bai's secret. They wanted to feel out the specifics of a mysterious and powerful force on Bai's side. Mr. Narita, there's something. Suddenly, a marine shouted. Ahead! Ahead! Centaurs of the man called Bai have appeared. Yoshi, Narita perked up. Quick, bring the binoculars. Come on. Hi. Chapter 203 Death-defying Fleet. Aiming the cannons at the Dragon Kingdom? When Lieutenant Colonel Narita stood above the deck of the warship and was holding a military telescope, looking at the sea in the distance, all of a sudden he couldn't help but freeze for a moment. This is the mighty fleet of the Shenzhou people that defeated the Far Eastern fleet of the Sunless Empire? Is this surely the divine fleet that defeated the Sunset Empire? Why are there just 2 all-white warships? Just 2 warships defeated the Sunset Empire? What an international joke. How is that possible? The Far East fleet of the Sunset Empire has even fallen in strength over the years. It can't have fallen that far, can it? Is it a trick? Aren't those just 2 destroyers? Due to the great distance between them, Narita was only able to vaguely see an approximation, and he used a small island in the distance as a reference. Comparing the size of the 2 Shenzhou warships, warships of this size were found, Most likely 2 destroyers. Did these Shenzhou people defeated the Far Eastern fleet of the Empire of the Sunset with just 2 destroyers? Baka, how could one possibly come up with such an idiotic idea? Just think about it. It's just not possible. If the Shenzhou people's destroyers were so powerful, then why did they lose to their Sakura country decades ago? Narita's expression grew weirder. Could it be that our intentions have been discovered by them? So they just symbolically sent 2 destroyers over to try to force us out of these waters? After thinking of this, Narita's expression was ugly. Baka, we can't just return empty-handed. The War Department has given me 3 chances, but the first 3 times I didn't find out anything. This time I have to pry useful information out. You guys, get ready for battle. After hearing Narita's command, the entire warship was full of seamen and officers. Both couldn't help but stare. The officer next to Narita was even more surprised. Narita-kun, shouldn't we, the Sakura Nation fleet, avoid conflict with the Shinshu people? Have you forgotten what happened to the Sunburst Empire? We can't let this opportunity pass. Narita gritted his teeth. Since the Shinshu people won't show their real weapons, we'll coin them to do so. They won't be able to sit still when we've beaten the crap out of 2 of their destroyers. When the time comes, stronger warships will surely be sent over. After hearing Lt. Colonel Narita's explanation, the officer next to him always felt that something was wrong. He felt that Lt. Colonel Narita was just too eager to get ahead of himself, because it's likely that a naval battle will break out between the 2 sides. It can even send both sides into a state of hostility. But a slight turn of mind suddenly realized that the Shenzhou people and the Cherry Blossom people were originally at odds with each other from the very beginning, and the grudges between the 2 sides had long since built up in the tragic sea battle 9 decades ago. So even attacking the 2 destroyers on the other side would actually be considered a normal armed friction. Although they were very wary of the Divine Fleet, if the opposite side was just 2 destroyers, then they still didn't think it was a particularly big problem. Because these 3 warships of their Cherry Blossom Kingdom, although they were of a lower tonnage than the destroyers, were of a lower class. But it's also the most advanced warship in the Sakura country. At the same time, they had 1 more warship than the 2 destroyers on the other side. Deadly battles might be a little hard to top, but a little guerrilla stalking is certainly not a big problem. You can run even if you can't beat them. Couldn't the Shenzhou people's bulky destroyers still catch up with them? Absolutely not. Time. Streaming. Above the rippling sea, 5 warships from 2 different camps, from 2 different eras, began to get closer and closer together. It is also for this reason that Lt. Commander Narita, who was on board the warship of the Sakura State, was at this moment. Finally, it was a good look at the Dragon Kingdom's destroyer. That's not true. How? The Shenzhou people have such strange-looking destroyers? Narita froze. He realized that he had never seen such strangely shaped destroyers in his life, and the appearance of the 2 all-white destroyers had thrown him into an intellectual blind spot. Where's the smoke pipe from the other ship? Due to the immaturity of internal combustion engine technology during this period, warships were powered by coal. That's why warships have a couple of big smokers that keep smoking while they're underway. Even anthracite should have a smoker. So, the point that threw Narita into the first doubt was, how did the 2 destroyers move? Suddenly, right about this time, he snapped to see the guns of the 2 destroyers on the other side, but they were pointed straight at his side. Hiss! Narita couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, his scalp tingling all of a sudden. He had expected the other side to telegraph a warning first, as usual. After all, although wireless telegraphy was highly prized, it was still available on Narita's warships. Results. It's amazing how the other side has switched to a different kind of warning. This shocked Narita while inexplicably raising a nameless fire. Baka! These damn guys! Have they forgotten how they lost back then? Have they already forgotten how powerful these people, really are? They are now, actually warning us in such a way? Narita gritted his teeth and said, what are you all waiting for? They've already provoked in such a way. Why don't you hurry up and take the necessary action measures? The secret of their true power must be forced out. If anything goes wrong, Koji Narita, alone, will take the blame. The words had been said to this point, plus this Narita, again, had the absolute power to command in order. At once his orders were conveyed, the men under his hand immediately eye the sea ahead, and it's being constantly calibrated, round and round the truth, point straight ahead, on the far side of the ocean. This unusual behavior on Narita's side was naturally noticed by the 2 sea giants with white bodies. What made these people on the sea behemoth not expect was that this Sakura Nation side actually dared to set up this kind of stance. Nice guy, how dare you? It's so deadly. Chapter 204 Fire. Warships from different eras are not comparable at all. After discovering the movement of the 3 Sakura Nation warships, the 2 destroyers on the Dragon Nation's side immediately reacted accordingly. The main guns of the two destroyers of the Dragon Kingdom were all modeled after the foreign Type 87 100mm automatic guns. It is guided by a shot control radar on a platform forward of the main mast. Lightweight, fast rate of fire, highly accurate. It is the most significant advantage of the Type 87 gun. It also has anti-missile capability, and its maximum rate of fire can even reach 90 rounds per minute. The effective range against sea targets is 15 kilometers. It even has air-to-air defense, one gun for multiple uses. Also on board the two destroyers were a large number of anti-air and anti-missile weapons. Of course, the 8 words when the cannon goes off, "There are 10,000 taels of gold," are not made up. It is not worth wasting so much gold on what appears to be a very outdated maritime vessel. That's obviously not cost-effective. After all, both sides are built very differently, and both sides are very differently valuable. It's not like you can ask the other side to trade something very backward for something you're advanced in, is it? You can't let someone else's few taels of broken silver exchange for your 10,000 taels of gold, can you? That's impossible. So, the Dragon Kingdom simply could not let the other party take the lead and come back. That would still be quite a big loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Even just a small loss would be a loss of a lot of money. In the distance, that Lieutenant Colonel Narita of the Sakura Kingdom, who was holding binoculars, suddenly realized that something wasn't quite right. He then noticed the two sea giants in front of him, which seemed to have made some moves as well. That is to say that the movement on his side has been detected by the other side, being written that the other side seems to be preparing in advance. Hiss! What kind of reaction time is this? What kind of execution is this? Just how elite is the other side? He doesn't know. The Dragon Kingdom soldiers of the two sea giants in the distance had been given the exact same orders, and they were already carrying them out. Report, Captain. The guns are loaded with high explosive armor-piercing rounds. The exact position of the enemy army has been measured. Enemy targets have been locked on. Please give the order. Almost at the same time, the captains of the two warships shouted out the same 2 words. Fire! Shara! The barrels of the longbow destroyer's naval guns suddenly violently emitted a violent sound. A violent shaking ensued. The muzzle of the cannon spat out a cloud of flames. The smoke is gradually filling in. A round of high-explosive armor-piercing shells quickly discharged, followed by a precision strike towards a distant target. The extremely fast-firing cannons had already fired an unknown number of high-explosive shells in the blink of an eye. This scene, it scared the sweat out of the distant Cherry Blossom Kingdom warships, especially that LT. Commander Narita, who felt a chill down his spine. He didn't expect. It was surprising that the Dragon Kingdom's side reacted so quickly, before their own side was ready. Already a barrage of artillery had been unleashed. Quickly turn the rudder. Hurry! Fire the ship's guns. Realizing that the situation was very bad, LT. Commander Narita hurriedly shouted at those Sakurakuni marine soldiers. However, late. The power of modern technological weapons is simply beyond what LT. Colonel Narita can imagine. He was shocked beyond belief to see a shell, trailing a trailing flame, swooping in its speed. As he stared in disbelief, it hit a Sakura Nation warship on the left. Boom! Deafening explosions, accompanied by blinding flames, came along with it. LT. Colonel Narita hadn't even imagined that the other side's artillery could be so accurate. In just one shot, it hit a warship on its own side. What makes him incredulous is that the terrifying power of this ship's guns. He could clearly see the miserable state of the one warship that had been hit at this point. Before he could react, all of a sudden he felt the deck beneath his feet shaking violently. Immediately there was a big splash of seawater coming over the deck, drenching the seafarers, all of whom were drenched to the skin. It was another incoming shell, only it didn't hit the warship. Instead, they were shot down inside the sea next to the warship. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the warship shuddered violently once more, this time accompanied by a violent explosion. Boom! The terrifying explosion was accompanied by a scorching heat wave, which lifted quite a number of marine soldiers on the deck, directly out of the air. Some slammed heavily onto the deck, and some fell directly into the middle of the sea. The warship began to burst into flames. Hiss! Narita couldn't help but cover his ears as he felt a stinging pain in his eardrums. At this point, he was already unsteady on his feet and fell directly onto the deck on his butt. He looked in front of him incredulously, because he saw rambling cannonballs, dragging the trailing flame, pounding the sky to attack. In this moment an emotion called despair flashed in his eyes. At this moment, it was also finally clear to him why those divine statesmen only sent 2 destroyers. He finally realized that the Shenzhou people could really be able to deal with the Far Eastern Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset with just 2 destroyers. He doesn't know. The Far East Fleet of the Empire of the Sunset encountered the air control forces of the Dragon Kingdom, and their Sakura Nation's fleet encountered the Dragon Nation's sea power force. regret began to come to mind. At the same time between also make his expression become extraordinarily hideous as well as gruesome, because Narita knew he was finished. It's completely and utterly over. Even if he was able to return alive, then all that awaited him was a bullet. One even has to carry a bad name for sure. Baka, don't panic. Fire. Fire the cannon. Loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Charge through. Fire. The spirit of Bushido is caught in an extreme situation in these times. Narita roared. However, next moment, a high explosive armor-piercing round fell from the sky and coincidentally landed right next to him, and his voice came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Boom. Modernized warships compared to those of a period when World War I hadn't even begun. It's a day. Aground. Chapter 205 Lion's Bounty. Let the Sunset Empire take out a wave of blood. A Rear Admiral of the Sunbelt Empire, known as the Iron Blood Rear Admiral within the Sunbelt Empire, as well as the Supreme Commander of the Sunbelt Empire's Far East Fleet, the most promising Rear Admiral in your country's navy, perhaps with a chance to ask for a higher finger in the future. At the same time, there were 141 citizens of the Empire of the Sunset, among them all sorts of identities, from merchants, to nobles, to garrison troops, all of them from the Empire of the Sunset. With the verbal promise of the Sunset Empire, you want all these people back. Isn't it a bit too whimsical for your country's top brass? It is true that they are citizens of your country, but they have committed a crime with us. Then it's also our job to decide what to do with them. Bai Yi smiled and said, of course, we are also very humane and international humanitarian. We can accept the Sunset Empire and use ransom money to buy these people back. Mr. Emissary, how much do you think the Empire of Sunset, if it wants to ransom these people, needs to offer? Be forewarned, we don't want currency on our side, just items, minerals, jewelry, precious metals. We can live with all of that. Right? Roberts, who had heard these words from Bai Yi, was dumbfounded. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be so shameless, actually using citizens of the Sunset Empire as hostages, to extort the property of their Sunset Empire. The bottom line is that the other side is claiming that this is international humanitarianism? Fark, what kind of international humanitarianism is this? It's blackmail. It's coercion. It's bullying. No, Mr. Bai, I don't think that our friendship, if we want to build it up, can be built or measured by these mundane things. We should uphold the friendship and tacit understanding between nations and countries, and we should. Right? Roberts just instinctively said some nonsense, but when he saw Bai Yi in front of him, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him seemed to be serious. That is to say, even if he said it again, it was useless. The Sunset Empire wanted Rear Admiral Hawk and those citizens back. They would have to pay accordingly. These costs have to be substantial. Can't go on verbal promises. After all, it is clear to anyone that verbal promises are of no use at all. These days, agreements in black and white basically cannot be trusted. Not to mention the commitment. Only matter. It's the sincerity. Since Wright Roberts had been appointed to come over and take the citizens of the Sunset Empire back, he must have been granted enough authority that he was able to walk away with some pat decisions. He frowned and contemplated for a moment, and gritted his teeth. We, the Empire of Sunset, can offer food in exchange for these 141 citizens, as well as a Rear Admiral. We can offer 100 tons of. No, our Sunset Empire can offer 200 tons of grain to ransom them. Wright Roberts' heart ached as he said 200 tons of grain. But, suddenly it occurred to me that it wasn't out of my own pocket, but out of the Sunset Empire's. The heart stopped hurting. Honestly, in this era of military chaos, human life might be worth just this little bit of money. But it was clear that Bai Yi didn't show the slightest bit of movement. Those 200 tons of grain would only feed 1,000 people for a year at best. A lot? It might be a lot for people in this era, but it was too little for Bai Yi, especially since the 200 tons of grain was still paid for by the Empire of the Sunset. Nice guy. When this Sunset Empire was plundering as well as colonizing other people's land, it was called a vicious one, looting an unknown amount of resources and money. But when it comes time to make them pay, that's called being stingy. Thieves gouge. Does the Sunless Empire look down on its own country's citizens so lowly? Bai Yi asked rhetorically before taking the initiative to put forth the conditions. If you want to ransom 141 citizens of the Sunbelt Empire, plus an Ironborn Major General of the Sunbelt Empire, you need to pay for these things. Bai Yi placed a document on the table, the smile on his face remaining. Wright Roberts was suddenly feeling a little big. He picked up the one document. The document is in the language of God. Wright Roberts can read, but it was also because he could read what was on it that he wore a look of disbelief. He was dumbfounded, jaw-dropping. Impossible, Wright Roberts said hurriedly. There's no way we, the Sunset Empire, can agree to this kind of condition. You guys are simply asking for a lion's share. The steel needed for the above request alone takes up 1/3 of the Sunset Empire's annual production of high-speed rail, plus there are other resources that will have to be provided to you, and all of them are so vast as to be frightening. I can't even begin to imagine just how much wrath His Majesty the King would descend upon me if he knew I had agreed to these conditions. This has exceeded the limit of what I can decide on a case-by-case basis. There is no way I can be able to agree to what you are asking for. You can't Leoneize me like this. Mr. Messenger, calm down, calm down. Bai Yi's tone remained flat. This isn't both sides bargaining, nor is it both sides conversing as equals. What is demanded on this you must pay to redeem the one you want. Otherwise, they'll just continue to labor and reform in God's country. Wright Roberts was too shocked by this tough attitude of Bai Yi to say a word. What to do? What's the best thing to do in this situation? Fark, greedy Orientals. Mr. White, I'll call back to Sunset and ask the gentleman. I can't make this kind of decision by myself, so please give me a little time. In 3 days, I will give you an answer. Wright Roberts grayed out. Sure enough, one's guess was not wrong. It's hard work. Fark, Chapter 206, A New Double-Through Door. Diamond Treasure Chest Surprise. After seeing the Sunset Empire's lowered head and softened, the Sakura nation's cabinet, which was still in a constant state of controversy, was in disbelief every single time, and then the controversy stopped. Because they are all well aware that the country that claims to be the #1 country in the world has chosen to spend supplies to ransom its citizens. If they, the Sakura country, wanted to maintain their international image, then they could only follow the example of the other side. This made the cabinet of Sakura Nation unable to resist scolding Hibiki. I didn't realize that Sunset Empire could be so soft, but if the Sunset Empire is hardened, they wouldn't be held hostage. The bottom line is that the Sakura state and the Sunset Empire are also both equally members of the Entente. And so, Sakurago was now only able to hold his nose and spend a great deal of supplies to ransom his populace in God's country. That's a heartbreaker. Soon, 1 month later, a large amount of supplies from the Sakura Kingdom and the Sunset Empire were then transported into the Dragon Kingdom's jurisdiction. Once again, it looked silly to everyone. Everyone up and down the Divine Land had a look of disbelief. It can make two countries voluntarily spend a lot of material to ransom people. Have to say, that Mr. White from Minnesota. Absolutely unprecedented. And also after no one else. Too fierce. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for acquiring a large amount of high-quality steel resources. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of high-quality copper ore. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of precious metals. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for obtaining a large amount of food. Congratulations to Rokkoku for obtaining. The Dragon Kingdom's national fortune is undergoing a huge surge. Congratulations on obtaining a diamond treasure chest +1. Do you open the diamond chest? Yes. No. When a large amount of supplies, all of which had been transported to the Dragon Kingdom's territory, the Dragon Kingdom's national fortunes also rose. What Bai Yi didn't expect was that he actually got a diamond treasure chest this time as well. Sure enough, he made the right decision earlier. Anyway, whether it was the Sakura Kingdom or the Sunset Empire, their development as well as their rise to power was full of blood and riddled with human lives. Blackmailing and extorting these two countries was completely psychologically stress-free for Bai Yi. Open up. Congratulations on successfully opening the diamond treasure chest. You have been rewarded with the treasure chest reward, Doomsday Double Penetration Door, disabled. Hint, 3 broken pieces of the Doomsday Double Penetration Door will be synthesized into a brand new double penetration door. The 2 lines of subtitles in front of his eyes, all of a sudden, caused Bai Yi's eye pupils to widen a few points. Bai Yi has forgotten the last time he, revealing shocked emotions. What time is it? Now. He was in a very shocked mood. Another double-through door. Though this double-through door was broken, and the other 2 pieces still needed to be gathered before it could be combined into a doorway that could travel to another world. But this still left Bai Yi incomparably shocked, and even his breathing became a few points rougher. Luckily, the current Bai Yi was not what he used to be, and his state of mind was considered okay. After taking a little deep breath, he calmed down a little. There was a strong look of astonishment on his face. To be able to open such a reward inside the diamond treasure chest was really a bit out of his expectation. He also thought, the Dragon Kingdom is only capable of resource development inside a magically altered version of the Republic realm. Results. I didn't realize that a new double-through door had actually popped up. It means it's a whole new world. Doomsday. But very surprised, his eyebrows wrinkled. What resources in the middle of the apocalyptic world can be the Dragon Kingdom can develop? A post-apocalyptic world should be resource poor, right? But don't be one of those worlds where resources are so scarce that you lose money on development. That would be a pain in the ass. Forget it, there's no use thinking about it so much now. After all, There's only one crippled doomsday double-piercing door right now. If you want to synthesize it into a complete double-piercing door, you'll still need 2 other mutilated doomsday double-piercing doors. It's still too early to think that much. Bai Yi shook his head, putting these thoughts aside. Of course, this news should definitely be mentioned to the official high level of the Dragon Kingdom. Bai Yi claimed this crippled double-through door after trying to sexually conjure it up. Dent. A very dilapidated doorway appeared in front of him, with arcane energy lingering around it, and the top of the doorway was even covered with a shocking crack, as if it was a spatial rift, giving Bai Yi an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if just touching those cracks was going to tear one right through. Creepy. Sweat drops. He immediately retracted the doomsday double-penetrating door, rather distraught. According to the current 1 diamond treasure chest a month, is there any chance to finish synthesizing this doomsday double-piercing door within a year's time? Is there any chance to make it intact? Bai Yi's tone was slightly less certain. After all, there was no way to control this thing. What will be opened inside the diamond chest is all entirely up to his luck. If the back is crippling doom double through the door twice in a row, then Bai Yi was naturally very pleased. Of course, it doesn't matter if it's not. After all, there is never a scrap of anything that can be opened inside the diamond treasure chest. Bai Yi looked sideways at the night outside the window, lapse into contemplation. Time. Streaming. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. These days since the time of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom official are discussing the matter of another double penetration door. As for Bai Yi, who was inside the magically altered version of the Republic of China realm, he continued to work on developing the local infrastructure and people's livelihood. The entire province of Fujian is like a blank sheet of paper that needs someone to write and draw on it. Of course, writing and drawing on a blank sheet of paper is not smooth. While destroying a large tobacco plantation, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were attacked by the locals? Bai Yi looked at a document report in his hand. A frown creased his brow. 1 dragon soldier hospitalized with serious injuries. 3 dragon soldiers slightly injured. Chapter 207, a sudden unexpected event. Bai Yi's anger. The Dragon Kingdom was absolutely prohibited from the existence of such things as big cigarettes. Or rather, it was absolutely prohibited for ordinary people to grow them. And although this thing had quite a lot of medicinal value, it was highly addictive. And the land of God has been plagued by this stuff for far too long. Decades and decades ago, it was even labeled by those foreigners as the sick man of East Asia. It can be said that God's country suffers from it. So much so that the land of God has not recovered now. And many people are still as thin as bones. Originally, it was basically banned a decade or so ago. But, since the land of God has entered the state of warlord division, all day long the land of God has begun to soldier up. How many people would surely go for the wrong idea in such a situation? So there is a lot more of this stuff being grown. The warlords are planting. Hundreds of people are planting. Smoke offenders at the seed. To be honest, in the past few months, Lai Longguai had destroyed an unknown number of acres of great tobacco fields inside the magically altered version of the Republican realm. But most of those fields belonged to local warlords, or landlords, or big tobacco offenders. Results. This time the situation was very special. Those big cigarettes were grown by the people. Yes, they're all kind of old people who are purely farming. It's just that instead of growing food, they are now growing a scourge on the land of God. It was also for this reason that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom lowered some of their guard with regard to those common people. As a result, I didn't expect to be attacked out of the blue. It resulted in 1 dragon soldier being seriously injured and 3 dragon soldiers being slightly injured, which was definitely a major incident. The seriously wounded one for the dragon soldier still had several bullets in his body. He is still receiving emergency treatment at the military hospital. Can you make it through? It's all a problem. Bai Yi looked at this document in his hands. A frown creased his brow. He didn't want to see any of the dragon soldiers die in the midst of the magically altered version of the Republican realm. And if they did, then he felt it was his own fault. Anchor County, Red North Street. Inside this document in Bai Yi's hand was a detailed record of all the processes of this incident. It's even documented exactly what kind of people are growing those harmful things. Also there are some local wind reviews and so on. After reading all of this one document, Bai Yi probably had a slight understanding of the people who attacked the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a county called Ankang County. The county isn't very big. The population is also only in the tens of thousands. Ankang County was originally under the jurisdiction of a small local warlord. But that small local warlord, 2 months ago, chose to run away directly out of fear of being liquidated by the Dragon Kingdom. So it was only logical that Longguo took over Ankang County. But what makes it a headache is that little local warlord that left some problems inside Ankang County. There is a street inside Ankang County named Shibei Street, which is in a more remote part of the county. Chippewa Street is that infamous in Anchor County. Because all those old people in the streets of Chibei are making a living by growing this stuff. And they are not meant for medicinal purposes with this kind of stuff. Rather, it's for the addictive nature of the stuff. The common people made these into large cigarettes and sold them to the big tobacco houses in the county for a large profit. This leads to, the people of Chibi Street are generally well off. But, these oceans in their hands, stained with blood. There are more than 600 people in Ankon County's Chibei Street. Longbo at first thought that only a few people in Chibei Street were involved in this criminal behavior. But I did not expect that all of them were involved in this behavior. The key thing was that all of these people actually had a large number of weapons in their hands. It's all outdated weapons for this time period. But it's still this weapon anyways. Just pull the trigger on a person and that person will get hurt or even die. But when the dragon reacted, it's already late. At the cost of one dragon soldier being seriously injured and 3 dragon soldiers being lightly injured. It was only then that Chibi Street was deadlocked. Not one person inside can get out. None of the people outside can enter. The intelligence went wrong. As Bai Yi murmured to himself, he broke through the Dragon Kingdom's blunder. They overestimated the morality of the common people in this era. And since this kind of guys chose to participate in this kind of thing en masse, they're already a bunch of outlaws. For this phenomenon of Akita Street, it is very common in the magically altered version of the Republican realm. But, usually this phenomenon comes from among the clans. I didn't expect this to happen inside the streets of a county. Sure enough, this world is pretty messed up after all. Even though the Dragon Kingdom is working hard to improve all of this, it's not something that can be improved overnight. There is still a great deal of evil in the jurisdiction. Not for a decade or two. It simply cannot be completely removed. The most crucial thing is that both men and women are involved. Bai Yi frowned. Was he going to let the guns of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom be pointed at a group of minors? Or even children? But, Bai Yi is also clear that in a chaotic world, it is necessary to use heavy punishment. You talk to them about civilization as well as morality, and they don't always understand what you're talking about. But if you show the muzzle, they might just hear it. There is also a difference between the people. Some people are honest, and even if they are a little smart, they will not do anything illegal or criminal. But some are purely unruly people. No, they no longer deserve to be called people. They're criminals. It's a criminal, both men and women, as well as young and old. Bai Yi immediately convened a meeting that was aimed at the Red North Street in Ankon County. These people had already touched one of Bai Yi's scales. At the meeting, Bai Yi's attitude was very strong, insisting on taking Red North Street. And, if anyone in the middle of Red North Street dares to resist, direct hit, Bai Yi would never communicate with a group of criminals, more than necessary. This might have been a bit extreme if it was placed above the Blue Star, but, put in the middle of a magically altered version of the Republican realm. Such behavior. Thoughts like this, nothing wrong with. Chapter 208, Lawlessness? One man's fluke. This meeting for Red North Street in Anchor County was over quickly. After the meeting, Bai Yi personally went to the military hospital, visited the few injured soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. After leaving the military hospital, Bai Yi immediately mobilized his manpower and asked them to take Red North Street. All the information and intelligence that could be inquired about, all of it was inquired about. Until after a lot of intelligence information has been gathered, the entire Dragon Kingdom military camp was mobilized. A full 500 soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom were deployed. Enough for a battalion. Attacked Chibi Street. Since the old people who have fallen into criminality on Chibei Street are almost always armed with firearms, in order to protect the lives of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, Bai Yi had also authorized a large number of heavy weapons and carriers. And every Rikoku is wearing a very thick and bulletproof body armor with excellent bulletproof performance. Because you're not sure if there will somehow be a bullet from somewhere fired at you. Such a formation looks very exaggerated and seems to be a bit of an anti-aircraft gun hitting a mosquito. But this was the strength and equipment that Bai Yi had decided to utilize, considering the special circumstances of Red North Street. As Bai Yi's command began, the layers fell. 500 soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom began to move. They traveled in an armored personnel carrier in the direction where Ankon County was located. Ankon County. It wasn't particularly far from the Dragon Kingdom's military camp, as it was located in the central part of Min Province. Armored personnel carrier after armored personnel carrier drove down the road, which had not long been repaired. The exaggerated sound caused a lot of concern. Many of the people along the road hurriedly ducked to the side of the road, staring in disbelief at the armored personnel carriers that were like beasts of steel. The common man who has seen this kind of big show, still less. After all, the Dragon Kingdom hadn't actually experienced many wars inside the magically modified version of the Republic realm. And even if there was a sudden war, it was only a day or two before it was resolved. Most of the common people simply don't have the opportunity to be able to experience firsthand the powerful military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Now, these common people along the road experienced, they felt an extremely horrible sense of oppression. Meanwhile, in the midst of the oppression there was a feeling that made it very safe. These two feelings are obviously very contradictory, but it's just compatible with it. There's no dissonance. Geez, is this the army under Mr. Bai's hand? The number of these military vehicles is too much, isn't it? And the shape of these military vehicles looks terrifying, too. It's as if they're fierce beasts. Even a tiger wouldn't dare to block the road, right? It feels like the ground is shaking. What's going on? Why is Mr. Bai moving his troops again? Could it be that there are some people who don't know how to live and have messed with our Mr. Bai's head? TSK, those people are really looking for death. Mr. Bai has defeated even the Sunless Empire. Hey, if you want to know what Mr. Bai's soldiers are up to, why don't you go up and ask them? The soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand are still very polite to the common people, thinking of farts to eat. This must be a military secret. How could a military secret be leaked? What a mighty force. No wonder Kai Yuanshang lost so badly. Indeed, no wonder those foreigners bowed down. In that case, wouldn't there be no warlords in the entire Divine Land that would dare to mess with our Min province? Probably. At least, they wouldn't dare mess with it. So now that's who messed with Mr. White. Who knows? In the meantime, Angkon County, Red North Street, the entire Chibei Street had been blocked off to death. And although there were only a few dozen Dragon Kingdom soldiers blocking off the place, it was enough to stop the people inside from going out and the people outside from coming in. The entire Chibei Street was in a sad state at the moment, and everyone felt that a great disaster was about to happen. Mother asterisk. I told you not to shoot those people. Are you all deaf? You know that if you do this, all of us will be implicated. Inside a more lavishly decorated residence on Chibei Street, a middle-aged man gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. Do you know the horror of that Mr. Bai? That Mr. Bai is the one who dares to kill even foreigners. Do you think you can handle him? Mother asterisk. You're killing everyone. At this moment, the middle-aged man was pointing at the several young men in front of him and cursing. Several of the young men were kneeling on the cold ground with looks of resignation written on their faces. One of them was so admonished that he just couldn't help himself. Raising his head, he choked with the middle-aged man. Uncle Ming, they are trying to destroy our fields. The things planted on the fields are all worth a lot of money. If it's destroyed, all of us in Chibei Street will lose our livelihood. We also did it for the sake of the young and old on Chibei Street. We were just too anxious and didn't think that much about it. Slap. Asshole. The middle-aged man slapped the young man's face. Ruthlessly, angrily, he said, if you several little people are not grown up by my watching, I will chop you up now and bury you inside the tobacco field to nourish the land. The middle-aged man took a few sharp breaths and gradually began to calm down. Phew. His expression became somber and uncertain. Apparently, this middle-aged man belonged to a person of high prestige inside the entire Red North Street. It could even be said that he was the one who had turned Chibei Street into what it was. He was the one who led the neighborhood all down the crooked path. Asterisk. Mother asterisk. The middle-aged man knew very well that he was now in a very dangerous situation. Nowadays, you can't get out of Chiba Street at all. It made him anxious, because he knows very well that if he continues to stay in this, all that awaits one is death. But there was another flicker of luck in his mind, because he knew the words, the law is not responsible for the people, and he knew moreover that Mr. Bai valued the people very much. Waiting for yourself. Aren't they also common people? Though those of you who own it are planting things that shouldn't be planted. But wouldn't anyone move such a thing in these times of war? It is with this kind of luck. It made him very hesitant. Chapter 209, Tough Colors. The final madness of a trapped animal. Time passed by, and it didn't take long. The entire county of Ankon County was alarmed as they saw a steel behemoth that drove within Ankon County. That sense of oncoming oppression is creepy, but it also gave one a, oddly enough, sense of security. At least that's what the people in the county think. Hiss. How did so many military vehicles enter Ankon County? A commoner carrying a flat-bearing stretcher murmured incredulously. Could it be that inside the county, some kind of Zhongyang Daobao has appeared? I heard that it's to purge those people on Chibei Street. Another commoner quietly said. I heard that the neighborhood of Chibei Street has been blocked off. No one is allowed to come out inside, and no one is allowed to go in outside. Red North Street? Hiss. That's the group that grows cigarettes? Good. That group should have died a long time ago. Shoo, keep your voice down. If the people on Red North Street hear you, you'll get your tongue cut out. I heard that the warlord from before didn't even dare to mess with Red North Street. After all, The rotten boys in the streets of Chibi have guns, and I've heard they even have cannons. With guns and cannons? Where did they get the ocean to buy them? Wouldn't a big tobacco grower have no oceans? And yeah, that makes sense. Many of the common people in Ankon County had already guessed the intentions of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, and their hearts were harboring a kind of excited apprehension. From their whispered conversations, they were able to hear it. Red North Street is also notorious in Ankon County, even the kind that is feared. It's more like the dark forces that are entrenched in the area. That is, if the Dragon Kingdom is going to make a move on Red North Street next, the rest of the county folk inside Ankon County, the common people, are not going to stop it. Instead, it was very supportive. After all, no one wants to live in a place where they have planted so many things that they shouldn't. No one wants their loved ones, or any of their friends, to be infected with these things, because once you've caught it, absolute woe to the family. Make people lose their money, just as these commoners expected. After one of the Dragon Kingdom's military vehicles entered Ankon County, they didn't do much hesitation and continued traveling straight in the direction of Chibay Street. Chibay Street is located in the remote northern part of Ancestry County, and a little further north is a large expanse of farmland. But those farmlands are not planted with crops that are inedible. These crops have excellent medical value if applied properly, but if the heart is not in the right place, it can become a poison that poisons people's lives. Apparently, those people on Red North Street have no noble ideas. They're not exactly hanging doctors, either. They grow them for nothing more than wanting to get rich. When they get tons of benefits for it, the ambitions of these people will continue to expand along with these interests. They will not be satisfied with the status quo. It will be planted more and more. It will jeopardize more people. It was for this reason that the Dragon Kingdom wanted to eradicate all the crops on this farmland. The result was that because of the momentary carelessness of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom, they were attacked by those people on Red North Street. The other party had not just touched the Dragon Kingdom's reverse scale. Instead, they are bouncing on the scales of the Dragon Kingdom. Contempt for the Dragon Kingdom. Contempt for everything. The dozens of Dragon Kingdom soldiers who had blocked off all of the roads on Chibay Street couldn't help but be slightly relieved after seeing the arrival of a large number of reinforcements in armored personnel carriers. To be honest, they didn't really know what to do with the people inside Chibay Street. If you forcefully blast the whole of Red North Street to pieces, then the time and effort required to rebuild a new street can be quite a bit. It also costs a lot of money. Meanwhile, who can guarantee that there are no innocent civilians inside Chibay Street? This last bit. It was the greatest concern of these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who had blocked off Chibay Street. So, it was only then that they chose to request instructions from the campsite. When they saw a military vehicle arriving, these soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom probably understood what the campsite meant. It looks like the attitude over at the camp was tough. No, it's no good. Uncle Ming, it's no good. Outside, outside. Inside the blocked off Chibay Street, a young man in a short lab coat hurriedly ran into a house. In an anxious tone, he shouted, "Uncle Ming, outside." All of them are big-headed soldiers. And very many military vehicles. After hearing the young man's anxious shout, the middle-aged man who was called Uncle Ming had a look of disbelief written all over his face. What? He had thought that the fact that there were so many old people inside Chibay Street would make that Mr. White slightly apprehensive. Results. What he didn't expect was for the other party to be so tough. Does that by guy want to destroy Chibay Street? Hiss. Suddenly, another man ran in. Uncle Ming, it's coming in. Those big-headed soldiers are coming in again. And they're driving those steelbox military vehicles. The man cried out in alarm again. Here and now, the middle-aged man's face was already full of death. He knows. Done. The only thing he relied on was these neighbors inside Red North Street. Now there is no way for these neighborhoods to become after their own ceremonies. Then the only downfall for yourself. It's death. The middle-aged man knew very well how that Mr. White actually treated people like himself. He knew a number of his peers, similar to himself, who would have been shot long ago. Perhaps, himself is next in line to be shot. No, no way. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Can't just sit back and wait. In hell, it's just a bowl of scars if your head falls off. So if you can kill one, you're making even. If you can kill two, you've earned it. You too. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with the insanity of a trapped beast, and he said in a fierce voice, "Tell everyone on Chibay Street to shoot those big-headed soldiers outside as soon as they come in. Kill them." Chapter 210 Purge of Chibay Street. The jubilant people of Ankon County. For this kind of behavior of a trapped beast, the Dragon Kingdom troops that came over to support them had already expected it. An armored personnel carrier drove ahead. The kind of cold steel that made people feel a sense of oppression. Makes one wonder if a drawbolt rifle in one's hand could penetrate such armored steel plates? Still, Those who are ignorant at first glance are there. Bang! A sudden gunshot came from a bullet that hit the side of an armored vehicle. Only the sound of metal clashing was suddenly heard. That one bullet bounced right off. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom who were at the back also reacted quickly, and they quickly locked on to the location where the shots were fired. The rifle in his hand was immediately pointed in that direction. Pull the trigger. Precision point and shoot. Ah! A scream then followed. A man with a drawbolt rifle, dressed very much in the style of the period, was seen screaming and falling from the roof of a house, fell down hard. His chest had several clusters of blood splatters, and his entire body was constantly struggling on the ground. Constant screaming. In convulsions. The scene of the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom showing no mercy and not hesitating to help out shocked everyone. Some people who were trying to do something small in the shadows. All of the little thoughts that were going on inside were interrupted by the sound of the gunshot. Couldn't help but secretly swallow a mouthful of spit. Cold sweat. When these civilian criminal armies come across a real regular army, they realize what it means to be truly powerful. It was nothing like the warlords they had encountered. Most of those warlord soldiers they had encountered were mongrels. All of them are soldier boys who don't have to offer. But the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom before them now, but all of them were the elite of the army. There is simply no comparison between the two sides. Coupled with the armored personnel carriers of the Dragon Army, the deterrence given to them was just too great. It's mind-blowing, creepy. When a small number of Dragon Kingdom soldiers had arrived here earlier, the people here had dared to attack the Dragon Kingdom soldiers. However, when a large number of Dragon Kingdom soldiers entered Chibei Street, the people of Chibei Street instantly wimped out, though there are still quite a few with a bit of a brain that engage in unnecessary resistance. But all this resistance was of no use at all. In front of the absolute torrent of steel, all resistance is as nothing, and the tough attitude of the Dragon Kingdom has made them weak. These people were undoubtedly ants in front of the Dragon Kingdom. They would only become corpses under the wheels if they tried to stop the advance of the Dragon Kingdom. Besides, they are not in that position to stop the Dragon Kingdom from moving forward. Less than an hour had passed today since the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom had entered Red North Street. The entire Red North Street was directly and completely purged, one after another, male or female, old or young. The people of Red North Street, all of them looked downcast, a look of sadness. Each of their hands were firmly cuffed by silver handcuffs, all gathered together. The entire Chibei Street of over 600 people had all been captured by the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. Where? Including that Uncle Ming. In front of these arrested people of Chibei Street, there were bloodied corpses, and all of those corpses were the former neighborhood collaterals of these people. They became corpses because they had previously pointed their guns at the dragon soldiers, even had the audacity to pull the trigger. Confronting this kind of person, no one will pity them, and no one will leave them alone. The corpses lying quietly on the ground actually amounted to more than 20. Predictable. How arrogant are these guys who are entrenched in Ankon County? Even in the face of such an overwhelming army, they actually dared to make a move. Of course, since they chose to do it, they would have to pay the price. Cost. It's death. Reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom camp came and went quickly, because they also have to escort these captured criminals and escort them over to the Dragon Kingdom camp for interrogation from the modern day. At the same time, Longwa still kept some people in Ankon County to continue blocking off Chibei Street. You know, a place like Red North Street must have a lot of contraband. The Dragon Kingdom needs to be searched for all of this contraband, then destroy them one by one, lest they fall into the hands of others. Once these things fall into the hands of others, then more people will be harmed. When the people in the rest of Ankon County saw those arrested Chibei Street people, they showed expressions of disbelief. After all, no one would have thought that Chibei Street, which had been entrenched in the area for so long, would be uprooted just like that. Hiss. Unbelievable. I remember that guy. The guy that was the talker on Red North Street. I remember. I think his name was Zhao Ming. He was called Uncle Ming by the gangsters on the road. It's this guy who created Red North Street and brought Ankon County to this state. Uncle Ming? Hiss. That's the big tobacco dealer who's known far and wide for hundreds of miles around? He was caught like this? My God. How much time has passed? Our Mr. By soldiers that powerful? After all, Mr. By not only defeated Kai Yuansheng, he even made Wu Lianshan surrender directly. Compared to these two, he, Zhao Ming, is nothing. That's right, this kind of big tobacco peddler doesn't even have the capital to play with Mr. White. Ah, good. Damn it. Labor's cousin is smoking cigarettes smoked to death. It's because these people not only grow these harmful things, but even make even more harmful things to sell. It's these assholes that make foreigners say we are the sick man of East Asia. Good catch. Mr. Bai is working for our people every moment. I've long looked at those assholes on Chibei Street with disdain. Sure enough, the rumors weren't wrong at all. When Mr. White comes, there will be a green sky. Good catch. Chapter 211 Uncle Ming's Remorse. The support of the common people. The number of people arrested on Chi-Bay Street was upwards of 600, and the Dragon also publicized the operation. All of it, in major newspapers within the Min province. There is information about the reasons for the operation, the background of Chi-Bok Street, and the course of the operation. A series of details were all published on top of the newspaper. While literacy rates are more worrisome these days, the newspapers are passed on by word of mouth. The literate ones passed the content on to the illiterate ones. The illiterate ones in turn communicate and talk to the illiterate ones. For a while the infamy of Chi-Bay Street began to circulate throughout the entire province of Min. The behavior of Bear North Street is staggering. It also makes the people angry. Although this era similar to the existence of the Chi-Bay Street and so on is not considered rare, the people are actually Sino by heart. After all, they are always in contact with all sorts of people, but to put these things out in the open leaves no room for man. Of course, the anger of the common people could certainly not be directed at Bai, much less at the Dragon Kingdom. Their internalized flare of anger is directed at those who have broken the law. Their anger is directed at those who have scourged the land of God into this state. They are well aware of this presence on Red North Street. For God's country. For them the people. Exactly what kind of damage will be done? Tay mother asterisk. These people actually dare to plant this kind of thing on Mr. Bai's land. Don't they know that the reason why Min province is seeing this kind of booming development is entirely because of Mr. Bai? These guys, all of them are ungrateful, to actually dare to injure the soldiers under Mr. Bai's hand. It's simply, I do not know that the soldier who was seriously injured. How is the injury now? And there are also several soldiers who have been slightly injured. They were all injured by those Red North Street soldiers. This newspaper seems to say that the seriously injured soldier is not in good condition. Those who have big cigarettes, they should all be eradicated. Those who plant big cigarettes should all be arrested and put in jail. Damn it, it's because of these guys that the land of God has become like this. I've heard that Mr. Bai can't stand to smoke this kind of stuff, so it's true that Mr. Bai has always been thunderous about it. Good guy. Red North Street was actually terminated just like that? Hiss. Mr. Bai is so ruthless? I heard that hundreds of people were arrested. Yeah, men, women, old and young, all of them, as long as they live on Chi-Bay Street, have all been arrested. I wonder if those kids, who are a few years old, will be sentenced to reform through labor? Definitely not. What do you know when you're just a few years old? That's it. The entire northern part of Min province is discussing this matter. Euthesis tendency that is even more lopsided. Almost all of the common people are in favor of Bai's practice. Of course, there are also a small number of people who would object. What kind of thoughts this part of the population is harboring is unknown. That remains to be seen. Perhaps, only they know anymore. The captured criminals of Red North Street were sent to the Dragon Camp at the first opportunity, as they were required to undergo a series of interrogations. After up to half a day's escort, the criminals on Chi-Bay Street, basically all escorted. Here and now, color of the sky. It had long since gotten dark. Each of the criminals who were escorted to the Dragon Nation's campground was in a very apprehensive mood. They were very uneasy, not knowing what kind of fate they were going to meet next. Exactly. The middle-aged man, who was called Uncle Ming, looked very miserable at the moment. His forehead was obviously broken, and blood stained half his face. There may be a reason why it only hurts a little bit of flesh though. It looks pretty ghastly. Actually, such an injury, not even a minor injury. It was only because of this reason that the military doctor from the Dragon Kingdom only very simply cleaned the blood from his face and then cleaned the wound, so that the blood from his face wouldn't harbor any bacteria that would then make the wound infection worse. Then put 2 band-aids on his forehead and basically kind of that healed him. Today, Uncle Ming had his hands cuffed behind his back and a grim expression written all over his face. He actually wanted to fight back, because he knew exactly what fate would greet him if he was captured. But, when the daytime, he witnessed a few armored personnel carriers from the Dragon Kingdom, very forcefully crashed over the courtyard wall of his house, and even roughly crushed a small house after. He was silent. The emotions and mentality that wanted to resist in his heart completely vanished at that moment. Instead of, it was a pervasive bewilderment as well as fear. Meanwhile, and regret. Yes, he could be said to be extremely regretful now. If he had made the decision to run away earlier, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation now. Actually, there are plenty of chances for someone like him to escape from the Min province. After all, the Dragon Kingdom didn't have that much energy to deal with them. Unfortunately, he would not treasure such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Instead, He chose to continue to work against the Central Dragon Kingdom and against Bai. Now, it's what happens when he makes choices like that. Uncle Ming now even began to fantasize that if he had chosen to run away, he would probably be in another province, or overseas, getting away with it now. Nowadays he could not wait to slap himself more than once, because it was so stupid. He actually dared to entertain the thought of going against Bai. Damn, Uncle Ming, will we be shot? A weak voice rang out from behind him in the night. It was a Red North Street man. Uncle Ming's face darkened. Gritting her teeth, she said, "No one takes you for a dummy when you don't even say things like that in your special mom." Ha, oh, the man behind him chimed in aggressively. LOL. Uncle Ming sighed darkly. The heart is sad.